Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello everyone and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I am your host Saino and today is episode 1.5 because sadly we are re-recording this. We tried yesterday and we had some technical issues. It is October 17th, 2010 and with me as always is Pippa. How you doing, Pippa?
Hello.
And Naylock. How you doing, Naylock?
Doing good.
Alright, so we have a lot to go over today. It's a lot of updates, a lot of changes, and sadly we've already done this, so I think we just kind of, we're going to try and do this over again a little, slower. We're kind of used to each other now, and I think this is going to be a really good show. What do y'all think?
I think it's going to be awesome.
Yes,
again.
Hopefully no failures this time. Alright, so before we get to the awesome amounts of news, let's go right into personal updates. So, take it away, Pippa.
I am now level 15 and a pugilist, and things are going very well. Been grinding a lot on Old Goat Nannies.
I'm still 17 Archer, and I've just been grinding on stuff, and I found a way to get some Archer Guild marks, so I'm already ahead on that. I'm pretty happy about that.
Nice. Well, I actually made a new character named Tano Etsuma. And he's basically going to be a huge crafter, lots of armory, blacksmiths, lumberjacking, or whatever it is, botanist. I don't like that at all. What is with the botanist? Anyway.
I like.
But he's like at level 11 now, and all my other class things are level 5. So his physical level is 11, everything else is 5, and I feel pretty useless. But my guild did run an event today, and so I got a nice, cool 100,000. We did like an amazing race scavenger hunt thing. That was pretty cool.
They are not guilds. They are link shells.
Link shells, companies, whatever. But that is later on. Let's get right to the show. We have a lot of updates that came from the actual official community site Lodestone from Final Fantasy XIV. And before we get into all of that, we actually had a version update on the 15th, which was kind of under the radar. They didn't really release any patch notes or talk anything about it. All the hubbub about what's coming in November and December kind of took precedence over that. But in the October 15th version update, we actually got huge fixes that I'm really, really happy with. We had wards that are now assigned specific item categories with correct items sold receiving lower tax, which is, I think everybody was waiting for that, right?
Oh, yeah. I think that it's really going to help. I got a chance to check out the market wards early this morning, and it seems like everybody's really dividing themselves up accordingly, which is helpful when looking for something specific.
Definitely.
Yeah, I actually checked too. It's looking a lot better. First one still has some stragglers, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I had a friend actually that didn't really agree with the market word system, and he used it for the first time yesterday. He made over 350,000 gil.
Guess he's agreeing with it now.
Yes, he is. He is very happy with it now. But aside from those market word changes, now whenever you select a retainer, it automatically opens the shop, which really helps with unneeded menu.
Oh God, it is a saving grace. I mean, really, it's awesome.
It makes it so much easier. I can just pop in, and I don't know if y'all know this, but you can actually stand in one spot and browse every single shop. If you don't want to move around, you're just looking for a quick item, you can just kind of target all of them and just select them, and it'll let you browse the shop. It's pretty awesome. Except
that you do need to move if you want to purchase.
Yes, you have to move if you want to purchase. Yeah.
Well, don't you have to move to see the ones that are further away too, though?
No. You can stand in one spot. If you can just tab through them all you have to do is select them and hit enter.
Well, I mean the ones that aren't rendering.
Right,
yeah.
You'd have to move forward to see them.
Yeah. But everything you can see, you don't really have to move, so you can just kind of quickly look around and teleport out if you wanted to. But a couple other things that they added to the 15th version update is the maximum number of crystals you can hold now is 9,999, and the implemented skill range limit of 5 levels in groups whenever you're adventuring. Now, the crystals thing, if y'all don't know, it was limited to 999, and once you had 999, every single crystal you would find after that would just drop. Like, you wouldn't be able to hold it.
Yeah. As far as the implemented 5-level between range, that has been really helpful, especially in the middle of trying to catch up with everybody in my group. It's made it kind of nice because I don't have to get like right to their level any longer.
There's some sort of bonus associated with it too, actually, isn't there?
I think so, yeah. Just with grouping.
Well, I mean, I thought that was what they changed, actually. It was something to do with the levels.
Oh, yeah, because what would happen is if you were a thaumaturge or a conjurer, you would have to throw in one of your melee attacks just so that the game recognized that you were in the fight as well.
Yeah.
So that's a really good change. But, that was the October 15th version update. Now we're moving on to the really good stuff. They've extended the free trial to an extra 30 days. So you get 60 days of free gameplay with Final Fantasy XIV.
I think that this was a great move. They're going to save their butts with this one because I think a lot of people were on the fence as to whether they wanted to subscribe or not again. And by giving them an extra 30 days to give the game, more of a try, I think they're going to wind up seeing more of a profit in the long run, especially with these two huge patches coming out in November and December.
Yeah, it made sense. They had people just outright saying they weren't going to play anymore, so...
Yeah.
I completely agree. And you know what? A lot of people were kind of expecting this because they actually... I know y'all didn't play during the Final Fantasy XI Japanese release, but they actually added another 30 days to all of the players that first played that as well.
Oh, well, I think it's probably a really good marketing strategy, to be completely honest.
Well, yeah, I think they already had an idea for all of this stuff, like the November and December stuff that we're about to go over and the free trial extension. I think they were just using it to kind of aim it towards the bad reviews and the bad press that they were getting. I think they already had this planned out. So with that, let's get to the big list. Right, the first thing we have to go over is the Ask the Devs post that was posted up on the 16th. It's a lot to cover. So why don't you bring us into that, Pippa?
The general things that are covered are the user interface, inventory sorting, menu navigation, maps, log window and chat, menu targeting, keyboard settings, markets and retainers, return and teleport costs, battle balance, monster placement, guild levies, synthesis, and server load.
Now this whole list seems like a giant middle finger to all the reviewers.
I think a lot of places right now still have these non-stop complaints. I wish they'd start reading the notes because, Square Enix definitely has a plan, and they're producing some pretty decent patches over the past couple weeks.
Yeah, and I have to say that their customer service has improved dramatically over what it used to be.
Oh, yeah. So, exactly what type of adjustments or additions to the user interface are being planned?
Well, as you had said, they have the inventory sorting feature and the menu navigation. So in late November, they're going to have a version update, which is going to include the inventory sorting feature, which I don't know how they're going to implement it, but, whether it be, some by item or by just title, like the first letter or something, I just want some kind of feature.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely going to make things so much easier to have a... even if they alphabetize it, it would be easier to find things I'm looking for in my inventory.
I'd prefer if it was by type, actually, like weapons, armor, and like crafting supplies, stuff like that.
Well, I wish it was, me and Naylock, we talked about this before, where, in Vanguard you have multiple inventories and equipment tabs for each class type that you do, and I think that would be really good if they did that in Final Fantasy XIV as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
Something like that, if they could implement that, it'd make it a lot easier to sort through your inventory and find things you needed at first glance.
Definitely. They're going to have a version update that's going to focus on improving the actions and traits menus, starting with automating the selection of main hand and offhand. Now, I would have to assume that if you go up to... I'm just speculating here, but if you go up to like a harvesting node and you want to go harvest it, as long as the tool's in your bag, it'll automatically equip it and start the harvesting. I don't really know what else to get from that statement there.
That's what it sounds like to me. I hope it works that way, because going in and having to make macros for every single thing at the moment has just become kind of a nuisance. It would be much easier if I could just walk up to a tree and it does it automatically. awful it is to sit here and compare to WoW, you didn't have to equip your skinning knife to skin an animal. It just did it automatically, which was nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, here you don't even have skinning. You just have to wait for hides to drop.
Right, true.
You know, it's one of those things that I think making menu navigation easier would just help if they got rid of the UI lag and everything, but we'll get to that in a little bit.
Yeah. Well, also, it seems like they've got some adjustments to the map, too. Players will be able to scroll their maps via dragging the mouse, and their coordinates will be displayed both in the main map and on journal maps as long as the player is in the same area. They'll also be able to use a text command, which I'm really excited about.
Yay!
Yeah, that is necessary at this point. They're adding area names to the journal maps, and the journal map feature will also be added to the main map, which will make it much easier when doing one of the main quest lines. And I never really noticed this as a problem, but apparently it is. They're adding they're making it so that the log window will no longer be hidden when maps are displayed. So I guess that'll make some people happy.
And the coordinates, I find that kind of funny because the maps are actually broken up into a grid system like coordinates, like it was in 11. But apparently people don't notice that, and they need the position marked on the map somewhere.
Everybody needs it easier.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, either way, I'm glad that they're doing something, because at least have more features, let people use them if they want to. It's
right.
Okay to have too many and not enough.
Completely agree.
So with the chat system the way it is, I hardly even pay attention to like my link shell chat, because the log window is so hard to navigate and just use effectively. They're actually bringing a lot of changes. So we're going to be able to add new tabs to the log window, which that was actually in beta, but they took it out for release.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that was about.
I didn't catch it in beta, but it looked like they had something like that going. You have 2 tabs now, and I was like, why can't I just add a 3rd tab? I don't see what the problem is.
Yeah, well, they actually allow you to name the tabs, but you just can't make any more right now.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you could name them.
Yeah.
I guess I haven't really paid a whole lot of attention to it. Even with a social links shell, we don't even use the in-game chat. We just use TeamSpeak. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But players are going to be able to open up multiple log windows, so you could have your chat on the left and your battle on the right, like a lot of games do. You could open they're going to have controller functionality for the log window, because right now if you select
Thank God.
it does absolutely nothing.
Yep, that is necessary.
Yes, because my controller can get stuck on there, and I'm sitting there wondering why I can't move or anything, and all you see is a little arrow next to it, like it's not doing anything.
I had that happen once, and I didn't even know what I was doing wrong. It took me a little while to figure it out.
Yeah, now Control R is actually going to instantly do replies now, instead of having to hit space in Control R. Players are also going to be able to change the chat modes via a menu option, which is really helpful, and now you just kind of do the slash commands, or actually that's all your options really are, is slash commands. The home and end keys are going to function in the chat log. I guess you're going to be able to scroll up and down with them. You're also going to have... Now, this one's really weird. For players typing multi-byte characters, starting a new message with slash will automatically switch the typeset to single byte.
I don't know. I wonder if it has anything to do with, the different languages, like the Japanese characters and everything. Maybe it has something to do with those?
Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of. They probably would have multi-byte since their language is a little more...
Maybe.
Yeah, they're more. Yeah, there are more like images rather than the way we have our letters. So I'm not sure. I'm really confused about that.
Yeah, it's weird that they would tell that one to the public, though. Like as if we know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I think it needs to be clarified a little bit more.
Yeah, and now the 2 really cool ones, well, actually just one really cool one and one kind of one. Players will be able to adjust the font color for various chat modes.
When I evade, I'd really like it to come up in bright orange so that I don't miss it. Because right now it's like gray. I never notice it.
Yeah, it kind of blends in with the chat thing, huh?
Just a little bit.
Text is just a blur.
Yeah, really. I don't even pay attention to it. I don't.
Yeah.
Adjustments will be made to the transparency of log windows when unfocused. That, who really cares?
I agree. Then we get down to the menu, which, so they're adding a loot list icon which is great because now we can get to our loot easier, and if we want to distribute it faster, you can just click that.
Thank goodness.
Yep, and then the general layout of a couple of menus are going to be adjusted. I'm just kind of assuming that has a lot to do with like the inventory changing and whatnot. I'm hoping that they'll maybe clarify that in a later one. And then, even though I really don't see at this point, previously completed quests will now appear in player journals. Maybe it's so that you can like relive it via text. I don't know.
It does seem a little soothing. I am very happy with the loot list icon being on the system menu, because to even get to the loot list, a lot of people don't even know you have one. You go to inventory, and then you click loot all the way on the right, and then you have to distribute it, and it just that whole
too
thing
many
is
menus.
Just,
I didn't know about
yeah.
it for the longest time. I think 3 days in, I finally realized that was there.
Yeah, definitely. Now they're also making adjustments to targeting. Which is, I kind of have an issue with this, because even when I take my mouse cursor and I click on something, it will not target it. It tabs. It tabs to the nearest target. So what they're actually going to do is they're going to make targeting a priority when using the tab key to cycle through nearby targets. So if you have an aggressive mob, it's going to target that first instead of your party members.
Well, I think that's going to definitely help, especially with, the other upcoming changes to targeting.
I always found targeting a real pain in Final Fantasy XI too, and on here it's like almost luck. Like, oh, good, I targeted the right thing the first time.
Yeah. Now, have y'all had the issue of trying to target an NPC and it just will not target it?
Oh yeah.
I've had that problem. I've also had problems where people's names disappear and they act like that character just simply doesn't exist, even if they're in your same party.
That's weird.
I don't really get that one either.
Weird. Well,
yeah.
Speaking of party, now when you target a party member, the target mark will now appear next to the target's name in the party member list, so you know who you're targeting, which I think that's really nice. And you're also going to be able to target party members through the party member list. So all you healers out there that just want to look at health bars, you can now just click it and heal them. That is the best way to do it.
Coloring in the bars.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's going to make it a lot faster for people who play clerics and thaumaturge in the long run. I think that is definitely necessary.
I agree.
Last but not least, they're going to update some keyboard settings. Several new functions will be added to the keyboard, such as a key used for targeting NPCs. So that'll help in what you were talking about earlier there, Saino. And also, we're going to be able to remap all of our functions to any key, other than escape. So that'll be awesome as well.
That sounds fantastic. Now, here's the interesting thing. Are we going to be able to actually map a menu item onto a key, like inventory to I and journal to J? Like, that's my main thing.
In this day and age, with all of the games that have come out previously, it would be nice if you could just map your bags to a key and just open it instantly, instead of having to go through 6 menus.
Yeah, I saw that as another little FU to people who were like, I couldn't figure it out. The J wasn't the journal. And it's like, okay, now you can make any key do whatever you want. Now, what do you have to say?
Well, I don't know what to map things, because it's too complicated.
They should just get it over with and have like typical MMO layout that you can like pre-select, and then they can just tell everyone to do that.
Yeah. Well, looking beyond that late November version update, they're also working on introducing drag and drop functionality to the equipment and gear and actions and traits menus, as well as map markers indicating the location of party members and Yes, thank God. And a method to initiate message input in the chat log without having to press the space bar. I find that completely unnecessary.
Well, where the equipment and gear and actions and traits with the drag and drop functionality,
that's needed. Yeah.
That is needed, except they have to fix the UI lag first, because otherwise that is going to be a ruling pain in the ass.
You don't want to, drag over your skill and then lose it because you accidentally unclicked it and it wasn't over there yet?
No, I really don't.
Try to destroy items.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be good.
Dragging your weapon. Sounds awesome.
Yeah, no thanks.
that menu UI, we're going to get to it in a little bit, but they really do need to fix that. It's kind of horrendous. The October 15th maintenance version update, that's when they changed the markets. The markets are now categorized by what they're selling and everything. Are there going to have any further changes planned for that?
We've seen the introduction of the one-click targeting system, which makes it easier to access a retainer's list of wares, and also the renaming of the wards. People will want to go to those market wards because now they're going to lose less money on selling in the proper areas. And in the long run, additional features to make navigating the market wards even easier. They're going to implement a search feature so that you can locate items you need really quick. And they're even going to display an icon next to that retainer who has the item that you're looking for. So it's going to reduce the hassle of having to look through, a zillion inventories of retainers in which probably don't have things that you're looking for.
That is probably some of the best news I've heard. A lot of people want an auction house. I personally disagree with an auction house, just with the way that this is set up. Not for all games, but just for Final Fantasy XIV in general. And having the search function for each market ward individually, and then having icons light up everybody that has it, we're going to see people that are specifically selling in the particular wards instead of what we have now, people selling ore in the grocer ward and other things like that.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge upgrade. They're going to see huge gains with that. Like,
Definitely.
a lot of complaints are going to be quelled with the search function. I was asking for that since beta.
Well, I think EverQuest 1 had a very similar thing with the search feature, but they were doing it in a market-type system instead of auction house. For Final Fantasy XIV, I definitely think that the auction house at this point, with the market wards the way they're set up, is kind of pointless. I actually like this. It feels organic.
It feels a lot more markety. Like, it feels like you're walking down a main street and everyone's like, "Hey, buy my stuff," and you're like, "Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I'll check out your shop." I mean, you can even buy stalls and theme them any way you want to. That's a really awesome feature.
It's like going to a flea market.
Exactly.
I always like flea markets.
There you go.
With Return and Teleport, another thing on our list, they've made travel within Orzia quick and easy, but it seems like I'm always running out of anima. Are there any adjustments being planned?
Yes, they're actually changing the... they've already changed the rate at which anima regenerates. It was 1 point every 6 hours, but now it's 1 point every 4 hours. But
still doesn't seem like quite enough. I feel like I'm never regenning anything. Like, it just takes forever. I feel like I'm always at 50.
That's why I'm kind of curious if it only does it while you're online. If you're offline, you might not get the points. I don't know. Who knows, right? But the second adjustment that they're going to be doing, and this is planned for late November, is they're going to reduce the amount of anima required to teleport or return. So specifically, for returning to the last Aetheryte that you were at, it's only 1 anima. And then you're going to be able to have 3 favorite Aetheryte destinations. They're going to be half of what the usual cost is. So if you're in the area, it's probably going to be only 2 points. And if you're not in the area, it's probably going to be 3 points.
Well, I already know where I'm saving my first 3, which is all of the starting areas, Gridania, Limsa, and Ul'dah, because I am constantly having to go back and forth between the 3 to invite new Link Shell members. It's getting kind of to be a hassle at this point. I'm running really low on anima.
I'm probably going to do that too, actually, but I do it for doing the leaves in every town every 70 or 36 hours.
Yeah,
well, that's
definitely.
a good reason too. Never thought about that.
Well, yeah, you know how if you do leaves in one city and then the next day you do them in another city, you actually get bigger bonuses.
Well, you also can do 4 or 8 a night, so you could technically do Limsa and then Ul'dah and then the next night too.
Yeah, but I do 4 adventuring, 4 harvesting.
Oh.
No.
Good idea.
Now, I've never actually done group battles, but I heard that the development team is actually going to do balancing with party battles. Is that right?
Well, they're trying to keep with the original idea of making it, easy to play solo, but also improving the battle system so that playing in a party will still be just as rewarding as playing solo. So, to rectify this, they're currently conducting adjustments to areas such as aggro distribution rates and battle regimen effects. And they're also introducing several powerful creatures that will be better suited for party-based battles.
Now, this whole thing, it just seems sort of pointless. You know, they're adding the notorious monsters, which we'll get to in a little bit, but that's all that seems to be coming from this is, hey, you know, you want party play, we're gonna add notorious monsters. There you go.
Yeah, I kind of want some like group quests and stuff. I mean, the leaves are very redundant. Doing them over and over again, I feel like I'm killing the same damn mobs over and over again. They need to come up with something a little bit different. But that's just me.
Yeah, well, at least I'm glad they're just making grouping better instead of screwing with soloing. That sounds like what they're trying to stress. Like we're just going to add more stuff to grouping until people like to do it.
Well,
Yeah.
I hope so. You know, I mean, right now the game's so solo heavy, I don't really need to group. I've only grouped once.
Oh, I think a lot of the problem is that people who are playing right now, a lot of them are from 11. I've only found a handful that didn't play 11. I mean, I only played to level 20, but it was such a group-oriented game to come to 14, and I understand that they wanted to make it a little bit more casual for people. The problem is that there's not enough grouping compared to 11. 11 didn't have enough soloing, 14 doesn't have enough grouping. That's the problem at the moment. They need a better balancing act.
I think if they had some nice equipment drops to the group mobs, the notorious mobs, they'll probably see an increase in grouping.
I don't think we're going to see that though, because what they want to stress is the community makes majority of the equipment.
Yep.
I've got some stuff from the leaves, actually. I actually got
But
a nice VP that I haven't used yet.
Everything you get from the leaves can be crafted by somebody.
Yeah,
So-
but then it's free if it drops.
True. I mean, if it was dropped, I could see where you're going with this one. It would be nice if there was a little bit more to the drops.
That's what I was saying, though. It's like, well, if you can do everything solo and you can just get stuff crafted, why would you ever want to group then? Other than maybe if you can figure out a way to get faster experience doing it.
Yeah, not really any reason at this point.
Well, you know what they should do? They should make items that have similar stats or like the exact same stats as if it was crafted, but has a unique look to it that only drops from notorious monsters or something.
That could work.
Yeah,
Mind that so much.
a little variation on it or something.
Yeah.
So speaking of all these monsters, where are all the monsters?
Are you referring to that everything is really spread out and you have to run to them?
Pretty much.
Yeah. At the time of release, the server load issues limited the number of enemies that could appear in an area where there's like a lot of players gathered at, such as like camps and things near cities. So that's why they put all the monsters out, because you know when you're in a camp, everything moves at a snail's pace. The inventory is slow. All you hear is hammering. It sounds like a construction site right outside your freaking window. It's loud and very laggy. But when you go out and you start fighting mobs, it's silky smooth. You know, like there's no interface lag, no nothing. So what they're going to do now is, now that a lot of people are kind of moving away from the camps, they're going to be increasing the numbers of enemies that roam the realm. Now, I find this to be bad in a couple reasons. One, the camps are still full. And two, I'm tired of dodos chasing me around and preventing me from doing AoE attacks. If we have more enemies roaming around the realm, I just feel like this is going to be a huge issue.
Well, I think if they try to space them out a little bit more, in terms of like dodos running in a pack, you might be okay, but they're gonna have to watch so that you don't wind up with like 10 dodos chasing you around and preventing you from doing any AoE damage.
I've actually seen less people at the camps. It's just you have to be mindful of the fact that not a lot of people render at the same time, like not all of them. And that's I think what they meant by the camps are getting smaller. Like you still see like the maximum amount, there's not a bunch that you can't see.
I think you're actually onto something here, because I do notice that the camps are getting a little smaller. Like usually it's around the main NPCs, and before, if you would run out to the edges of the camp, it would be just as crowded as by the NPCs. But now it's lessened a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're starting to spread out. It's going to take time. You know, people are still buying the game, they're still filling it out, and now with this extra 30 days free, I'm sure that a lot of people are probably running out and buying the game up so that they can get a full 60 days. I mean, that's going to last until December, so they'll be able to figure out whether they want to play or not.
Yeah, that's really going to be awesome. So, you know, now that all these players are kind of joining, you know, doing guild leaves. Now, I've had a lot of people have issues trying to do them. Like, you know, they do like 3 or 4, and they're like, oh, it's just the same thing. I'm getting tired of it. So, what are they doing for guild leaves in the future?
Well, in the late November update, they're going to be adding a new feature that allows players to adjust the leave quest difficulty after activating the guild leave. I think that's going to be really helpful because, God forbid, you accidentally choose Legion and you're getting your butt handed to you by dodos. It'll be nice to be able to switch that back to solo or band.
Well, actually, I think that's a good point, because if you are with a friend and you're about to go do this quest, he's like, oh man, I gotta go. And you're like, well, crap. Now it's set to, party, and I can't do this. I need to bring it back down.
Well, I had that problem over in Gridania because there was one that I kept choosing. I didn't realize that it was the same one every time, and I had to kill moles. And I didn't realize that they were going to spawn like 30 of them in one spot. It would have been nice to have been able to change that to something else.
Wow. And that's on the Legion setting?
No, I had that set on, I think, band or party, and there was just like 12 moles, and they were kicking my butt.
Wow.
I never have completed that one, because I always forget that it's that one. Also, they're going to be adding a feature that will allow players to abandon local leave quests after accepting them.
Now, that's a really important one, because local ones are... You can already abandon regional ones, and for those that don't know, regional ones are your disciple of magic and war and land. So right. Those are the ones where you can harvest and you do combat. The local ones are the crafting ones, and after you get those, you cannot abandon them yet. If you were to actually, and you can definitely do this, if you were to accidentally get a level 20 local leave quest and your crafting's only level 5, you're going to have an issue, and you have to wait 36 hours to trade that in again. And it's a big issue that they need to rectify.
I completely agree. I haven't run into that problem, but I can see how that would be a serious problem. Especially with the way the crafting is set up. You are not able to do higher level things at a lower level at all. You'll just keep failing. So, it's a good thing they're addressing that. And then in the mid-December version update, they're going to introduce new guild leaves, among them special faction leaves that pit players against these deadly, notorious monsters. Doo-doo-doo.
I mean, it just seems like more, hey, we're putting in notorious monsters, and to make it seem like you have more options, we're going to let you fight them in the guild leave, when you can just fight them outside the guild leave. It seems a little like they're just trying to, stack on top, we already have this content, let's just use it as many times as we can.
Well, it'd be kind of nice if you can just summon the notorious monsters, basically, is what those leaves would be. And you wouldn't have the camping problems as badly as you had in Final Fantasy XI.
But, I mean, are they going to have the same loot table? Is it not just going to be for the guild leave?
It might, but still, it's got to be even if it's not the same loot table, it's got to be somewhere in the near same quality.
Yeah, I agree.
So, what kind of changes are planned for Synthesis?
So the crafting is actually going to see a change as well in the late November patch. You're going to see the required ranks and difficulty levels of various existing recipes changed. And I guess this is because some of the recipes seem to be, like, I think some of the components for some lower level crafting is higher than the actual craft that the material requires. So, for example, if you're in, I'm just making up some scenario here, if you have a Subligar that you want to craft, and say it's like it only takes level 5 to craft, well, it'll have a sinew cord in there or something that requires level 15 to craft, so you can't make that outfit anyway, no matter, you just won't have the skill to make the component. So I guess they're going to change those around to better reflect, the progression of being a crafter.
Well, I gotta say that I'm really happy that they're going about doing that, because I personally have taken up weaving and leatherworking, and I stopped doing it because I can't even cloth. It takes me forever, and I fail almost every time. Meanwhile, there's like 30 different recipes that call for hempen cloth, and they're all like level 1 or 5. I hope that they really do go back and adjust these a little bit better.
It is a little confusing, yeah. So for the mid-December update, which also has to do with Synthesis, they're going to be adding new recipes, including ones for crafting new gear. They're also going to be introducing a new feature that allows players to select recipes from a list of recently crafted items and recipes learned through leave quests. So basically, when you select the recipe from the list, it puts the appropriate ingredients in with a single touch of a button and starts the craft. So we're going to learn recipes through Leave Quests, and if we've recently crafted something, we can just go through the menu and click it again, and it'll automatically start it up again. All I know is the lag in the areas needs to be fixed. You know, it certainly messes with crafting, it messes with the UI, it messes with battle responses, and it makes it difficult to play. So why is it happening, and how are they going to fix it?
They're going to try to alleviate that by having pinpointed heavy trafficked areas and split up their processing duties over multiple servers, which will reduce the chances that a single server will become overloaded.
So basically clusters.
It sounds like clusters to me. I don't think they're going to go the Guild Wars route this time around, thank God.
That'd be like a huge feature in and of itself if they were adding that. Like, yeah, you can select what zone you're in now.
Yeah, I mean, didn't EverQuest 2 do that?
Kind of. What it did was if one zone was too crowded, it would make a second one, and then once it got, just take it away.
I'm personally not a huge fan of the multi-server choices. I like when everybody is in one area. Now, if that means that everyone doesn't load, so be it. I just don't like having to figure out where my friends are. It drives me crazy.
I completely agree. I mean, they already have something similar to this. Whenever you're zoning from area to area, you just kind of, sort of, everyone kind of disappears around you and you go into the next area. I mean, there's no load screen or anything, but you just kind of phase into the next area.
Mm-hmm.
And
you don't even really notice it.
Right, you don't notice it at all. In fact, a lot of people were asking me about the gray names over people's names, and basically what that is you can see them, but they haven't loaded into your screen yet. So it's basically, you can see them, they can't see you. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, it's just going to see, so basically we're just going to see more gray names, and the servers won't be as laggy.
Exactly.
Hey, I'm totally down with that.
Yeah. So that's the whole Ask the Devs article, which was, it was pretty big. But we also have a message from the director of Final Fantasy XIV. He kind of goes into a few of the specifics of some of the updates that they're going to be doing in the future. So he goes on to say that version updates are going to be released once every 3 months. Now, version updates, he's not talking about the little maintenance updates that we get. Like, those are just, they're adding a lot of stuff right now, but those are just little updates. The ones he's referring to are the big, huge updates like they're going to be doing in December, and they're going to do those once every 3 months. So the first one in December is going to be basically implementing the Market Ward search feature, icons to identify retainers selling what was searched for, and an increase in the number of retainers you can employ, which I think all of those, I'm so excited for those 3 things right there that, it's some of the best features I've been waiting for.
Yeah, out of everything, I'm so excited for the December update as a whole. A lot of the things that they're planning on doing in December are awesome, and definitely for the retainer stuff, I'm really excited about that. They're also going to be doing party-based balancing. Currently, players have voiced concern over a lack of reason for forming parties, as we discussed earlier, and also a shortage of situations that demand having multiplayer battle strategies. So, to address these issues, they're going to make modifications to the way the aggro mechanism works, and also re-examining the battle regimen system. Thank God.
He also goes on to say, talk about the server lag. He says, notable lag has been observed in certain areas of the game, particularly when a large number of players are gathered together. To combat that, they're going to be dividing the areas into sections. He says sections in quotations, for the purposes of server-side processing, thereby reducing the concentrated loads and subsequent lag on individual world servers. Now, I know that we were saying clusters earlier, but sections, it could be a translation error, but that sounds like instancing to me.
I'm really hoping it's not instancing. I'm hoping that we are not understanding that right.
Yeah, I doubt that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm going to just stick with clusters. I think that is definitely the best way for them to go about it, so that it's easier on everybody. That's just me.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, okay. As in an attempt to further reduce occurrences of lag, we initially avoided placing a large number of enemies in close proximity to one another. With, however, the implementation of the measures mentioned above to reduce server lag, and as player concentrations are beginning to disperse from the starting areas, we will be looking into redistribution of enemies that is more conducive to enjoyable adventuring.
And I think they need to actually do that. Right now in 14 you have blue and green mobs right next to red and super red mobs. I know there's not a super red, but I mean just one look from them and they will kill you with one hit.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why they're right next to each other, but in 11 they had a nice progression. The closer you were to a city, the easier the mobs were. The further away you got, the harder they were. And I think we're going to see a progression like that again. But yeah, he talks about this as if they're just kind of looking into how they're going to be distributed along the world, whereas earlier when we were kind of talking about this, and he just kind of goes into more detail about it, it sounded like they were just putting more enemies into the world rather than just, kind of putting them in other spots.
Well, I think they're going to eventually have to take a look at where they're placing them, because right now some of them are for instance, there's a big lizard man in Ulda who's in the starter area, and you don't even have to walk by him. He's coming after you.
He's a jerk, huh?
Yeah.
They got some that are pretty dirty trick in Ulda too. I've seen they'll have like those red ants just lined up on each side of a path. And then you're heading towards this more green stuff, and I'm like, this doesn't make sense. It's a dirty trick. I'd see people they get aggro on one of them and run away, and then I just bolt right through the path. Thanks for distracting them for me later.
I didn't even know that the ants aggroed, so my dumb butt is running, right through them. Yeah, that did not end pleasantly.
I assume everything aggroes until it doesn't. That's basically...
So I accidentally run up to it and it doesn't kill me, then I know it doesn't aggro.
Exactly. If I get killed by something, I'm just going to be, wow, that aggroed. Okay.
I'm really happy that the cactuars don't aggro, because I like to just run up and stare at them because they're really cute.
Well, all the models in the game are very detailed and gorgeous, so if you have time, be sure to look at the monsters. They look great.
Yes, they do.
And he also kind of finishes the letter saying that the version update in December is going to add the Notorious Monsters, and the Notorious Monsters are going to appear in open areas and on guild leave faction leaves. And coming together with the Notorious Monsters are also going to be a whole bunch of new items and rewards, which we were talking about earlier in A-Lock. So they are going to have items that drop with the Notorious Monsters. Mm-hmm. And future version updates are going to usher in all new content centered around the formidable new foes. So I'm hoping that means Burning Circle Notorious Monsters. That would have party written all over it. So that is all for the basic, the huge Final Fantasy XIV official update. Now we're going to go to the community, which this actually comes from Final Fantasy XIV core.com or ffxivcore.com, and this is all about unimplemented classes and game information that Square might be doing based on data mined information. So basically, what happened was these guys went through all of the files that we get with Final Fantasy XIV and looked at all the info and found little tidbits that stuck out to them, and we're about to go over that right now.
So, in general, the ability to toggle helmet display has been found, which I'm hoping that they implement this, because I hate some of these hats.
I mean, I think that the helmet display, I mean, some of them look kind of hideous, and I really like the hair I picked. I spent time on that. So.
Well, I am a lover of hats, considering my Link Shell's title, as it were, but some of them, I've seen a chainmail hat thing that was just absolutely atrocious.
You don't like the bowl hat?
No, not at all. It's really bad.
I hated the helmet since the collector's edition helmets they gave you.
The
first one I got, and I hated it.
Yeah,
that one was really bad.
It looks like an ostrich to me for some reason. Like, that's all I see when I look at that thing, an ostrich.
Also, they're going to, in the files, they found the ability to see damage over time data within your chat log.
That just sounds like it needs to happen regardless. Like, I don't care if this is speculation or what, that needs to happen. Because if you get poisoned right now, you have no idea what's going on. You're just taking damage. You don't know how much you're taking. It doesn't say in the chat what's going on. You're just poisoned.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that it wasn't in there in the first place.
Yeah.
It's really basic. They need to have that in there just to check for damage and stuff like that. So I was surprised too they didn't have that in there.
Well, you just kind of expect it. It's kind of
Yeah.
strange. Well, also they've located something about Ifrit and Titan. They're confirmed based on how they're placed in files. It looks like there will be more, but again, that's just speculation.
Okay, this is, Allie hasn't really played Final Fantasy XI, but for those that have played it, we know that Ifrit and Titan are summons, and basically they were for a class called Summoner that you would actually go fight them, and then once you beat them, you would be able to summon them. You could even fight them even if you weren't a summon. It was kind of like a BCNM, where you could just go in there, you fight them, and you can get like a spell or like a staff or weapon or something from them. But it looks like we're going to have them in the game, and I'm not sure if they are some kind of summon or if they're notorious monsters themselves or how that's going to work, because we don't have a summoner class.
I don't know. I'm thinking they're probably just going to be notorious monsters, and they're probably going to be the first ones, Ifrit and Titan. I'm surprised they didn't find more along the same lines. Maybe it might be far along development still.
Also, it's likely that the cap will be raised to 75. I kind of figured that they'd already do this anyway. I just kind of assumed that it'll be around the time of the PS3 launch.
Well, that seems kind of soon to me for the PS3 launch. I mean, that's not going to... What, the game's going to be out, what is that, 6 months?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
that seems real soon.
I figure with the launch of PS3 that they'll also launch the first expansion. It's what they did back with the Final Fantasy XI release. It was already out for a year, technically, before we ever saw it, and it came out with the first expansion. So I'm just kind of assuming that it'll be along those lines.
I mean, I don't know if it'll be an actual box expansion. It could be. It might be an add-on pack or something like that. But for Final Fantasy XIV coming out on the PS3, I think they're going to have to do a huge content update, similar to raising the cap to 75. Something or something just around that, so that people aren't thinking, oh, well, it's only level 50, and then 6 months later we come out with the real expansion, and then we have to go get another Blu-ray disc for the PS3. It sounds a little cumbersome, so I think they're going to try and push that, regardless of how soon it is,
I hope
for
that's...
the Blu-ray, they would need to do that, because they don't have enough, they have smaller hard drives, so they don't have as much play on that.
That's possible, yeah.
Also, Battle Regimen will deal increased damage along with their special effects.
Well, that seems like they already confirmed that one, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like it.
All right, so aside from the general things that might be, speculated to come, which I think a lot of those just need to happen. It doesn't seem like speculation. It just seems like some things that should happen,
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also have new classes that were dug up. Now, some of these, they're saying that they found the DAT files and they found guild marks for a lot of these, but not all of them. So what we're going to do is I'm going to list the ones, every single one that they've speculated to be in the game, and then we're going to go over the ones that they found guild marks for specifically. So the ones that they found that currently are not implemented in the game are Arcanist, Assassin, Bard, Enforcer, Fencer, Flayer, Musketeer, Mystic, Samurai, Shepherd, and Stavesman. Now that's a really big list, and I gotta say right now, because it's not in the list of the ones that they found with guild marks, but Samurai just does not seem to fit anywhere in there.
I think it is kind of an odd choice, but I'm interested to see where they take it. I mean, also a lot of people who have read this aren't agreeing with Bard either, so...
Well, Bard seems to fit because if you do the Ulda opening scene, which, I mean, if you haven't made a character yet for Ulda, I'm sorry, but spoiler alert, one of the guys that helps you is a Bard. I mean, he's blatantly called a Bard, so...
Yeah, I'm, again, interested to see where they take it. The first one they're coming up with is Fencer. It's listed under a Disciple of War. Their skill is called Fencing. They're skilled at parrying, higher parry chance, and their weapon deals piercing damage.
No, this sounds like some kind of off-tank to me. It doesn't sound like a DPS class. It seems like off-tank and you parry a lot. Like you're kind of avoiding damage rather than taking it like another tank does.
I'm going to disagree with you on that one. I think it sounds very much like a damage dealer. We already have so many tanks, and I just think that there needs to be more DPS classes. I mean, even the Pugilist is a form of off-damage tank, so I think...
I mean, it's the only two tanks I could even imagine is the Gladiator and the Pugilist, if that is, because they have the defensive stance where they're supposed to anyway. But, I mean, what's interesting about the Gladiator is they have the Shield, which is kind of its own class, which is called the Sentinel, apparently. But, the Shield Sentinel class or whatever, that's, that seems like its own tanking class as well. The Gladiator could very well be a DPS class,
But the Gladiator really is more of a main tank, and the Pugilist... I mean, the Pugilist is definitely... You can damage deal on that, but it can also tank. I know, I play one.
I know, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying I think there's room for another tank, and that's what brings me another off tank, and that brings me to kind of the Enforcer, which sounds even more like a tank. They are a Disciple of War. Their skill is called Club, and their weapon deals blunt damage. Now that just Enforcer just by itself sounds like tank.
Yeah, I think that one sounds more like a tank than the Fencer does.
Okay, well, we also have the Musketeer, which is a Disciple of War. They already have a guild in Limcell. Their skill is called Gunnery, and their weapon deals projectile damage.
Now, Musketeer sounds like it'll be a heck of a lot of fun. I think that's going to be very, very popular, similar to what the Corsair was. Now, Corsair wasn't really popular because of its playstyle. Popular because of just the style in general,
I'm personally really excited about it because how absolutely adorable will it be to be a Lalafell holding a gun?
You're going to need a kickstand for it.
Probably, but that's okay because I'm going to look totally badass.
Got a lot of kickback, be getting thrown around everywhere.
Yeah. It'll be like the Ald Goats hit me. I fly way across the map.
Yeah, I go to the town and I just stare at that wall of guns, and they just look so. They're like World War II era guns almost. Like they're just not fully automatic, but anything that was like just semi-automatic, it seems like they have.
Mystic is the next one. They are a Disciple of Magic class. Their skill is called Mysticism, and their weapon deals various elemental damage similar to other magic users. Their primary elements are fire, wind, and lightning, which happen to be identical to the Conjurer, but is actually astral damage.
Now, this one doesn't seem to fit like it would as a main job, but, and we went over this yesterday on the first recording of the show. I actually speculate that this is going to be similar to the Sentinel, which is the shield, where if you're a Conjurer, you hold on to a mystic weapon, and now you're a mystic that has these other abilities, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I could see that, because they do have that secondary system put in, so it actually... even those classes they don't have more information on, those could be secondary too, but I was thinking it could be almost like a melee mage, and each weapon determines what type of damage you're putting out.
Well, you know what I
switch on the fly.
You know what I actually noticed earlier today? I was playing, and I was doing a guild leave, and I was getting the guardian, blessing, and you can apply it to your primary hand or your secondary hand. Same with when you're putting an ability on your ability bar, you can put it on your primary hand or your secondary hand.
Well, you know how the Conjurer can use a wand and a shield? I'm wondering if maybe you would use a wand like you would as a Conjurer, but you would I'm envisioning it with like an orb in the offhand. Which would change you into a mystic.
Yeah,
they're talking about astral damage. I'm picturing orbs.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's that's exactly what I'm referring to. Is you hold something in your secondary hand and you become a mystic. Or maybe that particular weapon is the mystic, but you still are a Conjurer as the same. It's similar to how a gladiator is a gladiator and a sentinel when they have a shield on.
It could be nice if you could use it to mix it up too. Like if you have a free hand as a class, you can put that in your offhand, and now you have access to magic basically.
Yeah, that is definitely a way that it can be implemented. And I think Arcanist, which we're about to cover next, is very similar to Mystic as well. Now, Arcanist is a disciple of magic that uses magic along with mechanics. So, I mean, maybe they're going to be holding some kind of engineered type weapon, from a goldsmith or something. The guild's already in Limits of the Limits as well, which kind of makes sense because that was the only thing you could play in Alpha and Beta. So it seems like it's the most developed city of the other of all three of them. Their skill is called Arcanima. Their auto attack is called Magic Missile, which I laughed. I really did. It's if you haven't watched the Dead Elves Watch Tower thing with the D&D Final Fantasy characters, and he's like, I'm gonna cast Magic Missile. That just made me laugh so much when I read this. But
so I know your nerd is showing.
Yes, I am a nerd. Thank you very much. They can create Distaff, which it's a little weird because not only can they create it, but they can then use Animate Distaff. And apparently Distaffs are imbued with power by the Arcanist, like they're items specifically that the Arcanist can use, and they can use them to put down traps, Arcanima fields, and more. And the limit... They have a limit to the number of Distaffs that they can place down per party, and they have a set duration. But I guess like these are specific. Like maybe they're taking these machines and animating them like a puppeteer.
Ooh, yeah, I forgot about those damn puppets.
That's
probably it.
And if you look in Alda, they have those little mechanical things, like that are playing the instruments during the parade.
Yeah.
Something like that. You think that's what it is?
That could be it. I've seen, really it sounds like, and, damn me for saying this, but they actually sound like totems from World of Warcraft that the shamans would use. Lay them down and they do certain stuff.
Well, what if, because it's mechanics, right? So what if what they're holding in their secondary, if it is a secondary job, it's remote control?
I guess that could be it.
I don't know. If they can create the staffs and animate them, it's... Who knows? Well, this is all speculation regardless, but It's really nice that they're doing, these sort of things. But their weapon deals various element damage similar to other magic users as well. So apparently they don't cast magic. Their weapon just does elemental damage. So their primary elements are ice, earth, and water, which is identical to the Thaumaturge, and is actually umbral damage. So those two things, you have the Mystic, which is similar to the Conjurer, and you have the Arcanist, which is similar to the Thaumaturge. So this makes me think that these are certainly secondary position jobs.
Yeah, then you can mix them up, like get both schools of magic through a kind of secondary, or even focus your own by, having two of the same. They also have the, I think this is Disciple of the Land, the Shepherd. They use an action called Herd, which I guess you use to herd things, and then you have herded.
This is...
That's all the information we seem to have on this one.
Yeah, this seems a little interesting, because, if you look at Disciple of Land, what do? They go and they get resources. So I'm assuming that maybe the Disciple of Land, the Shepherd, goes and herds up a bunch of animals, brings them back, and then everyone kills them for their resources.
I don't know.
They kill them because that'd be a real pain in the butt if someone, this herd, there was a bunch of mobs and the herder came by and took 10 of them, and now there's nothing to kill.
Yeah,
took them and sheared them and then they were gone.
Well, I don't know.
It doesn't work that way.
Well, if they add a whole bunch of more enemies to the world, maybe this could work.
I think it would still be a pain in the butt, to be honest. I think that they need to spawn them, when you're at the tree, or they're just running all around or something and you just herd them. I don't know. I don't think that they're going to be enemies like we're seeing now. I don't think you're going to go herd a bunch of dodos.
Yeah, they might get their own, the way you can see an enemy before you attack it, but no one else can see it if you're not attacking it. So they might get mobs that are just kind of around that only they can see in shepherd mode.
Right. So that's all for the unimplemented classes. I think that's a pretty extensive list, and I can see definitely a lot of those being implemented, especially since some of them already have guilds in the world. But apparently they've also have skills that are not implemented in the game yet. These seem to be higher level skills, past 50 a lot of times. And I guess we're going to go over those now.
Well, first up would be Gladiator. The unimplemented skills for such are Stroke of Time. Althic blesses your sword, dealing fourfold slashing damage to the target. Increases attack power for each enfeebling effect on you, and removes enfeebling effects after execution.
Since if they're tanking, they're going to get a lot of enfeebling effects. Maybe, if they do it right, it might be not even good if you have no or only one enfeebling effect on you. Like, you have to have a bunch for it to be decent. I could see it working that way.
Yeah, I mean, but like, say for example, you're fighting something that, or you're fighting multiple targets, because apparently that's what Final Fantasy XIV. You're doing a lot of group battling, and you have 6 to 8 enfeebling effects on you. You do one skill, and I mean, it probably only hits one target, but now you have none of those effects on you.
The next up would be Inferno Edge. Creates a burst of heat and flame, dealing fire damage to nearby targets. Sounds like an AoE.
It sounds like standard. The standard thing.
Yeah.
AE with fire. Fun
Nothing
times.
big there. Master of Arms. Apply all you have learned, increasing the affinity of your next action by 25, up to a maximum of 100.
I guess that sounds kind of standard as well. It doesn't sound overpowered whatsoever.
Oh, last but not least, Battle Calm. Maintain your composure, increasing attack power and ensuring the success of your next attack.
Basically 100% accuracy.
I think that one's pretty sweet, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like hit harder and hits more accurately, so it's a nice little combo skill.
But it's only for one attack, so...
Yeah. Well, you do that in your Master of Arms, and you do some cool attack, and you're all set.
Yep, definitely. Now, the next class, which is actually my newest character, is actually a Marauder. We're going to go over the skills that are unimplemented. So, God's Bane. Undo what the gods have done, dealing threefold slashing damage and reducing target's resistance to critical hits. Reduces your maximum HP by 2%. Now, that's a really weird reference. Undo what the gods have done.
Yeah, I'm really unsure of what to make of all of that, to be honest.
I am starting to think that whatever they have planned with Ifrit and Titan and some other stuff I think it's going to be like a huge, the gods are back or whatever type thing.
Do you think that Ifrit and Titan are gods?
It might be something like that. I don't know. Maybe they'll be the avatars of them, or their minions coming down or something.
Who knows? The next one is Whirlwind. Whirl your axe fiercely, dealing slashing damage to nearby enemies. Consumes TP to increase attack power when below 50% HP. Now, that one just seems like an AoE. I mean...
yeah. Well, a Marauder is known for their AoEs. I mean, that's what they do, so...
Yeah, they're definitely
just sounds
AoE.
like another one.
Nice.
So next one is Rampage. Control the momentum of battle, increasing attack power with each successful attack. Ends when an attack is missed. This seems like it could be very devastating if you don't miss.
And limit, otherwise that could be just you're fighting. I guess if you stacked accuracy, or if you're fighting a lower end mob, that's just death to whatever you're.
Oh yeah,
attacking.
definitely.
Well, the problem with Marauder is that they are known to miss a lot. I mean, people have been complaining all across the boards on that. So, I think you've gotten 50-50 chance, kind of, screwing that one up.
Oh man, that would suck. You're just Rampage, miss. No, it's
Yeah.
you don't. I mean, you don't want to waste something like that, especially since we only have descriptions and names. We don't really know what any of these cost or what they actually do in terms of level. So it's all still speculation. The next one is Entrench, and you plant your feet firmly, gaining immunity from knockback effects. Inflicts the user with heavy. That seems pretty legit.
Yeah, that'd be a nice. I'm surprised. That's almost something like a gladiator would get just to have it on their gladiator. Level up Marauder just to have it for the gladiator. Then when they're tanking and something does a knockback, they're not getting knocked back, so they get to hold aggro better. Is what it seems like.
I completely agree.
Well, it'll suck if these are actually implemented for the later levels, because having to level both a Guardian and a Marauder all the way up to level 50, I'm not quite sure I'd have it in me.
And the last one for Marauder is Retaliation. Punish oncoming enemies, increasing the chance to counter frontal attacks. Now, do we have a counter? Is that a parry? Is that what they're referring to?
I don't know. Well, a counter, I don't know. The mechanic of it would be, I would think, a good counter would be just you automatically hit them back.
Right. That's
Like,
what a good one would
it's
be.
a check, and they hit you, and then your counter triggers, and you just hit them back without having to do anything,
Right.
which would be real nice because then you don't use up any of your stamina or TP or any of your attack turns. So
I completely agree.
then we have Archer and their unimplemented skills. It's they have Mind Scatter, aim for the source of the enemy's voice, dealing projectile damage and reducing magic potency.
It's like I
Which-
guess it's like a silence or something, like a mute.
That's what
Yeah, I'd
I'm
love to
assuming.
have that on those damn imps. They like to nuke me a lot, and that would be awesome for them. And they have Smite, aim for the heart, dealing projectile damage, and charming the target increases attack when attacking from the front.
That seems very like I'm kind of confused by that. You deal projectile damage, but you charm the target after you aim for the heart. Like, I don't know.
I'm assuming that it's some kind of stun. I mean, it's really all that it could be, right?
That would be nice if it was some sort of crowd control stun, because this is attack from the front. So if you're attacking their front, that means they're attacking you. So you hit them with Smite, and then they're disoriented and you get out of the way or get behind them or something. So that
Yeah.
might be kind of a crowd control thing. Swarm Sting, loose a hail of arrows dealing projectile damage, requires 3 knocked arrows.
Sounds like an AoE.
Yeah, and it
Yeah,
sounds like you're
range
just
AoE.
like shooting your bow up in the air and like letting the arrows fly.
Yeah, there's a multi-shot skill that I think it's referring to when you knock more arrows. So that's like an opener almost. You knock a bunch of arrows before you start fighting, open Swarm Sting. That would be devastating.
Wow, that would. Well, I mean, archers have always been known for dealing some of the most damage in the game, right?
Yeah, they deal. I'm noticing that a lot of my damage is like at the start of a fight. If I stack a bunch of stuff and I hit them hard first, that'll be like half the fight right there, and the other half is take 3 times as long.
Well, I'm excited to see that one implemented. I really hope it does, because it sounds kind of like Volley from World of Warcraft, and I always like that skill. Well, next up is the class that I play, which is Pugilist. Our unimplemented skills are kind of strange. The first one is Steal. Rifle through an enemy's belongings, stealing an item at random. Chance of success increases when stealthed. I don't like this one.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like Final Fantasy 14 at all.
I can think of I think a Marauder, a Musketeer, like even an Archer would be better for steal, and Pugilist does not seem like a stealing type of guy.
Well, I mean,
I
they're supposed to have assassin, which I mean, what would they do? Would they be stealthed? Like, it just doesn't seem like this makes sense.
What I've seen, the rumor for assassin weapon is supposed to be something like dark arts or something more like a assassin,
Like a ninja?
traditional set. Yeah, basically.
Well,
their
yeah,
ninja
'cause I don't-
version.
I feel like a ninja would have the ability to be stealthed. I feel like a Pugilist is more of like a well-balanced monk, you know? I mean, we've got our little fist weapons and everything. I feel more like a monk than... I just don't feel like stealth and stealing... I don't feel like those fit the character at all.
I don't see them I don't see why they'd be stealthy at all. That just seems like
Maybe
like
the
getting
reason
a good
why...
sucker punch in. I don't know.
Maybe the reason why it hasn't been implemented is because they're saving it for something like an assassin. Maybe that's why it's not in here for Pugilist at this point.
Could just be in the wrong spot, and they're just
Yeah. I mean,
Exactly.
well, I mean, you know, in the only time you were stealthed in 11 was as a thief doing sneak attack. That's it. You could not be stealth out in the world, and I do not want to play a game where I can have just invisible people all over the place.
Yeah. Nope, this isn't WoW. I want something different this time.
I completely agree.
Next up is Shoulder Tackle. Charge at an enemy with devastating force, dealing blunt damage. Sounds just like, your normal.
I hope that has a sweet knockback on it, like the mobs do.
Yeah, because didn't they have the knockback with the shoulder tackle in 11?
I have absolutely no idea, but if they did, that would make it more of a use than basically just another skill.
It was. I mean, it was a slight knockback, but I'm pretty sure they had some kind of knockback with it.
Yeah, I think they did, and it was just like a little bit, nothing like we've been getting hit with by the mobs. That's what I'm hoping it is. If it's like that, I will totally get that as an archer, just to get some distance between me and him. Like, I'll be point blank on a shoulder tackle and just shoot him while he's away.
Nice.
Alright, and last but not least is Azure Fists. Throw a flurry of traumatizing blows, dealing 8-fold blunt damage. Can only be used while in optimal offensive stance.
That, I mean, they had that in Final Fantasy XI as well, and it was just a flurry of just punches. It looked amazing, but I'm kind of interested to see how they're going to implement it in Final Fantasy XIV.
Especially with the way they have all of the animations. The animations are so well done in 14. I'm interested to see how it all looks.
You know, one thing I'm kind of worried about is when, with the Zern Fists, you're kind of standing in one spot and just doing your flurry of punches. What if the mob runs away? Are you going to be sitting there stuck doing the animation?
Yeah,
or...
I think you're screwed.
Oh, of course.
Well, hopefully, I don't know, maybe it won't let them run. That'd
Well,
be nice.
if it's a TP skill, I find that when the mob runs away, which it often does, I'm still stuck in mid animation. I can't do anything at that point, so I'm sure it'll be exactly the same.
They need to fix that. Similar to the in 11, if you were trying to do an action and you got cured, you had to wait for the cure animation to finish before you can move. Like, that was...
I totally forgot about
that. One of those, right? It's one of those stupid abilities. But now we're going to move on to Lancer, which is one of my alts characters, my Sayano Itzuma character. And these are a little confusing, a little silly, and then very needed, in my opinion. So first one is Overrun. Close in on an enemy, increasing TP and dealing piercing damage, can only be executed when the target is unaware of your presence. Sounds like jousting it or something,
Sounds like an opening or something.
Yeah, opener, ambush.
Yeah.
Well, what if, if you're in a group and your party kind of attacks first and you don't hit it yet, can you still use this?
I would hope so. That would suck.
Yeah.
If you always had, everyone stay back, I gotta hit it first. Guys.
Well, the Lancer is not really supposed to be an opening class for the most part.
Yeah,
They're
not at all.
Just the damage dealing buffer, so it would be kind of silly for them to open first.
Mm-hmm. Moving right along to Ring of Thorns. Thrust your polearm in all directions, increasing attack power and dealing piercing damage to nearby targets. This just sounds like it would look ridiculous.
Yeah, it sounds absurd.
Sounds like some serious, over-the-top anime stuff there.
It reminds me of Matrix with Neo fighting all the agent Smiths. It just, he's sitting there. It just looks ridiculous. I don't see how this would work at all.
Yeah.
Buff is nice, though.
Oh, yeah,
I think
definitely.
there's a reason why that one hasn't been implemented. I think they also need to explain that a little different, because thrusting your pole arm in all directions just doesn't really make sense when you think about the way a pole arm works.
Yeah, I don't see a feasible way of doing that without it taking about 30 seconds. So...
and that mob is going to be on you in that amount of time.
Definitely. And then they have Onslaught, which is unleash a calculated attack, dealing piercing damage. An amount of TP consumed is dependent on distance from target. What does that mean? All of that just does not even make sense to me.
I don't know. I'm confused.
I'm hoping what it is your distance determines how much DP you use, and that determines how hard it hits. I'm just not sure if being closer uses more or being further uses more.
Now, one thing I noticed when fighting as a Lancer is when, if you're not right, because a lot of times you just get right up on the enemy and you start doing stuff, right? But if you're a Lancer, he actually lunges forward and then does the attack if you're not right up on the mob. So I'm thinking that there's sort of a mid-range attacking class where, if you're not all in the mob, so you can kind of get away from some of those AoE attacks, you can jump forward, do your attack, and then he jumps back to where he was, so that he's away from the mob a little bit. So that I could totally see that working a little bit better in that context,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking it is. If you're just up on them, that's their mechanic. So I would imagine further away you are, if you're at max distance, it'll work better.
Right. Now they have Righteousness. Show the enemy the path to righteousness, dealing piercing damage. TP to increase attack power. This just sounds ridiculous.
Someone's been talking to Samuel L. Jackson a little bit too much.
Yes, it's like, let's show the enemy the path to righteousness by dealing piercing damage to their face. Like, that just does not make sense to me at all. And then one that I think I really, really want, but just seems a little out of place, is Jump. You know, the Dragoon ability, Jump. Leap high into the air, gaining temporary immunity to all attacks. It's not an actual attack, it's just an evasion move. I think that's awesome.
I think that would look really cool. Next up is Conjure. Level 38 is Re-Raise, revives target upon being knocked out.
No, that's, I mean, right now they already get a raise at 38, which is a little weird. Re-Raise, I mean, apparently I was talking with my Link Shell leader earlier, and he said he already gets a raise at 38. He was looking around sites, and apparently they have it there.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess this is supposed to be like a buff, sort of. So I would equate it to WoW's version of the Warlock orb thing that lets you come back alive after you've been killed.
Well, I mean, Re-Raise just basically puts a buff on you, and if you die with the buff on, you can just come back alive.
That's
So-
how.
So, yeah.
Next one I think is named really strangely, but level 42 Tractor pulls the body of a knocked out target toward the caster.
I mean, they had Tractor in Final Fantasy XI, if I'm not mistaken, and they had it in Vanguard, too, where if you type Graveyard and Tombstone, it would just kind of pull it to you, you know?
I think I think technically, English-wise, it does make sense, because, you know, that's just what that word means, but it's just not common.
Well, there's some higher ranked elemental skills as well. Level 54 would be Fire, Arrow, Thunder, Water, Stone, and Blizzard 3.
Sounds, you know...
Basic.
All these sound basic, so just go through
Yeah,
them.
level 62 Burn, Frost, Choke, Rasp, Shock, Drown 3. Level 72 Fire, Arrow, Thunder, Water, Stone, Blizzard 4. And level 80 Flare, Freeze, Tornado, Quake, Burst, Flood 2.
Now, see, that whole level 80 thing seems weird because the upper speculation said 75, and this speculation says level 80.
The thing is, obviously, none of this is foolproof at this point, so who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
They could change.
And, and I think they're actually referring to Final Fantasy 11 from those levels. Not 80, obviously, but because if it was 75, I think it'd be around the same thing. You know, like the same levels for those abilities. If I'm not mistaken, it looks very familiar.
Yeah.
But then they have the Thaumaturge. Many more two-handed weapons are planned to be implemented, which is good, I guess, because right now they're only really using wands, and the Conjurer has a two-handed weapon. So now the Thaumaturge is supposed to be getting more two-handed weapons.
That's good.
But the unimplemented skills, they have Asper, which replaces Siphon MP. It's the same description, icon, and effect, but it's just called Asper. Level 32 is Mass Fear. Now, this one just seems like it does not fit whatsoever in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. Causes enemies within area of effect to flee in terror.
Sounds like surefire death.
Yeah, I don't think anyone that plays Final Fantasy XIV thinks this would be a good idea.
Yeah, I'd have to know more details about it, like how long it lasts and will it work, and otherwise, I mean, in other games it's mostly used for crowd control, but if you're outside, that's no good.
The only time I've used it, the only time I've used it in other games is PvP to keep, the opposing team away from me, and they're not mobs. They have brains. They're not gonna aggro 300 other mobs to come after me. This just sounds absurd, stupid.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it fits in Final Fantasy XIV at all. Next one is Absorb TP, transfers a portion of the target's TP to you. Again, I find that completely useless for a Thaumaturge, unless it's just like an ability that you have added to another class.
Yeah, if you could transfer the TP over to someone else, it would make more sense, but transferring the TP from the target to you, I don't know, I don't see a reason for it.
Well, say like if you're a Marauder or Pugilist or Gladiator and you have just this skill from Thaumaturge, that would make sense.
Well, yeah, but it would
That'd
make
be
sense
nice.
for the other classes. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense for Thaumaturge.
Yeah, I know, but I think what they're doing is because I mean we've read a couple skills that just do not make sense all the time in this whole for speculation, and it seems like they're adding skills to certain classes that sound really good to other classes that you level up multiple ones.
Right. No, I agree.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. The level 38 Soul Ward allows target to instantly revive upon being KO'd. Now, this is the shard that you were talking about, that Warlocks get in WoW. This sounds like it's very similar to it.
Right. I think so as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's basically like a Soul Shard. Onus of Might. Turn an enemy's strength to your advantage, reducing the target's attack power and defense for each enhancing effect it has. That sounds like it can be a little overpowered, but it really depends on how it's used. I think, like what it costs and other things like that.
Yeah, I could see it being a problem if there was PvP, but mobs usually are, the way they make things, mobs have a lot of enhancing effects, and then you have to debuff them a bunch, so I could see it working there fine.
Well, I mean, what if a gladiator had hold of that?
I don't know. Well, it's a debuff for them. I don't think the thaumaturge is actually getting any of that. It's just flipping the enemy's advantages into debuffs.
Right, for every effect that it has. So, I mean, it really depends on, I don't think this would work on bosses, because bosses are usually the ones that are buffed out the most.
Well, again, if it did work, I don't know, I'd need more technical stats on it. Like, does it top out at like only converting 5, or because it could end up being real pain in the butt if it's one of those things you need to have. Like, well, we need Onus of Might, or we can't kill Ifrit, or whatever.
Right, exactly. All right, so that is the end of the community news and speculation. Now we're going to go over to the feature discussion, and that is the battle regimens and incapacitation. So why don't you tell us a little bit about those, Pippa?
Battle regimens are combat tactics which party members may employ against a single enemy. By coordinating and executing battle commands in a precise order, players may cause certain additional beneficial effects to occur.
Now that just seems like they need to, right there with the battle regimens, it seems like there's a flaw, because it says against a single enemy. And in a game where it's supposed to be, advertised as one versus many, we would want some kind of battle regimen that has an AoE effect. Why can't you have both? Say if you do a single enemy one, then the effect might be a little stronger than the AoE one. But when you're fighting so many things at the same time, there has to be some kind of battle regimen that is AoE. I think that's why a lot of people don't even use it. There's not many enemies that you're going to be just fighting by themselves, and in a lot of guild leaves, you're fighting multiple ones.
The thing is, you're not really fighting them that long either. I mean, I've never been fighting like 3 guys for any more than 2 minutes. So I don't know. Maybe you can do a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
I think battle regimens are best saved for boss fights. Doing them on a regular mob with only 3 people feels very useless. It feels like a lot of work for nothing. And half the time, they don't even go off the way things... the way things are written about battle regimens, they don't even work that way. You're supposed to be able to stack them up and then deploy. And half the time, I feel like they don't even go off.
It really depends on how close your party members are to the target, if they stacked their abilities right. And in fact, I went and looked at the chart for the battle regiments. All it is either you're doing a light attack and someone else is doing a heavy attack, or if you're the same class, it'll have a certain effect. Rather, if you're not in the same class, if you're doing a light attack and someone's doing a magic attack, doesn't matter which one. Just if they're doing one, then that's a battle regimen. And it seems like you can interchange all of those. It seems pretty basic, yet it's implemented so poorly. But let's go ahead and tell us how the whole thing works, because we've all tried it, I think, in some kind of capacity, and all it's done is get me killed.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so to start, you are supposed to consult with other party members to determine the best battle regimen to use against a specific target. The battle commands and the order in which they are to be executed should all be decided.
And that seems like grade school stuff, but somehow we can't figure it out.
Right. All right. Then, you wait until your position in the queue comes around to switch to battle regimen mode and select the battle command you wish to stack. A single party member cannot stack more than one action in a battle regimen. It makes no sense, because there is no queue, it's not turn-based.
No, exactly. And, well, it kind of is, because when you hit that freaking battle regimen button mode, it pauses everything you do.
True.
You cannot attack in that thing.
But how do you know when it's your turn in queue?
There's something that pops up or something, and
Lights
it's
up
supposed
or
to tell you
something,
hit your button now. But the thing that is confusing is it says you have to switch whenever it comes to U-turn. You have to switch battle regimen mode on when it should automatically do it, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure.
Like,
I mean, I feel like it just is not user friendly at all.
Yeah, they need to make it a lot more intuitive. It's just it's like you're putting it together haphazardly. It's really weird.
I completely agree. Yeah.
Well, next portion of that is after all participating party members have stacked their battle commands, one of the party members selects to initiate the battle regimen. That would be, by clicking G on your keyboard. Again, sometimes they don't even all go off. It's so confusing.
Well, they need to, speaking about the battle regimen button on the keyboard, they need to change where it is when you're using the controller, because I have hit that thing on accident and I cannot heal, I cannot do anything. It's just I'm trying to target another mob and I accidentally hit it, and it just it messes up the whole thing.
Yeah.
It slows you down real nice, especially when you shouldn't even be able to turn it on when you're by yourself. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I completely agree.
I really agree on that one. I did that by myself the other day and I got killed because it was enabled and I didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Well, and the end of this is once the battle regimen is initiated, the stacked battle commands will all be executed automatically, chaining together to create additional effects. Now, I did do this today. We did get an additional effect, but that was after trying it 5 other times to figure out how to get everybody on the same page. It's not helpful.
It seems
Was it
like
awesome? Like the effect or something?
It was just a slight debuff. It didn't even seem like it was worth it after all that.
I mean, it seems completely unintuitive. They want you to, hit the battle regimen button, choose an ability. The next person hits the battle regimen button, choose an ability. The next person hits the battle regimen button, chooses an ability. And then you all push G and it automatically goes. Why can't it just automatically go?
No, you're only supposed to have one person press G. Or whatever, and that will make the whole thing go off. But the problem is that sometimes people don't stack in time or something. I'm not sure what is causing it, but then when that selected person presses G, nothing happens to some of the party members.
Oh, you know what it is?
They have to hit G themselves.
Yeah, I think it's UI lag.
It probably is.
I can't imagine. That would have to be it. It seems like every problem just has the prerequisite of the UI lag being horrible.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much.
Well, I mean, aside from the battle regimens, which utterly fail, in my opinion, the things that are really awesome are the damage to body parts, which I've never seen this in another MMO really implemented in this way. I mean, have either of y'all?
Not to my recollection.
I think Age of Conan had something like it, but I don't think it was as good looking as is on here. It's just it would just be a flimsy little icon above the guy, he messed up his arm.
Oh yeah.
Actually, you can decapitate people in.
Oh, as a kill mode, yeah.
Yeah, but that's an ending kill thing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, in Final Fantasy XIV, they have enemies where their body parts are susceptible to damage, and certain amount of damage will result in body parts becoming incapacitated. For example, in Aldegoat's horns can be broken. A Daramite's stinger can be lopped off, and I've seen and heard other things like the skeleton's head being popped off, and I'll get to that in a minute, but it's basically achieved through the use of specific weapon skills that automatically target these body parts whenever they are present. So, when the body part of an enemy is incapacitated, it will suffer the following effects. Weaken the monster. prevent the monster from using its special abilities, and influence the type of loot dropped. So, depending on what the monster is, if you hit the head, it might prevent it from being able to see or do special attacks or anything like that. If you're fighting one of those weird little spider crystal looking creatures, and you attack its back, you could get ore from it. You know, it will actually affect the type of loot that's dropped.
I wonder, however, for instance, with the skeleton, I wonder if the fight lasts more than like a minute or two, will its head grow back?
No, it's actually like when it's incapacitated, it's incapacitated for the whole fight. Like you have damaged it beyond repair.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I mean, another this include the dodos. You know, if you hit their head, you can prevent sleep with concussive blow too. You can knock off specific skeleton body parts with Riot Blade takes off like the left arm, Foe Seeker takes off the right arm, and Skull Sunder 2 takes off the head. And the head actually does pop off. I've not seen the arms fall off, but the head does fall off. It's pretty interesting. And
Evil Dead'em.
Yeah, exactly. And you can also incapacitate a Cactar's legs to prevent 1,000 Needles with Skewer 2. So they have a whole chart. We'll have it linked in the show notes, as well as other charts for the market words and stuff. But it is really interesting system, and I'm excited to try it out with some party members and be like, "Did you just see what I did to that thing?" You know, like that'd be awesome.
We were talking about it earlier today. I haven't seen anything happen to an all goat's horn, but I'm really excited to just see one lopped off because it just sounds really cool.
Now, I don't know if the horns actually lop off. I do know that because they said that they weren't visual, right? But I know that the skeleton's head does pop off.
Well, I worry about like how it says influence the loot. I hope it's not it doesn't have negative effects. Like if you do something, it messes up their arm. So like you'll get like a chest piece, but then the arm item has no chance of dropping because that could really screw it up. Like, dude, you weren't supposed to do that. I was looking for the legs. Like, well, I want to incapacitate him.
Well, I think
just screwed it up.
I think what it's going to be like if you break the Aldegoat's horn, maybe the horn will drop. You know, something like that.
I'm hoping it's like purely positive. Like, just the more you incapacitate them, the more loot you get, and it doesn't like have any trade-offs, because that could be a real problem if someone decides to do whatever they want.
All right, well, I think that's going to do it for episode 1 of Lodestone Radio. It's been a really long show, and it's been even longer since we've had to record this for the second time. But I mean, hopefully this one all goes well. And we hope to have a show every single week after maintenance, which is usually going to be recorded on Saturday. And so we're going to have myself, Saino, Pippa, and Naylock, and we're going to be here every single week. Be sure to check us out at lodestoneradio.com. And if you would like to sponsor an episode, it's only $10. You'll see the link on the website. You just go there, donate $10 or any amount really that you want to. All of it helps go to the hosting and keep this running. But you put in $10 and we will say your name in that week's episode. Kind of give you a little shout out at the beginning of the episode and let everybody know that you support Lodestone Radio. So thanks for listening. For Pippa and Naylock, we're Lodestone Radio, and see you next week. Yes. So let's just start it from to rectify this.
What? Where's to rectify this?
You were reading it.
Oh, right. Okay. To rectify this, they're currently conducting.
This is horrible.
Every time I see the word, I can't even say enmity.
Say aggro, damn it. Aggro.
Okay. Just change the word on the form next time.
I should have just changed it.
Okay, let me write it in. Aggro. Okay. Now every time I read rectify, I want to say rectum. Okay. To rectify this, they're currently conducting adjustments to areas such as aggro.
Yeah, we're actually going to talk about the battle regiment system later on at the end of the show, but I mean, it seems kind of, again, redundant why, it just seems like artificial partying forcing, like it doesn't seem like you actually have to party for these, but they're going to make it so that, hey, let's have, we have this ability that already works, let's just make it a little tougher so that they have to group, Alright, I will just delete all that.
Didn't that happen last time?
Yes, it did.
It's it at the same
That's
point.
exactly... apparently y'all don't get what I'm saying.
No, Justin was going to bed, so I kind of zoned out.
You did that yesterday!
I
What?
know.
Oh my god. Okay.
Same spot.
Okay. So,
Did you get to the server lag portion yet?
no, I didn't.
Oh, okay, good.
Here we go. Alright. He also goes on to say... Today's episode is sponsored by the generous donation of Jonathan Morris of the Cornelia server.
This is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello everyone and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I'm your host Saino and it is episode 2. It's October 23rd, 2010. And with me as always is Pippa.
Hello.
And Naylock.
Hello.
Alright, so we have a couple announcements to do. This is episode 2 now. And we got a lot of great feedback. We got a lot of really interesting stats back, and we've also got a couple of our own little personal announcements. So first and foremost, it's kind of, I guess it's a little easy to confuse with, we are called Lodestone Radio, and the official Final Fantasy XIV website is called Lodestone, but we are not affiliated with Square Enix in any way. Right?
What?
Yes. I know, it's confusing, right? Everyone thought that we were, and no, we're not. We're just fans. We thought Lodestone. Yeah. We were trying to find a name for the podcast. Everything was taken, basically everything Final Fantasy XIV related. So we went with Lodestone. It was the only one that wasn't taken. Also, we are now on iTunes. Before we got on iTunes, we only had about 30 to 50 downloads, and when we got on iTunes, which was on Wednesday, we had over 15,000 downloads.
That's crazy shocking. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Now, if you do enjoy the show and you're listening right now, please go on iTunes and review us on there. The more ratings we get, the more it'll be easier for people to search for us. If you've ever been to lodestoneradio.com, that's where the website is. Engine, they're actually the hosts for the website. And I actually was talking with some of the people that work over there, and because they host the website for us, I wanted to kind of, get some of the listeners in on it too. I know we're all Final Fantasy XIV players. So if you're looking for a really good guild hosting or clan hosting website, try out engine.com. Just type in Lodestone Radio, and you'll get 20% off your purchase for a header or theme, which I think is pretty cool. All right, so I guess we're going to go over to personal updates. So, Pippa, take it away.
Well, I'm being a jerk, and I'm taking a little bit of a break.
Jerk.
Not just because I'm slightly burned out on the game. I've been playing nonstop since launch day. And
3 weeks now? Just 24/7 on the game?
Yeah, pretty much. Even though I haven't gotten as far as a lot of people, even just sitting there talking to people, I'm on all the time. And then I'm also in the middle of buying a house and getting ready to move and packing and all that stuff. So it's kind of getting busy around here.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. I mean,
No.
It's sometimes we need breaks, and by the time we come back, there's the November update's going to be in. You're going to have a lot of new stuff to see. How you doing, Naylock?
I'm doing all right. I'm almost 19 Archer now. I've just been grinding through those guild leaves.
So you're getting them to the level 20 story.
Yeah, I'm real close. I'm just trying to beeline it there now. I want to see how it continues.
I hear you. Yeah, I'm in the oldest story, and I got to tell you, it's getting pretty exciting. Right now, I'm physical level I think 19 or 20.
Wow.
But yeah, and that's just my physical level because my adventuring level is only 10. I'm Marauder 10, and then I have blacksmithing, armorer, weaving, leatherworking, and there's one other botanist and mining, and those are all at 10. So I'm
You're
10
free.
across the board. Yes, I'm enjoying it though. It's a hell of a lot of fun.
Supplies now.
Yeah, definitely. Now that we're done with the personal updates, let's go on to equipment breaking news. Now, what we've tried to do is we've took a little feedback, and a couple of people had said that our sections weren't broken up enough. We are actually breaking it up. We have each section called something differently, and I think it'll be a little fun and a little comical as well. We'll see where it goes. But right now, we're going to go to equipment breaking news.
All right, looking good there. And equipment breaking news.
October 22nd, we had a version update. It was kind of small.
Get spoiled.
Yeah.
From the last update.
Well, these are really, really small, so I'll just go over these really quickly. Actions resulting in the acquisition of an item will be canceled should the player already be in possession of the maximum number of that item. So I guess this had to do with the crystals.
Yeah.
Repair NPCs will be displayed first for ease of targeting. I think they announced that last time, right?
Just NPCs last time, but I guess the repair NPCs will come before all the other NPCs.
That's useful.
Yeah.
There's a lot of players that hang around that guy.
Yeah.
Oh my
exactly.
god. It's almost impossible to get to him sometimes. You have to go through an entire sea of people.
Now, this next one, I wish we had a little bit more information. Drop rates for certain items obtained from enemies have been adjusted. What items and what enemies?
I would like to know.
Might have been something like a bug, like it was dropping way too much or something.
Maybe.
Or it wasn't dropping enough.
Yeah. They finally adjusted the Conjurer's trait Fast Cast. It actually increases casting by 20% instead of 10%, which is good.
That's a nice one.
For them.
Yeah. An issue wherein the Final Fantasy XIV client shut down while trading with a retainer has been addressed. I never ran into that. An issue wherein enemy names were not properly displayed has been addressed. I haven't had that one either, but I did have it where NPCs did not show up correctly.
I've had it with everybody. I've had it with mobs, I've had it with people, and now I've had it with NPCs. It is so annoying. So I'm
Are they
glad
just
they
not
fixed it.
showing up, or
The names don't show up, and so you can't select that person. And it happened a lot when I was in a group. So I would be grouping with someone, and I couldn't click on them to heal them. Really aggravating.
That sounds pretty annoying. An issue wherein use of the Lancer trait Fleet of Foot yielded no effect has been addressed, so I guess now it has an effect.
Actually, the other day I saw that in the problems that were known as one of the major issues. So.
Yeah. And in an issue wherein players cannot progress in the quest, a piece of history has been addressed. So now we're going to move on to the Asks the Devs, which was posted on October 22nd. What was the first thing with party-based combat?
What is all this hubbub about with the so-called party bonus?
the party bonus is a feature that increases the amount of skill points awarded to players from combat while in a party. This feature will be in effect so long as the difference in class ranks between all members is between the range of +5. In addition, the bonus will be greater the more party members there are.
I've been killing so many crabs, all I do is just sit there and kill crab after crab. I wasn't really paying attention to any bonuses.
Next question is, why did the version update that went live on October 15th, 2010 alter the party bonus to be based upon the class rank rather than the number of party members?
Under the previous settings, since party bonuses were calculated solely on the number of party members, even players who were too low level to effectively participate in combat were being awarded extra skill points simply by being present in the party. The alterations to the system were made to prevent exploitation of this in the form of power leveling. Basically, we screwed up, we didn't see the exploit, and then now we fixed it.
One of the link shells I'm in, there are a lot of people power leveling, so I guess that probably put a halt to that, which is good.
The next question they cover is, if I'm in a party with someone beyond the 5 level range, will I be getting less skill points than I would be if I was playing solo?
The answer to that is no. Rather, the amount of skill points awarded in these two instances would be the same, regardless of whether the player is solo or in a party. If a party bonus is not in effect, the amount of skill points capable of being obtained will be the same.
So basically they're saying if you're not within 5 levels, if you're solo or grouping, doesn't really matter, just do whatever.
Yeah.
Right. The next question is it possible the level range for party bonuses will be adjusted in the future?
We initially set the difference to 5 to combat the issue mentioned above. We will continue to monitor community feedback and look at how parties are formed. Depending on these results, we may tweak these values in the future.
That's a nice PR way of saying no.
Yeah.
Right?
We may make it bigger, but no way.
Yeah, I mean, no, we set it to 5 because we set it to 5, and it's not going to change. All right, now we're going to move on to guild leaves. What are they saying about that?
Oh, what can you tell me about exchanging regional leaves?
And the answer is kind of long. They say the exchange of regional leaves may be carried out under any of the following circumstances. The maximum of 8 plates, and I guess they refer to the leaves that you get as plates, has been reached for the regional leave in your possession. You wish to abandon the duty of the regional leave in your possession, or the supplementation of a completion bonus to the regional leave you wish to undertake.
It makes sense, by the way, that they call them plates because they're supposed to be like little stained glass cards.
Right. And by the way, Square Enix, if you're listening, which I highly doubt, if you put a stained glass leave in the Square Enix store, I will buy that thing so quickly.
They have a keychain.
But it's not stained glass.
Well, I know.
Yeah, like a true one with like a metal frame and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I want a pewter frame and stained glass, and I'll be all over that. But when exchanging regional leaves, you may select up to 4 to exchange the one you wish to receive. Should a regional leave in your possession be displayed in a white font, regardless of whether its status is completed, failed, or not yet undertaken, it may be selected for exchange. In the event that you select a leave already in your possession, your current leave will be automatically exchanged for the newer of the two. That last one, I guess if you did the leave and you don't go to another city to get more, and you're in the same city and you get the leave again, I guess it'll just be exchanged and you won't get a bonus for it.
Yeah, they do that. I've had that happen quite a few times.
All right, next question is, what should I do if I want to place a completion bonus on a regional leave?
When exchanging regional leaves, a completion bonus will be attached should the number of star marks be more than 1. The bonus will be greater than the larger the number of star marks, up to a maximum of 8. Note: when a completion bonus is applied, the reward in the leave completion window will be displayed in an orange font. The number one thing that I make sure to do every time before trading is to go through all the leaves that they're offering me so that I can make sure that I choose the one with the most gold, or gil, so that I can make sure that I get the biggest bonus on that one.
Yeah, I do that with the Archers Guild marks. If they have one of those, I just dump like 4 of my best star ones into it. Then I get way more marks.
The next question is, how do I increase the number of star marks?
Either of the following 2 methods may be used to increase the number of star marks. Exchange for a regional leave with a different issuing authority, or exchange for a regional leave with a different motif. Increasing the number of star marks related to a leave's reward in no way influences its degree of difficulty, nor impacts it in any other adverse way.
So I guess the authority would be another city, and a motif would just be a different guild leave.
Yep. Okay, what type of specific effects does increasing a regional leave's degree of difficulty have?
And the answer is, increasing the degree of difficulty will result in more powerful enemies, larger amounts of experience and skill points, and greater rewards. At present, the degree of difficulty may not be changed once a regional leave is underway, but the version update scheduled for late November will introduce a feature that allows players to do so. Note, lowering the degree of difficulty will also cause the reward to be scaled down accordingly. Next question is, I saw a treasure chest while I was out doing a regional leave quest. Is there always a treasure chest somewhere on a leave quest? Now, I was actually talking to my Link Shell about this. They were saying that you can find a treasure chest anywhere, not just on a leave quest, but I'm pretty sure I've only ever seen them while I was on a leave quest.
To my knowledge, I've only ever seen them then too. But the answer to your question is, while on a regional Leave Quest, treasure chests may appear based on the Leave Quest location, but there is no guarantee. The chances of a treasure chest appearing, however, may be increased through leave linking. A leave link is created when a party member initiates a regional leave, which other party members also have. Party members not in possession of the guild leave will not be part of the link, but will be leave sharing. Upon opening these chests, players will be rewarded with gil and, in rare instances, items. Should a chest be opened by a player in a party, gil will be automatically split and distributed to party members on the Leave Quest, while items will be placed in a random member's loot list. My fiance always gets the loot. It makes me really mad.
Well, I just like how they randomly do it. You know, they randomly distribute it between everybody.
Why are there no rank 20 regional leaves for minors outside of Limsa Lominsa?
That's actually really annoying, by the way, that they don't have any. But
Well, they have an answer for it.
yeah.
I didn't notice, because I'm not a minor.
Yeah, me either, but I get to tell you the answer. It's awesome. Okay, beyond rank 20, regional leaves for Disciple of the Land classes are issued only from certain authorities. Below is a table displaying which nations issue leaves for which classes.
Okay, we're not even gonna say this.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
This thing because
I'm not reading a table on a podcast.
I mean, well, it's all a moot point anyway. Because after the November version update, all nations will issue regional leaves for all classes regardless of rank.
Oh, well, perfect. Then that just solves all the problems.
I don't know. I don't even know why
Never
they
mind.
even. Yeah, I don't even know why they put this in here. But well, now they're gonna go into quests, which is a little.
Shorter?
I'm annoyed with this first one here. Why don't you start that, Nayla?
Why can I no longer undertake the rank 20 armor quest after accepting the rank 20 blacksmith quest?
Yeah. So apparently, and here's the answer that they give: the blacksmith and armor class quests have been grouped together. Though players are free to choose either the classes they wish, they will only be able to complete the quest for one of the two. For example, if a player has undertaken the rank 20 blacksmith quest, the rank 20 armor quest will be unavailable. The player will, however, again become free to choose either blacksmith or armorer for the rank 30 quest. Quest content and rewards will be adjusted to fit the class chosen for each quest. They also say that quest progress for both classes can be viewed by opening the main menu, journal, blacksmith, and armor quests. That, as someone that levels up both blacksmith and armor, I feel like I'm getting a little gypped here.
Wow.
Yeah, that
I'm
seems
mad.
really weird since they emphasize so much, like, class switching and stuff to group them up like that.
It doesn't make any sense. If they were going to do that for just blacksmith and armor, I mean, what, they both use hammers? Is that, or metals? Is that why it's so similar?
I don't know.
Is there some sort of advantage to, if you could get them separately? Would that be like some huge advantage? I don't see.
It's just frustrating. That's all. If I want to level up armorer and blacksmith, I can't. I mean, I can, but one's going to be far behind the other one just because of the stupid quest.
I think you should be able to play as many of the damn classes as you see fit without having problems like that come about.
I agree.
Oh, well.
But speaking of community, let's go right into our new segment, Community Service. I sentence you to Community Service. This is where we talk about news around the community, and there actually wasn't a lot. But what we are going to talk about is, it's a little bit of a hot topic for me. We're going to talk about the reviews that have been coming out for Final Fantasy XIV and that are continually bashing the game. We're going to go over each review from each site and this is actually off of Metacritic, so they have a nice collection of a lot of the reviews. And basically, we're going to be discussing the similarities between Final Fantasy XI, the systems that go with it, and how Final Fantasy XIV's reviews just don't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know about you guys, but all the reviews for Final Fantasy XIV just seem to be bashing blindly.
Yeah.
I feel that way with most games that come out today. Everybody is bashing every new game that comes out. They don't treat them as, I don't know, like new games. They just compare them against all the old ones.
I'm kind of annoyed by the journalism, because they're not even journalists anymore. They're just hate mongers almost. It's a lot of their reasons for disliking a game stemmed from the fact that they assume every single game is the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they all should have some like minimum requirement for how things should be done. It's really annoying. But then they're like, well, it's just like the other game. It's like, okay, we make it different. Oh, it doesn't have the awesome features of the other game. Like, what the hell?
We're going to go through the reviews from the best to the worst. And,
Wow.
yeah.
That's how you ordered this?
Yeah, I
Oh,
did.
shit. I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Don't you usually want to go from the worst to the best?
Well, no, because I'm going to get madder and madder as we go on with this.
Oh, okay. You're like
Yeah.
preparing
Build it
yourself.
up.
I gotcha.
I'm built up, yeah. So the first review comes from 3D Hugos, and they gave it a score of 67. They say that Final Fantasy XIV has great potential, but it needs to evolve. And they also kind of go on to say, missing content is playable, and inexplicably so vague with its interface and support system that the game is far from the main references of the genre. But well polished, it could stand up to any MMORPG at the moment. Therefore, we believe that the best thing now is to follow the project to see how it progresses, because as it stands now, going into Orzea may evolve not ever wanting to return.
Ooh,
Jeez.
that's harsh.
Now, this was a Spanish website, and then I did my best to translate it. But so if it's worded a little oddly, that's why. But I have to say, it's not a bad game, and I think let's go ahead through all these, and whenever we come over one that's really appalling, we'll comment on it more. But go ahead and read IGN's, Pippa.
Okay. IGN gave it a score of 55 out of 100. They say, while there's a lot to consider when building your ideal class, there's far too little interesting, structured content to chew on, resulting in an experience that quickly grows tedious and tiresome. Terrible interface, sluggish menu response times, poor overworld map, and many other issues. Interesting story, though, in the main missions. Despite the strength of the class system, the game's economy and questing systems need a lot of work to keep players coming back for more.
I have to, every single review talks about how terrible the interface is, the poor overworld map, and then they just kind of hint at other mini issues. And they never explain what those other mini issues are. They only have 2 or 3 main arguments: that the menu system's terrible, that there is menu lag, and yes, there is, and the poor overworld map. It's a map.
I like the map.
You look at the map. I mean, what more do you want it to do? It's not a GPS device. It's a map. You know, it
is on other games. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's a GPS device.
yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it is, and for all intents and purposes, it's a map. You open it up, you look at it, you're like, oh, I know where I'm going.
It
And
provides map functions.
yeah, I don't see how it's a poor overview map. Another thing is the terrible interface. I don't find the interface to be bad at all. I think that the UI, it's a menu system. There's nothing wrong with the menu system. I think the steps in some of the menus there's a little too many of them, but they're going to address that. It's not a bad UI. It's different from what you're used to.
They're going to fix that anyway when they do that total where you can key map literally everything, so that will be squashed anyway. Like, oh, you want it to work like other games and make it do it that, then.
Exactly. And that's what bothers me about reviewers reviewing the game so early like this, just to get the initial rush. Because they're talking about the market as well, and the market system, they've already, I think, in my opinion, they've already really, really fixed it. Because the market words are so much easier to navigate.
Oh, yeah.
Once they put in the search function, it's going to be too easy. I'm just going to be in there, jump out, and then I'm leaving. But right now, I kind of like browsing everybody, you know?
Yeah, I spent some time doing that the other day, and I thought it was pretty easy to find what I was looking for the most part.
Yeah, it's way better, but I still ran into people selling stuff that I didn't care about, and just a lot of the same stuff. Like, why is everyone selling sheepskin, whatever? Like, this guy has 10 of them.
You know what? And that actually brings me to an interesting point, getting even further off topic. I went to the market ward, the tradecraft ward, and I tell you, do not go in there. You're never going to know what you're going to find. I go to one, and he's selling, like, herbs and regents. I go to another one, he's selling ore, and I go to another one, he's selling, like, leather and moko grass, and I go to another one. I'm looking for tools. That's what the tradecraft ward is for. I'm looking for tools, man. I need to craft, and I don't find any.
Wards have way too much stuff listed for it. It seems like they crammed them together.
Yeah.
Then other ones are like, this one's just for boots. Like, really?
Well, if the players actually followed the ward system, everybody would be happy.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it would be so much easier. And there's no reason not to, because, and this is where that whole off-topic thing was going. I was looking for a tool, and I couldn't find it. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to buy all the parts, and I'm going to make it myself. And because with the weird crafting system, you have recipes that are lower level that if you have all the components, you can just put it together at level 5, but the components are level 21 blacksmithing and armory, you know. So I went and bought all the parts, and I was going to put it together. And there was one part I couldn't find, so I was like, oh man, this really sucks. So I went on the ferry to go back to Alda, because I was in Limsa Lominsa, and I looked in this guy's bazaar who was right in the ferry, and lo and behold, he had a blacksmith tool.
Oh my god.
Now here's the interesting thing you can do with the bazaar that you cannot do with a retainer. I talked with him, and he was selling it for 40,000. I talked him down to 30,000. You cannot barter with retainers.
No, you can't.
And I know it's a little
try.
silly. Yeah, you can try, but they're not going to respond. So I know that sounds a little weird, but the way I'm going to start doing things is I'm going to sell my big chunk of miscellaneous items in my own personal bazaar, and I'm going to sell what the ward specifically asked for on my retainer. That way I save the most money, everyone's going to be able to find my stuff when they actually go to the place, and for all the items that I know are worth money, and I have like a multitude of them, and I just, moko grass, tools, whatever, I'll sell that in my personal bazaar, and while I'm walking around, people can just kind of check me and see what I have for sale. So why don't we go into the next review from Mirror Station? I never even heard those guys.
Me either.
Mirror Station gave it a score of 50. It may be hard to believe and painful to accept, but the last official, in quotes, chapter of Final Fantasy is a huge disappointment, and not only becomes the worst chapter of the saga, but also one of the worst MMORPG we have played in a long time. It's obvious that Square Enix is no longer what it used to be.
Well, Final Fantasy XI, it was official in that it was numbered. That's what they mean by the Final Fantasy saga. And, but it got good reviews, mostly. A lot of people were just like, this isn't, it should not be in the numerical sequence because it's an MMO and it's not really a Final Fantasy game. Final Fantasy XIV is no different than 11. It really isn't.
It's the same or better in every way, and it don't make sense to me. Okay, then there's the Play TM, it's Play.tm score of 49. Final Fantasy XIV offers the potential, but for now it's lacking in too many areas to recommend.
I don't really understand okay, yes, there's not as much content as a lot of people want. In Final Fantasy XI, there was nothing but missions and grinding. That's it.
Pretty much. You didn't have an option of doing quests nearly as much as on Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, and then it wasn't until they added in those floating books that you could go and get the quest from later on in the game. Like, it was, I think after Wings of the Goddess, you could go up to the books and get a quest once an hour or something, and then complete that and get some experience from it. Well, here, I get 16 leave quests every 36 hours, and I barely get them done.
There's plenty for me to do, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The next one comes from Game Trailers with a score of 42. Final Fantasy XIV is in no way, shape, or form ready for commercial release. We suppose there is potential down the line for the experience to improve with patches and tweaks, but that doesn't justify why the game is in such shambles at launch.
Are we playing the same game?
I don't think we are.
I don't see what's in shambles. Like, is there stuff that doesn't work? Or, and I'm really getting sick of this exaggeration. It's like, no way ready for commercial release, yet it was commercially released, so apparently it was ready in some way.
I mean, it's an MMO. It's not a console game. It's not it's going to be a console game, but it's not, what I mean is it's not a single-player game. It's not a shooter. It's an MMO. It's never fully ready. There's no MMO in the history of MMOs that has ever launched completely done. The servers were stable. I mean, right now a lot more people are getting the game, so the servers are kind of suffering a little bit, which they've already said they're going to fix, and it takes time. When WoW came out, you could not play that game for the first month.
That's true. Yeah.
And I mean, like, a lot of stuff in that game was even more broken than in Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV seems like it is one of the most stable MMOs I've played. Now, a lot of people kind of compare it to Ion, where it came out in Korea and China first, and then later on in America. It was already way polished by the time it came here. Final Fantasy XIV is a new game. So coming here and being as polished as it is, it feels like it's just. I mean, it's just missing a little bit of content. That's it. The next review comes from Games Radar. They gave it a score of 40, and they said, sadly, it's just a pretty face and there's not much below the surface. As a result, exploring doesn't yield much in the way of rewards, so odds are you'll stick to your daily routine of repetitive leaf questing and crafting. And then you'll log out, and then one day you'll probably just decide to omit the part where you log back in. Probably the worst interface and economy in MMO history, a total lack of direction or instruction, repetition.
Well, they wanted you to be able to figure out the game for yourself. You know what I mean? They, instead of giving you I mean, hell, they did it better this time than they did with 11. Mm-hmm. At least there's some guidance in the beginning that just gets you at least into the game.
They say that there's not much below the surface. It is a very pretty game. I mean, they spent a lot of time in getting the graphics right, the physics right. Everything just looks beautiful. But exploring, a lot of people, and again, a lot of people say that the environment is repeated in some places, so that means it's horrible. No. That means that games do that. Yes, all games do that. You have to. Otherwise, it takes up a ton of space on your computer. Final Fantasy XIV is only 10 gigabytes on your hard drive.
Which is shockingly small.
Yeah, it's 5 gigabytes to download.
Well, in terms of MMOs, I mean, you could really compare to Age of Conan graphically. Both of them have, top-notch graphics, at least in my opinion. And look at Age of Conan, they have, a 30 gig install on your computer, if not higher now. And then you've got this one with only 10 gigabytes. I mean, that's a humongous difference.
And, I mean, you're going to have the environment repeating. They have their unique worlds. The wilds are usually the repeated parts. It is literally the layout of the land. So when you see parts that look the same, that's because they put them there like that. It's there. They're not trying to hide it. If they were trying to hide it, they would have hand drawn the map and make it look all different. So I think it's a moot point. But let's go on to GameSpot's score.
Yeah, because if you thought the reviews were bad before, they really only just get worse from here.
Yes.
GameSpot also gave a review of 40. It says, it lacks character, bare-bones quest, and audiovisual repetition fail to instill a sense of fantasy wonder. It lacks cohesion, communication failures, economic oddities, and stringent limitations leave you constantly directionless. And it lacks joy. The abysmal interface and boring monsters make it struggle to stay invested. Absolutely miserable interface does a poor job of communicating important information. Limited questing means that you're always looking for something fun to do. Everything about the economy stinks, and every aspect of the game is filled with dumb obstacles. I feel like someone had a bad day and didn't sleep very well and totally woke up on the wrong side of the bed before they wrote that.
I mean, Naylock, what do you think about reading that?
All these are just so over the top, for one.
Yeah.
They're like, it's the worst thing ever. It's like, it's obviously not. I mean, have you played video games?
I think this MMO has more character. Like, just the opening sequences have character.
Yeah. Tons of it.
I question if these guys even managed to get to 15. Even 10, maybe.
I'm wondering if they're basing it on beta, to be quite perfectly honest with you. I don't know if they've even
These came out pretty quick.
The game. Yeah.
But the audio-visual representation does not fail. I mean, like,
no, not
the
at all.
visuals are fantastic. The sound effects are amazing. Like, I hear the rain, I'm just like, wow. The rain looks so incredible.
I'd have to say that Final Fantasy did a great job, at least with that. The thunder and lightning is really cool. It lights up the whole sky. Really like it.
Lightning when you're on the boat.
Oh my god.
That is, it just looks so great. All of it does. But let's keep going, because these are just going to get worse and worse. So.
Yeah.
GameSpy gave it a score of 40. Extended stretches of confused direction, punctuated now and then by bursts of intense anger. And yeah, I just equated Final Fantasy XIV with a filthy bathroom.
I don't get that at all.
Me either.
Worst interface in a PC game since 1998. Every aspect of game unnecessarily convoluted. Feels like a free-to-play MMO in the very worst way.
I'm sorry, do we remember user interfaces from 1998? Does he really remember those?
Or lack thereof.
Right. The lack thereof.
Yeah, do you remember doing slash commands for everything? Well, like, how do I talk to this NPC? Oh, you have to target him and do /hail. Oh,
yes, I
okay.
do. I also
Everyone
remember.
has to respond to the, like everyone just said, oh, it's what big thing of text, and you had to say, what about the log?
Right, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to bring up.
And before that, they didn't even mark the words you had to say. You had to like guess.
Now we have like a really great menu system. And it's context sensitive too. Like the UI is context sensitive. When you're near an aetheryte, the aetheryte icon appears. You can click it and it opens up the menu. There's nothing hard about this.
It's a little slow, but that's really the only problem with it. And they're working on that.
They acknowledged it and said they're going to fix it. Speed it up.
All right, so now let's go to 1UP, which is the same website that gave Vanguard, which is one of my favorite MMOs.
Mine too.
A D-. So let's go to that, because I know this is going to be fantastic. I want to hear what they have to say about Final Fantasy XIV.
Well, I told you it was going to get worse, and it does. They gave it a score of 33. Right now, playing Final Fantasy XIV is like playing with a toy stuck in a plastic bag. Oh my god. It can be fun for a while, and you can get the general idea, but you can't appreciate the full experience. Future updates will no doubt open the bag, but for now, it's sealed frustratingly tight.
Why do I feel like he's eating at Burger King, and he's like, I can't get the toy
Right?
open? It's like...
Like he's eating while he's making the review.
Well, you can see as it's going down that the sources are kind of becoming worse and worse. Although, the next one I'm kind of surprised about, actually.
Yeah, why don't you tell us that one, Naylock?
Okay, PC Gamer gave it a score of 30. A shallow, slow, grind-heavy MMO crippled by a horrible interface and nonsensical player limitations.
And, I mean, okay, did none of these people watch the fatigue video?
It's like they expected it handed to them, and since it's not, so that doesn't count.
And I love how, because it's different, it's horrible. Oh my god, I hate this. This is the worst thing I've ever played, ever. This is from 1998. I can't even touch this.
From 1998. They exaggerate so badly.
I know.
It just makes me so angry. That's what's like they're just doing a bad job.
So here we go to Game Revolution. Again, another site I've never heard. But they're also the site that gave the worst review. Score 25. It's a travesty to release an already mediocre game before ironing out all of the kinks in its broken interface and having enough content to keep it interesting. It honestly feels like the PC version is just the beta test for next year's PS3 version. You have force limits on how much you can do, it has boring combat, broken interface, broken design, broken map, just broken everything, really. Now,
nothing's broken.
Nothing is broken.
It all works the way it's supposed to. It just doesn't work the way he wants, so it must be broken. They have to change it. This is how I like.
I like the combat. I think the combat's really interesting.
I think the combat is so much more fun than 11 was. I didn't like the combat in that, and I think they've really upped it in this game. I really like it.
Well, in 14, you have to be very tactical with how you hit things, because you have mobs that follow you around, but you have AoE attacks. You're fighting two things at once. You have to reposition yourself so that you hit both the enemies without hitting the one that's following you. You have skills and abilities from other classes that you can utilize. It's a completely interesting combat system.
Like, design in general is a matter of opinion, but then to say it's broken, like, yeah, they said it would be this, but then something screwed up, and now it's not like that, so it's broken.
Well, I would understand that if you tried to go hit a monster and nothing happened.
Yeah.
Like, like you target him and you're hitting it and you're doing the animations, but the monster's just sitting there like nothing's going on. The health isn't going away. It's not turning red. It's not taking any damage. That would be broken. And then they say that the map's broken when in reality, it's a map.
You can look at it and it has things on it that where you're at, it works.
I mean, if I tried to go to map and it's like crash, well, then the map would be broken.
It shows you the wrong map or something.
Yeah, or like the map just doesn't load at all and I just see the cursor floating on the screen. That would be broken. But everything works as intended. They just don't like, or it's too different for them. That does not mean it's bad. So
I think that this has turned into the biggest rant that we've had in a long time.
You know what? And I apologize.
Justifiable.
I apologize because, these reviews are hideous. These are some of the worst reviews I have ever witnessed, ever.
Maybe two of them seem somewhat genuine, that they might have put some work into it. The rest of them just seem like, well, we have to review it because it's a big name and it came out. And,
The game is like a toy wrapped in plastic.
It's so deep, you know. I was just thinking the other day, it is like a toy wrapped in plastic.
You know, it's a lot of them complain about the fatigue system, which they don't even name it the fatigue. There's limitations on leveling. I guess that means it's horrible. This is bad. But that's going to be our meat and potatoes for this podcast, the fatigue system. That's going to be our main discussion. So I know we talked about all the reviews. That was a huge discussion, but the fatigue system is going to be our actual discussion.
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes.
So, the fatigue system is designed to cut the number of hours players spend in front of their computer screens. And by reducing the number of experience points in order to prevent gamers from getting addicted to MMOs. They have this in Ion, they have this in All Odds, they have this in Perfect World, and World of Warcraft. Now, you're probably thinking, they don't have it in World of Warcraft. They do. But it's all of those games have it in the Asian countries. You know, Asian markets, they actually passed laws because people get addicted to MMOs over there, especially in Korea. And so now what they do is they put in a fatigue system. The longer you're playing, you'll get less and less reward from it. So, Pippa, why are they putting it in Final Fantasy XIV?
Well, servers in Final Fantasy XIV are international, where everyone around the world plays together. This means that the fatigue system that is usually in Asian markets will also be present in markets such as the US and in Europe. This doesn't mean the system is bad, though. The fatigue system in Final Fantasy XIV works together with the class armory system.
Yeah, there's a really good video by Final Fantasy XIV Tactics that explains the fatigue system really well.
I've seen that one, and man, they explained it so well. Like, yeah. I mean, they had animations for it, and you know, it was really well done. The narrator was really great too.
I actually read there was like a behind the scenes thing. He said he was making it to complain about it, like he was starting to make the video to complain about it, but then as he was doing it, he actually really understood what it was, and that he ended up liking it.
Yeah, it makes sense. It does.
Yeah.
So how does the fatigue system work in Final Fantasy XIV?
It's just a limit on how quickly you can level up. Every MMO has a limit on progression, usually done with a leveling curve that requires more experience the higher you are. Depending on how developers implement the curve, it could take weeks for hardcore players to level or years for casual players. This is how MMOs make money. The longer you play, the more they get paid. Yeah,
I mean, I agree with that because, I mean, when you look at, like, for example, Perfect World International, they're a free-to-play game, right? But it takes... No one has reached the cap yet, and the game's been out for about a year and a half.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, the cap is 150.
Oh, I had no idea that no one had ever reached the cap.
No one reached the cap yet.
It's crazy.
Yeah. But then you have games like WoW, where every time they raise the level cap, they want to keep it, like, say if it was 1 to 70, right? They want the same progression speed to be from 1 to 80. So casual players can get up to the cap really, really quickly.
Well, it's like, I don't want it to be crazy slow, like old school EverQuest. That was way slow, but like now it's like you just, like, how fast can I get to the cap? Because no one is doing any of the old content because everyone's going to the cap so fast.
Well, I'm not one of those people that enjoyed the end game as much as I like the journey. I prefer the journey than getting to the destination. So that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, I like leveling up, and that's the great thing about Final Fantasy XIV because you have multiple jobs to level up. You're always going to have people in those lower areas.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, especially with the ranks. If they switch, go back a bit. So if they're leveling up something else, it's like people having ults, but it's still the same guy.
Yeah, so I mean, with the fatigue system that they put in 14, I mean, they made it easier for everybody to level. Doesn't matter what the playstyle is. It's just everybody can level at the same point. And, I mean, they still control the rate at how fast players can progress through everything, but it keeps the whole playing field balanced, you know?
Yeah, more or less. It's way better than other games, that's for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, Pippa, how does the whole system work?
The fatigue system is divided into thresholds, each representing the number of experience points the average player gains grinding. You get normal experience until the 8th threshold. After the 8th threshold, the experience gain slowly decreases until the 15th threshold. At this point, you will no longer generate experience. Once you stop fighting, though, the threshold will slowly start decreasing, letting you receive experience points again. The threshold resets each week, giving you a fresh start.
Now, initially that sounds pretty horrible.
Horrible, yeah.
I've never reached it, by the way.
Yeah,
Me either.
Any threshold I haven't reached, even my physical one, which like is constantly going, and I'm not grinding like no other either. So
I mean, just hearing that makes me like, oh man, I don't even want to play this game because they're, going to reach these thresholds and it's going to be awful and I'm not even going to, oh man, I'm not going to get anywhere,
But it does until you take in consideration two kinds of progression: experience and weapon skill. Experience points increase your physical level, which you use to increase your stats and elemental preferences. Every time you level, you get the amount of points. I think it increases as you get more levels, how many points you get.
Right, and actually the elemental preferences actually determines what crystals drop as well.
Yeah, I put on mine in wind. Wind sells like crazy.
Yeah, so if you
and my guy like a mother.
Yeah, so if you want wind crystals, put them all in wind because it's going to make your damage, your wind damage increase. It's going to make your elemental defense against wind increase, and it's going to drop wind crystals like crazy.
Yeah, it does.
Nice.
Yeah, so I mean, you have the physical level, which is just your stats and your elemental preferences, and then you have your weapon skill points level for your classes.
Yeah, it unlocks special skills and abilities that you can do with the tool or weapon. Each class has its own fatigue threshold, so once you reach the limit, you can switch, which I haven't yet, so it's still not a problem for me.
And I've tried playing other classes, because they say that while you're playing another class, if you've already reached the threshold one, then it'll slowly go down and you can go back and play it at a later time. But I tried to do that, right? I was like, okay, I'm going to level up crafting a little bit, and I go back and I'm still getting the same number, but I guess it's just because the con system's horrible.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty terrible. And blue is the lowest, right? I kept thinking green was the lowest.
I thought green was the lowest.
Saw this.
That's what I thought too, until someone said it's like, oh no, well, blue's the lowest, green is higher, and wherever else it's the other way.
Yeah.
Right. They're just trying to throw us off.
I'm going to give it a bad review because it
The cool thing though is that there's 18 thresholds to go through, so that's around 270 hours of total gameplay. I mean, there's only 168 hours in a week, which means that you can spend a decent amount of time, leveling different classes if you did hit that threshold.
And another thing that really kind of bugs me is when you reach a threshold in a crafting or harvesting job, you will actually not, you won't be able to harvest anything. And if you're crafting, you will not be able to finish the crafts. You will fail. So if you're reaching this threshold, do not craft. You will waste your materials.
Get yellow or change color, the bars, when you reach the fatigue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my Linkshell members hit yellow one day. We didn't know what the heck was going on, and we figured that must be what the deal is.
Yeah, that's the fatigue system.
Yep. Pretty cool. At least it notifies you in some vague way.
Yeah.
I think it says bonus points too when you get them. It'll start saying bonus because it's worded weird. But when you in your chat log, I think it says bonus points.
I don't pay a whole lot of attention to my chat log.
It goes flying by anyway, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, exactly. So let me ask you this, Aina. Why would you want to level more than one job?
And I like how they did this, because in Final Fantasy XIV, it's almost like the sub-job system that they had in 11, where, you could have, once you hit 18, you could do a quest, and then you would have a main job and a sub-job, and you can use the abilities from both of those. Well, in 14, they took that a step further. So all the jobs that you level up, you can combine the skills and abilities from the other classes to make your own class. Now, the example that they give in that Final Fantasy XIV Tactics video is you have a Gladiator, and at rank 2 you'll learn Red Lotus. It deals fire damage, and Rampart at rank 4 increases defense. So you have those two abilities, Red Lotus and Rampart. And if you level up a Marauder to rank 6, you learn Bloodbath, and that converts a percentage of damage into HP. And then a Pugilist at rank 6 learns Second Wind, which restores HP at a cost of TP. So with the class system in Final Fantasy XIV, you can combine all of the abilities to make your character even stronger. So you can have a gladiator that has bloodbath and second wind and rampart, and you would just be unstoppable. Like, that's basically the way it works.
But you are limited in the amount of skills that you can have in your thing at a time. I mean, it goes up by level.
But that's physical level, right?
Right.
Is that physical level, or is that...
I think it would be rank, because if you had a topped out physical level when you started a level 1 guy, that would be...
Yeah, it would be a little intimidating for all the monsters down there, wouldn't it?
I think it is ranked. I think exactly what he just said. I think it's ranked.
It's class rank. Now, the progression system that they have set in with this, I think it really caters to not only casual players, but also hardcore players as well. Because, I mean, you know, as the video explains, because we got a lot of this from the video, you know, check out that video. We'll have a link to it in the show notes. But basically, you know, you have the 36-hour limit on guild leaves, and then you have the fatigue system as well. A casual player is going to be able to get to physical level 50 at the same time as a hardcore player. But a hardcore player is going to have more classes and leveled up, so they're going to have more abilities and more options to play, right? Yeah. I mean, that's basically how it is.
My understanding of
it. Kind of a like lateral, horizontal leveling, while everyone is going vertical the same amount.
Right. And I think that's a fair compromise. You know, instead of it taking 2 years for me as a casual player, and not saying I'm a casual player because I'm definitely not, but 2 years for a casual player to get up to the level cap, and a hardcore player getting there in 2 weeks. You know, I like how it's a gradual, everyone's kind of leveling up and progressing at the same rate.
A couple days before launch, they released that video, and I was like, oh, I understand now. I'm not going to be screwed.
Well, a lot of people just think that they are, you know, and I think the reviewers...
They didn't look into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like all these people, they're just like, well, I'm screwed. It's in 2 hours, I won't be able to level up anymore. I'd screw this game.
Well, although there was someone in my guild who brought up a very interesting point the other day, and I call it a guild, I mean link shell, you know what I mean? Anyway.
They're not guilds, they're link shells.
Yes, they are.
Go back.
Okay. The main thing he brought up was he wasn't sure whether he had to be logged off for so that he didn't reach the threshold, or whether he could still be logged in. So every single time he had to go AFK to go to the bathroom even, he'd be logging out.
Oh no, it's not even that.
I know.
It's like as you're killing monsters, that experience, if you were to nonstop just kill mobs back to back to back for an hour, that experience is 1 threshold. Yep. So if you're not doing any combat or crafting or anything, the threshold's going down. So there's I have a guy in my link show. He is a mining freak, right? He has 3 mining characters, and he just alternates them whenever the threshold hits. He gets to the threshold cap, and then he alternates. It's insane the way he mines, and I've never seen a guy mine like this dude. But he's really impressive with it, and so the threshold does exist, and he hits it, but he has multiple characters to kind of combat that.
I can't imagine just sitting there and doing that nonstop on 3 different characters, one after the next.
I mean, I can see it working for a harvesting type character or a crafting character, but an adventuring character, I don't think that would work too well.
No,
because you just want the mats, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's going to do it for the show this week. We actually have a new segment that we're going to be doing starting next week called Facts or Facts, and that's FAQS or Facts. And in that segment, we're going to be answering questions from the listeners. So if you'd like to ask a question, send an email, and we're going to have this in the show notes. Send an email to ask@lodestoneradio.com. But about the feedback that we got, why don't you read some off of the ZAM forums, Pippa?
Well, 2low24 from the ZAM forums says, these new guys, us, Lodestone Radio, feel much more involved since they are players first and podcasters second.
No, I guess they're referring to other podcasts, like compared to, the other ones that are out there.
Yeah, I would assume so. Since the other ones actually are more affiliated with like a lot of stuff,
and
a
little more
you're
commercial.
not.
Yeah,
they're a little more professional.
Podcasting because they have to, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What are they saying over at the Final Fantasy XIV core forums, Naylock?
Mystic Hybrid is saying, best Final Fantasy 14 podcast so far. 2 thumbs up and can't wait for more.
Awesome.
And Justice from Lodestone Radio forums, ours, says, while it sucks that you guys had to re-record, I thought you did a fine job keeping me entertained while I gamed, paused, and resumed while driving to school. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I'm glad someone's actually using the Lodestone Radio forums. We actually have forums.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please use them. Feedback, please.
Yes. There's also a fan site called Fantagy. Is that how you pronounce that?
You know what? We all know I'm not very good at pronouncing things, so I don't know.
It's like a Twitter-based thing. It's a Twitter-based thing for Final Fantasy 14 players, and we actually had a comment from there as well. Why don't you read that, Nailok?
Coca-Cola said, listened to it yesterday with Wettix. You guys are good cast and doing a great job. Thumbs up.
Awesome.
Isn't he the owner of that site?
I don't know. Is he?
I think he is. I'm not 100%. Please don't yell at me. But yes, I think he might be.
Wow, that's pretty impressive then. And then we had a final one from the Orzopedia forums from Kine. He says, I was quite surprised at the quality and the freshness of the first episode. It's really well done and could quite quickly become one of my favorites. I know someone mentioned it earlier, but this is the first Final Fantasy XIV podcast I've listened to that discusses heated topics in a good/constructive manner. I feel too many Final Fantasy XIV podcasts have this constant complaining/whining vibe to them. So, well done to striking a great balance. Great podcast, and I look forward to listening to your next episodes. I thought those were some really, really kind words.
I think so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Because 15,000 downloads, some great feedback, and we're gonna try and do the best that we can. We're just having fun, and I hope you guys are too. So that's all for today's show. Be sure to listen and check us out at lodestoneradio.com. Also, don't forget to review us on iTunes. And if you'd like to sponsor a show like Jonathan Morris did from the Canadian server, just donate $10 and you'll be mentioned in that week's episode. This is Lodestone Radio. Be sure to listen next week, and we're going to be recording on Friday, the 29th, instead of Saturday. So for Pippa and Nailok, I'm Sayano. This is Lodestone Radio. Take care.
Build levies, build leaves, and quests.
You want to say that again?
Yeah, can we just start that
Yeah,
one?
that's not good.
Don't put that in my bloopers.
We need bloopers. We need bloopers.
Come on, man. Nailok's great. He hasn't had a problem yet.
I just like how he repeats regimen.
Okay. Is it possible the class rank read? Okay, I give up. Starting over.
Just say next question.
Oh.
Damn it,
Nailok.
You need to answer. No, you need to answer that and be like, "Mother, we're recording." And just hang up.
It's a different number.
Oh.
Oh my god. The level range for party bonuses will be adjusted in the future.
Oh, my mic was off.
Oh, we're gonna have a great blooper reel this time. Oh.
Damn it, Nailok!
Nailok actually did one. He did it.
He
He's
finally-
Yes.
Finally got one. Leave link is created when a party member initiates a regional leave, while other party members are also have. What is are also have?
I just copied and pasted it.
On the typo, we should send it to Square Enix.
Yeah, take out R. Take out the letter R. I mean, take out the word R. And
Are also have. GameSpy gave it a score of 40.
the blooper reel is gonna be like 10 minutes long.
It is. Oh my god. Together, this means that the fatigue system that is usually in Asian markets will also be present in markets such as US. Sign out. If you can't edit this properly, I'm gonna have to take over and go through it.
It's U.S. It is U.S. The United
States. It should be
States.
such as the U.S. Hey, look! Don't make me laugh, man. Just don't do it.
I muted my mic.
I can hear you guys smiling.
Then she's all like, "Don't make me laugh, man. Don't make me laugh.
Don't do it, man.
Don't do it, man." This episode is brought to you by the generous donations of Kendall Lawlett of the Limblum server and Ziggy Ara Nyosu of the History server and Outlanders Link Shell. Also, check out Engine.com. Use code Lodestone Radio to receive 20% off your next header or theme purchase from Engine.
This is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello everyone and welcome to Lodestone Radio, Episode 3. It is October 29th, 2010, and I am your host, Saino, and with me is Pippa.
Hello.
And Naylock.
Hello.
Oh, Naylock, you are sounding awesome now. What happened?
New mic and a stand even.
A new mic and a stand, and that's all thanks to the generous donations of everyone that supports Lodestone Radio. Let's, give them a huge thank you, because you sound awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you,
No
yes.
longer sounds like crap. Woohoo!
Yes. Awesome.
My mic doesn't. I'll still sound like crap.
So thank you very much, everybody, for donating. That's where your money goes to, making the show look and sound better. Now, Pippa, you kind of have an interesting update for your personal update today. What is it?
I'm no longer taking a break. I'm taking a long hiatus from Final Fantasy. I'll come back probably next year sometime after the game matures a little bit more. Please don't boo me.
Nah, she's probably going to be coming back around the PS3 release, which I think a lot of people are actually doing. PS3...
Well, I'm moving and I'm getting ready to get married and planning the wedding, and I have a whole host of things I have to do at the moment. So.
Yeah, you're getting hitched.
I am 9 years in January. It's been a long time coming.
Awesome. And taking your place, now it's not just going to be me and Naylock. Taking your place is actually going to be Asana. Her first episode is going to be episode 4. So look for her there. But yeah, it's going to be sad to see you go.
Sorry.
Oh, well.
I may pop in from time to time.
Sad face.
Real life comes first, right?
It sure does.
All right. And Naylock, what are you doing in the game? You got rank 20 and you're doing the story quest now from what you were telling me.
Yeah, I got it done. I got my, Path Companion. So I was able to choose that. And I got to pick the class, so I imagine they'll be fighting with me eventually.
Oh, nice. So what did you pick and how did all that go down?
They said, okay, choose your Path Companion now, which I chose you choose a class, and then you choose the race gender combo.
So not as good as the rank 3 one, right? I mean, a rank 15 one?
No. It was, what it is explained what happened in the other one. Like, it should have been the same one almost, but I guess I split it for some reason for 20.
That's all good news. I'm glad that you're moving on up. Me, however, though, I'm back starting a new character again.
What?
Oh my god.
It's the third or fourth one?
It's the third one, and I will explain why. I went out, and I didn't actually own the game. Pippa, in fact, had given me a buddy key, and that's what got me starting in the game. And I was like, hey, cool, I really like the game. I'm going to go get another account so I can have a mule character to hold more stuff because I'm a pack rat. So I went out and got the collector's edition, and I got it for $60 at GameStop. And when I came home to set up my character and the account and everything, it would not let me use the promotional codes on the buddy key.
Oh. That sucks.
Yeah, so I had to put all the promotional codes on the collector's edition key, and I started my new character on there. So it's Sayuno Itama again. He's a little Lalafell, and I have like the certificate thing. I registered for one of those. That's coming in November, and it's just I'm really stoked about it, and I'm happy to be finally playing my actual character that I'll be playing to the end of the game.
Very cool.
So, yeah, he's level, I think, almost 18, 19 now for physical level, but his Lancer character level is about 10. So
yeah. That kind of blows, though, that you have to start over all that work.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's life, right?
Yep, it sure is.
All right, so let's move right along to our little announcements here. We had a lot of great feedback from episode 2. A lot of people liked our back. They were like, those reviewers, they were really dumb, and I'm really glad that y'all are the only podcast that can be honest and really look at it from a an honest perspective. So we'll read more of that at the end of the show. We also have some reviews on iTunes, some 5-star reviews that we're going to read at the end of the show as well. So if you like the show and you really want to support us, please go on iTunes, review us. That is a heck of a lot of support that we could really use.
Yeah, the more people who review, the more listeners we get, the better things will go in the future, even if I'm not around.
Yeah, definitely. So, why don't we move right along to equipment breaking news?
All right, looking good there. And equipment breaking news.
So, October 28th, 2010, we got a version update. Not really big, except for one major thing they decided to put all the way at the bottom. So, did y'all notice any differences? I want to ask right now. Did you notice any differences from this update?
Just the big one. The rest really didn't impact me.
Alrighty. So I'll just go over these first couple ones, and then we'll go over the big one. The first one is an issue where the client would automatically shut down when the user canceled out of synthesis has been addressed. Never seen that, never witnessed it.
I don't craft.
Never had that issue.
Never happened to me, so.
An issue where users would sometimes be unable to remove items from their bazaars has been addressed. Again, never seen this either.
Never had that problem.
But if you were affected by it, you need to add or remove an item from your bazaar for the fix to be reflected. So if you were affected by it, do that first. Also, an issue where the bazaar would crash under certain conditions has been addressed. I wish they would stop being so vague about these certain conditions.
It would be really nice.
These are, unless they're really rare and they're just not want to be specific about it.
Right. Or maybe it had to do with an exploit that they covered up or something.
Yeah.
Probably.
But yeah, here's the big one. And it seems like such a little thing, but it says increased server capacity has been implemented. Now that doesn't really sound like much, but when you really, like, I got into the game right after the patch, right? And there was about 1,000 people on, and everything seemed to be twice as fast. My frames per second jumped from 15 to 30. The UI system seemed to load up super quick. Like, when I first opened up the inventory, it took about 5 to 6 seconds like it usually did. And then the second time I did it, it was a second. So I guess it had to cache some of the information that was on there. But everything seemed to be sped up. I mean, what did you think, Nailok?
I really noticed it when I was vendoring items. That sped up a lot, and so did working with the aetherite crystals, doing the guild leads and such.
Yeah, I mean, crafting actually became fun, and mining and the logging, that became, like, before it would kind of stutter when you were trying to hit the right points exactly. And so with this fix, it made it super smooth so that it wouldn't stutter at all. It's just actually fun now.
Maybe I'll try it now.
Now, you haven't had a chance to look into it, right, Pippa?
No.
Yeah, I've been busy with Halloween stuff and everything.
Well, on top of everything, I had a massive driver issue with my computer, which resulted in my third reformat, and so I haven't even had a chance to get the game back onto my computer. Oh, wow. Well, yeah, hopefully when the PS3 version comes out, no one will have those issues, because, well, it's not on Windows, so. Right?
All right, so let's go on to, now the devs were busy this week, it's because they obviously weren't working on a patch for the game, but they certainly came out with a lot of articles, and the first one we're going to go over is the October 25th one. And this one, I have to applaud the developers because they really slapped the reviewers in the face. You know, like all the people that were wondering about how to use the map and, oh my god, the map is horrible and all this stuff, the developers basically went, here it is, we're going to draw little circles on the map for you so you know what everything is, and we're going to point things out to you, and then we're going to break down every single icon so that you know exactly what's going on.
I was thinking about that earlier today, and it's almost like condescending. Like, it's like I'm expecting to see, like, even for simpler stuff, like, this is how you use buttons. You highlight it and then you click it. Now you're using a button. Why are buttons important? And, you know,
that's what it felt like to me, because it was like you're looking at it. It's like they have the highlighted part where you're doing a quest. They have that circled, and like they're saying like, this is what that does, and these are coordinates, and this is a compass.
Yeah, you would expect people to understand these things already. It's really sad that the developers had to go that far into explaining things.
Yeah, but they did it so professionally. It was so condescending, like you said, Naylock. It was. I have to applaud Square for doing that. But there were a couple redeeming things from this Ask the Devs, and the first question is, an NPC marked something on my map, but I can't find it. Where should I be looking?
The answer is currently NPC markers can be viewed on a player's journal map, accessed via the journal option on the main menu. There are, however, plans to move NPC markers to the main menu with the next version update. Now,
I kind of wonder, like, they're going to put NPC marker on the actual main menu, like the one that you pop up, or on the map's main menu?
Good question. I would assume the map's main menu. It wouldn't make any sense to have it on the regular menu.
I guess if it was only there for a little bit, it'd be okay on the main menu, but other than that, it'd kind of be there for a while if it was just a quest and didn't decide to do it immediately.
Right.
Yeah. Not everyone does this, the second they get them.
Well, maybe it's context sensitive, like the Aetheryte on the menu, or like a player or something like that. What's the next question, Pippa?
How do I determine an enemy's strength?
All right, the answer to that is moving the target cursor to an enemy will not only display its name, but a colored icon that represents the target's relative strength. Now, the colors are red, very tough. There are several shades of red, darker being tougher. Orange is tough, yellow is even match, green is decent challenge, and blue is easy prey.
Well, no, I want to stop you right there, because remember, I think episode 1 it was, where I had said, like, they have those ants which are red and then super red and like all that stuff. I was just making that up, but apparently they do have different shades of red. I was kind of right on that.
If the player is in a party, the icon will adjust to the strength of the party. The same is true if the target is in a party. Sometimes
while in a group, people wouldn't see, they would see it as red until the rest of the party showed up, and then it would go down to blue. It was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I like how they do that. Like if your mobs are in a party, it'll be like blood red color for the icon. Yeah. Until you start beating them up, but it won't change. If you kill 2 of the mobs and you're still fighting the third one, it'll still be blood red. But if you die and you come back, it'll end up being blue or something like that. So
I ran away and came back, and like after reset, the color changed too.
Yeah, and I always thought at first it was because I died and they were making it easier for me.
Yeah,
But, well, that's
I thought too. I was like, oh, I suck. They've had to make it easier.
Let's go into the next question.
Why is leveling classes important?
And the answer that they give is, the following are examples of the benefits awaiting those who continue to raise their levels. New chapters in the main scenario will become available. Class-specific quests will become available. High-rank class-specific guild leads will become available. The effectiveness of weapons and gear will increase. New actions and abilities will become available. I think this is a big slap in the face of those that are like...
It's another condescending one. The MMO and people, and it's like, why is leveling important? It's just...
That one is kind of like really stupid.
See? This is how it works.
So now they have the second... I told you they were pretty busy this week, but this one's about synthesis, and it actually answers a lot of questions that even I was wondering about synthesis. I mean, you craft, right? Not so much, but you do craft, right?
Yeah, I did it a couple times. So it was when I did it. Is one of those things. Is just a huge learning curve if you don't look it up. It's just like, here you go.
I was pretty into crafting. I really liked it until that last update, and then I felt like I just kept failing. It kind of pissed me off. wasn't really happy with that.
Well, the first question that is asked is, what happens exactly when the harnessed element of a synthesis attempt becomes unstable? Now, this is when you're crafting and the orb gets a colored circle around it that's kind of wavy, and it just, like, crazy stuff is happening to your crystal. So give us that answer, Pippa.
The answer is, when an element of a synthesis becomes unstable, the following effect takes place respectively. Lightning, progress greatly reduced. Wind, durability consumption greatly increased. Fire, quality greatly reduced. Ice, progress reduced, chance of ethereal sparks reduced. Earth, durability consumption increased, chance of ethereal sparks increased. Water, quality reduced, chance of ethereal sparks increased.
That is insanely in-depth. There's no way I am ever going to remember, okay, wait, it's doing water, and now that means that the quality is, progress? Crap, what is it?
I'm really confused about the entire thing. When do you experience, like, lightning and wind and fire? Am I, like, blind?
Well, no, like that. It's based on the elements of the crystals that you're using. So if you're using lightning crystals and they become unstable, then your progress is greatly reduced.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, no problem. No, I mean, that's what I'm getting from it. What do you think, Naylock?
That sounds right. I haven't done it much, so I can't speculate on what is happening.
It's a little too in-depth for me. Too much crap to remember. I'd have to write it down and, like, post it on my wall.
Well, it's a lot better than the Final Fantasy XI compass, that you had to do for crafting. Like, during this phase of the moon, if you're facing this direction and the moon is this color, and then you're using this color, make sure that you face this way. Unless you want a high-quality one, then you want to face this other way, and then good luck. Like... And they never really answered that question for Final Fantasy XI. Like, how do you actually craft in there? Because I know that the answer is, it's just luck.
Pretty much. That's what it sounds like. All right. The next question is, what steps can I take to ensure that the element of my synthesis does not become unstable?
Right, the answer to that is, the element has a chance of becoming unstable whenever any step of the synthesis process ends in failure. It is at its most susceptible when the glowing light representing the craft is colored, and is at its most stable when its light is white. Additionally, the chances of an element becoming unstable increase as the synthesis attempt nears completion. Naturally, the element which becomes unstable is determined by the type of crystal or shard being used.
So I guess they're saying that depending on what type of crystal you're using, it's more unstable than other types of crystals?
That's what I'm getting from that one. I'm not sure if you can even do anything regarding it except to have to deal with it. And that's why the crafting system is really strange to me.
Well, what about when you're mixing? What about when you're mixing crystals? Like
wind and earth?
Yeah. Like, does that make it even more unstable than normal, or
chances for both, I guess? I don't know.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, because if durability consumption is increased with earth and is increased with wind, well, it sounds like your durability is going to be completely screwed.
Okay, the next question was, what do the crafter-related attributes, craftsmanship, magic, craftsmanship, and control each do?
Among recipes in the game, there are those for which the rate of progress and chance of success are increased by higher craftsmanship, and those for which they are determined by magic craftsmanship. Control helps to reduce the occurrence of ethereal sparking, we'll go over that in a minute, and exerts its influence over both types of recipes just mentioned. All recipes, however, have set attribute requirements. Attempting a recipe with attributes below those required will result in lessened progress and quality, even for successful actions.
Okay, craftsmanship, magic craftsmanship, okay. They're explaining the stats and everything, but it doesn't really tell me what they're doing and how I can get more of it.
I'm pretty much with you on that.
I don't think they actually didn't put enough in there, I think.
The next question is, there are sparks flying out of my synthesis. What the hell is going on?
Well, Pippa, since you were wondering about those sparks coming out of your synthesis, the answer they give is...
I need to see a doctor.
Yeah, definitely.
It's bad news.
The answer is the phenomenon known as ethereal sparking, which is in quotes, indicates strain on the synthesis materials. When your synthesis emits ethereal sparks, you will suffer the following repercussions. Reduced chance of success. Increased durability consumption from excessive element destabilization. Increased durability consumption during touch-up. The results of actions taken during synthesis determine the degree of ethereal sparking. The more dramatic the sparks become, the more dramatic the above repercussions will be. These negative effects are even further enhanced during rapid synthesis. Only certain crafter-related abilities serve to curb ethereal sparking. Craft with caution. I mean, it's just saying sparking bad. Like
spark bad. You're screwed if there's spark.
I don't know why they had to go into that really convoluted explanation of it's just bad stuff happens when they're sparking, you know?
I think they're trying to make us feel like idiots for constantly questioning these things in the first place.
Use big words and people just act embarrassed and not say anything. Like, yeah, I totally understood it. We'll explain it. Well, I really can't. I'm sorry. I gotta go.
I mean, well, I think they're getting a little snobby because they're like, people don't know how to use a map. Fine, we'll show you how to use a freaking map. And people want to know what the sparks are. Fine, man. It's just bad stuff happening. You know, like, let me pull up my thesaurus so I can explain this a little better for you. You know what I mean? So, anyway, now it's time for community service. I sentence you to community service. There wasn't much news this week for community service, so I went in digging and we found a couple interesting things. People have reached rank 50 in the world of Warzea.
I can't say I'm surprised, but I did kind of think it would happen a little bit earlier.
Really? You thought it was going to happen sooner?
Well, yeah, except for the blocks that they put on your leveling. I guess that kept it from happening, sooner than it did, but... I'm used to in games people just hitting max level and like not eating or drinking or killing themselves just to get to the max level as fast as they can.
Right.
Hey, these guys are going through the fatigue. There's no way they were doing this fatigueless. Definitely.
I mean,
yeah.
I think it's been a month and a half or maybe a month now.
Yeah, just about.
And I mean, so that's not too bad. They only had I went and checked all their Lodestone profiles. It seems like they only have one class rank up to 50. They haven't really leveled anything else.
So they were just concentrating on that and waiting for the blocks to go down.
Yeah, definitely. So, Daniolis Maximosis. I like that name. It's got a nice ring to it. He's level 50 Pugilist on the Lidblum server, and Kimmy Pastel is a level 50 Archer on the Lidblum server.
And for the Mysidia server, Sack Key is a level 50 Marauder, Seppi Cronus is a level 50 Lancer, Uni Q is a level 50 Conjurer, and Mi Rin also a level 50 Conjurer.
Yeah, so that's pretty impressive. A Pugilist, an Archer, a Marauder, and a Lancer, and then you have 2 Conjurers. I mean, that sounds like a great party to me, right?
I wonder if they all soloed that high.
I seriously doubt that.
Yeah, they probably all started grouping, because remember, they had that patch which fixed the power leveling. So they probably had a lot of that stuff going on. I think that helped them out a lot. I was looking around for profiles and stuff, and I know that Engine, who hosts our website, they have really good signatures that you can do. Lodestone has some. I think, who else has them?
Well, if you're looking for a sleek Final Fantasy XIV profile widget, there's a great website for it at ffxiv-prof.com. It's in Japanese, but it shouldn't be too hard to figure out.
Yeah, actually went and checked it out. And I posted a thread on our Lodestone Radio forums of our characters, me, Naylock, and Pippa's characters, the widgets from the website, and they actually look pretty cool.
And they're really good. I liked how they were more vertical, and they felt very...
Yeah, I like how it actually showed the full character and your icon for your city that you support and everything like that. It was pretty cool. Now we'll move on to the meat and potatoes of the episode.
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes.
Alright, so for this meat and potatoes, we're going to talk about tips for starting out in Final Fantasy XIV. This is a lot of stuff that I wish I had known when I started out in the game. What do y'all think?
And there's tons of stuff I wish I knew. It would have helped so much.
And I think this is a lot of things that people that are currently playing now maybe didn't really know about. So the first thing we're going to do go over is how to craft. And the most important thing about crafting is the orb and how it's colored. Before they came out with the Lodestone article, what did y'all think of the orb? Like, did y'all have any idea what was going on?
I thought white was good, and yellow was kind of like, and red was, oh crap. And the colorful thing was, well, you could take a chance, or you could wait.
So you pretty much had it nailed down.
I guess so, yeah.
That's what it came down to. I wanted to figure out what the options actually did. Only real useful thing I found was a wait. If you do wait while it's unstable, it might go back to stable.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it
That's
does do that. Yeah. I thought the colors meant. I mean, honestly, I didn't know what it meant. I was like, white, cool. I thought it was like because I was doing cooking at first, and I was like, well, maybe my heat's too high or something. Because that's. I mean, it doesn't give you any sense of what it's referencing.
You were thinking about it logically.
Right.
It's
I'm
illogical.
If you're cooking, yeah, because you're like, okay, well, it's white, so I guess that's okay. And then it turns red. I'm like, oh, wow, cool. I guess the heat's hot, and that's good. And then I end up failing. I'm like, oh, no, and it's yellow. I'm like, okay, I guess it's, yeah. Now, if you're trying to just complete the synthesis rather than get high quality, then you want to use the wait command to make sure you get the color back to white. Instead of just doing it at red, because red is what you want to do if you want to try for the high quality, and white is if you just want to finish the synth and it'll be its most stable. Did y'all find that to be the case as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'd do if I was grinding through a leaf or something. I just wanted to get it done.
Same thing.
But with the leaves, I've noticed that you can actually get bonuses if your quality is higher.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so if you actually take the time to make your quality higher and you turn it in, because it says like the value of your materials has gone up by like 14, and it gives you a total number in parentheses, and that's a bonus number for you getting rewards from your crafting leaves.
It's pretty sweet.
Yeah,
I never
good
really
to know.
paid that much attention to the chat area, at least.
Yeah.
As I've mentioned in the past too, I really don't like the chat thing, so I just don't pay a ton of attention to it.
Right. So if you're looking to get high quality on your crafts so that you can turn it in for a bigger bonus, your main hand and your offhand tools do have an effect on this. That's the only effect it has on it. If you're looking around the bazaars and you're looking for like, man, I need a tool, going with an offhand tool or a main hand tool doesn't really matter when you're crafting. So either one's going to work for you.
I didn't know that either. That's good to know.
Also, something you can do with crafting, and this is all about the Disciple of Hand, the crafting, is players can make repairs. Now, we're actually going to cover repairs a little bit in more depth, but all you really need to do to make a repair is have the tool and have the item to make the repair. And if you have those two, you can just attempt it. You don't need to go through the minigame. You don't need to do anything like that. You just attempt to repair it, and if your skill's high enough, it'll either pass or fail.
Well, sometimes it won't even let you do it if your skill isn't. You are too low to attempt this.
I was able to repair my first bow I got, but then when I got my newer one, it was too low. I was like, oh, man, now I got to get carpenter up.
Well, I mean, and again, we're going to cover this in a little more detail in a little bit, but repairing is extremely worth it. If you have to level up everything just to repair your stuff, I think it's worth it.
I agree.
You really don't have to level up a bunch, do you? You just need the one.
Yeah.
So whatever class it uses.
Right,
so
exactly.
That repairing is relatively simple compared to actual crafting.
Right. So now we're going to go on to Disciples of Land. Now, I kind of have a lot of tips for this because I personally harvest a lot. I like getting materials and things.
I've really liked the harvesting a lot, actually. I never did take up fishing, but I did do some botany and mining.
All right. Well, the first one we're going to go over is botanist. And what I usually do is, for botany, I start about 1/4 of the way from the top and see what it's going to tell me, whenever I hit it. What kind of strategy do y'all use?
I use the exact same one, actually. I start from the top and work my way down.
Yeah, how about you, Naylor?
Literally never tried it, so I have no idea.
Oh, really? Wow, yeah. So
I'm learning a lot.
Okay. Well, basically, you have, after the first strike, you get 5 messages, 5 possible outcomes. When I get the message, you feel nothing promising, I usually go to the opposite end, around the 3/4 mark. If it says you feel something promising, I change where I chop slightly before or after the first chop I made. If it says you're getting further away from the mark or closer away from the mark, that's usually after your second attempt. And I usually change it slightly before or after. If it says you are close to something yet cannot make the final cut, I usually try to hit the same exact spot. What do you think, Pippa?
Completely agree with everything, and I do the exact same thing except for that last tidbit. I don't try to hit the exact same spot. I try to hit it like a tiny sliver, either higher or lower, depending on what I'm doing at the time.
Mm-hmm. You also have a remainder bar while you're doing this harvesting and the logging. and the remainder bar usually dictates where I'm going to chop after the first hit.
I was always a little confused about exactly what the remainder bar meant. I thought that was like the remaining strikes that I had left.
Yeah, it basically, what the remainder bar does is whenever you make a strike, depending on how close you are to the sweet spot, it'll give you more remainder. If you're completely off, it takes more away.
Oh, I didn't realize that it was giving some back, and I guess I never really paid enough attention to it.
It doesn't give any back, but it takes away less.
Oh, okay.
To give you a better chance of actually hitting the sweet spot.
Right.
So
okay.
The closer you are, the less it takes away. So that's why I've come to the conclusion that if I make my first strike and not much has been taken away, then I want to keep going kind of closer to where I am. And since I start at 1/4, maybe I'll try right at the tippy top of the gauge. Now we're going to move on to mining, which is kind of similar, except the interface is a little different. It's actually a circle. Have you done mining before?
Yes. Pretty much went with the same thing I was doing with botany, and I've always had perfect results. I never really had many failures.
Nice. I mean, I've never really had failures, but because the gauge is presented in a different way, with mining, I've found that I need to really tighten it up because the expanding kind of messes with my measuring, I guess, if you know what I mean.
I understand where you're going with that. What I do for mining is I'll make the first hit. It'll generally be about the halfway point between where you start and where the outer edge.
Mm-hmm.
And then depending upon what the message is, if it's a positive response, then I'll go the slightest bit bigger and see how that goes. Most of the time it works out perfectly fine for me. But
I use the same mechanics. If you're getting close to the mark, further away, I do the same thing either before or after the last part I did. And if I'm close to something, then I try to hit the same exact spot.
Yeah, sounds about what I do.
Now, fishing. Fishing is really frustrating. Have you done fishing, Pippa?
Nope, none.
And you haven't even touched gathering, right, Naylock?
Nope.
Okay. Fishing is kind of presented the same way like the other two. The difference is this seems so loose and random that it's more like gambling. Like, I have been so unsuccessful with fishing that it's a little frustrating. Like, I don't even want to touch it.
My fiance really liked it. He was enjoying fishing a lot.
Well, I think the difference is you don't have to move to other spots to fish. Now, here's one thing another tip. In the game, whenever you're using a gathering point finder, they talk about things in yalms and malms. Throughout Final Fantasy XIV, they say yalms and malms as terminology. All that means is yards and miles. That's it.
That's kind of what I figured.
Yeah, a lot of people seem confused by that. All right, so now we're going to move on to equipment. Now, Naylock, I know you know about equipment.
Yeah. I've dealt with some equipment.
Yeah, not me.
So how do we know what to wear?
They just have a class listing on it for what they favor.
Now, if I find like a really nice piece of equipment, because I see a lot of people going around, it's just like this chainmail suit, and they're at like level 25, and everyone's wearing that. Why would people wear that if it doesn't have their class name on it?
Because it's badass looking? I don't know.
It's the only reason I could think of. Otherwise, it's going to be horrible.
Yeah. If you don't wear equipment that's for your class, you don't get stats.
Yeah, you get debuffs too.
Yeah, you get 60% of the stats. Don't check the stats that are on the equipment. Check the stats that change on your character through your stat page. That's the only way you're going to know if that piece of equipment's good for you or not.
I think people are they don't want to take that extra step, to have to open more menus.
Wear it, so why not?
Right.
Yeah.
But it's just basically a chance to screw yourself over.
Yep.
And they don't care.
Right. So no one went to upgrade. I've seen a lot of people at level 1 wearing level 10 equipment.
What I'm seeing a lot of is even if people upgrade, they upgrade way too high for their character. So, like, I had like a level 13 in my guild Link Shell wearing level 30 gear, which also gives you less stats, and you have to repair way more often.
Right. I think that upgrading to level 7 equipment at level 1 is okay, because the difference in the boost and the debuff that you get is marginal. It doesn't matter.
Right.
But when you get past level 10, you want to be the rank or within 2 ranks of the armor that you're about to get. That's going to benefit you way more than getting it early. Now, Nalak, you said that you got a piece of equipment pretty early, right?
Yeah, it was actually a reward from a leave. It's like a level or rank 29 chest piece.
Uh-huh.
And I tried it on, and it just, my stats went down, like all of them. I was like, well, I guess I'm not wearing that. Even though it was way better than what I was wearing,
Mm-hmm.
it just yeah,
was
the lore
detrimental.
stuff was better. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Now, when you go to upgrade and you're shopping around, ignore the green and red numbers that the game tells you are on the equipment. That doesn't matter at all. They don't factor in optimal rank, they don't factor in favors, and they don't factor in durability, assuming that you have it in your inventory. If you don't, then, there's nothing you can really do.
Well, you can make sure your rank is close and it has your class on it. It certainly ups your odds of it being good.
Definitely. Make sure that your class is on it and that it's near your rank. What would you say is better, Nalok and Pippa? NPC repairs or player repairs?
Player repairs.
Yeah, player's better if you can get an NPC. All NPC is good for is convenience. Like if you need to have it repaired right this second.
Well, and it won't repair it all the way up either. It'll only bring it up to 75%. That's
Exactly.
the highest
Why
it
it's
can
only
go.
convenience. It's not better in any other way other than you can do it right now and it's technically repaired. And it's
Right.
over 50%.
Every time I go to an NPC, the prices just keep getting higher and higher. Let's go over guild leaves. Now, guild leaves, they have the regional and the local ones. Now, the regional ones are for the Disciples of War, Magic, and Land. When you go out and get more, you can swap them out and you get bonuses and everything like that, but the bonuses for the new leaves, that really depends on which city you go back to, right?
Yeah, I think the bonus is more if you go to a different city and then exchange it there.
Right, so you always want to be traveling to other cities. You always want to be on the move.
I figured that out. Like I could just I thought maybe I couldn't do that. Like it counts towards the same limit, but I tried it and then I could see I could do leaves in every city.
Right.
Like it wasn't limited like that. So now I only do the highest rank I can get in each city instead of doing like level rank ones and maxing out the difficulty and then doing the.
Yeah, so I have a lot of people that they'll start in like Ulda and then they'll take the ferry to Limsa Lamensa so that they get all 8 of their leaves as level 20 rank guild leaves. And that seems like a good thing to do. Traveling, that's why they made it so easy to get from city to city. You just travel between them and you'll be able to max out your guild leaves. Did you notice anything with that, Pippa?
Yeah. I've done it a couple times, but I'm not huge on moving around right now because the anima is kind of regenerating slowly.
Yeah, we will get to that in a little bit, the teleporting factors. Now, aetherites are those big blue crystals. Those are very, very useful. They have multiple functions. They're not just there for getting your leaves started and teleporting you, which we're going to cover in a minute. But I don't know if y'all knew this. You can check the regional leaves reset timer. You know, the 36-hour timer?
Yeah.
You can check that at an aetherite.
I noticed that. I hit it one day and it told me that there were 16 hours left until they reset.
No, I just looked it up online. There's timers everywhere.
I have one on my desktop.
And also, whenever you're out just grinding away, you can go to an aetherite crystal, I think it's every 10 minutes, and have your HP and your MP fully recharged.
Which is
That's
good
good for
since MP
MP.
doesn't recharge on its own.
Then they have the Guardian Aspect. Now, Guardian Aspect or the Blessing. How often do y'all use this? Because I only use it whenever I'm focusing on my main class, like my combat class.
I use it whenever I'm in a group with other people who are doing leaves.
I try to use them on ones that I know there's going to be a lot of enemies, like a lot of targets. Because if there's one that's only got like 4, it's kind of a waste, especially if I kill them really fast.
Well, the thing is that with a 30-minute timer for the guild leaves, you can be hitting and killing regular mobs at the same time. So, and there's benefit obviously to doing that, especially if you have Guardian Aspect on. So, I think a lot of people, they just go and get through the leaves real quick, but people need to take their time and kill their things, around them while they're doing that,
Well, I actually tried that today, and I noticed a huge difference between attacking the targets and just attacking regular enemies. Like, regular enemies wouldn't give me any or only a little bit, but then I would attack a target, he'd be giving me like 300, and it's a solo mob.
Yeah, they're
Really?
marked. They're marked with the notepad if you're on the guild leave.
It was like a huge
yeah.
difference with the guardian aspect on. It didn't seem like it was helping me a lot on ones that aren't part of the leave.
I heard some mixed I've heard mixed feedback about that, because some people were saying that, I just go on a leave and then I'll start crafting with the guardian aspect and that gets my skill ups. Or they say I just go grind with the guardian aspect on and that gets my skill ups. I don't think it actually does. I think it's only marked for those that have the guild leave logo on them. Just like whenever you're on the guild leave, you get the notepad next to your name.
Yeah.
And just like the monsters do, and I think it only affects
It's
those.
possible. I never really took the time to look at it, I guess. That's what we were doing as a group.
Definitely. Now, story missions. These are really important because you actually start off in a story mission. And one of the most important things that I've noticed with these story missions are, be aware of every single NPC name in an instance. Usually, the people that you need to be talking to have an actual name. All the other fluff stuff, like if you talk to them, they just kind of give you some fluff about what's going on. Those people are named aggravated person.
Adjective, description.
Yes, exactly. It's like, and they're fine to talk to, but a lot of people are like, where do I go? I don't know what to do. I'm just stuck in this thing and it won't let me go. You need to talk to the people with the important names. And you can tell when you're in an instance because when you look at your compass, there's going to be a blue circle around the area that you're in. And if you leave that blue circle, it either teleports you back to the middle of the instance or it teleports you out of the instance if it's just like a specific sort of thing.
I accidentally did that for the first mission. I ran too far away from the little Lalafell that I was supposed to be escorting somewhere. I didn't realize that I had run that far from her, but apparently I did, and I ran out of her circle range, and it sent me all the way back to the beginning and out of the instance. I was really mad.
Yeah, you got to be aware of that. And story missions themselves are usually available every 5 levels. I know that's not the real, because you have one at 1 and then one at 8 and then one some other level. But the general rule of thumb is every 5 levels you can go do a story mission. Yeah, and have you had any issues with the instancing in the NPC names?
Only big problem I had was just to screw up on my end was I was in Alda doing leaves and I leveled up, went back to Gridania to continue the story missions, and it was like a big fight where I wasn't necessarily supposed to be fighting, but I decided to try anyway. And the enemy just crushed me, and then I realized that I didn't touch any of the crystals in Gridania, and I teleported all the way back to Alda.
Oh,
now I get to run back.
That's awful.
So if you're running around a lot, make sure you do the crystal before you start your mission.
Yeah, speaking of which, let's go into teleporting. Now, teleporting, like he was saying, has to do with the Aetheryte crystals. And those are the points that you can teleport to. Now, everybody has the ability to teleport. You can only teleport to places you visited, though. Same thing with the map. You can only look at places that you've been to. A lot of people, I think, they make the mistake early on of teleporting everywhere they go.
I ran out real quick, and then I was hoofing it everywhere. So.
Once I realized that it took forever, I barely used any, and once I found out that it took forever for it to regen, I was so stingy. People in my link shell, they were constantly using up all of theirs, and then they were like, port me somewhere. I'm like, hell no, man. That is not happening. I would not use it unless I was going to go recruit someone for my link shell.
Yeah, so you can teleport multiple people at once. You can teleport as many people as you want that can fit in your party. So 15. You can teleport 15 people at once. I see a lot of people selling teleports as well because
5,000 gil. Highest I've seen is 5,000.
So highest I've seen is 20,000.
I've done it twice now, both times to Olda, believe it or not. So I made 10,000 gil. It was worth it. I was heading there anyway.
So rule of thumb is save your anima and touch every single crystal you come across. Make sure you get those teleport points, because if you end up dying and you just took the ferry all the way to Limsa Lominsa and you die, you get all the way back to Alda or Gridania if you ran that far. So make sure you touch those crystals. I can't stress that enough. All right, now we'll go on to tributes. And now these are kind of basic. For your adventuring, you have your strength, which increases physical attack, your vitality, which increases HP, dexterity, which increases your physical accuracy, intelligence, which increases your magical potency, mind, which increases your magic defense and your MP. And it also seems to increase healing power, but that's just like a speculation. And piety increases magical accuracy. So as each of y'all's classes, Pippa, you play a pugilist, Nailak, you play an archer, I play a lancer. Where do y'all put y'all's points?
Strength, dexterity, and vitality. I kept them all the same to the soft cap, and then I started kind of raising them individually from there. A lot of dex.
I was doing it evenly until I don't know, I just got sick of not having enough HP, so I reset it like twice, and I have vitality a little heavier than strength and dex.
Yeah, and that's a good thing to point out. You can reset your stats as many times as you want to.
There's a 30-minute timer.
Well, there is a timer, so basically all you have to do is just wait, and you can completely respec your character. So I guess we'll move on to monster tactics. Now, these are I think the most important, because I've actually tested out a lot of these, and they really do help. The first one we're going to go over is pucks. They have two abilities. They have the backflip, and the way to avoid this is you want to strafe from looking right at him to the left or the right to completely evade it. If you get behind them, he can still kind of hit you with it. So if you're just to the left or the right of him, he's going to completely miss you. And I've actually tried this, and it does work. Have y'all had any of these?
Nope, never really paid attention to them before. This is cool information.
The pucks I usually end up killing really fast. So
yeah,
the ones I've come across anyway.
Yeah, they also have another ability called tail chase. So the way to avoid this one is you need to backpedal a lot. It might be easier to just unlock the target and run, but you need to move back about 10 yards, and you should be able to just avoid it altogether. Why don't you tell us about the Fugwar?
Okay, they have the ability called Poison Powder. Physical sign is it'll puff up, and you just don't attack it, and it won't do it.
Right, so basically what it's doing is it's charging up the move, and it puffs up his body, and if you hit it, it blows up and does a poison attack on you.
I've tried that. It actually works well, too. Like, I was watching it before I knew that, and it would just puff up, and then just do nothing, and then go back down. And then one time I hit it when it was like that, and it went off. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really good to know, especially since poison doesn't actually tick in the chat menu right now. So
yeah, poison's good.
Yeah. So you might think everything's hunky-dory, and then you run around and you die, and you're like, what happened? Well, you were poisoned, and it didn't tell you. So
Screw you.
Exactly.
I am detecting a little bit of aggression there, so a little bit of sadness at the same time.
I got poisoned during a behest, and I didn't realize it. There was an AoE bio that happened from the last, I forget what they're called, but he did an AoE bio, and I got hit by it. I'm like, oh, cool, I'm going to go turn this in and get my thing. And right when I ran up to the NPC, I died. Because the bio hit me. So
that sucks.
Yeah.
The next one is imps. Their ability is impish incantations. Their physical sign, they will appear to be trying to summon energy. And their evasion method, they strafe. You need to strafe from the front to the left or right to completely evade the TP move.
It looks like they're just kind of like the imps float in the air. They kind of fly there, and it looks like they're gathering this purple energy into their bellies, and then they throw the attack at you. If you get behind them or to the left or the right of them, you will completely miss it. So I'm always moving constantly whenever I'm fighting an imp. The next one is the wights, also known as the skeletons, and their ability is called the Bone Sickle. And the evasion method is you want to strafe from the left or the right, and you'll completely evade the move. It's basically a frontal cone, so as long as you're behind it or to the side of it, you should be okay. Now, the monster basically has this TP skill called Minions of the Pit, and it's a huge AoE. It does big damage, and they crumple after they do this ability. Once they get up, they recover from all incapacitation effects. So if you incapacitate them, like we talked about in the first episode, they will recover from this. And when you incapacitate their head, it drastically increases their TP skill cast time. So make sure you incapacitate them, because you'll be able to actually avoid minions of the pit if you do that.
Fighting a couple of those. I haven't tried any of the incapacitations yet. Okay, now we got Dodos, and their ability is Spew Attack, and the evasion method is strafe left or right the moment the monster starts charging. If you stay in the front too long, it will still hit you.
Yeah, so as soon as it starts charging up, I just get to the left or the right, and it misses me. Usually I'm fighting like two at once, though, so it's kind of impossible.
The next is Hippo Surf. Their ability is an AoE stun. The evasion method, it's impossible.
So yeah, I've never actually fought a Hippo Surf before. Have either of y'all?
No, I don't even know what it looks like.
It's you would expect it to look like a hippogriff almost, but it looks like a wolf with a bird head.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Right.
Yeah, it looks pretty weird. Next thing we have is the Honorary Karakol-U. They just look like sheeps, basically. I don't know why they couldn't call them a sheep, but there you go. Their ability is an AoE sleep. And to evade this, they cast an instant AoE sleep on everyone, including itself. So while it's sleeping, a snot bubble will grow from its nose, and when it reaches full size, it will explode for a massive wind damage and cause a pushback effect. So
that's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know how you avoid this. I guess you
run.
Well, if you're far enough away, maybe you won't get hit by it. But I mean, it's an instant cast AoE. I guess you just have to get away
Someone
from
would
it.
just have to be far away before it happened.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because the warning of the snot bubble growing, right?
Well, no. That's
You're
after
sleeping,
you're
that's
asleep.
happening.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You have to
Never
avoid
mind.
the sleep part.
Damn.
Yeah, it's one of the
You're screwed.
classes that have to be far away when that's happening.
Exactly.
All right, now we got the Antelope Doe. Its ability is a back kick. It'll run a few steps away and face away from you, and it'll kick you in the face if you run up behind it and push back.
Yeah, so basically, don't run up to it. If it's doing this, just run away. Like, just step back away from it.
I never had that problem. Of course, I probably was just shooting it when I was running away and laughing.
Right.
Like, run away, whatever. Like, works out well for me.
Yeah, you're an archer, so that does work out well for you.
This next one I have a lot of experience with. Moles. I have been killing moles like crazy. They have a dig ability where they go underground, and then they burst back up and beat the crap out of you with one big kick. And as long as you run away when they first disappear underground, you'll be fine.
Yeah, as soon as you see him go down there underground, run. But you have to be careful, because if you run too far away, it will make the health regenerate because you disengaged it.
Yeah. Just run out of its radius. Get hit once so you know how big of a radius it is, and then from then on, just run backwards.
Yeah, don't just run away from the spot that they burrowed down, because they can chase you underground and pop up if you're close enough to where they went under. So there's
a good midpoint you need to be at.
Next one is crabs, and their ability is the bubble shower. Basically, if you see it charging up and you're not queuing up an attack, just step to the left or the right, and you won't even get hit. Have you noticed this? I mean, because I know you were fighting crabs for a while, Pippa.
I was, and pretty much the exact same thing.
So you could avoid it pretty easily?
Yeah, it wasn't too difficult.
Yeah, now you're a ranger, so it didn't even bother you, did it?
No, I just range them.
Yeah.
I do notice that they are strong against my attacks, though. Knowing that the magic is better helps.
Right.
The one thing that they do, which is really annoying, is that they go to sleep. They kind of do this hibernating thing.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
And everybody in my group kept hitting the damn thing. That is not doing anything. You're wasting TP on something that's nothing's gonna work on it. You have to wait till it wakes back up.
Right. It's basically like Shell from 11. It's just it made everything horrible. But for those that don't know, crabs have really strong defense against slashing and blunt damage. So you want your piercing damage up there, and you really want to have magic on your side because crabs have terrible magical defense. So yeah, it's really nice to see that Final Fantasy XIV has the depth of all the mobs in this game. Like it's really nice to see that every single mob kind of has its own little intricacies.
Yeah.
And this is like soloing too. And like other games, if it's a solo mob, it's like, yeah, just kill it. And maybe it does like one thing that you barely ever see.
And it's like you can't avoid it because, a great example is like every single MMO I've ever seen, you could not physically just dodge out of the way and it not hit you. And like for City of Heroes, I would always, I made a speed character. Like, so he had like super speed and all this stuff, and he had like super high evasion. He could never outrun a blast because it was always like homing in on you. Didn't matter where you went.
I made a video of that where I was at the end of a dungeon and someone shot me, and I ran all the way to the entrance, and it chased me the entire way. I was like, that's just ridiculous.
Well, it's because it's a dice roll. In here, you still have dice rolls, but it's not doing a dice roll on accuracy. All right. So now it's time for the 5 stars and feedback. So yeah, we got a lot of great feedback on Lodestone Radio and on iTunes. No post really on Zam or Orzopedia or anything like that, but go ahead and tell us what they're saying on iTunes, Pippa.
Well, Valor on iTunes says, overall, this is a great Final Fantasy XIV podcast. The quality of the show is really well done, especially considering it's the first episode. Topics were displayed, discussed, and debated, all without bashing and griping, which was a nice change from other Final Fantasy XIV podcasts that I've listened to. And the hosts seem to have a really good chemistry going on, which makes for a pleasant listening experience. There is still a lot of work to be done to make the podcast really stand out and shine, but I'm comfortable giving the podcast a 5-star review since it's already going so well and the podcast is still so young. Keep it up, guys. I'll definitely be listening in the future.
So I guess he made this review after the first episode.
Well, it actually came out after the second, which is kind of interesting. But I guess he only had listened to the first one.
Maybe. I don't know. What else are they saying on iTunes, Naylock?
Okay, Pirate Bob 214 on iTunes. The broadcasters work well together and seem to really enjoy Final Fantasy XIV regardless of the game through its rocky start. The show is brought forward with good presentation with humor. Feels to me that I am sitting around with a few friends talking about our favorite game. I hope to be listening for a long time. Keep up the good work, Sano, Naylock, and Pippa.
It's a shame that today is your last episode, Pippa.
Sorry, guys. Well, I'll be back. But
you'll guest star some.
Hell yeah. Just not every week.
Yeah. Xavier Gray on the Lodestone Radio forum says, just finished listening to both episode 1.5 and episode 2, and I must say I am very happy to hear some honest opinions from people who aren't so full of nerd rage that they can't think straight. Sure, the game has some fundamental issues, and at one time I was seriously considering leaving, but Square Enix has changed my mind and truly stepped up this time in doing something it has never done before. It's keeping us in the update and information loop. This is a huge step for the silent juggernaut that was Square Enix during Final Fantasy XI. Thanks for being unbiased and fair. I truly see and respect those I can tell are fans and can point out that the negatives when they see them, but keep it in perspective with all of the fresh new positives. I really like that. I mean, it's nice to know that he listened enough and paid attention enough to know that episode 1 was actually recorded twice.
Yes.
Yeah. 5, I thought that was nice.
Yeah, that was really good.
Kendall Lollet on Lodestone Radio forum says, I'm so happy to have found you guys. Finally a place where people who are actually enjoying the game can listen to the real issues and problems that the game might have. It seems like the whole Western media has come together to bully a good game. I agree that Final Fantasy XIV is as good and, in my opinion, much better than Final Fantasy XI. Square Enix and Final Fantasy hating is the order of the day, and I am glad that there's a place to have an objective discussion. It's all about not being a blinded fanboy or a blinded hater, and so far I'm loving both episodes.
That's really awesome. And he actually donated.
Oh.
So yeah.
Kendall.
Thank you.
From Lodestone Radio forums, we've got Quinn Sakura. I am happy to find more support of the game. Nothing is ever perfect, and nothing will ever totally satisfy everyone. However, I loved my experience on Final Fantasy XI, and I find Final 14 to be a great start. My ex, whom I started Final Fantasy XI with way back when, is a manager of a GameStop and hates this game. I found that very encouraging. We have completely different, so I know I'm doing something right.
Again, all nice, great feedback, great words, and thank you very much for all the great feedback. Keep it coming.
Yeah, I'm loving it. That actually reminds me of a thing I'm realizing on some other forums is almost everyone who like really hates Final Fantasy 14 like with a passion, or I do not like them. Like I didn't like them beforehand.
Right.
So it's like syncing up really good. Like I don't like it. It's like, well, I never liked you. So that was awesome that you're not going to be on the game.
Well, I mean, it just seems like a lot of people are going to the forums just to keep hating on the game, and even on ZAM, the administrators are getting tired of it. They're like, there seems to be one or two positive posts, but I'm really getting tired of this, negative feedback. Can't y'all come up with something new? Y'all are complaining about the same things that they've already fixed, so just come up with something new.
Well, MMORPG.com is being spammed with bad reviews to the point where they actually just made an entire forum for it, so people would stop spamming the general discussion forum.
Oh, that's so... I mean, the game is not... We went over this in episode 2. The game's not bad. It's not.
It really isn't.
People need to get their heads out of their butts and just see what the game's actually about.
Yeah, every time I see if they actually get around to making a specific complaint, it's really stupid.
Right.
Like someone's like, I saw a video where it was, someone vendored some stuff on 14 and then on WoW, and WoW was like 20 seconds and it took them like a minute on Final Fantasy 14. Like, really? That's your sticking point? You can't vendor things really fast?
Right.
Well, you got to screw this game.
Well, I think, we had a new segment that we were going to do called Facts or Facts, so we mentioned this in episode 2. However, there was a name server error with the domain name, so that email address, ask@lodestoneradio.com, was not working for the whole week. It's currently working now, though. So if you have any questions you'd like to ask us, I mean, anything like what color is the sky, or what's our favorite food, or anything. Yeah, how does the button work? How do I use the map?
Or does Pippa really like pickles?
There you go. Yes. If you want to ask us anything, doesn't matter if it's Final Fantasy 14 related, 11 related, MMO related, doesn't matter. Ask us anything you want. Just send an email to ask@lodestoneradio.com. And I think that's going to do it. Did y'all like the show?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Pippa, it's your last episode. What do you have to say? Any last words?
I'll miss you guys.
So yeah, that's going to do it for today's show. Be sure to listen and check us out at lodestoneradio.com. Also, don't forget to review us on iTunes, and if you'd like to sponsor a show like Kindle and Zig Zigara, just donate $10 and you'll be mentioned in that week's episode. Don't forget, Asara is going to be taking over in episode 4 for Pippa, and be sure to keep listening. This is Lodestone Radio. Listen next week. Have a happy Halloween. I'll have a happy birthday. My birthday's on Halloween. And take care, and God bless.
Control helps to reduce the occurrence of ethereal sparking. See below. Oh. Why not take like
Because we're about to cover it. You're supposed to be able to improv that. Oh, we'll cover that in a minute.
Smile at camera. Oh,
oh my god. Oh.
It's all your fault, man. Why would we get through that beginning part after 2 tries? Crap. Alright.
Oh, you can start at control. Start at control.
you're losing it.
Dude, it's because of your comments.
See, I'm gonna get to that spot again, and I'm gonna say, we'll go over this in a second, and then you're gonna start laughing.
Type it in. Type
Alright,
it
Mike.
in. Hold on, type it in.
Alright, breathing. Trying to stop smiling. Okay. I can't concentrate when you're typing.
Oh no, I'm good. Okay.
Control helps to reduce the occurrence of ethereal sparking.
I didn't do anything.
I never typed that.
Oh god.
Okay, what am I supposed to put? We'll cover this in a second.
Yeah, we'll go over that in a minute.
Build go over that in a minute.
And just for the record, Naylock, I started laughing so much you were like, smile like camera. Oh.
Alright. Crap. Did you just mute everybody?
No. Naylock keeps muting his mic. I guess because he doesn't want to set you off, that's why.
No. He muted himself and all this background sound just like boop, went missing, and I wasn't expecting. Alright,
This episode is brought to you by the generous donations of Zarlin Delirium of the Lidblum server and Alessandra. Also, be sure to check out Engine.com. Use code Lodestone Radio to receive 20% off your next title or theme purchase from Engine.
This is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello everyone and welcome to Lodestone Radio episode 4. It's November 6th, 2010, and with me today is Asana. Wait, you're not Asana, who are you?
I am Ern.
Ern! We got a new co-host. We had a couple of technical issues while we were working with Asana, so we have Ern now. She's awesome.
Hi.
Yep. And then also, of course, we have Naylock.
Hello.
And alright, so let's get right into it. So, Ern, what have you been doing in the game? I know this is your first episode, so give us a big update on what your character is, what do you play, and what you've been doing.
Okay, well, I have been focusing on Conjurer. She is level 27 as we speak, and I have kind of fiddled with, I like to call it Thermos, because the name on it is just ridiculous. So I got that up to get a couple of sub-spells going on, like Regen and things like that. I've been concentrating on weaving. My weaving is at 17, and my woodworking is at, I just dinged 12 today. So
congratulations.
Thank you.
Yay.
And how about you, Naylock? What you been up to?
I've been screwing around. I screwed around with some harvesting, like botany, and I did a level 20 class quest for Archer. I haven't gotten a whole lot done, though.
So, I mean,
general.
You've been getting guild marks, so did you get any new abilities with them?
Yeah, I got, I didn't know I could get it before, but I was able to get it at 20. It's something that reduces my, like, hate generation by 10.
Nice.
So it's nice to have. And I actually looked it up because I was with two Lancers doing leaves, and they attacked something, and everything just decided to come after me after I've done nothing. So I'm like, I apparently have a hate problem here or something. I don't know what's going on.
The aggro seems really hit or miss in the game lately. Like, it just, I don't know. You got to be really careful with what you're doing, I guess.
Yeah, I get some severe hate with healing spells, definitely.
Yeah. And for my personal update, you know, I was working on a database for the Link show that I'm in, which is Outlanders, and we're trying to do like an item database for the banker and stuff. So I was working on a database for that all week. I didn't really have a chance to play much, and kind of a little raw from the dev that had said, you know, there was going to be a really good November 4th update, but we will get to that in a minute. First, I did want to go over, you know, because we had some feedback on episode 2 saying that, you know, we were overly positive. We, you know, bashed every review that was, you know, against Final Fantasy XIV. And I just, you know, what did you think about that, Naylock? Because I know, Ern, you weren't here, but I know you listened to the episode. But what did you think about that, Naylock?
I thought I was justified in everything I said. I thought the IGN one was okay. They were pretty even-handed. Like, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it now. But other people, like, it was so exaggerated. Like, it's unplayable, and, you know, it tried to shake my baby to death or something, and I gave it a 2. And it was just ridiculous.
It's like, it's broken, nothing works, and all this stuff. And, you know, and I have to blame them for these ridiculous Ask the Devs that we're getting, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, and here's the thing, we're not saying Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have issues. You know, it does have issues. All MMOs have issues. And the point is, MMOs have growing pains. You know, every single small complaint that's ever been said by a reviewer or a player or anything like that, it's been noted by Square Enix, and they've said that they're going to rectify it by December. To continue complaining about it after it's already been said by Square Enix that, hey, we're going to fix it and we know about it, it's redundant. There's no point to keep doing it. And if the reviewers had waited a month, they would see that Square Enix was already going to be fixing these issues that they're complaining about, and we wouldn't even have the reviews that we have now.
I just think a lot of those people have gotten so used to complaining about everything, and now that SE has shown them that they intend on fixing them, giving them these updates, and they feel like they still have to keep complaining because that's what they've been doing the whole time, so they just keep doing it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now it's just like, oh, it should have done that in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, and hindsight. Plus, I think they love sticking it to Final Fantasy because you always hear people like, "Why is it still? They need to end the series, and why does everyone like it?" And yeah, just people would hate Final Fantasy, so they just see this game have flaws and just go at it.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, it's not SE's fault when someone gets overhyped about a game and it ends up not being what they imagined it to be.
None hype from Square Enix about Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah.
So I was amazed when everyone's like, what the hell? Like, they promised nothing. They delivered every little thing that they even confirmed that they were going to have on there, and they really didn't say a whole lot.
They gave you servers and classes there.
Yeah, it's like you can switch classes, and that's there, so I don't...
Well, the problem is a lot of the hype came from fan sites. You know, every time Square Enix would come out with a logo, and I was kind of part of the speculation as well. They came out with the Final Fantasy XIV logo, and everyone's like, "Oh, I see weapons, and I see like a little Taru there, and they're in a circle. So I guess that means like we're going to be protecting people, and I guess like these people that are in the inside are magic classes, and the ones on the outside, you know, that's all speculation done by the community. It's not
like
Square Enix.
Seconds of a CG video. It's like, oh, this is going to be like every fight. Oh my god.
Right. And I mean, it's basically all our message is the game isn't broken, and the over-exaggeration from reviewers and the community is completely unprofessional, and it needs to stop. That's my opinion. You know, the MMOs grow and they evolve over time. So just be patient, especially since you've been playing for free and you're going to continue to do so for the next 30 days, just like everyone else.
Seriously, I mean, those of you, I don't know if you guys played the beta or not, but anybody that's been in since even the first or second beta, you have played a free MMO since what, July?
Yeah, pretty much. And you've seen it grow and you've seen it change.
Yes.
And you know, I'm personally a little burned from, and it's not SE's fault. It's just one person's fault. But we'll get to that in a couple minutes. But you know, because I'm waiting for the November update does not mean I don't enjoy the game. I want to wait for the game to get a little more completed, so that I'm having a better time in the game. You know, that's basically it. So let's move right along to equipment breaking news.
Alright, looking good there. And equipment breaking news.
So November 4th, we had like a huge version update, you know, like, I mean, they had this...
I couldn't believe it.
I know, right? Like they had that dev on Twitter saying, you know, you're not going to be disappointed with the November 4th update, and my God, was he completely right. Like, there wasn't any freaking version update, all right? You lied, you Square Enix developer.
Just kidding.
Yeah, what?
Psych.
I mean,
Psych.
You know, this is especially this whole thing. There was no version update for November 4th. It was just maintenance, and I was really psyched about having an update for it because I was like, okay, it's November now, and you know it's time to get serious. You know, like this is where it's all going to start going down. Especially having the developer tweet something and the rocky, you know, kind of feedback that everyone's giving Final Fantasy XIV. I think this was the worst thing to possibly happen right now in the current stage.
Smart.
No. Like, because Naylock, I had told you about the tweeter thing, the tweet that the dev did. What did you think was going to happen on November 4th?
I figured it would have been one of these nice updates. They said they were going to have a November update that was like huge, so I figured it was going to be that. But I guess, not disappointed, which is, it's like, well, it was maintenance, and that's what we said it would be. So you're not disappointed, are you?
The servers were down. Isn't that good enough?
I mean, well, what do you think they should have done? Because there wasn't any update whatsoever, and some people are speculating, well, I think it was server side. No, if it was server side or client side, you would have to download something regardless, and there was no download patch at all.
Especially on this game, with sometimes they can get away with a server side update, but they do a lot more stuff on here server side. So
yeah, but you still need to download a patch so that
that's what I'm saying. You'd have to download it.
Yeah,
to get it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so what do you think they should have done on November 4th? Like anything?
They shouldn't have said anything. Like I don't see them forcing some sort of update. They should have just been like, well, just maintenance because the last thing's done on the huge update. That's what they should have said.
What do you think, Aaron?
Well, I think they, like, with the whole tweet and everything like that, they did kind of give it some fluff that it probably shouldn't have deserved. So it got a lot of people's hopes up, obviously. Yeah. So I think it probably would have been better if they just didn't say anything at all.
Well, it's not Square Enix's fault. It's just it's this one guy's fault for tweeting it in the first place. Yeah. And I think if they had just come out with maybe even chat tabs or something kind of a little walk towards what they said they were going to be doing for November and December, I think that would have been better than anything.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Now, they did come out with some Ask the Devs articles. The first one being November 1st. Now, Nalok, what did you think of this one? Because I know that you loved the last one before.
Oh, yeah. Well, I suggested that they should tell people how to use buttons, and apparently they took it to heart and decided to show everyone how to use buttons.
Yeah. We're not going to go over it because it's literally a, how do I play Final Fantasy XIV? Like, that's... It was a complete, what's this button do? Why can't I target this thing? How do I target an NPC? How do I get invited to a party? How do I do a quest? It was really ridiculous, and I really can't fault Final Fantasy XIV, I can't fault Square Enix for doing this because the reviewers are the ones that are putting these ridiculous questions out there to begin with.
Yeah, it's like all stuff you could learn by trying every button once.
Pretty much.
It wouldn't have been that hard. Yeah, it's a word and it does what it says. I don't see what's so complicated.
What did you think about it, Ern, when you first saw it? Like, did you think it was just a waste of time?
Oh, I started cracking up. It was just like, it's one of those FF14 for Dummies posts. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's the really simple stuff, but like Milak said, it's just kind of a slap in the face to all the people that ask those questions over and over and over and don't take the time to just figure stuff out. I mean, this game has given us way more insight than 11 ever did. It was just a big guessing game over there. So any information that they give, I guess, is helpful.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that they're getting frustrated. You can tell that they have an attitude with these Ask the Dev posts because when we get to the November 5th one, it's blatantly obvious that they're like, well, people just don't want to take the time, so here you go. Here's a chart for you lazy people, and, it's let's get right into the November 5th one. So the first question they ask is, what are all the so-called bonus points?
Okay, the answer is the term bonus point, in quotes, refers to a type of point awarded to a player when his or her physical level rises. Once acquired, these points may be freely assigned to any of a number of stats, allowing players to take a more active role in their character's development. While the amount of bonus points awarded every level will continue to go up as a player, the amount of bonus points required to raise stats will also increase as the value of the stats themselves rise. Below are the two charts displaying the number of bonus points awarded at each physical level and the amount of bonus points required to raise stats at certain values, respectively.
Yeah, and this chart's really huge, so we're going to have a link to it in the show notes at the end of the show. But, I mean, it's just saying, like, the more points after 40, once you put points in, it requires more points to make a stat go up.
Yeah, it's on a curve.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's kind of, I don't know why they keep wording their Ask the Dev questions like this, like, and their answers too. Like, it's so convoluted and it's so many descriptive words that they could just say a simple answer, you know?
They're talking down to people. It
too
just
many
seems
adjectives.
like that's what they're doing, like the lowest common denominator. Because they're like, well, if we don't do that, someone's gonna, who's apparently the big guy at GameSpot or something will be offended and we'll be in trouble. So now we gotta make sure the guys at the massively don't get mad.
It's not very fluid. You know, you're trying to read it and you're just like...
A third of that was like a one sentence. I almost ran out of breath. I'm like, yeah. Okay. This question is, I am having a hard time deciding where to allocate my bonus points. What effect will raising each of the various stats have on my character?
The answer is the effects for each available stat are listed below. Strength. Increases damage dealt by physical attacks. Increases damage prevented when blocking attacks with a shield.
Now, I gotta stop you right there because why don't people know these things?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I found these out during beta.
Yeah. I mean,
people figured
A
them
lot of
out
them are
pretty
kind of
quick.
self-explanatory, and if you put stuff into Vitality, you're going to watch your HP go up, period.
Well, I mean, not only that, but I mean, how long has Dungeons and Dragons been? 20 years, 25 years? Haven't these stats been around that long? Like,
Anybody that's really played any sort of
I think
MMO
people-
kind of knows what this stuff is.
yeah.
Yeah, if people are asking, I think it's where the secondary stuff, like, yeah, it's more damage, but then, like, the blocking attacks, wouldn't be surprised if that ended up being something else. It could have been something else, actually.
All right, Vitality. Reduces damage taken from physical attacks. Increases maximum HP. Dexterity. Increases accuracy of physical attacks. Increases chances of evading physical attacks. Increases critical hit rating of physical attacks and resulting damage. Increases parry rate for certain weapons.
I wish they would, if they're going to go this far, just tell us what certain weapons are,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Like, is it a staff weapon?
You know
Is it-
someone's going to ask, too.
Exactly.
More weapons!
Yeah.
Intelligence. Increases damage dealt by magic attacks. Mind. Reduces damage taken from magical attacks and increases maximum MP. Piety. Reduces chances of your magic attacks being resisted. Increases your chance of resisting magic attacks of others.
So, why didn't they just add the reduces damage taken with that one? Like, because it says you resist the magic attacks of others regardless. Isn't that the same as reducing the damage taken?
Mm-hmm.
Well, kinda. I mean, I guess piety is if you want to outright resist it, and mind is, yeah. And then, yeah, mind is for reducing the damage it is. So, like, mind is like, well, I can get hit one, or piety is they just miss outright.
It just seems a little, like...
Yeah, they should have added those. I don't know why sometimes they do that for balance, so everyone can't just dump every point they have into one stat and be all set.
Right.
They have to keep us guessing, too.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have elements. Increases damage dealt by the attacks of that element. It also reduces damage taken from attacks of the opposing element.
Now, I noticed that they don't list anything here about the crystals. And, you know, but I know that I think it was either episode 1 or 2, Nalok, where we were talking about elements and the point allocation. And if you put your points into certain elements, you would actually get more crystals of that type. Here they're not saying that, but it's widely believed that that's how it happens. What do y'all think?
I thought I actually read that somewhere on here, confirming that, but I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, I've just heard rumors about it too. I don't recall seeing anything in black and white, but I haven't tested it either.
I just heard it from the community, basically.
Yeah.
So at the bottom of the elements chart and all this whole stat chart thing is that they're kind of getting snippety. You know, and you can tell if you read the whole thing word for word, you can tell when they're getting frustrated and just kind of slapping people in the face. So at the bottom it says, hints as to which attributes are most advantageous to each class can be discovered in-game by speaking to NPCs or examining the stats of items purchased with guild marks. Then they say, for those who simply wish to have the facts straight away, however, we have provided the following lists. That, to me, is just like, for you people that are so lazy you can't figure out how to do this, this is what you get. You know, like, what do y'all think?
If you don't want to try, here's just a picture. Here you go.
Just all of your stuff on a platter. It's all paint by number. Enjoy.
So the first thing they have is Disciples of War and Magic. They say that Disciples of War rely most heavily upon the strength, vitality, and dexterity attributes, while the Disciples of Magic emphasis on the intelligence, mind, and piety, or piety. This is useful to remember for players who wish to maximize their character's potential when allocating bonus points. In addition, there are bonuses to the effects of magic spells that are also based on attribute values. Below is a list showing the general relationship between attributes and the magic types. The conditions that result in such bonuses, however, varies between spells. So they have offensive magic types are attributed to intelligence. Healing and defensive magic types are attributed to mind, and absorb damage over time magic effects are attributed to piety. That kind of makes sense, but I totally would have thought that damage over time and absorb type spells would be intelligence.
Yeah, I would have put it like that too.
Well, then you'd have nothing for piety, would you?
No, but I mean, it seems a little strange that they would have piety do anything with a magic type at all, especially since it's just supposed to be accuracy.
Yeah, I don't know why they thought that would be a good idea.
I don't know. Well, why don't you tell us about the disciplines of land?
Indications as to which attributes are most important to classes within the Disciple of Land can be found in-game by closely examining the gathering-related abilities obtained via guild marks. Again, for those not willing to invest that sort of time, we have listed the relationships below.
I love how sassy they are.
That cracks me up.
I mean, it's like the guy just like, again, for those that are so freaking lazy, there you go. Stop complaining.
Start throwing it in there. Also, you suck. Just at the end of the whole Okay, there's the miner, whose attributes are vitality and mind. Botanist is strength and intelligence, and fisher is dexterity and piety.
Now that's kind of interesting that they made botanist strength and intelligence and miner vitality and mind, because when you look back at thaumaturge and conjurer usually has a lot of wooden weapons, but their mind attribute is attached to miner, and then thaumaturge has a lot of goldsmithing type weapons. They're made out of ores and stuff, but they're attributed to botanist. It seems like it's backwards there.
It seems to me like you're going to have to respec all your attribute points every time you want to go. Like if you're going to go be a botanist for the day, you have to respec all of your points to make sure that they're going to match up with that, or you're not going to have good results. I mean, that's how I'm taking it anyways.
Well, they might be pushing the community aspect a little hard here. What do you think, Naylock?
I actually was looking at it, and it actually worked out kind of well. Strength and botanist, and I'm an archer, and I actually found out a lot of my equipment is good for, has the classes it favors for carpenter.
Well, yeah, but I mean, for a magic class is what I'm referencing. Like, the intelligence stat.
I think they're trying too hard to make thaumaturge and conjure two different classes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that could be too. That definitely could be a good indication. But I mean, just as far as like technique for consideration, I conjure. Most of my attribute points are in mind, but I have zero use for miner other than to maybe make money. So, like I would have to. I personally would have to respec if I was to do any of these
botanist
land. Yeah,
because your stats wouldn't even help botany at all, and your weapons are all wooden.
Well, maybe they thought people who get lots of mind would get lots of vitality too. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, so why don't we go on to the discipline of the hand?
Okay. The effect of attributes on a synthesis is limited. When attempting to craft a high-quality item, however, the likelihood of success increases as the attribute most closely associated with the tool being used rises. As the attributes associated with the main and offhand tools for each class are different, players may wish to give careful consideration to the class on which they wish to focus. A list showing the attributes related to the main and offhand tools of each class can be found below.
That is the worst written paragraph I have ever witnessed ever.
That is horrible.
I don't want to talk about it.
I mean, why couldn't they just have the last sentence? A list showing the attributes related with the main and offhand tools for each class can be found below. Like, that's all they have to say.
The higher these attributes are, the better this tool will work.
Yeah.
The end.
That's basically. Now, this is actually a really good. I'm glad they put it on here. I just wish they didn't make it so impossible to comprehend. Basically, that whole sentence said, "Look at the list below. This is what stats affect that tool."
Mm-hmm.
So, why don't you go over the table and then we'll kind of talk about how that works.
Okay. For carpenters, if you're using your main hand tool, you want to focus on vitality. Offhand is dexterity.
Now, you can only use an offhand tool if you have the main tool equipped.
Equipped, right.
And it doesn't matter what level the main hand tool is. So we said this last episode as well. If you only have like the level 1 main hand tool and you're trying to find an upgrade and you can only find the offhand tool, that's okay. You know, sometimes based on your class, you'll want to focus with the offhand tool rather than the main hand tool. So, for example, like you said, carpenter, if you're a gladiator, you're going to want to use the main hand tool. If you're an archer or a lancer, you might want to use the offhand tool.
Yeah, this was very helpful for me. I'm doing Weaver, and obviously I don't want to use the main. I mean, we'll get to that in a second, but there's reasons for me wanting to use my offhand hand.
Right.
But to keep going, blacksmith, main hand is strength. Offhand would be mind. Armorer would be main hand is vitality. Offhand would be strength. For goldsmith, your main hand is dexterity, and your offhand is intelligence. Leatherworker is main hand is vitality, offhand is intelligence, and weaver, main hand is dexterity, and your offhand would be mind. Alchemist, main hand is int, and offhand would be piety. Culinarian, main hand is mind, and your offhand is piety.
I think they're trying to really set, like, the classes are, if you're this main class, then you want to have this craft, you know.
Which doesn't make any sense to me because, like, again, I'll use myself as an example again. Weaver, main hand is dexterity. I don't know of any cloth wearer, we'll just use that, any cloth wearer that is going to use dexterity all that much.
Well, actually, you see, a lot of people don't realize this, and we talked about this in episode 3, Naylock. You have armor that has certain stats on it, and if you, like for Lancers are supposed to wear light armor. They're not,
This is true.
you know, but every picture you see, they're wearing heavy equipment. People are wearing...
Everybody's got a chainmail on.
Yeah.
They just got whatever. The stats are higher. I'll snatch this up. It's like, don't have your class on there, buddy, so it's going to suck.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, having Weaver with dexterity, that makes a lot of sense in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess it would.
Having the offhand tool be mind, again, that makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, why don't we go on to the next question?
Okay, the next question is, I pressed the reassign button but did not get all of my bonus points back. Why?
The answer is using the reassign feature will reset only a certain number of allotted bonus points. The feature will then become available for use again after a short period of time. Players wishing to reset all of their bonus points will be required to use the reassign feature multiple times.
Yeah, I thought people knew that already, though.
Well, this just
Yeah.
goes back to what you
Why
wanted
didn't they
that
just
day.
say what the period of time was? And okay, next question is, I allocated all of my bonus points to strength, but it did not increase my damage output nearly as much as I had hoped. Why?
Well, they answer, each attribute has an upper limit or cap that rises whenever a character's class rank goes up. Therefore, even if a player allots all of his or her bonus points to a single attribute such as strength, it is not the case that this will yield overly dramatic results. Bonus points across several attributes rather than concentrating on a single one will result in a much more well-balanced character. They didn't answer the question. They didn't answer it at all. They're just like, we don't know why it doesn't. Like they totally danced around it. They say upper limit or cap, but you can still put all your points into it, and it's not going to yield any effect.
Yeah. They give a lot of chances for you to screw up. I'm finding that, like,
Trial and
equipment
error.
points and yeah, it's like go look up a guide. Like, I guess.
Well, no. Why even answer this question if they're not going to answer it?
Yeah, it's like there's a upper limit. That's all we're gonna tell you.
Yeah, it's a limit. I mean, you can keep putting points into it, but it's not going to do anything once you reach that upper limit or cap.
But we're not going to tell you what the
whatever
upper
that
limit or
is.
cap is.
Right. And so, I mean, if I want to be really...
jerks back and like, oh, so you don't know what the cap is? You just tell us if you don't know what it is, and we have to figure it out for you.
I mean, it's it's one of those. This one really frustrated me again because they're referencing things that they're supposed to be explaining to you, like we already know what they're talking about, but then they don't answer it whenever they actually pique our interest.
I'm sure there's a cap, and I'm sure it's some convoluted equation too. Games like doing that.
Like, based on what skills you have from other classes, we'll cap this artificially so that you aren't overpowered or something.
And the cap for strength is like your rank minus physical level or times 10, or it's always some crap like that.
Divided by the rank of your weapon.
Yeah, by quality level of weapon and
to the power of your rank, and it's whatever. But hey, I think it's time for community service. I sentence you to community service. There wasn't much community service at all. There's literally no community news whatsoever. So I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel here. We got a macro maker for a lot of those people that don't know, a lot of the macro stuff. Square Enix, their expected sales were cut. And then they also did some player history and achievement stuff too. So, Ern, why don't you tell us about that macro maker?
Well, the macro makers, it's kind of cool. It basically kind of makes the macros for you. There's little drop-down menus, and you put in your main hand and your offhand and things like that for like equipping items or setting macros to equip items. Like if you're changing over to Weaver or something like that, you can make a whole macro for that. And you basically just use the drop-down menus. You put what main hand and offhand you want in. You click Add, and it literally dumps it down into a copy and paste section where you can just copy and paste that right into your macros. It's pretty neat looking. It'd be great if you guys wanted to go check it out. It's yetikitten.com/FFXIV.
Yeah, we'll have a link to it in the show notes at the bottom of the thing. But it's Yeti and Kitten's FFXIV macro maker. Now, I actually checked it out for a little bit, and you can put in custom items. You can put in like if you don't see it in the drop down, you can just type it in yourself. Just make sure it's typed correctly. And I also saw that they have abilities and traits in the list, but I don't know if that actually works. Like, because I never had a chance to.
I should try that. I just got one I was talking about, that Diagra one. That was my first. I think it's a trait. Yeah, because it's just on.
Right.
Well, with the action ones, you're probably still going to have to go in and tweak it after you get your macro set up, because it's not going to have any sort of target command in it. You're still going to have to put your brackets with your T or your me or whatever you need to put in there.
Well, I mean, it seems like, because I know that they don't have a macro specifically for actions and traits, but apparently the macro will allow, this macro maker has those options in it. I don't know if it's just because it's a database dump or if because it actually will set them for you.
I'll find that out.
Yep. Okay, so Square Enix cuts the expected sales by $100 million. This actually comes from FinalFantasy14Core.com. And basically, they're saying that Square Enix lowered their earnings forecast on November 1st for the first part of the fiscal year, which ended September 30th of 2010. Y'all, I know a lot of people are going to be going, oh my god, Final Fantasy 14 is doing horrible, they're losing tons of money. That's not the only game that came out in the fiscal year. Remember that Square Enix and Eidos merged, and so now Square Enix owns all of their properties. Square Enix came out with Just Cause 2, Nier, Kane and Lynch 2, Front Mission Evolved, Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, and then at the very last day, September 30th, 2010, they came out with Final Fantasy 14. Now, a lot of their stuff, a lot of the sales for Final Fantasy 14 did not even get registered in the fiscal year because it was after September 30th, But
I was starting to think that's why they released it when they did, to get in the fiscal year, because I know it doesn't end at like December 31st.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, like, when you look at these other titles, Just Cause 2, it was a good game, but it didn't sell very well. Nier, it was a good game, didn't sell very well. Kane and Lynch 2, the first one got horrible reviews. I doubt a lot of people bought the sequel. Front Mission Evolved, a lot of people thought it was going to be good. They bought it, it wasn't good. And then Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, I'm sure that sold like crazy. But it was on the PSP, so it has a very limited market. I mean, Nailak, what do you think about this?
I'm surprised that, I still think they released it when they did to up their expected sales of the fiscal year. because like I said, I know they cut that off before the holidays.
Right. I mean, it's just having those other titles. The only big one I really see is Final Fantasy 14. Like, that's, it's the other ones, they're not the big hitters. And Final Fantasy 14 probably made majority of that money. But yeah, why don't you tell us about the player history and achievements that are now on Lodestone?
Oh, this comes from ZAM. Players of Final Fantasy 14 can now visit the Lodestone website to view their latest achievements. It includes milestones such as physical levels and class ranks, discovering Aetheryte Crystal, or slaying a certain number of enemies. It's accessible through the history option located at the top of the character page.
Yeah, I checked this out. It was actually pretty freaking cool. Like, I mean, every crystal that you find, every time you level up, every time you kill a certain number of monsters, it tells you in a huge history of, like, what's going on with your character. Like, have y'all checked this out yet?
No, I didn't. I must have missed that part. I didn't look at it yet.
Oh, it's fantastic. To go check it out, all you got to do is go to the Final Fantasy XIV Lodestone page, and you look for your character in the character search. And then when you find their page, you can click history, and it'll show you all their history of what they've done in the game.
And it's pretty stalkish.
Yeah, it is a little stalkish. In fact, they even had, over in Japan, they did this blog where they had a whole bunch of celebrities, like they were playing the game, and they were going to blog about it, right? Well, whenever this achievement thing came out, apparently they weren't really playing the game. Like 2 out of the 7 people weren't playing the game right. And so they checked all the achievements, and they didn't match up to what the stories were for these 2 people. So over in Japan, they got really upset. And then
he was a pissed off agent saying,
yeah. You said you did this, but you didn't do it at all, and we got it proof here, so...
We want damages. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, there was 5 people... There's 7 in total. 5 of them are legitimately playing the game, so the other 2... One is a manga artist, and she's making up stories because she's an artist. She wants to do comics based on stories that she finds interesting that takes place in the Final Fantasy XIV universe. And then the other one that wasn't playing at all was a supermodel. So, I mean... Yeah. So can you really fault them for that?
That happens quite a lot. Like, yeah, I love games, and like
I'm a supermodel.
You should blog
They
about
always
it.
do that. Like, it's part of the little deal. Like, do you like video games? And some crazy hot chicks. Like, yeah, I love them.
Well,
I used to play Pac-Man or something.
Well, think about Blizzard. They got Mr. T to do commercials with.
I doubt he plays.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you think Mr. T is sitting there playing WoW? Really?
Pitying
out all the fools.
I gotta say, pitying the fools. I gotta say, with the fan base that they have, I wouldn't doubt it. But yeah, you're probably right. He doesn't play.
Well, no, it's just a marketing thing. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And to have 5 out of your 7 marketing people actually playing the game, I'd say that's positive marketing. I'd say that works out. But to just fault them for having this one supermodel person not playing the game.
I mean, yeah, if it was like they had the opportunity to lie about it, and then 5 of them actually did end up playing it, that is kind of surprising.
Yeah,
like the other 2 would have got away with it scot-free if that wasn't for the achievement tracking.
Exactly. Well, I mean, the manga artist, she's playing the game, but she's just making up stories. Like she's playing the game, but she's getting these ideas of, hey, it would be really cool if this would have happened, and she makes like a little manga panel of it, and she tells the story that way. So she's just embellishing.
She came up with a cool story, and it didn't actually happen. Screw it, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Right. I mean, but she's an artist.
They probably do it just to have the diversity in the
Right. So why don't we go on to meat and potatoes?
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes.
All right, so today is going to be we're going to be talking about character focus. We're going to give you some tips on how to party and how to solo, how to make a character that you want to play. Because there are a lot of options in Final Fantasy XIV. It's really easy to get and want to do everything yourself. And when you get into that mindset, you end up you're going to get burnt out of the game. You're going to try and do every single thing. I mean, you're talking, you got, 8 crafts, and then you have the 3 harvesting professions, and then you have, 7 main classes, right?
I think it's 7.
Yeah, it's 7.
That's a lot to take. That's a lot to do. So we're going to go over, some tips on how to make a character that you want to play and enjoy the game while still being functional, throughout the world. So do y'all, before we get into this, you have your own characters. How are you focusing on your own character? Why don't you tell us, Ern?
Well, I've always been, in all of my game days, have always kind of focused on a caster healer type. I've never really been a fan of melee or anything like that. So I've just recently kind of discovered that the leaves, as me personally, the leaves are only a moneymaker for me at this point. I'm level 27. I'm doing the level 30 leaves because I can't get to the next batch of them till I think 33 is when I'll be able to see them. And the level of XP that I get from the leaves it's not good time management because it's kind of a lengthy process to do, 8 of them a day.
Right.
I find that my time is more spent wisely doing, I've been doing a lot of partying, just XP parties down in the caves on Fs and crabs and things like that. I just find that I've gained quite a bit of levels just in the last week or so by focusing more on that and then just using leaves as a income, so to speak.
Yeah. I hear that a lot. Post 20, doing leaves is very bad for getting exp. And soloing in general is not good for getting exp unless you want to farm while you're getting exp.
Right. So your focus, Ern, is basically you want to be a magic caster.
Yes.
So you have Thaumaturge and Conjurer, I'm assuming.
Yeah, my Thaumaturge is only level 8 or 10 or something like that. I just got enough to get me the base to have a good spell rotation and be a little bit more useful in a party.
Right. So what's your character's focus, Naylock?
Oh, well, I'm an archer, and as you know at least, that was decided for me before the game even came out.
Yeah, Naylock has played archers for 10 years in every single MMO. That's it. He does not play anything else.
So, and based on that, I picked the woodworker carpenter for crafting, and I started screwing around with the botanists since they get wood for making arrows and bows. So that all links up real nice. And so far from the stats, what stats help what, it is syncing up real nice.
Now, do you think are you going to level up any secondary skills or anything like that? Or you're just going to stick with archer?
I got some. I got monk up a little bit just for second wind, just for mostly stuff for soloing, and I got a conjure up just for cure, just to have it. It helps.
Cool.
It's
so yeah,
we're back up if I'm really getting beat up.
Yeah, we're going to get to those sort of tips in a couple moments, but my current character, my actual whole theme is I want to be a support character. And the whole point of this is a major key of making your character fun and enjoyable is have a focus. You want to focus on one main theme. So Ern's focus is she wants to be a magic caster, and that's all she's doing. She's doing casting magic. She's got crafts that support that, though. And then Naylock he wants to be an archer. He has crafts that support that. You don't have to have everything, all at once. You don't have to. So me, as a support character, I basically want to be a lancer because lancers are mid-range fighters. I'm a little bit part archer because I can use a lot of the archer abilities with the lancer since it's a ranged kind of melee fighter. And I'm also going to have conjurer, so I can I'm sorry, not conjurer, but thaumaturge, so I can debuff the mobs and kind of enfeeble them a couple times, just to support the group, because I want a group more than I do want a solo. And that's kind of my whole theme too, and I'm not going to change it. But you want to pick a theme and you want to stick to the plan. So it can be a goal such as I want to do a ton of damage. It can be I want to be a healer, or I want to be a tank, or you can simply say I want to be the best crafter I can be. The point is choose a core idea and structure it around your class. You got to be able to just not deviate from your path and choose the abilities that you want. What do y'all think of that, guys?
I agree with it. It's more or less an idea of not doing it to an extreme extent, but min-maxing your character, more or less, which is like sometimes looked down upon. So, well, that's too hardcore or whatever, but it really helps out. You have to do it to some degree, unless if you try to do jack of all trades, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, unless you want to solo. If you want to solo, we'll get to those tips in a little bit, but it's one of those things. If you don't want to have any community, interaction whatsoever, well, one, I have to question why you're playing an MMO, and two, it's one of those things where it's made to, especially Final Fantasy 14, it's made to be a community game. So they're not expecting everybody to be everything all at once.
Yeah, I think the whole focus aspect of your character is definitely helpful, because if you start kind of having yourself spread out through 15 different things you're doing, you're going to feel like you're not making any headway on anything. And I genuinely do think, like you said, it's a community thing. They want you to go to your buddy for some of those potions that you might need, or some mats that you might need for that weapon you're making. It kind of puts a staple into the community, and everybody kind of using each other to their best benefit, I guess you could say.
I agree. And I mean, it's when we're not saying, only have one job. We're saying you want to have a focus. So choose your main discipline. If you want to be a tank, have Gladiator be your main, and you can level up some other jobs to support that. Like her main is a Conjurer, and she leveled up Thaumaturge a little bit to support that class. My main is a Lancer, and I'm leveling up Archer and Thaumaturge to support that class. And I'm still a Lancer. That's my main job. But to make the focus that I want to become a reality, I need to get other skills from other classes to make the class that I want.
And you got to choose a typical MMO role, almost DPS, tank, or heal, and then you got to pick stuff that fits that properly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you'll have to pluck different sort of aspects from other classes into your class to make it, to tweak it to how you want it. But I mean, yeah, like in your case, you're going to have to kind of level almost 4 or 5 different jobs to 10 or 15 just to get to do your plucking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that leads us to the party and solo tips. So, in a party, you want to keep an open mind with choosing the abilities that are going to help the party out. You have your soloing time, and then you have your grouping time. And grouping is not the same as soloing. Your tactics and your strategies that you do while you're soloing is not going to benefit a group. When you're in a group, you kind of need to change up what you're doing a little bit. Maybe put in different spells or abilities that isn't going to compromise everybody else's characters. So when you're in a group, usually you have the stereotypes that Nailok said. You have your tank, your healer, your damage, and your support. And support's actually more of a hybrid class, which is...
Yeah, it really depends. I mean, you can have someone doing a lot of damage doing support as well, or someone full support. It's really, you have to make it yourself, because I really haven't seen a class that's like full-on support.
Right. Now, we have some recommendations for those particular types of play styles. So as a tank, of course, you have Gladiator or Pugilist. Now, would y'all agree with those, and why would you think those fit well?
Well, in my personal experience, the Gladiator and Pugilist, they each have some sort of taunt or provoke, which is a necessity for a party situation, because you can't have those mobs running all over the place, killing all your casters and things like that. So I think that is probably where their main focus is for making those two the tanking classes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the linchpin on tank. You pretty much have to have something that's generating hate, or you're just not going to be able to tank.
Right, and the great thing about Gladiator, they have heavy armor, and Pugilist, they have their defensive stance. And, Pugilist is an evasive type tank, whereas Gladiator is it's a meat tank. It's just, that's all it is, meat shield.
Mm-hmm.
Mitigate the damage opposed to dodging it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, for healing, we recommend Conjurer, and only Conjurer. Why? Well, we're not hating on Thaumaturge, but Thaumaturge has a cone area of effect, and anyone that's played Thaumaturge knows that is the worst healing AoE you can have. You have to be aiming right at the person. And if they're running around doing their own little tactics things and they get out of the cone, it's not going to work.
Well, I've got something to add to that too. Like I said, I leveled Thaumaturge a little bit to get that region spell that they have, and I found that it really is fight specific though. We have some, like, we've been doing Fs lately, and they have something that's kind of AoE, but it's more of a cone as well. So I found that standing right inside of the mob, in front of all the melee, and using that spell, but using me as the target, it gets everybody all around me.
Well, yeah, but you're putting yourself into danger.
Right, like I said, it's definitely fight specific. You can't do that with every fight, but there are little tweaks you can do with those spells. But like you said, it's Thaumaturge is definitely not something you want to focus on if all you want to do is heal. I mean, they only get that one heal spell as far as I know, unless you get Conjurer involved.
Right.
It's like a backup healer,
yes.
In a pinch.
Yep.
Yeah, they're definitely not healers, but we'll get to Thaumaturge in a little bit. Damage dealers. We recommend Archer, Pugilist again, Marauder, and Conjurer. What do you guys think about that one?
Yeah, that sounds good. I can't disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, Archer would fit because that's all they do. Their damage.
Yeah, that's all I do.
and your long range damage too. So. Yeah. Pugilist fits because they're more of an off tank, but they dish out a ton of damage when needed. Marauder is nothing but AoE damage. That's what they do. They go up melee and they just AoE.
Unga bunga.
Yeah. And then Conjurer, they have all their elemental spells. So having two Conjurers in a group, one for damage and one for healing, that works out okay. You can have more than one of the same class. It's all right.
Don't be afraid. It's okay.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people might be wondering why Lancer's not under damage, and that's because Lancer doesn't do a lot of damage. They don't. They do damage, but it's more about binding the target. A lot of their effects have more abilities attached to it. So the Lancer is more of a support class. They can do damage when mixed with other classes correctly. But as a main job, just with them and their abilities and the way that they work, with the fleet of foot, they're able to run a little faster, and the way that their attacks are mid-range, they're more support class. And Thaumaturge also falls under support class as well. Thaumaturge is an enfeebler. They poison. They put dots on the target. They do absorb spells. Yeah, that's what a Thaumaturge does. They are not a healer. And a lot of people like to try and make a Thaumaturge a main healer in a group. It's not going to work out well. People are going to die.
Yeah, it reminds me of a red mage. That was fun.
Exactly.
No, we can't find a white mage. Let's get the red mage in here. Okay, you're healing. Oh, this is going to turn out great.
Well, apparently they've changed it since then. Red mage is now superior to white mage or something like that.
Yeah, they get... Definitely, the red mage has kind of taken the place of a white mage in a healing group. I still kind of fiddle in 11 once in a while, and that's kind of how it turned out.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed with that.
Me too, I have a white mage.
Oh yeah, white mage has got to be real mad. Like, why did you take away the thing we do?
Yeah, I just kind of quit it. I started playing Bard instead, so I'm good now. I'm happy again.
But yeah, let's go into soloing tips. Now, like as you were saying earlier, you always want to make sure you have a healing ability on hand, right? So which ones do you have? You have the second wind from Pugilist?
Yeah, that's real nice. And I got Cure, it's Cure, and I'm not using magic for anything else at the moment, so that's if stuff's really going really bad, that's when I'm using Cure. That's usually if I get two mobs. Or
you use second wind first?
Yeah, I use that. I tend to jump on that first and just hope it refreshes in time. It doesn't take too long. I think it's like a minute. Mm-hmm. It's somewhere in there.
Well, I'm kind of curious why you didn't choose Bloodbath from the Marauder.
I kept trying to use it, but it's first you have to make sure you don't miss, and it's just not that much because I'd pile like a bunch of stuff, like just to test it out. Like, okay, I'm gonna put all my attack buffs on, like the hit harder, accuracy. I loaded extra arrows, and then I put Bloodbath and I hit it, and it healed
a percentage.
It healed a little less than second wind, but after I really stacked it.
Right.
It was like a ridiculous amount just to get a heal, and then by that time, and plus, I'm hitting all this stuff, and he's still attacking me, so...
Exactly. So, I mean, Bloodbath is a good point to use that is when you're just dealing damage and you get hit by an AoE, and you need to kind of sustain yourself in a group. It's not made to be soloing or anything like that, so that's why we recommend healing abilities like Cure from the Conjurer, Sacrifice from Thaumaturge, and Second Wind from Pugilist. And as Naylock said, take Cure or Sacrifice if your class does not use mana. If you're a Conjurer, it's going to be hard for you to solo anyway, but having the healing abilities, Cure and Sacrifice, you're going to be running out of MP a lot, especially when you're soloing. Now, Ern, you solo, so what do you have to input on that?
I haven't soloed so much since I've gotten a little bit higher level because, like I said, I've been kind of focusing on the whole party aspect of the game. But we have an ability that once every 10 minutes we can kind of cue it in, and it will refresh half of our MP. So as long as I am conscious about my MP and I try to manage it well, I put up stone skin and things like that right at the beginning of the fight, so that way I'm not doing. I found myself earlier in the game spending more time healing myself than I was actually DPSing the mob, so it was like the fight was taking twice as long, and I was obviously running out of MP because the fight was taking longer. So if you just are conscious about it and try to manage your MP, I don't have too many problems now to where I run out of MP. Like, I also have mine stacked too, so that helps a lot.
Right, and I mean, one thing to keep in mind is, when you're soloing, you want to have majority of damage attacks and abilities.
Yes.
You don't want to have any sort of enfeebling or shield or anything like that, because when you're in a group situation as a Conjurer, you're probably going to have nothing but beneficial spells. You're probably not even going to have an attack up, because you're busy watching the group, healing, buffing with Stone Skin and Shield and Shell and everything like that. If you're doing all that to yourself, by the time you get into the fight, you're going to be out of MP.
Yeah.
And so you want to have very offensive spells and abilities while you're going out to solo.
Make it quick and painless.
Exactly. So do y'all have anything else to add, like any other tips or anything?
Macros are your friend. I mean, that's the only tip that I can give people. I mean, my sister is playing Thaumaturge right now, and we had talked about, the T versus me and your commands and things like that, and it's too difficult, especially with the way the UI is right now. I mean, this might change when they do their updates and you can target party members in the UI and things like that. But as of right now, I'm fiddling with either tabbing or targeting party members to heal. So, like I said, macros are your friend, and if you can make that work for you, then it makes your life easier.
Yeah, macros. Since we've talked about the macro maker, definitely check it out, because when you're soloing and then going into a group, having the macros change everything around for you so that you're better equipped in the group is going to help make your life much easier. Again, you're not going to use the same tactics that you will solo as you do in a group. You don't want to.
That's funny, because I end up actually doing the same tactics, because all I do is damage.
Right. Well,
it's different ways to do it.
It works for you, but what I'm saying is, if you're a melee character, a lot of times when you're solo, you will run like crazy to avoid attacks. And what you need to do is you need to trust in your group to prevent the damage. Like, say a skill is coming, and you know how to avoid it because we covered it in episode 3. Well, in a group, stay still. You will get healed. If you're running around and moving around and everything, especially if you have a Thaumaturge trying to cure you, it's not going to work. You're going to be running out of the cone, and you're going to make everyone's life a little harder, especially for the people that are AoEing. If you run around and you kind of get close to something that doesn't aggro and someone hits it, well, you just compromise the party. So
those AoEs are some dangerous. The AoE attacks and the archer, like, I'll be hitting stuff I didn't even see. It's behind me, and I'm like, what's going on?
Since you mentioned that, that's another huge thing that you need to incorporate into your macros is the AoE on and off command in your macros. It's saved my life so many times.
Yeah.
I don't get that option. This is AoE. Don't use it if you don't want to AoE.
Exactly. Same thing for Marauders. Marauders have certain slices that are AoE. Same thing for Lancers too. But let's go on to our 5 stars and feedback segment. Now here, we only got one kind of little feedback thing. If you want to support Lodestone Radio, go to iTunes, write a review, and rate us. You can come on our forums and respond with what you thought the episode was like and everything. We'll read it on the air. But yeah, why don't you go ahead and read our only one, Ern?
Okay. Saffron from the Lodestone Radio Forum says, there's something so authentic about it, and it's quite obvious that you guys are good friends. It's so nice to hear some people just talking, ranting, and laughing about the game. It makes me smile. Keep up the good work, and I'll definitely keep on listening. Cheers from South Africa.
South Africa? That's way down there.
Yeah. That's south or something.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of the internet.
Well, I mean, it's really cool that we have some, people all over the world listening to Lodestone Radio. And really kind words, too. I mean, I know you weren't here, Ern, but I think people are...
You don't get that feedback.
Well, I think...
This one doesn't apply to me.
I think it will. I think people are really going to like you, and I think we'll keep on doing it regardless. You're great, and I'm really glad to have you here.
Well, thanks. I'm happy to be here.
Yep.
Very.
So why don't we go on to the segment that we couldn't do last week because I had a name server error with the email address, but facts or facts? All right, so our first question comes from... Now, we haven't read these beforehand or anything like that. We're just kind of doing this live. Our first question comes from Jeff, and he says, what is a recommended method for healing party members, 3 or more? Now, we kind of went over a bunch of healing, in the meat and potatoes section. But, Ern, you are a conjurer, and you heal. What would you suggest?
Well, the only thing that I can suggest, and I don't know what point you're coming from, Jeff, if you are a damage dealer or a tank or whatever you're doing, but just be conscious of where your people are standing. If you're the healer... If somebody's standing in the wrong spot and they're not getting heals, say something to them. Ask them to scooch up a little bit, or move around. It's just very important that people are conscious about where they're standing, especially if you're in a small confined area where you've got mobs popping in all corners, and the last thing you need is people aggroing 3 or 4 more mobs, and you've got tons of AoE going on from the mob. It just gets ugly. So The only tip that I can give you is to just make sure everybody knows where everybody else is at, and you just kind of hone in on where you're supposed to be and be conscious of it all the time.
Definitely. Just because you're not the group leader doesn't mean that you shouldn't take initiative and ask people to move some places. I mean, the best party formation that you can have is the tank, and then your damage dealers by them, and then your mid-range outside of them, and then you're all the way at the back. You want to be far away from any AoE attacks, and you want to be able to see everyone in front of you. In case you are a thaumaturge, you want to have that cone of effect, being able to hit everybody. And if you're a conjurer, you can do the AoE heals. If you're trying to heal 3 or more people at one time, throw up an AoE heal. You will get a lot of hate though, so you need to make sure that the gladiator has taunted and done a couple of hits on it first. But if there's an AoE attack that the mob does, don't be afraid to throw up an AoE heal. Okay, I know that these names sound very plain. I am not making these questions up. We actually have a question from Jeff and a question from John. And if you want to ask a question as well, just send an email to ask@lodestoneradio.com. But he asks, in most MMOs that I've seen, the class structure has been really rigid. There's always a set healer, tank, damage dealing classes, and so on. Final Fantasy XIV seems to break those boundaries and recreate them in a different way that seems to leave classes more open to versatility to build how you want to, but still leave them distinct enough to fill a sort of primary role. Do you agree? If so, or if not, could you go into detail into how the class system works together to create its balance, or possible lack thereof? Thanks, John.
Great question.
Yeah. So what do you think, Ern?
Like you're focusing on a support class, so you're going to take attributes from other classes and things like that to tweak it to your own, and you are definitely going to be vital to a party. Right. I have to agree with what John's saying, and they did kind of break down that barrier as to what mold everybody is going to fit into, but still making them an important part of the party.
What do you think, Nailok?
Yeah, they got the main. It's like they took the main parts. Like, yeah, this class makes a good, whatever DPS or tank or healer, but then they got lots of like secondary effects that you could take advantage of and even focus on by bringing in the similar effects from other classes. So that kind of makes it so you can mix it up a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to, because Square Enix has given you so much freedom to do what you want, you have to take the initiative to make those class sets. You know, if you want to,
unique.
Right, if you want to be a healer, I mean, your only option really right now is Conjurer. If you're a tank, you have a couple options. You know, you can be a gladiator and mix something else with it. You're still a tank, and you're still going to be effective as that, but you can mix other things and still play that role.
And actually going back to, you know, obviously Conjure is pretty much the only thing you have to choose from for healers, but I'm pretty confident that when we get towards endgame and people start getting more attribute points and they're able to apply different things, I can guarantee you that one Conjurer healer is going to have different things than the other Conjurer healer that's in the same party with you.
Definitely.
You know, so I mean, there's going to be some diversity in your parties no matter what you have in there.
Exactly. And I mean, you know, just because if you're a thaumaturge and you want to heal, more power to you. You know, we're not saying that you can't heal if you're a thaumaturge, but thaumaturge is mainly an enfeebling class, and they are really the only ones that can enfeeble. You know, so they are the damage over time, you know, debuffing class, and they're not really made for healing. They do a different role in the party than a Conjurer does, or an Archer does, or a Lancer does, or a Gladiator does. All of the classes by themselves have their set priorities and their set uses, but when you mix them together, you can technically fit other roles, but try and focus on your main class's abilities. Because you want to choose one main class.
What comes naturally.
Right. You want to choose one main class and then just support that main class. Support your focus that you want to focus on and have it, you know, come forth through the other abilities from other classes.
And learn it. Read the tool tips.
Yeah.
Don't just go into it and start mashing buttons.
Yeah, don't wait for Square Enix to come out with an Ask the Devs and, you know, insult you with big words and convoluted paragraphs and, you know, because they will do it. So yeah, I mean, really good questions. If you want to ask your own question again, you know, send an email. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be Final Fantasy XIV related. Doesn't have to be. Can be 11 related. Can be whatever you want. Doesn't matter. You can ask us what our favorite food is, colors, give video games, what else we're playing, whatever you want.
Great cookie recipes.
There you go. You can send those questions to ask@lodestoneradio.com. All right, so I think that's going to do it all for today's show. Be sure and listen and check us out at lodestoneradio.com. Also, don't forget to review us on iTunes. We could really use reviews. I mean, whether you love us or hate us, please go on there, review us, and we will read the 5-star reviews on the air. Also, if you'd like to sponsor a show like Zalaran and Alessandra, just donate $10 and you'll be mentioned in that week's episode. But, I mean, you know, any donation amount really keeps the show going. Helps us out. I mean, you could donate $1, $5, $10 to just you sponsor that show, and we'll name you in the episode. But thank you very much for listening, Ern. It's really nice to have you here. I mean, you know, I hope you join us for many shows to come, and maybe we'll have Pippa in the future. I'm really having fun. I'm really enjoying this. So let's keep this going. Many more episodes. All right. So this is Lodestone Radio. Be sure to listen next week. Take care.
Their strength, it increases damage dealt by physical attacks.
Wait. Actually read it.
Good.
No, you're ad-libbing.
Oh.
Are you whispering?
Wow, I feel dumb now. Okay. No, whenever we have a question and answer thing, like...
As the attributes associated with the main and offhand tools of each class are different, players may wish to give careful consideration to the class on which they wish to focus. A list... You!
Not like she got through it, and then you were like, what the hell? That is messed up.
Then you chuckled.
Wait. It's okay that I chuckled because I can cut that out and we can use that part, but oh my god, what is that? Like, this is the worst.
So this is why I want to, like, edit it. Like, if you want to go read this crap.
Alright, so why don't we go on to Discipline of the Hand?
Okay. The effect of attribute on synthesis is limited. Attempting to craft a high-quality item, however, the likelihood of success increases with the attribute most closely associated with the tool being used rises. What?
I was trying so hard not to laugh.
Oh, this is
outrageous.
I need to get my commas in order because I think I read it and then it sounds like the sentence is going to end and then you have a word just hanging out there.
Oh.
This is awful. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Oh my god, I had to read that 5 times to understand what they're saying.
Okay. So let's keep this going. Many more episodes. This is Lodestone Radio. Be sure to next week.
Be sure to next week's show.
Be sure to next week, man.
Download.
Yeah. All right.
See you next Tuesday.
No, it's okay. All right. So all right.
This is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I'm your host, Saino, and it is supposed to be episode 5. It's November 14th. We actually recorded episode 5 yesterday on the 13th. However, when I went to go edit it this morning, we actually had some sound errors in the audio. My sound card is now not working, and I had to go out and get a new one. Purchased one for about $50 out of my own pocket, and it didn't have the features that are required for me to do this podcast correctly. So I'm going to have to go and purchase a different one, but that'll have to be at a later date whenever I have the funds to do so. Some people are really nice enough to donate and donate some money. Currently, we didn't really have enough donations to really cover the cost of the sound card that's needed. So I'm going to set up the donations on the lodestoneradio.com website to a goal of $150, which should cover the cost of the sound card when all is said and done. We had a lot of great feedback on iTunes. We had a lot of topics to cover this episode. It was a really long episode. We spent 3 hours recording yesterday, and to have it all gone. And even the hardware that we're trying to record on not working correctly it's really disheartening. But we're going to try and get back into creating episodes as soon as possible. And I just want to thank everybody for all the support. All of the reviews on iTunes, all of the feedback on the forums like Orzopedia and ZAM and FFXIV Core. We really appreciate it. It really does mean a lot. We really enjoy doing the podcast, and we want to keep doing it in the future. To do that, we need to have a sound card that works, and it's just going to take a little bit before we can actually do that. We had some donations. I'll read them, in an appropriate episode, because we want to give them the full respect and appreciation of those donations. Same thing for the feedback and the reviews that we've gotten. We want to read those in an actual episode and not, one like this. But Ern did have a message, and I'll go ahead and play that for you right now.
Greetings, Orzea. I'm sure Sai filled you guys in on what's going on, all the gory details, so I'll try not to be too repetitive here. We are not having an episode 5 this week due to technical difficulties. But I just more or less wanted to say hi to everybody and kind of give a shout out to all of our supporters. All the reviews and the donations and everything is just awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's very much appreciated, and I can't say it enough. So I hope everybody's doing well. I myself have just been making some new friends in the game and partying a lot and doing those XP parties. I managed to get to level 31. I'm almost 32 now, so yay. I hope everybody's doing well. Keep up the leveling, and hopefully we'll talk to you guys next week. Thanks. Take care.
We're all kind of a little saddened about, not being able to do the episode this week. I don't even know if we'll have one next week. It really comes down to when we're going to have the funds to get a new sound card that can actually support what we're trying to do. Just keep checking back, I guess. I mean, we may have one next week, who knows. But, we do thank you for all the support, and we want to get back on this as soon as possible, though. So, keep checking back, keep checking LodestoneRadio.com, and enjoy your time in Norzea. Take care.
The Garleans came from the north, and in their fury called down unimaginable destruction from the skies. In mere moments, countless lives were lost. Yet the bravest among us was spared, sent beyond the reach of time where we remained. Until now.
This is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lodestone Radio, Episode 6. It is September 15th, 2012. I am Sayino, and with me, as always, is Ern.
Hi.
And Nalok.
Hello.
And holy crap, we are back. What is up with that, right?
Really? You've gone forever.
Yeah, we were some magic happened, and we were just away, and then we just came back, and A Realm Reborn's here, apparently, so...
Yeah, we are actually responsible for that. No.
Yes. No.
That was our fault.
Sorry about that, man. Yeah. First off, Ern, I have to apologize to you, because you had one episode, and then all hell breaks loose. Like,
Sorry.
well, I'm not blaming it on you, but you...
But you were there.
You were there. You were there.
Don't have proof.
For those that didn't really get what happened, when we recorded episode 5, it was a 3-hour episode recording. When I went to go edit it 6 minutes in...
We all sounded like we were underwater.
Yeah. And what is left of episode 5 is up on the website for download. We're not including it with the RSS feed, so you won't be able to download it any other way except for going to lodestoneradio.com and downloading off the website. But... Nalok, how many different things did we try to get the recording? I know we went through Skype. You tried to do it yourself, too.
I tried to do it on my end. We tried it from like every angle. Didn't we try like a fourth Skype?
We tried getting on my vent, and we tried using it that way. We borrowed somebody's Mumble to try it. We tried everything.
We tried TeamSpeak 3. We even had like 4 computers. Like, okay, what if this computer's just listening?
This one records, and then we use the...
Yeah, and nothing was working. I went out and bought a $50 sound card. It didn't have the features that we needed to record right. So we asked the community to donate. Whether I save up that much or the community donates some. Well, whenever I reach that point, then we can afford the card, we'll come back. We got, I think it was $250 of donations in about 5 hours. And so we bought the card immediately. We even did next day air. And it was not a $50 card that we purchased. The card itself was, at the time, $250. It's a very expensive card. And when we got it back and put it in the machine, the entire system fried.
Motherboard and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, motherboard, everything on the motherboard, the power supply, processor, everything. All the memory, nothing in the computer was usable. So we told them what had happened, and we wanted them to pay for not only the card, but also the computer, the components, and the damages to the show, because really, it's it was something that we enjoyed doing. You guys had donated, and now since we didn't have the show, you weren't getting what you were technically
paying for.
Yeah.
And they refused. They said that they weren't responsible, and that, it couldn't have been the card. Cards don't work that way. Well, I understand how hardware works, but it happened, and they refused to take responsibility for it. So it was about 8 months.
Needless to say, it took some time to get components back in order.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's by that time no one was playing the game, and
it was that gray area between the game still sucking and not being good yet.
Yeah,
it didn't do like any of the revamps yet.
Yeah,
the game hadn't been touched for 6 months.
Yeah.
And so, we didn't think it was the right time to come back. Everybody that we had known that was playing, that had listened, they weren't playing anymore. They had moved on to other things. So we just didn't come back.
I was really sad.
Really sad. We were really bummed.
I was jonesing for podcasting, and I kept telling them.
I mean, when you listen to the Bad News Blues, I sound like I'm about to cry. I really do, and it wasn't like, I was just so because you have to realize I had spent the previous 17 hours nonstop trying to repair it, figure out how to record it again, figure out anything, just figure out something, and nothing was working. So we
defeated.
It was not a good time, but we're back now, and we're yes, it's going to be fantastic. So, with that said, why don't we kind of go over all the people that donated back then? They're really the ones that made the show what it was, kept the show going, and everything like that. And we really want to show them appreciation. So we're going to read every single person that ever donated. Thank you very, very much from the bottom of all our hearts. John Agnew, Joseph Dobbs, Chandler Winston, Caleb Russa, Eric Colbreth, Jason Kaufman, Andy Yip, David Hall, Peter Shawhan, Troy Goering, Craig Whitby, Stanley Shingler, Francis Mortel, Dwayne Grant, and Philip Navarro.
Thank
guys.
Thank
you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
But so with that all said, let's get right back to the show. Why don't we go over personal updates? Why don't we talk about what we did after the show, what we've been playing, and what we're gonna do once 1.0 closes. So, Erin, why don't you take it away?
Oh, okay. I did still play 14 for a little bit after the show went down, but it was short-lived. They just weren't putting any updates out, and it was just not getting any better, and same old story, gets old. So shortly after that, Rift came out. We got a guild over there, and we're running raids and things like that. Other than that, just living life, and I'm dabbling in Guild Wars now.
Boo.
I know you guys don't like it. But
I held back a sigh until you said boo.
I get to make all of my armor pink, so
That's true.
Of course.
I go with what you like.
Well, now you've started playing Final Fantasy 14 again.
Oh yeah, I never really officially quit. I still logged in. If I was listening, it's funny because I was listening to our old episode last weekend, and I was listening to everything we were talking about and how all of it is completely wrong now. And how I think I mentioned I left off at level 31 or 32 or something like that.
Yes.
And I progressively since then have made it to level 50. And I unlocked my White Mage, and I have some of my AF, and the LS kind of helped me out a bunch. Even just this afternoon, we went and did some of my storyline quests with the Grand Company and all that stuff, and they're kind of getting me back up to speed and things like that. But like I said, I never really quit, even when they started charging subs.
Yeah, so just so you guys know, we are all the listeners out there, we are all legacy members, so it's not like we just came back and it's like, oh man, no, we've been subbed, we've been logging in every now and then, and especially now since the announcement of 2.0 and a lot of that's coming to a close and everything. But Nalak, why don't you go over your update?
Oh, since the last podcast, I had moved to California, and which was a huge ordeal. I had to drive here with all my stuff,
And I'm now in Southern California, and looking for just doing video game work, stuff like that. And the game, I've been bouncing around MMOs, and I still have my like fallback game I've been playing, EverQuest 2. I raid on there still, I've never really stopped on there. And then, when they start talking about updating 14, I came back, played a lot more than I did actually before that, but it's mostly just screwing around. I got to 43 on my archer, and some of the skill unlocks, and I'm really enjoying that.
That's good. It's really good.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm gonna have like the biggest update of all.
Yeah.
So since the last podcast, I got married.
You got achievements IRL.
Yeah, I have a 6-month-old daughter now named Maria, and I've been playing Final Fantasy 14 like crazy. Now, immediately after the show ended, I didn't have a computer for 8 months, so I wasn't playing.
Not so much then.
Yeah, not. I wasn't playing diddly squat, but when I did come back, I was playing some Rift. But I'm in 14 now. As everyone knows, I was very altaholic, I guess. I would always make new characters and things like that. Well, I did again. It was because on my server, I was on History, and when everything was merged, I came back and no one was around. Like, there was nobody on whatever server I was on. So I made a character on Hyperion. And right now, I have all my jobs up to 30. Marauder is 37. I'm working on my Grand Company things right now to get my Chocobo. Then I'm going to be doing the job quest for Warrior. And I want to get up to 50. I want to experience as much story and everything that I can. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I think the game is way better than it used to be. All of our podcast episodes are completely wrong now. Like, everything in them. It doesn't even hold merit. Like, if someone's playing the game right now and they listen to it and they're like, man, these people don't know what they're talking about. Well, back then we were on top of everything. And we're going to get back there again, especially when 2.0 comes out. But yeah, so why don't we go on to equipment breaking news?
All right, looking good there. And equipment breaking news.
All right, so on September 12th, 2012, there was a patch 1.23b, and basically they added an event where Atamos is going to be appearing at Dragonhead, Emerald Moss, Crimson Bark, Blackbrush, and Horizon Aetheryte crystals. I don't really know what he's doing, but I ran past a Aetheryte crystal with a bunch of stuff going on. It was laggy as all heck. All I know is that they have these over-aspected clusters that people are trying to get, and if you see him go down and you inspect this stone, you'll get an achievement and stuff like that.
Well, it's like it's basically any of the Aetherites they glow orange. The ones that you just mentioned are like new additions. They're elsewhere too, like in the lobby zones. But you just basically get your butt kicked, really, if you're not paying attention. I made the mistake of finding out about this the hard way, and I was semi AFK. Came back to a swarm of demons and a dead body. So I immediately inquired.
So what's going on?
Yeah, also, they have some Aetheryte crystals that are orange in color, like you mentioned. They look like, I guess they're depleted or something, and they no longer have anima costs, so you can teleport there for free. Those camps are Brittlebark, Revenants, Toll, Everlakes, Glory, and Blue Fog. Oh, and they added a new weather condition too, which the sky looks amazing when you go in the game. Dalmund is so big right now, and the sky's twirling around him and stuff. It looks fantastic. But there was like an issue where people were exploiting things with the crystals and stuff like that. They were getting tons of clusters every time they killed Atamos, and so they did another mini patch afterwards to where it only drops a cluster once, and then you get crystals after that. So Danlock, why don't you go over the next news post?
Servers are closing November 11th.
Oh no!
No, the game's over. There's no Realm Reborn. Oh wait, no wait. This is the migrate all the player data to new servers for the new game, and it takes a while. But while it's down, there's going to be alpha and beta, so it's not going to be like no Final Fantasy 14 at all.
Yeah, we're going to go over the alpha and beta sign-up stuff in a little bit. Having the servers closed just so that they can transfer all the character data, a lot of people were confused about that, and really, they're not just bringing over the new character data to the new client. They're completely converting everything.
And that's going to be touchy. Because and I wouldn't be. It's a big thing. I wouldn't be surprised when it does release that there's some inaccuracies because character data is huge.
Well, they've also changed who manages their databases. So they're going to a completely different database carrier. So you're talking like not only formatting it differently, but also importing everything and having it match up to what the equivalent is in Realm Reborn and stuff. I mean, honestly, they should just wipe everything. And the only reason I say is because when you log in as a level 50 everything, you're not going to know what the heck to do. You're not going to know where anything is. You're not going to know.
I was thinking about that today while I was, out doing stuff with my link shell, going, man, this is like harder to try and retrain myself the new way to do things. I wish I could just start over because it would be easier to relearn everything if I was just starting from scratch.
Exactly. And I can understand why they're not wiping the servers because tons of people would complain that I did all this work for this blah 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 blah.
Yeah, and, there's a lot of people that are super mega active rating I mean, I understand it because if I was more active, I would be in their shoes and I would be like, screw that, I don't want them taking my stuff away,
I'm just gonna switch to a different class when it comes out, like one of my lower level ones, and just start from there. And then once I get a grasp of it, it's like, oh, okay. So when I go to my other guy, it'll be like this. So I can. It's kind of like instantly being high level almost.
Well, I mean, they're gonna have a new class, so I guess we're gonna see tons of Arcanists and everything. But why don't we move on to the schedule of operation and billing procedures for Final Fantasy XIV 1.0? Basically, on September 29th, at the end of this month, Final Fantasy XIV billing procedures will be suspended until the launch of Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn. No further account registrations will be accepted until the launch of A Realm Reborn. No unused special item codes may be registered until the launch of A Realm Reborn, and the simultaneous subscription bonuses for 11 and 14 will be terminated because the game will not exist.
Yeah.
On November 1st, character data, including in-game progress, will not be saved after this date. So even though the servers are closing on the 11th, they are stopping all progress saving on November 1st. 2 hours after the servers close, there's going to be another live letter, part 4, from the producer.
What I'm gathering is for 10 days, everybody's just going to log in and stand around and wait for the world to end. And obviously, you're not going to do anything because none of it's going to save. So don't do anything important.
I keep trying to think of something to what could I do if it's not going to matter in an MMO, but it's also not going to get I don't want to get banned or something. Reborn. Yeah, so it's like, what can I do in the game? And I don't know. I guess I could just explore without caution. Just whatever. Oh, I died. Who cares?
Yeah. But Aaron, why don't you go over what this means for former Final Fantasy XIV players?
Okay. Well, if your service account or character is reactivated on or before the 29th, you will be immediately billed for 30 days of service. After this, you will be able to play the current version of Final Fantasy XIV for free until the servers end, or services end, I should say.
Yeah. And that sounds amazing, except that the world's ending. So
yeah. Yeah. And they're also unable to reactivate any characters after 12 a.m. on September 30th. Therefore, should you wish to continue to play through the shutdown service, please complete the reactivation process before September 29th.
So, Nailak, what's this mean for first-time users? Because I know a lot of people tried to jump on the boat of, oh, wait, Final Fantasy XIV is only $15. If I buy it now, I don't have to pay $40 when the PS3 or PC version comes out. So, what's this mean for them?
Okay, new users who have registered a new account by September 29th, as long as your 30-day free trial end date is after September 30th, you will be able to play the game for free until operation of the current version of Final Fantasy XIV terminates.
Makes sense.
Okay, for new users who wish to register a new account after September 30th.
Yeah, a minute later.
Yeah, 1 minute later, it's completely different. Registration services will have ended, and you will not be able to register a new account to play the current version of Final Fantasy XIV. You will have to wait until Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn is launched.
That's gotta suck, if your clock's off by like 3 minutes and
Yeah.
you go to register, you're just like, oh man, I missed it. It's like
You forget it and you're scrambling.
Well, shame on you for waiting until the last minute, procrastinators.
So this is a public service announcement. If you are thinking of playing Final Fantasy IV, just do it. It's the same thing as if you do it on September 29th at 11:59 p.m. It's not going to make a difference. So if you're thinking about it, just do it because you don't want to wait till last.
Yeah, they're still going to charge you for 30 days, whether you do it now or you do it in 2 weeks.
Exactly. Why don't we go on to community service? I sentence you to community service. Alrighty, so Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn alpha test applications are open. And as a quick side note, if you pre-ordered Final Fantasy XIII and you still have that code that got you into Final Fantasy XIV beta, that is still good for A Realm Reborn's beta. So you'll just have to re-register with that code.
I wonder where that's at. I wonder where I got mine at somewhere.
It's inside the $13, I guess, but I didn't pre-order it. I just bought it, but I never got a code. But anyway, as the servers, core systems, game client, and other aspects of Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn are being completely revamped, the objective of the alpha test will be to check the core systems and server stress. For this reason, playable areas, character levels, race selection, and other content will be limited. The game system is currently under development, so bugs may be encountered. Following the alpha test, the beta test will focus on checking game systems, reviewing in-game content, adjusting the battle systems, checking balance, and reporting bugs. Now, the alpha test will only be carried out on Windows PC, and the PlayStation 3 beta test will start in conjunction with the PC beta test. All pretty standard stuff, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now, just to clarify for some people that might be interpreting this wrong, basically, Final Fantasy XIV in its current iteration, 1.0, was made for consoles. It is very apparent when you play with a keyboard and mouse that this is not made for a keyboard and mouse. It is made for a controller. So what they're doing is they're alpha testing only on Windows PC because they are trying to figure out the keyboard and mouse controls. That's what I'm imagining. All right, so Nailak, why don't we go over how they're selecting alpha testers?
Alpha tester selection will be based on the answers submitted in the application. Those selected will be notified by email. They make a point to say testers will not be selected on a first-come, first-served basis.
I'm so glad they just came up front with that.
Yeah, that's like, I hate it when they do that too, when it's first-come, first-served. That's just stupid for them.
Yeah.
How's that helpful to them? They're being like, okay, we're only going to be picking people that we need and have the certain specs they pointed out in the application.
But I think there's a little more to the alpha tester stuff.
Yes. Acceptance notifications will be sent to the email address registered on your Square Enix account. Selections will be made in each test phase, and the number of testers will be increased. Testers will be able to participate in testing for the duration of the alpha test. You do not need to submit multiple entries for each test phase.
Yeah, and so all they're saying is there's going to be multiple phases of alpha just so that they can increase the numbers and do server stressing.
Yeah.
You don't have to reapply for each one of those.
Yeah, so once you're in, you're in.
Right, but that's not necessarily true for beta.
Yeah.
So, Ern, why don't you tell us about that?
Well, details of the beta test will be announced at a later date, and the PlayStation 3 beta test will start in conjunction with the PC beta test. Testers that participate in the alpha test do not need to resubmit an application during the beta tester recruitment. They also point out a new round of tester selection will be held for the beta test. Participation in the alpha test does not guarantee selection for the beta test. New applications are required for alpha testers who wish to take part in the PlayStation 3 beta test.
So I like how they're not just making the beta a giant demo. They're saying, hey, yeah, you alpha testers, we thank you for your time, but if you suck, we're not bringing you back.
Yeah. And plus they probably want, for beta tests, they're probably going to want some lower-end systems than alpha.
Right.
They want to start going after that and getting a bunch of them on at once. They probably won't need as many high-end guys because that's what they did in alpha.
And to kind of support that, Aaron, why don't you go into the next little news post?
Yeah, in what seems to go in conjunction with that, they actually have already made the A Realm Reborn available on Amazon.com right now. It's got a placeholder date of December 31st, 2013, and it's in the realm of $29 for the PC version, and the PS3 version is going to be about $40. There's not any details on the collector's edition, though.
I'd love a collector's edition for A Realm Reborn. I just have a feeling it would be so much better. You know, like Yoshi P trying to throw in shirts and little like Mandragora statues.
That's going to have to be over the top collector's edition too. I mean, they're doing everything else over the top. Like just everything's great. And...
The one that we got with this one was pretty lackluster. I got some diary or some crap.
Yeah, it wasn't just a book with blank pages.
Yes.
It was a blank diary. It was a security token, which I use all the time. It's you know, and it's you got a onion helm in game, and you got a little diploma thing.
Didn't it give you the speedrun shoes too, or was that something else?
No, that was from 11. If you connected your 11
That's
account
right.
to,
I was wondering how I got those.
Yeah, it's like I got clogs. Yes,
these things are ugly.
Why would I get these? It wasn't my decision, that's for sure.
Yeah. So why don't we go on to something that, for those that haven't been playing and they're kind of coming back and are kind of wondering what's going away in A Realm Reborn. Well, a lot of stuff is, but
you might want to get your stuff in order for it too. There's some parts of that.
So, Ern, why don't you start it off?
Well, you can't get the Goobu mount anymore. As previously announced, the Goobu horn, which is the item used to summon the Goobu mount, will no longer be obtainable as of the release of patch 1.23a. So, obviously, that's already happened. But if you see anybody running around with a Goobu mount, you can't have it.
Or slap them because it looks ridiculous.
I was never a fan of those.
I have one, and it's like driving a bus. It's ridiculous. You have to go into first person to be able to see where you're going.
Yeah, I can't see. It's like I jump on it. It's if I accidentally select the Goobu instead of the Chocobo, I cannot see anything. It's just like, oh, well, that was a waste, and I put away the Goobu, and I get the It's, I mean, the only reason it'll be cool is to go AFK at an Aetherite, and just all the noobs are like, I want that. No, you don't, buddy.
No, you don't. You don't want that. More likely you're trolling them with that thing.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, and everyone's gonna have Magitech armor. Why is it gonna matter?
Yeah.
Right. So.
Just leave it there so they can run around being worse than everyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
And the chocobos are going to be better.
So yeah, guild marks. Those are going the way of the dodo, apparently. All your guild marks will be deleted upon logging into A Realm Reborn. For this reason, we urge you to visit the guilds and use your marks before that time. After release of A Realm Reborn, it will also no longer be possible to receive guild mark refunds for previously purchased abilities that have since been removed from the game. So they're not just removing guild marks, but also a bunch of abilities and all this other stuff. The game's going to be completely different.
Yeah,
just think of it that way.
Don't count on those being around.
Yeah, don't count on anything being around.
Yeah,
really.
I would just
have it all be a great big surprise.
Yeah.
All right, so Naylock, why don't you tell us about achievements?
Many achievements covering battles, quests, seasonal events, dungeons, and exploration are going to be removed. Other achievements may undergo changes to their conditions or temporarily become unavailable upon release of A Realm Reborn.
Yeah, now there's a huge, gigantic list of everything they are taking out of the game, achievement-wise, and that really gives you a hint of what content is also going, because if the achievements are gone, that means that the content's not there for you to do to get the achievement.
Also, they don't have to convert all of those.
Yeah,
they probably just said they probably started converting them, and we're just like, you know what? Let's start over.
Yeah, it's going to be such a drastic change. They're also getting rid of replayable cutscenes. As a part of A Realm Reborn, the content of nearly all cinematic cutscenes will be reworked. This will result in significantly different viewing experiences for the same cutscene between the current version of a game and A Realm Reborn. So, I guess they're just getting rid of the cutscenes that you currently have. So you won't be able to replay those. Well, yeah, if you're level 50 and you go to look at a whole bunch of cutscenes, you're going to see tons of stuff that you don't know what's going on. Yeah. Like, why is...
When did I do this? Huh?
Yeah, so I think they're taking out replayable cutscenes until a date in the future, I would assume. And, Ern, why don't you tell us about character histories?
In A Realm Reborn, the date on which an achievement is completed will be recorded as part of an in-game character history, which will be maintained in a manner different from the current character histories on the Lodestone. We're also looking into ways to have the current character histories remain accessible on the Lodestone following the release of A Realm Reborn.
Like an archive?
So, to me, it sounds like, now this is how I'm taking it, that they can't promise all of your achievements will migrate over, but if they don't, they'll figure something out then.
Well, the character histories are different from the achievements. The character histories are, on this date you got level 35. On this date you found the Satherite.
Well, right. That's what I'm saying though. Like those are technically like achievements, you know. And to me, it just sounds like they're not promising all of that data is going to migrate over.
And they shouldn't. You know, like
right.
you know, like I said, it's a completely different game.
I think they shouldn't try terribly hard to keep it either. Like, we're looking into storing it somewhere, maybe, but
I'd rather them spend time developing on the game rather than trying to keep everybody's data.
Yeah.
You know, if they weren't backing up all the data, we'd be playing A Realm Reborn on November 11th.
Yeah.
Like, that's what that means, you know, and just for everybody to keep their character, I don't know. It's just not something that I personally am. I mean, even though I'm working my way up right now, it's going to be a completely different game. Like, I may just make a new character regardless, you know.
I like my guy. You guys keep saying delete him, and it makes me sad.
Well, no, they're going to be having. Well, we're actually about to get to it, but they're going to have new races and new customization options and all sorts of new stuff.
It would probably be the same for me.
Yeah, probably.
I got what I wanted.
Probably won't change mine either.
But why don't we go on to meat and potatoes?
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes.
There was a Final Fantasy 25th anniversary talk show event, and at this talk show event, they went over a whole bunch of stuff about Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. So first things first, the lighting system is very advanced and allows for complex lighting effects, not only during the day, but at night and in dungeons as well. And I'm assuming we all saw the Limit Break trailer, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I did.
I noticed that when they were in the dungeon fighting the mites eyes actually glowed real, like they didn't just light up, but they glowed and they had ambient light around them and had dynamic lights on the walls.
I really never noticed lighting systems, but any videos I saw of the Realm Reborn, I was impressed by the lighting.
It's a dream come true for people like me that like to do the artsy-fartsy screenshots. You know what I mean?
Some amazing screenshots. We'll have a gallery for Erin to put up her screenshots and stuff. But aside from that, they say it was very challenging to port Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn to the PS3 due to low memory issues. First off, I don't want to hear anything about low memory issues because it's just PS2 all over again. And, you know, and you're talking like a PS3. Yeah, I know it's like 7 years old, whatever. Saying like the way they were like struggling with it's like, well, there's, man, the memory issues, and they're like wiping sweat off their brow. And it's like, come on, man. It couldn't be that bad. And then the responsiveness of character to game motions is greatly improved. That basically means that response time is improved. They're also going to have, because right now it's like push forward, wait 3 seconds, character steps.
Yes.
Then they're going to have multiple data centers in Japan, the United States, and Europe. And they're all going to get servers to improve response time. But players will still be able to play with everyone regardless of regions. Now, people misunderstood this so badly that Yoshida came out with an actual statement regarding the server thing. So I'm going to read that word for word. I wanted to provide more details on how the servers will work because when I briefly explained about data centers, it looks like there were a lot of players that had questions about it. What's going to happen is a player will be shown a complete list of worlds. Within the list, players will see which worlds are tied to which data centers. An example, this world and this world is tied to the data center in Japan. This world and this world is tied to the data center in North America or Europe, etc. Players will have the freedom of selecting any world they prefer. This means that they can select a world that's in the data center in their own region, or they can select a world that's based off of one in another region. For example, I would choose a world based in Japan because the data centers are physically closer to me. On the other hand, a North American or European player may choose a world based off their own data centers to keep the lag to a minimum. So let me make it clear that we're not separating the worlds by language. For those who want to play with players outside of the region, they will have the choice of selecting a world that's located in another region. Also, through the content finder, you will be able to select a language preference. So for those who only wish to play with players that speak the same language, all they have to do is set the language preference to the language of their liking. Now, a lot of people are calling doom because they're saying, oh, the community's being split up. I have friends that are in Europe and Japan, and I'm never going to see them again because people are just going to choose the data center closest to them. You know what?
It's
that
doesn't
non-issue.
make sense, because if you're really friends, you would arrange to be on the same one.
Right, but people are arguing that, oh, well, the latency, people want the best latency. They're just going to go to the data center that's closest to them. First off, Naylock, you and I played Phantasy Star Online 2 Japanese beta for months. And it's in Japan. They don't have American server. Did you notice any difference?
Not really.
And that's an action game. We're talking like hardcore action. Like you're talking like a console action game. You have a controller, you were mashing buttons, you're dodging, everything like that.
Yeah.
When, even PlanetSide 2 playing on a European server, you don't notice the difference, and that's a first-person shooter.
Yeah, that's much more dependent on your ping.
Yeah, and really, with server technology, especially since they're changing providers for 2.0, it's not going to be a big issue.
There's literally like 14 pages of threads on people freaking out about this situation, and I don't know what would come of it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
really,
fine.
Yeah, it's not going to be. First off, and I'll go back to the original argument. A lot of people stop playing. You weren't going to see them again regardless. They stopped playing. You might see them in 2.0, but they're going to make new characters. They're going to have new names. They're going to be on new servers. You're not going to even know that they're
start
there.
up fresh anyway.
Yeah, and really, if the game were closing, you wouldn't have anything to be complaining about. It just wouldn't exist anymore. So
right.
if you want to travel with your link shell, do it. If you have multiple link shells, then go on your server section on the official forums and make a thread about it. And just try and, say like, hey, is everybody on the server moving to a different server? And really, it's way too early to know what they're doing with the servers. They're going to be adding more servers. We already know that. We don't know how many they're adding, what the names are, if they're changing the names, what's going on. So really, there's a lot of questions.
Like RP servers. What if they have PvP ones? I don't know.
Exactly.
They're not even that far yet, and I don't know. It just seems silly. I mean, I got people on EverQuest 2 who raid. We're in a worldwide top raiding guild, and they are from Europe, and they have zero problem. We got one person's from Australia, and they don't have a problem with the connection. So it's just it's the whole performance thing is pretty much unfounded, especially for Final Fantasy 14.
It's a little too early to be freaking out about it, honestly.
Yeah, and you know what? I want to make a big point here. Ern, Naylock, and myself, we do not play on the same server. None of us are even, like, it's not like, oh, Ern and Naylock on our server. No one is on the same server on this podcast. We all play on different servers. And it wasn't by design. We were just like, hey, we feel like playing. We just picked a server.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like we were coordinated or anything. But I think when 2.0 comes out, we will probably have a home server. We'll probably all switch to that server. And it all depends on who's doing what, but...
Yeah, I'm not really locked down anywhere, so I'd probably go to one of their servers, and I imagine,
exactly.
If it's like, well, I know a bunch of people, it's like, I'll just go over there then, I don't care.
Exactly, yeah. Really I don't care if it's a Japanese server or a European server. I'm not going to care about the latency. It's a moot point. But they're also going to be having more flexible world transfers for those people that end up going on a server that they don't like. They can just switch.
Yeah.
The new engine also supports optional PvP gameplay type. Now, they haven't gone into details about this, but a lot of the class changes and things like that, combat changes, are because of PvP. And I would also assume that doing the server latency database changes are also part of that. And really, I think what they're doing, and Naylock, you can correct me on this, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe Sony actually hosts the Final Fantasy XI servers for Square Enix in US and Europe. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're going back to them for 14.
Oh, I'm not sure if they're going back to them. I'm pretty sure like some Sony. I don't think it's, if anyone knows Sony Online Entertainment, I don't think it's them specifically. I think it's Sony. and they host them here.
They have the world's largest server database center. Sony does. Sony Online Entertainment has the biggest server, and they don't just host their own games. They host multitudes of games servers. You just don't hear about it.
Yeah, because they don't want to confuse people, more or less, because they have their own games. So it's like, well, Sony hosts them, so it must be there. It's like, no, they're just host. They just, here's the hardware, and we'll help you out. But it's not their game.
It's a non-biased system, is basically what it is, and it's usually a hush-hush thing. But when you have to host a game, first off, when you have a server with everybody's personal information and everything like that, you don't want to have to pay for security.
Well, you pay for it, but you don't want to have to deal with it. Like, you know what? You just, here's the money. You take care of it. We don't want to make an infrastructure and hire new department and here's money. Host it. Okay. And don't mess it up.
Yeah, knowing Sony Online Entertainment, and that's all they do is MMOs. I don't see them going to anybody else for it. But that's kind of a different topic.
Yeah.
Outside of that, with the new servers, and the reason I even said Sony Online Entertainment is because of their server capacity. The servers this time will be able to handle more players. Before it was 400 to 500, now it's 1,000. And more mobs as well. So before it was 600, now it's up to 2,000. And if you look at PlanetSide 2's numbers, that kind of coincides with that.
Yeah, it does.
And that's the only reason. There's a lot of hints that they're going back to Sony Online, and really they've had such good relationship with them with 11. There's no reason not to.
Yeah. All right. A great number of quests have been added. The aim of these quests is to level, explore the world, and story progression, among other things. So that's pretty standard.
Yeah. Well, these are like just normal quests, like how we have the exclamation points above heads right now. It's you're talking like WoW style quests, like, hey, this person has a quest, let me go do it. You got dialogue box, accept, you have your little award there, and then you go do it. How do you feel about the addition of that? Erin, why don't you go ahead and start?
I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that, mainly because it's not really that Final Fantasy. You know what I mean? No, that's fine. And leave quests are fine in D&D, except for this. I don't know. There's such a small pool. If they add a bunch of more leave quests, I would be a happy camper. Mm-hmm. Just so I'm not doing the same ones over and over and over. But I don't know that I like the regular run of the mill.
They said, they're keeping those. I think what they're gonna do. I'm purely, if they're good at their job. The leaves are going to be like the grindy quests you would probably see in WoW or, nameless other MMO. And then the real quests, like those are going to be better, like a step above.
Well, they have stated that classes will progress through grinding and experience and stuff like that, like just doing whatever, and jobs progress through quests.
I guess that makes sense.
I don't think that Square Enix is the kind of company to just come up with a bunch of fluff quests, even though that's certainly what they could be. But, and if it is, I just feel, a lot, this, just looking at it all, it feels like they're trying to put it in line with, this is what WoW is doing. We kind of have to match that, Well,
if they want to appeal to the masses, yes, I'll agree with you on that. If they're looking to appeal to a larger audience, but I mean that just goes back to like the play style of 11. It was grindy, except for maybe some job unlocking and things like that, and some very convoluted quests to guess where you have to go, things like that. But to do your run of the mill WoW quests, I don't know that I'm gonna like that, but it's too soon to tell. It's all speculation at this point.
Yeah. So the host asked some questions directly, and Yoshi P answered them, and I wanted to do this as a question and answer thing. So like we're gonna get the exact response. So Naylock, you be the host, and I'll be Yoshi P.
Go play.
Oh yeah, I get to play host. Okay. These quests are all good for your first class job, but what about your second and third? What if you ran out of quests?
And Yoshi P says, well, of course we are going to provide a large number of quests, but beside that we will keep on adding more. And there are other still unannounced contents and others to be enjoyed with the public, such as Notorious Monsters. They are all being prepared. I hope that players don't stay in one place doing the same things, but would rather they try many different contents and level in the process. So what he's getting at is, we don't want you to just stay in Ulda and just do all that stuff over and over again. We want you to go out and check out the other areas and see what else the world has to offer.
Yeah, I'd like that if it was each city was like its own progression line, like it goes all the way to the cap. But then, like, oh, you're doing this one, you can go to the other city and get a whole another different
experience.
Line. Yeah,
and maybe quests will help drive that. You know, like, hey, follow this line of quest, like a breadcrumb trail to another area.
Yeah, if they have some purpose to them, like you said, like a breadcrumb, I can wrap my head around those. I think those would be, I wouldn't say exciting, but better than the alternative.
Yeah, just like, hey, can you go kill these 10 pigs? I need ham. And it's like, okay,
looking for more hogger.
Yeah, at least it's you know, I mean, yeah, we won't go into. All right, anyway.
Yeah.
So Naylog, what's the next question?
Okay, you had a follow up.
Yes.
But what about people who are already level 50?
And we brought this up earlier, like, hey, you're going into Realm Reborn with everything maxed out. What do you do? Well, Yoshi says they can look forward to the high-level content we announced, and there are still some unannounced content such as raids, new classes, chocobo raising, and other stuff. The amount of instance dungeons is going to increase. There's going to be a level cap for this dungeon. So basically what it is, it's like, and this is off quote, they're going to sink your level down to that dungeon's appropriate level so that it's a challenge for you, even if you're at the cap level. So if it's a level 35 dungeon, you will be locked at level 35, and that experience will always be a challenge. And your
gear goes with you too, so you don't have to have a different set of gear, which is really nice.
Exactly. But since we are adding, and he goes on to say, since we are adding level sync, which will allow level 50 players to go down to the required level of content, players can group up with new players and do content together. And of course, many high-level dungeons are going to be added. I really think that won't be enough. I think that you're going to see tons of people complaining across the board because they've done everything already, and they don't know what's between 1 and 50. They're just seeing the top.
Right. And
well, they got the new it's almost it was a really good idea for them to add the summoner because that's completely new. And so when they do start doing that, like no one has a jump on it. So when they do start that will introduce them to the stuff they've never seen before. And people probably got other jobs that they didn't get up.
Oh,
like,
and
I don't. So
on the other side of that too, there's I'm already level 50, but I have quite a few friends that aren't playing right now. They don't plan on playing until 2.0, and they're probably going to need some help getting back into the swing of things. And why not? Sure, I'll go do your 35 dungeon with you, but that's going to get old really fast.
But really, I think the dungeons, because you're locked down to it, like if you've never experienced a dungeon before and you're level 50 and you have to go down to level 35, it's going to be just as hard for you as it will be for the actual person who is level 35. So I think it'll still be fun and engaging, even though you're at the max level, especially if you've never experienced it before.
Oh, no, I can't. No, I agree with that. Especially if you don't have a ton of dungeon experience, like honestly, I don't have a ton of dungeon experience. I got 50 kind of on my own. It took me 9 months to get from 31 to 50 because I did it super, super casually, but I don't have a ton of experience with the dungeons. So doing that at first will be fun. But if that's all I'm doing is like going back to the lower level dungeons, that's the part that I was talking about that could get old.
You know how MMO always releases and then there's not enough stuff at the high end?
Yeah.
This is all going to have its stuff already there. Like they have to plan on people already because they can't do that. Well, people won't be there for a while, so we can hold it off. They always love doing that. Like, patch it in after 2 months. But now they're forced to anticipate that people are going to be at the cap day one. So they have to have at least a serviceable amount of high-end content ready to go.
And I mean, not to get too off topic, but really, there's still a lot of things that are unanswered as to what's going to change. Like, are we still going to have teleporting? Is there going to be anima? Are we going to have
I hope not.
Are we going to have airships that are instantaneous without any travel time? Are we going to have, are we still going to have the ferry boat that's awesome that no one rides anymore? Or, like what kind of things that are in place are still going to carry over to make the world feel cohesive? Because when we started, there were no chocobos, there were no airships. It was just teleporting everywhere because there was no other transportation method, and they kept them in there because people were used to it.
Right. I miss the travel time from, like the airships and stuff. That was just a cool little way to just chill or AFK, if that's your thing.
Exactly.
I miss those.
Well, they kind of had it balanced out for a while. Like you could teleport in a pinch, but after a while you'd have to start running or using the ship. But then they just made it so you can just teleport all the time.
Well, that's just because they were losing so many subscribers.
Yeah, they're just like, well, forget it. No one.
It's like, let's just cater to the lowest common denominator. It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's still they still talk about quests and main quests. So Ern, why don't you cover the rest of it?
For the main quests, it's the same world but different. Since it's now going through the 7th Umbral era with the new game system, these themes have to be reflected in the new game.
And I guess that's the main story quest. Is that what they're talking about?
That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, has to be reflected.
It's the same world but different. So, well, it's not the same world. Well, I guess they mean it's the same encompassing universe. Like,
it's the same people. It's not like a true Final Fantasy sequel. It's the same world. It's the same planet.
Yeah. But it's just, it's completely redesigned. The areas have been redone. The cities are still the same name, I think. But
so they kind of got to refer back to, remember when this happened? Like, stuff like that.
Yeah, so, and really, all of the quests leading up to this point, especially for the Grand Companies, talk about the 7th Umbral era. Mm-hmm. And it's probably going to be like, hey, the world's changed, completely different thing, but, the people remember. All right, go ahead, Ern.
Parlay has been taken out of the main quests.
Thank God. And he makes a good example in the actual live thing. He says, we took Parlay out because you don't want to be doing this epic boss fight and then have to talk to the boss and convince him to eat a poisoned pastry to defeat him.
Balls.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was.
If you're killing a boss, just freaking kill him.
The general progression of main quests is you do a couple of quests, then fight a strong boss to be able to continue your story. This will add a true sense of progression found in RPGs. And with the level sync, this is going to improve the experience for all players. Currently in the game, when people challenge the weak Ifrit, it's as if watching a cutscene and there is no actual fight.
Yeah, because usually when you get friends to help you out with Ifrit, they kill it before your cutscene's over.
They're not waiting around like, oh, is it done?
Yeah. And really, I think what they're making this like the missions in 11 is what they're doing.
Yeah.
And which is fine by me because I loved the missions. I didn't love the lack of quests.
A quest progression system has been added, and there is an objectives tab to make it easier to track your progression through these quests.
Quest trackers.
Yeah, quest tracker. There you go. So they go on to sound and music. Nailak, why don't you tell us about that?
Quest cutscenes will have voiceovers in multiple languages. Players will be able to change the audio language to Japanese, English, French, and German.
That sounds cool, but will the lip syncing match?
I can almost guarantee you that it's not. I don't know what they're gonna do. Doing voices that's enough work. You're multiplying it times 4,
right?
And then you have to do the animations times 4 because none of them are gonna.
Well, it could be like Half-Life 2 uses just an algorithm to mimic the sounds based on what the script is, like just the mouth movements.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah,
I wonder.
But usually if I have Japanese options available, I use those just because I think it sounds better. It's like more authentic. They usually get really great voice actors for it.
That's really what's going to determine it.
Yeah.
Screw the lip sync thing. It's going to be if they sound stilted or something. Otherwise, I'll just go to Japanese because this sounds silly. Okay. The way music plays is progressive through an area, breaking the song into parts based on key areas on the map.
Yeah, so the way he described it in the video is as you're going through an area, like the song is playing in the background, but if you go in a straight line, it'll kind of fade in and out, but if you go all the way through the city, you will play the entire song. If you go to just one area, it'll play a little bit and then slowly fade out. That sounds pretty cool. I think if they implement it right, I think it'll be good.
Yeah.
So why don't we go on to the battle system, which is some of the biggest changes to the game. The first thing you're going to notice when you try out the battle system is the tempo and how speedy it is. And that's because how they're handling TP. Basically, in its current version, the player has to fight to generate TP. They were talking about 1.0. But it has changed to be similar to MP, where you start the battle with full TP. And the main reason is to make to help with PvP, apparently. So basically, no cast times whatsoever. Like it's like how it was in the very beginning of 14. Is you have the stamina bar, and each ability uses part of the stamina bar, and that's it.
Well, it's like they switched everything to stamina. Like even your weapon skills are stamina now. Kind of like that.
Yeah, exactly. There are 3 types of actions: abilities, weapon skills, and magic. Currently, abilities have a recast timer on them, while weapon skills and magic have TP and MP requirements respectively, along with an added recast timer. However, in A Realm Reborn, the abilities will stay the same, while the weapon skills and magic will only require TP or MP. Obviously, this will affect the speed of battle greatly. Basically, they're saying there are no cast times for weapon skills or magic.
I'll take it.
Sweet. Yeah, I did see them. It's not so much a cast time as it is animation.
It's a global cooldown.
Oh yeah, they got that. Well, they take advantage of the global cooldown to show this like animation that's
right.
Cool.
It's like a 3-second thing.
It's cool.
Yeah,
but
yeah, they are cool.
They are very impressive.
They're pretty great.
I think it's pretty cool because one, as a being a healer is going to be a lot more fun now. I'm curious to see how this is going to work with area effects type stuff or positional type things, and the combos as well have been modified. Since in PvP it's going to be very difficult with the positioning requirements, players will feel like they are being punished for doing combos. I don't see how they'll feel punished, but
oh, I see what they're saying. They don't. If you do a combo, otherwise you'd be not moving.
Oh right, yeah. So for example, if you do a backstab, if that was in the game, that's the only time you have to be positioned. Otherwise, if you have to keep hitting them in the back for a combo, in PvP they're not going to just sit there.
Yeah, they're not gonna sit there, and not only that, it makes you vulnerable because he's doing a combo, so I know he's gonna stand right there, so I'm going to go kill him.
Right. My problem with incorporating PvP into games is I usually find it ruins them. Like, because they focus on making it PvP friendly and then not focusing on the people that don't want to PvP.
That'll happen when they balance things like indiscriminately, like, we had to balance it for PvP, and they don't separate it for the PvE.
Well, I think EverQuest 2 did it very well. Your ability has 2 functions, one versus a monster and one versus a player. However, what I still dislike to this day is they increase the running speed to make PvP faster paced, and it's just ruined the entire pacing of the game for me. But that's just a different gripe and a completely different game, different topic. Last thing for battles is they say the parameters and stats in their formulas have been changed to be much simpler to understand. I wish they would just let us know what they were so we could understand it.
Yeah, that's considering how it is now. There is a lot of space between the simplest and what it is now.
Well, I think they're going to move to we're going to automatically allocate stats for you.
Maybe.
Just to make it easier for you.
Well, plus they would have to do something like, this stat is good for this class, or something like that.
Well, let's go ahead and go on to the fan questions that were asked there. So again, we'll do some role playing. Nailak, you be the host, and I'll be Yoshi P again. So I'm not nearly as good looking, but that's okay.
Pop your collar.
Yeah. Bam! Popped it. All right, let's go.
How will we fight together with our chocobos?
So apparently you will be able to fight together with your chocobos. And Yoshi P says, you call it, a menu appears, select fight together, that's it.
So matter of fact about it.
Frank.
Like, why would that even be a question?
Yeah, well, I guess
probably thought it would be complicated or something.
Well, I think he was completely dancing around what they actually meant to ask. Like, he's like, how will we fight together with our you just a menu selection. No, like, what's the chocobo gonna do?
What are they gonna
Like,
I get things.
yeah, like I mean, is it like, do we control it? Is it a pet? You know,
Oh,
do we
like
just,
it's like oh, okay.
you see what I'm saying? Like,
Used by what do you mean? You just bring it up and you fight with it. What are you talking
yeah.
about?
So I guess, and I guess he answered it there too. It's like you select fight together, and that's it. You don't do anything else. So
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all right. What about colors?
Chocobo colors. They are thinking about various things. Good for them.
Oh, righty then.
Okay. I remember in older ones. I know in 7 at least, the different colors did different things.
Well,
So maybe that's what they're worrying about.
honestly, and I know this is such a little detail, I remember in the concept art for 14, maybe it was 11, but they had different races of chocobo.
Well, like different breeds of chocobos.
Yeah, exactly. And I really hope they bring that back. But anyway, let's go on to the other questions.
We can jump now, but what about flying and swimming?
So Yoshi P says, I am more towards flying at the moment. Since it's Final Fantasy and having airships and going to the skies sounds like a really nice idea to me. But this is all too soon to talk about. So I guess he's talking about player-controlled airships, which I think should only be reserved for free companies, just to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
You can't make them too damn big, otherwise you're going to have...
Well, what they could do is if they had the big ones, it's not so much flying it as like telling it to go, like I want it to be hovering over such and such area, and it just kind of parks there. What?
I know exactly what they're going to do. Follow me on a journey here. It is a map of just like an aerial place, like just a bunch of sky, right? Anybody that's flying an airship at the time is in this area. So you can see other people's airships and stuff like that, but you're not interacting with the physical players that are on the ground. So you'll have that sense of, hey, we're going to fly over here.
But we don't care what's going on the ground.
Exactly. So you still have that feeling of, hey, we're traveling by airship, but you won't be, griefing anybody that's on the ground.
Yeah, I could see that, but still, I imagine they would have where you can pick your venue,
Destination.
kind of. Yeah, pick what you want to be around.
Yeah, I could see that too. But I mean, I don't know if it's for free companies, then that would seem a little, unless you're getting like air canoes or something like that, for player type.
That's what I was thinking, like personal flying ships.
I want an air paddle boat.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Other than Meteor, what can we expect as limit breaks?
Now he says Tifas, and for those that don't know, they didn't just have one limit break for Final Fantasy VII. They had multiple ones. The level 4 one she had was Final Heaven, and that's the one that he was referencing was Final Heaven will probably be in the game as well. I would expect us to see other 7 limit breaks and other things like that.
Sweet. Okay. Will Excalibur and Masamune appear as weapons?
And Yoshi says, of course I'm thinking of adding Excalibur when the time is right, but Masamune will come when the samurai or ninja jobs are introduced to the game. He says this so nonchalantly. Like, it's just like, oh yeah, we're adding Samurai and Ninja later on. Yeah.
Just, by the way, Samurai and Ninja, those are totally in the works right now.
It's confirmed. No problem. Yeah, they're coming. Whatever. And you know what's funny? In one of our previous podcasts, when we were talking about data mined information, Samurai came up. And back then we said, this just doesn't fit. Because we're looking at all the names, and the names in comparison to what we were looking at didn't fit with Samurai. Like, Samurai seemed like the only normal one. Then you had, like, Shepherd and Arcanist.
Oh, yeah.
And, those other things. And we're just like, man, this just doesn't fit. Like, what is this? So, but I would love to see Samurai and Ninja. But the way that they have their job system set up it's almost similar to some speculation I had at some point, which I'll post it in the Lodestone Radio forums just so people can see what I'm talking about. But basically, they for 14 they have a class for the armory system, and then the job system is linked to a class. So they would either have to branch off from another class or create new classes that go with Samurai and Ninja.
That seems like that'd be that seems like they would be jobs to me.
Those are jobs. Samurai and Ninja are jobs, but
jobs.
But they would have to have classes for those.
Well,
jobs
so I'm saying
to get to them.
Well, I'm saying those are jobs for one of the current classes.
Maybe
they might have multiple jobs for classes.
Right.
I don't see why not. Like a Musketeer could probably get away on Archer or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, no, but they would have like a gunslinger and then Musketeer come off of that, or the other way around, or something like that. Who knows?
Really, I have to see how they're going to work. I'm thinking in the context of how it is now.
Yeah.
I mean, how the classes and jobs are now, they very well might change it to work quite differently. I mean, not completely differently, but like more like different abilities and everything. So it might, I don't know.
I could see them
speculation.
And they were talking about. Someone had mentioned this. We'll actually cover it later on in the questionnaire. The producer letter live part 3. So we'll answer it then. But let's until we get to there. Why don't we go on to Arcanist and Summoner?
Okay. The auto attack animation is apparently very, very impressive.
Yeah, they kept talking about how the auto attack doesn't do anything, but it looks cool.
It doesn't do anything?
because the Arcanist uses Carbuncle as the main attack, but they also have the Arcanist doing an animation as if it were attacking. So the animation that the Arcanist itself is doing looks very impressive because it's like with a book or something, but Carbuncle's doing all the damage.
Huh.
Yeah.
Players will be able to craft books, and they will have recipes. The crafting class hasn't been announced yet.
Yeah, so the weapons for Arcanists are going to have to be crafted some way, and they don't know who's going to craft them yet. I would almost assume like Alchemist, maybe? Making paper and stuff. I don't know.
Summoners will not have a Carbuncle as a pet. That's reserved for the Arcanist. But Summoners will be using, in quotes, a pet that the Primal's power dwells in, unquote.
Yeah. So Carbuncle, you use it as an Arcanist. And when you switch this, now just so people know, Summoner is not going to be available at the launch of A Realm Reborn. Arcanist will be, but the job Summoner will not be yet. And that's kind of very similar to how it was in 11. Before Rise of Zilart, when I started playing at Japanese launch, before Rise of Zilart, you just had this like Summoner job without any summons. You just had elementals to summon. But what they're going to do is they're basically going to have like the primals. You're probably going to have an avatar version of the primals.
Like a version of it that's not it exactly.
Summoners will be able to borrow the power of 4 primals. This is what is planned for now and could be expanded on later. The ones that are confirmed right now are Ifrit and Garuda.
And we know there are tons more primals out there. So I expect to see Titan definitely. And
they got a huge pool to pick from just from Final Fantasy lore, just like history. They got all kinds of ones they can. I can't wait to. I hope Humate's in there.
I'm kind of thinking of how they're going to implement Summoner. Like, will they do it the Final Fantasy X route where you become the summon, or will they do it kind of like 11 where you just have this thing following you?
I would like it if you became it and like all your attacks change and stuff. But then again, maybe they'll have it like a half and half, like what your attacks are based on which one you have out.
You know what I was saying? I was talking to my Link Shell the other day about this. Have you ever played Folklore for PS3?
Nope.
Okay. In that game, you come across monsters, right? And as you're fighting it, their soul kind of appears above them. And you snatch the soul, and when you use it, like you map it to an attack button, when you use it, a visage of them attacking kind of comes out of nowhere. You'd have to see. Go look up a review on Folklore. You'll see.
I know what you're talking about. It's like
I have no idea what you're talking about, but
I know what he's saying.
But why don't we go on to the letter from the producer live part 3, and we're going to break this up into a question and answer section. So one of us is going to read a question, and then another one's going to answer. Aaron, why don't you go ahead and start off?
Okay. First question is, Rama and Titan have debuted, but can we expect other primal battles to appear?
Answer being, of course. I hope you're all excited to check them out.
He's such a smart ass, I swear, man. It's like if you don't ask him the right question, he'll just give you like the most obvious answer. Like, yeah, there will be. I mean, what were you thinking? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we want what are the new ones?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, can you name?
Yeah, there's others, and like don't get a follow up. That's a good way to do it if they can't follow up.
Exactly.
Okay, next question was any other Final Fantasy elements besides Crystal Tower, Magitech armor, and Gold Saucer planned?
And the answer is that we have a lot of ideas in mind. While we don't want to ruin it just yet, we hope you'll stay tuned. Man, why? They're doing the same thing again where, like, why even answer?
Okay, you have lots. Give me one of them.
It's like, yeah, we have a lot of ideas in mind.
Yeah, we got tons of awesome stuff going on.
We're not going to tell you. But I mean, it's nice to know that Crystal Tower's coming, Magitech Armor's coming, Golden Saucer. When I reach the Gold Saucer,
I thought that was weird that they were putting that in.
I don't want them to name it. Call it the Platinum Mirage because that's part of what was in 14. You know.
Yeah, we're taking it from Final Fantasy VII and
Magitech Armor's from 6. Yeah, I don't want like a greatest hits of Final Fantasy. You know.
Yeah. Well, they said it was supposed to be all fan service, but geez, are we going to be able to group with Cloud? You know.
Yeah. Next question. Will we be able to ride on an Ahriman mount right away?
The answer is we are currently looking into the mount and thinking about when we will be able to show it off. We would like to prepare a variety of mounts for Realm Reborn.
I don't want an Ahriman mount. I don't want people flying around on eyeballs with bat wings. I don't.
Yeah.
That sounds lame.
I mean, it's like they're taking all the mobs and just making them mounts. Like, why? We don't need a Gabu mount. We don't need an Ahriman mount. I don't want to ride on Ifrit. Like, I don't want these mounts. I don't know.
I'm happy with my Chocobo.
Yeah, they should just make awesome. What they should be doing is making chocobos and then ways to make them look cool. Like,
Yeah.
I want maybe I can armor out a chocobo to be all crazy looking or something, but not straight up. Here's the other animal too.
Yeah, they are allowing you to armor out chocobos. So they're gonna have classes you can outfit them with AF armor and stuff like that, so they look like the class that you're asking to be. But chocobos are basically the horses of Final Fantasy. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
You can't. I mean, you're gonna look stupid riding around on an Ahriman mount. You really are.
Yeah.
Okay, the next question. What is going to happen to our path companion?
Answer is we will temporarily be removing the path companion.
No.
In future, we plan for players to be able to change their gear and actually fight by your side.
It's cool that they're being removed because they're not going to fit into the story anymore, obviously. But I don't want... there's going to be enough people playing to where we don't need this other thing along with our Chocobo fighting next to us. Like, we're going to have our own group just with Chocobos and companion people. I don't get it.
Yeah, if they're just going to put them in later, I mean, if they did it like Star Wars and it was like part of the storyline, that would be cool, like, which it kind of is already. But if they're just like, hey, here it is, now you can gear it and it fights with you. And what else? Nah.
It's like I don't want to take more equipment. Like he'll just get all the crap I picked up that I can't wear.
Yeah. Well, I guess you're just going to be the class I play, so you can get all my hand-me-downs.
Yeah. That's what I did in 11. So
yeah. The next question was, will dated items remain in a Realm Reborn so that it will be possible to equip or trade?
And the answer is, since these items will not be obtainable in a Realm Reborn, we're considering making them unique/untradeable. However, we don't have any plans of deleting them, so please rest easy. Why not just delete them? They're dated.
Well, with that said, I have gear from way back when that is dated that I'm wearing now. So
well, screw you and your old ass gear, okay? Like, no, you need to get rid of it. It's dated. It's old. It's old
I
fashioned.
haven't found a good replacement yet, and I don't want to spend any money.
Oh my goodness! Like it should just vanish. Like Downline
I honestly
stole all
don't
the
like
dated
my
gear.
gear, so that's my bias, or the way it looks anyway.
It's just like, hey,
yeah, if you want to ditch that, that's cool.
It's so dated it crumbled to dust. That's how old it is.
It's vintage.
They'll probably just what they're gonna do is what they did before is they're just gonna make it worse than anything else you could get. Like you could go buy something off an NPC that's better.
Next question is: will you wipe Gil or change the currency with the launch of A Realm Reborn?
And the answer is no, there will not be a Gil wipe. However, we do currently have plans to decrease the max digit by 1.
Yeah. So it's just 100 million is the max.
And the forums are blowing up on this. There's all kinds of speculation as to the people that are at max. They're going to lose money.
You're a gold farmer at that point. Like, well, you should not have 1 billion Gil.
Stop hoarding it. What are you going to use all that
rest
for?
in the bank or something.
Well, yeah, people are talking about sending it to a mule or an alt.
Oh yeah.
So put it on your retainer. You know what I mean? So it's not you. So you're not capped out anymore.
I gotta ask. Okay, if your jobs and everything aren't maxed out, why do you have 1 billion Gil? Like, it's what will you need 1 billion Gil for?
I see that all the time. I see people like they just want lots of money. Like, what for? Just
I feel like they need it.
Like, well, you don't even have alts or anything, and they will continue to be like just outright greedy and like overcharging. Like, I'm not selling it for less than this. How much money you got now? Like tons. It's like, well, why are you doing that? And why not just sell for cost or something?
Alrighty. Next question.
Next question is, when will Musketeer be implemented?
Answer is, including Samurai and Ninja, we are currently at the stage where we are looking into which we would like to add next. So we haven't yet decided on the specifics. However, in the future, we are imagining dual-wield and double-barrel guns. So please look forward to it.
That sounds pretty freaking awesome, to be honest with you.
Double-barrel dual-wield?
Yeah. It's like just like
they actually did have those, though.
Yeah, they did.
The pistols, the double barrels.
Yeah.
Of course, they only have one shot each, and that's why there were two barrels. It's like, I used all my shots. I'm screwed now.
Musketeer is confirmed as well, so
yeah,
that's good.
Next question is, will we need to clean up our inventory because the max inventory is going to be reduced to 100 slots?
And the answer is no. Any items over the 100 inventory item limit will be transferred to an NPC. Players will be able to obtain their items by speaking to the NPC. So you're going to have a fun time going to the bank, going to the NPC, getting your items, going back to the bank, going to the NPC, getting your items, going back to the bank, going to the NPC. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. So yes, you do need to clean up your inventory.
Yeah, no, it would be a good idea.
No, I think they're probably like, well, they're not going to get deleted.
Right,
but
right.
It's going to be a problem.
I expect, things are going to get lost. So just do it just to be safe. You know,
you got your guy's level going over. Be happy with it.
Yeah.
The equipment's all going to be different. New stuff will probably look cooler anyway, and you'll have to relearn. Just roll with it, dude, okay?
Alrighty. So the next question is, will you ever sell the Meteor Survivor polo shirts?
The answer is there have been a huge amount of requests for this. So we would like to sell these at events and whatnot in the future if possible.
So that means Americans aren't getting any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want a Meteor Survivor Snuggie.
No. You and Snuggies. Just, what, are you going to have meteors all over it? It's going to look like a meatball suit.
Okay, the next question. Will the new graphics engine be compatible with DX9, DX10, and DX11?
Answer is, at launch, the graphics engine will not be compatible with DX11. However, there are plans to implement DX11 compatibility after the launch of A Realm Reborn.
I don't know why. I don't see DX11 being any better than DX9 at this point, unless you're using special effects.
Okay, next question was, how will crafting and gathering change in A Realm Reborn?
All right, so this is kind of long because there's a lot of changes here. The answer is, for crafting, we will have something known as a crafting journal. And when you select the item you would like to make from the journal, it will be possible to confirm how many materials are necessary and select which materials you will need to use from the list. Also, we will be implementing something known as CP, so as long as you have them, you will be able to execute actions and craft continuously and in mass quantities. From what I can get from this, there is more, but I just want to stop at this point. From what I can understand from this, it's basically going to be like what we had before. You go on you get a local leave quest, you get some recipes, you select it from the list, and you could just do them. CP is going to be like crafting special abilities, I guess. Or maybe almost like a stamina bar that will allow you to, like, you'll reach it if you're crafting too much or if you're making too many items. Kind of like a craft all button. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So something like that.
Oh, so that's for people who just like, I just need a bunch of stuff made real quick.
Right.
But if like you're crafting like specifically to get up, you're probably not going to use that.
Exactly. Yeah. So he goes on to say, in regards to gathering, we will be making it possible to select whether gathering points are displayed via an ability. Depending on the gathering point, the items you can gather will differ. But depending on your experience, you will be able to determine the items you can gather, and it will be possible to use actions to aim for the items you want to gather. So I guess using a certain, almost like fishing in 11. Like, hey, if I use this bait over here in this watering hole, then I'll get this certain type of fish. Something like that, sort of. In A Realm Reborn, when making a new character, we will be limiting the class selection choice to battle classes only. After proceeding through the tutorials, your character will grow and the armory system will be unlocked, thus enabling you to change into a discipline of land or hand class. I'm really glad they're starting you off as a battle type character instead of disciple of land or hand, because if you started off like saying like a blacksmith or something like that, you're not attacking with hammers, you're throwing stones.
Yeah, I remember seeing
A lot of people
I forget who it was. Yeah, there was some guy who, like, I'm a angry reviewer guy. He was on YouTube or whatever, and he was at one of the game shows, and he did that. He made one of the hand or land, and he was like judging the game based on his poor decision, basically. Why am I just throwing rocks? This is stupid. Yeah.
But it doesn't tell you, anything about what your class selection is going to do. I mean, it's glad that they're going to be letting you play only as a battle class and then unlocking. But moving right along, next question is, are there any plans to increase the level cap? If so, when?
The answer is, at the launch of A Realm Reborn, the level cap will be set at 50. We have not yet decided on the exact timing to raise the cap.
All right, pretty cut and dry.
Mm-hmm. Next question, can you tell us the minimum and recommended specs for the PC version of A Realm Reborn?
Answer is, we have announced the specs on the alpha test recruitment page, but these specs are mainly for the alpha version, and we are currently thinking about what kind of line to draw for the minimum specs post-alpha. The game will run on specs much lower than you're expecting, but please hang in there a bit more for the post-alpha specs.
See, the thing is, they said that if you can run the game right now, it will run better in A Realm Reborn. So, on the same hardware, it will run better simply because of the engine difference that they're doing. Yeah. So if you can run the game right now, don't worry about it.
Okay, next question was, what will you be doing to fix instance congestion?
And the answer is, with the new server structure, instances will be switched in real time, so the congestion will be toned down by a large amount. In A Realm Reborn, players won't be spamming the same content over and over. Also, there will be a number of different types of content available with the launch, so everyone won't be focusing on the same content. From what I can understand from that, what they're saying is an instance server just won't be hanging around. When you go to do that instance, it will do it right then and there, so your instance is immediate.
So it's unique to you entering...
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question is, will you be doing anything to make it easier to /tell people who are shouting?
In our current internal build, we have implemented a feature where you can click on the player's name in the chat log and send them a tell. It's not yet in the alpha.
Hallelujah!
Seriously.
Thank the 12! Yeah. Holy crap, Yoshi P, you are the man. Why? I don't know why.
I don't know why this wasn't a thing before.
Yeah, 3 years to hey, why don't we just have them click the name?
Yeah, like they came up with it. Like, hey, you know what we could do is the thing that other MMOs already do.
and they're kind of talking like that with the global cooldown. Like they're totally dancing around that it's global cooldown, like the thing that's been around for like the last decade and a half. But anyway.
Okay, the next question. In an interview, you mentioned how Monk will be changed in A Realm Reborn. Could you go into more detail?
Answer is, monks will be the ones that will go through the most chains. Currently, the monks are more of a hybrid style, but in A Realm Reborn, they will be about chaining skills endlessly. Also, this will be bolstered by the battle pace being increased greatly in A Realm Reborn.
You're going to have your combo set up, and you're just going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, you're just mindless DPS at that point.
Well, like how they have now. If they just get going, like you can chain stuff together and then the subsequent ones don't cost anything. Yeah, and then probably they won't do as much damage as other people's weapon skills. It'll be about not breaking the chain, not as so much as keeping it. So that's going to be like you got to keep it together to play it properly. Like you can't just decide not to chain them.
You can't just mash buttons.
Yeah, you have to chain them for you to be playing well.
And really, I'm thinking of Pugilist whenever I'm saying that, but really Monk is its own job. Like the skills are unique to it, so really we don't know what they're going to do to make it unique. But they have a pretty good idea of what they're doing.
Next question was, will you improve the stress related to retainer placement in the markets and the constant ALDA crashes?
And the answer is we completely rebuilt the servers from the ground up, so we'd like to have everyone's stress test during the alpha test to see how many people we can put into a single server and determine how we should split up the server. In regards to the market, we are also revamping this completely. Since there were difficulties making all the retainers visible, we are planning for large-scale improvements so you can search more specifically and also make it so you can display only the things you are interested in within a ward. Why are they still keeping the ward system?
Yeah, I saw that. I was hoping to see. Is like, why even asking about that? We're putting in an auction house. That's the answer I wanted to see, or something like that.
Don't get me wrong. We like the ward system. You know, we do. Even in our previous episodes, we thought it was a great change to it because it was like going through a market.
Yeah.
However, now it's useless when you can just item search for everything. Like, you don't go looking through any. You just say, I need this item. Oh, there it is. Buy.
Yeah,
all
but
right.
it was,
a fee, whatever.
It was so cumbersome to go in there and have to search 110 retainers in a small confined room.
I agree. So maybe they're just calling them the wards again, but it's really like an auction house.
Yeah, I hope so.
I would hope so.
I don't want to search retainers anymore.
Well, it says within a ward, so it looks like they're gonna have multiple wards.
You know, it'd be really interesting, like a different take on it. That would be very Final Fantasy-esque. Like, remember back in the day, like whenever you're playing an RPG, if you sold an item to a merchant and you went back to it, it would be there available for sale.
Mm-hmm.
What if they had NPC merchants that had like a shop there, but all of the items that were being sold by players were also in there too, represented by the NPC.
And then it was on the prop, like, this is the weapons guy, this is the armor guy, and then you just get the money once they sell it.
Yeah, and that way you have a market ward. It would be very similar to the auction house that's in 11, without being overly cumbersome like the retainer system is. But I think it'd be seamless, and it would really add to the immersion factor of, hey, this is Final Fantasy. Check this out.
Right.
You know, I think that'd be cool. Like a consignment shop.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a really cool idea to be doing that system. But anyway, next question was, can we see the PS3 version?
The answer is, we'll be releasing the initial information around mid-October. I believe we'll have screenshots first. Please hang in there. The actual video is pretty while looking at the Windows version screen, but the quality is a bit messed up on the broadcast. So that was in live answer.
It was during the live.
Yeah,
this was a live video thing. So hopefully they have freaking screenshots for it. Or I mean, I don't want it to be like, hey, PS3 version's coming, and then we don't see it.
We got nothing on it though.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Okay, the next question is, what is the artwork for the upcoming housing system?
Answer is, with the new housing system, there are multiple themes such as wilderness, sea, and forest. Players will purchase the land and also the right to own a house. Once you build a house, players will be able to create their unique house by selecting from a list of parts. Also, the players will be able to place furniture created by the disciples of the hand and build a chocobo farm in their yard.
Yes.
The housing system will have updates dedicated specifically to housing. I'm sure players will really enjoy the housing system. Additionally, objects within the house can be placed via drag and drop, including the PS3 version. Lastly, there are plans to implement huge spaces of land that cost a fortune.
Okay, all right. I'm super excited for this news. However, I don't want to get too excited because in my head, I'm envisioning plot of land and I can build a house on it and I have a garden and I'm like, I can walk around the house and go in the garden and do stuff and I'll have a chocobo farm and I can, raise my chocobos, whatever. But I don't think it's going to be like that. I think it's going to be an instance, and I think it's going to be very static like how we have in 11 or 14 right now. And I don't want to get too excited.
What it is, the way you're talking about it, it seems like that would be a problem on the PlayStation 3 because it not only it has its memory limitations, but I think if it could be like that, but it might have some sort of limit.
Yeah.
Like you got way too much stuff. You need to. You can't add
Hoarder.
more stuff.
And then the huge spaces makes me think that free companies are going to have their own houses, which I think is going to be freaking awesome, like guild houses.
Yeah, that'll be sweet.
Okay, next question is, when will a Realm Reborn benchmark be released?
The answer is we're planning to release multiple benchmarks. Also, we're planning to release a character creation benchmark, and you can create the character of your liking. Additionally, we're considering making it so you can carry that character over to a Realm Reborn. I like that they're doing multiple benchmarks, so you can see how it's running with alpha, and you can see how it's running with beta, if that's what they do. I also like the character creation benchmark because we can see the new 3 races that they're adding, which is the male Makote, the female Rogadin, and the female Midlander.
Well, I'm excited about the character creation thing because I am one of those people that literally spends 3 some odd hours just creating their character alone. So if I can get that out of the way before the servers come up, I'll be a happy camper.
I actually had that for EverQuest 2.
Yeah, I still have it. I still have the character creation disc. It was like the pre-order bonus, and you could just... But it'd be really cool if I could put armor on the character, almost like a model viewer. You know, like, see, like, at level 10, you might look like this. At level 30, you might look like this. And in your AF armor, you look like this. And
they give you a set of armor that just shows what it'll look like.
Yeah. Kind of like
Have
Terra.
a couple of tokens.
Like Terra, yeah. Next question is, if I want to use certain gear sets with multiple classes or jobs, will I be able to share them among multiple classes or jobs?
The answer is you will have to create separate gear sets per class or job. However, this is one of the functions we would like feedback on during the alpha test. Please be sure to test it out and let us know what you think.
Okay, I have a huge opinion on this because a lot of people on the forums, the initial reaction is, I don't want multiple gears. No, this is a bad idea. This is stupid. No, I don't know. Okay, first off, if you're going to have PvP in the game, I want to know what I'm fighting. I don't want some like mage looking like a monk. You know?
Yeah.
First off, that's ridiculous. Second off, we have jobs and classes. Let them be unique. If I want to play as a white mage, I want to look like a white mage. I want job-specific equipment. I want class-specific equipment.
Why would you want to wear white mage gear on a monk? You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
Well, I mean, because what a lot of people do in PvP, and a lot of people do this in EverQuest too because of the costume slots, they put cloth armor on, and they're probably in armored.
They look squishy.
Yeah, they look squishy, but they're not.
Or they'll do it the other way so people won't go after them.
Yeah, they'll put on heavy armor as a mage. And that's really cool and all, but I don't want that. I want to know what I'm going up against. I want the silhouette to look unique, and I as a character itself, I want to look unique. If I need multiple, gear sets for that, so be it.
Yeah, that'd be annoying too if, like, well, this is a gear that looks like my job, but then there's better pieces that, looks completely different.
Yeah.
If the itemization was, like, wonky or something, like, well, this is for my job, but then there's this, like, awesome hat that looks like it's for a tank.
I don't want to share armor sets across jobs and class.
Well, they should just make it so... I don't know. They could probably put something in where it's like there's an easier way to get the different class alternate of that once you already got it once.
You know what they need to do? Because I remember in one of our past episodes we talked about how people were wearing all chainmail, right? And it didn't matter what level they were just wearing chainmail. They need to specify what classes wear what armor. They need to limit it more, I think. Like, say gladiators wear heavy armor. Okay, cool. What do dragons wear? Or what do lancers do? Not so much for the jobs, because the jobs are pretty much clear-cut. But the classes need to have definitions. Like, gladiator wears heavy armor. Lancer wears medium armor. So does pugilist, or pugilist wears cloth, whatever. And then you can switch armor, between the classes, but jobs, no, make those unique.
Yeah, I agree.
That could work.
All right.
Okay, next question. In A Realm Reborn, will Disciples of Magic be able to cast spells while in passive mode?
Answer is, in A Realm Reborn, the character will go into active mode and draw their weapon as soon as the casting animation begins.
Thank goodness. If I'm playing PvP and I pass by a mage, I'm going to know if they're casting me or not. I'm not going to be wondering.
Next question. Will the character customization options such as face type, hairstyle, voice, etc. increase in A Realm Reborn?
The answer is we are adjusting the portions that were previously dispersed between different races and clans. So they're just giving you more options.
Well, it sounds like they're making it so you have wider access to ones that are already there.
Yeah, so basically what happened before is you would have to have a certain face type to get a certain mustache-beard combination. And... that was annoying because if you didn't like a face, but you liked the beard and mustache, you had to choose. And what they're going to do is just make everything available for every face type.
And more mix and match.
Yeah, exactly. Next question is, will the NPCs that appear in the current version, such as Yayake and Papori, appear in A Realm Reborn as well?
The answer is, for NPCs that appear in the current version, we redesigned their equipment for A Realm Reborn since we wanted to make their equipment stand out more. However, it will take quite a bit of time, so for the alpha test, the equipment will be the same as the current version. We are planning on changing this moving forward.
I could care less, but cool.
Yeah, don't care. Good story.
Well, what are they saying? They're giving the NPCs better looking armor?
Well, they're making them look unique. Like, they have a signature look, but they don't have a signature enough look to where if I wanted to, I could look just like an NPC.
You want to walk up to that NPC and say, God, I wish I could have that one.
Yeah.
And
well,
now you can't.
Well, the thing is, if we don't know what they're going to do with story-wise. So, if, say, for example, you're doing a raid that's story-involved, you're going to want to know who the main story character is compared to the rest of the group, whereas now they just kind of blend in.
Oh, that's true.
Next question. Will players that have been playing through to A Realm Reborn and those players who are starting from A Realm Reborn be able to play together from the start?
Answer is, first, we're planning to increase the amount of new worlds. Players starting with the PS3 and new Windows version players will be able to choose whether they want to play on a new world or an existing world.
Here is what bugs me about that. Okay, a new world. If you're choosing a new world, you shouldn't be able to bring your level 50 character over to it. It should have, because all it's going to do is mess up the economy really bad right from the start.
Yeah.
It should be, hey, bring your character over or make a new one.
Yeah, they said the new players will have a choice, but the old players, I guess they would have to transfer, but they never said that they could right away.
I guess they will have the choice to play on a new world or an existing one, whereas existing players will be locked to what already exists.
Yeah, I hope they lock us for at least a little while.
Yeah, they should just not move you. You should just be stuck to the server you're on right now and then give you a free world transfer credit. That way you don't mess up communities and stuff.
Okay, next question is, will players be able to go to new areas such as Charlene, Alamigo, Garlean Empire, and Ishgard? Also, will there be new areas introduced?
As far as Alamigo and Ishgard goes, they won't be available immediately at launch. All the areas will be revamped in A Realm Reborn, so you can consider all the areas new. You'll see new settlements, monsters, and dungeons. Also, the dungeons will be 3 times the size that they are now. If we introduce Ishgard and make further changes to the current nations, it will take another year to launch the game. Furthermore, Ishgard and Alamigo areas will be introduced in order. So you're going to get Ishgard first and Alamigo later. Stay tuned. So, first off, I love how they just nonchalantly announce that, oh yeah, dungeons, they're going to be like 3 times bigger. That's all, you know?
Yeah, they do this weird thing of no answer or an answer that gives you information you didn't even ask for that no one knew about.
Yeah. Next question is, are there any plans to have a second job for each class? For example, Gladiator equaling Dark Knight. And we mentioned this earlier. You know, the branching from one class to a different job type.
Yeah.
The answer is, the battle team responded that if they have time, they will do it. Currently, they are working full force for A Realm Reborn battle system. So once they finish that up, they'll take a look into it.
Yeah, you got to imagine that. Right, it's not just oh look, we have a new battle system. It's we have redone every single ability, skill, and magic spell to do this battle system. I mean, rebalancing, redoing stats, redoing everything. You know, it's a complete overhaul of, and that's got to be a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
really, if, you know, going to the question, I think they should. You know, and if. Again, I'm referencing this speculation thing that I did years ago back in Alpha for 14. They should do it. And really, with the base classes that we have now, Arcanist included, you have, you know, Conjurer and Thaumaturge, you know, everyone's familiar. You know, just take those combinations and you can make every single job that has ever been in Final Fantasy out of those, you know, like level 15, 30 combinations.
Well, yeah, I think they should do that because otherwise they would have to make a new class and a new class for every job, which just seems
pointless.
Yeah, it's like, well, you know, how you really have to piecemeal out like gameplay and everything. So just make new jobs, but they just connect so classes have multiple jobs.
Next to existing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so scared that they're going to make Musketeer a class. When they released Arcanist, it kind of sealed that fate of, yeah, we need a class for every single job now.
That's what it feels like. So the next question is, and it's really not a question, please tell us more about free companies.
The answer to the not question. A free company can be created by 4 players that belong to a grand company and then visiting GC counter. A shared item box will be given to those 4 players. Also, players will set the access level on the shared item box. Only the leader can access it, etc. Players will be able to change their emblem and create larger houses as they increase their free company level. Also, players will be able to form an alliance with other free companies and have their own shared bulletin board.
All right, so they've just confirmed that there are free companies, there are bigger guild houses, and you have a guild bank.
And the free company has a level on it, so you level that up somehow.
I don't like that a free company is restricted to only people that are part of your grand company.
Yeah, that seems... I don't know. That's it.
Well, how else would they do it, though?
The point is, instead of joining the Maelstrom or instead of joining, whatever, it's like you're making your own free company.
Yeah.
It's not really a free company, is it?
No, it's a branch of this other company.
Well, maybe.
True. Well, that just said they go to the 4 players go to the same grand company, so maybe only they have to be part of the same company, and then they can invite other people. But that still doesn't justify it, really. Next question is: you mentioned that the existing content names would stay the same, but the content itself would change drastically. How will Leaves, Behests, NMs, and Hamlet Defense change?
And the answer is there won't be major changes to Leaves. They are content that you can continue to progress by continually doing it the same as now. The changes for Behest are large enough that we feel it would be better to change the name to make it easier to understand, though. So basically, there is more, but I just wanted to stop at this point here. Leaves are not changing, so yay! I know, Ern, you were worried about that. And they're just going to be used for monster grinding instead of just going out there and killing random things.
Yeah, a little like repeatables.
Yeah.
In
exactly.
another MMO, they would be called repeatables or dailies, maybe.
Dailies, yeah. That's exactly what they are. And then for NM battles and Hamlet defense, they are making content that encapsulates them and will be integrating it into this. Also, we can't really talk about the specifics, but we are planning to add content to each field area that is easy to join and leave.
Ooh, that sounds like sounds like
Public
rifts
quests.
or dynamic events or public quests or whatever you want to call them.
Yep. All right. So now we are going to go on to our 5 stars and feedback section. Now, this is feedback that we got after the fact that episode 5 couldn't be recorded. So this was all after episode 5 or what
Fiasco.
would be... Yeah, this was
Never
after
forget.
episode... It was episode 4 and episode 5 feedback, basically. So, Ern, why don't you go ahead and take it away with the first one?
Okay. K20 Ken on iTunes says, I have listened to other Final Fantasy XIV podcasts, and they don't cover as much information as you guys do. The small details can make a big difference. I really like how you separate the podcast into different categories like community service and meat and potatoes. This is great and creates a sense of organization in the podcast along with great communication that you guys already have. Ern is a great addition to the crew. She blends in great and is always good to have a female perspective on things. Keep doing what you guys are doing. #1 podcast on iTunes. Kenny.
Thank you very much, Kenny. And I mean, Ern, there you go. You finally have feedback now.
Yep.
Yay.
They like you.
They like you. They really, really like you. Yes. All right. Why don't you go on to the next one, Naylock?
All right. XBob42 on iTunes. The show is just the right length, and it isn't a constant grape fest. If I wanted to hear someone whine about a game I played for an hour straight, I probably wouldn't be playing the said game. They're not afraid to be positive about the game they enjoy for fear of being called fanboys, like the brilliant reviewer before me. When you have to alter your opinion to fit the status quo of negativity or positivity, then who cares what you have to say anymore? When did gaming turn into looking at every product while looking for flaws instead of fun? Point out the things you want fixed and enjoy what you've got in the meantime. If you can't, then move on, I suppose. In any case, love the show and look forward to it every week. Don't be afraid to speak your mind, positive or negative.
And that's a very good point. You know, a lot of reviewers, they don't look for anything positive. Just like, oh, this sucks. This is not like this in another game. It's bad. Bye. I mean, personally, for me, I review games because I do write some reviews, and I review them by just giving facts, basically, because what I find good in a game might not be good for someone else, and what I find bad in a game might be good for another person. But it really depends on the person, so I just tell them how it is, and if they like it, then play it.
It works like this. This is the flow of it. You do this, this, and this, and then I personally don't like it, or something like this. Crafting's stupid. Like, yeah, but how's it? Yeah, it's not fun. It's like, well, that doesn't tell me anything.
The map's broken, doesn't work.
That does nothing to help.
Random Final Fantasy XIV player on iTunes says, I've listened to a lot of Final Fantasy XIV podcasts, and this is the first one I found that I am really enjoying listening to. The hosts seem to legitimately enjoy the game and want it to succeed. We all know the game's not near perfect and has some major issues, but I'm glad to hear some positive info about it from people who don't hate the game. The hosts keep getting better each episode. Well, not this one.
Playing catch up now.
Yeah, the new host, Ern, seems to mesh very well with the guys, and she brings some impressive knowledge and first-hand experience with the game. It's nice to see a female host who actually plays the game and knows what she's talking about. The organized sections of the show are also a really nice addition. It's great to hear some structure in a podcast rather than the hour and a half of incessant banter that from most others. The only advice I can give is for all three hosts to keep on playing the game so we can continue to hear first-hand experience. Keep up the good work, guys, and I'll keep listening. That's really awesome. Sadly, we had those issues and everything, but I mean, we're back now, and hopefully you'll keep listening.
Yay!
Yay!
Shadow on iTunes, one of the best 14 podcasts out there. So 14 with Roman numerals.
Yes. Okay. There we go.
One of the podcasts ever. That's pretty high praise.
Yeah.
You didn't even say.
Thank you very much, Shadow.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Laria on iTunes says, "You guys rock. You explain the game in great detail. I'm one of those people that has to wait until March to play the game, so it's cool to understand the vivid picture you guys paint by explaining the game and the systems in it. I look forward to hearing more from you guys. Keep up the great job."
Yeah, and this is back in March 2011 that she meant. By
Yeah,
that. And you weren't going to be playing PS3 version anytime soon. I can tell you that now since we're
We're expecting to play PS3 by then.
Yeah. That's when it was scheduled, but anyway. Wolf Pelt on iTunes. This was actually done in January of 2011, so this was like a couple months after the whole closing happened. But he goes, by far the best Final Fantasy XIV podcast out there, probably one of the best MMO podcasts in general. So I'm very surprised to fathom that a burned out $50 sound card was the reason the podcast ended. Website also seems to be down. Please come back. You guys were the best. Hope you're taking a break until Final Fantasy XIV is relaunched. And hopefully our discussion at the beginning of the podcast explains a little bit about what happened. But we are back. Final Fantasy XIV is relaunching. And thank you very much for the kind words. The best MMO podcast in general.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're
Scores.
ranking up. First
Achievement
it was
unlocked.
Final Fantasy 14, and now it's just MMOs in general. We got best podcast ever.
I mean, there were people that would listen that didn't play the game just because we had a good podcast, apparently. Like, I've heard that many, many times. And remember, we had 150,000 listeners.
Yeah, that always... Man.
Mind-boggling.
Makes you feel warm and fuzzy.
I'll tell you this. Since we launched the website, in 24 hours after we launched the website, 300 people had downloaded the previous episodes that we had.
You know what I was surprised by? How many?
What?
I kept getting emails by people saying they joined the site. I'm like, gee.
Yeah, they flocked in.
I was like, what is this, spam or something? Or that's what I first thought. I thought it was like reply notifications that spammers were on the forums, and I was like, oh, geez. And it's like, nope, new user. Wow. All right.
We've also got a Google Plus page if anybody is on that realm. We started that up last night, so go check it out.
Yep, and we're also on Stitcher too, so you can listen to us on Stitcher, which is pretty cool. We didn't have any questions for Facts or Facts, so if you do want to ask a question, send an email to ask@lodestoneradio.com. And that's all for today's show. Be sure to listen and check us out at lodestoneradio.com. Also, don't forget to review us on iTunes, but right now the iTunes page is kind of not working. We're not taking any donations until episode 10, but we will have some details to help Earn with her
Extra Life event.
So any amount will help with that, and that goes straight to that organization. This is Lodestone Radio. Be sure to listen next week because we will be back. I am Sayano for Naylock and Earn. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, Naylock, why don't you go over how they're selecting alpha testers?
In alpha tester selection will be based on the answers.
I am a robot.
Start over. You just pop your collar, Nick.
My collar.
He's wearing a V-neck. Excuse me.
I got it real high now, man. It's up to my ears. I know what I'm up to.
He sounds defeated. The answer is, as far as Alamigo and Ishgard goes, they won't be available immediately at lunch. At lunch?
At lunch?
At dinner, though, they might be ready.
You're an ass. Okay. Alright, here we go.
And a sticker.
Meals.
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 Some meals.
Oh, you betcha, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Laugh it up, Chuckles.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, dear, don't you know?
Oh, yeah, I got a new John
Oh, yeah.
Deere hat yesterday, too.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I just got a stitch
You
in my
gotta go to
side.
the party store and give me some Cheetos. Are you still recording?
Yes, I am.
You're gonna make me snort. I can't help it sometimes. Stop it.
Oh, this stuff's coming into bloopers regardless. It's all being recorded. It's like, no.
Is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I'm your host, Sayano, and with me, as always, is Earn
Hi.
and Naylock.
Hello.
It is September 23rd, 2012, and we got a fantastic show today. I'm really excited about it.
Me too.
All right. So why don't we get right into it? First thing first is last episode, it was a 4-hour episode, and we condensed it down to essentially 2 hours, and it was just... I want to apologize because I just sounded very mad.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff just came out of context. We had 15-minute conversations leading up to certain facts and things like that needed to be in there, and a lot of that stuff was cut out, so it just sounded like he was a jerk.
Yeah, so I apologize. Well, we're gonna do better. Okay, so why don't we go on to personal updates? Erin, take it away.
Okay, I don't have a ton of personal updates this week. I've had a lot of IRL stuff going on, so I haven't played much of anything really. I did play around with Atomos a little bit, got some crystals and some seals and pretty much unlimited anima for a while there, so I was helping some friends get some aetherites and stuff like that across the universe and stuff like that. But other than that, I haven't really done a whole lot this week. It's been a low week.
That's fine. I remember you were talking before the show that you patched Final Fantasy XI.
Yeah, yeah. I've been in one of those MMO slumps the last couple of weeks, and I haven't really wanted to play anything, and I got bored enough to patch 3 hours of Final Fantasy XI this morning, and I logged in for about 8 minutes before we decided to start recording. So I'm gonna play around in there and see what I can do.
Sounds good. I was thinking about trying it out again in the lull once 14 closes, but
yeah.
Naylock, what about you?
I haven't been doing much. I just hopped in and out a couple of times, do some leaves, and like manage my inventory, like a lot of maintenance. And other than that, I tried out Torchlight 2 because I remember I had a pre-order for it. So I played a little bit of that. That's about it.
Nice. I'm still waiting for the Mac version of that to come out. But
Mhm.
as far as my personal update, though, I finally reached level 40 on Marauder.
Congrats.
So, yep, thank you very much. I'm pretty excited about that. I started my warrior quest for the job, and really, that stuff is hard. Like
It
you
is.
cannot solo that stuff at all.
I remember it being real hard. I got lucky a couple of times though because people were just farming the things I needed. So I was like, "Can I get in for one update?" And they're like, "All right," and I got it, and they booted me. They were really strict about farming it for some reason,
out.
but I'm cool. I got my update, so whatever.
Yeah, I had to get a friend to help me out. But I'm still working. I got my soul and everything, but I'm still working on the quest. Gone through all the story content as well, and the cutscenes are awesome. I can't wait to see what they do with A Realm Reborn. And the Hildebrand quest, if you haven't done them, you can look up a guide on how to go do them, but they are hilarious. I've never laughed so hard at an in-game cutscene before. So it's really good.
I have to go back and check that out because I don't recall doing those.
It's so over the top. It's hilarious. It really is.
Oh no, I just remembered something else that I did last week.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
I got my chocobo,
Oh, nice. Yeah, I got mine too.
and I named it Nyan Cat.
Oh God. Oh God.
I was so excited.
All right. So why don't we move on to equipment breaking news?
All right, looking good there. And equipment breaking news.
All right. So last episode we went over some topics and the translations were kind of rough. I rushed through it just to kind of get new information out there for you guys. And so from that we have some corrections that we want to do or some new information that's come to light. So Ern, why don't you go over what we previously knew about free companies?
Okay. Well, previously we thought that you gather 4 people, you go to the Grand Company counter, and then you apply for the free company, and it will be created. You have access to shared bank with permissions and settings and things like that, and by completing the content, your free company level will increase, and you also can ally with other companies that allows you to share forums and other features, and you can create unique emblems and things like that. So...
Yeah, and we thought that you would have to, it was limited by grand companies, so you could only have people in your free company that were from the same grand company. But that's not so, and there's actually a lot more information regarding free companies. You can also join a free company as a guest to try it out and see if you like it or not, because joining a free company is apparently a really big deal. You can invite low-level players to help them out, and when you do help them, you get points and special items that are unique to that certain feature. You can only have one free company at a time, and that's to prevent the issues regarding special items and stuff. So I guess when you leave a free company, you have no access to those special items anymore.
That makes sense.
Okay. By requesting permission from a grand company, a free company can become a subsidiary of that grand company. Despite the fact that free companies are subsidiaries of grand companies, you do not need to be members from the same grand company in order to create one or join one, which is fantastic, I think.
Great.
They also plan on making it possible to place your free company's crest on certain equipment, which I think is really cool. Current link shell features will be carried on to free companies, and it will be possible to delegate leader rights. As for the link shells as they are now, in A Realm Reborn, they will be treated as chat channels.
Oh.
I didn't know they were even like converting those outright, so that's new.
Yeah, I think that the link shells, because they've always said that link shells are just like communication devices. That's it. You're just supposed to get on there, chat. Are you excited for this or against this, Aaron?
Well, right now you can have like an unlimited amount of link shells that you can like toggle between, and you can be part of 7 different active link shells right now, and you can even see all their chat without actually equipping it at this point. So I think it does need some more structure. It's all kind of willy-nilly right now. Yeah. So I don't know. This might be a good thing.
Yeah, I think so. All right, Naylock, what did we know previously about the gill cap reduction? That was a really heated topic, too.
Yeah. Well, there won't be a gill wipe. However, they currently have plans to decrease the max digit by 1.
Yeah, so instead of 1 billion, it's 100 million.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. That's what we thought before, and really we were thinking like, oh, they're just going to slice off the top of Gil, but it's not just so cut and dry. What they're doing is the cap is being cut by 1/10 of its original value. So your Gil will be cut to 1/10 of its original value. NPC buy and sell prices are being cut to 1/10 of their original value, and Gil received from quests and other things like that will be cut to 1/10 of its original value. And because of all that, the market ward prices should also decrease 1/10 of the price. Otherwise, no one's going to buy anything, right? So everything should be scaled down proportionally. To go along with that, any items sold at 1-digit Gil will be adjusted in 2.0 or destroyed. So for items that will be destroyed, the Gil you'll receive will automatically be returned at 1/10 of its current value in Final Fantasy XIV. In 2.0, Nalak, I know you're going to like this. Archers will not require arrows because of the Gil adjustment. Arrows cost, 1 Gil, something like that?
Yeah.
So the only reason you will not have arrows is because of the Gil adjustment, and there's no other intentions of deleting players' Gil. Ern, does this affect you in any way? Like, do you care?
Nope. I'm not lying when I say I have hovered around 400,000 Gil for like the last year and a half.
Well, that's going to go down to 40,000.
Whatever. I mean, if it's all relative at that point. If everything else is scaling down to, I'm still poor either way you look at it. So I don't care.
All right, Nalak, how about you? I mean, this is a really big announcement for you, especially because no arrows anymore.
Yeah, I'm real happy about that. That was kind of weird how they snuck that in. It's like also because of this, no more arrows. It's like awesome.
Yeah, and well, I remember back in the day, you would spend like 8 hours just crafting arrows.
Yeah, I'm still getting arrows. I'm busy.
Yeah.
Still working on an arrow situation.
Why don't we go into what changed with gear sets? Now, we completely misunderstood this. Like, we were completely off the mark. So Ern, why don't you go over what we thought it was?
Okay, well, the botched up version was you will have to create separate gear sets per class or job. Thought it meant sharing equipment sets between classes, making them less unique.
What was throwing us off was the community response to this, and that, hey, I want to be able to share items between certain things and stuff like that. So it was confusing. But apparently they weren't referring to sharing items across classes, but how items work for saved presets of equipment sets. For example, if I have an outfit that I wear for Gladiator and another completely different outfit for Marauder, then I have to have 2 of the same item to use in each gear set for the quick change function. So I would have to have, if I have 2 of the same ring on each set, I would have to have 4 of those rings to have in each set.
Really makes it so your other jobs are really other alts now, like even more so.
Exactly. It's like job switching in 11.
Yeah.
Because of that, would you want to be able to use the same item between these gear sets, or do you want to have multiple items of the same type?
It would depend. It would have to be, if it's not that rare, I guess I wouldn't mind. But then again, if it's rare, it's probably going to be for only one class or job anyway, so it wouldn't be a problem.
I don't think it's going to affect me too much. If it's seriously just a thing with the quick change function and you can't, I don't know. I guess I would have to physically see how this whole thing operates to really elaborate on my response. But
well, we're actually going to cover it in more detail in the meat and potato section. When we do that, we can kind of change what our discussion is at the moment. Until then, though, why don't we go over the housing system?
All right. Players will purchase the land and also the right to own a house. Once a plot is purchased, players will be able to create their unique house by selecting from a list of parts. Also, players will be able to place furniture created by disciples of the hand and build chocobo farms in their yard. And we just assumed it would be instanced.
Yes, but apparently it's not. I went and watched the Producer Letter Live 3. I was waiting for them to kind of translate it for us, but they weren't, so I just went and watched it and translated it myself. They showed up some concept art that clearly depicts entire zones that will be dedicated to housing. So each housing zone looks similar to a neighborhood where you have like a layout and you have a bunch of plots and gardens ready to be claimed. And every city, they're each going to have their own style.
I wonder if we're going to be locked into like your home city. I know back in the day, I'm like, ooh, I want to be a Limsa Laminsian, and like everybody hangs out in all the
I think at the start of A Realm Reborn, we'll be able to switch what we're aligned to.
Yeah.
Or we can just. I really don't know what's going to happen, but I would think that where your home city state is, that's where you have to build your house.
I would imagine so. Yeah. I was just wondering.
We also talked about alpha and beta test and character information. Why don't you go over what we previously knew, Ern, and then we'll go over what the new information is.
Okay. Well, they will shut down the servers on November 11th to begin the data transfer for hundreds and thousands of characters. Physically converting all that data will take at least a month. Alpha and beta testing will be going on during that time.
And we all knew that. But I went and looked at a 4Gamer interview with Yoshida, and he mentioned that the later stages of beta will probably not be wiped, so players can bring their progress through to the release version. This will help players catch up to pre-existing players once A Realm Reborn releases. Now, last episode we talked about beta being treated like a demo, but I think the later stages of beta, I don't know how I feel about that, so Ern, what's your take? Like, what do you think?
I'm on the fence about that. It's kind of bittersweet. Some part of me wants to say, yes, I get to keep what I've done for the last couple weeks in beta, but at the same time, I think a lot of people prefer that clean slate, you know what I mean? So they can just kind of start all over and be sure what they want to do and not have to regret decisions that they made in a beta. You know?
Right, but your character is carrying over from 14 anyway.
Mine is, yeah, but I'm thinking of for like people that might be starting out fresh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
What about you, Naylak?
Well, I'm wondering, it doesn't really seem like it'd be catch-up if you're transferred, like your current character goes over to the new game, and then you can play that in beta, and then that also carries over to release. There really doesn't seem any point of catch-up. Like if later stages of beta that carry over only apply to new characters, that would seem like catch-up.
But why don't we go on to community service? I sentence you to community service. Okay, so earlier this week, TGS happened. Square Enix was there, and they showed off a Realm Reborn trailer. But Yoshida posted up a comment, and Nailak, go ahead and read, because this is a quote from Yoshida. Go ahead and read what he said.
Okay. The assets used to create the trailer were actually older than what was shown during last week's letter from the producer live. Also, depending on the area shown, the lighting as well as hair, neck movement, and facial properties are still being adjusted. The time period in which these assets were taken was within the scope of what we planned. However, clearly the stuttering of the video was not intended, and we're currently investigating this. I went to the Tokyo Game Show floor to see it in person, but since the trailer playing there didn't have any problems, the possibility that this is an encoding-related problem is quite high. I apologize for such a rudimentary mistake, but once we figure out what caused it, we'll be sure to let you know.
All right, and they did eventually release another trailer that was completely fixed. And Ern, I know you had a chance to see it. What was your opinion on it?
Looked like crap. I mean, you know, I get so geeked up about the trailers that they throw out all the time because they just look amazing, and I'm usually excited to watch them. And I was all excited to watch this one, and I clicked on it, and it was like such a letdown. Like what? Like the graphics looked horrible, and I don't know. Like it was not what they usually put out. I was not happy with it at all.
Yeah, no, you didn't even see the stuttery one. You saw the completely fixed one. Nailak, what are your opinions on it?
I thought it looked alright, but it looked like it was on low settings, or it really, I believe him when he says they were using like unfinished assets and stuff that wasn't in any kind of final iteration. So I hope it ends up looking better.
Well, it's still alpha too. I mean, for me, I'll say as well, I thought it looked horrible. I thought that the lighting was really the biggest issue. The models, they are using the same models from what I can see, but the lighting was oversaturated or is too bright or something like that, and the shadows too strong. And it's still being adjusted. Like the animations looked weird. Like her twisting her head was really creepy, and all that. She
turned it around 360.
It's all being adjusted, and you know it was just a bad trailer. And really, I think they're trying to do way too much all at once. But yeah, so why don't we go on to the next little community service thing? It was actually posted on Gamer Escape, and the article says, after retiring from Square Enix at the end of July, former Final Fantasy XI and 14 producer Hiromichi Tanaka has joined up with Gung Ho Online Entertainment as a freelance advisor. In an interview with Famitsu, Tanaka says, the trigger for me thinking about leaving was getting removed from the Final Fantasy XIV project. I helped mold Final Fantasy XI into one of the best MMO formats on the market. I wanted to respect the wishes of the team as much as possible when they wanted to make something different for Final Fantasy XIV, so I tried my best not to meddle too much with development. In the end, they weren't able to realize what they were aiming for, which is a shame, but I wish them the best of luck with the reboot. Wow. First off, he's basically saying, oh, it wasn't my fault. I take no responsibility. I mean, I tried to tell them it was going to be a bad game.
Yeah, he's not being humble in the slightest.
No.
Like, Final Fantasy XI's awesome, and they didn't let me work on 14. That's why it sucks.
You know what it reminds me of? Brad McQuaid.
Yes.
That's exactly what it reminds me of. And for those that don't know, Brad McQuaid was the creator of EverQuest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he later went on to do Vanguard. Which, I mean, it's a good comparison, too, because Tanaka did 11, which was, you could compare that to EverQuest, right? Both fantastic games, 11 and EverQuest. And then he goes on to make 14, and Brad McQuaid goes on to do Vanguard, and they both bomb at launch, and they take no responsibility whatsoever. The article goes on to say, while the trigger for Tanaka leaving Square Enix may have been his removal from 14, when he announced his retirement at Vanifest 2012 earlier this year, his main reason was because of his health. When speaking with Famitsu, he noted, I'm getting along fine now. It's not the sort of thing that can be completely cured, and I'm going to have to deal with it for a while to come, but I'm visiting the hospital every week, and it's not a particularly big problem. For those that don't know, Gung Ho is a Japanese publisher involved with a variety of MMOs and other titles like that. They're the Japanese provider for Ragnarok Online, which was one of my first MMOs ever. Did y'all ever play it?
Nope.
I think I played it, like, just for a day. Like, what's this?
I think I tried to get you into it.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
And you were like, this is stupid. And so you
I don't know. I don't feel like it right now, and I just never went back to it.
And I was like, they got an archer. And you're like, yeah, this isn't working. Apart from providing development advice for the company, Hiromichi Tanaka also told Famitsu that he has an idea for a project. Of course, yeah, just hire me as an advisor, but I really want to make a game later. Isn't that how it always happens?
Got to get your foot in the door.
Yeah, who doesn't have an idea for a project, though, when you're working in that business?
Exactly.
It's like, I got nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know what's going on. I help you out with whatever you're doing, but I can't think of anything.
Every gamer I know has an idea for a game or a project that they want to do. And he went on to explain what the project is. I don't really care, so I'm not even going to talk about it. Just saying. All right, so why don't we go on to meat and potatoes?
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes.
For this meat and potatoes, we are going to... Now, Ern, I know you're really excited about this.
I am.
Yeah. I went through and I found tons of interviews from every single Japanese publication you could think of. But you have to keep in mind, all of this information is subject to change. The game's not out yet. There's still a lot of stuff planned. All of this is subject to change. The first thing we're going to go over, and this is every single aspect to A Realm Reborn. I mean, we're going to go through the whole gambit. So... Ern, why don't you go ahead and take it away with control methods?
Yeah, this is exciting for me because, anyway, I'll go on. Control options in A Realm Reborn not only change how you control your character, but also how the user interface is presented to you. Using a keyboard and mouse in A Realm Reborn will be very different from what you're used to in Final Fantasy XIV, though if you're familiar with other MMORPGs, you may feel more comfortable. Like World of Warcraft and Rift and many other MMORPGs, A Realm Reborn will be adopting the global standard for keyboard and mouse controls. Having an original keybind doesn't make the game fun, and trying to learn a new game with a unique control scheme can be stressful. In order for an MMORPG to succeed, the bare minimum requirements is a standard set of controls, and changing them for the sake of being unique is not the way to go every time. However, if you prefer to use the original Final Fantasy XIV controls, you are free to switch to them, but the default key setup will be based on World of Warcraft and Rift.
I personally am happy that they're going in the direction of what every single person is used to. Why do something unique just to stand out from the crowd when there's a standard there that every single MMO uses?
I would say no one's gonna praise them for having this unique control scheme. If they somehow found a way to reinvent the wheel and this is even better, but I seriously doubt it. Otherwise, why try to make it different? It's just not a good idea.
Yeah, it just gets frustrating. And it goes on to say, when you're playing on the PC, you have the option of choosing either a keyboard and a mouse or a controller as your method. On the PlayStation 3, you will not have this option and will be limited to using a controller because of the memory distribution. Just like the keyboard and mouse, in A Realm Reborn, the controller will also function differently from Final Fantasy XIV. When playing with a controller, the hotbar becomes a hybrid interface called cross hotbar. However, there will be there's no details on this feature at the moment.
I don't know how I feel about changing the control scheme for Final Fantasy XIV for Realm Reborn. Because I think the control scheme on the controller is awesome. It fits. It's so comfortable, and I think the only reason they're changing it is to add a jump button.
Yep,
that's probably it.
All right, why don't we go into starting out in A Realm Reborn? So when starting a new character, the first quests you'll encounter are tutorial-based to help you understand the new systems in A Realm Reborn. For example, there is a specific method for controlling the camera, and by learning how to use it, you will complete a quest. There are 10 categories that a new player will need to go through. Once completed, you will obtain gear to help you get started through the game. By following the quest, not only will you understand the story and the gameplay, but you can also obtain items that will help you on your adventure. For completely new players who start A Realm Reborn for the first time, you will eventually be comfortable with the gameplay and interface around level 15. This is also an ideal level to start setting up a party and trying out dungeons for your level. I guess that's understanding your character and how the interface works and everything like that. That would make sense. If you don't get sidetracked too much and focus on the main quest progression, it will probably take around 30 hours to reach level 15. Progression was planned at this rate to make sure the concepts and features of A Realm Reborn are fully understood. If early progression happened too quickly, it could make later parts more difficult because of the lack of experience. Instead of cramming essential information all at once, it is spread throughout levels to help you remember concepts better. If you play for 2 hours a day, it should take roughly 2 weeks to complete. Of course, if you're playing just for efficiency's sake, you could get through it much faster.
I think it's a good thing. It might annoy some people that want to race through everything, but I think it'll be a good thing in the long run.
How about you, Nalok?
I like it. It seems like it leaves no excuse for people to not know what they're doing,
right.
Which is nice.
I think it's a nice progression.
Yeah, it's not too long and it's not too short.
Yeah. For those players who are high-level characters being brought from Final Fantasy XIV, you will be able to complete these early quests as well, which is highly recommended. The battle system and user interface navigation has changed a lot. Because of this, it may take a long time to get used to.
There you have it.
So I guess they're just going to show up like basic quests, and you could just go decide to take them if you want to.
Yeah.
That works for me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now, Nalok, why don't you tell us about jumping?
Okay, jumping. You are able to jump while running through fields and even while riding on mounts. There are no zones in A Realm Reborn where you're required to jump to get access to an area. Because A Realm Reborn is not an action game, jumping will not be required for players who do not enjoy it or are not good at it. Jumping was simply added to make traveling throughout each field easier and more enjoyable.
Yeah, we had fun.
If you're bad at jumping, just don't do it.
I'm sitting there thinking bad at jumping. Like, what are they getting? I can't jump as high as everyone else. What's happening? I'm just falling over midair.
Well, imagine trying to do platforming or something like that. That's.
Oh yeah, I guess.
It just whenever I think of jumping in games now, I can't get away from Phantasy Star Online 2. It's just.
Well, they obsess over it. It's so weird. Like, we're adding jumping, and it's like this huge thing, and
for no reason at all.
The trailer. Well, no, they force reasons on you in Phantasy Star Online 2. It's like, we're gonna put this giant cliff just in the way. How are you gonna get around it? Oh, you jumped. Good job. And the trailer itself had, I think, 182 jumps or something. Like, what was it? Like, it was
they put a counter on it to show how many times people jumped through the like always jumping through the entire trailer.
Leave no rock or stone unjumped. Like, okay, Ern, why don't you tell us about the battle system?
All right. For the battle system in A Realm Reborn, the focus is on instantly gratifying experience for fast kills with good progression to the combat that leaves you feeling accomplished. Currently, in a Final Fantasy XIV, you do not have access to weapon skills or abilities when you enter combat because of the limitations on TP. In A Realm Reborn, you will enter combat with TP already, so you can use all of your weapon skills and abilities immediately. This will make combat faster and more exciting, allowing you to defeat monsters using around 5 weapon skills. When applied to time in-game, each battle should take roughly 20 seconds. When questing in a Realm Reborn, however, you will not receive experience by killing monsters. The system is designed to reward you for experience after the quest is completed.
There are games that do that. That doesn't seem too unusual to me, where doing a quest doesn't, but it's going to be implemented. So when you're doing it, do you stop getting experience from enemies? I don't see how that would work.
I think they're trying to stop grinding. Like, they don't want you to feel like you need to go out and grind a bunch of monsters. Or maybe they're trying to prevent farming.
Well, I know you guys don't play it because you hate it, but Guild Wars has similar... You get like 4 XP for killing a mob. You know what I mean? It's all relative, obviously, per your level, but they don't give you an incentive to go out and grind. You get your incentives from completing the zone quests and events and things like that. So I personally don't like the grind scenario like 11 was. I'm over it.
Right.
Don't do it anymore.
I agree. And how do you feel about the speed of combat? I think 5 weapon skills. I mean, it's basically using 5 abilities, because we got to think of this like a Rift or a World of Warcraft, where we're using just 5 abilities. I think that's pretty good for an average monster.
That seems good. If it's just, they're saying you'd use 5 while killing an enemy in 20 seconds.
Right.
That seems good.
All right, now we'll go on to gear sets. Now, we mentioned this at the top of the show about, the corrections that we had made upon it, but this is a clarification. So gear sets are special inventory expansions that allow you to create entire sets of armor that you can easily switch between based on your class or job. Equipment that is placed in the gear set will not show up in your inventory. However, new equipment obtained while adventuring will be placed in your inventory for you to use. Initially, you start with 1 gear set to switch between 2 classes. And as you learn the armory system, you can complete quests to increase the amount of gear sets available. And their goal is to have 1 gear set for each class. So about 7, I guess, or 8.
Oh, and you have to unlock the future ones. You get a freebie, and then you have to unlock the future ones from there out. Is that how you're taking it?
Well, that's exactly what it says. Is as you complete quests, you unlock new ones.
Right.
I think that's pretty cool. Like when he was using it, it was like changing jobs in 11 is, and you can easily do this if you have 2 classes that you want to use the same armor with. You can just switch out the weapon if you want. You still have complete control over what you're wearing in a certain gear set. But if you're going from like a warrior to a mage or something like that, quick gear swapping is awesome.
I think it's great. I'm one of those people that don't tend to level things outside of the caster realm. Mm-hmm. So this will be fine for me. I won't have to use too much of the quick set stuff.
Well, I mean, if you want to specialize between Arcanist, Thaumaturge, and Conjurer, you might be using it because you want certain things to have, because they're getting rid of the piety and stuff like that too. Like they're streamlining the stats, so you might want something with int for Conjure or something like that, or who knows what they're going to be using.
Definitely.
But Nalak, what's your take on it?
It sounds good. I like how it seems like, from what I understand, it's in addition to how it currently works. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like a quick thing. So it's not going to limit. You're not going to be like, I only have the 1 quick slot, so I can only go between 2 jobs. But that's just to do it quickly. Right. Otherwise, you can manually do it if you didn't unlock more of the quick slots.
Yeah, it just saves time.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, now why don't you talk about zones, Nalak?
Okay, currently, in Final Fantasy XIV, there is a large, seamless world to explore. However, in A Realm Reborn, zoning familiar to Final Fantasy XI players will be returning. The world will be broken into regions, and each region will be broken further down into zones. For example, the forest region outside of Gridania will be broken into 4 or 5 sections, allowing for a more natural forest design instead of a frustrating maze. And it is.
Yes.
Zones also allow for more dramatic environmental reveals and area changes, leading you towards a seemingly beautiful area that ends in a different environment than expected.
Yeah, that was one of the things I really liked about Final Fantasy XI is you'll be running through Lithane and you zone and you're in Valkyrie Dunes. You're like, oh my eyes, I'm blinded by the brightness of the sand.
I can't see anything. This is the white zone.
It really did blind me the first time. I was like, what the hell am I looking at? But I think that's really, really awesome. And yeah, I'm so glad Gridania, it needs to burn. The maze is the worst thing I've ever seen in a game.
It's very difficult to maneuver through there because you can't just solely do it off the mini map. You know what I mean? Like you have to keep backing out. You have to keep going to the main map. At least I do. Maybe I'm just a derp, but you have to keep going back out to the main map to see where you're headed. You can't just solely use the mini map to navigate through that.
Yeah, because it's a maze. Yeah, because it branches off into awkward directions. You don't know where you're going to end up.
Nope.
Yeah, there's levels and the ramps, and this might just be a dead end. You might need to be on the lower side instead of the high side at this spot. Every time I got to leave, I'd have to look at the main map. Where am I going to go? Plan my route. And then, okay, that's where I'm going.
And, I'm a little worried that about the zoning loading times. But I think this is really cool in the fact that they'll be able to expand upon the world much, much easier. It's not going to be... because could you just imagine them expanding on the world that we have now in 14? You walk by, you're in, Limsa Lamentsa or something like that, and you go out, and all of a sudden you see some new huge mountain. You're like, what the hell is that? Where'd that come from? With this, they could just say like, hey, there's a new area, and it's linked to this, and they could just make any part a portal, Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so since we were talking about it earlier, Aaron, why don't you go over questing?
When you first reach an area, you will see many quests available indicated by exclamation marks. By following these quests, you will learn the story and game systems while leveling in a natural progression. As a new player following the quests, you can reach level 8 quickly, and it also helps to teach the new style of play in A Realm Reborn. Starting out, you may feel as though you are being limited on what you can do. However, it is easy to get overwhelmed, so direction is in place to help progression.
And I think that's a nice pace as well. I think leveling from 1 to 8 is going to be really quick. And it just like in 11 was, and then when you hit level 10, that's when you start getting a little slower. Not that you need to group up or anything like that, but around 15, they're going to have those dungeons for you to play. I'm curious to know how this affects higher level players. Like, do they just go to low level zones and just go through it themselves?
I'll probably do that, honestly.
I mean, and we gotta understand that. Well, we're about to get to the story in a minute, but you have to wonder: is the story going to be experience based? Like, you have to go back and do it yourself if you want to know what the story is. But I don't think that would be fun for players unless it's all scaled, which would be the smart thing to do.
That'd be ideal. I don't know. Well, the quests might be interface centered. Some of them anyway. So it's like, drag an icon to this thing and then you'll get a little reward. So it wouldn't have to make them go somewhere else to do it. But then I imagine there are combat ones where you would need...
Oh, you mean like the tutorial portion of the first half of your experience? Yeah.
So why don't we go on to the story? There are 3 major story arcs in A Realm Reborn, the first being the battle against the Garlean invasion. This is the story that carries over from Final Fantasy XIV and will continue as the major plotline for A Realm Reborn. The second story arc is the battle against the Primals, which not only affects Orzea, but also the entire planet of Hydaelyn. The battle isn't just against the Primals, though. The Beastmen tribes are the ones that are fueling the war. And the final story arc focuses on the 7th Umbral Era, and will naturally progress to the next expansion. Why did so much destruction happen? Why is the world in this state? Is the 7th Umbral Era over? These are the questions that are going to be the focus on the third story arc, and the answers will be received throughout the year until the next expansion is released. I think it's really awesome that they tell you exactly what the storylines are going to be, because that just gets me excited to get in there and start playing.
Yeah, I want to get started on them for sure.
It sounds good. I mean, you got all these, A storylines and B storylines. It seems really intricate. I hope they, I'd like to see them interleave it almost.
Yeah, and we're actually, we have a section just on the Primals a little later on, but why don't we go over the leave system, Nalok?
In Final Fantasy XIV, the progression method was based on the leave system.
However, in A Realm Reborn, the preferred approach is following the quests. The quest system is the only progression method until you graduate from beginner at level 10, at which point you will be able to take on leave quests. Leave quests are repeatable daily style quests which are more suited for players who do not wish to read standard quests. There's a lot of content to choose from, and A Realm Reborn is designed so obtaining experience isn't done by one method. For those players who want to gain experience efficiently, it's best to do as many different things as you can.
So we were pretty much right on the money talking about the daily quest as a release system. And it's interesting they say when you graduate from beginner at level 10, does that mean you're just like an unnamed class until level 10, or do you start as a class?
I don't know, really. Maybe they put like a title on you that says beginner.
Well, you probably get that little newbie question mark like you did in 11.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
You know, I think you still get to be your class and your person, but you can't do any leaves and you can't really branch out to do anything except the tutorial until after you get to that point. That's how I'm taking it anyways.
Alrighty. Okay, so why don't we go on to the content finder, Erin?
In A Realm Reborn, there's a wide variety of opportunities to experience content, including solo, in parties, or a combination of the two through public scenarios. Around level 20, you will start to utilize the Content Finder feature, which will help you find other parties running content suited for groups. Usually, if you cannot find a specific content on the Content Finder, it's probably more suited for a solo experience. If you aren't looking for specific content, then upon login or when changing areas, you will be shown recommendations of various types of content that is suggested for your class and level. 10 options will be shown, offering about 2 hours of gaming content for you to choose from.
I think this is really, really awesome. Not only do you have... Now, the Content Finder, for those that are wondering, it's just like the World of Warcraft or the Rift one, where it's the Dungeon Finder. But if you've never seen that before, it's basically a list of dungeons that are for your level. You click on one and you click, I want to play this, and then it makes a party for you. And you choose what roles you want to play as, and then, you know, whenever you get in, you can just, you start playing the dungeon. But what I'm most interested about is the dynamic area suggestion list, where it shows 10 items for you to do. It's like a to-do list. Like, hey, if you want to, since you're in this area, why don't you check out this stuff? And I think that's really awesome. What do you think, Naylock?
It sounds good. I like how they're really giving you a lot of suggestions and ways to find the content, even if you don't have anything in mind. So it's kind of like, I'll just get on and see what happens.
Yeah.
Instead of having to plan something out, it just hooks you up with something.
And that's really cool that they have not only solo and party content, but also the public scenarios that we were talking about last episode. Ern, I mean, I know you played a lot of Rift. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. This is going to sort of appeal to those people that can't devote 12 hours a day into their game time. You know, people that have jobs and kids and things like that. I mean, that's how the MMO community is. I mean, most of it's working adults now. You know, it's not the younger crowd as much anymore, and this is going to be very appealing to those people. You can log on, pick what you want to do, and I think the 2 hours is a nice round number that they picked to try to get all that stuff done, and it's not too long and it's not too short, and I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, I agree. And what's really cool is that it's almost like the best of MMO. Like if they get this working as intended, like the way that they want, this could be one of the top MMOs out there.
Yep.
If it works out how they say it works. Also, even though it's good for people who don't have a lot of time, it's also extremely efficient. So people who do want to power level or get a best loot or whatever, this is also the best option for them as well.
Exactly.
Which I like.
Right, you're not logging on and spending an hour of your only 2 hours available to play looking for people or something to do. You're able to do it like the second you log in.
Yep. All right, so why don't we go into the limit break system, which I'm very excited about, to be honest with you. And what's really interesting is this also goes on to summons as well, but that'll be a different section. So the limit break system is a new party battle system that replaces battle regimen. Limit breaks are charged as your party participates in combat, slowly filling the gauge until the limit break is available. Using a limit break will require the entire party to coordinate together to decide who will use it. The entire party contributes towards the same gauge, so if someone uses the limit break, it will empty the entire gauge. What do y'all feel about that particular thing?
I was thinking about it, like, actually for a while when I was reading when you sent me this. And if, like, you can do your, like, if say for just one specific player, if you can do your limit break, like, back to back, there's no inherent reuse on it, you could have some serious problems with a person just always doing it whenever, or someone deciding that, dictating, like, I'm the only one that's going to use limit breaks, no one else do it, and if you do it, I'm kicking you out of the party. Like,
Right.
I could see a lot, because they're sharing it, there could be a problem.
What about you, Aaron?
I don't know. I don't want to hate on derps. I'll just leave it at that.
Alrighty.
Gerbs.
Okay. So it goes on and it says regular combat will increase the limit break gauge normally. However, by playing exceptionally well, you can increase the gauge much faster. This feature is called Fine Play and rewards party members for healing or blocking at the right time. However, there are adjustments being made so fine play is not required to enjoy limit breaks. For comparison's sake, the gauge system is very similar to the limit break system in Final Fantasy VII. I don't know how this fine play stuff is going to work. I think it's going to be another cryptic thing, almost like a critical hit. You don't know when it's going to happen, something like that. It's like, I guess
It might be one of those, when it's those reactive things, like hit this button, all of a sudden, like, I don't know where you got to hit, attack, or something like that. Like, I forget what they call those.
But the thing is, do they have a blocking feature in A Realm Reborn? Like, do you click to block now?
It might be an ability. I could see that.
Maybe.
Like,
Yeah.
full block. Like, you will absolutely block the next hit. And then if you do it on a big hit, that gets you extra points.
Right. The fine play thing, it just seems like it's going to be one of those, it's similar to the Final Fantasy XI crafting compass. Everyone's going to have their own idea of how it works. And if you're not doing it this way, then you suck. You're not coming to my group.
That's going to be... I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
It's like, no, this is how it works. It's like, what are you talking... That doesn't even make sense. It's like, you got to run around them in circles. It goes up faster if you do that. And then jump twice. Like, oh my God, you have no evidence for this.
Everybody has to face north.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I did it before. You don't look at the target and you start spamming your abilities. And wait, what?
And it worked way better the one time I tried it. It's like, did you try it 10 times to see if it was consistent? It's like, I'm pretty sure it works this way. Like, okay.
Yeah, so it goes on and it says limit breaks have various levels associated with them that allow adventuring parties to begin using limit breaks at mid-level ranges. Limit breaks have multiple levels such as 1, 2, and 3, linking your ability to use higher level limit breaks directly to your character's progression. Presenting limit breaks at a somewhat low level allows players to get used to the limit break system by giving them access to level 1 limit break. Unlike limit breaks in Final Fantasy VII, limit breaks in A Realm Reborn are not restricted to specific character jobs, as there may be situations that affect game balance. However, even if every job uses the same limit break, the effects will be different depending on the job that triggers it. The effect isn't separated by Disciple of War and Magic, but by each job. So, for example, if Warrior and Paladin use the same limit break, the effect will be different. That's a lot of... All of that is a lot of information to take in. So not only is this a group effective thing, but depending on which job is using it in your group depends on the particular effect that's going to happen. And so for, let's take, for example, Magic. If you're fighting a raptor or something like that, and it's not weak, they have like a defense against fire, so fire doesn't work very well against them. And the warrior uses the limit break, and it's a fire-based limit break. You just wasted the whole freaking limit break. I have a feeling that this is going to, and I guess that's why they start at mid-level range, so that you can get used to messing up.
Yeah.
I mean, Ern, since, now that we have all the information, what do you think?
Well, I think them letting you try it out at an early stage in the game so you can get used to it is going to help out a ton. Like I said, I don't want to hate on derps. I've done my fair share of derping, so I definitely think that people should get used to the system before they go in and just start mashing buttons.
And what about you, Nalok?
I don't know. I'm still worried about it being shared. Like I said, if it's such a way where you can only do a limit break every so often, even if it's full or not. Like, okay, someone does it, and now they can't do it again for a minute, even if it fills up again. I could see that working. But if one person can just do limit break one after another every time it fills with no delay, That could cause problems. And also it'd be like, okay, well this guy's weak against, ice. So the guy with the ice limit break, he's the only one that's doing limit breaks for right now. No one else do limit breaks, or you're screwed up.
I think that in a pickup group it'll be disastrous. I think in a raid with your free company, I think that'll be a really good strategy tactic. Okay, so Ern, why don't we go over primals and summons?
All right. In A Realm Reborn, the primals are a major enemy. The land of Orzea is located on the planet Hydaelyn, which is given life through the ether energy provided by the Mother Crystal. Beastmen tribes believe in specific primals as their deity and wish to summon the primals to fight their war. When a primal is summoned, they feed off the planet's energy, draining the ether from the Mother Crystal. If the primals are summoned by the Beastmen tribes, the planet itself will be destroyed, and in A Realm Reborn, the goal is to prevent this from happening.
That sounds so amazing. Like that just gets me pumped just thinking about it.
And it's like super over the top. Like they can't summon it, or we're all gonna die.
Yeah.
Apocalypse.
Must stop. And it goes on to say, by defeating the primals in A Realm Reborn, you can harness their power in various ways, depending on the method of engagement. Aside from the encounters while progressing through the story, there will also be much harder primal battles that free companies can work towards. When progressing through the story, you can obtain some power of the primals for the new summoner class that will be available in A Realm Reborn, which uses the power of the primals in creatures that will fight by your side. By completing the more difficult primal battles, the entire free company will learn the right to summon the full power of the primal. This form of summon works very similar to the limit break system, filling up a gauge through the combat and unleashing a huge attack. For comparison, think of the summons from Final Fantasy VII.
Oh my bejesus. Like that is so freaking awesome. So from what I'm gathering from this and how I translated it, we will be like basically when you do a guild battle against the primals and the entire, it's one of those unique abilities, the things that they were talking about where you can only be in one free company at a time. You will learn the ability to summon the primal. And it'll be like the summons in 7, where you do like a fancy animation, and then Ifrit will come out and then do like an attack and then go away.
Right.
Yeah, if that's accurate, comparing it to Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, that sounds freaking amazing.
Yeah,
what
I'm
do you
excited.
think? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Shiny stuff, explosions. I'm all for it.
You see a lot of summoners running around.
Well, this has nothing to do with the summoner class.
Yeah, I'll get to do that.
Yeah.
This is
I want to do that.
Yeah, this is all just, it's like a secondary type of limit break, or maybe it's a different gauge than the limit break system works as.
We'll find out.
Yeah. It says right there, filling up a gauge through combat and then unleashing a huge attack. So that's pretty cool.
That would be that would really cause some problems. Someone decide, I'm going to use it. What are you doing?
No.
That kind of leads me to believe that your free company, like whenever you're doing some kind of quest for it, like to get the primal ability for free company access, you're probably like bartering with the primals of like, yeah, we own you now. Like we are the free company that owns you. Kind of like an arms race with the other companies,
Yeah.
That sounds pretty cool to me.
I'm excited.
Yep. Okay. Why don't we go on to the Crystal Tower?
All right. The Crystal Tower is a popular location from Final Fantasy III. However, in A Realm Reborn, it will be presented as a new type of raid dungeon that is completely unique in design. Originally, in the Final Fantasy III version of the Crystal Tower, you could not save your progress. However, because this is an MMORPG, changes need to be made so it can be enjoyable for all players. At the launch of A Realm Reborn, the Crystal Tower will be the first goal for many high-level characters, though it may take a long time to complete. The Crystal Tower is broken into phases that are completed individually, and as you progress through each phase, you ascend higher and higher into the tower. As the updates are launched for Realm Reborn, more phases will be added to the Crystal Tower, increasing the height of the tower and adding more challenges.
Yeah, that sounds pretty freaking awesome, because it's basically a dungeon that will, I mean, it may get old, but it'll never stop being a challenge. Like it'll always, for every single update, that they might be making it taller and taller, and you'll have more access to more area in the Crystal Tower.
I wonder if it's going to save as you complete, like it says that you're going to complete sections, I guess, and I wonder if it's going to infinitely save that stuff, or if you're going to have to go through and redo all of it every time you want to get further up.
Well, it just sounds like tiered progression. Like you got to do the first one before you can do the second one. But I can't imagine every time you want to run through it, you got to do every stage.
That's what I'm trying to avoid, because then you're getting back to like the WoW instances where you have to
if they keep adding stuff, then every time rating just becomes longer and longer.
Yeah, exactly.
That's probably why they split it up, so you can just we don't need level 1 anymore. Let's go to level 2.
Yeah, and it's probably like they say that the tower is broken into phases. You probably can't go through halfway through phase 1 and then have it save that progress there. Maybe that's what they're talking about. But when you complete phase 1, then you don't have to redo it. You can just go straight to phase 2.
It sounds rather typical once you really think about it. I think just the way they explained it, it makes it sound really complicated. Like, obviously, you can't go to the second phase unless you clear the first one. So that's just like tiered raid progression, basically. You got to kill the end guy, and to kill the end guy in that phase, you got to clear everything else before it. So it just sounds like tiered raid progression.
But I think it's an interesting implementation of it. Having it be a tower that just progressively gets, or keeps getting taller.
Yeah, to add on, it makes Of course, I don't know how they're gonna. I'm actually interested in the lore of it.
Yeah.
Like, why is that there, and why would they add on to it? I mean, who's in charge of this thing? I mean, what loot you get from it? Is it good?
Is this place structurally sound?
Yeah. Why are there new levels that we don't know about?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's like something that we have to work towards as city-states, like a quest, like a worldwide quest to unlock the top ones.
Yeah, it sounds like Access Quest is going to be part of it. Like, got to clear the first one before you can get to the second one before you can get the third one, so people can't just leapfrog it.
Right, but then if they just did an update, like, hey, there's more floors there, I mean, I would assume Access Quest to get to the new ones would just make more sense.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're going to move on to player versus player, and really, I'm kind of excited about this. When I read this, I was like, he's thinking exactly what I'm thinking. There will be two kinds of PvP scenarios that players can look forward to in A Realm Reborn. The first is an arena-style Coliseum where you fight a monster that is controlled by another adventurer. Now, I'm just saying right now that translation is really rough. Like, what was said, correct translation is arena-style Coliseum where you fight a monster that everyone can see.
Yeah, that doesn't even sound like PvP if just everyone can see it.
It's controlled by another adventurer, and it may be that they're talking about that these battles are spectated. They can be spectated. Maybe that's what it's referring to.
That spectated seems like that's definitely in there.
Yeah, so the battles start with a ready, go, like type of arcade things, similar to a tournament fighting game like Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi is the title that they mentioned. It's basically like a Dragon Ball Z fighting game. For the release of the Coliseum, the combat options will be 4 versus 4 and 8 versus 8 to start off, which is why I'm assuming half of the players are players and the other half are monsters controlled by players. That's the only way that would work.
Yeah,
for it to be qualified as PvP. I mean,
right.
I don't see how they could call it PvP if the monster wasn't controlled by another player.
Yeah, and now it could just be no monster at all, and it's just 4 versus 4 players. You know.
In the Coliseum, and then everyone can watch.
Right, but it did mention monsters, so that threw it up. But I just wanted to make a mention there that translation may be off. The other PvP experience, and this is the one I'm really excited about, is much larger in scale, with the aim of having as many players as possible being on battling at the same time. Now, they're talking like infinite, as many as we can, until the servers break is what they're trying to focus on. The focus of this PvP scenario is to battle on a large map and try to take over the enemy's castles. This mode is unique, however, in that it requires at least 3 teams with a minimum of 8 players each. To make a comparison, it's very similar to the type of battle you would see in Dark Ages of Camelot. Though there are a series of quests that explain the reason for PvP, you do not have to participate in PvP as a requirement for the quests. I think Dark Age of Camelot had some of the best PvP with the Realm versus Realm stuff. That was some of the best stuff, and to see that that's his influence makes me excited for this.
Yeah, that's really nice. Plus it's the golden 3-faction PvP, which everyone always talks about. The 3, or not 3 faction necessarily, but 3 sides, opposed to just 2 sides.
Like PlanetSide and PlanetSide 2, in Dark Age of Camelot.
Well, I don't have a ton of PvP experience. It's not ever really been my focus, but that's pretty much because I haven't found anything that I actually like. But this sounds like it might have some potential with the 3 teams and the 8 players on each team. It feels like it's going to be a little bit more in depth than the just Unga Bunga smash. You know?
Yeah. Now, just keep in mind, 8 players is the minimum. They're expecting to have hundreds on each side.
Right.
But anyway, why don't we go on to details about Magitech armor. So, Ern, go ahead and take that away.
Currently in Final Fantasy XIV, the Imperials use Garlean Empire machines as weapons. However, Magitech armor will be available as mounts as well in the Realm Reborn. The speed of the mount will remain the same as the current Chocobo. This way, people will not choose mounts based on speed, but rather by preference. Magitech armor may be customizable by the players as well, but the plans are still forthcoming and the design team is very excited for it. To obtain the mount, you will need to complete a series of quests that are present in the storyline. Magitech armor should be ready at the launch of A Realm Reborn.
And that sounds pretty standard to me. It's cool that you can customize them.
Yeah.
I'm glad they're going to be at release and that they're not making them. It's like almost purely cosmetic.
I'd like to see it like Armor Core, where it slides along the ground or something like that. You know,
that would be awesome. I would definitely be using one if that was the case.
I just like that it's customizable.
It'd be cool if they had some like offshoot for where the crafters made the Magitech mounts and like you could make new ones, kind of like a weird breeding system, but instead for mechanical stuff.
The final thing that we're going to cover here is the Golden Saucer, which, again, I don't know why they just don't call it the Platinum Mirage, but go ahead and tell us about that, Naylock.
Okay, the Golden Saucer will be a Las Vegas-style experience, allowing you to play poker between players, bet on roulette, and enjoy original games as well. You can imagine the atmosphere will mesh well with the attitude of Ulda, where wealth equals power. With PvP content and the housing system taking priority over the Golden Saucer, it will not be available at the launch of A Realm Reborn. It seems like this out of everything seems like the biggest piece of fan service.
Well, I think it's like, I could envision if they were going to do the Platinum Mirage like this, it would be the same way. But it just seems like they are naming things. It's iconic names: Magitech Armor, Golden Saucer, Limit Breaks, Crystal Tower. I mean, it's all fan service. Those are names that are synonymous to other Final Fantasies. You know, they have like the Overdrive system in 10. Why aren't they calling it that? You know.
Yeah. Well, I remember. I really wish I could find it, but I remember there was literally a quote where he's saying this game's going to have a lot of fan service, like A Realm Reborn. Like they purposely are doing that to, I don't know, just get people who like Final Fantasy in general to play it. I don't know.
Why don't we go over, just kind of recap our thoughts on each thing. So the control methods. I, for one, am very excited to hear that keyboard and mouse are going to be more in line with World of Warcraft and Rift, as you know, as far as controls go. I'm a little wary about how the controller is changing, though. I don't know.
Do you currently use a controller now?
Yes.
Oh,
well, that's why you're so worried.
Well, I mean, but that's
who
because
cares about you?
that's because in the current Final Fantasy XIV, I will never use a keyboard and mouse. You know, if it's more in line with World of Warcraft and Rift, I'm not going to be using a controller. I'm going to be using keyboard and mouse.
It is very clunky. I will admit that.
Well, I would imagine also that they're going to have, I mean, they let you do it now even a little bit, but you're going to have even more options to rebind your keys. So
Right.
I mean, if you're really attached to how it is now, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to just do it again.
Well, what about jumping? How do y'all feel about that?
If it has some final purpose to it, I mean, I'm a jumper. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a jumper. But I guess it's going to be easier to navigate through some of the terrain where you get the little bumps that are too tall for you to run over. So you got to move over like 6 inches and then climb up it. So I think that'll help with getting across the terrain faster.
I just think it's funny they keep focusing on it. Like it gets its own thing, like it's something they invented.
Yeah.
Well, there's been jumping in games for quite some time. It's just people expect it to be there, and it's always a surprise. And it's like, yeah, there's no jumping. Like, what? Why?
Yeah. I'm really excited about the battle system too. It's I hate sitting there in combat for 5 minutes just auto attacking until I can actually use an ability. You know?
Yeah.
It'd be cool just to run up there and go phew, and just have everything die.
Have a nice opener ready to go.
Yeah. Do a combo system. The gear set thing, I think that sounds really cool too. Just being able to, it's basically, they call it the gear sets. I'm going to call it job change system, because that's basically what it's equivalent to. When you switch to another gear set, you're changing your job effectively.
I guess you could be using it for the same job. I don't see why you would, though. I guess if you needed some certain, like if you need more defense or something, that'd come in handy too. Classes that might be more tank oriented. I know in pretty much every MMO, they always have their tank gear and their DPS gear.
Yeah,
so
I could see that.
See them having those two sets.
All right. Zoning. I think zoning is a very big plus. It's going to help with server offloading. The clusters are going to be easier to manage. It's going to be, I think, more fun to travel now, because the sites are going to be a lot more unique. They don't have to work to fit it into the seamless world, which
they don't have to blend anymore.
Yeah, and really, I don't think seamless worlds make an MMO modern anymore. Every single MMO that's released lately has been, it's a seamless world, no instances whatsoever, and really, that's great, but I would rather zones and you pay as much attention to each zone than try and work a seamless world in.
Yeah, the whole seamless world thing always seems extremely overrated to me. It's like, I'm sick of all these loading screens. Like, yeah, but it makes it so they can put more art assets in each area instead of making everything kind of like share assets and be bland. And it really is just better if they can zone.
Yeah, no, that's only I'm all for zones as long as the loading times aren't too bad, and I think that's another reason for the local data centers.
Yeah,
and in questing, it's exactly the questing system that you didn't want, Turn. And so, what are your kind of thoughts on that?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, it was the type of questing that I kind of am. It's old. You know what I mean? It's not anything innovative, but they do need to appeal to the masses, and I think that there's going to be so much other stuff that I can focus on. Not necessarily getting XP for the kills during the quest, but having like the super awesome reward when I'm done is going to kind of make it a little bit different. So I don't know. Like I said, it's too soon for me to love it or hate it at this point, but I'm sure I'll like it. It's just not my preference, I guess.
Okay. I'm really excited about the story. I think having those 3 story arcs is a really good idea. Mm-hmm. And each one sounds engaging too.
It sounds good. I always hear storylines in MMOs and sometimes they're really boring, but that one actually seems interesting.
Yeah, Final Fantasy has always been really good with story.
Yeah.
Even in 11 it was really good. And even the story in 14 is really good. Yeah. I was surprised, to be honest with you. The Leaf system is exactly what we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it's dailies now.
Well, it's strange that it's like, you can't touch this until you're level 10. And I guess they want people getting used to doing quests instead of focusing on the Leaf system and being babied on that,
Yeah.
The content finder is also really awesome too. If anything, because this affects day-to-day gameplay, in my opinion. This is going to tell you everything you can do in a certain area, and that's going to be just awesome. And then you could just find a group, and if they have cross-play servers, that's even better.
Yeah, it's going to be like your smorgasbord of what you want to do for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does sound nice. It sounds very all-reaching, opposed to just being like WoW or Rift. It seems like from the way they worded it, it seems like it includes other things as well, opposed to just running dungeons.
Yeah.
Right.
Like maybe it's quest-specific content or something like that. And really, that kind of saves you time from yelling in Ulda.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, I'm looking for stuff.
Yeah, if it shows you what's going on as well, you don't have to is anyone running a whatever, or do you want to start one or something? You just get on, it's like, someone's already doing this quest. I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of my problem. Why I'm kind of stuck in the rut that I'm in with 14 right now. All of my storylines are group quests right now, and I love my LS. They've been super helpful thus far, but they run stuff very late. A lot of them are Eastern time zone or Pacific time zone. I'm Eastern. We have a lot of timing issues, and I can't run a lot of the stuff with them. So I'm kind of at this spot where all of my stuff requires a big group to do things, and I can't get that big group to do things, so I just kind of stand around and look cute.
The limit break system sounds awesome, but also sounds very potentially derpy. as you were saying, Ern.
Like
There's
Pugs, it's terrible. Organized groups, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Breakthrough in combat.
primals and summons. I'm not so. We already know what the primals are. We already know. We've played Final Fantasy games. We know all the summons that they have. They can come up with new ones, of course, but I'm most interested in the free company implementation of summons. I think that's really, really awesome.
Yeah, I think you have something to go towards. You can be like the first to get something, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just how I'm looking at it.
Well, just imagine using that in the boss fight. You're just like, the whole group summons Ifrit, and then Ifrit just comes out, does an attack, and then goes. Like, that's so cool. And then you're probably going to see, like, a really awesome animation like you would in Final Fantasy VII,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hope it ends up being kind of a situation where it's like, you're losing ground on a fight. It's like, we got to do it, man. We got to summon. Like, no, we're going to save it. No, we got to get him up. Ifrit comes in. It's like, demolishes the guy.
That's so cool.
Like a holdout. Like, I got one more thing we can try.
Yeah. Limit break. Oh, no, that didn't work. Ifrit time. And,
Or someone's just like, I'm done screwing around.
and a good way a good place to probably use that is the Crystal Tower. I'm pretty excited for that but I don't want that to be the only raid area, but that's the only one that they've mentioned.
It seems like that thing has been put in for the people they're transferring over that are level 50, so they have something to do other than level up.
Right.
So it's just kind of a vague, like, this is raiding. Here you go. It's like it really doesn't have any specific, purpose
Outside
in
of that,
terms of the world. It's just like, here's a raiding place you can go to. It's new. Kill stuff there and get some stuff.
Yeah, and then also they say Ishgard's coming in Alamigo, so.
Yeah, they did say that there was going to be plenty of stuff to do for the people that were already 50, so hopefully this is just the beginning of it.
Yeah. And then player versus player sounds really awesome too. I don't know if I'm too much of a fan of the Coliseum. That'll probably be for the people that are into Battlegrounds and like WoW or something like that. But I'll tell you, that large scale PvP, that has me written all over it. Like, that is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, I'll definitely give it a try. Like I said, I've never been a real big PvPer, but I always, I'll give it a shot.
That could get them a lot of people interested if they keep throwing that Dark Age of Camelot comparison around.
Yeah.
There's people that are still pining for those days, like, oh, that was the best PvP ever. Why isn't everyone copying it? And like, no one really has in a real sense. I mean, I guess in a it's in Planet Side, but that's like a whole different genre, and it plays differently. You really can't say it's the same. But for them to be like, yeah, we're based on Dark Age of Camelot, that could get a lot of people instantly interested into it.
And really, this is like, it feels like it's bringing back a mix of heyday MMOs and the modern MMOs. It's like it's having the depth of the heyday, but making it accessible like the modern. And I think that they're really going to win. This could be huge. If it works the way that they say it's going to, this is going to pull a ton of people away from other games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Magitech armor, I'm neither for or against it. I'm just kind of like, cool. It's,
new mount. That's nice.
I mean, I love Final Fantasy VI. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know if Magitech armor is what I want in 14. Like, it's gonna be a little. It's like someone driving around in a Hummer.
Yeah. And
then the Golden Saucer, of course, everybody loves the Golden Saucer. I spent hours there in Final Fantasy VII, but I hope they implement it well. I love playing poker, so that's good. They got me there. Roulette, I don't care. Tetramaster, do you think it's going to come back?
The way they're doing everything, I can't imagine they're not going to put in Tetramaster. Like, how can they not do that? When it's all mini games. Is Tetramaster there? No. Like, what?
Wah wah.
Would you play it if it wasn't there?
A little bit. I'd at least try it.
Hell yes.
Alrighty. Okay. I kind of want to talk about the stuff that we have in 14 right now. That, what's going to happen. What's going to happen with it? Because they haven't said anything about it. And what I'm referencing specifically are like the airships, teleporting, Aetherite crystals, what are those going to be used for? Because we know they're in 14, but they haven't said what they are. Ferry boats, stuff like that. So I want to know what y'all think they're going to use them for. Because if they're not, if say, let's assume that teleporting is not in 14. You just can't teleport everywhere you want.
Right.
What would the Aetherites be used for?
It might tie into the whole thing with the mother crystal and the ether and the primals feeding off of it, and I'm sure it will tie into that somehow, but I don't know what they would physically serve their purpose other than for leaves.
They could make those all those little their hint for dynamic events or whatever. If they're connected to the mother crystal, then you could have beastmen or whatever attacking the things, and then you're supposed to stop them, or someone's trying to harvest them, or a bunch of stuff. I don't know. I think that all the travel in general might be replaced outright with chocobos from the way they talk about it.
So you don't think that they're going to have teleporting at all?
They might have some sort, but I doubt it'll be like an intricate network like it is now.
I mean, the travel in 11, since we're talking about it, the travel time in 11 was just ridiculous in some cases. If you were, higher level, you had to go to the outskirts of Never Neverland to XP, and it took in excess of 45 minutes to get to your party spot. So if they're going to remove it completely, they got to put something else in there. People don't have that kind of time anymore.
Well, I wouldn't mind. I mean, personally, I wouldn't mind having a certain keep, but don't teleport to every single Aetherite, but go to one Aetherite and then travel to another spot. Kind of like how if you didn't need white mages to teleport you to, say, Altepa or whatever, and you could just teleport to Altepa yourself, that would be fine in my opinion. Mm-hmm. And that would, because you could just travel from there. But I don't want us to be. I don't want to be able to just travel anywhere I want to in the blink of an eye. And I kind of want it to be quested where I need access to go to do that teleport. That's just me.
I agree. I mean, I think on some level you need to have a stop and smell the roses kind of throttle on being able to travel and stuff like that. So I agree with you on that. I think that we should not be able to just travel everywhere with the blink of an eye, and that might be why right now they have the allowances, the anima allowances, to prevent you from using it excessively. But people like me who don't get to play every day use it excessively. So,
what about airships? Should they go back to actually being rides for a few minutes, or do you like the instantaneous travel?
I like the ride. It was relaxing.
I don't know. It's nice. It depends on how long it is.
What if they had events happen on there? Like you had the airship got attacked or something.
That'd be nice if ever it was dynamic and everyone was participating and stuff like that. Yeah. That'd be nice. Or if it was actually something like a random encounter. Like sometimes it's instant, and then other times you were stopped on the way, and then you go into a fighting thing on it. That'd be kind of neat.
Yeah, they did the same thing for ferries back in 11, where the pirates would attack. I loved doing that all the time. But so I'd like to see things like that in 14, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't like how a lot of those things were just kind of pushed to the side to make, because the game was broken essentially.
Right.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to get it over with. We don't have time to revamp this. Just let everyone teleport.
Traveling right now, I mean, if you teleport to something close to Limsa as opposed to something really far out, the zone looks identical from one Aetherite to the other. So riding your chocobo from one to the other you're not seeing anything new really, the way it's laid out right now.
And I would hate to be stuck in Gridania, to be honest with you.
God, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, so we didn't have any 5 stars or feedback right now because right now iTunes, we're still kind of getting that situated. It looks like the original listing is going to have to come down and a new one in its place. Do keep a look out that, and as soon as we find out more, we'll update you, of course. There's no facts either. No one asked any questions, so be sure to send an email to ask@lodestoneradio.com. And that's all for today's show. Be sure to listen and check us out at lodestoneradio.com. As soon as we get on iTunes, we'll let you know. And Earn is doing the Extra Life thing, so be sure to donate that. Details are on the form. This is Lodestone Radio. Be sure to listen next week. For Earn and Naylock, I am Sayino. Thanks for listening, and take care. why don't we go on to the battle system, right?
Okay. For the battle system in A Realm Reborn, the focus on the Wow. I think I blacked out in the middle of that sentence.
They focus on that. Where am I? Who am I?
He's
What
true.
is? Are we? Who are these people?
Is this real life?
That was awesome.
Oh, God.
Start skipping, focusing.
It's the remakes.
Right when you hit focus too, you lost on focus. That was awesome. Okay, Ern, why don't you tell us about questing?
When you first reach an area, you'll... What is my problem tonight? Sorry, okay.
No. It's like you're wanting to meld words together.
Yeah.
It's...
Can't read it fast enough.
Do you need to make it bigger? Or you can just resize the text if you need to.
Thanks. All right.
You did it too. I could hear the clicking.
No, I did not.
Okay, all right.
Okay, maybe I did.
Oldie but.
All right. In A Realm Reborn, the Primals are a major enemy. The land of Eor...
Or Zaya.
I'm gonna just go play in traffic.
Walk in front of a bus.
I'm gonna go right on the Dobby Mount.
This is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I am your host, Saino, and with me, as always, is Ern.
Hey, guys.
And Malok.
Hey, everybody.
This is October 6th, 2012, episode 8. And I think we got a pretty okay show. You know, not much stuff has come out, but I think we got some good stuff to cover.
Yep.
I'm excited.
All right. Why don't we get started with the personal updates? So, Ern, go ahead and take it away.
Well, I don't have a ton again. Got some IRL stuff still happening, but...
It's been 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks, and you got nothing.
You want me to go into it?
No.
Okay.
Let's go.
So I did some skirmishes with a friend of mine because we were both online real early, like last Saturday morning or something. And I made the party leader quite angry because I called him homie. And apparently in his culture, that's a really mean thing to say. And he almost kicked me from the party until we deciphered what I really meant and what homie means in the United States. So that was pretty much my highlight.
You can't be doing that slang talk, man.
I know,
like,
right? I know, right?
It'd be funny if he knew what it meant, and he's just like, "I'm not your friend. I'm very offended by this presumption.
I'm not a homie. I do not know you.
I'm a bro, okay, not a homie.
All right, how about you, Nayla?
Either. Oh, I've been busy with just real life stuff and getting ready for the SOE Live that's coming up. And I just popped on. I was mostly on the forums and everything for Final Fantasy XIV. Or it was an in-game. But I was just going around the forums talking and posting in threads and on our forums as well.
Just waiting for the end of the world?
Yep. Waiting for the end of the world. Just
Yep.
gazing up, thinking about life.
Watching Dalmond come in slowly. Yeah.
What have I done with my life?
Yeah. I haven't really been in game either. Last 2 weeks, it was really busy for me, just personally. We're about to move into a house, so I've been moving all of our stuff and packing up stuff and everything like that. It's just been super busy. I have been playing in my free time through every single Final Fantasy that I own. So I have like Final Fantasy 1 and 2 on PSP. And also Final Fantasy 3 that just came out on PSP as well, which is pretty cool. But I'm playing through 1 right now, and there's no story whatsoever, so it's kind of a little grindy. But
it's like for then though, that game was
best, but yeah,
it was the bee's knees back in the day, and it's still really good, especially the PSP one. It's I think it's also the iPhone version, like it's the same graphics, but it's one of the best versions out there. But yeah, so I'm also going to be going to SOE Live with you, Nailok, and that's going to be happening on the weekend of the 20th. So we're not going to have a podcast then, obviously. And we might not have one.
That'd be a weird one.
Yeah.
Tell you all about a completely different company.
I'm doing my Extra Life event that weekend too, so that works out.
Yeah. Which if you haven't donated for the Extra Life thing, go ahead and do that. It goes to a good cause, so details are on the forums. But we might not have an episode next week either, simply because if they don't have any information, we're not going to just make an episode out of nothing. So.
Yeah, we're not really. There's not a whole lot to do either.
Yeah.
Well, everything's
I did some regular stuff again.
Everything's kind of coming to a slow lull. You know,
slow close.
That's part of why I haven't made any time to log in, just because you log in and it's just like, oh well, what do I do? Storylines.
Well, I mean, there was that poll about how if the servers closed on the 11th and they kept them up, would you continue playing? And they said that they're going to do it anyway because over 30% or whatever said that, hey, I would like to have the servers up. So knowing that, would you continue playing Earn after the 11th?
Probably not. I, at this point, already have a hard time finding things to do and justify logging in for hours at a time just because it's all coming to an end. I mean, I can finish some of my Maelstrom quests and things like that, but I don't know. I can't see myself logging in if the info is not going to get saved other than for like chat purposes, to keep in touch with everybody.
Yeah. How about you, Nailak?
Yeah, I don't. Like I said before, if they arrange some sort of special event for that, or like since nothing's getting saved, but then that would take time and that would just make it take longer to transition. So, yeah, I'm not gonna be logging in after that.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I could think of as to why they're stopping data saves at the 1st and then the servers close officially on the 11th is because the end event is going to be lots of like I'm envisioning something like the City of Heroes beta end event where they had nothing but the like aliens all over the place in every safe zone and no one was safe. You were just dying constantly. I think we're going to see the Garlean Empire infiltrating every single city and there's not going to be a safe place. You're just going to die tons.
Yeah, they could do that. It's not like it's gonna transfer over or anything. So
yeah, that's the only thing I got, or something just crazy nuts. But I was hoping for some kind of cutscene at the end of the like the server close, we get a cutscene, and then like we get kicked to the title screen or something like that. But it doesn't look like they're gonna do that because they're opening up the servers again on the 11th, and that would just seem weird.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, why the logic behind it. I mean, granted, 30% of the people decided that they would still log in, but what are you going to do? You're going to walk around and you're going to chat. That's all you're going to do. And
well,
and
the only argument I can make is it would give people time to reminisce on like what's going away. Like take your screenshots, take your videos, like goodbye Orzeas, we know it, and all that boohoo stuff. But and some people are making some really awesome videos out there, so I shouldn't say boohoo stuff, but it'll give people time to do that stuff.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't agree with it, but whatever.
Well, some people out there do, some people don't. It is what it is, I'd rather give it and then people not use it, rather than not give it and people that do want to use it can't now.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, with that said, why don't we go on to equipment breaking news?
All right, looking good there. And equipment breaking news.
So there was a post on October 2nd, 2012, called Changes to Existing Items in the Monetary System in Final Fantasy XIV Realm Reborn. Now, we covered this the last 2 episodes, did we not?
We did.
This seems like old news, but we're going to cover it because this is an official word and it's official clarification. And there are some things here that, when we were explaining things, they were implied, obviously, because it's a common sense type thing. But here they're spelling it out for everybody that can't read between the lines. Which sometimes when you're doing a translation thing, it's hard to read in between the lines. You don't want to infer too much. So With that said, let's just get right into it. So they open it up with, due to extensive changes made to the battle and other major game systems, existing items in the monetary system will be rebalanced in Final Fantasy XIV and Realm Reborn. I'm just going to say Realm Reborn. All right, I don't want to say that whole thing. Note: company seals and items not explicitly mentioned in this post will not be changed. So unless it's mentioned in this post, it's fine. However, the methods for obtaining the items that aren't mentioned may be different in A Realm Reborn. So, the first section they have is changes to the monetary system now. Even though we explained it, and it was on the forums explained, and Yoshida came in and explained everything, there's still a lot of, it's a foggy gray area with what's going to happen to the money, right? Mm-hmm. So, they say, upon the release of A Realm Reborn, they will be removing 1 0 from all guild prices in a process known as currency redenomination. Now, this isn't something they made up. Currency redenomination happens in real life. It is, the backbone of a lot of economies. And basically all it means is when inflation gets so high, they have to repurpose all their currency so that it's in a realistic denomination,
Right. It's a crazy high. Like, I'm paying $1,000 for a pack of gum or something.
Yeah, exactly, and which has happened before. It's happened before. But they have a list here. So it says, number 1, all NPC vendor buying and selling prices will be reduced to 1/10 of current values, which we knew. All quest rewards, monster drops, and in-game monetary rewards will be reduced to 1/10 of current values. Again, we knew that. All repair costs, airship fees, and other in-game services will be reduced to 1/10 of current values. We just assumed that because obviously everything is going down. Because of changes to game systems, the prices of existing items will change to varying degrees. They don't explain what that is, but
yeah, it's like really broad.
Yeah.
So.
Based on these changes, prices of existing items will change I guess they're just going to rebalance what some things cost.
Yeah.
The maximum amount of guild that a player can possess will not change from 1 billion. So that's a new announcement.
That's a new clarification.
Yeah, we figured that the cap was going to be, going down as well, but I'm glad it's not because it wouldn't fix anything. If they bring down everything 1/10 and the cap didn't come down, and the cap came down too, they would be the richest people on the server still.
Yeah.
This just allows them to go back and continue to farm. They can rebuild.
Right. They can work their way. They can work their way back to being the richest people in the world.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of gil required to obtain certain achievements will be reduced to 1/10 of current value. Obviously, all gil currently held by players will be reduced to 1/10 of current values. So they give examples. Okay. A player carrying 100,000 gil will only possess 10,000 gil upon the release of A Realm Reborn. Again, you have 400,000 right now, Aaron. It's going down to 40. You don't care. You're poor.
Don't care.
And they also go on to clarify, however, a chocobo rental fee of 800 gil will be reduced to 80 gil, and an NPC previously selling an item for 1,500 gil will sell the same item for 150 gil. The effective purchasing power of your savings will not change, and they want to stress that. And we want to stress that. Your amount of money, that the value of your gil is not changing. It is the same thing.
In the terms of percentage, you're still paying the same.
Correct.
Yes.
Everything's scaled down.
Exactly. Due to rebalancing, the price of some items, rewards, and services may not be reduced to exactly 1/10 of their current values, which is understandable.
Yeah.
The above should only be considered general guidelines for the changes. So it's pretty much, we've covered this. It's cut and dry. This is just another clarification. I'm happy about the cap not coming down because that just makes more sense.
It does, and like I said, that piece of the puzzle has been the biggest mystery and the biggest concern for the players, I think. So them clarifying that the cap is not going to go away. It's just the value of their actual gil is going to go down 1/10, so they can rebuild it back up to that and be the richest people in the universe again.
Naillock, and I'm sure you probably see this too, I see this being a problem later on.
Well, it seems like that's what they're trying to solve right now. It seems like people are already hitting the cap. Like, you'd have to... It'd be weird to it makes it so things that cost a maximum amount can't go anymore. Like they already reached it. Like people are already paying like ridiculous amounts for things,
Right.
and you got nowhere to go. You're nowhere to go up anymore. So by them doing that, keeping the cap, but then making everything go down, they give themselves more headroom. But
Yeah.
if this happened before, I wonder what they're going to do to prevent it from happening again, if anything.
I don't know. Like right now, say like a Chocobo costs 80, right? Right now at A Realm Reborn. A year from now, when everyone's got a billion gil, that 80 is not going to do anything.
Yeah.
But I mean, I know they're adding in housing, they're adding in Chocobo stables, they're adding in a lot of money sinks and stuff. But I guess we'll see how all that works whenever it comes together.
Yeah.
So Ern, why don't we go on to the next topic?
So the next topic, they talk about the purpose of the currency redenomination. When the current version of Final Fantasy XIV was first designed, we were forced to inflate the item prices to properly balance the prices for consumable items such as arrows and fishing lures. This is no longer necessary as the type of consumable item will not be used in A Realm Reborn. This is Nalok's favorite part.
Yeah.
The price of one arrow was originally indexed against the cost of one sword at the rate of 1 to 1,000.
Yeah, hold on. I just want to stop you right there. The what they're explaining right now is game design 101 for economy.
Right.
What they do is they take the the lowest priced item, which obviously it's going to be one of something. Could be gold, gil, silver, whatever your denominations are. You take the lowest priced one, and you have to balance it against something that's kind of average. So if you have an arrow and you have a sword, you have to make the money sink equivalent for the archer and the warrior. And that's basically what they're explaining right now, is how they go through balancing all that stuff. So go ahead and continue, Aaron.
Okay. For example, if a gladius were priced at 200 gil, the equivalent level of warped arrows would be the price at 0.2 gil each. However, because decimal pricing is not possible, prices will have to be rounded to the nearest whole number, rendering it comparatively expensive to be an archer. This problem was addressed by increasing the item prices by a factor of 10.
Right. So basically they're saying if a sword cost 200 gil and arrows cost 1 gil, that would be so broken for archer. Like it would just be way too expensive to play.
Yeah, it's not the same percentage. In conjunction with the removal of the player-operated bazaars in A Realm Reborn,
wait, hold on. What? No more player-operated bazaars.
Yeah. I guess. They like doing that.
Yeah, they like...
do like
oh,
doing
also,
it.
by the way, an entire feature is going away. So, moving on.
While we're talking about Gil, we'll just tell you the bazaars are going away, too.
Yeah, so player-operated bazaars. Really at the beginning of Final Fantasy XIV, I thought the player bazaars were fantastic. I told that story about how I couldn't find a blacksmith hammer in the market wards, and I got on a ship, and there was a guy there selling one in his bazaar, and I talked him down to a price where I could afford it. Nowadays, they're just, look what I have, 1 billion gil. And it's just, like potion, 1 billion gil. Why, they're completely pointless right now. So I don't really think it's a big deal that they're going away. I'm going to miss it because it's a feature that I really liked in EverQuest and Final Fantasy XI. But really, the function that they serve in 14 it's negligible.
Right. So all items and gil in players' bazaars at the time the servers go down will be returned to the player inventories. This includes gil, which is being offered in the seek item section of a bazaar. Because of this, it is possible that the resulting gil may exceed the limit of 1 billion. Therefore, this change also ensures that the players will not lose any gil.
Which is good, because, but it also means that people are going to be above the cap immediately from day one.
Right, and this goes back to what we were talking about, I think it was last episode or the one before that, about if you're worried that you're going to go over the limit, shove some gil over onto your retainer or something.
Yeah.
So you can avoid that.
Really, when I say cap, I'm not talking about the max. A max and a cap are two different things. The cap is the 1/10 going down, and the max is 1 billion, obviously. So, and what the cap would be is the 100 million, and people are going to be above that on day one. Essentially.
Yeah.
Well, with that said, this currency redenomination is primarily intended to reduce the excessively large values used in all transactions. We would like to reiterate that the effective purchasing power of your savings will not be reduced.
Right. And, I mean, Nailak, do you have any beef with that?
No. It makes sense. I mean, like I said, everything's getting scaled down evenly. It's not like, we're making everything go down. Well, except for this one thing that everyone uses. You know, it's just everything's being moved down.
It's all relevant.
I mean, it's going to be... you don't see a lot of games do this, but then again, you've never seen a game reinvent itself completely, you know. This is mainly going to affect pre-existing servers, not the new servers that players are going to be making on, you know, the new players that are going to be, you know, starting the economies and stuff. I would almost venture to say I may make on a new server just so that the economy isn't completely borked on, you know, for the first month and a half.
Yeah.
But that's just you know.
I was thinking about that too. I wasn't sure. It's like I like my guy, but then a new server, and I don't know. That was really my main concern.
It's like new server, new gameplay, new progression type, new everything. What do I want to weigh here? Do I want to keep my character, or do I want to have an awesome experience?
Well, I was thinking I was going to use the new servers as like a kind of a tutorial. Like get it to 10. I'm like, okay, now I know what I'm doing, or like 20, and then I'm just like, okay, I'm done with that guy. Go back to my old guy.
The only problem with that is the economy and the community really changes drastically between servers like that. You know, like if you go to a new, like I remember playing Final Fantasy XI, and I played the Japanese release, and whenever the English release came out, they were making new servers. And I was on Ragnarok. They wanted me to move to Midgard-Swarmer to start the economy there. And it was interesting because, you know, you have a whole new influx of players coming, and I'm one of the people that can control the economy. It's awkward, you know, because it was tough for all the new players to buy anything. Whenever you have a new server where everybody's new and at the same rate, everybody's in the same boat. You know, everybody's getting billed at the same rate. Go ahead, Eric.
It's a level playing field at that point.
Right. And really, if you have an existing server and there's currency redenomination going on, you don't know what to price things at. And you can't just say, okay, we're going to price things 1/10 of their value, because how do you know that the work that went into gathering those new materials aren't different in A Realm Reborn? You know, how do you know it's not easier to get? How do you know it's not? How do you know it's going to be the same price 5 months from now?
Right, and that's the whole idea behind pricing. Like, how difficult is this item to obtain? How difficult is it to craft? Obviously, the more higher end things are going to be more expensive. So, you're right. It's going to be difficult to know how to price that stuff once all the denominations are changed.
And you brought up, you know, gathering and crafting and stuff. Those systems are changing entirely. It's not like we have it now where, you know, if I gathered a bunch of stuff and I went to go sell it, those would probably be worth a lot. However, in this new system where you can choose what you want to gather, there's going to be such a price difference between what we're dealing with now. I almost want to just make a new character and just be done with it. I mean, it's going to be such a completely different game. I'm still on the fence about it because I like my character, but I don't know. There's so much stuff changing. I'm kind of on the fence.
I really don't want to start over. Like, really, really don't. I love my character. I love how she looks. I probably won't change anything even when they give us the opportunity to do that. I can't see myself starting over. I would have to have a really compelling reason for me to do that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're in the same boat, Nailak?
Yeah, I might just make a new guy just to do that new stuff, but that's about it. Just to say I did it and I know what it is. Like almost out of research.
I before the registration ending stuff happened, I made a new character he's just like a new character. He hasn't done anything yet. He's already got the name I want planned because you know, I'm just going to change his looks and everything like that to a male Makote, but he's going to be my new character on the server that I'm on now. And I want to have those two perspectives. I want to know what it's going to be like with a character that's higher level, and I want to know what it's going to be like with a character that's new on a pre-existing server, and just see how hard it is to really get by with stuff, you know?
You made a male cat.
I played a male rat in EverQuest 2.
You did, too.
Carry on.
Oh, yeah, so why don't we go on to the next topic, Nilok?
All right, this is about crystals. Players can currently hold a maximum of 9,999 crystals of a single type, and this limit will not change. However, because player-operated bazaars will be closed, crystals subsequently returned to player inventories may cause them to exceed this limit. In this event, any excess crystals will be automatically converted to gil. Jeez.
Oh. It's a way to make money.
No, that's not a way to make money, because what's the conversion rate going to be?
Yeah, it's probably going to be.
Plus, it would go
pennies.
more to players. I mean, if you're selling it to players, it's going to go for more than the vendor. Otherwise, no one would sell them.
Yeah, but I mean, each crystal type has a different value. You can't just say like earth crystals and fire crystals, they're the same. No, they're not. And they need to be more specific about this, because this is what I'm most upset about at the moment.
That's almost like a warning. Like, you know what? If you've got a problem with this, you need to handle it. But otherwise, it's going to be turned into gil. It's not going to completely disappear. But if you don't want to get, if you think you can get more for it, or you want to keep them all, you better do something with them.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I wish they would be more, and they're being so specific, you know, with certain things, and then just being like, it's just going to be gil.
Yeah. Well, they probably just haven't figured it out. And they say players can remove crystals from their bazaar or transfer them to a retainer if they wish to keep their excess crystals. So, basically, put your extras on your retainer.
No, but I mean, if the gil conversion is compelling, I might just do that.
Oh yeah, it's like, well, yeah. If you just don't care, like, I'm not gonna use these anyway, or.
But I mean, I just don't know what the conversion is, which is the only thing.
Well, it's gonna probably be what it is now. I mean, can't you sell it to a vendor? So it's probably gonna be lowered version of that, whatever the 1/10 or.
That would really make me upset. I will just say that right now.
That's what I would assume. I doubt they're gonna, it's like, it's a bonus. I doubt it's gonna be way more than it's worth.
If you have that many crystals, like, are you using them?
I'm a hoarder. I should be a dragon or something.
Well, then that's your fault. You need
no, it's not my fault.
You need an intervention, sir.
No, I like having shiny bits in my inventory, and I'm just like, wow, look at all those crystals. I'm amazing.
I'm the man.
He takes screenshots of them and sends them to me.
Yeah.
Like, check this out. I'm like, what? See those crystals? It's like, yeah.
This is manhood at its finest.
Pretty much. Okay, so we go on to inventory limits, which we covered previously. Player inventory capacity will be reduced to the original 100 slots. Excess items will not be lost. These items will be temporarily transferred to a special NPC. Items returned to... Wow, they're doing really short sentences for this. I just realized that. Items returned from player bazaars will also be transferred to this NPC, except for crystals, obviously, because they're being turned into gil, if their inventories are full. However, crystals returned from player bazaars to their inventories will be converted to gil automatically if they exceed the 9,999 type per limit. Once players make room in their inventories, they can speak to the special NPC to reclaim their items. Please note that this NPC will only return items and will not accept additional items for storage. Players will not be charged for this service.
I already hate that NPC.
It's like some sort of special bank.
No, you know what? It reminds me of the escrow system in Vanguard.
Oh yeah.
Like whenever you had a house and you had all your items in it, and then the rent would be up and you didn't pay it, and then everything like 375 items would be thrown into an NPC. And you're just like, man, I don't have room for this stuff.
It's like a virtual repo, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what? I think here's what's going to happen day one. People are going to make a free company and then throw all their stuff in the bank.
Yep.
Seems legit.
I mean, that's what I would do. That would be the smartest thing to do. Is hey,
no, they're not going to do that.
No, they're not. No,
I'm being disagreeing. We have to do that more now.
Yeah, they're not going to make banks. They're gonna go farm stuff.
No one's ever going to use the bank, and they're not going to make a free company for a month.
Yeah, they do need to have a bank system. But anyway, so they go on to say player and retainer inventory capacities will be adjusted as follows. Player currently has 200 slots. In a Realm Reborn, they're going to have 100. So it's cutting off, it's going down by half. Retainers currently have 150. In a Realm Reborn, they're getting 175. So it's going up a quarter. So you're losing 75% of your inventory space right there.
Boo.
Right? Like the 75% of the overall.
Yeah.
And then you have the Player Bazaar is 10. It's going away in a Realm Reborn. And then a Retainer Bazaar, it's 10 currently, but in a Realm Reborn, it's going to be 20. So it's doubling. So you're not really losing anything there.
That one's a wash.
But inventory, you're losing 75 slots.
Between
total.
Your player and your retainer.
Yeah, for
item
inventory.
slots.
Yeah.
So that's a bummer. But they make some notes saying that players will be unable to operate bazaars in a Realm Reborn. Obviously, they mentioned that above. They should have organized this a little better. Items equipped by players will not count towards the 100-item inventory limit, which is nice. Also, we have those gear sets that are going to prevent that from counting towards the inventory as well. The maximum amount of gil, crystals, and Grand Company seals that can be held by players and retainers will not change. And items currently stored in armories can be retrieved as normal upon release of a Realm Reborn. That's cool.
I'm curious to know the items equipped by a player will not count towards the 100-item inventory limit. I wonder if they're just going to remove those. You know what I mean? Are they going to... I guess I kind of answered my own question. Never mind.
Well, no, what they're doing is... This is how I'm understanding it to work. You have your inventory, and then you have your equipped item inventory, which is a separate thing. And it's basically a gear set, the gear set system. So each set of armor that you want to equip, it's just inventory expansion. So just think of Gobbo Bag, but separate from your inventory.
Right. Okay.
That's how I understand it. All right, well, why don't we go on to the next topic?
Okay, so moving on. Items removed from the game. The following items will be removed from player inventories: guild marks, guild treatises, key items.
Yes, now keep in mind, listeners, that is exactly what it says. Guild treatises. Again, it's not us pronouncing something weird. We Googled it. We looked it up. It exists. It's a word. We're just going to keep going with it.
It's like, I'm not saying that word. It's dumb. So anyways, players are advised to exchange all guild marks and treatises before November 1st, 2012. Upon release of A Realm Reborn, it will also no longer be possible to receive guild mark refunds for previously purchased abilities. Special abilities and access to content obtained through key items will not be revoked. Player progress will be tracked through alternative systems.
Wait, I don't really... Well, go on to the example.
For example, chocobo whistles will be removed from the game, but the players in possession of one will retain the ability to summon their chocobo.
So I guess the key item, chocobo whistle, is going away, but another ability called summon chocobo is going to take its place.
Yeah, it's probably going to be an ability instead of an item.
Yeah.
At this time, we cannot comment on how the changes in the game systems will affect each and every item. However, rest assured that we are dedicated to preserving the fairness and equality between the players who have obtained these key items and players who have not. For example, in A Realm Reborn, all players will have unrestricted access to the city-state Aethernets, which will render Aether passes obsolete. Players already in possession of these passes will receive 40,000 gil in compensation, as per the redenomination 1/10 of original purchase price. Players who purchase the Aether passes with company seals will be recompensated in gil. Players in possession of the Gubu Horn, which is no longer obtainable as of patch 1.23a, will retain the ability to summon the Gubu Mount. The mount will remain unobtainable in A Realm Reborn.
Hooray.
Ooh. That means we
My
know
bus
if someone
doesn't
has...
go away.
Yeah. If people have the annoying bus, it's like, oh, you've been around a while, huh?
You know what? I would just go to a new server just to get away from that damn thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Why did you start at a new server? No,
It's
no buses.
It's
That's why.
adorable, you haters.
it's not adorable.
It's adorable.
Okay, if you like to see a giant, ugly, gray, grassy, hairy back on your screen when you're trying to travel from one place to the other, that's fine. Be my guest. But I don't want to see cellulite back while I'm traveling against, or across Orzea. I really don't.
Back fat.
Yes, it's tons of back fat. Like
There's algae backney going on.
Yeah, it is bad. It is not good. Now, if he did something crazy, like danced or something, like he had a dance emote for the Gabu mount, that would be freaking awesome.
Each their own.
Makes the screen shake. Actually, that would probably be pretty bad.
They need mount emotes. All right, Naylock, why don't we move on to items converted to Gil?
Okay, the following items will be automatically converted to Gil. The exchange rate will be calculated based on the current NPC vendor prices and reduced to 1/10 of their current prices in accordance with the currency redenomination. Ammunition, throwing weapons, fishers, secondary tools, fishing tackle, and lures. And then they have a bunch of caveats here. Arrows will no longer be required to use bows upon release of A Realm Reborn.
No, you're excited for that one?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I love it when there's no ammo for bows. It's so great. Consumable throwing weapons will be replaced by non-consumable versions.
Which is crazy, in my opinion.
I was thinking about that. Is that just because they only use the ammo slot?
So when I think of throwing weapons, I think of them being more than just 10 gil. I think of them being more like a stack of axes, like I don't know, 10 axes or whatever. Because I would expect them to be almost like one-shot ability type stuff, But I guess consumable, turning it from consumable to a non-consumable is probably the best thing. I just feel like an infinite amount of throwable axes is just kind of janky.
Well, they got it. Well, it's the same with arrows, really. But it's just, you also got to think a throwing weapon, and it's when they have this balance. Because if it was real, a bow is crazy powerful. Right. It's the precursor to the gun. Right. If someone guy had a sword and you just shot him with a bow, you could kill guys in one shot with a bow if you knew what you were doing. But they have to balance it. They can't make bows always be one shot or throwing weapons in general. If you got an axe in your back, it's I'm fine.
Never mind that.
Yeah, I'll be good. It'll take 15 more throwing weapons in my spine before I go down. So they got to balance it out. Spear fishing will be removed and the existing fishing system will be changed. Tackles and lures designed for the new system will be introduced.
You know what? I might be a noob, but I never could figure out how to do spearfishing.
Apparently, no one else thought highly of it either because they're just getting rid of it.
I could never figure it out. I looked up guides. I just never figured out how to do it. I don't know. But yeah, so that's going away too.
Yep.
Yay.
Bye bye.
Yep. Adios. So they also have a list of items to become unobtainable. Dated items, weathered gear, the weathered weapons and tools will remain obtainable, which I don't understand why, but it is what it is. Yeah, I know. Get rid of the weathered gear, but keep the weapons and tools. I don't know. Items obtained through seasonal events. So I guess they're not having any more seasonal events.
Oh, maybe just they're changing
different
them up.
Ones, maybe. Rewards for achievements that will become unattainable in A Realm Reborn, such as the Dalman Horn. Items obtained through events associated with the coming of the 7th Umbral Era, such as over-aspected crystals. They also have a list of items to become untradeable, which is dated items and weathered gear, which does not include the weapons and tools that are weathered.
I know.
And then,
it seems really weird.
Yeah. And then items to become unsellable are the ones that are obtained through seasonal events that are priced below 10 gil by NPC vendors. The dated items, obviously we heard that they were going to be going away, but the weathered gear, just why leave out the weapons and tools?
Well, yeah, why not just go one way or the other? Okay, you can keep all the weathered stuff we're getting rid of all of it. But why the weapons? Yeah, but the other stuff, let's get rid of it. I don't...
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Unless there's some I don't know. Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's because you have to use those to switch jobs, or yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. But why don't we go on to small clothes? You know, before we go into small clothes, I just it bugs me that they couldn't call it underwear. Like just they had to call it small clothes,
Undergarments or something.
Yeah, like it's yeah. I mean, I've never heard the term small clothes.
Yeah, I don't. Did they not want to say that, or
I think they just didn't want to say underwear.
and maybe they thought that was like naughty,
Inappropriate.
Inappropriate. I don't know, but it's small clothes, so we're
try
good.
to call it delicates or something.
Oh.
Unmentionables.
Yeah.
So underwear will be changed from race specific to gender specific. All existing underwear will be converted into this new format. Well-worn underwear will be merged with similar items. This change will allow us to create more unique designs for all races as well as equalized market prices.
You know what? When you said well-worn underwear,
Yeah, maybe I'm starting to figure out why they
That's it right there.
That sold it for me right there. Okay, so what are they doing?
So basically, for an example, like the hempen undershirt, the hempen chest band, hempen undersleeves, basically the race-specific underwear is now all going to be converted to like boy-girl. You know what I mean? So now it's all going to be called male undershirt instead of all those specific race-specific ones. So under these guidelines, the hempen undershirt held by a male player will automatically convert to male undershirt.
And that makes buying things a lot easier.
Yes.
Because I accidentally bought, back in the day before they restricted you being able to buy stuff, I had bought like a whole Rogadin set for my Lalafell. And I was just like, well, that was confusing because
saggy.
Yeah, it was just weird. If Rogadin underwear is not small clothes, which is why it's just confusing, but
big clothes.
Yeah, why don't we go into the gear dyeing?
Okay. Players will be able to dye gear multiple times. Gear colors will no longer be included in item names, and gear with different colors will display the same item name. So, woolen turban purple, woolen turban red, and woolen turban green will just all be woolen turban.
Right, and which is, obviously they had to do this. I did not want to see a giant list of, woolen turbans and then have purple, red, green, blue, orange, whatever. It's a 10 item list at that point. But go ahead.
This is under these guidelines, a woolen turban purple in a player's inventory will be automatically renamed a woolen turban. Gear color will be indicated by icons instead.
Yeah, now I guess because the user interface is changing, we'll be able to have icons viewable. But that kind of makes me wonder how the market words are going to work, because right now it's just a giant list of whatever. Mm-hmm. And if we can search, are we going to be able to search by color, or are we going to be able to see the icons of the item that we're going to buy?
Yeah, I wonder if it'll almost be like Windows shortcuts, like
right.
You can see it in icon mode or details mode.
I do want to point out, obviously we're audio and not visual, but the heavy dark steel gauntlets red look pink to me.
They do. They're beautiful.
Yeah.
They're beautiful.
They're majestic.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, maybe if they actually made them... Oh, no, that doesn't work then. Because for some reason I thought they tried to make them pink and then it looked silly. But like red ones would look fine.
So that's the thing, though. They have red and pink, so it might just be like they labeled it wrong.
Oh, some guy's like, is this the red one? All right.
Sure.
This is a red one, right? But
they put the colorblind guy in charge of this portion.
I am a little concerned because the green and the black look kind of similar to me.
Well, that's what my concern was when I was looking over this. When you're going to shop, like, for example, the pink or the red looks pink. According to the icons that they provided, the red looks pink. But if you're looking for if there's going to be a difference, I don't know. It's hard to tell because to a tiny icon, the green and the black could look the same.
Yeah. Well, it'd be nice if they just, when you actually went on the item, if it had something listed like a stat to just confirm what color it is.
Yeah.
Well,
you know how like in your traditional MMOs right now, when you hover over the item, it's got, little verbiage at the bottom in either green or yellow or something to tell you a little bit more about what the item is or what it does. So maybe they'll incorporate it into like a tooltip or something.
Well, you'll be able to redye it anyway if you end up getting the wrong color.
That's true. Yeah. Unless, they might have rare colors too, so that might be.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know I got pastel blue. What's going on?
But I think they have a little bit more about this.
Yeah. Aside from color, special attributes included in items' names will not be changed. Examples: woolen turban of casting, woolen turban of intelligence.
Which is just like special stat attachments to it and things.
Okay. Additionally, players will not be able to dye the following items: waist gear, as it will no longer be visible in a realm reborn.
Which we're about to cover in a minute. People are freaking out about that, but go ahead.
Dated gears, weathered gears, since they won't exist anymore, won't they?
Yeah.
Swimsuits, while containing colors in their names, have never been dyeable by players. There are currently no plans to alter their icon graphics and names, but this is subject to change.
Okay. I have no qualms with that, really. I mean, dated gear and weathered gear, you're not going to be able to re-dye them because they need to be gone.
You shouldn't have them anyways.
And I mean, it's going to be interesting because the new servers are never going to have dated or weathered gear.
Right.
That's true.
Which is interesting, when you think about it. But anyway, it's so weird when I think about the differences between a new server and an existing server and how much is going to be varied between the two. But why don't we go on to waist gear? Now, a lot of people are so worried about this. I'm just going to read what it says first. Waist gear will no longer be visible in A Realm Reborn. We have concluded that displaying waist gear separately not only limits the ability of our artists to create new designs, but also complicates the methods used to display equipped gear. Therefore, in order to more effectively create new gear for players to enjoy, we have decided to merge waist gear graphics that with matching gear graphics. All this means is that the graphic of the waist portion is going to be connected with the torso chest piece graphic. The belt gear is not being deleted from the game. You will still be able to equip it. It will have stats and everything like that, but just the graphic, the way it looks, will be more unified. That's it.
Yeah, it's just you can't mix and match. So basically, people who are really cosmetically minded won't like this. I like having the weird clashing belt with the chest piece.
Like the gigantic sash.
Yeah.
I mean, wearing a velveteen rope around my Rogadan body just does not look good at all. It's like
silly.
It's like I got an anaconda wrapped around the thing and just knotted up, and it's wrapped in parchment paper. And they give an example. They say the Cobalt plate belt graphics will be added to Cobalt Curious graphics. Existing waist gear graphics will not be removed from the game. However, equipping and removing waist gear will no longer change your character's appearance. All they're doing, like I said, is unifying a look. And I appreciate that because the Steel Curious and the Steel belt, if you get the steel belt that's at like level 20 or something like that, does not match the Steel Curious that's at level 40. And it's just it clashes. It's just weird, and I'm glad that they're kind of unifying that.
Yeah.
Well, I liked wearing my cooking belt with everything because it looked ridiculous. Spoons hanging off, great.
I mean, I can understand that. Like, if you were a blacksmith or something, and you were like, I like having this look, that's fine. But I don't know. It's just.
Well, it must really help something out. It's probably something to do.
It's a memory thing. Like,
yeah, it's a memory.
Definitely.
It's like if we can just get rid of this one item being separate, it'll help a lot. So,
but it also.
I mean, they wouldn't do it just cause. Like, it'll be slightly easier for us.
It'll also make everything look better. Like, it'll just make armor sets look cooler.
Yeah.
You won't be missing a belt piece.
Well, and plus, if you want it, so you can be matching and optimize your stats.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
So you don't have to have like it's like, well, this belt's better for me, but it looks weird when I'm wearing this armor.
It's almost like a costume piece.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Why don't we go on to the next topic, Erin?
Okay. They want to talk about recommended class to become required class. A recommended class will be changed to required class on an existing gear. The majority of gear affected by this change are dated items, which many players continue to wear for aesthetic reasons, despite incurring performance of penalties. So, me as a cleric, I can't wear that tattered habergeon anymore. In order to preserve the freedom of choice, we are planning to make these items wearable by more, if not all, classes. However, we are still in the process of determining how to best implement these changes. Recommended level restrictions will still be present in A Realm Reborn.
Sounds good to me. All right, Nailak, why don't you take us through the last three topics?
Changes to gear attributes. The attributes of various gear may be adjusted due to the extensive redesign of the battle system. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to minimize the impact upon the effectiveness of any existing gear.
So yeah, they're changing all of the how attributes are measured. So they're changing all the stats. So like the piety and the I forget what else. Yeah, but some of those they're being unified. I think they're going just down to 6 stats like strength, dexterity, agility, whatever.
Yeah. Well, they're just saying they gotta basically retune all the items.
Yeah, and
gonna try to do it good.
Yeah, the effectiveness of existing gear will change. So just be ready for that. They're warning you right now. Like they're probably going to. Yeah, they're going to rebalance equipment. It's just going to happen. But yeah.
High quality items. Currently, high quality items labeled with different numerical modifiers, +1, +2, +3, in the item name have no discernible differences. All these items will be unified under +1.
Thank goodness. I was tired of having like.
I thought they did that.
No, they didn't.
I mean, I know that there's still some existing stuff, but I didn't think that you could obtain new items that had +2s and 3s.
Maybe. I don't know. All I know is my inventory is full of acorn +1, acorn +2, acorn +3.
That was always. How does that even work? That doesn't even make sense, too.
Well, you know what?
How's it a plus? I don't.
Here's what's. Is this going to also is this change going to happen before they limit the inventory? Because just doing that is going to get rid of 3 slots in my inventory.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So are we going to have like, oh well, you have all this stuff gets sent out, and then I go in and I'm like, I have 100. I have 75 slots in my inventory. Where'd everything go? And it's just like you see acorn +1 in your little retainer NPC.
I don't know. It's gonna be so. I do not envy them.
This is going to be a mess. It will.
Itemization is such a pain, and if they didn't document it halfway right, I imagine people they're gonna have to go through a lot of tickets of people saying such and such is gone, and
yeah,
I can only imagine.
But again, this has never been done in the history of MMOs.
Well, yeah,
ever.
You gotta give them some slack. Like, how did you want us to do it? Like that other game that did this? Oh wait, no one has.
Well, a lot of people, point out Star Wars Galaxies, and they're like, well, they redid the whole game. No, they didn't. All they did was change the how the classes progressed, and that was about it. And the combat system. That was it.
Yeah, they didn't merged a lot of stuff.
They didn't redo the whole entire game like this. They didn't, scrap. Hey, Tatooine doesn't exist anymore, and this is insane what they're doing. But let's go to the last one.
All right. Obsolete recipes. All recipes for producing dated and obsolete items will be removed from the game, and it will no longer be possible to craft these items.
Okay.
Sounds reasonable. No!
It's like,
no, I don't accept it. I'm really mad.
I like how they say, recipes for producing dated gear, and they just say obsolete items. Like, you don't tell us what those are, I guess, so we just gotta assume that they are the weathered stuff.
Yeah. Dated and obsolete. Like, they just, you've been using obsolete stuff, buddy. We didn't even say it on there.
It's like, geez, if they didn't specify this, people are probably thinking like, oh, my stuff's gray, it's gonna be deleted.
Oh yeah, it's obsolete. Yeah, but for you, not. Never mind.
I love the community.
Just quit.
Yeah.
Just go away. We're shutting it down just for you, okay? So as soon as you leave, look away. Okay.
All right. Speaking about the community, let's move on to community service. I sentence you to community service. So now we're going to move on to some dev responses to forum topics on the official Lodestone forums. The first one here, the forum topic was old players, new worlds, a problem arises. And obviously they're talking about, there's old players, new worlds, what's going to happen. So Rukiri, one of the community managers, responded with, we will be setting up fresh new worlds for the new players so that they build the economy from the ground up. And if an existing player wanted to play on a new world, they would have to create a new character on that world. New players wanting to play with existing players will be able to create a new character on their world so long as the population limit has not been reached. We currently have no plans on setting up a new world where existing players can transfer to right at launch. Which, good on them, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it implies that eventually they might let people go to those servers.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure the existing servers are going to be way more populated than the new ones. And knowing the Final Fantasy community, like all the people that don't play now that are going to play in 2.0, at least the people that I know of, they're just because they're my friends and they want to try it because they know other people that play it. So they're obviously all going to try to get on the same server. So I really hope that they do a great job with the marketing on the release, so they do have the new people that aren't affiliated with old players that can populate those new servers that the rest of us aren't allowed to be on.
Right. I mean, you got to remember, they're releasing on PC, they're releasing on PS3, they're going to have regional servers, they're going to have, all this stuff is coming together to signify a really good launch, I think.
You know what I just thought of? Or did they already announce that? What
What's
servers are going to be what region?
They haven't stated which ones yet.
So wait, I could end up on like a European server?
Yeah.
That's really weird.
That's what people were worried about. They're like, well, if I'm on Gungear and it's like a Japanese server, I'm screwed, aren't I? And I'm like, that's why we were having that discussion of really with the server technology now, it's not going to be an issue.
Yes, yeah, technically it won't be an issue, but then you're almost immediately going to see a different population on there.
Yeah.
In terms of language.
And that would probably make you want to make a new character.
Yeah.
Like I said, that would be a compelling reason.
Yeah, that might be a good reason.
All right, what's the next one, Aaron?
Okay, the next forum topic was, can we change race/look/servers? And Rukiri responded with, as we stated before, existing players will receive a one-time chance to change the appearance, race, and gender of their characters. As far as the names go, we are currently doing everything in our powers to make sure we are able to meet your expectation. Please let us know if you have any other feedback.
I really hate name changes.
Let's think about this, okay? Since people want us to look at both sides of an argument for once. Okay, cool. We have the positive side, which is, hey, I can finally get that name that I wanted, right? But we also have the negative of, if someone ended up taking the name that you have, what would happen then? Like, if there were somehow something like, okay, we're going to let everybody change their name, so the whole slate's swiped clean, and then your name is stolen. Like, that would not be a scenario I would want.
I think that what they would do is it would be optional. Like, you'd have to go in and say, do you want to change it? Like, no.
Yeah, I can't see them having everybody be no-named until they logged in. Because then you definitely would lose your names and things like that. I think it's going to need to be strictly optional.
I mean, just name changes never work for me.
No, and I agree. But there are, like you said, the flip side of that would be maybe somebody that didn't play right at launch, but they had to stick with some spelling variation of what they normally use because somebody's mule already had that. You know what I mean? They might opt in for a name change just to see if they can get their original name back. I don't know.
Well, there was that you bring up a good point, because my Rogadin character was named after my Final Fantasy XI character. It was Galkarion Midgard Swarmer, but I had to spell Midgard Swarmer weird because it was like a term owned by Square Enix and they wouldn't let me use it, right? So maybe in A Realm Reborn I could name him Midgard Swarmer spelled right.
Maybe.
Maybe.
You should try it.
I don't really
They
care.
let you.
I don't care. I got Sayano Itzuma and I got my male Makote who's going to be Ventesh Rokilik.
Nice.
Yes.
Rokilik.
You don't shush your face. Shush your face right now. Alrighty. Why don't we move on to the next one, which I am excited for.
Okay. Adjustable party list. In this response was Kamate.
Mm-hmm.
In A Realm Reborn, we will be making it possible so you can freely arrange party member information within the party list. This will enable you to separate the party into roles, for example, putting the tanks on top for quick heals. So let's say we have a 6-person party, we could organize it, leaving some spaces between members.
So I guess the party's being expanded to 8, or has it always been 8?
I thought that was like a... That was the... What was the max size? Like you used
I thought it was
for the
6.
raids? No, I thought it was... Wasn't it like something weird, like 12?
18? Are you talking about 18? They took that out a long time ago.
Oh, well, I don't know. Well, they're saying it's 6-person parties, so that's probably your basic group.
Well, no.
Well, that's if you had spaces in between players, you could leave slots.
Yeah,
Oh.
so I would say like they have parties are going to be 8 people. You can have 2 spaces in between party members, so you can put your tanks up top and the casters on the bottom or something like that. But either way, regardless, I think the adjustable party list is awesome. I've never seen that in another game.
Rift has that, but it's in raid format.
Well, they have add-ons and things like that. You can get like raid format. I can understand, but just regular party stuff, like being able. I know in other games you can get an add-on to do that, but just standard, I've never seen that.
I think it's good. I think it's pretty basic. I'm glad they did that.
Yeah, it's a feature that is one of those little touches that makes it, like, hey, we were thinking,
Yeah.
Okay, then they have forum topic, Live Letter 3 changes to crystal shards. And Kamate responds, crystals, shards, and clusters are not going anywhere. They will not be changing from what they are in the current version. However, basically we will be making it so each of these items can be obtained via gathering. As mentioned a couple posts up, we will be making an announcement on a topic about this, so please stay tuned. So they haven't really stopped talking about crystals yet, and there's more details about it. Being able to harvest crystals is just... obviously, the price of crystals are going to go down.
Wasn't that part of the so you can be a pure crafter?
Yeah, you could just go gather all your stuff and then be a crafter, and that way you don't need to go do any combat, because now they're going to be having artifact armor and stuff like that for all the crafting classes and gathering classes.
Yeah, so it's a step to be a viable pure crafter, like, because anytime I see a game try to say, hey, you can spend lots of time crafting, but then there was always this little element like, well, this only drops off combat or something.
Right.
Yeah, I had a cooking mule in 11, and it got to a point where to cap it, you had to get stuff from places that a level 1 mule can't go to.
Right.
You know what I mean? So...
But yeah, I'm glad that they're turning crafting into, if I don't feel like doing combat or whatever, I could just be a crafter and just go gather, turn some music on in the background, just kind of, relax a bit and not have to worry too much about combat and all. But why don't we go on to the next topic? Okay.
The next forum topic was, if spearfishing gone, spearfishing achievements gone?
Yeah, we can't. We're not going to rewrite this stuff.
We won't be held accountable for this. This is copy paste.
Kamate responds with, apologies that information on spearfishing achievements was not included previously, as many of you are curious as to what will happen. Since spearfishing is being removed from the game when A Realm Reborn rolls out, it will also no longer be possible to complete spearfishing achievements. We will add this to the list when we release topics and announcements we are currently working on, outlining various aspects of change.
This makes me wonder what other things are just mysteriously disappearing.
Out of the topic list?
They haven't even talked about teleporting yet. Like, I can't wait till we get around to that.
You
Yeah.
I mean,
Well-
not that we have a title to talk about. I'm just saying, like, whenever they start referencing anima and teleporting, I can't wait for that topic.
I just hope anima goes away. They got to figure something else out because it
Yeah.
just really drives me crazy.
It'd be great, instead of they should have one recall. Let's just kind of mention this. They should have one recall stone similar to WoW, and any aetheryte you can teleport from and to, as like a lattice connection. Like, hey, if I'm at this aetheryte, I want to be able to, almost like a griffin ride. All right, let's just we'll make all the WoW references we can possibly make, right? So. Give us a Hearthstone, and then have the Aetherites be a Griffin ride. That's just an instant teleportation, and just have it be worth gil. Get rid of the anima, put more money sinks in, and I would like that system.
Yeah, maybe they can even put it on a increasing curve. Like if you're teleporting a lot, it makes it go up a little bit, and then like kind of has a cap. That'd be nice.
like Chocobos in 11. However often that Chocobo was being used, the price would go up in that region.
Yep.
And that's how it should be. Yep.
That's how it should be.
Copyright Lodestone Radio.
Well, they kind of technically have the copyright on Lodestone.
Violated like 5 laws right just then.
Yep. Oh yeah, so also in community service, I definitely wanted to mention. We wanted to mention this back on episode 6, but it was such a huge episode that we didn't really get to mention it. But the website, it's a fan site called XIVpads.com, and I think you've checked it out. Nailak, I know you've checked it out and everything. They are this website that keeps track of your character profile. You can make signatures there, and really the signatures. I mean, I checked them out. Eclipse Haven. If you go to xivpads.com and check out her signatures, they are amazing. She is fantastic with the art that she does and everything like that. And she's on my server. That's why I started playing on Hyperion, because she made the signature, and I really wanted to go, tell her hi and thanks and everything. But XIV Pads is a profile sort of community site. It has a chat there and everything like that. And they recently just came out with xivdatabase.com. And which I was curious about, because A Realm Reborn's coming out. You would think their database is going to be all messed up when that happens, right?
Yeah.
Well,
it's a item database, right?
Yeah, it's a complete database of everything that's in
Final Fantasy
14.
It looks like it's going to be similar to like WowDB or RiftDB, like just all those itemized databases that like ZAM took care of some of those in first. Doesn't know.
And I asked I think Premium Virtue's the guy who runs XIV Pads and XIV database, and I asked him about it. I was like, hey, why did you start a database a couple months before Realm Reborn? And he said, well, we already have systems in place to make that switch instantaneous. You're not even going to know.
Oh.
So once a Realm Reborn comes out, the database is already going to be updated.
Sweet. Yeah, he was asking when the podcast was going to come out. He was asking earlier today.
Yeah. So right now, if you go to XIV Pads and you check it out and you check out your profile, that is about to change dramatically. He gave me a sneak peek at version 4. Right now it's in version 3. He gave me a sneak peek at version 4, and I have to say it is awesome. Right now, and we're going to kind of go over the features that are going to be in version 4 real quick. One of the coolest things I think is right now when you're theming your own little personal section, which they call a pad, obviously XIV Pads, it's kind of hard, because of the theming is sort of locked. So if you do a light theme, you can't read the text because it's set up for a dark theme, that sort of thing. But what they're going to do is similar to Google, like if you personalize your own Google homepage thing, you can just drag in images that you want, just willy-nilly, and you can just change the background, and whenever you have one you like, you can just click upload. There's no lag time, no nothing. You just drag and drop whatever you want. It's not gonna. There's no loading, no waiting, no nothing, which I think is pretty awesome. And then you can also put up your own avatar, because right now it pulls the one from Lodestone, Final Fantasy 14 Lodestone, and I'd like to have a custom avatar as well.
You gotta have
never
your
liked mine.
avatar.
You never did like yours, Naylock?
No.
Would you use it? No. Well, here's the question: would you use an actual photo, or would you use your character?
I'd use my character.
What about you, Aaron?
Proper context.
I think it would depend on the day of the week.
Well, you could change them. Like, you can have them rotate if you want.
Oh, well, I'm sold.
Yeah. They're gonna have a lot of profile changes. Personal chat. Basically, they had a chat room on your own personal pad. No one freaking used it, so that's going out the window. You're also
I think mine
see...
says it's quiet here.
Yeah, yeah.
Never used it.
Now the chat on the main page, that's used all the time. So if you want to chat with Final Fantasy 14 players and stuff like that, go to XIV pads. There's a chat room right there. I'm always on it during the week and stuff. You'll see the usual ranking data still on your profile and everything like that. But they're also going to have the Grand Company rankings there as well. And since you will be able to switch Grand Companies in A Realm Reborn, he's going to have all 3 of the progress. Kind of like how in 11 where you could switch, Republics and just do, go level through all of them.
Rank 10 on all 3, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to have that there as well. He's also going to have listing experience gains, comments, and database comments, image uploads, achievements, likes on images and guides, and wardrobes are coming soon. So the wardrobes are actually a feature of the database, XIV database. And what you can do is basically you can put together your armor set and then kind of compare certain pieces of it to better, equipment that's in the database. So you're like, oh, well, I want to go for this. Basically a min-maxing tool.
Yeah.
Which
like an equipment planner type thing.
Yeah. And what's really cool is you can make as many wardrobes as you want. So you could have a different wardrobe for every single class that you have in the game. Yes. That's a ton. And that's awesome.
Also real nice for when you're seeing stuff drop for something you're not on. Like you're not switched to, so you can just go to that and be like, okay, well, I don't need this because mine's better, or this is an upgrade because your wardrobe has it listed. That's really useful.
Exactly. That's a really good point. So if you're in a raid or something like that and you're not on the class that the item dropped for, you could be like, wait a second, let me go check my wardrobe real quick, and then, double check to see if you need it or not. So that's pretty cool.
Dress up.
What's that?
It's like playing dress up.
Yeah, almost.
I wouldn't expect the manly men to understand what that is.
They're also going to show a tons more data. Like they're going to have a full level table with mini progress bars for 1 to 50 for every single class, a level 1 to 900 progress bar, which means all classes leveled. 900 levels. That's insane.
Oh, that's kind of neat.
Yeah. Progress data for each class, which includes amount of XP tracked, deadly accurate prediction date to tell you when you're going to next level, which is awesome. Based on the amount of experience you are making per hour, because that's how often Lodestone reloads, it's going to tell you how long it's going to take for you to level. Yeah, which is awesome. It does that right now. It's just in a different format. A table similar to now representing daily gains, progress bar for levels, and then one for 1 to 50, and then a chart for each progress will be added to it too. I think it's pretty awesome. If you want to go check it out for yourself, go to xivpads.com. I mean, he's always working on improvements for the servers to make loading times a lot quicker, and he's actually going to offset the donators that donate to XIV pads onto a different server so they get priority loading. That's pretty cool.
Nice. I would really like to see, because I'm more of a social butterfly, so to speak, moth maybe, with my video games or whatever. And I think it would be awesome if someday he could have a mobile version of this, like an app or something, so you can still kind of have the chat function or something via your mobile places.
Yeah, I was talking to him about that. I offered that I would make an app for him and stuff like that. Not
to get sidetracked, but Rift offers like a mobile app for their game, and it has like mini games that you can play that gives you rewards in game, and you can even talk to your guildmates from there.
Right. Well, hold on.
Guild chat.
Hold on. He actually talked about how he wanted to. Some things he said he wanted to do was incorporate chat into the actual game, so you could chat with everybody that's on that's in game from the website. A Facebook or Twitter style wall, so that you could have sort of like Fantagy and kind of mixing that in.
Yep.
and all that stuff. So he wants to plan on doing all of that. Right now, he's making so many changes, and he works with Nemi-chan as well, who does the database side of things. There's a lot of stuff in the works, a lot of stuff going on, and although version 4 isn't implemented right now, it looks amazing from what I've seen. And well, it's I can't wait. It's gonna be awesome.
Definitely on my radar.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so why don't we go on to meat and potatoes?
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes.
So in this meat and potatoes, we're gonna have a free discussion of topics, remembering Final Fantasy XIV, like the alpha, the beta, the launch, and kind of our feelings on it looking back, and when we knew that something just wasn't right, And kind of, for those that have recently joined 14 or, started joining 14 once Yoshida took over, you have never experienced the hardships of what it was like when 14 was first coming out. And really, honestly, I call them hardships.
It was like the Great Depression of video games.
It's like it launched into a depression. Like, oh my god.
It really was, because we knew it wasn't done. It was... We were just biding our time. We were like, well, give it a few months, it'll be better, and yeah. But I guess the first topic, and really it was the biggest issue of the time, was lag.
Oh, it was horrible. That's all I got on that. It was horrible.
Yeah.
I mean,
what can I say?
I remember trying to
lag.
craft, but the thing is, a lot of people don't realize how bad the lag was. I remember trying to craft, right? And before, you had to say, like, okay, I want to craft, so you had to put on your crafting tool, right? Wait 15 seconds. Then you had to say, okay, I'm going to craft now, and then you have to kneel down, right? And then that would take 15 seconds. Then you had to go through and place every single ingredient in the crafting list. Each item would take 15 seconds to come through. And then you would have to start the actual crafting process. I mean, it took about 15 minutes to craft one thing. It was
and never
ridiculous.
mind trying to vendor anything. It was a half-hour process just to vendor 15 things. It was ridiculous.
The NPCs wouldn't show up.
Right.
That you would have all the players load first, and then everybody would be around the NPC, and you couldn't see them.
Well, just even like the UI in general, just maneuvering it, and you would literally have to wait. Like he's not lying when you said you had to wait 15 seconds for your next option to appear. The nesting was horrible.
Waiting for NPCs to load was about 5 minutes waiting. Like, you would just stand there, go do something else, you'd come back, I can't see him yet, you go do something else, and it was...
Alt-tabbed a lot.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, the lag was really bad. And really that kind of went into combat as well, because with all of the time effective stuff like, oh, you can dodge and stuff like that, none of that worked with the lag.
Yeah.
And a lot of it just goes back to the user interface too. It was just so clunky, and it just, everything took forever to execute. You couldn't be reactive. It was like, I don't know, it was horrible.
It seemed like there was too much stress on one of the servers, because chat and movement would work fine and everything like that, but whenever it was like a combat or a menu, so it was to stop exploitation. Basically, they did a server check on everything you did, and so some things would lag, some things wouldn't. It was the important things that would lag that you just would not want to even deal with. So, whenever we mentioned in one of the podcast episodes, one of the early ones, where you could go through the market wards without having to move, that was a hell of a time saver, because whenever you moved, you had to load all the retainers, plus you had to select somebody and then choose, because right now, you go to a retainer, you select them, it instantly pops up. That's not how it worked before. You had to go click them, go through a menu, select browse, and then the thing would pop up. It was...
Yeah, the UI was bad. There was lag, and they had... what do they call it? The layers, these
the
redundant
menu nesting.
Yeah, it was really redundant.
And really, I'm just going to warn you guys right now. This is a giant let's complain about Final Fantasy XIV in the beginning, because that's what a lot of people don't realize what it was like, and we're not just complaining. If you listen to our episodes 1, 2, 3, and 4, it was all old information, but we defended it. We were like, So excited.
A lot of these items are what turned people off from the game really early on. This is why people didn't continue to play it after month 1. This is the stuff that drove people away. Some of us stuck it out, myself included, but it was not. It was a bloodbath.
Yeah, this could be a big why are they revamping Final Fantasy XIV list right now.
And it also kind of shows you where they've progressed from then to now, because back then I could tell you it was beta for a year and a half, and now we're in a game that's respectable, but it's so limited they can't do anything with it, which is why they're remaking the entire thing. But another big issue aside from the lag that people had problems with was the repeated terrain. I remember watching a video review for this guy Phony. What's his name?
Oh my god!
You remember that guy?
What was it the big
fat phony?
Phony.
Yeah, big fat phony. And he coined the term copy pasta like crazy. And all he did was just kind of run around. And he was annoying voice. It's like, oh man, it's like nail on a chalkboard. But he would just kind of run around, and he sped up him running through Ul'dah and just seeing repeated terrain. And then Limsa Laments and seeing repeated terrain. And really, back in the day, we defended Square Enix because we're like, look, that's how you keep memory footprints down.
Yeah.
That's it. You're talking like a game this big was only 3.4 gigs. When you look at a game like Vanguard, that's about 30 gigs. It's a big space difference, and the repeated terrain was a way to minimize that. And I still defend Square Enix to this day. I mean, yeah, there's not enough unique elements in each map, but the repeated terrain. I mean, Gridania can go burn in a fire for all I care, but the other areas, they were fine, in my opinion. Yeah, some repeating.
I never really noticed it unless people pointed it out or made a really concerted effort to do it. Like they would have those big overhead maps, like and circle a bunch of areas that look exactly the same. Like you would never see the world like this, but they're bringing it out of context and showing that it was copied. But when I was just doing things, I really didn't notice that a whole lot.
Ern, did that ever affect you?
Not necessarily. I mean, the game is still very, very beautiful. It's by far one of the prettiest games I've ever played. And the repeated terrain, I did notice it, but it wasn't that big of a deal to me. But like going back to what you said about it being like a memory issue, I just know that I knew a ton of people when that game came out that had concerns about even being able to run the game. So with that said, you had to have a higher end machine to even play and run the game. They had benchmarks ahead of time to make sure that you knew whether or not you could even install it, things like that. And if you're going to require such a high end machine, why would you use that as a reason to, you know what I mean? I don't know. I guess I'm just overthinking it too much, I guess. But
Well, here's the thing. Like the reason for having repeated terrain is to reduce memory leaks. That's why. Because whenever you have a video card, that's what the video card memory is for. You have like 500 megs, and then you have a gig, and you have 2 gigs. And when you have to load up like unique terrain throughout the entire thing, unless it's procedurally generated, you're using up a lot of memory. When you reuse parts and kind of map them together like a puzzle, that whenever it's loaded into memory once, every part is always there. So it just recalls it from memory. It never needs to load up another thing and take up more of that memory space. Neil, I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's a memory thing. It's just how that works. And I don't think it really ended up giving them the result that they were going for, because didn't they do that mostly for people are like, well, it's for the console, and that never came to.
But that's why they're switching the zones, is because they can offload that memory whenever it's used on the PS3. That way they don't need to worry about having this repeated terrain thing to cut down on the memory usage.
Yeah.
All right.
That's nice.
Yeah, and then the travel methods, they were none. It was just teleporting at the very beginning.
Yeah.
And Anima loaded so slowly. So it was almost like you just had to run everywhere. I mean, they didn't have chocobos, they didn't have airships, they didn't have anything.
There was no vehicles, so to speak.
I saw people that had mules just for that.
Yeah, just teleport them everywhere and stuff like that. I mean, really, Anima was so slow in loading. If they had the other travel methods, it wouldn't have been an issue. But because they didn't have anything else, Anima loading, I think you had one every 18 hours or something like that.
In the beginning, it was like one every 12, and I think they've sped that up a little bit since then. It's like one every 4 now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they had lack of travel methods, and then because you had to run everywhere, the mob placement was horrible. You would have super high level mobs right next to low level mobs, and they would aggro, and you didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, that was just always a pain. You're making these big detours to go around them in a huge, give them a lot of room.
You're trying to kill level 4 dodos, and there's level 18 Gubu just roaming around 10 feet behind you.
Yeah, those big ants. I just remember the big ants in Alda.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then, some things that kind of went against it. The physical levels. It seemed arbitrary. Like, why have a physical level when you had levels for everything else?
Yeah, I never understood that either, and it was nothing but a pain in the butt because they were getting out of sync. So the physical level was either a lot higher or a lot lower than your class level, and it was really hard to make sure that stayed within.
And back then,
sync.
gear had physical level requirements.
Mm-hmm.
It just
that was. I don't know why they did that. I really would like to know what they're thinking behind. It seemed like they were trying to make it so you. They're trying to cheat, like make it so you get more levels more often without actually leveling up.
You know what it felt like to me? It felt like in 11 how they had the weapon skill system, how you retained those abilities because it was your character learning that, and then that would be separate from the class abilities. It just didn't come together the way they wanted to, I think.
They gave me something cool like Hexa Strike. That would be something different.
Yeah. The mission and quest system, at the beginning, NPCs just kind of stood around. They didn't have exclamation points around on their heads or anything like that. You didn't know who to talk to. You were just in this bubble, and if you went outside of the bubble, you would get teleported back in, and it would mess up. Like, there was no direction whatsoever.
It's really vague. I mean, and just getting them seemed like old school EverQuest. Like, you just got to know where it's at.
Yeah, you just had to kind of know. And if you didn't, I mean, it's like, you talk to every single NPC, and the people behind the counters you thought were like shopkeepers, and then you go to talk to them, it's like, oh, that's how I triggered the quest. Okay, I got it now. And it now it makes a lot more sense, but back then when you're first doing it, it was confusing. Yeah. Then they had the fatigue system, which a lot of people were worried about. It's like, if I play this class too much, I can't play the class anymore. Like,
yeah, that I don't know whose brilliant idea that was, but I'm thinking that he got fired, so I'm okay with it now.
Well, the fatigue, there was a video that was released about the fatigue system that sold it really, really well. And we even talked about it on the show. It's in the show notes on one of our previous episodes if you go back a little bit. Yeah. But the fatigue video explained it really well. It's like, you can level up all these classes, and, this really brings, power levelers and casual players together because, there's a slight limit and everybody will progress at the same time, except those that can, level more will just have more leveled. And really, it just became a system where I had friends that had 4 alts because they just wanted to mine, and so they would, whenever they reached the fatigue cap, they would just switch to another one, reach the fatigue cap, and keep going and going.
Yeah, and it sucked because people like me don't like to play. I have no desire to level Lancer or anything like that, and it would have just forced me to do something that I didn't want to do just so I could find something to do. It was horrible. It was just their way to try to throttle the progress that they wanted everybody to be kind of on the same playing field. Yeah,
and really, it just made me want to play less because I would play for an hour and I'd be like, oh, the fatigue's kind of coming up, and then I would just stop. Like, it was...
Turned everybody into weekend warriors.
Yeah.
I saw them paint it as someone explained it how it's like the reverse of getting rest experience.
Yeah.
Like, instead of, like, regular experience is rest experience, and then when you're fatiguing, that's like regular experience. It's like they marketed it wrong. Like if they switched it, like, oh, this, instead of saying you're okay and then you get fatigued, if they said you're well rested and then you go to normal, people probably would have accepted a lot more readily.
I think so.
They disguised it as silver lining.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because that's a good point. Because if you had said, hey, when you're not playing this class, it's resting, which would make no freaking sense because you're the same physically doing it. It doesn't make it. Set the weapon down, let it rest.
Figurative.
Yeah. And then the market wards were horrendous, especially in the very beginning with all the lag and everything.
Yeah, with the lag, and there was no. I know. So you like the idea of it feeling more like a community thing, and
I will explain.
The search counter and stuff like that, but it was so time consuming to go find just one thing to buy. It was so time consuming. You spend an hour in there checking every single NPC or every single retainer.
Well, here's the thing. Back in Alpha, there were only about 100 retainers.
Yeah.
And it was great because then you're like, hey, this is like I'm in a market, like, hey, I'm kind of shopping. I can take my time. It's cool. And then release comes and then there's like 10,000 retainers to go through. That you don't want to do that. You don't. Nope. And I think it was good for a small number of people, and that I still stand by that. If they turned it, like we talked about in episode 6, if they turned it into a market ward where it was like an auction house and you had NPCs that represented the sales for everybody, that would be fine.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, it's like it was something that like looked good on paper.
Yeah.
Like, there's just a couple. It's like, okay, what if everyone had one in there? Like, that probably won't happen. Like,
I personally hate the idea of spending an hour trying to find something to buy. No, that's just me.
I agree. And then the biggest one I think was the unconventional classes. In Final Fantasy XIV, it did not feel like a Final Fantasy game at all at launch. I mean, aside from the familiar races, nothing in that game looked anything familiar with Final Fantasy.
It almost seemed like they were trying to purposely not, like their design decisions were based on trying to be different opposed to being good. Like, exactly. No, they can't be like that because that was an 11. I was like, yeah, but it was good. Yeah, but it has to be different.
That's part of why the game didn't have a Final Fantasy feel, was because they were trying to be too different.
Yeah. It's like, instead of saying monk, let's use pugilist because everybody knows what a pugilist is. Oh, no. Instead of a black mage, let's use conjurer, but conjurer does the healing and thaumaturge does all the dots and stuff. Yeah, man, we are so awesome. No, you're not. That made no sense, and now they're stuck in a system because of the initial ground laid down by the design team of 14. They're stuck. They're stuck with it unless they just trash the whole thing. Because right now, Conjurer is the healer and Black Mage. Thaumaturge is like the wizard, or Warlock, and no one really cares. You can't be a Black Mage without, the Conjurer effect. That's how it is to me. Conjurer is what I would expect a Black Mage to be. And Black Mage is kind of stuck with all the reject spells.
Yeah, it's just now they're trying to like add, balance it by adding more with the jobs, opposed to like reshuffling what they had. It's like, just add on top of it.
I could see what they were trying to do, like Lancer. Why not just call it a Dragoon? No one wants to play a Lancer; they want to play a Dragoon.
Yeah, well, Lancer's literally a gimp. Dragoon.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, it's a Lancer, except it's a Dragoon, except all the iconic things are removed from it, and you get to keep the weapon though, so that's cool. I'm when we talk about A Realm Reborn, I'm so hung up on the class progression. That is a huge part of the game, and now we're stuck with this armory system where you have to level up Gladiator and White Mage to be a Paladin, but you don't actually level Paladin, you level up Gladiator to progress it. It's frustrating. I hope they add something later where like you can level up, like it's almost like a talent pool or something. You have to be in the job to level it up to get extra sideways upgrades or something.
I wish the armory system stopped at 30 and then jobs went up to 50.
That would be, that'd work.
That wouldn't be too bad, but I don't know. I don't know how weapon skill. Well, I guess that would work.
Yeah, they would just have to kind of just say everything post 30 is now goes to this job.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I see it. It's when you look at the job system now, it was so easy to gimp yourself in the early levels. You'd be like, "Oh, I'm going to be everything at once," and it's just
This is
just
To play all the
broken.
things.
Yeah. I mean, right now, Final Fantasy XIV is in a good place, but I'm still wary. The only thing I'm wary about in A Realm Reborn is the job system and the armory system. I think it's novel, it's really interesting, but I don't feel like jobs are important enough. No one's going to be playing a warrior, just for the sake of playing a warrior if they can have access to more abilities.
Right. Well, and like Nalek said, it's like a GIMP version of what else is past that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I just feel like the jobs are gimped, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I feel like the jobs are gimped to the classes.
It's just how the system's set up. It's the way it's set up right now. It's set up for defeat, really.
But it's backwards. You use like, oh well, I want to. You could say a black mage burn party, cool. But when you're leveling up, conjurer is the damage dealer.
Yeah.
Well, ideally.
Right.
Well, that's like unique in this whole thing, though. That how they split that was really weird. And the other classes don't really have that kind of problem.
No, and I get you. I mean, Barcher just is. I don't even want to talk about it.
They needed a utility class, and it's like, oh, I'll make the archer do it.
Yeah. But all right. So why don't we go into 5 stars and feedback since we actually have some.
Yay!
And if you wanna send some feedback, you can rate us on iTunes. You can respond to a forum post, something like that. You can come post it in our forums. You can email feedback@lodestoneradio.com. All those, wherever we can find it, we'll go ahead and read it. But Ern, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Inukami on Reddit says, overall nice to listen to. I enjoy hearing some of the changes and discussion of what those changes can mean, even if I don't really like a few of the changes. Looking for group tool is still making me cringe and reminds me of WoW with loot horse stealing, even though I understand why it's there and it will probably use the tool often. I really enjoy the outtakes at the end. It's always nice to laugh at a good dirt moment, lol.
Yeah, it's sorry. That was like if Ern sounded like she was having trouble reading, it's because it was a giant run-on sentence. So I didn't want to change anything and the message or anything like that. But thank you for the feedback. It's awesome.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. It's nice to have that positive feedback on Reddit because a lot of the feedback was just negative. We had some people having a vendetta against, I guess they're from other podcasts or something. People were making new accounts just to downvote us. So there's something there that's going on.
That's just funny to me.
Yeah. Like we're not
Really?
affiliated. We're not affiliated with anybody. We're not here to make money. We're not taking any donations until episode 10. I don't know. Someone feels threatened and that's their dealio. And then we had Locke Ocelot by email. He emailed feedback@lodestoneradio.com. He said, hey everyone, I really enjoy the show. It's a great way to get caught up on the latest info if you haven't played for a while or don't have time to keep up with all the new updates. The show is well organized but not super serious, as the three of you like to joke around a bit while discussing different topics. Well, the wife is yelling at me about something. Gotta go. Keep up the good work. I am looking forward to future episodes. I like that. I like he was just like he's explaining.
He was emailing in real time.
Yeah, like it's sneeze, bless me, and thank you very much, Locke. That's awesome. I saw you on the website. Nice to have you joined and everything like that. Please, keep posting on the forums. I really appreciate that. So we get a lot of signups and everything. Oh, and we also hit our 100,000th download.
Woohoo!
Yay!
100,000 downloads. That's insane. But
it's bananas.
Yeah, it's bananas. But yeah, we didn't have any facts this week. So if you want to ask any questions or anything like that, just send anything really to ask@lodestoneradio.com. That's all for today's show. Be sure to listen and check us out at lodestoneradio.com. Also, don't forget to review us on iTunes. We might not have an episode next week, and Nalok and I are going to be out of town on the weekend of the 20th, but this is Lodestone Radio. Be sure to listen next week. I am Saino for Ern and Nalok. Take care.
Yeah. Hey, can you guys hold on 1 second? There's like some super loud commotion going on my living room. I need to go regulate.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Stop.
Collaborate and listen.
And listen,
Ours is
I
back.
expect a brand new edition, something. Grab the hold of me tightly, phone like a harpoon, daily and nightly,
Go.
or whatever. Yo, I don't know. Turn
She
off
has
the
to do
lights.
it now.
And
Oh.
to the extreme, rock the mic like a vandal, light up stage, while the jump like a handle, dance. Speakers that boom, they're killing you, brain like a poisonous mushroom, deadly. When I play no melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it, believe it.
And you have commotion you have to deal with.
Hear me.
Guess we know what her favorite song was for a while.
Yeah.
People don't remember that when they hate it. That's for goddamn sure. Changes to gear attribute.
You're an animal. Sorry, good.
What? You're crazy. They're changing gear attributes? That's hilarious.
That's super.
Calm down.
All right, let's do the items removed from the game bit.
Stop chewing.
Treatises. It says it twice. Are you sure?
Stop it. It's disgusting.
I love fudge. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lodestone Radio. You're listening to Sign Lock in the Morning. How you doing, folks? Whoa! All right, we were told that we were a little too serious and we needed to do a little more radio acting voice. What do you say to that, Naylock?
I'm silly.
Oh my God! What about you, Aaron? You can be the whole. You can tell us what to do and what not to do.
This is spectacular.
Oh, we better behave. She's off her rocker. She's gonna put us in the corner, boys.
This is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I'm your host, Saino, and with me, as always, is Ern
Hi.
and Naylock.
Hello.
It is August 19th, 2013. It's episode 9, and, wow, yeah, it's kind of been a while, hasn't it?
Yes.
Back.
Yeah.
Several months at least.
Well, we're not trying to make
Several.
this. We're not trying to make this like a common thing. Basically, what had happened was we obviously I was laid off, and actually, that I'll put that into personal updates. So, Ern, why don't you take it away with personal updates?
Well, I have been... Well, after the servers went down from 1.0, I found myself still playing a lot of Rift and things like that, but I waited for the betas to start for the new 14, and I really have been focusing a lot on that. I'm trying to educate myself on what to expect and how things work, and so I can help other people and get reacquainted with the game and stuff like that. So I've really been into it, like more so than I was in 1.0, even when I loved it way back in the day, and I tried to tell everybody to go buy it. Hurry up and buy this game. It's super crappy, but it's gonna get better.
Oh, hey, it got better. Hey, we did not lie. So
It really did. It did get a lot better right at the end there. It got fun again. I got to level 50 and finished up a lot of stuff, tidied up a bit, waiting for the servers to come back up. So
okay, how about you, Naylock?
Well, after 1.0, I had my little standby of EverQuest 2 and just been waiting. And then I got in all the beta phases, so I was playing all those a lot. And in the meantime, I moved to a horse farm that's like about 5 acres.
No,
So that was fun.
Yeah, some people might think that's a downgrade, but it's could you say a horse
No,
farm? But-
it's very nice, like very nice stalls. Like the guy who used to live here
I don't know, he breeding like thousands of horses at a time. He was literally California's largest horse breeder before we came in here. So
Wow.
It's a nice place.
Nice, very nice. So I got a couple of really big, I guess, updates. I was laid off back in November, like I was talking about, and at that point in the podcast, we had all gotten invited into the beta, so we were under an NDA, and we were like, well, we can't really say anything in the podcast because that's basically against the NDA if we talk about it. So, we decided to, since I couldn't really, I was looking for a job and everything, and we couldn't really find time to record an episode, we just kind of put it on hiatus for a while and said we were going to come back for Realm Reborn launch, and here we are. So I got hired at a fantastic company over in San Antonio, Texas. I moved over there, building a house now, got a new car, and the family's happy, I'm happy, so we're finally comfortable and able to record podcasts. So really good stuff going on.
You got loot IRL.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
It's an awesome feat.
Yeah, it's I love the company I work for, and I don't want to name names or nothing, but it's fantastic. So.
Well, that's good. It helps when you thoroughly enjoy your work that you do. It makes life so much easier.
Yeah. We were all playing in the beta stages and stuff like that, but just trying to find a good time to come back, and this seemed like the best. So. Here we are.
Yeah, we were really excited, and there's all this hype, but it's like, well, what are we going to do if we make another podcast?
Yeah. What are we going to talk about?
Can't talk about anything.
Yeah, we really would have run out of stuff to talk about. We could have talked about, 1.0 and how horrible it was and how much better it got over time. But we would have ran out of material. So nobody wants to listen to a podcast that talks about hypotheticals and winks and how bad the old version was. I mean, anybody that was involved with it knows how bad it was and how good it was at the end and how we still managed to get a ton of great memories and had that awesome community feel. I mean, I made that video, and I still to this day will watch that video that I made, and I still get emotional when I watch it, and the music and all the people, and it was still a very, very good experience, and I wouldn't ever go back and change it. So, and it makes you appreciate things too,
And that video is in our forums at lodestonerradio.com. You can check it out. Yeah, and I really do like the video. I'm glad you posted up the second part of it. So it's really good.
Thanks.
Yep. All right. So why don't we go on to equipment breaking news?
All right, looking good there. And equipment breaking news.
All right, so we got we're trying a different format for the show. This episode, usually I have like a novel's worth of show notes, and to Naylock and Ern's relief, I basically condensed stuff to just bullet points now. So we're going to try a different format for the show. A couple things we're going to talk about is how the beta went. So why don't we start with that? Ern, how was your beta experience, especially like beta phase 4?
Beta phase 4 was the first beta that they announced they were going to save information. So if you played 1.0 at all and you were in that beta or legacy or whatever the case may be, your information was going to save and carry over to early release and into launch. Except for we had this really, really amazing error that like 70% of the community got for 48 hours straight. It was the infamous error 3102, and everybody got locked out. It was the system thought your characters were still online when they weren't. And I personally got locked out Saturday night around 9 or 10 p.m. my time. And then I couldn't log back in until 6 a.m. Monday, right before they shut the servers down. I logged in before I left for work that morning and got to an inn so I could get my rested XP. And I had to call it. I didn't get to play hardly any of Beta 4. But I'm glad that they found that ahead of time rather than later. You know what I mean? So right. It was a successful break as far as I'm concerned. And I'm not mad. It was still a beta. That's what we're there for. There are a ton of people still raging about that weekend. But for me, I just took it with a grain of salt. I created another character on a different JP server, and I fished. I fished for like 14 hours and watched movies on Netflix. I was okay with it. You know what I mean? It was just my downtime. It was my Sunday afternoon, and that's, I was okay with it. But there were a lot of people that weren't. But that's, everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
How about you, Naylock? I know you had a different experience than Ern did.
Oh yeah, I was able to get on. I really didn't have. I just remember people posting about that problem. I didn't run into it, so I was happy about that.
Oh, that's good.
And I was arguing with, but I did argue with people on the forums. I don't know, they felt entitled to be able to get online, and
Mhm.
it was really funny because it was beta. I was like, yeah, this is like a good thing, really, is what's happening. Like better now than later, and this is exactly what the beta's like. Well, the game, it's like they're trying to compare it to other games. Like, well, other games didn't already release once, and all this is like, well, then don't play it. I don't. It's
Yeah.
it's beta, and it's like, what? It's just that every time I wanted to reply to tons of posts just saying, "Welcome to beta. It's broken. Good." That's
Yeah.
what was supposed to happen.
Good. Good. Good job.
Yeah.
It was mostly, it was just all those complaints, and then I know when I was on, I just spent a lot of the time getting through just the main storyline. Nothing really seemed broke besides that logging in error, which seemed like kind of a big deal. So I was glad they got around, they fixed that.
Yeah,
But
people
other than
tend
that,
to lose sight that it's a beta.
yeah.
That's
It's
my
like, it's like,
struggle.
well, not really. The game already came out once. It's like, no, it is a beta. It's completely different.
Yeah.
Did you play 1.0? How do you not see that this is what's happening right now?
I was able to log in. I was able to play. It was pretty cool. But there were a ton of people. Oh my gosh. So
yeah.
I made the unfortunate mistake of creating a character in Limsa Lominsa during Phase 4 beta. And
Oh boy.
there was nothing but blue skunks everywhere. And it was a sea of blue skunks amid the sea of Limsa Lominsa. And it was ridiculous. It was hard to really do anything with that number of players, especially when you're trying to figure out the lay of the land of everything, because I had never started in Limsa Lominsa, so I didn't know where anything was.
Oh, like the main town.
Yeah, and everything's changed. So when you're trying to find like icons and do quest things and stuff like that, they have a really strange issue where like if a quest update is in a different level of Limsa Lominsa, it puts a quest update marker next to every single entrance to that area.
It's very confusing at first if you don't know how to read it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm sitting here like, man, I got so many updates, and I'm running to where the spot is on the map, but then I'm not realizing that they're referring to the freaking other area, so that was interesting.
You were that guy.
Yeah, I was that guy.
Get all these updates, guys. Hang on. Let me do this.
All these quests to turn in. Look at them
I
all.
was like, I'm looking at, I don't see them. Like, where are they? But yeah.
Says it's right by this door.
So, as Naylock and Ern had said, people were complaining a ton about not being able to log in for Phase 4 beta. And I can understand, they were wanting to get that early start to get their characters, saved and everything like that. And when they did that, it was so congested that, like, literally the servers could not handle it. And it's just a precursor to what's kind of happening right now. The servers, it's early start right now. The servers aren't really working. And, it's a good problem for Square Enix to have because, it's more people than they were hoping for, but it's also more people than they can handle and they plan for. So I think it's a good thing for Square, but the players are the ones that are kind of suffering for it. And and you can't really blame Square Enix. They're doing everything that they can while also trying to keep people happy. I mean, people threatening to sue and return their copy
Those are always funny.
and other things like that. Just why?
Yeah, even Square's juking left and right. Like at first, they're like, "Okay, bring down the servers to fix this," and everyone's, "Good, we can't play. You brought down the servers." And then there's a problem. It's like, okay, we got to fix for the problem, but we're not going to bring down the servers. This is crap.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it was. You can't make them happy.
You're not happy unless you're griping about something, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, that was basically Phase 4 beta. It was a lot of fun. I wasn't too, again, I saw it as a beta test. I wasn't trying to get ahead or anything, and all my characters were above level 30, so it's not like I could actually progress. So,
Right.
I wasn't gonna even play Arcanist. I wasn't. After seeing all those blue skunks, I got so sick of it immediately. So,
Well, they presented a problem with testing the duty finder too because, well, you have 30,000 Arcanists trying to queue for a duty finder when you still need a tank and a healer for everything too. So
yeah.
there's
exactly. So when we move on to our next topic, there was a topic letter on the older Lodestone site before they launched the new one on August 17th, 2013. And basically they were talking about how a lot of items were renamed from 1.0 to A Realm Reborn. And I was looking through this list and I noticed that every single item with a dodo skin as the name was renamed to Hard Leather. I was like, why would they even do that?
That's boring.
It seems like a strange change, right? So I'm thinking like, me and Nalak were sitting here and we're looking at that and we're like, are the dodos extinct? Like, did A Realm Reborn, like, whenever Dauman came through, did they wipe out the dodos, too? Like,
they couldn't handle it.
And there's just no more? And, so we're thinking back to all the phases. We're like, you know what? I don't remember seeing any dodos, right? Like, I don't remember seeing any. Well, in early access, we got in and we did find, like, a very small patch of them. So they are going extinct. But, yeah, it's...
Yeah, there's quite a few. They're outside of Limsa, over like up on a hill, kind of is the first batch that you'll run into.
Yeah.
But no, they're not extinct. We're good. They just Square Enix wanted to be boring about renaming all the new stuff.
I wish they were extinct. That'd be hilarious.
It's an epidemic.
Yeah, there you go. Good stuff. So yeah, dodos still exist. I don't know why they renamed some of that stuff to Hard Leather, but hey, it's Square Enix.
Probably a recipe thing, or didn't want to confuse people. Like, you can use things that other than dodo skin to make them.
Right.
So that's the only thing I could think of.
Yep. Moving right along, the Final Fantasy XIV Mac port. I'm working on a port for Final Fantasy XIV for the Mac. If anybody remembers, or if you search in YouTube for Final Fantasy XIV on Mac, you'll come across a video that I created back in 1.0. I ported Final Fantasy XIV to Mac, and the client worked and everything like that, and I was getting ready for Realm Reborn. Well, just to give you an update on that whole situation, I am working on getting everything working. The 3D rendering and like the actual game rendering isn't the issue right now. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it as easy for a player to just get it in and play. And there's some issues there because the launcher doesn't want to load up some of the text in like the login window and things like that, and there's like EULAs involved, and there's a lot of tinkering in the background that I'm working on right now, but hopefully I will have it out for Tuesday when the official launch goes. And there's a lot of people requesting it. I know you guys are really looking forward to it, so keep waiting a little bit longer.
Hurry up and get it done.
Yeah, it should be done already.
Hey, it's tough, with the servers acting up. It's been hard to test and everything, and it's hard. I was talking to Nalok. I'm like, are you able to get on? Because I can't tell if it's working right or if it's not working right. So, the
servers are still really unstable for a lot of us right now.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But I just wanted to give you a Final Fantasy XIV Mac port update. So, yeah, look forward to that. And that will be available on LodestoneRadio.com. The download link's going to be there. There's going to be a little post about it, and you're going to see a download section for it. So, just keep an eye on that. Moving right along. Okay, so Square Enix is not pushing the official release to the 29th. Is that right, Ern?
Yeah, they just basically added a buffer, a couple of days for mail time for people to get their collector's editions and things like that. They're giving you till Thursday, the 29th at midnight to put your official code in before they cut you off. So they're just kind of getting a little preemptive with the buffers and stuff like that because they can't afford, they've had a lot of issues this weekend, and they can't afford to tick off a bunch of people by cutting their pre-order off because their game took an extra day to get to their house. So I think they're just adding a little buffer there is all that is.
Yeah.
But the game is still releasing. The game is still releasing on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Regardless of the issues that they may be having right now, but we'll get to those a little bit later. To add on to the whole push back the official release, there's still a lot of people complaining that they haven't gotten pre-order codes, that they haven't gotten any early start keys or anything like that, and really a lot of people are bashing Square Enix over that when really it's the distributor's fault.
Yep.
Square Enix. I saw a couple tweets where people were like, hey, Square Enix, you really dropped the ball. You're a really horrible company. You should hire people to do this stuff. I'm like, they did. They hired tons of distributors for it, and the distributors dropped the ball. So, It's not really something Square Enix can do. I mean, Nailak, did you have some thoughts on that?
No, it's just, go yell at GameStop or Amazon or whoever you got your stuff from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they did say that the pre-order codes would be limited. There were some vendors that stopped handing them out, but you need to do if you're trying to buy a game within 24 hours of an early launch, you need to do your homework and make sure you're going to get what you're paying for or get what you're requesting before you do that, because, time is of the essence, and don't wait till
Get on it.
Yeah, don't procrastinate. Don't wait till last minute to do stuff.
Yeah, well, there was an issue where PS3 pre-orders through through a specific time frame in August, there was an issue with Sony's online store, and Sony.
Oh, the PSN network.
Yeah, Sony did take fault for that, but still people are bashing Square Enix over it, and really it's not their fault, guys. It's not. They have enough to worry about. Trust me.
Seriously.
All right, so with that, let's move along to community service. I sentence you to community service. Arcanists everywhere and extremely powerful. So, in Phase 4 beta, and we haven't really heard too much about it in early access because, well, no one can play, but apparently a lot of people were upset because they're really strong. Like, they can tank literally anything up to level 10 as a level 1, and really, I don't see a problem with that, because I'm sure it's going to scale. They're not going to be able to, solo level 50s as, a level 20 or something like that. And, I don't know. What's your take on it, Ern?
Your survivability is insane. Your carbuncle pretty much tanks unless you are, pulling some crazy aggro off of him. But it's pretty OP. It really is. But it's not so bad that I don't feel they could nerf it in the future. I don't foresee it because, like you said, it's going to scale. It's going to scale as you get a little bit higher. You get a second carbuncle later on at 20 that is a legit tank. So it is designed to have tanking abilities. We had groups of Arcanists queuing for the Duty Finder, and they were tanking. The carbuncles were tanking the whole damn instance. So it was crazy, and people are saying that it's OP, but I think it's too soon to tell. Unless we see some level 50s that are soloing NMs and stuff like that, then yeah, obviously that might need some tweaking. But it's good, it's powerful, but I think it's gonna scale. I really do.
And I mean, it's a patch can change everything overnight, so it's not even something to worry about right now. Nailak, what do you think?
I think it'll scale. It's a fleeting. Even when you're leveling up, it seems to taper off a little bit. It's not as insane as you go up, even though it's still pretty good. But yeah, unless you're fighting named or doing level 50 dungeons all by your lonesome, just dragging 3 other people through on the Arcanist, I think it's fine.
When you look at all of the classes in A Realm Reborn, they're all really damn powerful. They all feel much more powerful than they did in Final Fantasy 14, before A Realm Reborn. And the Arcanist, I think it's the first pet class, so that's kind of new to 14, and they're still kind of testing the waters with it. I think Phase 4 was a good way to see, and level 20 was a cap, so if there was something broken, they could fix it without it being too exploited and people leveling up like crazy to 50. So I think we'll see some adjustments to it.
Yeah, I do think we'll see some adjustments, but I don't think it's going to get completely nerfed to where nobody's going to want to play it anymore.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
And plus, people might not be used to the idea of a pet class, especially on this game. Why is it able to do things in play? Well, it's the pet class. It's supposed to be able to tank. Okay, they got the tank guy out, so it can tank. So, you're the player tank. That's the way it's supposed to work.
It existed in Final Fantasy XI. It's okay. Yeah. It's going to be okay, guys.
It's going to be okay. Calm down.
Everything's going to be fine.
Yeah, just wait until primals, the summoners can get primals, and they'll be like, why can't they play with Ifrit? What the heck? And it's just that's their class.
That's the idea.
Yeah. Now there's a kind of another topic that's a little sensitive to some people, legacy server versus new server, and the thoughts of a legacy, player versus new players. So I took some time to create, a character on a legacy server and a character on a new server, and kind of see the differences between the two. I even had my existing character and then a new character on a legacy server, just to see what the difference there was as well.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately, I was so frustrated with the legacy servers when this is a brand new game. Everything else feels brand new, yet everyone's already got like max characters, AF armor, all this stuff. Gabu mounts. Oh God, Gabu mounts. They're back. I just want to stab them in the face. It took away a lot of the magic of a launch of a game. Whenever I played on the new server, however, everybody kind of was in the same boat. There weren't a whole bunch of Arcanists everywhere. There was a lot of, mixed classes, and everybody kind of like running around and figuring things out and discovering things. And I thought that was a really unique, experience for a game that was basically rebirthed. The servers are still kind of being figured out as far as population wise. I don't know if we're gonna have to move off of Hyperion because that server is packed, and some people can't make on Hyperion; they're making on other servers, and it's still kind of all over the place. But whenever they bring in world transfers, it's certainly something I'll want to take a look at. But Ern, what do you think?
Well, and me coming from the opposite side of your view on that, with the legacy server kind of being a pain in the butt for you. We as legacy players didn't have a choice to really go anywhere but another legacy server. So the people that wanted to play with us, and my Final Fantasy XI crew came out of the woodworks for this. Our free company already has 125 members in it before the beta was even done, because everybody just the game looked interesting to them, and we all kind of communicated via Facebook or whatever over the last 6 months. Everybody making sure that we could coordinate a server transfer, because my server turned to a JP server when 2.0 came out. So we had to, well, we didn't have to move, but we made the decision as a group to move to Excalibur as a group, and we coordinated it, and we invited everybody, and come to find out that the Reddit crew was going to our server.
No.
There was there were some big groups that had, after we made our decision, and we had to do those server transfers a couple months ago.
Right.
After the fact, we found out all these crews were going to be on our server, and it was just, between Excalibur and Hyperion happened to be the two heaviest populated legacy servers. So I do feel your pain. I do, because it can be overwhelming to get on a server with a bunch of 50s and stuff like that. And I know I was ticking off that level 12 that I was trying to do hunt logs on level 3 rats. You know what I mean? Like, I know I was ticking people off because I was one-shotting their mobs that they were trying to level on, so I could get those out of the way. But I didn't have a choice. I have to do that for my conjurer. So I do feel your pain, but at the same time, like, I would have liked the choice to go to a non-legacy, I think. Looking back now at like the server problems that they've been having and stuff like that, I mean, I see why they segregated us, because the economy is going to be out of whack versus a new server. But we're finding that the new players gain a lot from us at the same time too. Our knowledge base, our ability to hop on any job and help them with whatever they need. Things like that. So at least in my little world, our link shell, our free company or whatever, we're useful to the new players. We're not really quite annoying to them, but that, it could go either way.
How about you, Nalak?
I don't really have a problem with it so far. I'm actually kind of glad that I stuck with my original character, because when I'm leveling up jobs that are lower, it just feels like it's going slower. And just in the back of my head, I know that I leveled up a guy. And so I'd like go back to my bard. I'm like, oh my God, this is so much better. Just because it's right back. I'm not good at all with alts. So if I was rolling a new guy, I would just be resenting it the entire time. And the only real thing I really didn't like is those Gabu mounts. I don't like seeing them run around. but that's more of a visual aesthetic. Even if people
Yep.
could still get them, I'd still hate them.
You guys will be happy to know that I stashed mine and I have not brought it out since we came back. So I have others. I have a Legacy Chocobo, and I just got my unicorn last night. So
Oh my god.
Unicorn.
I have a unicorn. Yay! Yay! Oh, don't give me that.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with the Legacy server. I don't know. They said they're going to have the server transfers. Well, I don't know now. They seem to be running into a lot of speed bumps, so it might be a while longer, but 2-3 weeks after release. So we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. Now, on the other side of that, a lot of people probably picking up A Realm Reborn aren't Legacy members. And I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about, kind of the benefits of a Legacy member and what it kind of means and why we are considered Legacy members. And really, so there was a time frame where if you played for 3 months straight and you were paying them a subscription fee to play the inferior Final Fantasy XIV at that point to kind of like show that, hey, we support you and we're back in this project. We know you have a lot on your plate, but we're here to support. They gave you the Legacy status. Now, it's nothing that fancy. It really isn't. You get a special Chocobo, and you have a couple dollars cheaper subscription fee, and really that's about it. The benefits kind of.
You get your name in the credits.
I mean,
that's OP.
If you filled out the form.
If you fill out the form, and they have the choice, they have the option of not putting your name in there, and all this other stuff.
Good.
Yeah,
that's good.
So it just comes down to a Chocobo and a cheaper subscription fee. Now, I think the cheaper subscription fee, that's probably the biggest benefit for me, but. There's so many mounts, everything like that. Everybody who pre-ordered gets another mount at 20, so it's kind of it's the whole Legacy member status is kind of like washed away. So it's not a really big deal, and don't feel left out if you're not a Legacy member.
Yeah, don't feel bad that you're not Legacy.
It's not a big deal now, but it was kind of early on because Legacy people got instant access to all the betas and stuff. So it was a big deal when people were really they're chomping at the bit to get into the beta and stuff like that. Now that we're closer to the launch, it's lost its luster. Sure, I get to save $3 a month on my subscription, but I'm going to use my unicorn, so the Chocobo is not a thing for me anymore. And it's like, it's I don't know, like you're right. It has lost its luster a little bit, but quite early on, it was a pretty big deal for people because they didn't quite get what it was about or how they got it and why they couldn't have it. And you got in the beta without even having to apply. That's not fair, things like that. But
yeah, but I mean, also on that same token, a lot of those people that were saying, "Oh, that's not fair," were the same ones that were saying, "Oh, wow, Final Fantasy XIV is a bunch of crap and don't play the game." After they found out that they were redoing the entire game and it was too late to get Legacy, that's when everybody started complaining about it because the people who were diehard fans were the ones actually supporting it. So now we're going to talk about some of the bigger complaints. All of the early access issues, the player complaints, stuff about the duty finder and server issues and things. So, oh man, I guess Nailak, why don't you start off with this?
I don't know. Well, I was thinking about it. It's like, I guess my problem with people complaining is, I don't know, they're just complaining like way too hard. I mean, it sucks that people can't get in, but they are just going full on yelling at Square Enix and just in general. It's like, you don't know what you're doing. I played other games. They released day one perfectly fine. WoW was great. And just God. Anything like just stuff that's blatantly not true and trying to make them feel bad, like not even bring up a legit point, on Twitter.
I've heard so many people say like, WoW didn't have these issues. I'm like, you obviously did not play World of Warcraft. You obviously were not there for the launch. World of Warcraft was completely unplayable for the first month of the game launching. And they had the same problem. The problem was they had way too many players just trying to play at one time. You couldn't log in. There was, all the server downs, everything like that. So, Ern, what are your thoughts?
My views on this, there's two parts to it. the first part is, sure, they're having issues, and sure, everybody's irritated, and sure, people are griping up and down about this. You're always going to have the ragers, even if it's a flawless launch, as far as we're concerned. The people that expect hiccups and things like that. A flawless launch, there's no such thing. There is no such thing as a flawless launch. I don't care who you are. But,
well, actually, I mean, to kind of counterpoint that, Final Fantasy XIV, the original, had a flawless launch. But that's just because no one was playing it.
Right, exactly. Exactly. Well, and I made a comment to my Link Shell leader last night about how, 1.0 they didn't have the server issues that we're having with this time around, but the game was bad. Now we've got a fantastic game with server issues. So it's just ironic the flipperoo of problems that we have with this version, but
yeah.
I think
and this is after they opened up 4 more servers.
Yeah. So, well, yeah. I think my biggest problem, and this is the only piece of the puzzle that I've even griped about it all, is the fact that Square has had a severe issue with letting us know what's going on. Mm-hmm. They have not put out any updates. The servers are crashed for a good hour before they even say, oh, we're having server issues. Emergency maintenance. Yeah, we've had a few of those this weekend so far. But either way, they're not doing that great of a job communicating the problems to us, or that we're working on it, or that we acknowledge it and stuff like that. And that was the biggest problem with what the normal people had. And I'm not talking about the ragers that get mad because the server hiccuped for 10 minutes. I'm talking about the people that genuinely understand that there's going to be problems and they want to do what they can to help fix it. But that was our biggest problem, was the fact that they weren't being too transparent with the updates and things like that. So,
well, to play devil's advocate, there's a couple things at play here. So, first off, I don't think we can really fathom how many players are trying to play this game right now. There's a lot. There's more than I can even imagine right now.
Yep.
And the problem is, every time there's a Twitter update, they go click that link and the forums go down. Lodestone, thankfully I haven't seen it go down yet. But everybody's like posting blog posts and just going nuts on there, and it's impossible to keep up with anything. The news posts, the problem I have with those is, like you said, the communication. But we have to remember, they are the community voice for people in Japan. So they're getting communication from Japan. It's being then translated and then distributed, and the problem is they started getting trying to hurry up and get it out there. And you read some of these posts that it's like, that makes absolutely no freaking, is this English? Like, did they just stop, like, oh, we need to get this out more, just put it in Google Translate and throw it, just so
well, and that's and to touch on
thing.
Yeah, and to touch on that, I do have to commend them for the ability to get that verbiage out to us a little better this time around than they did before. I remember the translations from 1.0 were atrocious. It was like a puzzle to try to figure out what they were trying to tell you, and they've done a stellar job of translating what they're trying to say to us this time around. So
even our earlier podcast episodes, we would read the letters intentionally because they were so bad. And
yes.
Yeah, so
tripping over
words. What does this mean? What is this feature? I don't know what this means.
Yeah, so it's and even then, we still get some of those weird articles and things, but it is frustrating, But some people are starting to get lighthearted about it. Like, someone went on their Facebook page and the Final Fantasy XIV one, and made like this list. He's like, I will forgive everything as long as we have like Makote Mondays, and we have like a football helmet full of cottage cheese and all this other stuff. And then Yossi P responded with, we do not negotiate with terrorists. So
that's awesome. I do like that he's got a sense of humor.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so Naylock, we've played games for a really long time together. We've been through a lot of MMO launches, and I'm sure you've been through your fair share as well. I've never seen so many people at one time in an MMO.
Me neither.
Yeah. It's crowded. I mean, I don't know. It didn't feel that crowded. It feels that everyone's kind of spread out, but like there's a lot of people, and it's nuts. I mean, on the business side of it, they could instantly solve it by getting more hardware. Like, okay, we're just going to open 10 more servers and get all this new hardware. But all these people aren't going to stick around, and that would be a huge waste of money on their part.
Here's the thing. You can't just say, "Oh, we're going to get more hardware and we'll fix this like right now," because to build out a server takes about 2 weeks to get all that physical hardware together.
Yeah.
So
I mean, they could have done it like ahead of time or whatever, but
yeah, and they did roll out 4 new servers. So
yeah, they probably had that in the back pocket, like, oh well, just in case. That was probably their backup. Like, okay, if this doesn't fix it, we're gonna have to try some really new stuff.
Right. And but they went with
something.
They went with a whole new provider for their servers. They went a whole new provider for their databases and data centers. They did everything in their power to try and make this as smooth as possible. And really, we're going to talk more about the game in general and how we commend them and everything. But this is a small hiccup. I can guarantee you a month from now, people are going to forget about this.
Right.
Once it's all ironed out.
Well, and the problem that I would foresee happening if they decided, let's say they got stuff together in a week and next Friday they open up a new server. We already have problems on the existing servers. It's not, I mean, they have turned off new character creation on a lot of the servers off and on since beta 4. And our personal situation, we have like 150 people that we're either going to have to coordinate another server transfer if they allow us, or create new on a different server. That's neither of those, that's not going to happen. So, and a lot of the people that are on legacy servers are there because other people are there that they're playing with. The majority of the people, new players that aren't tied to a legacy, didn't go to a legacy server. They went to a new server. They went to an uncrowded server. So it still wouldn't fix the existing problems. It would fix future problems, but I can't see it being a quick fix for the existing stuff.
I think what we're going to see is some servers turned into legacy servers and voluntary migrations enabled.
Yeah.
So if you want to, guys, we're spinning up 2 new servers. They're going to be marked as legacy. If you guys want to bring your, whole free company over, please do. We need to get you guys off these servers. Yeah. And, it was in 11. 11 had initial problems like this too. So it's not a new thing for them. And I can certainly see that happening. But it was kind of funny. I was looking through Twitter more, and there was, so the Duty Finder instance server was going down because tons of people were trying to hit it. And there's this image on Twitter, and I'll post it up on LodestoneRadio.com, of a line of people, seriously, like a physical line of
like
people.
Like an RP style line where people were lining up to get into it. Out of courtesy?
Yeah, lining up to get into an instance, and nobody was cutting. Like, it was perfectly set up. It looked like they were at like Six Flags or something like that, waiting to get into an amusement park ride. But
that's so awesome.
It was so freaking cool. I mean, Naylock, I sent it to you. What do you think of that, man?
No, I thought it was pretty funny, but then I was looking at it, like, I just got into a dungeon like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I mean,
with the finder. But yeah, I thought that was neat.
It's so strange how, we don't know what their server infrastructure is, but everything has a server. The chat, like the communications has its own server, the login has its own server, character creator does. The serverless has its own server, which is strange, I know, but if one of these things goes down, it just doesn't work for everybody. And they're going to have to look into more servers and clustering more and stuff like that. But yeah, so any more thoughts about, anything that we talked about, Arcanist, Legacy Server, Early Access, anything?
I just think the line is the best thing. I just found it. I think that line is just fantastic, and only in Final Fantasy would that happen.
Exactly. No, I agree. There's
the
no other
cordial.
Yep. The community with even in 11, the final community is just awesome. Everybody gets along and everybody's helpful, and this kind of thing happens, and it's awesome.
I don't know, these new guys that are threatening to sue on Twitter and stuff.
The Ragers, they'll go back to WoW. It's fine.
Yeah, hopefully it filters
they're
out.
Making me embarrassed. Yeah,
that's probably what they're waiting on. The Square Enix, like, I ain't making room for these guys. Wait for them to leave. I think everything will probably start fixing itself.
Well, it was. I got in and I was playing yesterday, and somebody was asking about PvP immediately. He's like, "Hey, is PvP enabled? When's it coming out?" And I was like, "Oh God, I know that if I respond to this guy, he's just gonna rage at me." And I was like, "Well, that's going to be available in the next patch." He's like, "Oh, okay, thank you. I was just looking forward to it." I'm like, "Wow, that surprised me." So he said thank you and spoke in like full English. So yeah,
Yes.
it's and oh man, these Twitter battles are really starting to get like political because people are like having arguments, and then they're looking at where they're from, and then they're bringing out like the race and like country cards and stuff, and like, oh my gosh, yeah, it's bad. Like some guy from Brazil and Portugal were like going at it, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. So
You need to fix the servers to prevent a hate crime. Jeez.
yeah, exactly. There's going to be a World War III based on like Final Fantasy 14 not having their servers up.
What started this? I don't know. Something about a video game?
Yeah. Oh God, I don't even want to get on that subject. Okay. So why don't we go on to meat and potatoes?
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes.
We're going to be talking about a lot of different topics, basically like Final Fantasy 14 as a whole, compared to other MMOs and compared to 11 and the original 14 and a whole bunch of different just really cool things that they're doing with Final Fantasy 14, as well as in just with other devices and platforms and everything in general. So with that, how about we talk about the environments? That was the thing that really caught me the most from going from 11 to not 11, but going from 14 to A Realm Reborn. It was unbelievable. Like Gridania was the first thing that we saw, and it was great. I was like, oh man, anything is better than that freaking maze, But you really didn't get the full influence of what they were trying to do until you stepped outside of Limsa Lominsa or Alda.
Yep.
And I stepped outside of, because I get into the game, I get into Alda, and I'm like, well, this looks exactly the same. Alda is just the city or something like that. Really, I think that's the only thing they ever reused was the cities, some of the mobs, the races, and then everything else is completely redone.
Yes.
Yeah, terrain is completely different. I remember outside Alda, I was going insane how different it was.
Yeah, it's like, I keep thinking to myself, like, oh, I know how to get to Gridania. And then I think and look at the map. I'm like, I have no idea where the hell I'm going. Like,
no, you don't.
You had to keep your map. You had to keep your map open 24/7 to navigate through the shrouds and stuff like that. Back then, it's so much better now, and you can tell that they like 1.0. For those of you that didn't play 1.0, there was no zoning. It was completely open. And the terrain repeated itself a billion times until you got to the next, well, you guess you could call it zone, but you didn't actually zone. You just...
Well, the next area.
Yeah,
it's like a different theme.
Next area,
like, oh,
yeah.
You're in forest land. Now it's time to go to desert land.
Exactly.
Then you would zone.
Now they have zoning, which enabled them to make the terrain and the environment way more detailed. They could fit it in there better, and it shows. It's amazing. I mean, you get so enveloped in your surroundings and the trees and the mobs and the creek and you know what I mean? It's gorgeous. I absolutely love it. They did a stellar job on the environment this time.
I guess what the key thing you can really say about the new environments is they look natural. Yes. The lay of the land flows naturally. Everything looks legit. It doesn't look like a game. It looks like, this could be an actual like book, or this could be a movie, and this is what the actual natural terrain looks like. The only other game that's ever really been that sort of interwoven is probably Vanguard. With how just natural everything looked and the whole world worked together. With Final Fantasy 14 A Realm Reborn, that they have completely blown away every single expectation you could have possibly had for what would make a better Final Fantasy 14. Especially in the time frame that they had. I don't know how they did it. It's unbelievable.
I guarantee they called in a lot of favors and backups and a lot of devs from other projects and whatnot.
There was a lot of blood spilled to get that.
Yeah, because again, they weren't just working on A Realm Reborn; they were working on 14 as well. And updating that and improving that, and they changed the combat system in that game and improved it and added classes, jobs and everything like that, and they did a lot in 1.0, and then we get a Realm Reborn, and it's just completely different.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, completely different. To add on to the environments and stuff, the weather is also pretty crazy. Like when the night sky, so there's some nights where it's just like the clearest freaking night sky you have ever seen, and you see galaxies and things like that in the sky. Then there's some nights where it's cloudy and you can't really see anything. The only thing, okay, I gotta say, you guys talked about the lightning and everything. I haven't seen it yet. I hear it's amazing.
It is.
Okay.
Didn't you were on we were on Skype when I first saw it? I was like giddy. I was like, "Oh my god, what is that?
Like, wow, what is that, man?" There's like,
oh my god.
The clouds are like have lightning traveling in them. It looks amazing. I'm like, whatever you say. I don't see nothing. But
and there's like you can get the morning fog in Limsa too, where everything's just kind of hazy for the first hour in the morning. It's perfect. They did awesome.
That.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
I saw the sunrise. It was the first sunrise of like the entire, early access being up, and that looked amazing. The new engine is phenomenal. Yep. The only thing I'm disappointed with is the rain.
Really?
Yeah, and I'll explain why. In 1.0, the rain looked like real rain. Like it looked like they took video of it. Yeah. It looked like they took video of it. It was reflective. It was like, it looked real. Like it was dripping off of like gutters and stuff. Like it just looked real. And here it's like thin like lines, which still looks good, but that's the only thing I'm disappointed with.
Yeah, now that you point that out, I do see what you're saying. It looks a little lighter this time around. It's not as husky as it was before, so to speak.
Fat rain.
Fat rain. Yeah.
Fat rain.
Dodo rain.
Dodo
there
rain.
You go. The Gabu rain. But yeah, I think that they've done an awesome job. The lighting in the game is fantastic, and it runs better. What?
Yes.
The improvement on performance and just the graphics overall is fantastic. Like to be able to run everything at max and just enjoy the game and not have to worry about really anything. Right. It's. I know that it's not going to slow down. I mean, we're talking early access. Everybody that could possibly be there at one time is there, and it's still running like nothing's happening.
Right. No, it's really highly optimized. It's high FPS everywhere you go. Really.
Yeah, I love it. I rarely get to do that because I am really OCD about my frame rate. Like if it goes below 40 at any point, I'm like, all right, I just start cutting features off. No shadows, no weather, just gone. I don't care about only 10 people on screen at a time. But now I just did the preset like highest setting, and then I never had to touch it again, and it's working fine. And it didn't run this well in 1.0.
Yeah, it never ran this good in 1.0.
Yeah.
In fact, I remember alpha where like the max frame rate was like 12.
Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, and along with the performance and the graphics stuff like that, they also said that they're going to release on PlayStation 3, which I've seen some people play. I haven't played it on PS3 myself, but my friends are playing on PS3 and they say they love it. PC looks better obviously, but it runs great, it looks great, plays great on the PS3 just by itself. Well,
that's another thing. Like to touch back on server congestion and stuff like that. We never ended up with a PlayStation release on 1.0, so that. That little field of people that don't really PC game never even took a look at 1.0. So you have all those people coming back too. So
everything from before plus a new platform that never even probably didn't even touch it before.
Exactly. So I just wanted to throw that in there while I was thinking about it.
Along with the PlayStation 3 announcement for Realm Reborn, they also announced it for the PlayStation 4. And what a lot of people don't seem to understand yet, or not be able to fathom, is every single PS4 game has to work with remote play on the PS Vita. That means that a Realm Reborn is going to be playable on your PS Vita anywhere you go. So if you have a PS Vita, first off, go buy one. They just cut the price down to $200, and it's a phenomenal machine. Fantastic. I love playing on it. I have a Vita. My wife has a Vita. Great machine. But if you get a Realm Reborn on the PS4, you could play it anywhere because the PS4 acts as a streaming device, so it's going to stream it all to your Vita, and you can play, at your house or while you're on the go or at work or wherever really. So
in the bathroom.
Yeah, there you go. But it's insane to think of a Realm Reborn playable on a handheld device, and I love what they're doing with this entire game.
Yep, me too.
Loving it.
And I said that back on 1.0, so my credibility isn't the greatest when I say that I love this game, but I have turned over a new leaf, and I mean it this time.
It's getting better.
It's getting better.
Yeah, definitely. So I know, they have a couple different features from other games, that they're kind of mashing together and stuff. They also have level syncing, and Nalak, I know you had a nice opinion about level sync and why you really liked it in 14 as compared to other games.
Yeah, I was thinking about like how much I like how level syncing is so seamless, and like when I use the duty finder and I'm doing the lower end dungeons, and it feels like I'm actually that level, but without making me feel weak. And it works great with the fates. And I was thinking, it's like, well, I know Guild Wars 2 has this, but why I actively hated it on there, and I figured out it was because they forced you into it on Guild Wars 2. Even if you're in like an open area, you had to be low level, and and I'm leveling up, just feeling on Guild Wars 2, just feeling more and more robbed of the power that I was supposedly gaining, because I'm going to older places, but I'm still having to hit things as many times as I ever did. But on 14, if I'm not syncing up with a fate or something, I can still run around like 1-2 shotting things and feeling like I'm actually growing in power. So the fact that it's optional is really nice. I like it.
It's just well done too.
Yeah, they did it really good. It's I imagine with the itemization, they planned it out long term, but everything scales down just beautifully. The items and everything.
The beauty of having it optional is now you have the freedom to move about the zone without feeling like you're going to aggro everything. I mean, that was my problem with Guild Wars 2. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. If I wanted to just travel somewhere instead of spend money to teleport, I still struggled with traveling because you just automatically got synced to whatever zone you were in. So the mobs and everything are your level again. And you can't just, run past everything if you want to get somewhere quickly. It wasn't as easy as it would have been if you didn't have to sink down. You know what I mean? So
right.
Yeah, you don't need all that stuff, and you're causing problems. Like people are trying to kill that, and I'm just running through it. I'm level 40, and
right.
It's like, well, thanks.
But I mean, I really like the fates, which are basically so they're full active time event. That's what fate means, and they're basically just public quests. And I think we first saw public quests in Warhammer Online. That was kind of like its big draw, and then Rift took it and made it better than what it was. And now we see them a whole bunch of different games, but the fates are so well done. Like they don't just you can't predict them. They just kind of happen.
They're like a locationalist. That's one thing I did notice. Like they'll just be somewhere. It's not always at the one tent or where this one spot always breaks out. They happen all over the place and without warning.
Yeah, and people want to do them.
And they don't take forever. That's why people want to do them, is it's not a time-consuming thing to do. And even if you don't want to do it, get off your mount for 5 seconds and tag a few things and keep running. And then you'll get like a third of the credit. It's better than no credit. You know what I mean? So they're really nicely done, and like I said, they don't take very long, so they're definitely appealing. That's for sure.
Yeah, and again, people want to actually do these public quests. The fates always have a good turnout because they're not so predictable. When you see one, it's like, oh, I need to go do it. Like it beckons you to come, kill everything, and it's fantastic.
It kind of encapsulates the essence of an MMO, I think. Just something's happening, and everyone who can see it, who wants to do it, can go do it without any kind of like gating, like, oh, did you get invited, or are you this level, or any of that stuff. It's just things happening. Everyone go over there, kill it.
Did you do the prerequisite?
Yeah. Did you unlock it? Did you get your key access?
Yeah. Oh, you came in at phase 3. Sorry, you're not going to get
Yeah.
any,
Yeah.
experience. So, but yeah, I mean, and then there's a couple, other changes that they made to the game. One thing I noticed was if you hit V on the keyboard, it shows you a backwards facing camera, and immediately I thought, well, that's going to be used for PvP, obviously.
Yep.
Like,
See who's chasing you.
yeah, exactly. And I mean, so there's one thing that they made. Another thing they made is they improved the entire transportation system. So you have a whole bunch of different transportation types. You have the chocobo. I forget what they're called.
Call it a taxi, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, chocobo taxis. I think Naylock got it right with the porters, the chocobo porters. So basically, It's just a taxi. You jump on the chocobo, and it takes you exactly where you want to be. You don't control it or anything. Rental chocobos, then owning chocobos, then a whole bunch of other different mounts. They have boats, ferries, airships, and they also have the teleportation to the Aetherites. Now, what they changed in A Realm Reborn this time around is, before in 1.0, you could just join somebody's group and then they could teleport you everywhere. You didn't have to be there before, anything like that. Now, for a group teleport, you can only teleport if everybody in the group has been to that Aetherite.
You can teleport, they just can't follow you. They're not able to
It'll
follow
just say
you.
they're not going to be able to come with you once you do this.
And I really like this because you have to know that Square Enix is so proud of the world that they've made. They want people to see it at least once.
Yeah, you at least got to walk there once, man. Come on, you can't do it once.
And I found myself in the older betas, knowing that my stuff was going to get deleted and the servers were going down in like 7 hours or whatever. I found myself just doing that, just running places, exploring, seeing stuff. How much I love to take screenshots and so I just really spent a lot of time just exploring and stuff like that to the only available areas that they gave us during the betas. So I haven't even touched half of what I can touch now. So that's definitely something I'm going to get into here in the next few weeks.
Yeah. And I mean, the world feels so much larger.
Yes.
Like so much larger. I don't know how they did it, but back in 1.0, it just seemed like there was the Horizon area, and then kind of up near Ishgard, and then you had
Corythus.
Yeah, Corythus. But I mean, even then, it wasn't that. I mean, it was just
Forest
more of the
2,
same.
Forest 3.
It all seemed like kind of like the same, and it didn't seem very big.
Thing was, it actually was physically big, but it was just very empty. So it was like, well, I don't need to go to half of these places. It was kind of weird what they were going for.
Yeah, and you could just travel in a straight line and get to anywhere. Here, like all the maps are like really like stylized, and they're not like big squares. They are like specifically shaped and flow a certain way. And I still can't imagine how they got this done in a year and a half.
You're never gonna believe it. You should. You're gonna need to investigate it or something. How many people in your art department were in there doing that?
Naylock, we've done game development before. Okay, we went to the same game development college. This is we have a background in this. There's no freak. I don't care how
Like I said, it just had to be sheer people working on it. Like they probably have a bunch of stuff they didn't even end up using. Like, well, this isn't up to standard. It was just like they're just cranking them out. They were just playing the odds. That's the only thing I can think of. Either that or people were getting paid like ridiculous overtime.
But even so, when you look at what they accomplished, first off, they added a couple new races, which actually look like the other races. They fit in with the style perfectly. Usually you get a race added to an MMO and it looks like it stands out or it doesn't look right or something like that, but all these fit. And then you look at the world, and they made the entire world fit too. All the monsters fit with the world, the lighting, everything like that. It all fits. How? When you have so many artists working on one thing, you end up having clashing styles. And it's an incredible. It's unbelievable what they've been able to accomplish. I can't give Square Enix kudos enough. Yes, they're having server issues right now that will be fixed eventually, but this is above and beyond anything any one of us could have hoped for from 1.0.
Yeah, it really kind of adds the whole feel to, like I said earlier, getting enveloped or immersed into your surroundings. All of that stuff takes into it's all part of it. You know what I mean? It's awesome. I'm angry because I can't log in today, but I get it. It'll be fixed. Game's good. Patience is a virtue, right?
Exactly. And it's released now. So it's not like we're waiting, for release to happen. Release is happening Tuesday, but I mean, it's out now. We're not waiting for beta schedules or anything like that. We're not waiting anymore. It's just we're waiting for the servers to be fixed, but we know that the game is out now. So.
Yep.
And then so Nalak, you noticed something about Bard that was different that you were like, what? So so what did you notice exactly?
Well, it was in beta phase 4 that I noticed it. Like, I thought it was a bug or something, and I asked, literally, I just looked, 50 level 50 bards, and I asked like 6 of them, like, so did you notice you can't use your conjure abilities anymore? And they're like, oh yeah, I can't. I wonder what that's about. And then there was even like bug reported and stuff, and I'm looking through release notes, like, did they change something? And then later on, we figure out, the way they're going with it now is. Because before, you got your conjure up to 15, and you had to have your archer at 30, and then you could go bard. And I guess they changed it to you get your pugilist up to 15 and your archer to 30, and they're not going to be able to use conjure abilities anymore. And they're going to be more DPS focused, I guess, is what they're aiming for. But I was like, everyone's like, whoa, that's kind of a big deal. But there was no notes about it or anything.
Yeah, they did that with all the classes too. Like even my white mage conjurer has different I guess sub-jobs, for lack of a better term. I now have Thaumaturge and Arcanist, whereas before a warrior was part of my build. So they changed that up on almost all the classes as far as I know.
I don't know, I just found it surprising on Bard because that was their best support came from Conjurer.
Yeah.
Because their songs are just not that good. And then even in the if you look at the intro video on the game, like if you just let the menu stand, like don't go to the server and watch a video run, they'll show the Bard throwing like a protective shield over, I guess it's
Yes.
Marauder. I was like, yeah, they can't even do that anymore. That's not a thing that happens anymore. I guess we'll just have to pretend that's an archer throwing the conjure abilities on the guy.
Jeez. It's I think they're just trying to do that to plan for more of the expanding classes later on,
How they're going to branch out, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, in a good way to see how they're trying to go is with Arcanist, they can go either Scholar or Summoner. And obviously, so take Gladiator, for example, it can go either Paladin or I'm assuming Dark Knight whenever they release that. And other things like that. I'm looking forward to seeing new classes and.
I wouldn't be surprised if what they kind of did that for having a different support job under Archer, like the Corsair or something.
Right.
Well, this is like much more support oriented instead of kind of splitting the difference with Bard. It was kind of in the middle there.
The other thing I noticed was the Lalafels look a little different. I think they changed their animations for running.
Something's different with them. I can't put my finger on it, but they did revamp some of the character stuff.
Yeah, they redid them. It's all very subtle though. It's like they managed to make everyone look like they're still 1.0, but they're also different, which is good. But I don't know. I look at races I haven't seen in a while, and it's kind of off-putting. Like, what is that? Oh. I don't remember seeing that race. I was like, oh, it's them. Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, and other awesome stuff that they've really worked on is really the combat. Like every single class feels completely different. Everyone feels really powerful. All of the combos, the abilities, everything it's just awesome. And the AI for the enemies, it's like they're really smart. They did the whole Final Fantasy XII thing where you can see the lines of who's gonna add or attack you after you hit somebody, and then they have the telegraphing abilities, which is, I mean, all of it together just feels really, really solid and a lot more engaging.
Oh, I agree. You can tell who that mob is attacking very, very early on. You don't have to worry about somebody building aggro or anything to make sure that the mob's going to stay out. You can tell there's arrows pointing at the person it's attacking. You know what I mean? So it's kind of neat. And then the AoE is very prominent. You can tell the conal abilities. There's red on the ground. There's circles around them for AoE. It's really nice. It's almost foolproof as far as, making sure you stay out of the fire. Get out of the fire.
Yeah, I did notice that there's a little bit of a problem when the servers are getting hit like this. If you're not out instantly, it'll still think you were in it.
Yep.
But I'm just mostly soloing, so it hasn't been a huge problem. But I imagine in a group scenario that could be a problem.
Speaking of fire, the fire effects look amazing.
Yeah, they do.
Me and Nailak were talking about oh man, this fire looks awesome, but I'm getting so beat up right now. I hope we don't do it again.
I just want to keep getting hit though. It looks so awesome.
This fire that's killing me looks great. I'm torn. What should I do? Should I stop him or die?
Yeah, everything looks fantastic, and I can't. We're going through a rough patch right now, just with the server, stuff. But that just means people want to play, and that just means good things for A Realm Reborn. I can't wait for everything to be smoothed out, and we can actually play and enjoy the game, and for years to come, hopefully. Final Fantasy XI is still going strong, and I have a feeling that 14 will too. So.
I agree.
Yeah, they laid a lot of good. Very good groundwork. As a person who's played specific MMOs for 10 years, they got a lot of future proofing in here. I like it. I'm looking forward to things being added on.
I like it a lot.
Yeah. And I got to do some of my story quests yesterday, and oh man, I'm excited for Crystal Tower. I'm just gonna say that. Oh my god, Crystal Tower! Looking forward to that. I love the story. I love where they're going with it. Everything like that. So, feel free to register at lodestoneradio.com. We're getting tons of new members every single day. It's ridiculous. We haven't had an episode in eight months, but still we got tons of people registering. It's awesome.
Yay.
Getting spammed with it in my mail. It's okay, I get it. Popular. All right.
And a lot of people have been asking us to come back and everything, so we're here. Don't worry, we're going to be recording episodes. Next episode's probably going to be, how the first week went, everything like that. Follow up to patch notes and things, so I look forward to that. Also, go on iTunes, rate us, do a review and stuff. But yeah, so it's been really awesome. So excited for A Realm Reborn. I know we all are. But yeah, it's I couldn't ask for anything else, really.
It's so great.
Aside from the server issues, it's perfect as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the server issues are to be expected.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, those will be gone soon enough. No server issues.
Yep. But that's all for today's show. Be sure to listen and check us out at lodestoneradio.com. And for Ern and Nailak, I'm Sayino. Thanks for listening. Take care.
Toodles.
Bye-bye. Hello everyone, my name is Sayino, and wait, what the fuck? I forgot my own intro.
Oh.
As soon as you started talking, I was like,
I know, what? We're off to a smashing start.
Hold on, I gotta hear my own intro.
Oh, I knew I should have drank a bunch of wine before I did this.
Oh no.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay.
What do you
Can I do the whole podcast?
sounds like a transvestite. Hey, baby.
It's my turny voice. Can I do the whole podcast?
Hey, big daddy.
Like it's like Jim Carrey from In Living Color. I love a strong man with a tan.
With the tan.
I don't think you can handle this, baby. Anyway, I'm like gonna hurt my lung. Oh, okay. So
Where's the Ark of the Seven?
Because you got your servers are down, and every time I try to log in, all I get error 37, error 37. I keep trying to log in, and I get error 37, error 37. Why the fuck is it 37? What the f*** are the other 36? Shouldn't this be error number 1? Error number 1, I can't log the f*** in? Holy shit! What the f*** is number 35? Someone shot somebody running the servers? Did one of the hamsters get loose? I spent all night trying to get the collector's edition. I stood in line at Walmart. I could barely stand up. I stood in line. I can't even play my game. And okay, I finally get Bill logged in. I finally get that past error 37. What do I get? Error 3006. Can't load your character screen. Error 3006. How many errors did you guys count to? And what am I expecting next? Error 9,999. Holy shit, over 9,000!
This episode is brought to you by the generous donations from Bayoneto Yosef of the Midgard Swarmer server, Dan Snow of the Ultros server, Maro Facultas of the Gilgamesh server, and Gladiator Articuno of the Midgard Swarmer server.
This is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello everyone and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I'm your host Saino, and with me as always is Ern.
Hi, guys.
And Naylock.
Hello.
It is episode 10, woo! September 1st, 2013, and finally the big 1-0.
The big 1-0.
Big 1-0.
Yeah, the big 1-0, man. This is our like...
Double digits, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
We're totally having a party at Chuck E. Cheese later tonight.
I'm not allowed in there anymore.
Creeper status?
No, I keep jumping up on the skee ball machine and throwing them in the...
Total riffraff.
Alrighty, so so let's get right into it because we've got a lot to cover this show. A lot happened this week, so Ern, why don't we go into personal updates?
Well, I just finished up most of my storyline. I'm not totally done yet, but the majority of it's done. I'm sitting on the Garuda fight right now. If anybody's been through it, you know what I'm talking about.
Fun.
Yeah, it's kind of it's not an easy fight, and I'm waiting for some Link Shell mates to kind of catch up so we can go as a group. You know, and just to touch on that, the biggest complaint of Final Fantasy XI was the content was like not solo friendly. You had to group with everybody to do everything.
Right.
And they took it to such an extreme on this version that you have to do everything solo. You can't group up with your friends to go get your White Mage body piece or whatever the case may be. So they kind of took it a little too extreme, if you ask me. I'd like to invite my friends, scale the fight, depending on how many people you bring in. You know, it was a little boring. You know what I mean? Like, I don't play MMOs to play by myself. The main storyline anyways is all doing stuff by yourself minus the dungeons. So, but I got a lot of the story out of the way. Got my full AF gear, and that's about it.
All right, nice. And how about you, Naylock?
Okay, I went from 43 to 50. I finished all my Bard stuff. I finished the storyline quest, and I got my Magitech mount. Yeah, so I got all my Bard armor, and now I'm working on Artifact Weapon and my Grand Company. I'm at my second to last rank on my Grand Company, so I just need one more rank. And I need to run this dungeon, which is the end fight is somewhat like Garuda, actually. Garuda really shows the problem I have with those AE systems where it's like there's like a half-second delay between everything.
Oh, yeah.
Because you'll keep seeing people die. Like you got to hide behind these statues, and people will die behind them, but because they went at it the last second.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Yeah, it's gonna be some server lag still, but you know, hopefully that'll change pretty soon. My updates. I gained a level. Woo!
Yay!
That sounds ridiculous, I know, but I was level 41 for the longest time, and yeah, just the fights are awesome. The dungeons are awesome. I didn't think I was going to like the dungeons too much, but they did a really good job with those. And I felt kind of sad because, we're all like 40 plus characters and we went into this dungeon because I needed it for the quest. And a bomb just wipes us all out because in the copper, and I think it was Copper Bell or something. Yeah, and it just... Yeah, it was bad. But, so, I mean, it was a heck of a lot of fun. I'm having a ton of fun in the game. It's kind of hard to get into the server sometimes, whenever everything's full, but I play at night anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. So, all right, so why don't we move on to equipment breaking news?
All right, looking good there. And equipment breaking news.
A Realm Reborn shatters concurrent user record. Now, this is, again, last episode we were talking about, I can't even imagine how many people are playing this game right now. It's got to be crazy, right? Well, Realm Reborn launched, and they reached 230,000 users all at once. A lot of people look at the number 230,000 and they think of WoW, and they're like, well, WoW have 12 million subscribers and stuff. Well, concurrent users and subscribers are two different things. And I'm not saying that WoW doesn't have bigger concurrent user numbers. What I'm saying is that the record for a Japanese-operated game concurrent user number was set twice. The first time by Square Enix with the Realm Reborn open beta, which was 150,000, and then again when the game actually launched. Now, I mean, obviously, when we look at these numbers here, like what we saw in beta was 150,000 people. And that means that they were basically prepared for at least 150,000 people. Like, that's what they were expecting to get. It's rare that you blow your open beta numbers out of the water come launch day.
That is weird to me, that the open beta was less than the actual release, but I guess people were not interested in open beta.
It's usually the other way around.
Yeah. I guess it's like,
well,
I'm waiting until it releases or something. Or they heard about everyone talking about open beta, and then it was over, and then they came. I suppose that's what could happen.
And I think that's it too, because the NDA was on severe lockdown for a long time, and people weren't allowed to post screenshots for a really long time. And once that kind of got lifted, it was a partial lift. I think the word got out, and people started getting intrigued about it, and they started looking into how to apply for the beta and things like that. So I do know that beta 4 was a significant number of users more than the other betas for obvious reasons, because it was considered open beta. If you applied, you got in.
Right.
But yeah, it is strange that those numbers are reversed, because you would expect a whole bunch of people play the beta and then they just might not like it, or they don't decide they're going to purchase it right away. So, those numbers dwindle off come launch day. But it's been completely opposite, and the servers are suffering because of it. But
yeah, I was figuring like it would die down at some point. It's like, no, it just keeps growing and growing. Like, I've never seen anything like it before, to be honest with you. We saw a couple announcements, like they suspended the digital sales of all copies of 14. Who knows how many physical copies were out there, but people keep finding a way to find them and buy them and get into the game. Then they had, login capacity restrictions and stuff like that. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on as well. But they did say that on September 4th, they are going to do some kind of maintenance to add more servers. And Yoshi P has promised that we all get 7-day extension on our free play period. So that's pretty damn cool.
Yay! Right, and just to clarify on that, I had some people assume that meant that they're not getting their 30 days that they paid for with the game. This just means that it's going to be an extra 7 days before your 30 days starts kicking in.
Exactly.
Or before us legacy players are going to be charged, or before, you know what I mean? So if you didn't go in and sub for it, or you didn't purchase the game, you get 7 extra days to play before you have to make that decision. So your 30 days will start ticking after this extension.
Exactly.
Just wanted to clarify that, because I was in an argument with somebody about that earlier today.
What were they saying? 7 free days after 30 days or something?
I have no idea what they thought it meant, but I cleared them up and we're good now. But
good.
I mean, it like anytime it's gotten to a point where if any of you guys follow me on Google Plus, I look like I work for Square Enix. Like, seriously, like all of my posts are, I post as much information as possible. And anytime I post just even a screenshot, I get 2 or 3 people that want to go into rage mode and scream about the servers. And it's getting so bad that it's every single time I post something now. So I'm trying to educate these people into get them off rage mode or stop posting on my pictures. God.
just keep telling them they're wrong so they leave you alone. I doubt they're going to stop raging.
No.
They'll just rage somewhere else. I mean, there's way too many people doing server raging right now. It's a little ridiculous.
I just feel like after I explain, 60% of the people that I talk to, after I explain to them what's actually happening, they calm down. They really do. It's just a lot of people aren't educated. They don't read notes. They don't keep up with stuff. And so they just automatically think that the sky's falling. So, just keep up on notes, people. And that's partly why we're here. So enjoy.
And, some people, it's, some of the stuff that we talk about and everything, it seems like we work for Square Enix, but we just understand what's going on in the background. We're not trying to defend them. If Square Enix were in the wrong here, we would totally say so. But it's kind of out of their hand at the moment. They have a hit here, and they're doing their best to kind of facilitate that. So it's a really tough situation, especially when we look at the numbers here and they don't add up. So I can totally understand why they had a little too fewer servers than what they may have thought they needed. But I'm worried that come Wednesday, they may not even have enough servers to facilitate the numbers that are going to keep growing, I think.
Yeah, we're hoping that they're going to open up server transfers again when that happens, because you can like we talked about this last week, you can open up new servers, but that's not going to fix the problem on the legacy servers that already have 1 billion people on them. So I hope that they open up server transfers for like entire free companies that want to move to a new fresh server, or even just label them legacy and have the legacy players move to them. You know what I mean? So
I think they're going to have some server migrations enabled.
Yes.
They already have it as one of their Moogle services, so I do expect to see that.
Yep, I hope so.
How about you, Nalok?
I'm hoping. I'm almost sure going to be moving because I haven't thrown any roots down or anything, so I can just take off.
No. Hey, wherever you move to, I want to move to. So we'll keep in touch.
Yeah.
If I can move somewhere, that's fine. And if if I need to remake a new character, I really don't care. I don't care.
There's that.
And I kind of want to do a little blurb here real quick, because I feel like I'm missing so much because I'm not getting any new equipment. I'm not finding anything interesting. I'm just kind of going everywhere, one-shotting things, finishing the quests, and then just getting gold coins to just sell back. And it feels kind of unfulfilling. It's not like I'm not getting that cool, like, oh, wow, I found a new cool loot. Like, I mean, what's the next armor set? My AF. So I already know what I'm getting. But they have all this new equipment and kind of like, the struggle of, hey, this little area here is supposed to be a little tougher. And I'm just going in, wiping everything out, and just, I don't know. So I may try it, making a new character, and just kind of fiddling with that for like a few weeks or something. I don't know.
Just a touch on that, we did have some 1.0 players that came back that had, level 30-ish, 40-ish characters that they really stopped playing back in 1.0, that came back and they kind of felt the same way, where it was like, well, this is like not really that fulfilling by taking my level 40 and doing level 10 quests on. So they did end up going back and finding some sort of fun in it by starting a new class and at least leveling that class up to the point where their story picks up where their old class left off. You know what I mean? So like, that's what I did. For the first 20 levels of that storyline, I started on a new Arcanist. You know what I mean? And then when I got to that, I hopped on my Bard because my Bard was mid-level, and I did some stuff on my Bard. And then when I got too high for my Bard, I switched back to my White Mage.
Yeah, I mean, my issue was all my characters, all my classes are above level 30. And so I kind of shot myself in the foot with that. I didn't know what to expect. So... But yeah, why don't we move on to the Final Fantasy XIV for Mac update. As many of you know, I released the Mac version of Final Fantasy XIV earlier. I forget the exact day because I released it on...
It's all running together now.
Yeah. I was working hard, okay? So I released it and then it didn't work. So I had to immediately release a patch for it, and something with the uploading process, like all the files didn't carry over or something like that. But I released a patch too. So just to kind of explain, so we started with 10,000 keys. We're down to 4,200 keys, right around there at the time of this podcast. Some of the known issues. If you start up the launcher and it's not loading up correctly, you need to delete the application out of the apps folder and reinstall it and reinstall the patch following the instructions. If you do everything correctly, it will load up the launcher, and when you click play, the ESRB will come up and it'll probably crash. That crash is normal. Just keep doing it over and over again. You will eventually get into the game. Those are the only two known issues that are specific to the Mac client. Any other bugs or glitches or crashes you see are due to the servers. So just keep that in mind when you're doing that. The patching process, again, it's in the macpatch.zip. Just follow those instructions and you'll be good to go. And obviously, we've had like over 6,000 downloads for this Mac client, so that's pretty cool.
Right, and just to touch on that, it was difficult for you to really make it flawless and test it because of the server issues that we've been having. So just be patient, guys.
Yeah.
The video made was riveting of you crashing like 5 times.
Hey,
Riveting.
The entire time I was looking at it, I was like, wondering, does it matter if it's in full screen or not? I actually have solved problems with games crashing because I was in like pseudo full screen or windowed.
So it's better if the client is in windowed as it is. On some Macs, you can click the green plus and it'll maximize it, but it'll still be in a windowed so you can see the dock and everything. If you make it full screen, it will work, but if something happens, you might be stuck in the full screen and not able to get out. So usually it's just better to have it in that windowed version so you can still do other things and not be trapped inside of the client. Moving right along, we're just going to cover the general overview of notices and updates that Square Enix has been posting on Lodestone and Twitter and things like that. As we know, sales of digital downloads have been suspended. Now, when was the only other time that I've heard of a game getting so many responses that digital downloads have been suspended?
Guild Wars 2.
Yeah.
That was the only one.
Yeah.
That I know of. And it was only for like a week, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah.
But
so, and it was just it's for the greater good of the community that they did that. So, just if you don't have your copy yet, just be patient, because if you did find a way to get it now, you're probably not going to be able to make a character on any server. Yeah. So, just it's for your own good, I promise.
Now that puts us into some perspective, because the hype bubble is as high as Guild Wars 2 is. Or was. And that's just, that's incredible for Square Enix. It's awesome.
Yeah, but the hype bubble came like out of nowhere.
Right,
like, it
right.
wasn't as sustained. Like, it began at Beta 4. Well, while Guild Wars 2 was like, before you even saw any, or hardly any in-game footage. Like, it was hype bubble. Like, oh my god, it's packed.
Yeah.
Like, beta was like, okay, we have some issues, but, it's an open beta. Not everybody's going to be playing at launch. And, oh, my God, twice as many people. So, yeah, there's not much you can really get ready for that stuff. So we have character creation restrictions. These seem to be rolling. And what I mean by rolling is it's like sometimes you can create a server. You can create a character on a server. Other times you can't. They do kind of announce it on the Lodestone. So you can certainly look through that, but really it's just like a luck of the draw sort of thing. If you just happen to be there while the server, lets you create a character, go ahead and do it. So
yeah, because like those updates aren't exactly that accurate, because by the time they get it up, they've already maxed out how many characters they just allowed to make on it. So it's just really like he said, it's the luck of the draw. Just keep trying. If you're playing on a different server, just log out and try once in a while and see if you get lucky, and at least until they get this maintenance done.
And so they had the login and server restrictions, which we just kind of touched on. This is basically an artificial cap to keep the servers from just crashing in on themselves. It's for the greater good for the people that are currently paying and playing and stuff like that, just to kind of retain some playability for them.
Yeah, and like this morning, I'm one of those people that tries not to log out. I mean, I have been legitimately been playing since like Thursday nonstop. But I had to restart my computer this morning while I was already online, and then it took me like 2.5 hours to get back in. And it was almost like they're flipping switches, because if you're online and you're in a free company that has a bunch of people in it, like we have 150 active users in our free company right now, and I can watch the free company list and see 9 people log on all in the same instant. And then it's dead again for another hour and a half. And then an hour and a half later, you'll see 8 more people log on all at the same instant. So I know that they are flipping that switch on and off, so to speak. So just be persistent and you'll get on. I promise.
That's what I'm doing right now, being persistent.
Oh, and pro tip, the 0 key on your numpad spams that login feature for you, so you don't have to keep clicking and moving your mouse and stuff like that. Just sit there and hit the 0 button on your numpad and it takes care of it for you.
Definitely.
Pretty great.
Yep. They've had several worlds emergency maintenance, and this is what makes me think that they're reaching far beyond what the capacity of the servers can actually have, because they've had to do emergency maintenance, like the server has crashed, we must bring it up immediately, to multiple servers all at once, just to sustain playability. So it's, they're working around the clock to really make this game everything that it can be, and have us enjoy it and stuff like that. So you got to cut them some slack, guys. Harassing them is not going to get you playing any faster. It really isn't.
Right.
In our last episode we talked about it would take about 2 weeks to get some server hardware built and everything. They're doing it in a week.
Yeah.
They literally today, right now, during this recording, they have already gotten all of the infrastructure completed and installed. They're just doing testing, and then the maintenance is on Wednesday. So they've done some phenomenal things and called in a lot of favors for everything in this game.
Yep. And that just goes to show that they do care, that there are hundreds of people still wanting to play their game that can't right now. So they're fixing it for us. Just got to be patient.
I'm still waiting on that AFK feature.
Oh, that auto kicks people?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's one thing, Square Enix is trying to kind of not, because if you put in an auto kick feature, that doesn't really solve the issue. That just kind of puts a small, like, it alleviates some things. Now the people that are AFK won't be able to log in whenever they get home later on, right? So it doesn't really alleviate the issue of our servers are too few, and we just, we don't have enough to serve everybody. So what they're doing is they're hitting the heart of the issue right away. Get more servers up, expand the capacity of the current servers, beef up the login servers, the duty finder servers, everything like that, and then add an AFK feature so that everything is, hit from all angles.
I think they're hoping that they won't need to put one in, is why they're holding off on it after all this upgrades. But I'm thinking they're going to have to.
Well, and the brunt of the problem isn't necessarily the queue. You don't even generally get that far to the queue. It's the servers aren't loading, period. So when you get into a queue and your friend is in queue and they're at 350 and you're at 19, guess what? You're both getting in at the same time. The queue numbers don't even mean anything. I mean, we've tested it in our link shell already. It's crazy. They're just a random number up there on your screen. So, I mean, it's funny. There's memes all over the internet about, yay, I got into a queue. Like, like, you know what I mean? But it literally took me 2 hours this morning for the server list to even load so I could pick my character. Once I got to that point, I was like home free. I'm spamming 0 and I finally got in. But it was like it took 2 hours for the server list to even show up. So there's problems beyond the fact that there's too many characters physically online. You know what I mean? Like the queue isn't really the issue. It's the whole load of the servers in general. People trying to get in all at the same time all the time.
And that's that's a good point. We know that 230,000 people are concurrently playing at the moment. However, how many are trying to connect still? That queue
A
number,
lot.
yeah, that queue number may seem like it's two random, completely different numbers, but what if 350 people just try to connect all at one time, and you just ended up in that order, and then you get pushed through? So we don't know exactly how many people are trying to play. I would hope that Square Enix has some kind of idea, but yeah, it's really hard to say.
It is. Nobody knows.
I'm sure they can figure it out and see what IPs are pinging them, trying to, what IPs are getting errors that they can't log in, basically.
Right.
Definitely.
And then they can pick out how many different IPs there are.
Alrighty, so with that, let's move on to community service. I sentence you to community service. So on August 27th, Yoshida, had a launch day event, and it was really emotional whenever he was talking about it. You could really see that the entire, dev team that was working on this project really put all their heart and souls into it. Like, I've never seen a launch day speech go this way.
You gotta believe it was part of them being so exhausted, though. Like, they probably just can keep it together that well. Like, just any emotion that they have comes up because they're just working their butts off right now.
Yeah, they did put their heart and soul into it, and it definitely shows. But it's much appreciated, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, so he tells the story of how he got started with, Final Fantasy XIV. So he's been at the helm for 3 years now. 2 days before they announced on December 1st Realm Reborn and everything like that, like 2.0, he talked to the entire game team and came up with the entire idea 2 days before they announced it. Like, that's how crazy of an idea this was. This is how do you go to like 500 people? Because, I mean, we saw the developer, picture. It's had to have been like a total of like 500 people working on this thing. But how do you go up to 500 people and go, all right, you see this game over here? Yeah, it's not doing too well. Let's hire all these people from like Chrono Trigger and like Final Fantasy VII and like a whole bunch of people that we haven't talked to in a while and get them all working on it. We're going to make this a lot better.
Yeah, right.
It's like the Titanic just hit an iceberg. Let's get some boats and we'll go like, take the water out. We'll go repair the hull like while it's sinking. Let's do that. Yeah. We could do that.
We're gonna build another Titanic next to it while it's sinking.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, and that's just the thing. Like, they were still actively making 1.0 better at the same time.
Yeah,
they really were.
Nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the perfect analogy of what you just said, Naylock. It's like, okay, this Titanic's sinking. We're going to get some boats. We're going to go repair this one. But at the same time, we're going to go build a whole nother one right next to it. That's like 4 times bigger.
And then we're going to transfer all the people onto it.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to get on it.
Crap, we don't have enough room. We need to make another Titanic.
We need a bigger boat.
Yeah. That's fantastic. So, I mean, and to have something that you create, be so well received, it's I'm so thankful to him and the whole team and everything like that, and yeah, it's an emotional speech. It's not, I mean, I don't know if they have subtitles for it or anything like that, but you can find it on YouTube. It's just Yoshi P launch day speech, but Gamerscape wanted to put together this whole thing called Thank You Yoshida, and basically it was I think over 1,800 people wrote letters, and Gamerscape put them all into a binder and gave them to Yoshi P at the launch day here, and I think it was launch day, or it was PAX, I think.
It was PAX, yeah. They were just putting together like a virtual gigantic thank you card for him, and they had an online form for everybody to fill out if they wanted to say something nice to him, and they were going to put it all together and give it to him. Yep,
and Ern and I actually made some letters. Naylock wanted to, but he, just couldn't think of the words. Yeah, he was too busy playing. But Ern, why don't you go ahead and read your letter to Yoshi?
Okay, so my letter was, Yoshi P, you and your team did a stellar job with this rebirth of nostalgia for so many of us. You've brought back our community and immersed us into a fantastic world chock full of emotion and awe. It's a visual marvel, and I'm compelled to never log out. Good work.
I don't think you did log out.
I didn't.
I haven't. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
now we know.
But that's for it's for different reasons now.
Yeah. I also wrote mine. It's a little cheesy, but it's how I felt whenever I was writing this. And okay, so here we go. Mr. Yoshida, the transformation of Final Fantasy XIV is akin to a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. The care of the beautifully crafted world, wonderfully envisioned story, and rebirth of what many deemed meaningless and dead could not have been better handled by anyone other than you, Yoshi P. Every step of the production was transparent, every decision made with us, the fans, in mind, and even with the immense burden on your shoulders, you and your team executed flawlessly. A Realm Reborn is the pinnacle of MMOs, a clever mix between the new and the old, while equipped with systems in place to make it future-proof. It's an unbelievable achievement in gaming history, and everyone at Square Enix should be proud. Thank you for your time, effort, and unwavering dedication. Sayonara Itama. So, yeah, it was, I mean, I'm blown away by the game. You know, I'm blown away by their hard work, by their dedication. It's a fantastic experience. It's, I mean, well, the server issues aside, everything in the game is just on point.
It really is. And the server issues are, you know what I mean? It's
They're
not something that's, yeah, well, they're temporary. You know what I mean? That's going to be fixed. The game is fantastic. I'm enthralled, really. My housework is suffered.
I was logged in, so I was like, okay, I'm in. So now I can get some stuff done. Like, I know I'll still be in when I get the stuff done, and then I can come play.
Yeah, once you get in, you're good.
Yeah, finally I got in the server area. Let me go start that laundry and cook.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much it.
All right, so with that, let's move on to meat and potatoes.
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes.
All right, so this episode we're going to go basically getting started in A Realm Reborn. Now, this isn't going to be your normal deep dive into every single feature of A Realm Reborn and stuff. We're gonna kind of give you the general overview and some things that some thoughts that we have as experienced players. How to move from certain things or how to get over certain maybe frustrations that you might have, and some information that you may not have known previously. So the world is called Hydaelyn, and the realm is called Eorzea. So Hydaelyn's actually like the whole planet's name, and Eorzea is just one of the islands on the continent of I think it's Aldenard. I think that's what it's called, and it has a whole bunch of other areas that they're going to expand upon in other expansions and other releases in the future. So, from the north, the Garlean Empire was basically at war with Limsa, Lominsa, Gridania, and Ul'dah. And 20 years ago, Garlean Empire came down and attacked Alamigo, and before they could push further to come take over the other city-states, Agrias, the Garlean Empire airship, had a run-in with the Dragon King Midgard Swarmer. And that battle ended up destroying both of them at the same time. And when Midgard Swarmer is destroyed, the seal is broken that contains the beastmen deities known as the Primals. And that's what basically started the Primals attacking Eorzea. What happened between 1.0 and 2.0 is that Dalamund, which we thought it was a moon, but it was actually like a machine built by the Garleans, came down. It contained Bahamut, and it basically destroyed everything. And this really great guy, Lucio, something like that, he sacrificed himself, wrapped us all in a giant shield, and then sent us forward 5 years. When, if you listen to episode 6, that's when we came back. And no, we came back, and that's basically where we are now. So the world's kind of recovering. We're still the same people, just people don't realize that in the game, and they're starting to pick up on it. That whole the Echo thing, not to spoil any story or anything like that, because it was a 1.0 as well. The Echo carried along with us because we had it in the original game, and we're the same people, just forwarded in time. So that's something that's going to carry on through this storyline as well. But yeah, that's where we are right now.
Yeah, the whole them having to tie old information into new information. I think they did a fantastic job with it, and I'm going to leave it at that because you can't talk too much about it. There's lots of people that haven't gotten through the story, and I don't want to be the spoiler. So
Yeah.
they did a fantastic job collating the two and still having it make sense. So
Yeah. How about you, Nailak? You finished the story now, so.
Yeah, they had to make sure. They're kind of vague about it. They had to make sure new characters, like completely new players, also fit in the storyline.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it would only fit for like legacy players. So they did it in such a way where it could be people from back then or new people.
Yeah. And they did a fantastic job with that because even as a new player, you feel like, hey, I'm kind of special. And as an existing player, you're like, oh, I know exactly what's going on. So it worked out really well.
I was just going to say there's a lot of aspects to the new storyline that let you understand the old storyline even better, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like maybe stuff that you might have missed in 1.0. So,
yeah. And there was a lot that went on. You know, the Garleans, geez, it was so crazy because you had Nail von Darnus and you had like Gaius von Balestar, and really they were like, I still call them judges, even though they weren't judges, but they looked like judges. And they were some of the coolest characters and some of the like gravest storylines I've ever seen. And this is all in 1.0. So if you want to see the story of 1.0, you want to go back and you want to watch those cutscenes and stuff, there is a website, I think it's like Final Fantasy 14 cutscenes.com, that lets you watch every single cutscene that was in 1.0.
Yep, it's a good way to catch up or fill in the holes, you know what I mean?
Yeah, fill in the gaps. So you're going to see some overlap, but the story that was leading up to the end of 1.0 was some of the best freaking, like the most riveting, storytelling I've had in an MMO in a really long time. So it was fantastic.
I agree.
Yep. All right, now let's go on to the armory system. Now we're going to talk about we're just going to go quickly over this because a lot of people seem a little confused about what the armory system actually is. And so I guess, Nailak, why don't you explain what classes are?
All right. So with classes, you switch your classes by equipping the weapon for that class. And you can't ever unequip a weapon because then you wouldn't be a class. But you switch by, so if you want to be an archer, you got to put a bow on. But if you didn't start as an archer, you got to unlock an archer at level 10 when you get your original class to level 10.
Right.
And you do the class quest to unlock it. And then you get, I think, more slots for the armory system. I think we'll be talking about that. Yeah, another gear set, and they all get their own levels and their own attributes, so you don't have to put your attributes thinking it's got to fit all the classes you're gonna play. So you can just dump it into Dex for archer and not have to worry about, well, I'm not gonna have enough strength for Lancer.
Right.
Because when you level up Lancer, you'll get your own attributes to put wherever you want.
Exactly. And it's, I guess, the class system for those that played 11, it's much like the job system that was in 11. For those that play other games that have like a multi-class system, this is basically what that is. It's not necessarily the job system, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, but the class system basically, as Nailak was saying, whatever equipment you're wearing, like whatever weapon you hold, that's the class you become, and you can swap abilities between classes pretty freely. You have a certain number of slots that you can actually use for that sort of thing.
Yeah, you unlock more as you level up too. So I think you get one, and then once you get to I think around 50, I think I could equip 8 or something like that. It might have been somewhere in there, but yeah, you get way more, and you can equip.
Yeah, the more classes you unlock, the more gear sets you unlock too.
Yeah. So just be careful, if you make sure you choose the class that you want to play for the first 10 levels, because it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, because whenever you get, a higher level, you can switch between all the classes that whatever you want to. But level 10 you're going to kind of be locked to where you are and what you're playing as.
That's going to be your tutorial as well. That's when you're going to learn a lot of stuff. Your first guy you roll with that class. So
How to use the battle system and stuff like that is all going to happen in those first 10 to 15 levels. So pick wisely for the first time.
Yeah.
You can change after that.
So, so a lot of people ask me about what disciplines are, and I guess, Ern, can you quickly cover what disciplines are?
Yeah, well, it's just basically the groups of different classes you can pick. There's just Disciples of War, which are like your Marauder and your Lancer and basically your Unga Bunga smash damage things. So then you have Disciples of Magic, which are your casters. Like I play a Disciple of Magic. I'm a White Mage. I started out as a Conjurer. I did a storyline to unlock White Mage, and now I'm a White Mage. So, and then they also have the crafting and gathering sides of things. The Disciples of the Hand are the people that cook and they repair your armor and they make your weapons and things like that. And then you have Disciples of Land, which are your gatherers and your fishers and things like that. So there's 4 groups of things that you can pick from, and then they branch out from there what you want to do. And you can level every single one of them if you want to. You just have to equip, like right now I'm fishing. I just equipped a fishing pole and I'm automatically a fisherman now. So it's that easy. Once you get past that little bit of the story to unlock those abilities, you just go talk to some NPCs and they let you do whatever you want. Really.
Yep. And just to kind of, so they have the disciplines of War and Magic. Those are the battle classes, and the Hand and Land are those are gathering and not really combat classes. You can't really do any combat with them anymore. And so it can be kind of confusing because you have classes, you have disciplines, and then you have jobs. And jobs are what we're usually used to from Final Fantasy, and the way it works is they're advanced forms of classes. So when you reach level 30 and say like Archer or something like that, and you have another class that is level 15 and they kind of support each other, then you can unlock a job. So
it's a specific class too, so you can't just make any class level 15. There will be a requirement.
Yeah, there's a requirement, and you can't just if you have those two, you're not instantly like say a barcher or something. Sorry, not a barcher, but it's a bard. You're not a bard just because you have.
That's what I call them.
Yeah, you're not a bard just because you have archer and pugilist up to like 30 and 15 respectively. You have to go and get a soul. And the soul is what you equip to turn you into a bard. And it allows you like really powerful abilities. Like this is the only way that a White Mage can use like Cure 3 and some of the like really crazy spells. And in exchange for that power, you lose the cross-class specialization. So you can't choose abilities from every single class that you have. You're only locked to the 2 jobs to the 2 classes that make up that job. So.
Right. So, like, for instance, my 2, you could call them sub-jobs for lack of a better term. My 2 sub-jobs for my White Mage are Thaumaturge and Arcanist. I have to have my Arcanist to 15, and I can pull spells from Thaumaturge as well. Now, if I unequip my White Mage Soul Crystal, that turns me into a White Mage that's what deciphers between the difference whether I'm a Conjurer or a White Mage. You equip this Soul Crystal thing. And if I take that off, my choices are opened up a little bit further. So as far as what I can pull from other jobs or other classes rather. So that's what kind of deciphers the difference between a class and a job is equipping that soul crystal.
Yeah. Now Naylock, I know that you kind of prefer playing as your bard because you get like a more damage and stuff like that.
Yeah, damage boost.
Yeah. Did you kind of want to go into the differences between playing as a class versus playing as a job?
Yeah, class is going to be what you want to do when you're soloing because you can pick from any of the other classes you got leveled up. You can take any of those abilities. So you have, you're more independent, but you're also less focused. So you don't want to do that in a group because you're not as helpful as you could be in a group because those other aspects are covered. Like I don't need to be an archer in a group able to cast protect because we're going to have someone who can cast protect because we're going to have a healer.
Right.
So you want to be more focused in a group. So I go bard in a group, and if I'm doing a lot of stuff solo, I usually take it off. So I can go archer. Then I have my own cure, my own protect. I can use attacks and other defensive abilities from the other classes I got leveled up. So that is real nice.
Your survivability goes way up when you can pull other aspects from other classes, like protective aspects and stuff like that. So
they basically did away with the Trinity with classes and then brought back the Trinity with jobs. So you get the best of both worlds. You get the, hey, I want to be a solo player, I'll just play my classes, or hey, I want to do dungeons and raids, I'll become a job. And that's basically the two opposites.
Yeah, it's the biggest difference between them, really. And that's why the jobs often have very group and, party content oriented abilities, opposed to stuff that would only help if you're soloing.
Exactly. And then they have gear sets in the armory chest. Now, for those that have played games like Vanguard and stuff like that, we were hoping for this for the longest time. We were hoping that this was going to be how it was. But essentially, the armory chest just organizes all of your equipment by pieces. So, like, all your helmets are in one area, so that if you need to switch jobs real quick, you can just do that real quick. And then the gear sets allow you to set up pieces of equipment, like whole sets of gear, that you can just switch between whenever you change classes, so or jobs. So say like, I'm a archer and I have all my equipment on, well, I'll switch to marauder and I'll put all my marauder equipment on just with one click. And it just makes it super easy to switch and really painless.
You just have to remember to update it periodically when you get new gear.
Yeah.
You do have to remember doing that, but they put that nice little button on there. It's a little refresh looking icon. As soon as you equip something, it go dink, and it updates whatever profile you're on.
Yep.
It's great.
Yeah.
And also, don't screw up. And I think I had to redo a couple of mine because I did it I equipped a new weapon manually opposed to using the armory system because it saves profiles. But I did it manually where I just went to my inventory and equipped the new weapon, and then at some point I can't even remember, I hit the update thing. And then
had all kinds of screwed up gear saved.
Yeah, and then I had, Archer was a pugilist, and I don't know what was going on. I was like, oh my god, I'm so confused right now. And I just had to spend 10 minutes fixing it and refinding all the best pieces for that profile.
Yeah, like a pro tip on that note is, have a separate gear set for like as Nalak was saying, when he's playing solo, he plays straight vanilla Archer, but when he gets into a group, he goes full on Bard. So having two equipment sets for that, for easy toggling between what you're doing all day, is going to save a lot of time for you and confusion as to what you're supposed to put on. You don't have to look at anything.
Definitely. And you are going to want multiple gear sets. Like, this isn't just like I'm switching classes real quick. Like, no, you're going to want them playing in a group versus playing in a, by yourself, two different skill sets and two different attribute sets. So definitely important.
Even if you don't really multi-class, you're going to have probably 2 or 3 at least, if not 4. I would have 4 minimum because I would have Lancer, Archer, Pugilist, and Bard. And that's just, and I despise alts and everything, but that's like minimum what I needed to get to 50.
Yeah.
I have 4 right now, and I only play my White Mage and my Bard right now, my Archer.
Yeah.
So, one of them's my swimsuit set.
That's what you put on for screenshots.
That's what I put on for. Yeah.
I got a couple postcards from her.
Take a screenshot. Wait.
Yeah.
It's fun. Don't judge
just goes
me.
to Costa del Sol and just takes a bunch of screenshots. And
I already did that.
See? Oh man. So why don't we go on to the starting city state? So Ern, I guess explain. So where did you start?
I started out in Limsa Laminsa because I love that town. I love that city. I love the water. I love the boats, and I love pirates. So that's where I wanted to start, and I picked a starting class that was depending on what class you pick, depends on what city you start in. Now, I don't like this aspect at all. I get why they did it. It's where all the guilds are. If I was starting fresh as a white mage or a conjurer, they would have dumped me in Gridania because that's where the white mage guild is. That's where you're getting all your white mage quests from. That's where you're, things like that. So basically whatever you pick from the beginning. This kind of goes hand in hand with what class you pick when you first start, because you're kind of locked to it for a few levels. It's the same way with the city. You're going to be locked to that city for the quests there and in the outskirts of that city for at least 15 levels until you get your airship pass. So, but I started in Limsa. I was lucky that Arcanist was one of the classes that gets dumped in Limsa. So that's why I started with Arcanist when the game released, because that's where I wanted to start. I didn't want to be locked to somewhere else for the first 15 or 20 levels. So, but the other classes that are tied to Limsa are Marauder. We have Arcanist, obviously. I already talked about that. And then we have some crafters type classes that start there too. Armor, Blacksmith, Culinarian, and Fisher also start there.
Yeah, and from day one, we've also known that Musketeer is going to be starting in Limsa Lominsa as well, which is a class that hasn't been released yet. So,
right. And then there's other ones tied to the other cities too. Nalek, do you want to go into yours?
Okay. Well, I started in Gridania because I made an archer, and the other classes there are Lancer, Conjurer, and then you have your crafting carpenter and leatherworker, and then you're gathering botanist.
Yeah, and I started in Ul'dah because I like Ul'dah, but just to kind of give a little heads up, if you're gonna go play with a friend, bite the bullet and just choose a class that starts in their city state, because you're not going to be able to travel for about 15 levels, like Ern said. It's not like 1.0 if you played 1.0 where you can just run across and just go see all the cities and stuff like that. You will get lost. You will die. It's a much more congested world. There's a lot more going on. So just bite the bullet and start in the city state that your friend's starting in. But with Ul'dah, they have the Gladiator, Pugilist, and Thaumaturge. And then the crafting classes are Alchemist and Goldsmith, and Weaver, and then the Gathering is Miner. And what's really great, and one thing I really like that they do with the city-states is they really play on every single class, and it doesn't matter if it's like a combat class, a gathering class, or a crafting class. They really play on that. In the story and the setting and everything like that, so it's almost stereotypical in a way that if you go to Ul'dah, that the goldsmith, they're just ripping people off, and the miners are always working in the mines, and it's there's so much
the atmosphere makes you the atmosphere makes you feel that way too. You know what I mean? I think that's where he's going with that.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So
just like Limsa, it's surrounded by water. Of course, the Fisherman's Guild is going to be there. That's where you. Mm-hmm. That's where you gotta go. Yeah. You just have to.
And then with Gridania, you have all those animals in the forest, and it's a forest, so you got the botanist too. So it's it all makes sense, and it's all the reason you're locked there is because, and I know Ern, you're not really a fan of it, but it's because of that story. It's to give you that foothold in the world and really see what's there and what's not. So
it'll make sense once you get in. I don't like it, but it'll make sense.
Exactly. Any last thoughts, Nalek, on that?
No.
Okay. All right. Then you have the races, obviously. They do have different starting attributes, but really just pick one that you like. They have the humans, which are the higher, the Makote, which are the cat people, the Elzen, which are the elves, the Regaden, which are the giant ogres, or the Galkas if you played 11, and then the Lalafels, which are the gnomes or the little Tarutaru, that if you played 11. And really, it's just aesthetics. The attributes aren't going to matter later on whenever you start leveling up and stuff. You can change those attributes and things as you're leveling up, so it's not even going to become an issue with
it's points difference, 2, 3, even if you pick the most, if you have a stat and you're trying to max it out the most, you're literally talking a difference of 2 or 3 points.
Yeah, it's not like 11 where if you chose a Galka White Mage, everyone laughs at you like they did with me. So I was a Galka White Mage. Yes, I know.
Score.
But hey, I was also, I tell you, every single person I ever grouped with in 11 said that Galka White Mages were the best freaking healers ever because we were working against so much.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just choose one that you like. They can start in any city. They're not locked to any particular place, but they do seem to have preferences when you look through the story. Like Ulda has a lot of Lalafels and things like that, and you'll see them in a lot of different areas. Like Limsa Lominsa has a lot of Regadens, so yeah, those sort of things. All right, moving right along. They have the city-states and the grand companies. Now, each city-state has a grand company, and all a grand company really is kind of that city-state's army. And you really kind of get a hold of your army as like a secondary story that branches off from the other like main storyline. It's just as important, and you definitely want to rank up, and you'll start getting like all the military equipment and like your own like military grand company chocobo, and you'll get very unique and specialized equipment for the classes that come out of that area. So if I was a gladiator, I would want to start in Ulda, and I'd want to go to the grand company in Ulda called the Immortal Flames, so that I get all the equipment that's best for a gladiator. So that's basically how it works. Ern, why don't you talk about the Maelstrom?
Well, yes, and that is tied to Limsa Lominsa. And if I was a smart white mage, I would have picked not the Maelstrom, but I did because, as you guys know, I'm obsessed with pirates, and I don't, I didn't like the other colors. So, But yeah, it really is. It does have that pirate feel. It's a self-proclaimed city that has to do with pirates, and it's all about ships, and it's all about they're vulgar. So I picked that one just because I like that one the best, not because I'm going to get the best gear out of it. I didn't do it for the gear. I did it for I did it for the story, kind of, because I like the feel of this place. I like the water. I like the ships. I like, the leaders and stuff once you get into the story without spoilers and stuff like that. But everybody has their reasons for picking what they want to pick, and mine was not logical whatsoever. I picked it because I liked red, and there are pirates, and there's that.
Yep. Nilok?
Well, Gridania has the Order of the Twin Adder, which that's also what I picked, mainly because that's where I was at. And when I looked up the weapons I'm going to be using, it was a pretty good bow, end-line bow that I liked. So I picked them. And it's lots of Lancer and Archer stuff. But they all do give equipment for every class, so you don't have to pick the city-state that you started in for that class, their grand company. Everyone will have equipment for you. So, like, if I was a Lancer in Gridania, I could go be in the Immortal Flames, and they would still have Lancer equipment.
Right.
It's just, I don't think it's kind of like side grades. I wouldn't say it's the absolute best would come out of the Order of the Twin Adder for a Lancer. It's kind of a side grade. But if you're really min-maxing it, you could probably find differences. But it's not going to be huge where you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I picked this grand company. I'm totally screwed.
Well, I think the design behind having gear, and you can even buy things like food from them and pots and stuff like that. I think the design behind that was for the people that don't want to do big raids and get good gear. There are people that just want to craft, or they just want to solo, or they want to take it real slow, and they're not looking to stay up till midnight raiding to get that piece of gear. So this gives people a way to still get decent gear to maintain themselves in the world without having to do all of that extra raiding and stuff like that. So
right,
that's why those exist.
Yeah, the most you have to do to get access to the gear is regular group instances, and that's just for the promotions. But when you're getting your seals, your grand company seals, which is what is like their currency for the equipment, you're usually doing it through solo means.
Exactly.
Yeah, they have like the equivalent of like dailies, like daily quests you can do with them, little missions you do and stuff like that to get your seals. So, and you get them everywhere. You can get those in Fates too.
Yeah. And another thing is, it doesn't really matter what city-state you start at. You can join any grand company. And so, like, if you ended up, joining Limsa Lominsa, but you really wanted to go to Ulda, then the grand company, the Immortal Flames, is what would then make your home Ul'dah. So the city-state doesn't really matter. It just matters for the first few levels as you're learning the story and stuff. But the Grand Company is what really marks your home. So, all right. So let's talk about link shells real quick and the difference between link shells and free companies. So, Naylock, why don't you explain the differences real quick between what a link shell is and what a free company is?
Well, link shells is kind of a player-created chat channel would be the quickest way. It's, you can't just join it, but you got to get in it. But it's just really a chat channel. There's not much else to it. Free company is your equivalent of a guild or a clan. It's got all the stuff in it, like all the perks, the ranks, anything that you would usually expect from a guild in other MMOs.
Yeah. And I mean, in these, the difference between a free company and like a link shell, so you can kind of utilize both currently, just because the benefits from a free company aren't that well developed just yet. But basically, a free company is locked to a certain grand company. Well, not locked, but it's a branch off. So there's no restrictions on allegiance. So you could be part of the the Immortal Flames, and I could join a free company that's part of the Twin Adders, something like that. So it's very free with that, but it seems like it's part of like a mercenary army thing story wise. It's you're just kind of free to do your own thing, and it's pretty cool. I like it. Ern?
Right. The link shells, you can have up to 8 link shells. Like I can go create 4 link shells right now and invite 2 people, and I'd be good to go. But
you only get the one free company though.
Yeah, you can only join one free company, and the free company does have perks. It does gain. If any of you guys played Guild Wars 2, the more people you have in your guild or free company, the faster you accrue these points that you can spend for perks. Like right now, we have a buff up that gives you 5% XP, and they're consumable. They last 24 hours, and you go buy it for like 3,000 points, and you accrue them way faster than you spend them as long as you've got a good chunk of people in your free company. And like just to touch on what Saino said, I am part of the Maelstrom out of Limsa, but our free company is based out of the Immortal Flames in Ul'dah, and it doesn't affect me as far as limits me at all. So it's not really too big of a deal if your free company is not affiliated with the grand company that you picked yourself. But the perks is nice. Right now you can only equip 1 perk at a time. It does, just the layout alone of the free company and how the perks are maneuvered in there and how you activate them leads me to believe that at some point in the future they're going to open that up so you can have more than one sort of buff or perk going at the same time. They have everything across the board from lower teleport costs to gathering bonuses to XP bonuses, things like that. So it does have tons of potential, pending we can use more than one buff at a time in the future.
Definitely. And then, there's all sorts of transportation in the game. So one thing that we have now that we didn't have before was a return. And basically the return is just every 15 minutes you can just go back to your home point. And you can change your home point at any aetheryte. And the aetherites are those giant blue crystals that you see in every single little town or outpost. And the only... Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that the home warp is free. It doesn't cost you...
Right.
Any gil, so use it wisely.
Yeah, it's a free so say if you're going to go like adventuring in an area or something like that, or you're going to be somewhere, just make it your home point, that way you can return to it every single time. You don't want to have to like return halfway across the world and then run back out to another area. That'll just cost you a lot of money. So what's different this time around is the aetherite crystals. You're kind of limited in that you can't be transported to one you haven't visited before. So to be able to teleport with someone else, because you can group teleport people, you have to have touched the aetherite and able to travel with them, to be able to travel with them. So it's a big change, but I think it's because they want everybody to see the world first.
Right. Oh, and that's totally it too. That's the only thing that I can think of. I mean, stop and smell the roses. They smell wonderful in this game.
Yeah.
So, like seriously, don't try to whip through everything and try to teleport everywhere. You want to do that at least once to go around, and it's kind of forcing you to do that. It might sound like it sucks at first, but like you'll be happy that you did it in the long run, because every single thing is gorgeous in this game. I haven't found a zone that I don't like yet. So
Exactly.
So just have fun with it. Go learn all your aetheryte points, and that way you can teleport to them later when you are trying to get ready for dinner or something.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, to teleport, it does cost gil, which is another change from 1.0. So it's a fee for money to transfer everywhere. But they have other types of transportation, so you don't need to just teleport everywhere. They have ships like ferry boats. They have airships, which these cost gil, but they're also instantaneous. You get your airship pass at level 15. They have chocobo porters, which are kind of like Griffin rides from other games. They're just automated like taxis. Takes you from one location to another. Really, really cheap though. Like super cheap prices. And at level 10 you can get temporary mounts, like rental chocobos and things like that. But they also have like at level 20 you get to ride your regular mounts. So you can get like a chocobo, you can ride all your like pre-order mounts or like your collector's edition mount. Yeah, it's a lot of fun and they're all really cool. And are there any other? So Nilok, I think you got a mount, right?
Yeah. At the end of the storyline, you get a Magitech mount, which I was surprised at how they did it too. I don't want to spoil it, but I always thought it was kind of cool how they made it so you can get that magic. How
they incorporated the mount into the story? You mean?
Oh yeah.
Okay, because I haven't gotten that. I haven't gotten that far yet. I just know this thing it's a huge robot that you.
Yeah, it's in the story deep, and it's not. They did like special stuff to make it relevant. I thought it was really neat. It's kind of cute too.
It's cute.
So, yeah. And they have more mounts coming. Like they have an Aramon mount, which is coming with like the veteran reward system.
I don't even know what that is. What?
The eyeball.
So it's a flying eyeball. Yeah. So you sit on it and it flies around, and yeah, it looks a little weird. Yeah. But anyway, go ahead, Ern. Tell us about companions, because this is kind of a new thing. I mean, we had it in 11, but it's new for 14.
Yeah, the companions in this one, and I'll just use your chocobo as an example. I can summon my chocobo after I do a quest line. There is a quest line to unlock this option. After you unlock this option, you can summon your chocobo to fight alongside with you. And you can put armor on it, and you can, if you pre-ordered or had any sort of collector's edition, you can make it look like Behemoth. And so it literally fights with you, and you can toggle it to a specific role. Like if you want it to heal you, you can have it heal you. If you want it to be defensive, you can have it do that. Or if you want it to just straight peck at things, you can do that too. I mean, it really does, and it does quite a bit of damage too. It's a nice thing to have, especially if you play like a healing or a tank role that you kind of maybe don't do a ton of damage. It's a good thing to have because it will kind of help balance your situation out a little bit.
Yeah, and you can't use these in dungeons or any other group sort of activities. And these are not the same thing as minions. Minions are those little just pets that are just vanity pets that just follow other people and stuff. That they don't battle or fight with you at all. The companions, yeah, the companions are literally like your chocobo like fights with you, and we saw this in 1.0. We saw like the chocobo walking alongside the Rogaden, and we were like, oh, are they going to be able to fight with you? Well, finally, yes, they can. So it's a lot of fun. So what's up?
I said it is fun.
Oh yeah.
I agree.
So now tell us about the markets now, because the markets changed pretty drastically from 1.0.
Yeah, it's pretty different. Your retainer now is kind of a personification of kind of like almost your bank vault, but they also sell stuff for you that you put on them and list. So it's your bank vault. It's you as a vendor, and but if you're actually buying stuff, it works more or less like the auction house. and you pay a fee for different city states. If if you're in Gridania buying from Alda, there's a tax rate, and it shifts from city state to city state. But it works much more like a familiar auction house opposed to what it worked in 1.0, which was everyone had like their own little vendor, and you had to go from guy to guy and look, or use a menu to search and then run them down and buy
that was
from them.
so horrible. It was so
they-
horrible. I remember spending like 3 hours in the market wards in 1.0 trying to find a hat that worked for me.
Yeah, they were
So-
market rows, and you had to like literally, there were like thousands of just NPCs sitting there selling items, and there was no way to search it at that time.
Had to click through them all.
Yeah, but now it's much more like an auction house. The retainers, they have like you basically summon them to you. Each one can hold 170 items. They work like a bank, but then you can also basically they imagine if you ever played World of Warcraft, which we know a lot of people have. So I'm going to make a comparison here, but it's similar to going to the bank and then going to the auction house, but in one interface. So it's very similar to that, saying like, hey, you can put something up for sale, you can put something in your bank, hold gil, whatever. In the future they're talking about having retainers, do things like gather for you or buy items for you and things like that. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, and like just to touch on like the markets now, you don't have to actually go enter an instance for it anymore. It's literally like a poster board. It's you guys have probably passed it and didn't even know what it was. It's just a gigantic, looks like a bulletin board down by each market area where all the NPC vendors are, like Hawker's Alley and Ruby Road Exchange. Those places, those markets are right in there. They look like a giant bulletin board. So, and you can just literally click on it and it opens up a search box or nesting abilities to search for specific stuff. So, and then like to touch on some more about those retainers, just to let, people that played 1.0 that may have had a retainer before, your stuff from your retainer before is all still going to be there, but it's a little bit lucrative on how you get to it, because you have to pretend like you're starting over. You have to go to the NPC and unlock the ability, and you have to basically you have to fake them out, tell them you're going to hire a new retainer, and then you go through the character creation process for that said retainer. You can customize your retainer and make it look however you want. So once you get to that point where you create your retainer, all your stuff magically appears again. So you don't have your old retainer, you have to create a new one, but all your stuff will be there after you get through that process.
And the process of making a retainer seems a little strange, because it's not like you're the only one that sees them. It's not like anyone else is actually going to see them. Yeah. So in 1.0,
so it's just for funsies.
Yeah, in 1.0 it was important to make your retainer look unique because you were selling stuff. But yeah, this time it's just a vanity thing.
Well, yeah, and you get to name it still again too. Well, I guess it shows up as who's selling it from your retainer's name, correct?
Right. That's correct.
All right, so if you guys should all buy stuff from Line and Kugel.
Very nice. And then there's also going to be housing in the game. It's not available right now, but it will be available in a later patch. And basically, there's going to be a housing area in each city-state that has actual plots inside of the city. And they're going to be instanced areas, so they can expand upon them however much they need to. You're always going to be able to find a plot, so don't worry about it. But they have small houses, they have large houses, they have free company, castle type things. And you'll be able to furnish the house, and you'll have like a garden and all sorts of stuff. You can do battle trophies in there. They have parks that they're going to be in there. Chocobo stables that can grant benefits like XP bonuses, and other things like that. And these are mainly the free company houses that are so huge. But yeah, it's going to be this weird, and this is where they're kind of bringing back the market type stuff, because you can have a storefront for selling goods and stuff like that. You can set up permissions on how other people can use the property in your behalf and stuff. So it's going to be awesome. Just I've watching the concept art, what they have planned for this is fantastic.
I'm super excited about this aspect. This is right up my alley, playing house type of thing. But I mean, and I know I talked about this the last episode, but the housing is like Sainu said, it's instanced, but it's also going to be like a first come, first serve type of thing. So one instance is going to wait till it has all 45 people bought all 45 houses, and then they start a new one. So if you really, really, really want to be neighbors with your BFFs, go in at the same time. Like, it's going to stink because you got to wait for that guy that doesn't have enough money to buy his. But it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it in the long run because it's kind of I mean, I don't know how permanent it's going to be. We don't know enough yet as to if you can, I don't know, sell it and move. But you don't really, as of right now, we don't know enough to know if you will be able to, like, if your friends are already in one, if you can, like, key in some sort of instance code or something to take you to that one if there's still open spots. There's too much to know yet. I just know that it sounds like y'all need to go in at the same time if you want to be neighbors.
Yeah, and it is a neighborhood, so.
Yes, and it is like a little mini city. It's a mini neighborhood, so you guys can kind of mooch off each other and stuff if you want to.
Yep. All right, so Nalak, why don't you touch on, I guess, we're going to talk about the game mechanics, like the actual meat of the game. Why don't you touch on the combat system real quick?
All right, it's a lot like WoW in a way. You got your tab targeting, and it's a lot like WoW. And when you're targeting, you have your hot bars, you have your target, and you have to click on it. And there's a global cooldown, which I don't know. I never really liked those, but I don't mind it so much here. Plus, especially since they're minimizing a stat to actually lower the global cooldown on equipment, which I'm hoping they will keep doing.
Yeah.
And hitting it, claiming monsters outside of duties and stuff outside of guild leaves, I like that a lot too, because I've gotten a lot of quest updates from mobs that I didn't even pull. Like, I just saw them and I hit them and I just helped kill them, and it's like, oh, I got an update, yay. So it kind of solves the problem of there not being enough of enemies around when it's really packed, and
you can share credit.
Yeah,
you can share credit with people that aren't in your party.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, a big change from 1.0 is that you start off with 100% TP right off the bat. So instead of having to build that up, you can just use your abilities right off the bat. So you're just doing weapon skill after weapon skill right from the beginning. And even though the global cooldown can sometimes be, not very fun because you're waiting, I think with the animations and stuff like that, they make it short enough to where you can think, but you also need that so that you can see the telegraphed attacks on the ground. Otherwise, I'd just be like looking at my rotation, going, "Okay, what am I doing now?" I would never look up to actually avoid something.
Makes it feel more believable.
Yeah, and plus there is you do get a few attacks that are off the global cooldown. So even if everything's cooling down, you can have stuff that comes up that you can still hit during that, and it's usually like those kind of like opportunity type attacks, like a combo went off, or they're at a certain % health and now you can use this other attack. So you do get some stuff off the cooldown, and but it doesn't happen all the time, so you're not frantic, but it can get there.
Right. And then they also have an armory bonus. Nalak, you're really loving this right now. The armory bonus gives you more experience when on a battle class other than the highest leveled battle class. So, how are you using that right now, Nalak?
Well, I got my archer to 50, so now all my other classes are below 50, so they get a bonus. And the further they are away from my highest guy, the bigger the bonus I get. So since my guy's 50, I get the biggest bonus on my Lancer, which I'm leveling up. I think I got him to 11 last night, and he's getting quite a good bonus for that gap. But as you level up, it's gonna the bonus shrinks on a curve.
Yeah, And I mean, I can't really utilize that bonus because all my characters are like level 30 and the max is 50 right now. But they also have, if you're familiar with World of Warcraft or other, sort of games that have inns or cities that are sanctuaries and stuff, if you stand in a city and log out, you'll get rested experience. If you log out in an inn, you'll generate, I think I don't know if it generates at the same rate. I think you get a little bit more bonus experience if you log out in an inn. But it basically, when you come back, you'll have 100% more experience to add on to your basic experience that you're getting during combat.
Mm-hmm. And it's pretty good experience bonus too, because I made it a point to log out in an inn when the servers went down from beta 4. So when they came back up a week later, I had enough rested XP for like 7 levels.
I haven't ran out.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that haven't even run out at all. So it's really good rested XP, and you definitely take advantage of it and log out in inns all the time when it's available.
Yeah. Now, Naillock was saying like it's a lot like WoW, the combat system. Keep in mind, there's combos, and what the combos are basically like things to make the combat more fun. So, you might be doing a certain combat fight, and then you'll have like abilities pop up that you'll have to hit that will do consecutive attacks and do like more damage. And they also have like, positioning for enhanced, damage on certain mobs and things like that. So there's a lot here, a lot of moving around actually. If you're a healer, just keep an eye on the tank. So
yeah. Yeah, and like just to touch on that combo thing, and the healers have them too. I have one. It's basically my cure spell will quote proc and make it so my cure 2 spell costs no MP. So that helps out. That helps out immensely when you are in one of those crazy fights that you can't stop to think about stuff, and you're going to run out of mana and stuff like that. So it's nice. It's really and it gives you something to look forward to after spamming the same button for 5 minutes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, it makes it so you're not going to get away with face rolling the keyboard on here.
Right.
You got to do the combos, or else you're just not going to be nearly as efficient at anything, or tanking, DPS, healing. If you're just face rolling, you're going to be doing a worse job of it than if you're following the little combos that come up on your hot bars.
And we're going to have, future podcasts focusing on specific classes, talking about, best abilities to use with certain things, good strategies and stuff. Monk is going to be a fantastic episode because they are very specific in all their combo system. Another thing that they added to 2.0 is limit breaks, and this is something that we're familiar with from Final Fantasy VII. The most popular Final Fantasy ever made, and basically all it is. Yeah, I know.
Can't wait to hear those arguments.
Yeah.
This one is way more popular.
It's the most popular. I didn't say it was the best. Okay, so yeah,
I'm sure you'd still get arguments.
I know I'm gonna get arguments. So limit breaks are only usable in parties of 4 to 8, and basically it's these little meters that pop up at the left hand side of the screen. As you're fighting through a dungeon, it basically fills up the limit break meter, and then when you're in the middle of like a boss fight or something like that, you use it. There's a limit break ability that you use, and it'll do an effect, and it is different for each person that uses it. So kind of do some research and see what's going to be best for a specific fight. But I really like them.
And just to touch on that, just as a brief overview of those limit breaks. If you're a tank, your limit break is going to increase party defense, and then like a melee is going to do a single target attack. As a caster, it's an AoE attack. Like for Black Mage, no spoilers here, Black Mage gets this meteor that comes barreling down on your enemy, which is awesome looking.
Yeah,
I want to level Black Mage just so I can limit it once in a while.
Yeah,
I was doing a trial with that, and I thought it was Ifrit doing it. I was like, oh my god! Oh wait, no, that was limit break.
There are it is in the trailer, so it's not really a spoiler, but
right. Well, and then if you're a healer, now I don't know that I agree with this one. If you're a healer, you get HP restoration. The only way, and I've used it, the only way that I can explain it is if you ever played 11 and you got benedictioned by a white mage. It's similar to that. But also if you're a ranged, like I I think Nelock, your limit break is benediction as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a heal.
And
Like,
it's
oh, my
really-
DPS limit break. It's like, don't look at me, man. I can heal you, but
So yeah, I don't understand why they threw ranged into that, but it is what it is, and you really have to kind of use it accordingly to whatever fight you're on. Like, you know, some fights would require there's a huge burst of damage to everybody. You're going to want the healer to use theirs. Otherwise, you're never going to recover.
Exactly.
But
and I mean, you know, who knows how the raids are going to be later on as well, because there may be a strategy for a raid if they want to make it like really hardcore, where you have to use a specific limit break to get past a certain boss, and we won't know which it is, you know, until like, you know, because there's 3 different levels. Each level is different. So level 1 has a different limit break. Level 2 has another different type of limit break. It's not that it's more powerful. It's just a different limit break. So it is different.
yeah, I was running the 8-man Ifrit. I think it was yesterday. I don't know, just all bleeds together. But they were saving the limit break for the caster DPS because these ads pop, because the fight's slightly different. But these ads pop, and they were saving it to do the meteor to take all the ads down to like 1/4 health, and then we all finished them off. That's what it was being saved for.
Nice.
So that's like part of the little strategy to speed up the fight and make it a bit easier.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's, you know, sometimes you don't even need to use it in the lower level, you know, dungeons. It's really like a higher level sort of strategy type thing.
Yeah, you use it in the lower level dungeons because it's fun.
Yeah.
But don't, just pro tip, don't be that guy. Don't be that guy that goes in and click his limit break without finding out if you needed to save it or not. Just let the group as a whole decide who's going to do it from the get-go and call it a day. Communication is key.
And you know, I will say that the dungeons have very specifically marked off areas like before each major battle, so that you can sit there and come up with these strategies, so that you're not just running into a battle and like, oh crap, we didn't decide who's going to do what. You have time. So don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
Yeah. And then they have the duty finder. You know, speaking about dungeons, the duty finder. Aaron, why don't you tell us about that real quick?
The duty finder is awesome. It basically, it's a part of the menu where you go in, and pending that you've gotten to that part of the quest to do that dungeon, or you've unlocked the dungeon you're looking to get into, it's literally a button click. You click on whatever you want to search for, and it will place you into a party. It's a dungeon finder. Mm-hmm. And it's not just tied to dungeons. You can do guild hests with it, and some other things like that. So, but it places you in a group with a tank and a healer and 2 DPS. So it teleports you to the dungeon, and when you're done, it puts you right back where you were standing. Yeah. So it's really nice. It's a quick fix for people that don't have big free companies or anything like that to group up with on the fly. And if you're a tank or a healer, it's almost instantaneous right now. DPS, not so much. There's there's some more of those. I don't say that I agree with the fact that the parties are only 4 people. I think in a lot of cases you need more than 2 DPS. But it is what it is, and it works. It does, and it's fun. And like we talked about the Final Fantasy community last week, and for the most part, everybody's super helpful, and they're really understanding if you've never done it. If you go into a dungeon and anybody in the party hasn't done it before, it puts this banner up that says, there is a member of the party that has not done this before. You're going to get a bonus for helping them. You're going to get a bonus for teaching them fights. You're going to get, because they give you XP bonuses and stuff like that if you've got a newbie in the group. So it really does kind of give you an incentive to not kick that guy because maybe he's not doing perfect. Like, stop and tell him how it works. Don't just assume that he's a baddie and kick him. Nobody likes that guy.
And
don't be that guy.
to add on to that, there is no reason to not just queue up for every single dungeon. When you get into a duty finder, you will be put into you'll be level synced down, which we'll talk about in a minute, and you'll basically have a fun experience getting money and equipment and experience and all this stuff just for running dungeons at a very fun pace. So so Nailok, why don't you explain what the level sync is?
All right, level sync makes it so you can't be crazy high level doing low level stuff, essentially, but it also allows you to still do the low level stuff. So it sinks you down to like the highest level meant for that. So like if you're 50 and you're doing, I think if you're level, you go to a level 21, it sinks you down to like level 23, if I'm remembering correctly.
Right. Something like
Yeah,
that.
it's somewhere in there. So, and it's really, I think it's really good the way it scales it down, because you're not crazy overpowered, but you're also not weaker than you should be. I think you are a little bit stronger than you would be at that level normally, but it's not a huge difference.
Right,
And it does it for the dungeons. You have to do it for the fates, which I kind of like it, because if I'm in the higher places, but like the stuff's like level 40 and I'm 50, and if I just don't sync up, the guys in the fate won't bother me. I can just breeze on through, because it doesn't let you interact with the fate unless you level sync. So the place could be packed, and it's like, oh, just don't level sync and walk right through without anything touching me.
Skate right by. But yeah, it syncs down your abilities too, so everybody understands how this works. If I'm level 50 White Mage and I go into, let's say, Copperbell Mines, I can't use some of my higher level spells in there. It does limit you on what abilities you can use per whatever level that ability is. So it will prevent you from using your higher level, quote, OP stuff in a low level dungeon, but it is very effective. And find a job that needs XP and sync down. It's the best way to do it. It really is, and you get good XP out of them. It's not like a waste at all either. So
yeah, definitely
doing that.
And then you have quests, which are new to Final Fantasy XIV. And they have like 3 different types of quests. You have the main scenario quest, which basically looks like a fiery meteor. You can't miss it. It's very apparent what it is. Then you have side quests, which are like your little fetch, do this, do that quest, sort of thing. It's never really very in depth, but it's still pretty fun. And those just look like little exclamation marks. And then you have class and job quests, which are how you unlock those classes or those jobs. And the job quests, I haven't done one in A Realm Reborn, but I do know that in 1.0 they were really, really tough. And so it's all of those. You have those different types, but really there's so much to do in the game. You're not going to run out of stuff to do.
Nope. And that was a big concern when they first, came out with the betas and stuff like that. Everybody was concerned that there wouldn't be enough quests or anything to do to level up other jobs once you get past once you get past your first class. Like, am I going to soak up all the quests and stuff like that for other jobs? But no, it's not even the case. There's plenty of stuff to do to level without boring yourself to death. So,
yeah, you could probably, I'd say from start to finish, you could probably level up at least 3 classes without having to do like a bunch of guild leaves or running out of quests, because you can go to each city and then do like their path to the end game, which is pretty long. I think it goes up to 40 before you start merging. And yeah, you'll have quests in all those areas.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job with balancing everything out. Now, like you mentioned, guild leaves, and I mean, so Ern, why don't you?
Don't accuse me. Oh, wait, yeah, I did.
Well, you have another avenue to gain XP and gear and gil and all that stuff are guild leaves, which are kind of, you can think of them as repeatable dailies. You sort of accrue them over time. Now, I believe the refresh rate right now, it's 3 for every 12 hours, correct?
Yeah, up to 100. Yeah.
Okay, up to 100. Now, just to put it into perspective, because I opened up that quest in Beta 4 to unlock guild leaves, you now can, they have accrued since then. I'm up to like an allowance of like 70 guild leaves right now. So if I decide I want to start leveling something else and I don't want to do real quests, I don't want to do any dungeons, I just want to I want to chip away at this, just strictly guild leaves, you could do that if you have enough built up, but you're only allowed up to 100 and it refreshes 3 every 12 hours. So roughly 6 a day. and they're just repeatable, and they send you out to a spot. You go to the spot, and then you initiate it. You have to activate the quest when you get to the designated spot, and it might be killing something, it might be gathering something, or whatever. And then you can do all 6 of them, and then go turn all 6 in if you want to, and it will teleport you back to the NPC that you picked the quests up from. It's super easy. It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's quick. It's not drawn out. It's not boring. They did a really nice job with it this time around. You don't have to run all the way back to town to turn them in, and you can turn them all in at the same time if you want to, which is nice too. You don't have to keep popping back and forth.
So just to like reiterate that, your limit that you can do at a time is 6. You have up to 100 that you can accrue, and these are for not only the battle classes, but also the crafting and the gathering classes. So if you're wondering, like, how am I going to level up my blacksmith, this is how you do it. You know, you go through the guild leaves, you'll get recipes to create. They'll give you all of the ingredients, and you just craft it.
Right. Like, I just opened up my menu right now. I have an allowance of 88 guild leaves that I could do, and I could go through and I could spam them for the next few days until I run out of my allowance. But it's only going to refresh 6 a day. So there's that.
Yep.
I'm glad they kind of put a limit on it, because then it makes it there's an incentive to still do
to spend them.
Finder.
Yep.
So if you run out, it's like, well, I guess I'm doing, or just before you run out, you can do at least for adventuring, you can run the dungeons.
Yep. And separate from guild leaves is guild hests, which are basically you speak to a battle warden, and these are somewhat like fates, but they're more like small scale battles that require special tactics that almost work like a tutorial for the dungeons and kind of the strategies and working with other people to play your class effectively in a group situation. That's what guild hests are. Just for inexperienced players, really. I know that sounds like it's degrading, but it's not. You get large experience, you get guild bonuses and everything like that, and it's just really the first time you complete one, you get all that, and you get a learning experience, so it's no point in not doing it. So
I queue up for those too.
Get it.
Just add in there.
You get a huge XP and guild bonus for doing them the first time around. So that's nice.
And they're still fun. You know, you get to meet new people and help them out and stuff like that. So a lot of fun. Okay, so Nailak, why don't you tell us about the Fates?
Fates. These are public quests, more or less, or rifts if you played Rift.
Yeah.
They just appear in the open zones, and you join them just by running into them. And if you're high level, you level sync. And if you're low level, you get a penalty. If like you're too low for it, I think you can still screw around, but you won't get as good of a reward. And some of them you can initiate because there'll be an NPC in a town, and someone will like get them going. And then people usually flock around it, even if they're not around when you start it.
Right.
Because I tried that a few times. I was like, I'm just going to start it and see what happens. Got swarmed out of nowhere. I was like, all right, I guess we're hanging out. Let's do it. You can... I've only seen them fail when time runs out because just no one did them. They're not terribly hard because it's just swarming. And so they're fun. And they're very... efficient in giving exp and Grand Company seals. Of course, they don't seem like they give very much gil though. But if you can get a good run going where you're just in a zone hunting down fates, usually there's a swarm of people going from fate to fate. And it's like you get a good groove going. It's really nice for exp and Grand Company seals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they also have like some fates that drop unique loot. Like they have like the Behemoth one, and they also have like Lightning from Final Fantasy 13. She has her own fate, and these are like really higher level ones. And I mean, I saw a Behemoth one yesterday. It was like 500 people all fighting Behemoth in this fate, and I don't want to give anything away, but I will tell you, all 500 people were dead at the end.
Yes, I've done 2 since the servers went live.
Yeah,
and it has been interesting. I'll just
it
put
is
it that way.
So fun, so fun. But we're not gonna
Yeah, I won't get into that. I'll save it for people to experience all by themselves.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
the one thing I wanted to touch on about the fates is if you're a healer, you don't really get the kind of credit that you think you would get if you were just healing your party mates, because it's not actually tied to the fate itself. So DPS.
Yeah.
The end.
Cleric stands.
Yeah. And it's a little difficult because half the time, if you've got a good group and there's a bunch of people there, that stuff dies before you even get a stone cast. I mean, it's difficult, but if you can tag everything with an arrow or something like that, do it. Do whatever you can. Try to get some DPS in there.
You want to find your target closest enemy key.
Yes.
Where you can spam it, and with an attack that refreshes constantly, and casts very fast.
Yes.
And there's just gonna be a closest enemy.
Yep. Even if you have to pull it from a different class, do it.
Yeah, it's usually just tab and one. Tab one. And then, so we talk about a lot of the instances and stuff like that, but what we're really talking about, previously were the 4-man, level 15 dungeons and stuff. They actually have giant raids of multi-party alliances of 24 players doing in-game raids and stuff like that. So, the dungeons from earlier that we mentioned, like Copper Bell and stuff like that, they will have hard mode versions with new enemies and paths later on for these 24-player, in-game raids. And they also have the Crystal Tower, which we've talked about before, and the Great Labyrinth of Bahamut. And those will grow with content updates. But there's tons of stuff to do here with tons of people.
Yes. And, having those free companies, if you can find one to join of, helpful people, do that, because this is your way to get into stuff like that and have it be worth your while.
Definitely. So Naylok, why don't you tell us about the primal battles?
Primal battles. They usually put these in, or as far as I know, they put them all in these things called trials, because it's not a typical dungeon crawl. It's just, you go in it, and it's just the primal. So you do, the first one you're going to do is Ifrit. And you queue up for it, you're in it, and it's just you and your group and Ifrit, and you fight them. It's like a instant boss fight. And there's all the mechanics involved with it. And it's the first ones are storyline. Then later on at 50, I'm starting to do the, I forget what they call them, hard mode. And they bump it up to 8-man for these hard modes, primal battles at 50.
Yeah, and then they have an extreme one too, which I think is 24.
Yeah,
which is even crazier. But yeah, there's more than just the 3 primals. I think the ones you fight in the story, I think, are Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan.
Mm-hmm.
But they have other ones like Odin and Bahamut and stuff like that. So
hate Garuda so much.
Everyone. Her and I are not on good terms right now. Let me tell you.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at on the storyline. If that tells you anything.
So Ern, what are the personal logs? Because a lot of people have trouble understanding this.
The personal logs are kind of like where you can track your hunting logs and stuff like that. I believe the button is H. Let me try it. Yep, it's H. That's H is your hunting log, but you can kind of keep track of your progress and mini achievements and stuff like that. There's crafting logs too. Fishing guides where you can discover, you get bonus XP for discovering new fish that you're fishing up, things like that. It's just an extra ways to get extra XP and to kind of get mini achievements for yourself.
Yeah,
really.
I kind of see it as an exploration log, because for the hunting logs, you have to go and find 4 types of a certain mob and kill it, and then if you complete that, you get a huge bonus of experience and an achievement, and it's really worth doing. It's a fantastic thing. It gets you kind of looking throughout the world and stuff, and it's a lot of fun.
I actually used my hunting log to get my last level, but I didn't really do much of any of it. So I started from the lowest level when I'm off in Bent Branch, just harassing low levels by killing tons of squirrels. but then I left. And I was working my way up, and that's how I got my last level. And you actually have to use the hunting log to get promotions in your Grand Company as well.
Yeah, and it's tied to each class too. So don't think that because you're blowing through your hunter's log on your archer doesn't mean that you can't do that on, a marauder if you decide you want to level that. They're completely separate.
Yeah, and they're all equally awesome. Now, when we're talking about achievements, we're not talking about the PS3 trophies. Those are two different things. So, I mean, you can get PlayStation trophies. And you can plat out a Realm Reborn. So all you Platinum hunters out there, go ahead and get the Realm Reborn. It is awesome. You're going to have fun. But the achievements are not the same as the trophies. So,
right.
Yep. We're going to quickly touch on play versus player. There's not many details on this, and we're not going to see Wolves Den until the next patch. But basically, it's 4v4 or 8v8, just straight up PvP matches. And they have that's the Wolf's Den, and they have the front lines, which is a large open Grand Company clash of PvP, which is there's not much known about it, but it's like the large scale 3 Empire type battle skirmish.
Yeah,
that'd be fun.
Well, I'm hoping that they actually got something good here, and anyone who seen PvP in basically any game or MMOs it's the 3 faction PvP opposed to the 2
Realm versus Realm.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, the 2 faction PvP often gets dumped on because it's usually not balanced well, but when it's 3 Realm, it tends to be a bit better because there's bonuses and they can shift the balance better.
Definitely. And just for those wondering, you can't just go in as a level 1 and start doing PvP and rank up through it like you can in like World of Warcraft or something like that, or Warhammer, for example. The Wolves Den requires level 30 to be unlocked, and it is accessible through the Duty Finder, so you will be able to queue up for it, but it's not for level 1s. It's not a way for you to rank up your character from 1 to 30. It is 30 on up. So. All right. So why don't we cover crafting a little bit? Ern, you want to talk about synthesis and what synthesis is?
But basically, synthesis is like the act of crafting. You equip a specific tool for said craft, and you open up your crafting menu, and you start synthesizing things. You put ingredients together, and it's so much more streamlined this time around. It's not really so much of a game anymore as it is actually crafting things, and it's just the act of pushing a few buttons, really. And you get, as you level it, you get extra bonus abilities that you can do. Like in fishing, once you get up a little bit higher, you get stealth mode, so you can fish in the open world stealth mode and not get aggroed by mobs that are like, I don't know, below 20 or whatever level you are, things like that. So as you craft up, you get experience points, you level up as a crafter, and you get extra abilities, and you can make high quality items or fish high quality fish. I mean, it keeps going. You level it just like you would any other class.
And I mean, just to kind of give you some comparison, in 1.0, we didn't have recipe books. Like in 2.0 right now, you can just choose what you want to make, and it'll take those ingredients, and then you can craft it. But in 1.0, we were like finding all of these weird items and just throwing it into like this box and hoping that we could make something of it. It was
a giant guessing game.
Yeah, it was interesting, but it was completely unintuitive, and it took forever, especially with the UI interface like that we had back then. So, one thing that they did actually add is quick synthesis, which is at level 10 in a crafting class. You can just click it, and it'll give you instant results with your craft, but the quality is really low. And as Ern said, when you make high quality stuff, especially for guild leaves, they give you a huge bonus of gil and everything, so it's really good.
Yeah, like, have you crafted anything?
Nope.
Nope.
Well, I mean, one thing to look into, Nailok, is you can repair your own gear as a crafting class.
Yeah.
I was actually looking at that last night to see which class would help me out the most for repairing and the other stuff we're talking about, which is materia melding.
Yeah, so why don't since you brought that up, why don't you go and tell us what the materia and materia melding is?
Well, with materia, you get materia by having something equipped and getting experience while it's equipped, and you increase your spirit bond with it. Once you get your spirit bond to 100, you can right-click on it and convert it to materia, which I think it can be different stats, and it's random which one it picks, but it has to be something that's related to the piece. And then you get a piece of a materia, which you can later equip to pieces of equipment that have materia slots.
It's like a enchants, so to speak. It boosts your stats.
Yeah, it's like socketing.
Socketing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean it's pretty much it. I mean, I think at level 20 you do a couple quests, and then you talk to Mudamix Bubbly Pots, which is an awesome name. So exactly what they said. Whenever you find equipment that has little sockets in it, you can just throw your materia in it, very similar to Final Fantasy VII, and you'll get a whole bunch. You won't get abilities, but you'll get stats. So it adds stuff to it. It's like enchanting. Mm-hmm. So, Ern, why don't you tell us about dyes? Because I think you were working on a project, huh?
This is my favorite part. There's aside from the initial quest to unlock dyeing capability, there's an NPC out in Vesper Bay, which is off of Camp Horizon. You talk to an NPC. She's sitting on a bench. I think she's the only one sitting on a bench. I don't remember her name. But if you go talk to her and give her a bottle of orange juice, she gives you some dyes, and then you unlock that ability to dye all of your gear pink. So there's that.
That's the only ability.
Yeah. Pink is the only option. Pink is the only option. But yes, and then there's vendors in the cities that you can buy other colors. But she gives you a couple of starter colors, and it's supposedly random. But both times that I did the quest, I got the same colors. But you can go buy. There's I want to say there's somewhere in the realm of 15 different colors you can pick from out of the gate, and then I think apothecaries can craft more unique dyes that you can buy on the marketplace too. So there's that. But yeah, it's a great feature to try to look as ridiculous as possible. It's great.
Definitely. And then, really quickly, because we kind of touched on it a bunch while we were talking, but so the gathering classes, what they changed it a little bit this time, because whenever you go up to a gathering node, you can choose what you want the source to be, and it gives you a percentage of the success that you will have in getting this. So, you could get a crystal or some gathering materials or catalysts and stuff like that. And I thought it was going to be a little broken, but it's really intuitive, and it makes a lot of sense, really.
Yeah, I haven't done any gathering other than fishing yet, so I'm newbie to that stuff.
I still, that's all ahead of me still.
Yeah.
But one thing I was reading about it was that gathering, especially mining, is supposed to be a really good way to make money.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Definitely. But so that's basically all of the basics for Final Fantasy XIV. If you guys have any questions, come to the forums and ask, and we'll definitely respond and answer any questions that you might have. That goes for anything we've talked about today, be it the Mac client or any sort of thing that has to do with Final Fantasy XIV. If we do have server migrations opened again, me and Naylock will post where we are going. So if you want to join us or something like that, because I'm with Naylock on this. If they're open, I want to leave. So
yeah, that server's way too packed, and
yeah, it's a little different for me. We already have an established free company. We have 150 members in there. We kind of have some roots. It would be hard to coordinate something like that at this point, but it's not out of the stars. But otherwise, I'm on Excalibur, and I'll be there till the end of time, likely.
Yep. And so with that, why don't we go to 5 stars and feedback? Ern, go ahead and take it away. We had a lot. Okay, so I got to thank all you guys, all of our listeners and stuff like that. We've had a lot of donations, as you heard at the top of the show, and we have a lot of new iTunes reviews. So get on iTunes, review our show, type a little blurb or whatever you like. You can get on the forums and type a review. We'll still read it on the air too. But go ahead, Ern, take it away.
And I'm not sure how to say this person's name. Animisdume? We'll go with that.
That looks
Animus
like
Dime?
Animus Dime. I think
Animus
Animus
Dime. Okay, well,
yeah.
Okay. Really love the show. So glad you came back for 2.0 release and can't wait to hear new episodes. The website was in a bad state for a while, and I figured I'd check back since 2.0 was coming out soon, and I saw it was back up. I don't know why you guys don't have more reviews, but here you go, 5 stars.
Well, thank you very much, Animus Time. Yeah, so for a while there, the website, I wasn't paying to actually have the modules all that we needed, so it looked all janky and stuff. Like there was no theme or anything like that. So do apologize for that, but that was while I was unemployed, so that's my only excuse. But yeah, thank you so much. I'm glad you came back and checked into us, and yeah, I don't know why we don't have more reviews either. So, so yeah, get out there and review.
Come on, do it.
Yeah. Then we have a daring one on iTunes. He says, hard to find such a pure podcast nowadays. Either they're a corporate website trying to cash in on a game hype, or a bunch of amateurs talking about everything but the game. These guys, and Ern's a girl, these guys focus on the game and not the little petty things that happen in the community. They aren't whiny, but they have a strong sense of experience in the gaming industry and make logical arguments. Listening to their past episodes, they have been right with everything they said would happen to 14 before it was even announced. Can't wait for more episodes, and their new logo is sick.
I love that review. Thanks, Daring One.
Yay.
That is a fantastic review. And you know what? Like, going back and listening to our podcast, especially from episode 6, I think he's right. Like, we have a lot of discussions, especially even last podcast, we were like, hey, they're going to add more servers, everything like this, and they're probably going to have not forced migrations, but like migrations that are suggested. And that's exactly what they're doing. So, I think he's right on. I think that was a fantastic review. Thank you so much, Daring One. That's one of my favorite reviews of all time.
Yep.
Of all time.
Of all time. All time. That one takes the cake for sure. All right, Nalek, we have one more.
All right. This is from Sapphire 511. It's short. It's early in the Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn cycle. This podcast already stands above the others.
Yeah,
Thank
short
you.
and sweet. That's it.
Straight and to the point. Thank you, Sapphire. That's a great review.
Thank you so much, guys. We really appreciate the reviews, and keep sending them our way. It keeps us going. It makes us happy. So yeah. And if you want to donate too, we'll say your name in the podcast. It keeps the hosting going and stuff like that. It keeps progress on the Mac client going as well. So we don't have any facts or facts. This is so for those new listeners there, we have facts or facts, which is basically you send an email with a question or comment or anything like that to ask@lodestoneradio.com, and we'll basically answer it on the air. We're going to get we're looking into getting a phone number for you to call and leave a voicemail or something like that, so you can leave a message and we'll play it on the show and answer it on the show as well.
And if you prank us, it's going on air.
Yeah.
Heavy breathing, it's going on air.
Especially if it's bad, and then we'll make fun of you.
Yeah, and we will be putting them in the bloopers, so just keep that in mind if needed. But yeah, that's all for today's show. Be sure to listen and check us out at lodestoneradio.com, and also don't forget to review us on iTunes. Can't stress that enough. This is Lodestone Radio. Be sure to listen next week. And for Ern and Nalok, I'm Saino. Take care.
Toodles.
Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I'm Saino, and I just cut the entire intro again. Yay!
So much pressure.
It is pressure.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Pain! Oh my god!
You can do it. No.
Choke.
Thanks for the support, guys.
Anytime.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Parachute won't deploy.
Nick. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I'm your host,
Stop
you know.
Stop it.
What?
What are you, like, depressed? Hello, everyone. Welcome to Lodestone Radio.
No, I'm practicing. I'm not actually doing the intro right now.
Chewed on 7 Xanax. In a minute.
I guess, guys.
Drooling.
God, you suck. Oh, no, I was just practicing what I was going to say.
Oh, God,
Oh.
it hurts.
Oh.
So bad.
Alright, hello everyone and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I'm your host, and with God, it's gonna be bad. On some machines, you can click the green plus sign and make it, it'll sponge out, like maximize, I guess, but it'll still be in like a windowed version. Hold on, I don't want to say sponged out. That was weird.
Did you just make that up?
I think so, yeah. Okay. Sponged out. Alrighty.
No, it was just short, but I said something like, Yoshi P, you and your team did a stellar job with the rebirth of the nostalgia. Oh, I gotta start over. Hold on. Can you read that?
Oh, I don't know. I said something like...
I said something.
Something to the effect of get the paper out, get my glasses on.
I wasn't prepared for this at all. Sorry.
You caught me completely off guard. Oh, here.
All right.
This is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lodestone Radio, episode 11. I'm your host, Sayano, and with me, as always, is Ern.
Hi.
And Naylock.
Hi.
What are y'all laughing at already?
I was just waiting for you to mess up your intro.
Yes.
Did I mess it up?
Forget, no.
No,
You didn't mess it up, but I was just sitting there thinking he's gonna forget what the intro is.
I was too.
Oh.
When it actually got to me, I was like, oh, hi.
Yeah. And when I heard her, I knew that's exactly what she said.
So, I messed up the last two intros, okay? You can't hold that against me. All right?
You have little faith.
Yes. All right, so it's September 10th, 2013. Hope everybody's doing well. We got a lot to cover today. A lot happened. So let's go ahead and just get right into personal updates. So, Ern, how'd you do in 14?
Well, I made a ton of progress on the story. I'm working on my relic right now. I'm at the Chimera fight, and I haven't been able to do it yet because I've kind of paused my progress to catch all my friends up. That's about it, really. I've just been trying to catch people up all week. My playtime was a little limited. I'm working on my bard and simultaneously catching my friends up at the same time. So
Nice. Very, very nice. How about you, Naylock? You had a big update last time, so, now that you've finished everything, how's your update looking this week?
I'm just, running the duty finder. I'm just farming Amdor Keep and Ifrit for tomes and trying to get an Ifrit weapon. I cannot believe I haven't gotten one yet.
Wow.
I ran it like 20 times. I have 3 weapons from him for other classes, but I don't have my own.
So they're just in like a trophy case somewhere.
Yeah, I was like, oh, maybe I'll make these guys one day. He'll be all set if I level him up. But yeah, and
Nice.
like while I'm in the dungeon finder, I queue up Bard and then I go work on my Lancer.
So I actually got a lot done. I in my own opinion, I think. I'm now level 44, so
Nice.
I'm looking forward to the Garuda fight whenever I get it. I'm very close, very, very close. I defeated Ifrit and Titan, so that was cool. Got my Grand Company Chocobo. I went to the Calamity Reclaimer person and saw a bunch of stuff on there I forgot I even had. So if you're coming back from 1.0, go find that person. you will thank yourself so much. I got up to a private first class of Immortal Flames because they're the best. So I did a whole bunch of dungeons. 1,000 Maws of Totorek was really, really hard. I was surprised how tough that dungeon was. I didn't really like Hake Manor. That one kind of seemed very generic and just kind of plain. And I completed Bray Flox's Long Stop, which was an amazing dungeon. And I
love that dungeon.
Yeah, I just want to say a special thank you to Senret Brimfire and Tia Whiskerwood from the Lamia server. They were fantastic helping me do my first time through that dungeon. So thank you guys so much. That was awesome.
Yeah, I also it's the Busted Up Castle one.
Oh, God, I know what that is too. It's in
Stone Vigil. Stone Vigil.
Mm-hmm.
Stone
I like
Vigil.
that one.
So you like Stone Vigil?
I do like Stone Vigil. A lot of people can't stand it, but I don't know. There's something about that one that I like a lot.
Nice. I haven't done it yet, so I'm looking forward to it. But yeah.
Yeah.
So why don't we go on to equipment breaking news?
All right, looking good there. And equipment breaking news.
So on the forums, Yoshi P posted up a notice of maintenance and server load stuff. As you know, last episode we talked about the maintenance that would happen on September 4th. And they've increased the concurrent number of connections across all servers by roughly 60,000 users. You know, usually MMO servers can hold up to about 5,000 to 5,500 players at one time. Their servers are pushing 7,300 up to 7,800 simultaneous logins, which is, I mean, Nailok, have you heard of that number for an MMO server?
Not that, well, you know, they tend to keep that stuff pretty secret, but anytime I do hear numbers, it's usually something like roughly 5,000 and it's full.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's pretty high.
You know, last time we talked, I think they had up to 250,000 concurrent connections. They're up to 325,000 concurrent connections, and it's just going to increase and grow. They have some priorities, however. So they want to substantially increase the number of worlds. They want to create a third Duty Finder group to further alleviate server stress. They want to increase the number of servers used for instances. So they know that there's an issue, and they're really wanting to fix it overall and not just like a quick patch. They are going to enable World Transfer Service, which is, you know, praise to a bunch of people, you know, that are looking to leave another server to go to a, you know, lower populated one or go join their friends on another one. And they're looking into large-scale improvements for long-term operations, because whenever PlayStation 4 comes out, we're going to see a huge influx of players across the board again.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I want to ask you, Ern, did you see any improvements after the September 4th maintenance?
I mean, I had a couple of queues, but it was like the physical number was less than 7. I don't think I was in queue for more than 30 seconds. So they definitely improved the actual login issues that people were having. I personally don't think that the AFK players are an issue anymore at all.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
to each their own, you got to have something to gripe about, right?
How about you, Nailok?
Before I couldn't log in, and now I can log in whenever I want. So,
Yeah.
without worry about not getting in. So it's pretty good.
We had a full party last night. We had a tank, myself healing, and 2 DPS, and we queued for that instance and still sat in queue for 30 minutes. Because the instance servers are still being overloaded. There's just still an amazing amount of wait, even if you have a full party using the Duty Finder. So
yeah, and we're gonna talk about the Duty Finder servers, you know, in a little bit, because they're kind of the whole issue of all the server problems that we've been having previously. So. But yeah, so I mean, I certainly saw a huge improvement. You know, initially it was kind of tough because they were doing the login restrictions and things like that. But as soon as they lifted those, it wasn't a problem at all. It was super quick to get in. It seems like I'm noticing less players overall, but it also seems like they've lowered the number of renderable characters on screen. Because if I move around, then you see more popping up in the area, but it just like, you know, it seems like the number of players looks visually less. But yeah, so I'm going to do a quick update on the Mac port. So a lot of players are using it. A lot of players, you know, are having the standard issues of, hey, ESRB boss is really tough. The graphics on ATI don't work. You know, when are you going to make an Intel HD graphics patch and stuff? So Intel HD is not my primary focus. My primary focus is making it a lot more stable and double the performance for the people that can currently play. I am working on a patch for the release. It should double the performance from like 20 FPS to about 40, and you should see substantially less crashes. But again, don't look for this anytime soon. Probably within the next couple of weeks. It is going to take some time to really get together and iron out and everything. But yeah, I just wanted to give a quick update on that. Oh, and please stop using the shop box to alert me to certain things like. Ern, did you have something you wanted to say about that? Because I know it's bothering you.
Yes, it's driving me crazy, guys. Please stop using the shout box for like the Mac issues. There are designated threads in the forums for you to report your issues and to discuss how to fix things and how make sure you're doing it right. The shout box really gets overloaded, and Saino can't even keep up with the comments without flipping back 4 pages out of the shout box. So it's really not an efficient use of your time or hours, so I'm asking you super nicely to use the forums.
Now let me point out. Ern says our time. I'm the only one working on this thing. Okay, I am a one-man team working on the Mac client.
Our time is also being wasted by having to read your Mac stuff on the shout box. That's what the problem is.
Yeah, so when people are asking me for help and everything like that, you have to remember there are about 6,000 to 7,000 people that have downloaded this thing now. I am a one-person shop. I can't get to every single person's comments. I really can't. And I'm getting pulled everywhere on Reddit and YouTube and my own website and in emails and messages directly, and it's a lot. So please try to go to the forums, lodestoneradio.com. There's a Mac section there. Read through it first. If you post a repeat issue, I'm just going to say it's a repeat issue. Read the forums and it's going to be deleted. So moving right along, yesterday, September 9th, the Moonfire Fair, Bombard a Bomb Nations.
Say that 3 times real fast.
Yeah, Bombard Abominations started in all of the city-states, and it will be extended, the duration of it. So usually I think it lasts about a week or so, and it's probably going to last like 2 weeks now. But basically, you go to your city-states, you'll see all the decorations all over the place, and you can get a really tight-fitting bikini if you go through the whole quest line. So.
That just to point something out, we on Google Plus have dubbed this, since they're doing a Summerfest in September, it's Septomerfest, because we're trying to figure out why they're doing this in September, but it makes sense because the game's only been out a couple weeks. So
yeah, so they're just trying to get it in.
Yep.
Also, the Libra Eorzea app is now available for iOS, and that actually came out today during the while we're recording this podcast. And it's actually really, really cool. You download it and you can actually look up every single quest and what the rewards are and where to go get it from and who gives it to you, everything. I mean, everything from class quests, job quests, to side quests, grand company quests, everything. You can look up any item, armor, equipment, anything like that. You can look up your own character sheet. You can look up other people's character sheets and your link shells and free companies and stuff. So it is a highly suggested or recommended application for iOS, and the Android version is coming very soon. So if you're not an Apple fan, it is coming for you as well.
Good.
Yes.
Who makes that though?
Square Enix does. It's completely free.
It's theirs?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's an official app. So
yes,
legit.
All Worlds Maintenance. Now, Nalok, you actually brought this to my attention. On September 11th, they made an announcement about All Worlds Maintenance, and there was I think Kamate made a post on the forums talking about some of the things that they're focusing on for future updates. They're going to significantly reduce repair fees and the cost of dark matter. So, while the focus is primarily on higher level people because it scales, the repair costs do, they are looking to lower the overall fees for repair costs for those higher levels. And it doesn't really bother me. Like we were talking about this, the only time it's an issue is when I'm not doing anything other than dying over and over again in a dungeon.
Yeah, when I'm not making money, and then it's only an issue when I'm failing a lot for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, Ern, do you see an issue with the repair fees?
Oh, 100%. I mean, like I said, I currently focusing on helping my friends get caught up, so I'm literally doing nothing but running dungeons. I haven't gotten into anything that's going to bring me any income. And my repair bills right now, on average, run me about 2,000 gil per dungeon. That's the problem that we're having right now, is there's more money going out than there is coming in. I can't vendor enough stuff or do enough quests to keep up.
You know what they should do is have a significant gil reward for dungeons to cover those repair costs then.
Yeah, I was actually in a group talking about this, how it's like, well, everyone does speed runs because the trash gives nothing. It doesn't give money or it doesn't even give vendor trash. So why should nobody wants to do the trash?
Especially
if you just drop some money every time you killed a guy, or maybe some like 10% chance at a piece of loot, people would start killing them. But there's literally no reason to kill them if you can do a speed run.
Right. And especially if you're doing those level 50 dungeons, you're not really catching anybody up because your friends that need XP can't even get into it. So you're literally going in there for tombs, and you don't want to spend $2,000 to $3,000 gil. I'm down probably 10 to 15 grand just on repairs in the last week.
Fun.
Yeah.
Well, then they got to add money to those drops then. But yeah.
Yep.
In addition to that, they are going to have level requirements for high-level dungeon participation. Now, I'm a little anxious about this because, I mean, obviously, this is only going to be for the hard mode primal battles and like extreme raids and things like that. Where, hey, if your equipment level is not high enough, then it's probably not recommended that you go into this battle. However, this is just screaming gear score from World of Warcraft all over the place, and I don't want that mentality to come to Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't become a numbers game, like the duty finder is going to kind of scan your gear and make sure that you can queue. I don't think it's going to be anything that you can physically see as a number.
Well, it sounds like they say it's going to average out your item level, and then you can see it on your character window. I don't think they plan on like making it public, like they can examine you and see your item level average. At least I hope not.
They're also doing the addition of a party recruitment window. Now, this kind of seems a little weird because it basically you're recruiting for a specific dungeon and the roles you're looking for. But I mean, maybe this is useful for like 24-mans or hard level fights. But I mean, really, isn't the duty finder good for that? I mean, this seems kind of pointless. Like, I don't think it's going to get much use.
If I had the option between Duty Finder and this finder, I would use this one, like server only. Like, well, they're doing keep, so I'll just go with them because I can like talk to them and arrange it beforehand, and it's not as pick-up-y as a dungeon finder.
Right. What about you, Aaron? Well,
the spin I'm feeling off of it is it might build some player community. It's probably you'll build a rapport with players on your server. It happens everywhere you go, and it's a good way to kind of put a staple in the community side of things, I think.
Alrighty. All right, fair enough. I mean, I mean, obviously, they're going to be announcing more details later on, but I mean, just from what it sounds like, it seems like we already have that niche filled. But I guess we'll see whenever we get more details. But why don't we move on to community service? I sentence you to community service. So, MMORPG.com and Gamer Escape sat down with Yoshi P at PAX Prime, and they talked about a lot of things. But yeah, so why don't we just jump right into this? And so first thing they talk about is class mounts. Now, Ern, you have your unicorn because you're a white mage, right?
I do, and it's majestic.
Don't you say otherwise?
Yeah.
I'll beat you up.
The unicorn, every time I see it, I think Odin's coming for me. But hey, that
Odin doesn't look too mad. It's white. Oh,
yeah, exactly. Why is that a pink Odin? But anyhow, it's just Ern.
This is me.
Yeah, but yeah. So class mounts, I think that would be kind of pointless, to be honest with you. I think white mage needed it because there are people don't want to play healer too much, and if they're kind of pushed to try other classes, I think that's a really good initiative. Is hey, if you do this class and you'll get this special mount. I don't think every single class needs a mount though. I don't know. Nailak, what do you think?
Knew about the mounts, but then I was surprised to learn that was supposed to be incentive for for people to play Conjure. That's kind of a weird way to go about it. Like, I'm really indifferent about it.
So, Ern, what about you?
Well, I think it's a fine idea in theory to give people an incentive to level a healer class. But they're going to give you the mount at level 30, and you don't ever have to turn around and look back. That isn't going to help anybody. Right. I don't think that, I mean, I know that they had good intentions with it. I was genuinely excited about this stupid unicorn because I just think it's adorable. But that's just me. There's a lot of people that don't care for it, and then there's people that want it, but they're only going to go as far as they need to go to get it, and then not look back. So
maybe we'll get some, maybe we won't. Who knows?
Yep.
Next thing they talked about was primals. And we already know we have Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda right now. We saw Rama's mentioned a lot, and we know Shiva and Leviathan are going to be coming soon too. But there's also they're going to be coming as soon as 2.2, patch 2.2. So not currently, not the next patch, but the one after that. Really, the first one I can think of them putting in is Rama, because it seems like there's already a beast tribe for it and everything like that. Mm-hmm. Shiva and Leviathan, we know there's beast tribes for them too, but I mean, for every primal, are they going to have to make a beastman tribe for it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to have a lot of beast tribes.
Yeah, and they're kind of shooting themselves in. I mean, I would love to see the Yaguda come back, and all the beastmen from 11. Because they were so very unique, in their appearance and very, specific. I thought they were awesome.
I completely forgot about Yagudas until you just said that. I love those things.
Yeah, exactly. And what's really cool is in either patch 2.2 or 2.3, free companies are going to be able to capture primals, and then summon them at least one time before they're released back into the world. So I don't know if that summon means like you can fight them yourself, or they can aid you in a fight.
Ooh, I want them to aid me.
See, I remember us talking about this in episode 7, Information Overload, and we were talking about free companies being able to summon primals, but they don't really explain if they're going to fight with you or if it's a specific battle.
Well, you're capturing it, so I would assume it's aid, but then it's.
What are you going to fight with it though?
I don't know. Maybe it's both. Like maybe when you summon it, it aids you, but it's aiding you in a very specific fight for that summon.
You know what? PvP.
Oh,
that would be ridiculous.
I bet that's it.
That'd be quite the shot too. Like, I'm using it. This is the fight. I'm using the primal, and then
here comes Garuda.
You only get to use it once. Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of. But yeah. And then they talked more about the issues with the data centers basically, and really what the overall issue was the duty finder. Because everybody was jamming into this one server, it was holding down all of the performance of all the other servers and affecting everything. So now they have, it was bottlenecking. So now they've split it up into 2 duty finder servers, and now all the servers are linked to a different duty finder server. So half the servers run on one duty finder, the other ones run on the other duty finder, and you will never ever meet people on those other servers.
Right, they kind of split it up like for lack of a better term, battle groups.
Yeah, battle groups. Yeah. That's basically what it is. But they're also going to be adding more servers, and to do that, they need to have a third duty finder server or battle group. So that's kind of what we're looking at now. Is that's the only way it's going to work. So if you do a world transfer and you want to transfer your entire free company, you have to start from ground zero again. So
can't see that happening.
Yeah,
we have like 600,000 points or something ridiculous right now. We're just waiting for them to lift the cap. So
yeah. So, and you can do a world transfer, you can transfer your entire free company, but you will have to start over again.
Nope.
Yep.
No, you're starting over. You're transferring and starting over.
I guess we'll be on Excalibur for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, there you go. Now, they also talked about fates, because apparently a lot of people are worried that fates are too good of a leveling experience. Like, all you see is fate party groups, shots for them, and you see, people just going from fate to fate to fate and trying to power level, basically. Yoshi P didn't really seem too concerned. He thinks it's just maybe like, a mad dash for that specific thing. Hey, we're trying to get to the story, fates get us there, and, all that stuff. But he feels like once, most of the server actually gets through into the level cap, that it won't be a problem anymore. But if it is, they will make an adjustment to it. I mean, do you guys see that fates are really affecting anything?
I don't think that they're affecting anything. I think they're still a good piece of the puzzle that needs to stay. I don't think that they're overpowered per se for getting experience. And I think a lot of the problem with some of the fates is that they are so bombarded, so to speak, that they're dying so fast. Like, I know when I hop into one, I like hit these mobs like once and then they're dead because there's so many people beating on everything. So they don't stay alive very long. They happen quick. People are just hopping from fate to fate to fate.
Right, but how much experience do you get for one of those?
Well, on my bard, I get on average between 6,000 and 12,000 XP per fate, depending on how long I'm in it.
So a fate will give me on average about 4,000 experience. If I go into a dungeon that takes me about, like, I don't know, 30 times as long, it gives me 2,000 experience.
Right.
Well, dungeon's more about either progress or loot.
Right.
You're not really doing dungeons to grind.
Yeah, you don't get loot necessarily from fates. You get clicky pets, and I don't think that they should make them go away for sure, or nerf them at all. I think they're fine the way they are. When the dust settles, so will they.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, did they say they're going to make them scale better, or they're looking into it or something?
They'll look into doing that so that it scales better for larger groups.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that is the only thing he sees a concern with, is that it doesn't scale well whenever a lot of people are in it. Mm-hmm. But Golden Saucer, we mentioned that in our Information Overload episode. That's episode 7, and it's not here at the launch yet, but that's because Yoshi P wants to make sure there are at least 3 mini games in Golden Saucer before they go ahead and release it. So he wants, something like a card game, something like Triple Triad, maybe a snowboarding game, anything you remember from Final Fantasy VII and the Golden Saucer. That's kind of what he's looking to implement here. And I think that's freaking awesome. So he said to look for it in about patch 2.3. So we were talking about classes. We've talked about classes a lot in the show. Mm-hmm. Episode 1 of the show, back when, Final Fantasy first came out, we were talking about ninja and samurai and a whole bunch of other classes. And, they were talking to Yoshi P and asking, hey, how would you add these other classes? Are you looking to incorporate, like, say, Dark Knight, which, Conjurer and Gladiator give you Paladin. Obviously, Gladiator and Thaumaturge would give you Dark Knight. Are you looking to implement those, or are you going to have to implement new classes to go with the jobs? For example, for Ninja and Samurai, Thief will most probably be the class that people become to become, a ninja or a samurai. Now, here's my whole gripe about this little section here of this interview. Why would they call it a thief when you have pugilist, thaumaturge, conjurer, all these weird names? Call it like a brigand or something like, something that actually fits with the mythology that they're going with the other class names.
Right.
Oh yeah, not just to reach back and pull some old one that they used, which
yeah.
Well, yeah, I wish they would, because a lot of people are. I'm noticing people are thinking in terms of Final Fantasy XI, like they just assumed anything that happened in 11 or how 11 works is gonna be added or somehow implemented in 14, and it gets somewhat annoying.
I'm a little frustrated with how and we've talked about this before, but I'm frustrated with how the job processing goes. So like I level up Gladiator and he's 50, and I put on a soul stone, and now I'm a paladin who's level 50. I haven't really learned any better how to play that class than I did my Gladiator. And I don't know, I'm hoping that when they do a level cap, that your class maybe doesn't. Maybe they level up separately. Your soul levels up differently.
Well, they might. Well,
if
they raise the level cap, it might not be for classes. It might be only for jobs.
Right.
That's
what I'm hoping
for. So if you want to be 51, you got to be a job, and then go up, or something like that.
Yeah, that would make sense. But you do. I mean, you are hindered when you equip that Paladin Pearl, or whatever you want to call it. You're hindered on the abilities that you can pull from the other jobs. So as much as I love the fact that I didn't have to level 2 things to 50 to get a 50, I I kind of on some level wish that they would have had me do both, because then I would have had a little bit more experience with how the whole thing operated, and I don't know. I just felt like I got kind of thrown into White Mage as soon as I got the Pearl.
Well, all right, Naylock, you mentioned Final Fantasy XI, right? So there were 6 base classes. I'm sorry, jobs. Oh, God. There were 6 base jobs. And
You're getting in trouble.
Yeah, I know. There were 6 base jobs, and those jobs covered everything. It was the basics. And then the advanced classes were combination. It was basically like if you were to take a warrior and a white mage as a sub job, well, go paladin, because that's what gives you those abilities, right? Now, even though you had to level those up from the beginning again, now, I just, it's not like I put on the soul and I'm better. It's just I'm slightly better. It's incrementally better. I did the entire Titan fight as a marauder because I forgot to put on my warrior crystal. And they were dogging me like, wow, you have your warrior crystal. We're not going to be able to do this. I'm like, are you kidding? There's no difference for me right now. Like, there's literally no difference in how I fight with the crystal on or not. And I just think that if they are going to do the level cap, they need to make the difference between what a class is and what a job is more apparent.
Yeah, there needs to be a bigger distinction between the two.
That was my little rant. Okay. So, speaking of all these classes and jobs and doing dungeons and stuff, why don't we go on to meat and potatoes?
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes.
We're going to talk about party strategies and tactics, or, better known as party play. Basically, when you are a role, like say you're a tank or a DPS or you're a healer, how do you play that effectively? How do you play your position or role to the best of your ability to help out your party? There are a lot of people playing from other games coming to play 14, and I'll tell you right now, these systems and roles do not play like you might be accustomed to. They're different here. Don't go into a dungeon thinking you're just going to run through it, because remember, you are level synced. It doesn't matter what your level is. You could be a level 50 going into a level 15 dungeon. You can still wipe because you can't clear the dungeon yourself. You have to do it with a group. So, would you all guys agree?
Did you have that problem?
Yes, multiple
Sound
times.
a little bitter.
It's like, don't run ahead without asking the...
It's not that. It's just that be mindful that you might feel powerful outside of the dungeon, but when you get into a dungeon, it's level synced. You're not invincible.
To touch on that, the level sync in this game is a lot different than what you're used to in some other games that might have level sync. You are robbed of abilities when you are level synced. You just don't have everything scaled down. You are robbed of abilities when you are level synced. So, you don't have things like Benediction when you are running a level 35 instance. So if you feel like DPSing until the last second when you're supposed to be healing, you can't recover from that. You have to do what you're there to do. You can't mess around. So that's my little rant.
No, and I agree. So you get your job crystal at level 30, right? If you have a job crystal and you are, doing like a level 15 dungeon, you don't necessarily have to put it on, but
it means nothing.
Yeah,
because you're not going to have any of the abilities from the job anyway, because they're all post 30. So
exactly. It's going to hold you back a lot of the time. But, so with that, why don't we just go on to, and we're going to just, kind of talk about what certain things mean and all that stuff too. But first subject is a tank. Now, I play a tank. And it's kind of, great here because, I play a tank, Naillock plays a DPS, and Ern is a healer. So we're going to have all of the, perspectives here. But, as a tank, basically your job is not to do damage, but to take damage. Okay, tanks don't deal much damage. It is all about hitting, getting the attention of all of the mobs so that they are not hitting other people.
All of them?
All of them.
Not all of them, but not all of them at the same time. But whenever you are in a certain fight, you want to make sure that everything is on you, and basically just ensure that the healer is going to survive. And the classes that are known as tanks are Gladiator and Marauder, while the jobs known as tanks are Paladin and Warrior. So why don't we define what DPS is? So DPS means damage per second, but it's basically anyone who's going to be a damage dealer. And an add is technically like, so say you have a fight going on, right? You pull something, and pulling is like you attack a creature and you bring it back to your party to fight. And you have 3 targets in that fight, cool. And then a 4th one joins in that you weren't preparing for. That's an add, which is different from it's different from aggro, which is the threat level or the attention that the mob has on somebody. When someone says aggro, and you're in the middle of a fight, that means that they are getting hit, and if you're the tank, they probably should not be getting hit. So go over there and get it off of them.
You made a huge mistake.
Yeah. So,
or if you might hear the term hate from the old school XI people that might play.
Yeah. So hate's there too, and threats, aggro, all that stuff. But yeah, so why don't we talk about DPS now? And DPS are the people that just deal the most damage. The tank can do damage, but it's not much damage. And the healer is focused on keeping the tank and everybody else alive. So really, the DPS are the people who get things done. The difference between a good DPS and a bad DPS is usually found in the primal battles when you have a certain amount of time to get things done and it's not happening. If you're the tank or the healer, it can be frustrating because you're like, why aren't we doing this? I'm doing everything right. Well, it's because you have to work together as a team.
Yep. Synergy.
Yeah, exactly. The classes that are DPS are Pugilist, Lancer, Archer, and Thaumaturge. And this includes, ranged DPS and melee DPS, which are 2 different things, by the way. And then the jobs are Monk, Dragoon, Bard, and Black Mage. Why don't we go ahead and talk about healer, since Ern, that's your class, right? Or job.
Sure. I sort of do that. I've been known to tank I've been known to tank a time or 2 as a white mage. But we'll get into that. We'll get into that later.
So healers do not usually do damage, even if it means they have little or nothing to do during the fight. Sometimes this can change based on, say you're in, we'll just use Ifrit as an example because that's one of the lower primal battles. Ifrit has a nail that comes down, and if you do not destroy this nail, whenever he, for better or lack of term, rages, everybody will die instantly. So you need to get that nail down, and if the healer has to hit it with a couple arrows every now and then, that's okay. But that's really just in that one particular situation. The main priority is, of course, to conserve mana and keep the tank alive, and then everybody else alive. Of course, while positioning yourself in a relatively safe area. Healers can die from, drawing the attention of an enemy or getting caught in an area of attack because they're not paying attention to, they're just looking at health bars. So, really, and Ern, you can probably attest to this, with other games, usually it was just a matter of, hey, I look at the health bar and I fill it up. Here, you have to pay attention to everything that's going on around you. There's AoEs going on everywhere, and that's the area of attacks, or usually those telegraphed abilities that you see on the ground. Now, the classes that are healing are Conjurer and Arcanist, and then the jobs are White Mage and Scholar. So, would you agree with that, Ern?
Yeah, Arcanist, maybe not so much. I mean, it's where you have to start to get to Scholar.
But they have healing abilities, and they can use the Conjurer abilities.
If you go into let's say, in my instance, I have my Conjurer, or obviously my Conjurer's fully leveled. My Arcanist is like 17. If I go in with a full party of free company folks, I could probably heal that. I could probably heal it. Pull a cure from my Conjurer bar, and then use Physic. And I'm good, because that's pretty much all you get when you're on Conjurer anyways. You get one heal. You stand there and you spam heal. That's all you do. So it's not too much different as an Arcanist early on. So it's doable.
That's why I put that in there. They are capable healing classes, but they do need help from Conjurer as a class, obviously. But White Mage and Scholar just by themselves are fantastic jobs for healing.
Scholar is very useful in those 8-mans. Just that out there.
They got a nice bug going on right now. You ever see that? Where the pet, when you zone in, the pet just takes off and aggro stuff.
No,
it's the weirdest thing. I've seen it happen like 3 times, and I had it happen on an Ifrit fight.
Oh, speaking of bugs that I hope SC doesn't hear and fix, pro tip: White Mage, if you raise somebody and start casting Magicka 2 at the same time that they're getting up, if it lands on them just right when they're getting up at your feet, it removes weakness.
Sweet.
Yeah. Keep that on the down low.
Yeah.
We don't want them to fix that.
Yeah, so let's say it on the podcast. That's awesome. All right, so now we're going to talk about secondary roles, and a lot of people know what these, like, they fall into them without realizing that they're falling into them. So we're just going to kind of define some things. So the leader of the party is not always the party leader. Sometimes it can be the tank. Sometimes it can be, just a DPS or maybe even the healer, but it's someone who kind of does the pacing of the battle. So most of the time, the tank is the unspoken leader because they're doing all of the pulling, they're doing all of the tanking, they're taking all the hate and trying to manage everything. They're kind of making the pace of the battle. Others can, be someone who like marks mobs or does target markers. Some people like a black mage or something like that might be that person because if they want to sleep, or crowd control a mob to help the fight go off easier, that might be someone who does a leader type role. So, and you will see people doing, target markers and things like that on mobs, which is not a bad thing, but it's...
Yeah, I really like, if there's multiple mobs, I really like those target markers, especially the 1, 2, 3, because then I don't have to, guess out which one I'm supposed to be DPSing.
And now here's another thing to keep in mind. If you are not using target markers, the mobs are still marked by letters.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I wish people would just use those. Like, they're in order. Even on the list on the left, they put it in order, even the letter order. So just go down the list if it really got nothing.
Exactly, yeah. Please fight those mobs in the order or follow the tank's target because, that's really the best method of getting everything down in.
And if it's really confusing, I just start AEing the hell out of everything.
Don't listen to
Naillock.
Don't listen to Naillock. That's bad. No.
Kids, cover your ears.
Yeah.
Uncle Naillock is saying bad words.
Yeah. Don't AOE everything. But the next thing is the puller, and the puller starts the fight. Basically hits all the mobs and gets most of the aggro. Again, this is mainly the tank.
Sometimes it's a CC because they're basically pulling with sleep. Like this is going to be 2 mobs, sleeps 1, other one comes running.
Yeah. So it really depends on the situation. So crowd control, which we talked about a little bit ago, like sleep and things like that, really has to be talked or discussed before the fight happens, because as a tank, I'm using something like Overpower, which is an AoE type of attack that generates more hate for me to try and get all the mobs' attention. And if we want to discuss doing something like crowd control, then do that before the fight. Say hey, I want to try and sleep one of these mobs on the left or something like that, or I'm going to sleep the one I mark. Go ahead and just mention that. Or even in Naillock's case, you can do it like a shadow bind, which is a bind, not a sleep, but still works the same way at range. Something like that. Just talk about it before the fight.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, Naillock, you don't really like crowd control. I don't really either, but you don't, right?
Well, sometimes it's needed if I don't know, you're just dealing with somebody who maybe the tank's not that equipped very good,
experienced,
or doesn't know what they're doing. So you need to make sure there's a limited amount of mobs on them. But otherwise, it's usually fine just to have 3 or 4 and just AE the lot.
Yeah. Sometimes, it depends on the situation. Next thing we're going to talk about is off-tank now. Naillock, you mentioned this earlier as well. And what an off-tank, by definition, does is basically tanks the extra mobs that come out. Now, not every DPS class works as a good off-tank. We're talking like Dragoon's pretty good, so is Pugilist, or, Dragoon and, Lancer? Yeah, Dragoon and Lancer. So Lancer's the class, Dragon's the job. Those are good off tanks. Pugilist and Monk are good off tanks. Certain classes are good off tanks. Whenever you get to larger parties like the 8-man groups, you'll see a lot more off tanking happening. But
you also get a second tank though too.
Yeah. So that's why you have off tanks.
The dungeon finder automatically gives you a second tank.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's where off tanking goes. So in those situations, you will have a primary tanker and an off tanker. But yeah, an off tank is really good for either, because it's too difficult for the main tank to hold aggro, or if the main tank has all the aggro, then he will die if he has it for too long. It's good to have an off tank take that off of him so that the healer is not overwhelmed. But yeah, it's also really good to have off tanks if there's no cloud control available. So
if you're not a designated off tank, don't try to be one.
Yeah, don't be a hero.
And don't assume there's going to be an off tank either if you're the tank.
Yeah, it rarely happens, to be honest. The 8-mans.
Far too often, the tank thinks the DPS is going to off tank the ads. In these harder dungeons, it does not work out well. I had a fight and we wiped, and it's like, so what'd you see happens? Well, what I saw happen was the ad kill everybody. It's like, oh, you think I should be taking it and making it hit me? It's like, yeah, I do. That's literally what you should be doing all the time.
That is your job.
You're the tank. I'm not.
They do have a designated off tank, but when you get to the like Praetorium, for example, the off tank doesn't really do much. There's some ads that they could tank, but you could form a group from your free company and go in without one and be fine. It's the dungeon finder is what the duty finder finds that extra tank that isn't really 100% necessary if you have a main tank that knows what they're doing. Just throwing that up there.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like a safety net.
Yep.
Now we're going to talk about HOTS and DOTS and the server GCD. Now, what do all those acronyms mean? Well, HOTS are heal over time, DOTS are damage over time, and GCD is the global cooldown. Now, unlike other games, other MMOs that you might be familiar with, the damage and healing ticks are on a server-wide global cooldown. So if you do 2 damage over time things like a poison or something else, they will tick at the same time, and their damage will be added together on that tick. So you'll see how much damage overall is being done. It's really, that kind of has an issue because there's an internal clock in the system doing this global cooldown. So when you do a damage attack and then you do another damage attack that both dots, it doesn't just take effect right when you do it like you would expect it to in other games. It has to wait for the global cooldown tick and then it goes. So your seconds are still counting down, just it may not tick until it actually reaches the global cooldown. So it's a little finicky, and that goes for heals too. The problem is it's virtually no way to track it. It can actually cause abilities to fall off 2 to 3 seconds sooner, and it all depends on luck basically on when your abilities are applied. So I mean, Ern, I know this was a really big issue for you when you first found out.
Well, yeah, and there's a video floating around of
Mr. Happy tested it for us all and videoed it just to prove that he knows what he's talking about. So I was pretty intrigued. I was pretty intrigued to find all this out because it was perplexing to me when I would apply. Magicka 2 is an AOE hot, and then I have Regen, which is a single target hot, and I would apply them at different times, but magically they were ticking at the same time, and sometimes I didn't see that final tick at the end of the cooldown or at the end of the timer. So right. The general consensus is don't clip them, even if you think that you should. Well, wait, explain what clipping is.
Clipping is when you reapply it before the timer is done, in a nutshell. And just to kind of touch on that too, there are some aspects involved with with buffs and things that you use to increase your spell damage or crit damage or anything that increases your stats for a 10-second period. Any of those hots and dots that you apply while those buffs are up take precedence. If you accidentally clip it or try to reapply it before that timer is up and something more powerful is already on the mob, it won't let you override it with a weaker spell. So it is smarter on that side of things to know that you've already got something more powerful up there and it's not going to let you kind of hinder yourself. Let the ticker go all the way down before you reapply. Don't clip it, even if you think it's going to benefit you, even if you think you've been counting the ticks.
All righty. So let's move right along because we got a couple more things to cover. And I don't want this to be another 2-hour episode. Sorry about all that last, guys, but yeah. So let's talk about playing a tank. And I'm basically going to cover these because obviously I play a tank, right? So your main goal is to hold the aggro. I know you're probably going to be wanting to deal a bunch of damage and everything like that, but basically you don't do nearly as much damage as, say, Naylock or a Black Mage. Okay, so Naylock is like the damage dealing guru.
Is that a new class that we didn't?
It is a boss mob is what Naylock is. No, Naylock is a bard and he deals a lot of damage. That's what his job is. Black Mage is the same way. They deal a lot of damage. So do pugilists and monks and all that stuff. So damage dealers deal damage. That's their job. Let them do it. Your job is to keep mobs off of the healer, especially. And if DPS and stuff like that are getting hit, then obviously you want to get those mobs too. But the healer is the one keeping you alive. You want to use abilities like Tomahawk as a Marauder or Provoke as a Gladiator for your opening moves because those generate a lot of hate for you. Tomahawk is a long range, sort of like, you're throwing a Tomahawk, I guess, for the Marauder. And Provoke is a great ability to have, even on Marauder if you want to bring that over as your class, as a class ability from Gladiator. But it's basically your regular taunt that you're used to. If you lose aggro, which can obviously happen, immediately try to build up threat with your threat generating abilities. So these are like Skull Sunder and Overpower on a Marauder, and Savage Blade and Flash as a Gladiator, or use whatever else you have available, or Provoke or Tomahawk again, whatever you can. Just use those threat increasing abilities. Increase your defense rating as best you can. You have abilities like Foresight and Rampart, and always be using them. Always have them up. Remember to change your targets, and what I mean by that is don't target things outside of the current fight. Just if you're fighting 3 things, which is usually the average, once you've generated enough aggro on one target, move to another one and attack that one, and then attack the last one, and then go back to the main one. Just keep rotating in to make sure you're grabbing all the aggro. Keep an eye on every mob and make sure that they are all attacking you or possibly secondary tanks and not someone else. So zoom your camera out a lot. I know it's a little strange for me when I do that because I like to play kind of up close. But keep an eye out for messages like add or on me or something like that. And, as we talked about before, add means that an unexpected mob has joined the combat. You want to go get that attention. And not managed properly, adds can often lead to wipes. On me or aggro means that one of the mobs broke aggro and is attacking someone that it's not supposed to be attacking. And it's usually a healer or a caster or, even another DPS. And, that's really all of the tips I can think of. Do y'all want to add anything to that, or?
Like I said, there's instances where you are stuck with a mob that you can't get hate on, and it's chasing somebody, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, we've had that situation where we started the fight, and I didn't do anything, and I've got all the hate. For some reason, it was weird, but do what you can to get it back.
Now we're going to talk about ways on how to assist a tank. And why is this important? Well, because they are the ones keeping you alive, basically. Yes, if there's a healer and 2 DPS, the healer can certainly keep the DPS alive, but you need, for lack of a better term, a meat shield to take most of the damage and kind of make what they call the Trinity work, right? So do not pull ads. All right. So many times we'll be in a dungeon and a spunky monk or a pugilist or something like that, or some kind of lancer just wants to run up there.
Time to make this go faster.
Yeah, it's like, why are we going so slow? And then everybody wipes and they're like, man, you guys suck, and just leaves, right?
Why didn't you grab it?
Yeah. Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
It's.
I'm sorry.
The tank has a hard enough time trying to get all the aggro just from mobs, and extra mobs. Assist the tank. Kill what they're fighting, and if you're a healer, focus on the tank's health bar and status effects. It's that simple. Don't try to be the hero. If you want to play a tank, play a tank. Yeah, spellcasting and range mobs are difficult for tanks to keep aggro on because they usually stay out of range. They don't move up. So if you are a caster or a healer or a DPS, and you have like sleep, repose, or shadowbind or something like that, or even a silence potion, The tank would be really grateful if you use that and, got them to either stop attacking or, not be able to cast spells and actually run forward and kind of deal with stuff. So be careful, though, because if you do these actions, the mob will want to attack you instead of the tank. So give the tank a couple minutes to actually get the aggro off of you. Also, try to avoid unplanned AoE damage. The tank is usually trying to anticipate high damage, like, looking at the monster's abilities and stuff and trying to, focus on one target at a time. If you have AoE attacks, don't use them unless it's being discussed, prior to the battle, because, if you're like, oh, we have like 20 mobs that are coming up here, and Nailok's like, oh, I can just AoE them all. Well, then you're like, yeah, sure, do that. And then healer, just keep healing them, and then we'll try and get this done. That's something to discuss. You don't go, all right, guys, I'm going in.
Leroy Jenkins!
Yeah, there you go.
I don't open with that usually.
So if you're under attack, do not run, please.
Yeah.
Don't run anywhere. Unless it's to go straight to me and wait, and not just me in general. I'm talking about tanks. Sorry. So
straight to me on my server if I'm
yeah. So running does nothing but make it harder for a tank to actually get to the mobs that are attacking you. If you're gonna run around in circles, I'm just gonna watch you die, and then I will get the mob when you are done.
Unless of course you're running around in circles around the tank. A small circle around the tank is acceptable.
Yeah, just not a wide circle around the tank, expecting to get away, because really, it doesn't matter how far away you are from the mob. There are mechanics in the game that say, hey, you just got hit, regardless. Okay, so stand still, only use, threat-reducing abilities if you are that level, like Quelling Strikes or like Shroud of Saints or something like that. Quelling Strikes is an archer ability, Shroud of Saints is a conjurer ability, but they are higher level. And allow time for the tank to get aggro on the mobs. Generally healers should try to avoid healing the tank for a couple seconds in the first fight, and other classes should avoid doing massive amounts of damage or threat at the outset. So just try to avoid that. All right. So Ern, why don't you explain how to play a healer?
Yeah, just kind of prioritizing your healing. Obviously, the tank comes first, but that the tank is going to significantly take less damage per, we'll just call it swipe. If you've got a DPS that's taking damage at the same time, your one cure on that DPS is probably going to fill them up, whereas that one cure on the tank isn't going to do squat. You got to spam heal them for a couple minutes. But the other thing that I wanted to talk about is try to manage your mana. Use your cooldowns. Get your you don't get one until a later level. You don't get a mana regen until later level. So don't just spam your cures. You will run out of mana, and then something will happen, and you won't have anything left. And it's just it's bad. So manage your mana, because you do run out of it. You truly do. It's not if your mana is sitting at 75% and you want to pop Shroud of Saints to get it back up to 100 because you're going to have time for it to cool down again, do it. Use it. Use it on cooldown. If you're using your mana, use your Shroud of Saints on cooldown. It replenishes your mana and drops your enmity, and everybody wins. So manage your mana. It's crucial that you keep the tank alive, but it's also important that you keep yourself alive too. So you can't just tunnel and look at that tank's health bar. You have to pay attention to yours and even the DPS too. So if you die, nobody lives. So you can't
heal anyone if you're dead.
You have to have raid awareness. You truly have to have raid awareness. You can't tunnel and just stare at one health bar. The other pro tip was, if you get aggro, don't run the other way. You're going to die for sure. That tank can't get to you in time. So run towards the tank. If you're going to run anywhere, run towards the tank. Otherwise, stand still. He'll come and get it off you as long as he's raid aware as well.
All right. So also as a healer, just to chime in, because I like to play a healer as well. You basically keep the group alive. All right. The group is going to, help you through aggro management. Damage dealers who pull aggro will have to die if healing them will cause you to get aggro. So, for example, if someone is getting aggro from the tank and then you go to heal that person immediately, the aggro will go to you as a healer, and you don't want that to happen. It's it will then cause you to die, and no one's going to heal you except for yourself. So be aware of that. Also, be prepared to heal DPS quickly because their armor is not conducive to actually, taking a lot of damage. So they are kind of squishy in most scenarios. And yeah, I mean other than that, it's really kind of covered majority of it. It's basically just kind of prioritize your targets, be aware of your surroundings, and manage your mana. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Don't hot the tank as they're running in. It's
Yeah.
a sure way to get aggro. Also, pro tip for the tanks, if you happen to have a hot on you and you want to pull something, click off of it. Make it go away before you pull. It'll save your life.
Mm-hmm.
Saved the healer's life.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, when you're working with the healer, don't be upset if you're a DPS and the healer is healing no one but the tank, really, because that's kind of what's keeping you all alive, is all of the attention going to the tank. If it's not the case and the healer is healing whoever, that something is seriously wrong. Because the healer needs to have priority. Damage dealers need to ensure that they are managing their threat and are not pulling aggro off the tank or taking unavoidable damage. So be aware, as a DPS, be aware of how much damage you're doing. If you feel like you're, taking aggro, back off a little bit, and be aware of all the telegraphed abilities on the floor. You have to be aware of those. Be ready to move.
I see a mistake a lot of healers make, and, well, I guess it could encompass all disciples of magic, which is all the casters, which is they like to finish casting what they're casting instead of moving out of a telegraphed or some AE attack showing up on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Interrupt
not
the
good.
Moving takes priority. Just get the heck out of the way.
I literally had a guy who loved doing that, and then when we said something, he's like, well, I guess I just won't heal then. It's like, no, heal. He's like being very, exaggerating. I was like, hey, well, you got to heal, obviously. I mean, because, it's being difficult. But you don't just stand there while something hits you. I mean, it's so rare why you would purposely do that. Like, if you know you're going to survive it and you can handle whatever's going to happen, but you have to get this heal off. I can see situations like that, but it's very rare where it's a bad idea just to move and interrupt whatever you're casting and then continue.
Yeah.
Right. There's quite a few fights later on when you get into the level 50 areas that you have to be a healer and you can't stop moving and you only have one instant cast heal. So you run into situations where it's very difficult. Once you learn the fight and you do it a few times, you find the little niches and the little instant, like little pockets that you can stop for a second and get off those big AoE heals if you need to. But you have to be aware of your surroundings and what's going on around you and be prepared to never stop moving. So it's important that you learn how to play like that too.
And if a fight's going badly, try to work with the healer to find a better way of, organizing the fight or something like that. It can be simple little things, as long as just try and work with all of your teammates, because you sit there for 30 minutes trying to get into a dungeon. You don't want to just end it because something bad went wrong, And talking about how hard it is to move as a healer and stuff like that, you can only mainly cast things when you're standing still, and that's when you're most vulnerable. Basically understand that the healer has a very, very tough job. It's not just, target and then clicky buttons. It's really a lot of moving and managing, and don't harass the healer if you're not getting heals. Don't demand a healer give you heals or buffs.
It's a great way to die.
Yeah. You will be left to die, and then the healer will go, "Are you done now?" So
it's like, "Oh, you didn't tell me you needed a heal."
It would be a personal vendetta. It would be a personal vendetta at that point.
Yeah, and
should I heal you now?
Yeah, if you're taking all of the damage because you keep pulling mobs off the tank, don't expect to heal at all. Just stop doing it. In that regard, if you were doing something stupid, you will be taught a lesson by paying repair bills. Mm-hmm. So don't harass a healer or anything like that. And all you guys asking for raises out in the world, be grateful that people are stopping to help. Okay, don't demand it. Don't get upset if someone doesn't come or if they can't find you because your coordinates that you're giving are not always accurate to the map. So just be
Really?
patient,
I can't
please.
get a raise? Really? I
Yeah.
just saw a whole fate run by. Really?
Just please be patient with healers. They are your friend, not your enemy. So yeah, Neil, why don't you tell us about playing as a DPS, because this is kind of your bread and butter. You've been doing this for what, 15 years?
Yeah,
your entire life playing nothing but a DPS class. So why don't you explain some do's and don'ts about DPS?
All right, the basic is you're trying to kill things as fast as possible without causing any problems. That's your job. You're to make things go fast, but you can't do it to where you're pulling the tank or pulling stuff off the tank, or essentially making the healer have to work way harder than they should. You'll have fights where time is a factor. Like there's a time check, or DPS check, as I usually hear it as, where you have to kill either something within the fight or the entire fight very fast. And this is a case where you're going to want to manage your temporary buffs that increase your damage one way or another very well. And you don't want to be spamming them, or you want to save them. Like, okay, this thing's going to happen at 50%, so save all your temps for that, and then trigger them all and kill this thing within 20 seconds.
Yeah. And now, also DPS is the one that's mainly going to be doing a lot of the limit breaks. And knowing when to execute those is really important. Also, managing your TP is really important too. It may seem like you have an infinite supply at the lower levels, but when you get higher level, that stuff is a commodity, man. Like that thing is like it will go fast.
Yeah, if you got, usually the way they seem to balance it is the AEs just ruin your TP. So even if you're trying to just AE stuff, it's just not practical to do it full time. You're going to have to start going back to single target just to be able to do anything. You can AE yourself right out of just having no TP to activate any attacks. So you got to be careful about that. Yeah, I never really run out of TP if it's single target. Like I said, it's if there's AEs, the AEs that bards get, and I imagine from what I saw, other classes get, when you're the AEs take up way more TP, like literally 2-3 times more. So, and most of them, or some of them, don't even have any kind of extra cooldown, so they can just spam it and blow through their TP and go to 0 real quick.
Now here's something that's kind of unique to DPS classes that I've noticed lately is that you can be a bad DPS. Yes. And what I mean by that is, as a tank, relatively your job is just to kill everything, and that's not too hard to do. Other people in the party can make up for your sloppy play. Same thing as a healer. A healer can make up a lot for bad players.
If they're really good, yeah.
Yeah, but when you're a DPS, if your equipment sucks, there's no way to get around that. You are not generating enough damage in time for a specific dungeon if the dungeon requires, a time-sensitive action. And in that regards, when someone tells you you need to get better equipment, don't take it as as a negative. It's not an insult or anything like that. It's literally a fact, which is why they're looking to put in the equipment, level as a requirement to get into some dungeons. Because if you're not generating enough DPS, there's no point in getting you into the battle if you can't finish it. So there's a numbers game there where there has to be as Nailok said, a DPS check. So it's important, and don't take it as an insult. Now, if you're a tank or a healer and someone says you need better gear, bro, don't unless you're using a level 1 weapon,
just ignore them. Just ignore them.
Well, if you're the tank being told that and you're dying within 3 hits, that might be true. It's pretty extreme, but otherwise, if everything's going supposedly fine and the healer or tank can't keep up, then they might need it. But other than that, if they're alive and not dying constantly, they're fine. Yep. The DPS can be alive and not die and still do a terrible job.
And that's unfortunate. DPS is very abundant, but there are also a ton that are not very good at it.
Very abundant.
Yeah. Another thing I wanted to talk about is, and it's very important, is position.
Yes.
And I see this all the time. DPSers, I'm talking to you, okay? When you're, DPSing from a melee position, you need to be aware that you should attack from the back or the side of the mob whenever possible. Well, why? This has a couple different things. First off, mobs cannot block or parry from the rear. They can't. So anything that you attack from the front can possibly be parried or blocked, and you can't tell when the aggro has shifted to you rather than the tank.
And they might have something that can punch you in the face too from a
yeah,
frontal.
There's lots of stuff that cleaves still, and you'll turn into a mana sponge that nobody wants.
Exactly. So always attack from the back, and usually mobs are weaker from the back, from the rear. I mean, you have abilities that are better at the side or rear of the mob. So
yeah, combos and abilities will just do. It will say right on there. Will do like almost twice as much damage if you're behind it or flanking, which is the side.
Now you melee DPS. I'm still, you still have a part to play in this too. Try and stay out of melee range. And try to stay out of AoE range if you know the range of the mob's AoE. You can see it telegraphed on the floor there. Some battles it's harder to find than others because it might be underwater or something like that. But it will help you in the long run to not be a factor and just deal damage. So, also, one thing to be aware of when you're ranged DPS, when the tank and melee DPS are running away from an AoE, try not to do any attacks, because then you're just generating hate when no one else is. So it's something to be aware of.
Some of them spin you back around too, and you have to start over on your progress of getting out of the AoE. So
right. But those are all really good, things to keep in mind, and it's mainly I don't want this to seem like a rant or anything, but these are just general tips that you want to keep in mind whenever you're looking to do a party, and if you're one of those people that says this is stupid, then you're the people that we don't want to group with.
You're the people we're talking about.
Yeah.
If you're always having a problem when you're in groups, it's probably you.
Yeah. But yeah, with that, why don't we go over to our 5 stars and feedback? We had a lot of great feedback this time around, and why don't we just start it off on with Jay Cata from Lodestone Radio. He says, just found your podcast while browsing for Final Fantasy XIV info, and just wanted to tell you all how fantastic it is. I'm new to the game, didn't play the first iteration, so I've been a bit lost when it came to how the game works as a whole. I've listened to a few of your newer episodes, and I can't even begin to tell you how helpful they were, especially the rundown you did of all the basics in your last episode. The more I listen, the more I can't wait until all the hiccups are smoothed out and I can get started for real. I've been starting random characters on random realms and just be able to play, and I'm looking to start my main tonight, so after the maintenance is when he did this. But anyways, keep up the good work, and I look forward to more episodes in the future. And thank you very much, Jake. That's an awesome set of feedback you got there.
Yes, thank you. And to kind of touch on that, when we decided to do that episode of the back to the basics type thing, a couple of us were a little hesitant on it, to be completely honest.
See, basically what she means by couples of us is Ern and Naylock were furious when they saw the show notes.
I wouldn't say furious. I don't tend to get furious about much, but I was like, come on, this is newbie stuff. And then, we talked it out, and I was like, okay, yes, this is very helpful for people that didn't play 1.0.
And I mean, even experienced players, and we're going to get to that feedback in a little bit, but even the experienced players are finding a lot in that episode, Mm-hmm. And I mean, just to show you how popular that episode was, we had over 500,000 downloads on that, which completely blew my mind. I had the host calling me furious because we used so much bandwidth, and the bandwidth is free from this host, so they were very upset. Well, I wasn't breaking any rules, so they couldn't really stop it or anything, but they weren't too happy. But yeah, so why don't you tell us what a Balatar Pathfinder had to say, Aaron?
All right, Balatar Pathfinder says, I never ever give a review or a rating. However, this show was so fantastic and filled with so much information that this is the 10th time I listened to it. Lots of podcasts out there, and most of them are a rant rage and nothing about how to play or what to do. This show was all I needed to enjoy the game to its fullest. Nobody does it better than you. I don't use iTunes, and I can't give you 5 stars, but if I could, I would give you 10 stars. Thanks.
And that's a when they said nobody does it better than you, that was like, a lot of praise. I really like this comment here, and we do it for us and we do it for you guys. We started this podcast because we wanted to listen to a podcast that we actually wanted to listen to.
Well, I have to say, reluctantly, I'm going to admit that Carly Simon popped in my head as soon as I read that sentence.
Way to ruin it. Way to ruin it.
Oh, no, I didn't ruin it. It was better. I made it better. Damn it.
But no, thank you very much, Balatar. That's a fantastic comment. We really appreciate you listening and everything like that. And hopefully you find some use in this episode as well. So, all right. So, Naylock, why don't you tell us about Sinret Brimfire and what they had to say? Now, Sinret Brimfire actually helped me in my in my personal update. I told you I did Totorak. It wasn't Totorak. Sorry, Brave Flox's Long Stop. She was there to help me out and everything like that. And I told her about the podcast, and she went and listened to it, and then she left this comment. So, Naylock, why don't you tell us what that was?
Just wanted to say that I really liked episode 10 and I'm looking forward to future episodes. Learned a lot of things I didn't know, like why there was such a big issue with servers and the idea of using the base class while soloing as opposed to the jobs. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting perspective because, for those that aren't aware, when you're a class, you can use all the abilities from other classes. So when you're soloing, you want to be able to heal yourself and buff yourself and you have other different types of attacks. And when you're a job, you're restricted. So that's more of like a solo, not solo, but it's more of a group play type dynamic. Mm-hmm. And, obviously we talked a lot about why the servers are having issues and stuff. But thank you so much, Sinrat. I mean, it's a fantastic, comment. And thank you for the help in the dungeon. And, it's just awesome all around. It's great feedback.
Yeah,
really appreciate it.
Thanks for helping that newbie out.
Yeah.
Shush you.
I'm not helping him.
We need to get him geared.
Yeah, Naylock really isn't helping. He's on my server and he's never on when I need him. But anyway. All right, so we don't have any facts today. Again, if you have any questions at all, please email ask@lodestoneradio.com. I think one guy wanted to ask me something like, what do you get when you cross a Lalafell and a Rogan? And then I was like, I don't know, but I don't want to know. So ask whatever you want to ask, and we'll be happy to answer it on
You get
air.
a Tonberry. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
That makes sense.
But yeah, so I mean,
I can see that.
Well, one-hit kills and all that stuff. But yeah, that's all for today's show. Be sure to listen and check us out at lodestoneradio.com. Also, don't forget to review us on iTunes. You can make a free iTunes account by purchasing a free app and then making an account from there. It won't ask you for credit card information. But this is Lodestone Radio. So be sure to listen next week. And for Ern and Naylock, take care.
Toodles.
You dummy!
That's freaking awesome. So he said to look for it in about patch 2.3.
Which is what, 2 patches from the new one coming? Never mind. I'm bad at math.
Okay, Aaron. So right now we're at 2.0. And,
Shut up.
1, 2.
1.
Yeah, there you go. So. because I am a tank, Ern, you're a healer, and Nailak, you're a DPS.
Mm-hmm.
So we so we have a good perspective from all of them, and I know Nailak, you have a lot to say.
Nailak
so.
smash.
No, Nailak pissed is what that is, but. This episode is brought to you by the generous donations of Kazuyuki Hayate, Birthday Pony 83, Decembre Fortuna of the Cactar server, Ino Calamity, Abramelon Magi of the Phoenix server, Yuki Masashi of the Coral server, Metal Heart, Ju Chu of the Fairy server, Ornatir, Yati, Tessie, Chris J.E., Talon Serena, Ben Garama, Megantron, Yosak, Rinley Mojabi, Azriel, Ryan E., and Kane Highwind of the Mesmune server.
This is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello everyone and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I'm your host Saino, and with me as always is Ern.
Hi guys.
And Nailak.
Hi.
It is episode 12 and we have a lot to cover since we haven't done an episode in like 3 weeks. Yeah.
It hasn't been that long.
It has been 3 weeks. Yes.
It's been like 2 weeks.
2.5 weeks.
Shamed.
Yeah, we just had a lot of scheduling issues and conflicts and technical issues.
Quote technical. Yeah, okay. We'll leave that alone.
Yeah, technical issues. But yeah, we'll say user error.
It's a feature.
Yeah. But so
working as intended.
Yeah. So why don't we just get right into the show? So Ern, how about your personal updates? Again.
I got my I got my relic. Yay!
Yay! Fake enthusiasm.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that before now.
I'm shocked.
What?
Yeah. No, I finally got my relic. We had a few trying nights of trying to get Titan down, and well, we did it. The end of the story. That's pretty much it. I get my +1 on Monday.
Yay!
Because math.
Yes, math. We didn't hear that joke before either.
Yeah.
That was really funny. Yeah. How about you,
How's
Nilak?
How's your power?
My power's great, thank you, Ern.
Oh, go ahead, Nailak. Sorry.
I got my Garuda kill finally, and on the kill I got a bow. So I was pretty happy about that.
Yeah, nice. It was looking good on you too, man. I saw you running around.
It was like bittersweet because I killed Ifrit maybe 80 times and I didn't even see a bow drop. Killed Garuda first time, bow drops. We killed it again and I greeted and I got the warrior axe. And everyone was like, what the hell? Nice leveled up warrior, man. I was like, sorry. And then I felt really bad because I said I'd pass on everything. And it's like, okay. And I passed on everything, but they're all Arcanist books.
Nice.
It was like, we get these all the time. This is...
Yeah, I have a couple.
I don't have any. I guess I'll just move on to my update. So I got to level 50. I defeated Garuda and finished the story. This was weeks ago. I'm working on endgame now. I completed the Marauder hunting log. Stone Sigil was really awesome, Ern. I finally went to it after you had talked about it last episode. I don't know, it was so long ago. But yeah, I've been running a Ifrit hard mode, so it's not so much hard as it is people needing to actually just pay attention. It's a pretty easy fight, but people just don't pay attention, and I haven't gotten one drop. at all. Like I haven't even seen anything drop.
Yeah, there's a little bit of dancing in that fight.
Yeah, and I got my first piece of Darklight gear, so that was cool. It was the belt, since it was the cheapest.
That's the first one I upgraded to.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so I'm just running around with that, and I'm having an issue where Endgame has a lot more requirements that I was expecting it to have. So, it's like, hey, you need these tomes. I'm like, okay, cool. And then people want to run me through AK. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can do that. Well, apparently I'm not the high enough Grand Company level to actually unlock AK, so I need to be doing a whole bunch of farming first to get AK, to go get stuff, to go do other stuff, and it's getting more and more convoluted, but that should, level out more with more updates.
Yeah, it's a huge time sink to get to that point to where you're ready to actually like work towards one goal instead of 5.
Right.
But there are 2 different ways you can get into AK. You can get it through the Grand Company, or you can get it through a series of quests. You have to go do Arum Vale first, which is the worst instance on the face of this planet. So
I remember doing that. Oh
pick
my
your
God.
poison. It's the worst instance ever. I mean, I can't stand it. I went in there once, and I'm never going back. I don't care how much gil you want to pay me to heal your instant. I'm not doing it. I'm not going back.
No, I hear you.
But it is an alternative way to do it that could be faster if you get a decent group.
And that's kind of what bothers me about the Darklight gear. Like, I just want to get right to Relic, because the Darklight gear just looks so generic, and you can't color it or anything, and it's just like, for a warrior especially, because it's just a giant tomb for your torso.
Yes, it is.
It looks like a sarcophagus, and it's
a walking coffin.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't want to look like that. I'll just wear. I have no idea, but I want
really
the helmet.
can't stand the dark light gear, but it unfortunately is what you have to get to be able to do things like Titan. But I mean, AK does drop a full set of gear for each class that you can mooch off of. It's not as good as the dark light, but it's like the step under. So running AK while you're trying to get your dark light is fine, because then it will help you prioritize what dark light gear you can get. You know what I mean? So if you have pieces, you can put those as the last dark light pieces you get. So it helps, but it's not a permanent fix.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's been a couple weeks and everything, and we had a lot of time to think and reflect on our previous episodes. And Nailak, you had a couple things that you wanted to talk about, and some things that we wanted to mention overall since the last episode. So, what are some of the things that you've noticed since then that you kind of wanted to make a note of?
Oh, it's all like combat related, because I've gotten a lot more instances like running AK many times and Ifrit many times. And one thing I noticed is some healers really like to spam Medica opposed to single target healing, and it's really not a good idea.
No.
Yeah, that's not a good idea at all. You're going to run out of MP, and you're going to die. So
yeah, that's awesome. It's like double awesome for me, because I'm the bard, so he's like, oh, it's quarter way through the fight, I need MP, and it's like, why? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
My mage's ballad, so they get MP.
Which hinders your DPS.
Yeah,
so
I'm like, this is awesome. Well, he's almost full. What's going on?
You're going to run out of MP and put yourself so high on the threat meter that you're going to wish that you were already dead.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I also learned to this is like maybe bard specific, but I learned to turn off character auto face, and I really like it, because if you attack at range, it automatically turns your guy. So if you have to be in a special position or running away, and your guy turning automatically is not good. Now I'm suddenly walking backwards at half speed. This is not going to get me out of the AE in time.
Spins your character around and faces the boss again. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, I ran a dungeon last night. I forget the name because, man, just the last couple weeks have just been a blur of run everything. But I ran a dungeon yesterday, and there were mechanics where you had to stand by the glowing crystals to fight the mob, and we had to basically run, and I had to be taunting and everything. And every time I would taunt, my character would turn around and I'd move in the opposite direction that I wanted to. So turn off character auto-facing regardless. It should not even be on. Like, it's in my opinion, I don't see a good reason to have that on.
It was
It's
kind of
fairly
hard to get used to since I was playing for so long with it on, but then, I don't know, it took me maybe a day of playing to finally get used to it and realize the reason I'm not hitting something is because I'm not facing it properly.
the first time that I raged at that feature. I was doing AK, and we were on that wall boss.
Uh-huh.
And it was about 3 seconds before it was going to punt everybody back. If you've done it, you know what mechanic I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Aaron.
But it was about 3 seconds away from punting you back, and I went to target the mage that was standing behind me to heal it, and it spun me around at the last second, and so I was facing the wrong way, and I got punted way off the side of that stupid bridge. So yeah, it's a feature. I don't know why it's in there, but it seems like it does more damage than it does good. So if you want to test it out, get used to it sooner than later, go turn that off. Character autoplays.
Definitely. And tanks, you have to pick up the ads. You need to pick up the ads, and non-tanks running around is a really bad idea.
Yeah.
I've actually, it's the tanks not picking up the ads really annoying, but I've just gotten used to. I've just accepted it. I've gotten used to that. I'm going to be tanking sometimes. I have the monk and the monk evasion and or not monk pugilist evasion and the lancer parry, and I was like, okay, well I guess I'm just tanking this ad now, and I just pop both those, and I sit there tanking.
But there are two different types of ads, it seems. It seems like you have ones that can be aggroed and another that are locked onto a specific person. And really those two different mob types, the ones that can have aggro usually hit harder, and the tank can actually get their attention. But the other ones where they lock onto a person where you can't aggro them off, they're usually a lot weaker, and you just have to damage them down.
I actually ended up tanking... Oh, I guess you wouldn't know about this, Sai, but it was the Garuda fight, and they actually ended up having me tank one of the clones.
One of the sisters?
Yeah, and it was the red one. I was like, you attack this immediately, get aggro, and just go away with it.
We've actually resorted on that fight. We've resorted to using a good DPS to tank one of those sisters because it's easier.
Now, Nalak, you were mentioning about parsers and when they're good and when they're bad. And one thing I want to point out is usually parsers get a bad name usually in MMOs because people use them to basically talk down to somebody like a DPS or something like that, or a tanker, not tanking enough, or a healer not healing enough, or something like that.
Well,
but
I've seen them give tanks, garbage about not doing enough DPS. I've seen that too.
And we're not talking about DPS parsers. We're talking about fight parsers and stuff. So Nalak, why don't you've been raiding, for years. You are actually one of the top guilds in the world in EverQuest 2. So why don't you explain what parsers are, when they're bad and when they're good?
Well, there's parsers, which are really useful for like breaking down an entire fight. Like you're talking Excel level, looking at numbers. And that's like usually what they call a parser. But then there's people who will use parsers as or instead of. They'll have DPS meters, which are these are useless almost. Like unless there's a severe gap, like this guy's doing like a third of the other DPS class, there's a problem. That's basically the most usefulness you get out of it. Otherwise, you want a parser that does like healing, how damage is being taken and mitigated, and who's doing damage, what's doing damage, and what's being done damage to, and who's dying from what, and that's what parsers will give you that information, which is really useful for learning fights and finding out why you're dying.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to use them to badmouth somebody or anything like that. And when you do see that somebody is not doing as well as other people, you don't just badmouth them and kick them. You'd be like, okay, so what's going on? How can we improve this? And mentioning a specific combo or a stream of attacks that some other players are using can really remedy that entire situation.
Yeah, you don't have to teach them about the entire class. Like, okay, here's the best combo, and you'll learn about the other ones, but just make sure you're doing this combo. This is like the foundation of your damage or whatever. Do this rotation. This is the best one, and there's other ones for different situations, but make sure you're doing this one. You don't have to teach them everything, though.
Right. Yeah, just help him out. Don't be that guy.
We already used that title, Aaron.
We can't do it again.
I can't
You
use it
can't
enough.
ever say that again.
Yeah. And also, when you are in a battle and you have a mob targeted, there are taunt, like aggro bars or hate bars below the class icon on the left of the party menu. So if you think you're getting aggro, just look. You'll see if you have aggro or not. And it's different. Each monster has a different aggro meter. So if you feel like you're getting aggro from one or the other or something like that, just, be aware of that, especially if you're a healer or a DPSer, because it can really mess things up.
Yep.
All right. And a last little update thing before we get into equipment breaking news. Lodestone Radio now has 800 registered users.
Yay.
Yay.
Thanks,
That's
Thanks
insane.
guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, all 800. Well, 10 of you I don't like.
Me and Ern are in that list.
Yeah. It's you two and your friends who I don't like.
But so we made a couple changes on the forums. We have 2 moderators now. It's Dan Snow and Shadowed 74, and we also have donators. Whenever you donate, you actually get a sparkly green effect on your name to show that you're donated, and you get a little title and stuff like that, donator. So we made those little adjustments and stuff like that. So yeah, but with that, why don't we go on to equipment breaking news?
All right, looking good there. And equipment breaking news.
So there were a lot of announcements at the Tokyo Game Show 2013, and what that is basically the E3 of Japan, for lack of a better term. Japan goes there, shows off all their latest and greatest games, and we, the Americans, go, we wish we had that, and we usually don't get it. So there were a lot of announcements. We're going to go over a few right now, and then in Meat and Potatoes, we're going to go in more depth on a lot of these subjects. But a couple interesting numbers came out of the Tokyo Game Show live letter from the developer, and that was population numbers. So these numbers are from August 24th to September 20th. And what they found was the number of concurrent connections is up to 344,000. So that's 344,000 people playing all at one time. Throughout a day, you'll have 617,000 unique logins. So throughout a day, well, basically, 617,000 people are playing throughout an entire day. And then if you look at a 3-day span, because not everybody plays every single day, you're looking at about 1,080,000 unique logins. That's impressive.
Nice.
Yeah.
So they've reached that 1 million user mark, and I really hope that stays. I mean, there's so much content in the game, so much to do. There's really no reason for that to drop off.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Well,
especially with the level in all the classes.
yeah, I would have to agree. I think everybody could find something that they like to do in this game. I have friends that haven't even so much as equipped a weapon. They've just done crafting. They have a couple of crafts to 50 already, and they are content. And
Yeah.
so there's something for everybody in this game. And PvP is coming soon, so there's that too.
Exactly. Yeah, and for those people that weren't able to actually join their friends whenever they started playing and they had to create on another server, World Transfer Service will be coming in October. Now, they haven't said if it's going to cost anything, and they didn't mention any prices or anything, so I'm just going to assume that it's free. And the only reason it would be free is to make up for that initial launch where you couldn't make on the server that your friend was on. Now, they've had rolling server creation, character creation opportunities. My friend got onto Hyperion without a problem because usually in the early mornings you can create a character there without any issue. So you can still join servers. You just got to know when to time it. And I mean, it seems pretty
Kinda
cool.
awkward.
Yeah, it is. But back in Final Fantasy XI, you had the world passes where if you didn't have a world pass, you were just thrown onto a random server and you didn't even get to choose. So, it's a little messy, I guess, where you have to time when to make the character. But really, world transfers, unless they have certain servers locked, which I'm assuming they're going to, I think it's a nice way to apologize.
I agree. I just really hope that they don't lack any servers, because there are some people that would probably move off of the overcrowded ones, and there are people that would move onto some of the legacy servers that are already crowded for obvious reasons. But man, I mean, we're going to miss out on a lot of friends that can't play on our server if they lock us down. It's going to suck.
Yeah.
There'll be some shuffling around, I imagine. So it's not going to be like on the crowded ones. It's not going to be only additions. I mean, on those you're probably going to lose more than gain. So it evens out. I wouldn't be surprised if they gave everyone like a free voucher for one free transfer.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, we talked about that in the last couple episodes because it's the right thing to do, and they've done it before. So
yeah, they're not adverse to doing that. So
exactly, yeah. So other things that they announced at the Tokyo Game Show: the Good King Moogle 12 Primal Battle is coming back, so that's pretty cool. You can already see people on the legacy servers running around with their Moogle weapons and stuff like that. So it'll be nice to
rub it in my face. One guy, I got Moogle bow, and I'm like, shut up. Good for you.
Shut up.
Good. Glad.
Go there.
Got a bow.
It'll be nice to fight that battle again because for those that didn't see it in 1.0, hopefully it's similar because it was great. You have the Good King Moogle Mog, and then you have a Mog a Moogle that basically represents each job that you can be in 14. So I think that's pretty cool battle. Hopefully we'll see an Arcanus in there with like a weird Moogle summon, and I want to see different. I want to see different weapons. I don't want to see the same weapons over again. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean the relic's fun to get and everything, but it's a relic, and to me it's too easy to get to call it a relic. But whatever, they'll come out with more stuff later.
Oh yeah, definitely. One thing, speaking about primal battle weapons, the Titan weapons look horrendous. I don't know who thought that was a good idea.
I saw one of those. And I thought it was a sword and shield or something, and it was a bow.
Yeah.
I was like, what is it? I was like, wait, this is a bard. What's going on? It's a huge rock on their back. I'm like, that doesn't look anything like a bow.
Yeah, it basically looks like they're carrying around a giant bassoon case, and they're just like they're musicians or something like that.
Get banned.
No, I don't care for my white mage relic at all. I don't think it's fancy enough to be called a relic. I mean, once I get my +1, it'll be shiny and sparkly, but still, I'm underwhelmed with my relic weapon.
I've heard that a lot from certain jobs. They'll be like, "Oh, it's like technically an upgrade, and it looks all right, but I don't know."
The stats are fantastic, but I just don't like the way it looks.
I think it's been like the whole relic sort of thing has been thrown in our faces so much. It's kind of old now. We saw it previously, and now
we saw that forever ago.
Yeah, so it's just not very interesting anymore.
Yep.
I hope they really go sideways with any new stuff they put in. Like it's same like concept, but just totally different.
Yeah. I see more people with the primal weapons because those look more interesting than the relics do, which is unfortunate. But I mean, we've seen those relics for years now, so it is what it is. They're going to be adding a barber NPC to the game, so you'll be able to go change your hairstyle and everything like that. That sounds pretty cool.
Is that just the hair? Because in other games that usually means like everything, like you can completely change all the features.
I mean, they didn't really go into a lot of details with the barber. I would assume it's like the hair and like maybe some face stuff, but
yeah, that's what I figured, like tattoos and stuff.
Yeah, tattoos and hair.
They gave you some people, depending on what kind of sub you purchased, you have a bottle or two of Fantasia floating around in your inventory to completely redo your character. So I can't see the barber. I don't know I can't see the barber being a fully changeable feature. Yeah. I think it's just going to be hair and maybe makeup-ish stuff.
Yeah. And I do want to, since you brought up Fantasia, I did want to talk a little bit about that because Fantasia, a lot of people were a little worried. They're like, oh, you can change your race? Well, what about the whole like class dynamics and the balance and everything like that? If people can just change the races and stuff, they're just going to be the best race for their class. And in 11, it may have been like that, which is why they never had any race changes ever that I'm aware of. In 14, the races really don't matter. We talked about this in episode 10. It really doesn't matter. So giving away Fantasia, basically recreate your character vouchers, it's not an issue.
Well, the reason why they did that too was because there were a lot of people come release day that their character saves didn't save. When they went in to recreate their character from 1.0, it didn't save. Mm-hmm. So that's where those originally came from. And then you also got one if you subbed at least 3 months when subscriptions came out. So I have one on my retainer and I have one in my inventory that I'm probably never going to use. So
yeah, I got one saved up.
I like my character. I made it right the first time around.
Well, the issue was, I think, if you made a character in the benchmark process, or you made one in beta or something like that, and then release came around and you tried to load that character, it didn't load correctly.
Yeah, there were all kinds of issues with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it looked like the character you had made, but it wasn't actually the character that you made.
Right.
I actually downgraded race-wise. Because I mostly play my bard, and I actually picked one that has a lower base dex, but it was only by 2 points, I think.
Yeah. Which you can make up for materia and stuff like that. I mean, like those 2 points, it's not going to be a huge detriment. But they're also bringing in housing, which we talked about back in episode 7. And we have more details that we're going to talk about in Meat and Potatoes, but housing's coming for players and for free companies, so that's pretty cool. They also mentioned treasure hunting, which I'm not quite sure what that is. It might be some another type of daily quest. They also have Beastman daily quests coming. We have one new dungeon called Pharaoh's Sirius, which looked pretty cool. All they have is concept art at the moment. And there's going to be a hard mode for 2 existing dungeons. They're going to have different paths and mechanics, and it's going to be harder. Basically, it's going to be a different dungeon. They do that for like the primal battles. If you compare the Ifrit primal battle hard mode to the story mode, it is 2 completely different fights. So I like talking about the hard modes for existing dungeons. I'm pretty excited about that.
I hope they do a hard mode Stone Vigil. I really like that one, as you know. And that one, the layout on it leads me to believe that it could be doable for that one, because there's so many turns and stuff like that in that specific dungeon. So I don't know. That's just my 2 cents.
No, I think they'll certainly do that.
I just hope it's on AK, because everyone's been running that nonstop. I hope it's 2 older ones that like people only ran maybe once or twice as they're leveling up, and now they can like do it a lot.
AK is so washed out right now for me.
Yeah, I know. Oh my God.
I haven't even played it yet. You guys suck.
Oh yeah,
okay.
It's coming.
It's coming, buddy.
I hope you do like doing it 8 times a week or whatever the number is.
I don't even want to do CM. Like, I did CM 3 times. I'm like, man, I have to do this 40 more times.
If you skip the cutscenes in Praetorium, it's shorter. Just FYI.
Yeah, but CM's easier.
Yeah. I guess it depends on your group.
It's quicker fights. But yeah, anyway.
Oh, yeah. DF.
At the Tokyo Game Show, they had 2 little contests there. You had to go fight Titan. It was a Titan battle challenge. And in both ones, they had I think it was 61 fights, and each fight was like people were trying to win and everything. That if you won, you got a I Defeated Titan T-shirt, and you drew a random server from a hat, and whatever server you picked, they would get a pair of cactar earrings or bomb earrings. And apparently, every single person beat Titan Battle Challenge, and so every server is getting cactar earrings and bomb earrings, and I can't wait to hear how we can redeem those.
Yay! I know my cactar earrings; those are so sweet looking.
Oh yeah, yeah, they do. Now the thing that's interesting about this is they beat the Titan Battle Challenge. I'm assuming it was Titan hard mode, yet all I hear is complaints about Titan being so difficult that it's just almost impossible.
It is a pretty hard fight, and if you, depending on the time of the day that you get into the dungeon finder, not even the dungeon finder, just the dungeon server, depending on what time of the day you get in it, you might end up with a little bit more lag than you normally would have in there if it's overloaded or whatever. And it is just dance. I mean, you can't stop. You don't stop moving in that fight. And so if you have any sort of lag whatsoever, you're going to die. And the resurrection capabilities in that fight versus surviving that res are slim to none. So it's very tasking on your it's a nerve-wracking fight. It really is.
That's actually a fight where I've heard people suggest that you spam Medica.
yeah, that is
like
to go back, that is the only fight that you're allowed to overuse Medica in any way, shape, or form, but you will still pull aggro, so you have to be careful with it. But yeah.
Nice. Now I did have a Mac update that I wanted to talk about a little bit. I released a new version of the Mac client, and I had to limit the amount of downloads per person. I had to limit it in some way, so you are required to register on the site now to download the Mac client, and it's released. There's a patch for it if you're getting like crashes at the launcher. It seems to work better for a lot of people. Some people are saying it's working worse. It's kind of, again, really hard to troubleshoot all this stuff. I have a computer of each type. I have an Intel HD, I have an ATI, and I have an NVIDIA. And I'm doing the best that I can, but really I'm a one-person team. And until I can get this to be even more stable and more like the Windows version, I probably won't have another release for it. So use it at your own risk. Don't go buy the game just to play on the Mac client, because I'm going to tell you right now, it's not 100% stable. It's not a perfect release. So don't go buy the game expecting to play flawlessly on Mac. There are issues, but that's the update for that.
Yeah, don't buy it and then get mad at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why doesn't it work?
It's a piece of crap.
I want a refund. Like, what?
Also, don't buy the PS3 version expecting to play on the PC, because you can't.
Why? Okay.
Because some people were buying the PS3 version so they had the PS3 version, they're like, oh, I can play on my Mac now. And then they were like, why can't I log in on your Mac client? Like, I can't log in. And it's because you have the PS3 version, you need a Windows license. So I know that sounds weird, but I have both the PC and PS3 versions. I had to buy 2 copies of the game. So I had the PC version already. I had to go buy the PS3 version. And that's the only way I can play on both.
Yeah, it's different than it was before. It's not tied to your account. It's tied to the client.
Exactly. And it's the PS3 version is tied to your PlayStation Network login. So if you have a PS3 and you're going to go log into the client, it actually keeps your login name there so that you can't change it to another one and log into another account. It kind of sucks, and hopefully they'll change it.
Oh, yeah, that would stink, especially if you have, like, family that you share a PlayStation with or something. I don't have one, so I don't know entirely how that works, but am I on the right path thinking that would screw up my sister if she wanted to log on to my PS3 and play?
Exactly, because I thought my wife would be able to play on the PS3, but I registered it to my account, and now she can't, so I just play it at work.
Oh, balls.
Yeah. So that was unfortunate, but keep that in mind, guys. Also, they talked about an item sorting feature that is going to be coming in patch 2.1. And with this feature, this is what they say verbatim. So it's with this feature, it's possible to arrange all 100 spaces of your inventory at the same time, and it will arrange your gear in the below order. The portion in the brackets is what you can indicate. So, for example, if you have stack numbers, it's possible to select high to low or low to high numbers. You can organize by high quality to normal quality. You can organize gear with and without materia, and it's only equipment. You can organize it by spirit bond level from high to low or low to high in order of percentage. You can do standard list order, organizes items with the same name. Item level, equipment only, possible to select high to low or low to high. You can do equipment level, equipment only, possible to select high to low, low to high. Item category, possible to select high to low, low to high. And then fill in empty space or divide major categories by tab. They also mentioned that item sorting will also work by command text, which they say should be familiar to veteran MMO players. Really, majority of this seems completely useless.
Well, leave it to Square Enix to give us zero sort functionality for the game as it sits right now. Well, I mean, there is a button you can hit, but it doesn't do much. To having it be this convoluted, to having nothing, to going to 755 options on how you can sort your inventory. It's just like, just give me something that will click and auto stack and put things in maybe like level order or something. I don't know. Just it just seems like it's too much.
Yeah, there's no alpha order. There's a, it's the item category one is like the only one that seems somewhat useful. But again, we're looking at a Japanese picture of this and trying to infer from it, and there is some lost in translation stuff when it actually gets here. Maybe it'll function differently, but I don't see any use in this. Like it's just as crazy as my inventory currently is.
Yeah, I think it just seems like somebody with some massive OCD issues created this feature.
I'll just keep doing it manually.
Let me organize my inventory by spirit bond level. I need to see the spirit bond level for that. Like
spirit bonding like a madman. Gee,
yeah,
it's like all my spirit bond items, all 3 bags.
All
I
your
need to know the order.
All your spirit bond belong to me.
You know what? Spirit bonded reminded me of, since we're talking about it. You remember those Final Fantasy XI days where you'd go weapon skill increasing? Like you just go get really like huge levels, and then you go get a giant group of high levels, and you equip like a low level weapon, and you just start hitting like low level creatures or high level creatures and just like skilling up the weapon.
Mm-hmm. Takes you 45 minutes to kill a goblin because you guys are all using like level 2 weapons just to skill up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Spirit Bond reminds me of.
Plus your skills are just low, so you're just barely hitting it at all anyway.
Exactly.
Miss.
You pick like a crab that has high, defense on it and just whack at it for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, you get so excited when the thick shell like uses hard, and you're like, yeah,
yes, it's gonna last longer.
Yeah. Good for you, buddy.
That's what Spirit Bond reminds me of. So I would not be surprised to see those like, hey, we're materia farming, and like just equip a whole bunch of like lower weapons and stuff, and just go hit stuff and get Spirit Bond.
Well, I've met some people that they go into things like AK or Praetorium or something they take like accessories like their earrings and their rings and their necklaces and stuff like that, and they equip crafted stuff, and it will usually, if there's any sort of piece of materia, or if it's HQ, the Spirit Bond goes like 4 times as fast as it normally would, and so they're pretty much farming materia that way. They're equipping crafted jewelry because those have the least amount of stats collectively. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then they will farm the Spirit Bond on those, convert them to materia, and sell it on the auction house. So they're like farming materia by equipping crafted gear and then converting it. So I think it's a fantastic idea. I think it's a good way to get the materia to drop drastically on the auction house though. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll see how that pans out. If it does anything to the economy, if enough people do it, it might hurt it. Well, I don't know.
Just the crafters in work.
Yeah, it keeps crafters busy for sure.
Well, I mean, when you look at the auction house board, I'm calling it an auction house. Damn it! I could call it a market board, but it's an auction
market
house.
Board. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I always call
my inn is still a mog house, so.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of, man, I keep having flashbacks to like 1.0 in Olda, where the market word used to be, and it's just a wall now. And I keep trying to run in there, and I'm like, oh, that was stupid. And then I had a flashback to 11, and I'm running down Olda again, and I'm going up the steps to where the Thaumaturge guild is, and that's where the mog houses were in Sandoria. And I'm just like, this is not 11. What am I doing? So it's crazy. But anyway, so I think that the materia stuff, looking at the auction house, they're not going super low in price. People know that they're really useful, and it's hard to get that stuff. Even if you're farming it, it's still hard to get. So I don't see the prices dropping much. With that, why don't we move on to community service?
I sentence you to community service.
So there were a lot of community posts on the Lodestone forums, not our Lodestone Radio forums, but the official Lodestone forums, and we're going to talk about a couple of posts there from some of the community managers there. So Kamate made a comment on item level restriction concerns that a lot of players were having. We know that item level is coming in 2.1, and that's going to dictate which dungeons you can actually go to. Now, all those people that are saying, hey, you need Dark Light for, an Ifrit hard mode run, this is going to blow all your stupid stuff out of the water. So just don't be an idiot. If people want to run Ifrit hard mode, don't be saying like, you need Dark Light and full Relic and all this stuff. Just, if they meet the item level, just let them go, okay? So Kamate says, we understand that some of you have concerns regarding the item level restrictions for content. However, the development team is aware that there are players who are trying to challenge high-level content without the proper amount of attack and defense, and would like to ensure that everyone participating in the content is on the same level. Just to reiterate, this adjustment will be made in patch 2.1, and your average item level will be displayed on your character window. To coincide with this, we will also be adding a display for the required item level in the duty finder. And that's it. It's just to make sure you have enough there to actually get done with the fight.
Yeah.
Right, and to touch on that, like Titan is a good example. It is, because there's certain mechanics that you have to have enough hit points to live through, and
You're
the only way,
no matter what, it's not a
yeah,
matter.
there are
Gotcha.
mechanics that you can't get away from. That you will take a set amount of hit points, and if you don't have enough, you're gonna die, and you are not doing anybody any favors by going in there with not enough HP. And the only way to get that HP is by getting the good gear. I had somebody ask me, should I spec into Vitality so I can do Titan? Well, no. Just go through the normal steps and go get the gear that you need to do that. I mean, there is a certain level of progression you have to do to get to things like that, which incorporates getting some of the correct gear to, hold your own. So I think that the item level restriction is a good thing. As much as people think that it's going to be bad, I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be like the gear level that they had on WoW way back in the day.
Right.
That was awful.
I'm wondering, well, I guess I didn't hear him say anything, and it's not out yet, but I'm wondering if you'll still be able to bypass it if you're putting together your own group, because that would seem, if someone wants to carry somebody through, I guess they should be able to.
Yeah, I agree.
And since it's a required item level in the duty finder, I don't think that'll be possible.
There's so many other things though that
Well, you can bypass the class requirement. Like if it says it usually makes you take 2 tanks, but if you put together the entire group, you just have 1 tank you can go in.
You can queue AK with 4 tanks if you want to, if you put it together before you hit the Q button.
Oh, well, fair enough.
So maybe we'll see.
Yeah. Now to talk on the whole duty finder thing, and maybe that's what that other like group finder is going to be a part of. We don't really know too much information on that yet, but speaking about being geared up for certain fights, I've done Ifrit a lot lately. I know a lot of people have. We were in a Ifrit fight where we had 2 Arcanists, and I think it was a monk and a lancer. And I don't know what it was, but we just did not have enough DPS to take down the nails, even with limit breaks and stuff like that. And we just couldn't fight it. Like we were all very patient. We tried 5 times, all with the same group, and just people were not geared enough to actually get through the fight. So those are situations that they're trying to alleviate and avoid, and hopefully we can actually do that with the item level restriction. So that's certainly something positive to come out of it.
Yeah.
All right, there was another post on Havenery on the easy to obtain artifact armor. Now, I mean, he kind of covers this pretty well, but I think we can all agree with this sentiment as well. He says, after receiving a lot of feedback in version 1.0 about the job artifact armor quests being overly frustrating due to the fact that they were placed within dungeons or at the end of difficult battles, the development team decided to make them easier to earn in A Realm Reborn. As mentioned, there are definitely more difficult challenges available for players who seek a greater reward for their efforts. I mean, man, those artifact armor pieces were almost impossible to get in 1.0. Like, it was tough.
Yeah. You had to have a whole crew to help you get it.
Yeah, and it was each piece. Each piece had a completely different scenario that you had to go do. You didn't just get the whole set. And so getting the whole set right now, it may seem like it's handed to you, but it's because the other stuff after that is not handed to you at all. You have to work for that stuff.
And that's
Right.
like bare minimum stuff too, so it's not like, oh, I got this, so I'm set for a while until I get the absolute end games. I know you got like 2-3 sets to go through before you're done.
It's just
After
another
Artifact 1.
prime example of Square Enix again going from one extreme to the other instead of finding like a happy medium for something. I mean, because 1.0 was so hard, and like I don't even recall the point that I received my White Mage AF because I had some of it from 1.0, but I didn't have all of it. I don't even recall seeing it land in my inventory. And just to reiterate, I did my Bard quest this morning that didn't tell you that you were going to get your AF. The reward didn't show up when you started the quest, nor did it show up when you turned the quest in. It all just landed in my inventory I had no idea that it was in there. And so it's just, you get 75% of your gear in one quest and you don't even know that you're getting it. So it's a little bit extreme if you ask me, but whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, and you know, I wish they would have pieced it out a little bit more, so I felt like I was actually getting a little stronger. But I mean, for the warrior one at least, I literally got my entire AF set except for the body.
Right.
Yeah.
It is what it is, though. We asked for it, so
yep.
we got what we asked for.
Well, it's like I said, it's pretty fleeting. Like, yeah, this is your starter equipment for 50, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not like you get it really easy and you're using it for months.
Mm-hmm. He also made another comment on a post about the GDC being too slow at 2.5 seconds. So the GDC again being the global cooldown, and he said there are no plans to adjust the rate of the global cooldown, but there are ways to speed up your skill and spell speeds through the use of food, different gear, and materia as well. I like the pace. The pace is great in my opinion.
I'm okay with it until I have 4 people in my party that all need to be insuned, and trying to heal a tank at the same time, because using your heals triggers your global cooldown, making me wait to hit. It's a messy mess. When
the only thing I don't like is, okay, you have stuff that's off it, like that isn't restricted by the global cooldown,
yeah.
But it really isn't. It's like on a half thing, because I'll do something that's global cooldown, and I'm like, okay, hit the one that's off, but it's not going until it's like a second or a second and a half refreshed. Then it goes off.
it.
So it's not like there's still like this really hard-coded delay between actions still, even though it's not the global cooldown. And that's the only thing I find kind of annoying about it. I mean, if the stuff reacted like how you think it would be better.
Yeah, and we talked about that last episode with the hots and the dots, about how everything kind of merges and there is a global cooldown behind the scenes that is ticking, you know?
Yeah, like a server side cooldown.
Server side ticker.
Exactly. We had another comment by Oki Puit on the RMT spam, basically the gold seller spam that you get in intels and shouts and stuff. And he said they're going to apologize about it. It's an inconvenience, everything like that. They're investigating it, doing bans as soon as possible, yada yada. The important part here is they're adding more complex chat features, and they're going to basically try and make it easier to ban people. But what they need to do is just make a report feature and just literally have it just stop immediately. You know, we need to have this ended as soon as possible, because on the PS3 it's almost impossible to block somebody. They're spamming so much, and then when you have multiple spammers, it's just flooding the chat. You can't see anything, and it's kind of an issue now. It's getting worse.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of accounts that have been hacked recently too, so if you don't have a security token, I suggest you get one. They have apps for them now too for your phones. But there was a wave of accounts that got hacked. We even had a couple of people in our free company that got hacked over the last week or two, and now they are sending us spam tells. So yeah, so there's no easy way. Even on a PC, it's still a pain in the butt to block somebody. It's pretty bad, but
at least you can copy and paste on a PC. You can't.
Yeah,
you can't do it on PS3.
Well, there's a couple of tricks to do. At least the ones that you get in tells, the ones that come in shout, you gotta figure out
Copy
your own way
and
to do
paste.
that. But
You can copy and paste those things, which is great. But it was kind of funny. Some people are kind of making a joke out of it. So I was in Korthos, and basically someone did a shout like that a money spammer, a gold spammer had shouted, and he was like, "Wait, what? That wasn't me." And it's like he was just joking around and everything. So it was kind of funny. Everyone was like, "Wait, are you a gold spammer, or are you just playing around?" Because I almost blacklisted you, and yeah, so people are having some fun with that. We had another one on teleportation and repairs being too expensive. And I kind of have to agree with this. He said, we certainly understand that teleportation costs make it difficult to manage your guild and that the cost of living can be high in general. The other day, the team decreased the repair costs and price for dark matter, covered in Kamate's post. But they'll look into adjusting income expenses in an effort to continually balance the economy. And really, I think they did a great job with it as it is now. I think people are just complaining to complain at the moment.
Well, duh.
They were poor one day and they couldn't teleport, so now they're on the forum.
Great. Should we bring back anima and make that even worse?
Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, sure. Let's bring back fatigue while you're at it.
Yeah. The fatigue system, because that video made it sound awesome.
Awesome. Oh, that video. God.
Yeah. That was like brainwashing. I was like, after watching the video, I was like, wow, this is fantastic.
I feel like
this is actually kind of cool. Oh, wait a minute. I drink the Kool-Aid. No.
Oki pooed again on the weekly reset for Allegan Tombstones. So just to give some insight, the Allegan Tombstone reset is once a week on Monday at 8 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So that's the same as Pacific Standard Time, just it's daylight savings, whatever. So it is 8 PDT, it is, I think, 10 CST, and an 11 EST. So whatever time zone you're in, if you're in America, there you go. European and everything, I think that's 6 hours off. So
Monday morning.
On yet what mountain time is, because we don't like those people.
Like those people.
They're in the mountains. They're not
They're
playing.
not allowed to play video games.
And by the way, it's the same reset time for the Binding Coil of Bahamut. And, previously an in-game bug had caused players to have different reset times, but that's been addressed. So the reset time will remain, and it's going to be the same moving forward. So Monday at 8 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast, you'll be good to go. All right, there were a couple other things, not community posts, that we wanted to address that were part of the community in other news. So Naylock was running Titan a couple times, and he was concerned about the server latency. So we started doing a lot of research, and he came across a bunch of confirmation on that there is more here than just people not moving fast enough. So the server latency affecting AoE dodging and other factors is becoming more and more apparent, and I think it may have to do with the Duty Finder servers putting everybody into instance, across servers, and that can certainly have an effect on it. But basically, the servers pull player position every 0.3 seconds, and when most other MMOs do it a lot more frequently than that, and it was actually confirmed by Yoshi P back in beta. So there's a combat log example that someone took a screenshot of, and it basically says, you use Second Wind, you recover 491 HP, the coin counter hits you for 459 damage, and you are defeated by the coin counter. So for those that out there that, this is a podcast, it's not a visual, 491 health was gained, 459 damage was lost, but they were still defeated. So they would have had an overflow.
They healed more than they got hit for, and they died.
Yeah.
So.
Because math.
Yeah, exactly.
Math.
So some people exploit this to a degree because you can actually move before the casting is done and it'll still go off. But technically, that's just a visual representation. You're still on the server side locked for that 0.3 seconds, or maybe you're already moving for the 0.3 seconds. It all has to do with that background global tick that we were talking about earlier, keeping track of all this stuff. Now, Naylock, I know you had some comments on this, so go ahead.
Well, it's just, I was going to say about that, too, the way people can exploit it to still move. In other cases, they'll actually get screwed over because they're stopped, but since they're still on that last pull of moving, that they interrupt themselves when they start stop and start casting. So it's a bit of a pain.
Does this verify anything for you, Aaron? And I know you're going through Titan and you're having some issues with it, but does this give you any peace of mind, or does this frustrate you? Do you wish it was better?
It doesn't give me any peace of mind whatsoever. It explains so much more.
Is it some resolution at least? Like, oh,
it's not you. It's the server position.
Oh, so. I'm sure some of it was me. I had a couple glasses of wine, and it was 2:00 in the morning when we were going for Titan for the 19th time that day. I'm pretty sure my eyeballs were going to fall out of my head. But with that said, I mean, it does explain some more. Doesn't make me any happier about it, but it does explain a little bit more, and I wish that there were a better way to kind of alleviate that or countermeasure it. That's the word I'm looking for, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, after I found out about this, like the 0.3 seconds thing, I started noticing it a lot more in the fights. Like I look at the casting bars and I'm able to dodge it and stuff like that. You really have to look for the tells on the monster itself. You can't rely on those AoE things on the ground. Each monster has a tell before they actually do the casting animation and the bar actually starts going. And when you see that tell, if you move, the monster locks its position and will keep the AoE there, and you're able to move so much easier. So it is a little more work. You don't get that. Go ahead.
Isn't the chat on a separate server too?
Yes.
So that could either be good or bad, depending on how the chat server is operating at the time.
Yeah, so I had a situation where I was running Sestasha, just with a low level friend, and we got to the boss fight, and it was the weirdest thing. It was like we were all just standing there, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And they're like, "What are you talking?" Like we're typing in the chat in the game. They're like, "What are you talking about? We're in the middle of the fight already." I'm like, "What?" They're like, "Yeah, we're fighting right now." I was like, "We're all just standing here." And so the chat worked. I could move around. They could see me moving. However, I couldn't see anything that was going on. So my connection to the one server that shows character position was severed in some way, and just nothing was going on.
Oh yeah, the good thing about how it's separated now is if you start to disconnect, like I R0 the other day, and if people that didn't play 11, R0 means you're disconnecting. But I R0'd the other day, but it wasn't like shutting the game down. I was just stuck disconnecting, and I could still chat. And I'm like, am I still online? Can you guys see me? I DC'd. I had a full 10-minute conversation with the people in my party before I Alt F4'd and had to close the game out because I was stuck disconnecting, couldn't do anything except chat. But I was at least able to communicate that I was disconnecting to them. So there's that.
Good. I actually did hear a tip for the server polling in position. They say if you just do something when you get to the safe spot that you're in, or the spot you want to be in, and you like do an action that might force like a check,
like a save point.
Yeah,
yeah,
pretty much. It's like kind of a forced polling, but I don't know. I haven't really seen that confirmed or denied, but there's just people saying it helps. So if you're really having a problem with that, like you died in the safe spot from the AE you should have been safe from, maybe try doing that. That might lessen those occurrences.
Yeah. Start paying more attention to that.
Yeah. And the last thing they made a post about was regarding Odin and Behemoth fates, because we know that those are huge draws for a lot of people. And what they said was they're going to have 2 points that they're going to use to kind of remedy the situation. First one is zone enhancements. And these are times that the server will crash when more than 1,000 people gather in a zone. So in order to prevent that, they're going to be implementing zone enhancements to increase that number in a concurrent connection within a zone. Because, servers are based on clusters, and clusters basically overlap server instances, so you can have more than one people, more than, 7,500 people on a server at one time. So, this here, everyone's gathering in one spot. That's usually not a good thing, and so they're going to enhance that a little bit.
Well, there have been a few forum posts about people having tips and tricks to alleviate that temporarily until they get that. You can turn off nameplates and some spell effects and stuff like that, and then it works as intended. But it's still I haven't messed with it. I don't even care anymore. I'm gonna wait. Whatever.
Yeah,
Who cares?
and I mean, even if you turn off all that stuff, it's still going to crash the server if there's like 1,000 connections at one zone.
Yeah.
So it doesn't. There's only so much you can do with that. The next thing they're gonna adjust with it is the display prioritization adjustments. So, we had this all the way back in 1.0 where they did the priority for showing the repair NPCs before everything else. Yeah, so they're doing the same thing here. They're just going to make sure that the mobs are the priority when loading up characters in the area. Mm-hmm. So that way you can actually see where you're trying to fight. I know there's a lot of issues where on the PS3, especially if I'm in a Fate, I can't even see the Fate mobs because there's so many people in the way, and the PS3 has fewer rendering options available for players. So hopefully this actually does remedy the situation.
I hope so, because I don't even care to do it right now because especially as a healer, unless my party's taken a ton, and sometimes you still don't even get the credit. But I just try to go in. I'm usually by myself, and I try to stone it to death, and I can't target it half the time. So until they fix that, I'm not even going to bother going because I don't get enough credit for it to be worth my while. I get 10 gil. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's about it. With that, why don't we move on to meat and potatoes?
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes.
So as talked about earlier in the show, Tokyo Game Show was going on, and they talked about a lot of stuff, and we are going to cover all of that in detail right now. So the first topic they covered was the Eorzean census, and they had this for Final Fantasy XI, where you could see a breakdown of American and Japanese players and what races were being played by whom and what percentage of the population they were actually making up and other things like that. So the gender distribution is about 50-50 for Japan, so 50% female, 50% male as far as race is concerned. So like the players are playing male characters and female characters about 50-50. And then in the US it's 40% female and 60% male. So I thought that was kind of interesting because usually, you hear a bunch of people like, oh, I want to look at a female player just because I'm not gay and stuff, but Anyway. So the race statistics are the Higher have 33%, the Lalafell have 19%, the Makote have 33%, Elzen have 9%, and the Rogaden have 6%. Now this is general numbers. Like the US and Japan numbers were like slightly off by like 1 or 2%, but this is basically an average of both of them combined. Level distribution has most classes at level 15, since that's basically a minimum requirement for most jobs. So, a lot of people are probably leveling up their characters to 15 and then just leveling up another class to 15 to see how they play. It's a nice like base level to kind of start from. The average level is around 19 across all servers, with the lowest populated class roles being healers, because they only have 2. Right. Mm-hmm. They said that if there's a lack of healers, they may look into more incentives as far as getting more people into healing classes, but really they just need to come out with another type of healer, in my opinion.
I agree to an extent. People just it's one of those things that people just don't like to play.
Yeah, it's more of a style. Well, if they could, you know what? Oh my god, that would be awesome. I'd totally play it. If they could come up with like a melee healer, like what was it in Warhammer? Disciple of Cain, was it?
Yeah, Disciple of Cain.
Yeah, those guys are awesome. Oh, they always call them DOKs. But yeah, I actually played one of those. That was my class on that game. And you could either go like pure DPS, or you could put a chalice in one hand, which made your healing go up, and you healed by attacking. And I always thought that was cool. And they had one like that on Vanguard as well. I think it was
Those were monks.
Yeah. I don't know. That'd be an awesome healer, I think, and I think a lot of more people would play one of those, because otherwise you're playing a healer, you're just kind of hanging back, maybe throwing some dots if you're lucky, and just healing everybody. But like a more offensive healer would be really cool.
I think we need another tank type as well. Like we have the plate tank, we have the aggro, like the rage tank. We need an agility tank, and I think that might be what Ninja's going to be.
Ninja.
Yeah, we don't know what we don't know what they're going to be using for certain tanks and stuff like that. We don't know what they have in store for Musketeer and Samurai and other things like that either. So it kind of we kind of need to wait and see. But I think right now the class pool and / job pool is a little lacking.
It's lopsided.
Yeah,
It is a little lopsided, but so is the party makeup. I mean, you're only allowed 4 people to a party, 8 max.
Yeah.
And people have, I mean, we're doing Praetorium with 1 tank and 1 healer. So
It's even more so.
yeah, we have healers that are being left out of stuff, right? And I mean, it's everything's lopsided right now because of, I think a lot of that pertains to the party sizes. You don't take that many people with you to make up for the fact that you have extra healers sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah. And I mean, these sort of the census statistics that they're getting, that's why they're getting them. They're looking at all of these numbers and crunching them down and seeing how they can better do dungeon design and class design and what's needed and what's not.
They probably have, this is just like what they're telling us. I can just imagine the huge data piles I got of player playtime.
Exactly. Yeah. And then the final statistic is the Grand Company Allegiance is 37% Immortal Flames. Yeah. 36 Twin Adder, boo, and 27 the Maelstrom.
And
I'm surprised Twin Adder had that many.
Yeah. Well, what's that? What's that, Aaron?
I don't believe it. Pirates are cool.
No. The Maelstrom is, I didn't even write the Maelstrom. That's how low it was. I just put in 27%.
And 27% for whoever's left.
Such a biased jerk.
Hey, Immortal Flames, they're at the top. That's all I care about.
I am Twin Adder, and I'm surprised it's 36%. I see people running around like, oh man, their armor looks cool, and it's just Maelstrom stuff. I was like, oh man, I kind of screwed up. And I got the level 20-something armor for my Lancer because I'm leveling him up, and only way I can describe the armor is dumpy.
Dumpy.
Got dumpy armor. It's all way too big. It's like he's trying to hide he's fat or something.
Wow.
It looks terrible. I was like, oh my god, I think I might switch just because my Lancer looks stupid at level 23 or whatever.
Nice.
Priorities.
Yes.
So they also mentioned more special fates coming to Final Fantasy XIV. Right now, they have the special anniversary fate in collaboration with Dragon Quest X and Final Fantasy XI. So you'll fight enemies from Dragon Quest X and a giant Shantoto, the Taru from Final Fantasy XI. The minion rewards, such as a Dragon Quest X Stone Golem and a small Shantoto doll, are going to be available, and I tell you, it looks just like a Taru from 11, so I really want to get that doll of Shantoto. It looks awesome.
It's adorable.
Yep. There's still the collaboration with Final Fantasy XIII that's going to be going on, and where you can fight alongside Lightning and obtain outfits to look like Lightning. And there are stories for both the Dragon Quest 11 and 13 collaborations, which are important to the universe and how they got there and why they're there and how they work within the universe. I think that with the 13 fate, you actually do fight alongside the Odin version from that game and a bunch of the monsters and everything. So it's a really well thought out fate. So I'm really excited about these. What do you? I mean, do you guys like the cross promotion of different versions of different Final Fantasies and other Square Enix properties and stuff?
Totally. Yes.
Yeah, I'm into it.
I don't really have anything else. I mean, I love it. I want a Shantoto doll, and I want some lightning gear, and some new screenshots came out. Well, not screenshots, but I guess it's concept art. But some new pictures came out of the weapons and things like that you can get, and they look pretty sweet.
Yeah, definitely.
You get the monk fists the claws that you get. They look like garage doors. They're huge.
That's a lot better than the making it look like you dumped your fists in the brown concrete from the Titan weapons. So
yes.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it just looks bad, just really bad. So they're also bringing PvP with the 2.1 update, and it's actually going to be called the Wolves Den. Now, it was interesting why they called it the Wolves Den. They said, and I quote, they wanted the wolves and outlaws to stay in the den and not bother the story adventurers. So I kind of find that's pretty awesome. It's like they're trying to give the PvPers what they want, but they also are very aware of the story is what keeps players playing. PvP is a very small percentage of the players.
The people that don't PvP don't want to have anything to do with it.
Yeah, they don't even want to know about it.
Yep.
Don't even tell me. I don't care about the PvP updates.
La 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 la.
Yeah, exactly. So the Wolves Den is going to be a 4v4 arena, and it's only for PvP battles. It's accessible starting at level 30, and it has 3 tiers, which is level 30, 40, and 50, which gives you a better challenge at each tier, obviously. When you compete in the PvP battles, you have specific abilities that are separate from the adventuring abilities. So in beta, they actually had the Wolves Den to test, and it was horrible. It was nothing but a bunch of black mages all getting up into a pre-made group and sleeping everybody, and it was just awful. So hopefully they learned a lesson from that in beta and are not going to do that. But during the PvP battles, you will get points where you can get PvP-specific gear, so that'll kind of expand the equipment set unless it looks like dark light armor, just a different color. Yeah, I don't know. I hate that dark light armor. I really do.
I can't stand it either.
So a really big feature of this is the duty finder is going to be a part of this, so you can actually queue up for the Wolves Den through there. But random groups will only be played against other random groups, and pre-made groups will be played against other pre-made groups. So you will never fight a random group or a pre-made group, depending on which you use. And there are plans to create one-on-one battles. Now, this doesn't really mention anything about the larger Grand Company scale PvP that they had talked about, which I think is called Frontline. But are you guys excited for the Wolves Den, or are you more looking forward to the Frontline?
So I'd be more into the Frontline. I'm not much for the matching stuff. The Frontline seems, if they're much bigger, like Fate big, that seems like it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't tend to get into the PvP side that only has 3 or 4 people on a team. I want to get into the big, what it feels like a world battle type situation where you got 24 of your friends in there with you. So I think that'll be fun.
Yeah, I agree. And I just remember the PvP from 11 and how completely not exciting that was, especially if you had a samurai versus another samurai, and the delay is just like 6 seconds between each move.
Yeah.
Did they stop? What's happening?
Yeah. This is going to be a lot more interesting, and with the addition of jumping, I know people are just going to be jumping all over the damn place.
Yeah. I really hate that. Like, it really doesn't mean anything, but people certainly, it doesn't stop them from thinking it does.
No, I mean, even in a dungeon, you're sitting there, stop moving, and they're just jumping around like crazy. It's like, it's keeping me alive. And it's like, no, it's not. You're still getting hit.
So you don't know how it works. This isn't, they're not aiming.
Yes, exactly. Next, we're going to talk about housing, and this is one of the most exciting things, I think, coming in the short term that I can't wait for.
I'm speechless. I'm squeeing inside.
No, do you care about housing at all, Neilok?
Not really. I never really got into it. I guess it kind of depends on if it's going to be functional in any way. But,
we'll talk about that actually. Yeah. How about I name all the features that they have coming, and then we'll talk about it.
Yes, please.
So.
Okay, so housing. The housing areas are going to be huge, and they're pretty varied. So back a couple months ago, they had some concept art of what the housing areas are going to look like, and believe it or not, they look exactly like that. It's pretty awe-striking. So they have housing available for individuals or free companies. They come in small, medium, and large sizes. And you can build on plots and choose various styles for different parts of the house. A couple things I saw were like the roof, exterior walls, windows, fence, doors, etc. And there's at least one style representing each city-state that's available. So they've taken, basically, Naillock, to put it into a comparison, they've taken Vanguard housing and blown it out of the water. Like, you have each city-state style, but then you can do the wall trimmings, the window trimmings, the window styles, the door styles, the roof style, everything. You can mix and match all parts. It's not all going to look like one, city-state style. There are over 380 exterior parts for you to be customizing your house with. And you aren't limited to the Grand Company for where you want to build. So if you want to go build in a different city-state, you can. There's no pricing information yet, but they said they plan to make it very realistic, and they're going to have features like gardening, chocobo raising, and basement workspaces for crafters in the future. So for those worried about paying for a house right now, they might have a loan system to make housing more affordable, but
have a mortgage.
Yeah, mortgage.
Interest rate.
Exactly, through the city state.
I wonder if you stop paying if you get it repoed.
Like wire in it. There's guards outside. Sorry, you can't go. What's going on? All your stuff's out on the lawn.
Yeah.
I've been foreclosed upon. It is the American way.
You're locked in for 30 months, and
reverse mortgage when you die and don't get a res, you won't get your.
That's awesome. Now they showed some furniture pieces, like they had a marble like chandelier, which looked like the monster. Like they just cut up the monster and made a chandelier out of it. It was really gruesome. They also, they had a cactar lamp, which was like, it was a glass lamp, but it like the light flickered on and off, and it was pretty damn cool. They had a Moogle like plushie. Culinarians can make food to place onto the tables and stuff. So they're going to incorporate every single crafting class into this to make different things for the houses and stuff. It's going to be pretty cool. They also said, and this was a weird mention because they didn't really go into detail about this, but they said that they wanted to have basement crafting areas in the Free Company estates that allow crafters to build ships.
Oh.
Whether this is airships or boats, it remains to be seen, but building ships just in itself, I'm there. Let me at it.
It might incorporate itself, the ships and things like that might incorporate themselves into the, Grand Company versus Grand Company PvP later on. There might be like water battles and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I think that would be pretty sweet.
That'd be pretty awesome. Now the inside the houses is basically like an expanded inn. So it's like an instance area that kind of looks like an inn does. But it has like, depending on the size of the house, it might have 1 floor, 2 floors, or 3 floors based on like, small, medium, or large. And you can just decorate it however you want to. It's pretty expandable. The exterior is, it's kind of like your standard little house looking thing. So you instance into the housing area instead of, walking through the front door like you do in Vanguard, Naylock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, knowing all that stuff, especially with the gardening and the chocobo raising and the basement workspaces, like being able to craft inside your house, they also said that they might enable retainer bells and market boards inside of Free Companies, but really that's just going to make the cities even less populated than they are now.
Yeah, I can already tell you that's a bad idea, because they did that a while ago on EverQuest 2 in this, like, actual cities, where it's barren.
Yeah.
Because everyone just hangs out in their
Free Company, or not Free Company, Guild.
Guild Hall. I guess here
their housing.
Free Company. Yeah, their housing, various housing. They don't go out in the city ever, so I hope they don't put any major amenities inside the houses.
Yeah,
crafting would be nice though, because I really don't like seeing all the crafters just chilling by the market board.
Yeah,
I'm like, I'm in the carpenter right here. You're kind of in the way, bro. Come on.
So now that we've covered kind of the general housing ideas, do you find it more useful than previously?
Yeah. Before and after. Yeah. I'm into it. Sounds good.
I wonder if you can do like go into a house, since they're going to be doing loans, can you co-write on a co-sign on a loan or something, like go into a house with 2 people?
Someone else's credit.
Co-signer.
Yeah.
Someone else's
My
credit.
credit's really crappy. Can you co-sign for me, Naylock?
I need to get a level 50 to help me out.
Need a level 50 to co-sign. You can leave right after. So
You can leave right after.
It's gonna be. Oh, jeez.
Pay it right? Sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be such a time sink for me.
We're a
This is right up my alley.
co-signer on this property, and he needs to pay. Starts taking out of their bank. Scooter.
That'd be cool. So they're also going to be having the Crystal Tower, which is going to be part of the in-game level raid sort of stuff. And this is the first time it's actually can be considered as a raid, because all of the content up to this point only had 8 people, right? A full party. Well, the Crystal Tower, which is coming out in patch 2.1, is going to be made for 3 full parties, which is a total of 24 players. So for those Final Fantasy series fans that have played, literally every Final Fantasy, you'll probably remember Crystal Tower from Final Fantasy 3. And the Final Fantasy 3 version was like really hard. You had to play for hours on end without any save, and if you wiped at any point, you lost everything. Sounds like Final Fantasy 11, doesn't it? So no, it's but this version isn't nearly as devastating as the Final Fantasy 3 version, though you will fight enemies from the Final Fantasy 3 version. So they're trying to make this as close to the Final Fantasy 3 version as possible in terms of content and even the background music. So depending on if the Crystal Tower is levels of trials or maybe dungeons at the end, or maybe a combination of both, you're probably going to see classics like the Platinal, Shinobi, Dark General, Yellow, Green, and Red Dragons, Glacia, Lobelos. That was the DS version, but it was Grashara in the original version. Thor and Zondi. So Zondi was like one of the coolest freaking bosses ever. It was really cool. But what's unique about the 20-man raid format, though, is how the party list is displayed and how the parties actually work together. So the party makeup is 3 full parties that make up an alliance, but each party consists of just what you would be expected to: 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 4 DPS. But you only see the party you're a part of in your party list.
Well, that explains the questions people had about the UI and how they were going to fit all 24 people on the UI.
Exactly. So you're only going to have to fit 8 people. So with this, there will be stages where you have all 3 work together or split up to work through different parts of the dungeon simultaneously. So you might come up to a path, and like you have to have one group go down one path and another group go down another, and then the last one go down a different one. And you don't have to do everything at the same time. It's not going to be like, oh, hit the switch and then someone else has to hit it too, and then they've tried that and it didn't work out very well. So it's going to be different parts breaking up and coming back together, and I'm kind of really excited about that, especially since the Crystal Tower can be trials, it can be dungeons, it can be all sorts of different miniature things.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Gaining access to the Crystal Tower won't require running through a dungeon before getting into the tower like it did in Final Fantasy 3. It will require an introduction quest line for access, though. Then you can enter the Crystal Tower through the Duty Finder, and you can just continue from there. Each run should be expected to be an hour and a half to 2 hours, and the item level restrictions will be in effect once Crystal Tower releases, and they are looking to have relic equipment as the requirement. So, as far as expected drops from Crystal Tower, it seems that they are intentionally following the Final Fantasy 3 versions very closely, so look forward to seeing Final Fantasy 3 monsters and also the drops that you got in Crystal Tower.
Sweet.
Nice.
Yeah, and you can actually see the Crystal Tower in Coerthas.
So this is Dynamis.
I don't want to. Don't.
I mean, to some extent, it could be. You could think of it as Dynamis.
You just ruined this whole thing.
Dynamis was fun. We had fun anyways. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it was fun. It really was fun. And yeah, you can kind of see it like that, to where it's like, you're just going up levels and levels, and it would be pretty cool because, obviously they're going to have certain levels unlocked to begin with, and then as more updates come, they're going to expand upwards and add more levels, and it'll be a never-ending dungeon, basically. So did either of y'all actually play Final Fantasy 3?
No.
The actual 3, right? Not 6?
Yeah, Final Fantasy 3. It's actually available for mobile devices, so if you have an iPhone, you can actually go download it and everything.
Ooh.
Yeah. But it's the DS version on the phone. The original one was on the NES, and a lot of people didn't actually play it because it was Japanese only. So, yeah. But if you haven't played it and you're kind of wondering what the Crystal Tower is going to be about before the patch gets here, because patch 2.1's coming sometime before the end of the year, and it's a couple months there, so you could theoretically get to the Crystal Tower in Final Fantasy 3 on your phone and see how that whole thing plays, but that's up to you. If you kind of want to have an idea of what to expect, because that is going to be equivalent in Final Fantasy 14, which I think is pretty freaking cool.
I think I am going to do that. I just looked that up on my Android and get Final Fantasy 3 for $16.
Yep. It's a little expensive. It's more expensive than certain apps usually are, but
Yeah,
it's
like
Square
a
Enix.
full-on game though. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not just some random game, and plus it's
It's not Candy Crush Saga.
Yeah.
And also, Nailak, you can also get Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah, so 4 and what else was on here? 5?
Yeah, 5 is there too. Now 5 isn't
And
a
1.
complete. Yeah, 5 isn't a complete remake. 4 and 3 are actually completely remade in 3D, which is pretty cool. So let's talk about our current endgame dungeon, which is basically Bahamut's Labyrinth. Now, this is currently the hardest content in Final Fantasy, and it's for 8 players. It will continue to be updated and expanded on further patches, and currently no one has passed the 5th stage. Kind of. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but as patches are created and the dungeon is expanded, bonuses will be given to players, so eventually everyone will be able to beat it over time. So basically, they're going to make it easier. They also talked about giving bonuses to people, like if you wipe in a dungeon or in a trial for a primal, if your whole party wipes, you'll get bonuses to make it easier the next time you go through it. So the more you wipe, the easier it'll become, and that way you can actually get it done. So those people that are raging after the first wipe, like, oh, I'm just going to go AFK until someone leaves, get over yourself and just go through it. So they're going to have bonuses for people after 2.1.
I don't think I like that.
Well, it depends on if it's the new stuff or the old stuff. I know they were talking about like stuff that's out now. They were going to like tone down, but then the new stuff is still going to be hard. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so the hard mode is going to have those bonuses, and with over time the labyrinth is going to have bonuses for certain stages. Remember, there's 5 stages, so they're just going to make things slightly easier over time as they add more content in other areas.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
The older stuff will be made easier so people can play catch up, basically.
Right. So the hard mode primal battles will be, you'll get a bonus, you'll get like a buff if you wipe, but the extreme modes will still be super hard. You won't get that buff.
Okay.
So yeah. So we do have extreme mode primal battles coming. Hard mode primal battles will probably be easier since people are trying to, beat those. So that's how they're doing that whole thing. The story talks about Bahamut that destroyed the actual Bahamut that destroyed Eorzea at the end of Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, and it gives more details on Louis Soix. Yeah, that's right. I said Louis Soix because they say it so many times in the story. I actually know how to pronounce it now. It's not Louisio. It is Louis Soix.
I just called him a Lou. Hey, Lou. What's up?
Yeah, Louis Soix. So, that's pretty cool that the story is about the Bahamut that was actually came out of Dalmund. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now, the only free company to get to stage 4 is the Order of the Blue Garter, and they were only the only group to pass stage 4, and they also got to stage 3 within 2 weeks of release. Because we already knew people were going to be max level with everything. So they were up there at stage 4, but they never got past it. No one has beaten it yet. Kind of, as I mentioned earlier. A couple days ago on Reddit, a user by the name of Throwaway Twintania posted an image showing that their free company on Moogle World had successfully completed Turn 5 of the Binding Coil of Bahamut, which is Bahamut's Labyrinth. And it's currently the hardest content in the Final Fantasy XIV, in Final Fantasy XIV, like we said earlier. So there was a note in the post. They said that they were able to win due to a bug caused by the turn's boss, Twintania, to simply stand there at around 80% health, allowing for an easy kill. Now, that's actually against the terms of service, right? Square Enix has said many times that if you have an exploit or a bugged dungeon, to exit that dungeon and redo it from the beginning. Because if you go through with the entire thing, you will be banned. So, Throwaway Twintania stressed that they have already submitted a GM ticket to report the incident, and due to the nature of the fight, that they are not claiming this to be the world first win for the Binding of Coil of Bahamut. However, Square Enix has previously stated again that if there are issues, exit. And if, in this case, the group in question proceeded to defeat the monster and thus complete the Binding Coil. The group has asked that they receive rollbacks as the win was unfair, but they should have just done it in the first place and just left, Whether or not Square Enix will actually roll back their characters or just ban them, they haven't really said yet. So, what do you think? So, first off, it kind of irks me that people that are trying to do this legitimately actually, they don't get the world first now. I mean, yeah, it's technically not legitimate, but it's still a world first that someone beat it, even though it's bugged. What do you think they should have done? Should they have left? Do you feel like this cheapens Bahamut, beating this legitimately, or how do you feel about this?
I think it definitely cheapens it. But there is a side of every gamer that when you get in there and you're like, holy crap, we're beating this. There's a part of you that's going to not stop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
So it's a tough decision to have to walk away from something like that. That's like somebody putting a bag of gold on your front porch, and I don't know how to you know where I'm going with this though. It's like,
if the bag of gold had, if lost, please return to Square Enix, and you'd be like, I'm taking a couple pieces first, and then I'll bring it back. It's like Dumb and Dumber, giant suitcase of IOUs and stuff, and How about you, Nilok?
I can see why they just went through with it anyway, because I don't know, I probably would have. But I mean, 80%, that's kind of high. But if it was lower, like 50%, it's like, well, just stopped and then they killed it, I would totally be able to understand that, because it's like, well, maybe it'll fix itself, or it's like a good kill. But
right.
Yeah, well, they're honest about it. At least they're not like, yeah, it was totally legit, and then they get caught.
Well, I mean, Square Enix looking at it. Square Enix is like, this is the hardest content in the game. The Order of the Blue Garter is the only free company that has gotten up to stage 4, and suddenly this random free company from Google, went and beat it.
Well, I'm surprised that they even posted on Reddit. Like, you think I would have kept that on the down low, but now they just basically told everyone, and now you got people mad. It's like bad PR for Square. I'm surprised they did that part of it. They should have just been like, let's not say anything. Just submit the ticket. Don't say anything.
You're not supposed to talk about exploits. That's yeah. So you're just supposed to report it, and it I don't know. I think it's in bad taste all around. It's like, yeah, please give us some rollbacks. It was unfair, and you shouldn't have done it in the first place. You should have just stopped and just left it, and just say like, oh man, that was frustrating. Please.
Yeah, and plus what's annoying me is it's like, they're half bragging right there.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, totally.
Not them
they're
just being like,
bragging.
oh, there was a bug we got. It's like, oh, we killed it, but it was a bug, but we totally killed it.
Yeah.
We already submit the ticket, but we killed that thing.
Yeah. It's like, we're not going to say that this is the world first, but it's a world first.
Luckily, it is.
All looks the same on paper, right?
Yeah, exactly. Who killed Bahamut first? Not Blue Order of Garter. It's the Order of Blue Garter. It was some group that we haven't heard of in Moogle.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's just it's gonna hang over it every time. Like, who killed it first? And like, someone will say the people who killed it with the exploit. I'm like, no, it wasn't them, because it was an exploit. It was actually these guys that killed it first. It's like, yeah, well, not technically. And instead of just being a clear who killed it first, these guys. Awesome.
It just
now it just
ruins it.
Tainted.
Now it's muddy.
Tainted first world kill.
And the Order of the Blue Garter had been working so hard to actually beat this. Just to have that. It probably just took all the wind out of their sails. They're like, we're gonna get this. We're gonna do this, and it's just like, boom, nope.
But now in the plus, they're probably like, well, should we even try? Apparently, it's bugged. So should we? What are we gonna? I guess we're just gonna farm until we get word it's actually been fixed, lest we be banned for even trying the thing.
Yeah,
I can easily see there's people mad about it.
Yeah. So now, if the Order,
various angles,
if the Order of the Blue Garter actually beats it now, it's like, oh, was it legitimate? Was he not stuck at like 10% and couldn't move? And it's just bad all the way around. But yeah, with that, why don't we go on to 5 stars and feedback? We had a lot of great feedback this time. And it was pretty varied and stuff too. We even have facts, so we have questions to answer. Yeah, so we have a lot to go over still. So first feedback is from Marigo Wythe on Lodestone Radio. And it says, hey guys and gal, for Ern. Woo!
It's Ern.
Yeah.
It's me.
Ern, isn't it?
I want to send out a huge thanks and 2 thumbs up to the on-air and behind-the-scenes people that helped to create and disseminate a cohesive, entertaining, and informative podcast. Just to kind of cut into here. So this is me talking. I am the behind the scenes people.
That's it.
I am literally.
We don't have a crew.
Yeah, a lot of people think that there's like a whole dev team working on the Mac client, and there's like a whole team of behind the scenes people like flipping switches and setting up mics and stuff. First off, me and Naylock have met in real life, but Ern's over in Michigan, Naylock's in California, I'm in Texas. We are completely across the USA, yet we keep the quality of the podcast as high as possible. We got really high equipment. We got really good recording software, so we do what we can. I edit everything. I do all of the updates to the website. I am the only one working on the Mac clients. It's a one-person team, but I could not do this without Ern and Naylock. They are my team, and so it is us three. When you look at the entire website, it's us. So there's no more, no less.
No more, no less.
Yep. I have scoured various feeds for shows that are not a rant fest or off the cuff, and Lodestone Radio more than fits the bill. I have a commute to work that lasts between 35 and 45 minutes each way. I'm thrilled with the new cast coming out on a regular basis. Sorry, this is 3 weeks late.
Sorry, Rego.
Regular.
Even between shows, I will listen to old casts instead of other shows because I feel your personalities, information, and interaction are what makes Lodestone Radio stand out well above the rest. Your information is presented in a fun yet professional way. You each know what you are talking about, or at least act like it. And though I am a Final Fantasy XI and 1.0 vet, I still learn on each listen. I only wish I happened to be on one of your servers to get to hang out in-game and with some of you. If I used iTunes, I'd give you full marks. Instead, I have 4 friends listening to your show as well. Keep up the excellent work. Rygo Wythe from the Aegis server. That's pretty awesome.
That's very good. Thank you.
Feel free to get more listeners for us if you don't want to vote.
And you brought your friends.
Yeah, definitely. It's we don't do this for anything, really. We don't have ads on the site. We don't, we only ask for donations if you feel like you like the site and, want to keep us going for hosting and stuff like that. But we don't get paid for this, we take all that donation money, we better our equipment, and that's about it, really.
Website stuff, hosting, kind of thing.
Extra life that Ern does as well. It can go to that too. So really, the donation money goes right back to you guys. So thank you so much for that. And we really try our best to do a show that we actually want to listen to ourselves. So we appreciate it. Thank you very much, Rygo.
We have fun doing it. Our next feedback comes from Mongoose from the Lodestone Radio website. Hi, I think your podcast set the standard that other podcast broadcasters should follow. Specifically, and no, I'm not groveling, useful content. Your broadcasts cover the content, move on to the next, and don't get stuck on mundane, useless stuff like other broadcasters. Excellent content organization with logical sequencing. It's entertaining, good audio fidelity, and this is way above most other podcast broadcasters. I listen while driving, and I missed my exit when I first heard the mention of the Mac version. What a rush! The recommendations I have, more podcasts, bring them on, and keep up the good work. Thank you for all your hard work.
That's awesome. Now, I thank you so much for not naming names of other broadcasters. We get this all the time, and people mention so many other podcasts to us and everything, and
take it out.
Yeah,
if you need to.
We also got feedback from Tombstone X on iTunes. He said, professional audio levels recording. The show layout is amazing. They don't derail themselves too badly like many other shows. They know what they are talking about. The personalities are great, with slight differences from each of the hosts for great color commentary of the topic at hand. Overall, very professional podcast to the level quality of Scott Johnson. Now, this actually sounds a lot like what Rygo was saying, but, Scott Johnson does the Instance podcast, which is a World of Warcraft podcast, but he also does a whole bunch of other podcasts as well. And he's an artist. And he's one of the best podcasters that I know. And it means so much to me, that Tombstone X, it compares this show to a show that Scott Johnson would do, because that is what I look up to. That is what I strive to be. And that's just, it's an honor to even be considered in that realm.
I noticed Ern throws out the occasional pro tip. How about an entire section of hints, tips, and tricks to help the noobs and veterans alike out in that scary land of Eorzea?
What do you guys think about that? And so, I feel like that our entire episode is a hint, tip, and trick thing, but I think they're wanting more of a kind of condensed down. Hey, here's our tip of the week or something like that. And I don't know. What do you feel about that, Naylock?
Yeah, it seems like we do pepper it in there, and I think of the tips as I'm either learning them or coming up with them, like while I'm playing the game.
Or while we're talking about it, like we're just reminded of certain things and it's like spontaneous. Yeah.
So
to consolidate them all into one big picture, I don't know, because I don't remember them all at the same time. You know, like Naylock said, you know, they pop up in conversation or in certain situations where it's like, oh, I remember I did that and it worked out really well, you know, that kind of thing. So,
right.
As fine as it sounds in theory, as far as implementing something like it, I don't know. I don't know if we can do it.
Yeah. And so Naylock, why don't you go into the next question, because it kind of relates similar to a whole tips and tricks section.
I've found myself going back through an episode or two trying to find a specific thing that someone has said and either not finding it or it taking forever to locate. How about a forum section of show notes condensing all or most of the information you discussed during a show?
And again, that's really tough to pull through, just like the whole tips section. You know, a lot of the stuff that we do is ad-libbed. I mean, we have a topic and then we talk about it, and there is some stuff that's factual and everything, but I think the information that you're looking for is stuff that we just say off the top of our heads.
Stuff we found out in passing, or a forum that we read a couple days ago.
Yeah, or just our own experience, and we just, you know, the situation that we're talking about kind of, you know, pops it up in our head, and we're like, oh yeah, this happened, and, you know, we talk about it from there. So
and we don't have a crew or anything to
research team.
We don't have interns we can tell to just like listen to the show and type up everything. And we have like our notes, but even if we just posted those, they would be we came up with a bunch of additional stuff during the podcast, so they wouldn't be complete anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I can post up the show notes if you guys would like, but they're not going to be complete as you're hoping they would be. It's not like we have a script and we're like, hey, Ern, now you say this line. Okay, Naylock, now it's your turn to rebuttal. And then I say, ha, ha, ha. And, you know, it's nothing like that. So,
joke here. Pause for laughter.
And
insert clap.
All the jokes that we tell are literally at that time. Like when Naylock was saying that, no, Ern said we're all going to Chuck E. Cheese, and he said I couldn't go there. That was all at that point, you know.
You didn't hear the dead silence in between it because we were like, wait, did he just say that?
Yeah. So it's
editing, but that's about it.
Yeah. So, you know, the editing might make it seem like we're a lot more fluid than we are, or a lot more eloquent, but we're not.
No, there's no eloquence here whatsoever.
Yeah, the bloopers at the end kind of explain that whole story. So, but yeah, you know, if we had more complete notes, I would certainly share them. But it's no more than just basically a giant news post. If you had to really call it something, so
I wish we could.
Yeah,
we could start like referencing where we found stuff. I guess like our.
Well, we do. You know, we kind of link to in the actual podcast post, we have links to, you know, the original forum post or a video that we reference in the show or something like that. So I'm not sure how much more we can actually do aside from that.
Yeah.
What?
Someone else wants to do it.
Yeah, there you go.
Hiring an unpaid intern to listen to our podcast and dig up where we get the information and post it on the forums. Go.
Yeah.
You will not get college credit because this isn't a
You might get sparklies on your forum name.
Yeah, we'll give you all the little forum stuff you could possibly want.
We're not a professional podcast. A lot of people think we are. Maybe we are. We just don't know. I don't know. We're not a professional podcast.
We're being modest. No,
someone want to hire us? We'll start doing stuff like that.
I currently have a 50-hour-a-week job that I can't stand. I don't have. This can't be another job.
No one cares about your issues, Aaron.
Yeah, someone
Sorry, I'm gonna go sit in the corner with my chocolate and razor blades.
Yeah, go wait in your DPS queue. I'm just playing. Alrighty. We have another question here. It's kind of a lengthy one, so bear with me. Says, on your last episode, you said that the Arcanist was classified as a healer. Now, while that's actually classed as a DPS, the ability for a Summoner or Arcanist to suddenly be able to switch to a healing job like Scholar makes the leveling and quest progress of the Arcanist unique and much easier than some of the other DPS classes, with the glut of DPS queuing up for instances. This flexibility of the Arcanist class due to these two jobs also adds a lot of support to the idea of classes having multiple jobs for different roles in order to prevent people from getting stuck for hours waiting for a group due to their particular classification as either a tank, healer, or DPS. What do you think? So, the first thing I want to touch on is, you're right. I said that the Arcanist could be used as a healer, and it's technically a DPS. It is a DPS class. If you create your own party and use an Arcanist as a healer, it is doable, as Ern had said, but the class itself is a DPS class, and I do apologize for that error. That wasn't my intention, but that is what I said in the show, so I apologize about that.
Can't slap.
Yeah. Now, the flexibility of the Arcanist, I think, is due because of the way that the Arcanist functions. Like the Scholar and the Summoner functions. One does damage, one heals, but it's really the pet doing a lot of the work until you get into the end game. And I don't think it's to prevent people from sitting in a DPS queue, and I don't want to see more classes having multiple jobs, because the Arcanist system, having played Arcanist now, is just a little frustrating. Like, I can level up Arcanist all the way up to 50, and I can play two completely different jobs. And
and it is the first one that you have both of them available at the same time.
Right.
The rest of the classes that have extra jobs that are supposedly coming out with patches and expansions and stuff like that, it's not the same situation, because chances are you've already got something from that class already job dedicated. You know what I mean? So the Arcanist is a little bit of a unique situation because you have both of those options right out of the gate.
It's frustrating, and Nalek, I mean, you might have a comment on this, but it's like, a paladin, if a gladiator could become a paladin or a dark knight, I don't think they are varied enough to make that transition unique. The Scholar and the Summoner are not so unique. It just one has one different use in a party than the other does. One's healing, one's damage. I don't find them unique enough to really consider that a Scholar is different from a Summoner, except for the mechanic of healing versus damage. When I think of a Dark Knight, I need to have that Dark Knight that I remember from Final Fantasy. It's a Final Fantasy job. It should be unique. It should be the epitome of what that job is throughout the entire history of Final Fantasy. And with Arcanist, Summoner and Scholar are not at that level. Summoner, it seems like it's, a part of what Summoner could actually be, and Scholar is part of what a Scholar actually could be if they were their own unique classes aside from Arcanist.
Yeah, and a Scholar definitely has its usefulness in a situation, but it's not any more OP than a White Mage would be in the same healing situation. They're very cohesive together. They make a nice team, but I wouldn't say that the Scholar is any better than a White Mage. And man, they should have made those avatars bigger. The Summoner avatars are so tiny. Yeah. They're very underwhelming. I think they should have made those a little bit bigger, give them some more, I don't know, fun mechanics to look at. I don't know. I'm not, it's lackluster.
They look like origami figures,
Yes.
They don't all fly and none of them walk.
Yeah. They're not like pets, they're not actual summons. They're just apparitions almost.
I don't know. I don't know what else to tap into on the Arcanist topic.
It seems like they that's the one thing they really could have overhauled more, I think, was the classes. Because it seems like the job part was kind of an add-on. They didn't want to make people have to level up again or something. I don't know. I mean, but the job's basically hobbled by the classes.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like, the more I thought about the whole class situation of as you're starting out, you can use the abilities from other classes. I think that mechanic is there to make you, while you're starting out, to make you look into the other classes and maybe try something that you haven't tried before, because you have to have 2 at least to get to a job. I think that was part of it. Then you see the power of using the class system. When you get up post 30, you naturally fall into a job regardless, because you become a role then. I mean, yeah, as a class you technically have a role, but you do have the ability to do other things. Post 30 though, that role gets specialized with the help of your job. And from then on, I think, as we said previously, when they do a level increase, we're not going to see classes really doing anything else. It's going to be most of the job expanding.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I kind of wish they did a hard hit at 30. Like, you have to have a job post 30.
Yeah,
you can't
I
not
agree.
be jobless, and then make I mean, they could kind of retro do it, like say, well, all your post 30 skills are your job skills, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I just want to be able, if they add Dark Knight, I don't want to just put the Soul Crystal on and become a Dark Knight. I want to be able to level through it and learn it, and
then get 5 Dark Knight specific skills, while you're still using Gladiator stuff or whatever they end up doing.
It'll probably be Marauder since it's a dual wielding, but anyway, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, that's just. I mean, thank you for the questions. First off, I think these questions were fantastic, and hopefully you like the answers. If you have questions that you want to ask, send them to ask@lodestoneradio.com. And that's all for today's show. And this is going to be kind of a long one because we haven't had a show in a couple weeks, and we wanted to take our time with it. But yeah, be sure to listen and check us out at lodestoneradio.com. Also, don't forget to review us on iTunes. And this is Lodestone Radio. Be sure to listen next week. And for Ern and Milok, I'm saying, take care.
Toodles. I'm in table flip stance.
Ready to go.
Yeah, it's recording.
Flip with your legs, not your back.
All right, are we ready?
Sure.
Hey, if you flipped as many tables as I have, that's good information.
It's fantastic advice.
I made myself laugh really hard when we were saying bye, and everyone was going just bye, bye, and then I started devolving into those stupid aliens from Mars Attack.
That's going in the bloopers. Moving right along, we had Okie Pootie on RMT spam. That's his name.
No,
it's not Pootie.
There's no E at the end.
Yet then. You gotta be like
Okie Pootie.
Okie Pootie.
Okay, Pootie.
Okay, so it's not Okie Pootie. It's Okie Pooit.
But yeah, I guess
that's an awful name.
Yep.
Yeah, Okie Pootie's way better.
Call him Okie Pootie.
On the real money transaction spam, or real monkey trading. Monkey trading?
Monkey trading?
Okie Pootie has monkey trading.
Sounds about right. Trading real monkeys. What's his name? Okie Pootie. I believe it.
Okay, alright, hold on. God damn it. Monkey trading. Oh. Monkeys, he's training monkeys. The ginger... yeah.
The ginger distribution.
The ginger? What?
It sounded like you were getting ready to say ginger.
No.
The ginger distribution.
So all the ones with freckles on the left side, all the ones with non-freckles on the right side. Okay.
Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I'm your host, Saino, and with me, as always, is Naylock.
Hello.
It is October 30th, 2013, is episode 13. I can already tell you right now, this is not going to be your standard episode, as you can probably imagine. Yeah.
Good old 13.
Yep. Final Fantasy 13. No, I'm just playing. I like 13, okay? 13 was not bad, so anyway. So yeah, Aaron's not with us today, and sorry for this episode taking literally a month. We had a lot of personal stuff going on, so I don't know how much Aaron really wants me to say about her personal issues, I guess, or things that she's dealing with right now, but she will be back, I think, next episode, which will hopefully be in a week.
Yeah.
But you know, it all remains to be seen. I'll explain a little bit of what I've been going through, though. You know, we have a very small window to record, so when something bad happens in that window, we just gotta, you know, we'll do it next week. Okay, cool. You know, I had a friend pass away after the last episode, and so that hit me pretty hard. You know, doing all the funeral stuff for that and everything, and then you know, there was a point where I had to do, like, you know, finalization of the loan information for the house, and I got sick, and then we had my wife had gotten burned at work. My daughter needed to go get shots. The AC in the apartment went out because we're moving into a house, but right now the apartment had no AC for a week. We had no running water for 3 days, not because of bills, they just broke. And, you know, it was just so much stuff I had to deal with. The power steering went out on my wife's car, and I had to go get that replaced. So, like, everything that could possibly go bad. I told you, Naylock.
Well, hopefully you won't get all this stuff out of the way.
Yeah.
Everything bad happened right now, and then we won't have to worry about it later.
Yeah, I told you this was going to be a bad episode, man. Like, episode 13 is bad luck all over it.
Yeah.
But hey, once we get past it, I think we're good. So... this is not going to be your standard Lodestone Radio episode right out the gate. The notes I have are from October 15th, because that's when we were going to do the episode.
You're all set to do it, and then it's like, nope.
Yeah.
All right, next week. Nope. Next week. Nope.
So we're here, and I mean, we have notes. I can go over what the notes say. I'm completely unprepared. So what I wanted to point out was this is going to be more of a casual type of podcast episode. As you can imagine, I've not had a chance to play, which means I've not had a chance to get any of my veteran rewards or anything like that, or check out the new changes, because I've been so freaking busy. At work, my team split up into two different ones, so it's basically been me leading the helm of the other one, and then taking care of my daughter and dealing with all the other crap that's happened on the off time. So I mean, you haven't even seen me on, Naylock.
No, I haven't. I was thinking about that earlier today. It's like, man, I don't even think he's gonna have any actual in-game information on all the changes.
And I'm not, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to rely on you for a lot of that stuff. But this is kind of, I mean, so me and Naylock talk on Skype a lot. This is basically going to be a little conversation between me and Naylock. That's
it'll be somewhat structured or limited to just Final Fantasy XIV. Because other times you go off on other stuff, but we'll just make sure this is Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, and it's basically just going to be me trying to figure out what's changed and if it's better and all this stuff. And it's going to be an interesting insight for people that listen to the show, because, you know, this is something we never do. Even with the bloopers, you don't really get this sort of, you know, insight. So
this is behind the scenes, not rated. Podcast or whatever you want to call it.
Completely unedited. It is behind the scenes, like, you know, director's cut commentary of the movie before the movie came out.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of awkward. Anyway. So let's look through the notes, and I'll ask you about those changes, and you can tell me how those are going. So, oh, damn it. I'm looking at the notes and I need to go get my cactar earrings. No. Dang it. Oh.
Gotta get those.
I need to get my cactar earrings and I need to... When does that end? When is that?
I don't know.
Me either. If you don't have your cactar or your bombardar earrings, go get them.
Bombardar.
Is there bombardar something? Bombard?
Oh, I just like calling them. I just like that word now. Bombardar. I don't even know if that's right or not.
It sounds like
just
a
called
Pokemon.
them bombs something.
Yeah.
I never...
Go get your bomb earrings.
Those things.
The cactar ones are the better ones, though, obviously. But, man, I need to go get those. This is not cool. Oh, they will be removed once patch 2.1 is released. Cool. I have till December. Sweet. All right.
Yeah, you got them.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So now you're kind of getting an insight into how we do the show.
Almost had a panic attack.
Dude, yeah. I'm like, no. It's the end of October, almost November. They're going to go away. It's sometime, I don't know. Like I had it in my mind, like November 15th, they're going out, and but they're not. So it's December sometime, because on another website, it says that Final Fantasy XIV reaches 1.5 million users. Patch 2.1 arriving in December. So yay! All right, yes, that's very nice. Yeah. And we've been over what's coming so many times. I'm not gonna even. If you want to know, listen to the last 2 episodes. All right. As y'all probably know in game, the Moonfair closed, and now we have the All Saints Wake Halloween style event thing that started October 18th. Before 3 days after we were supposed to do this episode to begin with. How is that?
I honestly haven't messed around with it.
Have you seen it though? Does it look cool?
Oh yeah, I've seen it around. Yeah, it looks neat. They have like NPCs like hinting that they're like from hell. It's kind of funny. Like, this is way nicer than the place we're usually at, and like they're all like hesitant and everything.
That's awesome.
Our other place or something like that.
Our other place is really hot. This is nice and cold. That's nice. All right. So did you do the world transfer service?
No, I didn't transfer.
I knew you were
right where I'm at. But...
Yeah, I know you were thinking about it, but I think Hyperion's not a bad place to stay to be honest.
Yeah.
Especially, so have you noticed with the world transfers if the server seems a little, more empty or is there anything you can notice that the world transfers have kind of impacted?
No, it doesn't seem like there's like it's vacant or anything. I mean, the lag might be a little better. But there was also other changes too, so that might have just been a result of that.
Right. I mean, yeah, and we had like an entire rundown of all the server transfer stuff that I can totally throw out now because people are already doing it. All right. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. I can look at some of the community. Again, I'm not editing this, folks. I apologize. I am totally not editing this at all. My birthday's tomorrow, so I'm really not doing it.
Just be thankful we're doing it up.
No, heck no, man. That's not it. We like doing the show.
Yeah,
we really like doing
we were gonna do it a day earlier, but it's not completely bad. I slept in like a lot because I was up all night the night before playing. So
yeah.
I had a good reason.
Hey, you ready? It's Tuesday. He's like, oh god, I completely forgot. I'm like, okay,
no idea.
We'll do it tomorrow. I only just completely, switched around my sleeping schedule and everything for you. No, it's like, all right. So let's see here. We have a dev tracker that I use, and I'm going to use that. Okay, so
love a dev tracker.
Yeah, dev trackers are awesome. All right, so before we get into that, what else? Is there anything else? I mean, so they had the server transfer. Oh, okay. So how are the changes to the elegant tombstones and all that stuff? Like, is it better? Like, what dungeons can you run to get them? How many do you get? And what is everybody running? I guess what's the community kind of adopted?
Well, what they did was they made Wander's Palace viable to run.
I've not been in that one yet.
It's the level 51, but it's like the easy level 51. It's the one you're supposed to run before Amdapor Keep,
which I've also not run.
Yeah, but a lot of people do Wanderers now because it's a good amount easier, and it's not it doesn't give like way less tomes. Like I don't know, I think it gives like 5 or 10 less per kill or something, but people just blaze through it and there's no problems. Like you could have someone who just has no idea what they're doing and still get through the dungeon finder. So,
great, I guess that'll be me. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah. So, it's nice, and they made it so everything drops. I don't know. It seems so heavy-handed, or it was just now everything you kill drops like on average 50 gil.
Well, I mean that's kind of useful though because of all the freaking repair costs.
Yeah, I just thought it was like.
It's a little much. Just
well, I mean, it was just like everything drops this now. It's, instead of like having some sort of variety in there, like, well, this might drop I don't know, a ring, or like this might drop a lot of money. Yeah, something like just little useful things. But it's just no, everything drops money now, and it averages out to about 50. Like it'll drop like 44, 52, 48, 58. So.
Wow. So it's just around 50.
Yeah. Somewhere in there. It's not less than 40, not more than I haven't seen more than 60. So it's somewhere in there off every monster.
Right.
So it's nice. It's a pretty decent change. I'm glad they made Wander's Palace useful. I was actually, and it felt weird going through it because I only ran it once before. Then I just everyone runs AK, so just do that all the time. And it felt weird. I had all the half artifact armor, half dark light, and I'm going. So what do we do? I have no idea what's going on. Like the first one, just brute force ran through it. Like I don't know. I'm just gonna kill everything and hope it works out. And it did. So that's what I mean by it being easier, a bit easier.
Right. You just tank and spank. You don't really need to.
Well, there's stuff. There's mechanics to it, but if and by how everyone's equipped now, you can just brute force right through it.
Yeah, so it said enemies in the following duties will now drop gil: the Wanderer's Palace, Ampador Keep, Castrum Meridium, and the Praetorium. So
I haven't seen people running those two much either. They did.
I bet they won't.
One of them, they did something where you can't do skip so many mobs. I forget which one it was. I think it's the Castrum. The 2-word one, not the 1-word. Not the Praetorium, the other one.
Meridium.
Yeah, that's the one. Because people would like walk directly behind, like you could bump into the mobs, but they wouldn't aggro. I think they did something to their aggro range, so now they will. So you have to kill a good amount more stuff to get through. So now everyone's just Wanderer's Palace or AK or Primals for their updates.
I'm texting on my phone right now. I'm sorry.
Well, I did that earlier. Oh man, I should probably turn this off.
Yeah. So again, we're not editing this. Alone. And here's the thing: me and Naylock are just having a conversation. This is how we usually have a conversation. And we just put it in a podcast, and people enjoy it. So
more or less.
Yeah. And it's like we just have a really good communication. I have no idea. Like we just have a conversation during the whole podcast and just kind of loosely follow. Anyway, back to the podcast. So, all right. Now, one thing I did see, because back when we were doing this, we had the patch notes, and it looked like they put back turn 5 in Bahamut's coil, but the binding coil of Bahamut. But then they took it out again because it was still bugged.
Well, someone killed it legit. Oh man, I wish I could remember their name. I want to say, what's
you don't hear about that crap. You just hear about the ones that didn't kill it legit.
Yeah. Well, I think it was the same. It was like Blue Garnet. I think it was.
The Order of the Blue Garnet.
Yeah, they're on Excalibur, killed it.
Yeah.
And now they did some emergency maintenance to tweak it a little more, I guess, which means...
Right.
And I thought that was funny because I like know how this works.
It was actually on the 26th?
Yeah, it was a couple
Oh,
days.
yeah, no, it says the group of daring... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Okay, so they don't even name them.
Yeah, they say Excalibur.
Yeah, it's just like... I have another important announcement to make. On October 26, 2013, a group of daring adventurers on Excalibur has managed to clear all 5 turns of the body. That is like... What? This is the world first, and we couldn't be more excited for you. Congratulations on a Dalbot. They don't even mention it. Like...
Yeah.
That was Yoshida that posted this, and he didn't even mention their name. Wow. Oh my gosh. Come on, Yoshi. Come on. Anyway. Yeah. So. They're making adjustments.
Yeah, I was saying it reminded me of they're changing stuff to it, so now they're gonna get like even a better first time kill. Like, oh, we got the kill pre-nerf.
Right.
That happens a lot, and I'm on when I'm raiding on EverQuest 2, that always is like, that's a big deal. Like, you want to be able to kill it before it's like, oh, next week we're nerfing it. Like, we gotta kill it quick, or else it's gonna be a lame kill.
Right, exactly. Let's see here. They have so apparently there's some issues with free company chests. And they're gonna start having a log that'll show you the player who stored or removed an item or gill, the time in which the action was performed, the item or gill, the number of items or gill, the action performed, storage, or withdrawal. So that's pretty cool. They kind of need that, otherwise you're going to have ninjas and stuff. And 2.1, they're also going to have UI adjustments. They're going to do focus targeting changes. So it's improving the visibility of the casting bar. At the same time, it will also be expanding the areas you can click while you're focus targeted. Teleport window. We'll be making adjustments to the teleport window so that it does not go off screen, mainly in the PS3 version. Moving forward, we'll continue to improve the teleport. Oh, excuse me. The teleport UI to make it easier to see. Post-patch 2.1 MOG letters. They're going to be adding a history section for the sent letters in the MOG letter window. Gear sets. We'll be adding an icon to equipment that is included in a gear set to make it easier to distinguish. Yeah, because I can't freaking tell.
Oh yeah,
right now.
it's gonna have an icon on it saying it's in a gear set.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, and we'll be making it so you can change the name of a chat log tab without having to delete it. Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome. And we're just discovering these right at this moment, people. Okay, so apparently this is about Arcanists and Summoners and the ability called Bane. And they're planning to make adjustments to the help task. Help.
Way to say it harder wrong.
Yes.
Help task. God. Text.
Spell cow. COWEIEIO. Dagnabbit. Alright, so Bane can spread up to 3 enemies. We balance it in this way due to the fact that the action from the Garuda Edgy extends. Is it Eggy? Edgy?
Eggy? I don't know.
Eggy? I don't know. EG. I don't know. EGI. Extends effect durations to the point where you can maintain close to a 30-second dot. Arcanists can utilize other magics, and pets deal their own damage. Compared to a Black Mage's Fire 2, it's somewhat inferior as burst damage, but depending on the situation, Bane can deal more. That's what dots are for. He's explaining what dots are.
Yeah.
He's explaining what dots are. Yeah. Oh, where am I reading this?
Yeah.
Here, let me link you. Hold on. We're breaking the fourth wall, man.
Oh no! Oh, okay. Here I go. Pets.
It's in the plus 48 hours right there. Kamate.
What?
All right, so click on the right.
Yeah.
On the right side, click on FC chest settings are broken. And now click on. I can't believe we're recording me explaining directions. See?
Oh, there we go.
Yes. Okay. Click on the unofficial Arcanist Summoner feedback thread. It says, compared to a Black Mage's Fire 2, it's somewhat inferior as burst damage, because it's a dot. It's a 30-second dot. But depending on the situation, Bane can deal more damage. Yes, because it's a 30-second dot. So consider the fact that different situations lend themselves to different jobs. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same. This is how a dot works. That's why it does less damage in short term.
And we already know that Arcanists they're basically like warlocks from WoW. You know,
yeah,
not the freaking, you know, pissing anybody's cereal, but like that's what they are. You know, they do dots and they have a pet. So.
And they were kind of a little on the nose about that.
Yeah. It's like, what is Final Fantasy? Oh, I know, the Warlock. And yeah, so. It's a very popular class in WoW, so they did good on adding it, that's for sure. Okay, so a beauty salon wish list. I'm just going to skip over this. AFKers. The development team is aware of issues where players go AFK during dungeons without participating at all, and they will be making it so if a character does not move for a certain period of time, they will be automatically kicked from the instance. This will be implemented along with the MVP voting system in patch 2.1. Wow, so is it just that initial move, or is it just if you're still for like 5 minutes, you're gone?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, they would have to actively go into it. So.
Yeah, here's the thing: why do we need that if we have an MVP voting system that we can just kick them out of the party anyway if they're not moving?
I don't know. Maybe if there's too many of them, if there's two people doing it, I don't know why that would happen though. But
well, here's another thing: like, what if like the fight just does not require you to move? I mean, so they're saying movement. Maybe I'm just because I'm thinking like any character action could be considered as movement.
Oh, well, it's probably like it's going to be the same as their current AFK little detection.
Someone's just going to make a macro that just casts Cure on themselves the whole time. Just go AFK.
Well, I mean, it would be so easy to get around that if you're talking about macros. Like, just have move left and move right, even if it is an action thing. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
He just did a quick 2-step. No, he does have to do it for another 4 minutes. No, it's not gonna get booted.
They've just kind of said we're done messing with turn 5 of Bahamut. All right, we're done. Twintania, stop it. Yes, we know that there's they're like Twintania conflag bug. It's like, we're currently investigating this issue and we'll look into what adjustments need to be based on for overall balance. But look, we plan to release a comment about it this early next week. We don't plan on closing turn 5 again in order to address this issue at the moment. And there are no problems if you would like to continue to challenge this content. I mean, anything that's happening with turn 5 now, it's like it's been beaten. It's been brought up and down so many times. Whatever.
And it's basically no one can exploit the heck out of it to win. So
right, exactly.
Leaving it up now, and if it's too hard,
whatever.
Then don't run it.
We got 2.1 to work on.
Yeah, we're working on the next one, and we're basically gonna probably make that not even. There might be something in Crystal Tower that like matches it, even though it's supposed to be easier.
Looks like there's a haiku contest. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Let's see here. Greetings. Blows a follow-up from Hiroshi about the user interface updates we discussed yesterday. Let's see here. The UI that is to be implemented for plan number 1, which is described yesterday, will be something like below. Crafting log. Finished 2.1 implementation. Addition of a display on the right side of the window that shows information for the item selected. That doesn't really explain much. There's a room. Gathering UI priority A. There is a lot of room taken up by the display for the different shards, so we need to adjust the spec. I'm not seeing anything wrong with the UIs, are you?
Not really. I'm fine with it. I don't know, maybe it's all PlayStation related since I can't
maybe
mess with it as much.
Big there. Yeah. It is very big on the PlayStation 3, but I don't know. Like it. Speaking of PlayStation real quick, I know this is kind of like a side tangent, but dude, I've been hearing, like, have you heard the stuff that they're doing between Xbox One and PlayStation 4 now? Like, Xbox One's running at 720p and PlayStation 4 is running at 1080p.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Oh, yeah, dude. I was watching Battlefield 4 videos, like, comparison between the two, and you can just see tons of freaking jaggies and, like, the anti-aliasing is just shot on Xbox One, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Has worse FPS too on the Xbox One.
Jeez, what are they doing over there?
I don't know. Like they were saying like, yeah, the Xbox One's a little harder to develop for and everything. It's basically reverse of what the PS3 and Xbox 360 were. But the difference there is that PS3 actually had, good first party games that were running at 1080p even at launch back then. So, I don't know. Anyway. So, moving on. But anyway, I was mentioning that because they're not going to put 15 on 360 on Xbox One and PS4, and obviously it's going to be better on PS4. So just I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, and 14's going on PS4 as well. So good stuff. Oh, the lore team put up something about Aetherites, which is pretty cool. So if you're into lore, go check that out. Oh, here's a nice thing. So why does it cost a guild to use Aetherites? I was curious about that too, right? We've been curious about that.
Yeah.
Because before it was anima. So
I think they might have done that because people just run out of anima and then not want to get on.
Right.
So you just pay for it all day then. Here's
the lore reason. Here's the BS lore reason why.
Well, the lore reason why it's Gil.
Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Many Aetherite camps were destroyed during the Calamity, which necessitated their reconstruction. However, this came at great expense, so teleportation fees must be collected to repay the yet unpaid debt. However, the guild doesn't just magically disappear from your purse. Though it's not shown in the game, it's collected by the guards keeping watch of the Aetherites. On a side note, guards posted by each city-state's Aetherite can tell you about Aetherites and teleportation magic, so if you're interested, see what they have to say. Wow.
Jeez.
So they're toll bridges now, apparently.
That'd be funny if you could, not pay, and then they don't let you use it anymore, they try to kill you or something.
Yeah. Jeez.
Better pay up. He's like, I can't. It's like, yeah, just port here. I can't. I haven't paid them, and they're really mad at me right now.
Oh, man. Yeah. Okay, so we're still looking through some of the community stuff. So if you haven't noticed, this is the community service section of this podcast. So
community service.
Yeah. I sent it you to community service. All right, there we go. Let's see here. That's a Black Mage. What need to be changed and improved?
What?
I don't know. I'm just looking through some.
What page are you on of this thing?
I'm not on. I'm on 1, but I'm just near the bottom. Oh, they want people to sell Fantasia on the Mog Station.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, SE's stance on pillars and dark devices area. You know the fate, right? Dark devices.
Mm-hmm.
There's pillars that go up. And they say, while standing in this position and battling against the enemy isn't against the rules per se, and we don't plan on taking any action against those that do this, being able to play this way is not in line with the spirit of battle. Why? It's okay. That's fine. It's like, hey, we're not going to say it's bad. Oh, okay, cool. We can do it. All right.
We're just going to kind of... It's like you're just fighting without honor, is basically.
Now everybody's just going to do that now. It's like, yeah, thanks. Okay.
We can. Just said it's okay. Everyone's gonna do it.
Oh wow. So this is actually nice. So I'm on page 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okipudi again. No, it's Okipuit. And so there, someone wanted to have a myth tome cap per job, and that kind of makes sense, because you're going in and trying to get tomes and stuff. But currently, the development team does not have any plans to separate the tombstone cap on a class job basis.
Genius if they did that for healers and for classes that are in need. That would be awesome. They should totally do that. That would be an awesome way to get people to play more healers.
Yeah,
if they could just get as many as they want, or make it even balanced in a way. Like it's dynamic, so Duty Finder needs more tanks, so if you queue up as a tank right now, you can go over cap or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be pretty cool. If you're playing, similar to what they do for PlanetSide and PlanetSide 2. If you're playing a job that's really needed, you get a little boost in your, tombstones. So, anyway.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm kind of upset that that's not how it works right now.
Yeah. It's, when you hear a good idea and you're like, that's how it should be. And you're like, yeah, no plans. You're like, well, Just kind of gives you a bad taste in the mouth. Let's see here. Something about...
Quote-unquote issues. What is this?
Oh, wait, what's that? The binding coil issues?
I don't know. This is just all... I really hate how... They've been doing that a lot, and I think they've been told to. They always...
What's that?
The posts almost always start with, we understand that you have a problem with state, whatever it is.
Dude, they're treating it like it's a support ticket.
Yeah, well, it's like, it reads like a high school kid's report. Like how they repeat the question right before they answer it.
Yeah. Wow, so, okay. To fix the camera, please. I feel like I had this in... I don't know, they're like making adjustments to the cameras or something. I don't know. There's just so much going on. Okay. So, and then we have the producer letter live, which I kind of wanted to cover a little bit. Are we in meat and potatoes right now?
Sure.
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes. Okay, there we go. This is so bad. All right, so I'm scrolling through the translation.
Each one is literally its own post.
Okay, so this time we're doing a housing. Okay, no one cares about that. So I'm just kidding. I love housing, but yeah. No. Okay, Warrior and Dragoon. Can we please explain how you will be making the changes to the jobs in the future? So this is really interesting here. So we're just gonna I'm gonna kind of read through this and just we can discuss this. I play a warrior, Nalak, you know this. You've whenever you're in a run with somebody, usually it's the paladin that is preferred, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's 2 paladins is what Coil is desired right now.
Yeah, so this is what they have to say about that. So, along with starting with warrior, people are saying warriors are weak, but I wanted to talk about that one. First, when saying weak, people are comparing to paladins. That's because they're the only 2 tanks in the game. The main part of this comes from Bahamut's Coil, the 1st and 4th turn monster. This is something we didn't predict, and it is our miss. That's probably just bad translation. It's our mistake. The boss monster buffs, and once this boss monster stacks 3 buffs, the tank isn't supposed to be able to withstand the attack, and it's designed so you can't clear it that way. However, the paladin was able to withstand those attacks, and we weren't predicting that. We designed it to where it required to take off those buffs or take down all the mobs where the DPS and tanks are balanced out to clear, but the paladin was able to pass that. When we discussed on what to do in regards to this one, instead of making the content harder, since people already have rewards and strategies down, it wouldn't be fair. So we decided to make it to where the warrior can do the same thing paladins can do. So that one major point. When the first group that passed this dungeon wrote the strategies down, that became the strategies for many, and that's our fault. So we'll make that adjustment. We'll make it so that you can do it with the warrior as well. Also, due to misinformation, I think lots of warriors had a hard time with this. I went to Ifrit hard mode last time with the special white mage account, and I think all tanks are having lots of work to do. They're expected to stop everything. Interruption and everything else. That's how the strategies are right now, and it's a lot for tanks. The brutal swing for the balance we planned it, where the paladin stun goes with the global cooldown, while the warrior can use it at any time while gaining wrath from other actions. That's how it was made. However, it takes time for some time for the stun to kick in, and that's where the problems started happening, causing some gaps between the two. So we're planning to make adjustments so the effect kicks in a bit faster. Also, the part I was telling players to study, I'm sure there are lots out there doing this already. In regards to Wrath and the Inner Beast, right now lots of players are using Inner Beast. Okay, whatever. So, what I'm seeing from this is, it almost seems like an exploit with the Paladin, and not necessarily that warriors are weak,
Well, it's one they kind of put in, and they didn't design it right. It's like lots of stuff can get stunned, and paladins can stun every, turn.
Well, warriors can too. All right. Well, yeah, paladins can stun every turn, but warriors can also do the stun if needed.
It just doesn't. But you can stun lots of stuff.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
It's the problem. So if
And
you
then-
want to stun everything, gotta have a paladin.
Yeah, and then the paladin can withstand the 3 buff, the monster 3 stack buff, which apparently the strategy was to be, hey, take off those buffs and then take them down. But no, because the paladin can withstand it, you just kind of fight through it.
That's why you want the. I was just doing it the other day when we killed it. It's because the mob splits. And you're supposed to use these blobs to get rid of these increments, the 3 increment and everything. But what instead everyone does is they just burn it down. They don't bother with them anymore because it's usually the DPS that does it. So instead of just getting those blobs over to get rid of the increments, they just burn it down. And then the paladins just use all their cooldowns to withstand it. And that's the strat right now, basically. And only paladins can do that, so...
Okay, so moving on to Dragoon. Before they talk about Dragoon alone in the past 5 letters, they've said this before, but no matter which job you play, it's made so that the content can be cleared. They played through with every job mixed and cleared it themselves. However, there are things that they want stronger and weaker depending on content. And for range DPS and close range DPS, there are lots of content where the mode changes. For example, for Titan, when he jumps, all the combo is lost at the same time. You have to move to dodge. When you compare that to close range is busier at the moment. So I guess what he's trying to say is there's a lot more for the melee range DPS to do than the long range DPS because they don't have to move as quickly and there's time to do that stuff. Let's see here. They're going to change that directly speaking, going to increase close range DPS more in 2.1. And in that for Dragoons, players want to jump. Right now, even if you jump, it records your position where you were originally, and while jumping, you're locked in. So if you take Titan's attack, so when you do a jump, your position's locked there. So when Titan attacks, you're just kind of stuck.
They can't. Yeah. They basically can't jump if there's any chance of an AE about to land on them.
Exactly.
Or else they'll get hit.
Yeah. So there's going to be like a slight delay in the jump locking position. So that's good. You'll still need to be cautious when using it, but that's not going to change, but it's just going to be easier for dragons to
Well,
dodge.
It seems like they should make it so it's the other way. Like when you jump, you're not going to get touched.
Yeah, I agree. But a lot of people wanted that, but that's not how he wants it.
Yeah, but it's I
know.
It's like purely visual, and it doesn't work that well.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, look, I'm jumping. Like, why don't they just make it an attack that hits for a lot?
Yeah.
And you can still move while doing it. I mean, it should be... I've seen people just assume that's how it works. It's like, I jumped, I should have dodged it. It's like, that's not how jump works.
Exactly.
Like, oh.
Yeah. So I found this interesting here. He kind of blames a lot of the
Now, what page is this on? I'm reading like a different
I'm reading a text document, man.
I'm reading like a
It's a Google Docs. Here, I'll link it to you.
Oh wait, my dad. Google. There it is. Oh my god.
But yeah, so let's see here. He says for close range players, it's hard to dodge bomb boulder, and he's I can't believe he says this. He's like, this is really simple, and I believe people are just doing this already. But this is, but there are ranged attackers and healers that are good players. Watch where they run and follow them.
Wait, what?
He tells all the melee people that there are really good ranged and ranged attackers and healers that are really good players. Follow them. Watch where they run. Sounds simple, but when you're in a situation where you don't know which one is going to go off, just look for that person. You should be able to handle it without any problem. He says also make sure that the camera's zoomed out. I don't know. That's so funny.
Okay, now
let's see here.
Yeah. So just I did have one fight where they did that.
Yeah.
When I was doing a duty finder, and they just marked one of the healers and just said, "Follow him." They tagged him. I was like, "All right," and it worked out pretty well, actually.
Yeah. So, and I'm glad he covered this. So they actually talk a little bit further down. They talk about how having a more varied a more varied party makeup gets your limit break gauge leveling up a lot faster. So the more varied the class is, the jobs are in the party, then the faster the limit break gauge goes up. So if you're using 8 different jobs in the party, it's going to go up like crazy.
Yeah, and stacking it with bards.
Yeah, it makes it easier to clear or turn the situation around. So it's just, it's awesome stuff.
That's good to know.
Yeah, there's so much more going in. You're making me yawn, bro.
Sorry.
Talk about duty fighter stuff. I don't know. They're talking about something here. That's great, right? It's like, yeah, they're talking about something.
Mm-hmm.
Something about 8-meter grid. I don't even know what they're talking about. There's so much stuff here, and I kind of really
translated log. Well, see, I was looking at a one that was like a super quick.
Oh, link me.
It was on that tracker.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Link me.
It was. I gotta re-find it because oh my god.
You can do
lost it.
Is it on page 2?
No, it's like
it
was like 4, 5, or 6 or something.
What?
Still looking. Moving fast.
I'm going fast.
Oh wait,
You're on a chocobo.
There it is. It's page 5 at the top.
Page 5 at the top. Okay. Oh, wait, this one? In regards to war? Okay. That's... Oh, network lagging. Okay, in regards to cheating, they're doing everything they can about it. In regards to operations of Final Fantasy XIV, they have Game Masters, Lodestone team, database team, task force. They're doing what they can. In regards to the economy, regarding the amount of gil obtained by players, we recently increased the amount of gil you can obtain through the instances. For now, we will monitor how much the money is impacting the economy. They're just going to investigate. All right. Man, we're just flying through this now.
Yeah. Cheating was huge. And the lag in Europe, I was like, man, that's annoying because they have server performance lag, which is what everyone was talking about, and they didn't say anything about it. It was really annoying. I thought they'd say something, but they said nothing. They only mentioned specifically Europe.
Yeah. I
think I have said something in a mumble when I was with those guys in Coil. I was like, yeah, they'll probably say something. The producer will probably say something about lag in the letter or something, and they were like so excited all of a sudden, like they said something about it already. I was like, no, they're probably gonna say something. I was like, oh, I was super excited for a second. I thought they said they fixed the lag. I was like, no, it's like they just heard keywords and they just had a fit.
Nice.
Like, oh my god, they're gonna fix lag.
Oh, and I loved it. So it's like confirmed by support. Gil seized wrongfully will not be restored. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
good.
I don't. Yeah. I mean, if the
Fine.
gil was wrongfully seized, if you delete an item on accident, it's, or say like your account's hacked and you want your items back, you can't necessarily get those back. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of, it sucks, right? Like they took some gil, they seized it, but there's something within. I mean, what it could have been was someone you knew bought gil and did a transaction with you, and that gil was seized. And I mean, yeah, you're the victim here, but I mean, that's what happens in these situations. They need to get they need to get that gil out of the economy.
Well, hopefully they at the very least it kind of demonizes it, so people won't like. It's like if you're buying gil, people won't deal with you, even if you're getting away with it.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, don't mess with him. He might, it's like someone who bought from him like a month ago got his stuff taken. So people will be afraid to do it. lest they be a leper.
Right.
And no one wants to deal with them.
I mean, you know, it happens. So
yeah, they're really half hinting at nerfing bards as well.
Yeah, they did talk about. No, they didn't half hint at it, man. They said it straight
They're
up.
just like, we just think they're too strong, and it's like, well, they didn't say what they're gonna do about it though.
Yeah,
I honestly wish they would make them. I thought it might balance it out a little bit because their range, it's piled on too thick. They're like way too easy. Like it's, they don't have to really deal with combos. They're ranged. Everything instance cast. Like they need like one of those things to be nixed. And I always thought I wish bards had more of a combo system like the other melee classes.
Right. Alrighty. Oh wait, I need to go check to see if we have any iTunes 5 stars and feedback.
Ooh.
I think we're like around. Are we coming to the end?
You're at 50 minutes.
Yeah, I know. So for those that don't know, if you want a little insight here, every hour my microphone goes out. So I don't know why. It
doesn't go out. It just starts sounding like a
static
computer or Cylon or something.
Yeah. So there's that. But so let's see here. Anything new? Most recent.
Oh yeah.
All right, cool. So yeah, we got a couple here. We got a couple.
Are they new?
Yeah, we got like two new ones.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. So we have the 4 in the notes now, and then we have 2 more. So you just want to alternate these? Oh wait, we have a fact or facts.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
And this Google Docs looks weird. God dang, you just copy pasted this thing. All right. Copy pasta.
Dude, hell yeah, man. Okay, so Shuyuo Gearmund. Basically when we were talking about, turning off the forward-facing whenever you're doing attacks, he suggested just switching to legacy controls, which I have not done. Have you tried them, Naylock?
Wait, what?
Switching to legacy controls instead of turning off the face forward?
Oh yeah, I was messing with that for a while. But I think I went back to normal. I can't remember what I'm on now. I'd have to look. I know I was screwing around with those for like 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I know what it is. Yeah, I did try that, but I think I went back. I actually did the face forward thing too. I think I turned that back on as well. Mainly because I was screwing around with them. I was screwing around with melee guys, Dragoon.
Oh, okay.
Well, not even that. I was doing fates, and that's just if you don't hit something as fast as possible, you're out of luck.
Right.
So I was like, I need my thing to automatically switch to whatever target and hit them as soon as humanly possible. So I turned auto face back on.
Let's see here. Okay, so we also got a bunch of donations I forgot to talk about at the beginning of the show. Got them from Sor Kiran, Irish Fella, Pajama Ninja. That's a cool name. Mr.
Pajama
Tony
Ninja?
Starks, Pajama Ninja.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. Scarred Face. Okay, so Mr. Tony Stokes and Scarred Face. Y'all can do better than that. J Bear 1966, Crabstick 74, the BWT. We had 2 anonymous donations, which is pretty cool. James Spark, Misachi, Aiko, Wolfie 99, Seatbelts, King Zai, Lulo, and Bruce Lee. There's a lot of E's there. I wasn't like,
being silly.
Anyway.
There's got 8 E's.
Okay, so now we got donations out of the way. Let's go to 5 stars of feedback. So I'll do a Hinoryu on iTunes. Great podcast by far. My wife and I are new to Final Fantasy XIV, and this podcast has helped us get into the swing of things. We enjoyed hearing your reactions to what was changed in the relaunch. I also find it helpful when you explain different functions of the game, since it tends to use a lot of unique terms for familiar features. Keep it up. And thank you. Yeah, we try. We do try.
Oh, usually we try.
Yeah, this is not
we're phoning it in today.
Sorry,
I just felt like we need to power through this, and it'll feel better next time. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Dude, and we're kind of
if we keep putting it off, we're just going to be like, screw it, and never do it again or something.
We're kind of out of our element too, man, because Ern's not here. She kind of keeps us all in check. So
it helps, keeps the ball rolling.
Yep. All right.
Also gives us like respites, so it's not like she'll be talking and I'll be looking up something. But no,
yeah, that definitely. Yeah. It gives us time to like actually do research and stuff. So, and usually we're editing. We're not editing this at all.
Yeah.
So there's
You're
no
wondering
bloopers
why
at
this
the
is
end.
so messy.
Yeah, there's no bloopers. Anyway, we're breaking the fourth wall too many times. All right, go talk about Scribbleman.
Okay. Love listening to the group as I play. There's a lot of good information provided by the host, plus some fun stories that make me laugh. Glad they're enjoying the game as much as I am. We're trying to.
yeah, definitely. I'm certainly trying to. I haven't had time, which is unfortunate. And oh gosh, man, I gotta let you guys know we're moving. Sometime between now and the 22nd. I don't know when I will have internet. When I do move. But we were moving into a house, and there's lots of stuff going on with that, and we are doing everything that we can to make sure that's a smooth transition, and I can still record and everything. We'll figure it out. We'll get it done. Don't worry. We will get it done. So, even if I got to record at work. All right. Eric9342 on iTunes. From the beginning to the bloopers at the end, this is a fantastic podcast. Awesome production values and chock full of detailed information with no filler. Keep them coming. Wish there was a way to give more than 5 stars. Us too, Eric.
What?
Right. And think it was a joke, man.
Okay.
Go ahead and talk about Karik Das.
Love the show and how you guys just click with each other. I really didn't understand anything about this MMO, and I've played pretty much every other MMO out there, but when I listen to you guys, you clear everything up for me. Keep it up. Can't wait for each new episode. That sentence was kind of long. Keep up for me.
You're just not good at reading. That's the thing. Like it's a hard thing to.
I don't know. Yeah, but that was that was pretty long.
I could have used some. Yeah, I could have used some comments. Okay.
Something.
Anyway, thank you, Kargdas.
Yeah,
that was nice. All right, then we got
making
2
things
more.
Clear.
Yeah. We got 2 more. One from Alamo Dragon and one from Craig James.
I don't even see
Alamo
it.
Dragon. I know it's on iTunes. These are both on iTunes. Okay, so Alamo Dragon says, if you're in the search for an honest, straightforward professional, oh god, we are totally not.
I know
today.
it's all these comments are making me feel really guilty right about now. Just show up all your editing and your preparedness. I love Earn and
yeah,
everything.
And experienced podcasts. And look no further. This show is cast with expert level players that don't talk over your head with crazy acronyms and MMO terms. The professionalism is by far the very top creme de la creme of podcasts. I appreciate the hard work and dedication that goes into this production and find myself listening to the episodes over and over. Thanks for setting the standard for how podcasts should be, and we've just knocked that down like so many notches.
Speaking of which, your mic is screwing up.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Hold on. Okay. Hello?
It recorded and everything, right?
What?
It recorded and everything, right?
Oh, don't even ask me that right now. Oh my gosh, don't even ask me that right now.
I'm going to ask you that.
Oh my gosh. I didn't even check. Just jumped right into it, man. Alright, I'm looking right now. Hold on. Lodestone Radio. Episodes. Recording. Episode 13. Where is episode? Okay, it's 13. Yes, it did.
Yay.
Yes, it did. Okay. All right. So
did what it was supposed to do.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So here we go. The professionalism is by far the very. Okay. Anyway, y'all know what we're talking about. The professionalism is by far the very top criminal. Okay. Yeah. We're not setting standards at this point in time. This is episode 13. This is going to be the worst episode in our entire lineup, I think. And we kind of.
I want the title of this episode to be like, "This is terrible." Or something.
Yeah.
Like, don't even listen to this. But
worst episode ever.
We gotta get past it.
No, that's it. Just worst episode ever. It's like
worst episode ever.
Yeah.
Period.
You know what? Even like is icing on a cake, man. We have 13 customer reviews on iTunes as well. This is just like double unlucky. Anyway, we have Craig James. if you are new to Final Fantasy V2, Final Fantasy FF14 V2, like I am, this is a must-listen to podcast. Very informational and professional. I've listened to episodes 9 through 12 repeatedly, as the game is very different from the current MMORPGs on the market. And that's true. I often find myself... Okay, I'm not trying to sound conceited or anything, but like I listen to our own podcast because there's stuff we cover that, you know, things jump off the top of my head and I don't remember it, or I have like documents in front of me and I'll just forget it. But re-listening to the show...
You just like write it out and it didn't stay...
Re-listening to the show, I'm like, oh wow, yeah, I forgot we talked about that, and you know, it's nice to listen to over and over. I agree with you guys. So, okay, I mean, thank you so much. Oh, and ask@lodestoneradio.com actually works now. So, apparently, it did not work the entire time, Naylock.
I had no idea.
Me either. It took Gap on the shout box to say, hey, I keep getting can't send this email to you guys. What's going on? So if you have any questions and you want to ask us now, you can actually reach us at ask@lodestoneradio.com. So hooray.
It actually works now.
Yeah, it does.
The first question we got is, why isn't the ask@lodestoneradio.com working?
And the answer is, the MX records, whenever I moved over the domain name to Engine, apparently they didn't work right. I had to add a period at the end of the host name and not have the actual host name thing filled, just the web server host name. So that took about 3 years to actually fix. So I apologize for that. I was like, why are we not getting any questions, man? They posted in the forums.
Why isn't it working? And the answer is, what? It's not working.
So yeah. It's interesting. Okay.
Just as good as Scott J's. Oh, no, it is.
Yeah. No, not today.
Not today.
Not today.
Definitely not today.
I'm
really missing Ern right about
yes,
now.
Yes, we are. I miss Ern. I really hope she, prayers were out to her. I hope she feels better and stuff. She's going through a lot right now, guys. So, but we will be back, just like Final Fantasy 14 version 2 with episode 14. It will be the best. Hopefully, we don't have to record 2. And yeah. So
yeah. I'm starting to like this though now, because maybe they'll appreciate how good the other ones are.
Maybe. I hope.
Like this is raw, and this is. Save for, Ern not being here.
This is what it is. This is what I deal with.
This is what would come through, and then he would edit it, and then we would do retakes and bloopers.
This is what I deal with on an editorial type basis. Like, I am sitting there like, oh God, okay, we talk about this, then we go on a tangent for 20 minutes, and we continue talking about it. I know, I'll just take out that tangent, move it to another section, and then that way it sounds like we're actually, communicative human beings that can stick on topic for more than 10 minutes. So it's like, yeah. So anyway, I really apologize for, a lot of people are asking me about the Mac client too. I'm working on it. I really am. If I have something that's going to be better than what is currently out there, I'll release it. But currently it's not, I'll try different things, but I mean, it is what it is right now. Get it on PS4. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you for all the donations. Thank you for all the posts on the forums. We've gotten over 1,000 users now, which is pretty cool. I'm dealing with a lot in my personal life. I mean, I don't. It's not like we don't want to do the show. We want to do the show all the time, but we have scheduling conflicts, and it's tough. I'm working a lot. I take care of my daughter. We're moving. A lot of random stuff happened, and Ern's going through similar situations. So. Naylock, you're just sitting pretty, man. You're just like, why don't these people want to record?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Yeah. Except for the one day you were ready to go, and I was like, I played too much. I can't.
Yeah. I forgot. But yeah, it's this is what we initially record. This is it right here. And it's edited, and then it's sent out to you guys, and we try to put the best show on that we can. And hopefully this gives you some insight into how a show is. And what we feel like many other podcasts put out, not that that's a bad thing, because we're doing it, but
yeah. Yeah. Okay.
We are.
I think it is a bad thing.
It is.
I mean, like, to do with any sort of, like, we're awesome, and then to do this every time?
Yeah.
No,
this is a one-time thing. I don't like putting. I feel right now this is come to the point where like tomorrow's my birthday, right? Happy birthday, Halloween, whatever. Okay, and
happy birthday-ween.
And I'm just like I've been wanting to do this freaking episode for weeks, and we haven't. And at this point, it's like all the content that I wanted to talk about is completely worthless. What I got to talk about something, and we got to do an episode.
Yeah, the entire podcast is other people going, yeah, we know.
Yeah, exactly.
When they're listening to it. Yeah, I know. We've known that for 3 weeks.
Yeah. I mean.
What about this? Yeah, we know.
Hey, yeah. So, patch, October 10th patch is like, yeah, we know. We've been playing it for the past 3 weeks. Thank you. So,
Pretty much.
it's, it makes me feel uncomfortable when I do a show like this. But I want to get something out. I want to get this message out to you guys that we're not just sitting around doing nothing. It's a lot of work, and we do it for the passion, and we love doing the show. The 17th, I wanted to record an episode then. That's when we were going to do it. And in fact, we were all ready to record it. And I was like, you know what? Let's wait because they have the live letter from the developer, from Yoshida on 19th, and we'll just do it after that. And no. Of course not. It doesn't work out that way. So, and the 17th was our 3-year anniversary. So, not that we've been around all 3 years. We've tried, but,
since we started.
Quantity over quality. No. That's the other way around. Quality over quantity.
Yeah.
Except for this. And
except for that.
This is literally the title will be, this is the worst episode ever. Worst episode ever. So.
What's nice though is when we make future episodes, they won't be as bad as this.
That is
so
correct.
It'll make us feel better.
It's
at least it's not as bad as 13.
Yeah. But yeah. So thank you for joining us on Lodestone Radio, episode 13, the worst possible episode ever for a podcast. We wish Earn the best. There is Extra Life going on right now. Extra Life events and stuff. I don't think we are doing that. I'm working during that day, and it's just. It's not something we can do. I know Earn usually does it. I haven't heard anything if she was actually doing it because she's going through so much.
That's that the charity thing.
Yeah,
right?
play for 24 hours type stuff.
November 2nd.
Yeah.
Okay.
And dude, I really hope people understand that this is how we actually are. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is it. I mean, like we actually Naylock and I have actually, this is going to be like a behind the scenes episode. We'll just keep going. We've actually had weeks where we purposefully don't talk to each other so that we have something to talk to on the podcast.
Go write it on notes or something.
Yeah.
Don't even tell me.
Yeah. It's like, hey, how was your day? Oh, I was in Final Fantasy. Okay, we'll talk later. Yeah, so whenever we get on Skype and we start recording, that's it. Like, it's what you see is what you get. All of the reactions are genuine, except for the last one because we had to redo the first part. And Erin was telling their story stuff, and we're like, yeah, we haven't heard this before.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so, but yeah, keep listening, please, because this is a really crappy episode. We apologize. We know it's a crappy episode. There's nothing we can really do about it, honestly. Even with the editing, it would be horrible. So, it's not going to be edited. The content sucks. And it's episode 13. What do you expect? It's Halloween, episode 13. We got 13 reviewers.
Perfect storm of
no
failure.
No earn. That's
everything wrong. I am glad we're powering through this, though.
Yeah.
Okay, 13's done.
Yeah. 13's done. All right. Thank you for listening to Lodestone Radio. If you want to ask any questions, send an email to ask@lodestoneradio.com because it works now. Keep checking back for updates and everything like that. If you ever want to post on the forums or ask us questions or, see what's going on, what's taking so long, feel free to do so. We're real people. We this is not our job. I wish it was, man. That'd be sweet. But it's not our job, and we do it for the love of it. So thank you for listening. For Earn, who we wish all the best, and for Naylock, take care.
We're sorry.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Wait, why are we saying bye? It's because we're on a... Okay.
Bye.
Have it. Thanks.
Bye.
Take care. You say bye-bye after I say take care.
Bye-bye.
There you go.
Is a Final Fantasy XIV podcast. You're listening to Lodestone Radio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lodestone Radio. I'm your host, Saino, and with me, as always, is Naylock.
Hey!
Hey, so today we have a new co-host, Shara.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, it is July 16th, 2017, and this is episode 14. 4 years, man. 4 years since our last episode. That's crazy.
Yeah, we took a bit of a hiatus there.
Yeah, a bit. Yeah. So, Shara, you're brand new to the show. Go ahead and kind of tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do in Final Fantasy XIV, and what your main jobs are, and kind of all that. Your gaming experience, everything.
Yeah, sure. So I've been playing 14. Well, I started in 1.0, unfortunately. Took a break, came back from A Realm Reborn. Leveled up Scholar, main Dragoon these days, also have a Dark Knight. Been playing MMOs since Final Fantasy XI NA launch, so that's what, 2004? Somewhere around there?
Nice. Very nice. And so it's been a while since we actually did that. Our last episode was actually a couple weeks after the 2.0 launch. So we've gone through all of 2.0, all of 3.0, we're back for 4.0, but it wasn't just because Stormblood's here, right? Like, we wanted to come back because we felt like doing the podcast again. A lot of life happened and a lot of bad situations, a lot of moving, a lot of work changes, a lot of everything. And again, this is something like we like to do on the side. This isn't something that we, do as our main job or anything like that. So that hiatus was just because we knew that we couldn't at that time provide you a good experience for a show. I mean, I know, Shara, this is your first episode, but Naylock, I think you could speak to that as well.
Yeah, we all had just everything blowing up. I think we both moved a few times in the interim.
Yeah.
So
we have the website back up. It's at lodestoneradio.com. We have our facts and facts email address back up. That's ask@lodestoneradio.com if you have any questions. We have a new schedule for the podcast. Essentially, we don't want to hold ourselves to a strict date. It was putting a lot of pressure on us, and whenever we missed a deadline, we just said, we'll push it back a week. We'll just push it back a week. We'll push it back another week, and it just ended up being like a month. So we're going to stop doing that. We have a Discord because everybody has a Discord now, and that will be on the website as well. Just click on chat room and you'll pop right in. And so I guess since it's been a long while, why don't we get into our personal updates in the game, as well as our thoughts on Heaven's Ward and the newly released Stormblood. And in fact, we'll talk about A Realm Reborn as well, since we didn't really get to talk about that either. So Shara, you are the new co-host. First episode, so go ahead and tell us about your personal updates, where you're at in the game right now, how you liked A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, and now Stormblood.
All right, so got my main job, Dragoon, up to 70. Like 3 days after Stormblood launch, I just did nothing else. Friends would come over, invite me to places, and be like, "No, man, I got MMOs to play."
Even with the Raubon issue?
Yeah, oh man, that was fun. I had to do Rabon Savage and Pippin EX at like 6 a.m. when no one was on.
Gotcha.
Good times. But no, I just binged Stormblood real hard. Realm Reborn, I started as, I think, a pugilist. And didn't really like it.
Wait a second. Oh no. Oh no. We have another one. So our first co-host, Pippa, pronounced it exactly the same way, and she has gotten so much crap for it. Is
it pugilist?
It's
no. It's pugilist.
Pugilist. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so I played Fake Monk.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Didn't really like it. Leveled up Arcanist, thinking I was going to play Summoner. Ended up, queuing as Scholar a couple times for those sweet healer queues, and ended up really liking Scholar. So for Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward, I mained Scholar.
Nice.
And it was a lot of fun. And then Stormblood, I decided to level Dragoon first because I made the mistake of leveling it second in Heaven's Ward, and it was pretty awful because you didn't have any of that main story XP or any of those side quests. I just had to sit in 45-minute dungeon queues to level my Dragoon, and it was not a good experience. So I'm doing it backwards this time. My Scholar is almost 70. I got it to 67 earlier today.
Congrats.
And yeah.
Awesome.
As far as like my opinions of the expansions, A Realm Reborn had a lot of filler in it, and I think that's just due to the nature of it being an MMO, like as far as the story goes. Heaven's Ward was really good, but I really, really like Stormblood's story. It's
awesome.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and we'll get into more discussion on the expansion packs and comparing them with Final Fantasy XI and how that all came out, and deeper on our thoughts on those, and that'll be in Meat and Potatoes. But Naylock, how about your update?
I am Bard. I have killed everything.
Yeah, you are a Bard. That has not changed.
I haven't been leveling much of anything else. I think I screwed around just with other classes just because, but I always stop at like, I think they're all a bunch of 30s and 40s because I just spend all day on my Bard. As for Stormblood, I'm caught up. I got the X's killed. I did the raid, and now my static's getting ready for Savage.
Nice. And that releases Tuesday, so everybody get prepared for that. So I guess I'll do my update. Last I checked in, I was, it was a Realm Reborn, right? I was playing Warrior for a while, and I played Warrior all the way through a Realm Reborn. And when Heaven's Ward came out, I switched to White Mage and Dragoon. I kind of liked, because Warrior was kind of like the Warrior of Light cinematic storyline in A Realm Reborn, and then for Heaven's Ward, obviously it was Dragoon, so I kind of wanted to main that one. And then for Stormblood, it was Monk, so I leveled that up as well before Stormblood came out. So I have a lot of stuff leveled up. My main right now is a Paladin. I'm going back to tanking in Stormblood. I've beaten the MSQ. I haven't done any of the raids yet, though. It's just, for some reason, I don't know what it is, but I don't feel a sense of urgency in Stormblood. Like, I feel like we wrapped everything up in a nice bow, and there wasn't really an urgency to go find Omega. It just...
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. I don't know.
I did keep forgetting about it, like Omega. Oh, that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, from we don't talk about it at all through the entire main story quest. Like, he shows up at the end of the 3.0 patch, the preparation patch.
Spoilers.
Okay. Well, we're already talking about Omega, but
because we're talking about Omega because they just announced the Omega freaking.
Okay.
People know what it is, but
fair enough. Well,
yeah.
Oh, geez, how far back? So people aren't even caught up to the expansion?
Well, dude, there's a ton of new players. It's crazy how many new players there are in this game.
Well,
that's true.
Skipped.
Stormblood had like a massive marketing campaign.
Yeah.
And they did not expect it to work.
I saw it on TV, like at the bar.
Yeah, but I mean, continue with your thought. I was just poking at you. So.
Where was it? Oh yeah, so he shows up end of Heaven's Ward, to introduce Stormblood, and then nothing at all.
Pretty much. And that's pretty much, the thing. As far as my thoughts on A Realm Reborn, Into Heaven's Word, into Stormblood, Shara, you had said that A Realm Reborn was filled with a lot of filler, but we have to remember that they essentially made an entire MMO in 3 years, and so and they were expecting that everybody was going to be max level coming into a brand new game, which is, that just doesn't happen. So I think a lot of the story was filler. It was there to stretch it out. It was there to kind of pad it a little bit just because they needed some kind of break. If they had wiped everything and started everybody at level 1, I think the padding wouldn't have been nearly as atrocious. But for the most part, it was really good. Heaven's Ward, I thought started off really, really strong. And then after the initial, expansion pack content, the subsequent patches were not nearly as interesting or I guess interesting fits it, or compelling. That's the word I was thinking of. Weren't very compelling. And Stormblood, I think, sparked that light back into Final Fantasy XIV for me. It's probably the best 14's ever been, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the main story quest in in Heaven's Ward, as the patches went on, was definitely weaker, as opposed to just 3.0 itself. However, Alexander was fantastic, and I really liked that story. So yeah, it's a give or take.
Alexander was good. Okay, here's a big problem I have, especially with Heaven's Ward and Stormblood. Not to go into spoilers or anything like that, but why can't people freaking die in this game? Why? Why is it a thing?
Yeah. Well, we still have, there have been a couple deaths that were deaths, but for the most part, yeah, I have to agree.
The two deaths that were deaths, especially in Heaven's Word, like one was impactful, one was like, who was that again? And like it was just, man, I don't know. It's just frustrating. I want that gut punch. But at least in Stormblood, they were a little bit more like, no, they're fine. It's like immediately after something happens, like, no, they're fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. They're fine.
Yeah, they'll live. Like it wasn't. They didn't drag it on or something.
Right. It wasn't like a suspenseful thing. It's just like, oh my God, what's this happening? And like all of a sudden, it's like, yeah, no, they're fine. Just don't worry about it.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the 6 month leading us to believe that people were dead that they have done to us before.
Yeah. That was so dumb, man, because the ideas and the concepts of what that would have meant and the ramifications of those actions, if they had carried on in that way and it wasn't just like, magic, hey, I'm alive, then that would have been really interesting. But that goes without saying. So with that said, why don't we move on to equipment breaking news?
All right, looking good there. And equipment breaking news.
So yesterday, early freaking morning, man, it was like 4:30 in the morning. We had the letter from the producer live, part 37. And there were a lot of really interesting notes here about patch 4.05. Right now with the addition of Red Mage and Samurai to the game, things are a little hectic. So a lot of those questions that we get here are in regards to that sort of balance adjustment. So with that said, I know Naylock and Shari, y'all have had a chance to read through this. So overall, how did y'all feel this went before we jump into these questions?
Could have been better.
Yeah.
The answers they did give were very vague, or failed to recognize the core problems of what they were trying to solve.
We'll get more into that in a minute here. So Naylock, how about you? Were you happy with some of the statements?
Yeah. I mean, they can't just tell us everything, but it sounds like they got some idea what's happening.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that said, Shara, why don't we go on to the first question?
All right. So the first question here was, Currently, some tanks track strength on their accessories to increase their DPS. Are changes planned for tank accessories themselves?
Yeah, so this question was interesting because I'm a paladin. So, and apparently they're like, I didn't know this, but apparently warriors and dark knights are crap now compared to paladin. So I didn't even need strength accessories. So I didn't even know where this was coming from. But that's because I'm a paladin and I'm just, I'm ignorant of the issues that warrior and dark knight are having. But here's the answer that Yoshida gave. We will be introducing adjustments in Tuesday's patch 4.05. We have received feedback from tanks regarding continuing to equip item level 270 accessories. This puts more stress on healers, and a lack of vitality may become an issue as we enter Savage. However, top players may be able to clear even under those conditions, so we worry that will become the norm. As a result, we have decided to add minimum amount of strength to accessories. When level syncing, only tanks will have strength stacked up, but we will overlook this for content up through 3.x. Item level will increase in coming updates, but strength will not scale the same as vitality, so we would like you to keep that in mind. So essentially he's saying, here's what's bugging me about this. Like Savage is their benchmark, you know? And they're balancing everything off Savage. What if I never play Savage? You know, I still have a problem. Why are you waiting for Savage to make any freaking changes? You know, Shar, what's because I know you're leveling Dark Knight. What's your opinion on this?
Yeah, so I think they kind of just dropped the ball. So I think this actually relates to they changed how weakness works, right? It no longer reduces your HP. It reduces your strength, intelligence, basically every stat except for piety and vitality.
Right.
By 25%. But so for every class, like in 3.x, tank damage scaled off vitality. So if they go to this new model, it means that every class except for tanks just lost 25% of their damage, but tanks are still fine because they don't want to hit vitality because it lowers their HP. Which led to like this cascading chain failure. Like you have one person go down and then they are just going to go down every single mechanic because they have less HP.
Right.
So I think that's why they switched it back to strength, but it caused a huge issue with enmity for, classes that aren't paladin.
Hey, you know what? I don't see any issue. Now I will say when I was healing, because I have a white mage as well, it was incredibly tough to heal. You know, because I guess people were using strength equipment, and like I felt like my heals were doing nothing. You know, it was awful. So Nailak, have you? Does this affect you at all? I know you main bard, but you play a couple tanks here and there. Did you notice anything strange?
Not really. I have seen people, they'll go in with their 270 strength items, and then sometimes they'll switch if things are going poorly and like pulling multiple times and wiping, and sometimes they'll switch just to have a little more HP on the tank so they have more, survivability.
Yeah, it's just a really strange solution to a problem I didn't know existed. Call me ignorant, but I'm a paladin. I guess my class is perfect right now. I don't know. So but let's move on to the second question. So the tenacity attribute for tanks affects the attack and healing potency. We were just talking about that. And it's very powerful. However, it feels like the effectiveness is somewhat held back. Could you please explain why it is set up this way?
All right, so their answer to this was, since it is very useful, we have held back the effect a bit. If we made it stronger, players would end up only focusing on this attribute. I believe players will be able to feel the effects of tenacity once Savage mode of Omega launches next week.
So again, they're using Savage as a benchmark, and if I never play Savage, obviously tenacity is still held back. But even with that, he makes the comment that if they made it stronger, players would only end up focusing on that attribute. But we got people wearing 270 strength accessories, man. Like,
yeah, I don't think they would.
Like even like there's always going to be mathematically something that is the best stat. Like for DPS right now, that's direct hit. So any slot that I can put more direct hit in, I'm going to do it. I don't see how, because something is focused on above everything else, that's necessarily a bad thing, because that's always going to be the case.
Yeah, I don't understand his reasoning here. It just sounds like, just we got to say something on it, and it's a bullshit answer. Unfortunately, it's a bullshit answer. It is wait until Savage.
Yeah, I think they're holding back on it. Really, is what's happening. They weren't 100% sure how it was going to work out in terms of practical in the game. Like it could have been, for as all they know, that it could have been super powerful on launch, and they might have had to nerf it. But the reason they always wait for Savage on stuff like that is they're balancing top down. Because if they balance for like group stuff, say for example, then that would be fine. But then everything above it could be really messed up. Like everyone's way too weak. So they just, if you can live and survive and do DPS that you need to do in the hardest stuff, everything else should be fine. Well, usually.
My counterpoint there is the last fight in the MSQ, right? That's a very long fight. That's a very long fight, very engaging fight, with multiple stages. And I don't understand how that's not a good benchmark to look at. Like, could you not look at the statistics from that fight and see the same stuff that you're going to see in Savage?
Well, it's to do with the way they upscale, progress, how much stronger, how much more HP. I mean, they could do percentage wise, just move the bar, it does such and such amount of their HP. So as long as we keep it that way, it'll be fine. But that's how they do it in the first place. That's how they design harder content. They probably looked at that, said, okay, this is how everything's working out so far. So we just kind of move everything up by percentage, make everything 50% or something, whatever number it is, usually 10%. And that's how they make it. And then they balance it based off what actually happens. And again, if the hardest stuff is working right, everything else below it should work fine.
Right.
There's some random outliers, but that's usually the safest, quickest way to do it.
Well, I guess
that's why they keep saying we're Savage.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out.
I did hear they were balancing these changes. They were actually looking at the Omega Deltascape raids to balance stuff for Savage. To be a little more ready.
Yeah, it's the precursor to the Savages.
Yeah, because all the mechanics and stuff. So they're trying to look at that, see how hard people are getting hit, all that stuff. And since Savage is scaled up with some mechanic changes, they're basically basing all the changes on Omega.
Right. All right. Well, why don't we move on to the next question then?
All right. Currently, Paladin feels like it excels both in offensive and defensive capabilities. Are there any plans for adjustments to Warrior/Dark Knight?
All right. This is a pretty lengthy answer yet. We will be increasing Warrior and Dark Knight damage, making the cast time for Paladin's Holy Spirit so short made it too powerful, so we will be making adjustments around that point. We'll also be removing the reduction in the oath gauge when switching oaths. Warrior Shake It Off will be adjusted. Plans for adjustment are currently being talked over and will be implemented sometime after 4.05. We have removed the halving of the beast gauge when changing stances. Additionally, the potency during Storm's Path combo will be increased starting 4.05. And Dark Knight will see potency increases in combo damage.
So, as a Paladin...
This is bad news for Paladins because he said adjusted and not increase or nerf. We're just gonna adjust it, which means it's gonna be worse.
but that's the thing, is that they're not bringing me down; they're bringing Warrior and Dark Knight up, which is fine, because Paladin's at a good spot right now. I don't want to be better than anybody else. I just want to be capable at my job, right? So. I like it that they're removing the reduction.
You're rare in that regard, by the way.
No, I
most
know.
people want the OP, the class I like needs to be overpowered and screw everyone else. Even though they don't say that, that's I would say half of the players.
Yeah, I mean, I need to be the best. I pay money.
Yeah. What do I pay my sub for?
So currently with Oath gauges, because I have Sword Oath and Shield Oath, if I were to switch those, my gauge completely empties. But they're removing that. So if I switch stances now, my Oath will still be full, which is fantastic. And they're also doing that
they
for
kind of
warriors.
pointed out the Holy Spirit part is so short, made it too powerful. We'll be making adjustments around that point, which means they're just cast time is going up.
Right.
On Holy Spirit
that's
is what
fine.
they just said.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care about that. Right now, it's like 2 seconds. It's super quick. And it does a ton of damage. And it brings up my gauge. So that's one of the things. Like I use Holy Spirit.
That's why you're not going to lose your gauge zones, because now you can't do Holy Spirit to fill it up quick.
Exactly.
That's how big of a deal that's going to be.
It's okay. It's not a big deal, in my opinion. But it's nice to see that Dark Knight's getting combo damage potency increase because they're weak.
Pretty straightforward. Let's go. Their combos are going up.
More damage sounds great. They already fixed. They did a minor pass on I think all 3 tank classes in 4.01. They just increased Enmity. Dark Knight also got a slight potency buff to Bloodspiller. Because apparently before then using it was a DPS loss, which feels real bad because it's their big level 70 main mechanic, and when using your fancy new mechanic is objectively the bad thing to do. That just feels bad.
Yeah. So why don't we go on to question 4?
All right. So with role actions, each of the jobs are now able to take various roles. However, for healers, there are important role actions such as Protect and Isuna, so I'm having trouble deciding on what to set. Do you have plans to increase the amount of role actions that can be set?
So the answer that they provided was, since players can select the actions, we have no plans to do this. However, during 4.0, we discussed on what to do with Protect. We discussed that in actuality, it doesn't matter if it's there or not, but we ultimately decided to leave it in. Please continue to leave your feedback regarding things like this. Hold on just a minute. First off, they threw away Stone Skin, which pissed me off, and it still does, and then they're like, Protect, it doesn't matter if Protect's there or not. Right? Am I reading this incorrectly? They just said
they don't think anyone needs Protect.
They're not wrong. I hardly ever I pop Protect once just so people don't complain at me if I don't use it. But it really doesn't add that much. And so because of that, they were talking about removing it, but Protect has been around since forever, so they felt like they couldn't remove that because it's such an iconic spell. I remember hearing that in some interview around, probably around Stormblood, when they were showing off all the new mechanics.
Well, then make it usable. Don't have a useless skill there just because it's it's legendary. Actually, make it useful. You know what I mean? That's the whole point. Is you have Protect and Asuna. Asuna removes detrimental effects, and Protect is supposed to prevent 10% physical and magical damage, and if that's not useful enough, make it 20% or 15%. Every single job has it now. That's a healing job, right? So they're all balanced if you increase the potency of it, right? I mean, Nailak, what do you think?
I think they thought it was more trouble than it was worth to get rid of it, and that they've been designing and tuning things around it not mattering, which is probably a big reason why they got rid of Stone Skin, because they didn't want to deal with it in terms of balance. So they're probably just we're just going to leave it like that and let it fall out of usefulness, because they just don't want to deal with it when they're designing stuff.
My issue with Protect is it's boring. You push your button once at the start of the dungeon and then it just sits on your bar.
I know, that's why Stone Skin was so much better.
I mean, I never had Stone Skin. I'm a bad scholar. I didn't level my white mage to 34.
Man, Stone Skin was one of those abilities that was oh shit, I just saved your ass. It was one of those things oh man, there's a lot of damage about to go out. I know that, this cooldown point before all this damage goes up, I'm going to Stone Skin everybody with my Swift Cast. Not Swift Cast, but the speed up your cast time. I forget what it's called. And
that's Swiftcast.
Yeah, Swiftcast. And then I'm gonna get everybody up there, and then I'm gonna pop this AoE thing, and then it's cool. Everyone's good. Stops damage. It was a great ability, and then that's gone, and now we just have protect, and then I don't know, man.
Which apparently doesn't matter.
My white mage is so depressing to play right now, just because I remember what it was before this, and I felt like I had so much more control over what I was doing, but that's just me. Let's go on to the next question before I start getting more salty. So question 5, it was explained that in patch 4.0, the focus was to reduce the large DPS disparity, but certain jobs feel more reliant on player skill than others. Are certain jobs intended to maintain that difference?
All right, their answer to this was, one of the main concepts of Final Fantasy XIV is that when playing a job, you experience the uniqueness of that job. Due to this, there is a difference in difficulty between the jobs, and it is used to be that higher difficulty meant more... And it used to be that higher difficulty meant more DPS. We will be scaling down this factor.
Yeah, but I don't feel like any of the jobs are unique. You know what I mean? Like some, sure. Some of them are. But with these role abilities now, they have closed the gap between the uniqueness of each job, right?
Well, I think the problem, what they were aiming with that was the secondary... Well, that was a balance thing, and they didn't want those secondary skills to be the uniqueness. They wanted the job itself to be the uniqueness instead of intersplicing with some other job skills. And that's what they're shooting for. And they actually mentioned some other stuff in that regard. But yeah, I don't know. We will be scaling down this fact. So I don't know what that means though. It's going to remain difficult, but it's not going to do more DPS, or they're going to make them all easy.
I feel like they're probably shooting for making it less difficult.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
It looks like it. But why sacrifice difficulty for uniqueness? Here's the thing. It doesn't even have to be more difficult. Just give me something that my job can do that no other job can do. Just one ability. I don't care what it is. Something that's impactful or interesting or special. When we talk about games like World of Warcraft, right? Warlocks can summon a freaking horse. So some wizards can go invisible or walk on water or some stupid crap like that. It's not that I need something that's tangible in combat. I just want something that sets my job apart from something else. Like Dragoons get a jump, but that's been so condensed and consolidated and made useless. Now they have dragons coming out of their ass, whenever they're doing their abilities and stuff. It's not, they're going in the wrong direction of making a job unique. You know what I mean? Am I the only one that feels that way? Because I don't feel like...
Well, this is more about the how it's played mechanics, not so much what they do. I guess you're talking about their effectiveness, and they're talking about the gameplay.
But that's such a fine line, because the difference between a monk and a dragoon is negligible.
These days, kind of we both have a stacking mechanic.
Right.
We both have a bunch of positionals, although monk is still the only job with nothing but positionals.
Right, but but that's irrelevant. My point is that it's a combo driven, mechanic, and it's not like, Red Mage, I feel like they really broadened what they could do with a job with Red Mage, because Red Mage is super awesome, fun to play. It's a little challenging, but when you figure out every other cast is a quick cast and how to maximize that with the damage that you're doing or the spells you're about to do, it's exciting, and it was a lot of fun. But I'm rambling now, so we'll never get through this if we don't get on to the next question. So I guess I'll just get on with that. When comparing, Shara, this is definitely for you. When comparing Dragoon to other DPS jobs, for the amount of difficulty there is to play them, their DPS seems low. I understand that Dragoon has strong support actions such as Battle Litany, but do you have plans to make adjustments so that Dragoon can deal strong damage on their own, similar to how it was in 3.x?
All right. So we have an official translation and a fan translation here. So I'm just going to read them back to back. When it comes to, this is the official one. When it comes to increasing their damage, we'll be making adjustments by expanding on aspects that allow players to experience the uniqueness of the job. That is the entirety of the official translation.
Yeah, which is nothing.
There was a fan translation from the stream, which is adjustments are planned from 4.05 to name some. Mirage Dive animation will be shorter, and the range of the Dragon Sight will be increased to 12. Elusive Jump will have a 30-second recast now, and Sonic Thrust will be adjusted, and Blood of the Dragon will be 20-second and have some potency buffs.
That doesn't fix a damn thing.
No,
I don't know what.
it doesn't.
Yeah, like this. All of this stuff has nothing to do with what the problem is.
So the only thing that even touches on the problem is making it so the Blood of the Dragon button starts at 20 seconds. Sure. That eases the pain a little bit, because the huge problem right now is phase transitions. Like you look at Suzy EX, and you're bursting him 90 seconds in, he goes into a phase transition, and then you're sitting there on 3 stacks. And just watching that bar tick down as he, yells at you about the C or whatever. And if you play it perfectly, you can maintain your stacks from phase 1 into phase 2. If you mess up even a little bit, you lose 90 seconds of progress and you're back to square one. And it feels awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually happens on my Bard as well, because my songs have a duration, and I just stopped. Like, if I knew the transition was coming up, I just didn't use my songs, because whatever song I was in is going to be completely killed. And when I use a song in the first sword landing, that I can't use that in the second one. So by the time we're through that and the real fight starts again, all my stuff's gone. And I only use half of it in actual combat.
Don't worry. When Savage comes around, you'll get a better idea if it's broken or not. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
well, they talked about that too, actually, the Bard
No,
stuff,
I know. I'm just saying, it's one of those things where that whole Savage, because this isn't the first time he's used that. He used this in A Realm Reborn, and he used it in Heaven's Ward, and it's always the same damn thing. After Savage comes out, he's like, "Oh no, you guys were right. We did need to make adjustments." Yeah, no shit, man. Oh, sorry, I'm getting riled up. Go ahead, Charlie.
So there are a couple of good things out of here. So the Mirage Dive animation is incredibly frustrating because you can't double weave it right now. It takes. So basically every jump takes 2 GCDs, 2 off GCDs, because you can't double weave them, like you can with Gerskagol and Nastrond,
right?
And a bunch of other stuff. So that's good. Hopefully it's short enough you can double weave now. Dragon Sight increase range, that makes it way less frustrating to use, because right now you basically have to be sitting on top of your samurai buddy, or ninja, I guess, if you're.
Oh, you mean the samurai that's doing all the DPS that you aren't?
Yeah, that's why you give him the buff. Give him an extra 5%. Elusive Jump, that's worthless. Elusive Jump is a trap ability, and you should never push it unless you're having enmity issues, which you're a Dragoon, so you aren't.
So you're not right now.
I want to know what they mean by Sonic Thrust will be adjusted. Does that mean it's going to extend Blood of the Dragon now? Because that fixes AoE pulls.
Oh, you know what? Oh, man. If they actually did that, that would fix my problem with this. I would be okay with that.
Yeah, I don't know what, even the fan, the fan translation is probably, what was actually said. And even that's just super vague. What is adjusted? What do you mean? What are you doing with Sonic Thrust?
Yeah, well, I mean, even then, this is a fan translation. It's unofficial, so we don't know if this was actually said or not. But I mean, we can assume that it was
probably said.
Yeah, the thing is that the official one makes no mention of any of this, and that's a little frustrating when it's supposed to be the official word from Square Enix, right? Like that is the information that we're supposed to go off of, is their official message, which was literally, we'll make adjustments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
That was it.
There was another point. So they said it in, I think it was in the patch note. Like they had like an interview during the patch notes of 4.0. Maybe it was the last live letter. And Yoshi P made a comment about how Dragoon is a support DPS. When did that happen?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
it does seem odd. I'm a support DPS.
Yeah,
I'm
like
my bard.
Songs support, great. Like, I mean, you weren't even a DPS in 11. You were exclusively support. Dragoon, big giant lance pokes things, jumps on their head. Like, not getting support DPS out of this. Where
thought
did
they were
this
the
come
opposite
from?
of that. To be honest, I thought they were just raw DPS. That's it. Like, and they give nothing else. That's how I always saw them. But I guess that's not the case.
In 1.0, they were pretty. They were kind of a support DPS in 1.0. And in fact, Nailok, when 2.0 first came out, you needed Conjurer to unlock your Bard, right? As one of the prerequisite jobs, and then they kind of changed that randomly out of nowhere because all your secondary cross-class abilities changed. So Dragoon does not have any sort of cross-class support ability. So I don't understand, to your point, Shara, how they can say that that's a support DPS.
It's like news to everybody. Like, what? Doesn't seem like it. They can't use Bard and Machinist stuff. What's going on?
Like we have Battle Litany and Dragon Sight, and they're good buffs. I mean, Battle Litany is fantastic. Dragon Sight is less so. I mean, it's
don't they have
it's a 5% damage buff for them and 10% for me. Like,
and don't they have the piercing debuff? That's just a matter of course.
Yeah, they also nerfed that because of Bard and Machinist. It's down to 5%. It used to be 10.
Great.
Dicks.
So
no. Whatever.
That's cool.
So why don't we move on to question 7?
All right. Question 7. The new monk skill, Riddle of Fire, is a very powerful buff, but because the effect increases the GCD, it is very stressful to play. Monk had a feeling of speedy combat, so if adjustments are possible, please implement them.
Okay, the answer to that was we were considering Greased Lightning 4, but felt it would become too fast and widen the gap between player DPS even further. We believe it may be difficult to understand the weapon skill recast time increase without trying it out in Savage. It may be easier to understand during longer fights. If there are requests despite this, we will consider them. For the moment, things are somewhat complete, so we would like to ask for feedback after players have tried Savage.
What if I don't want to try Savage? I have a problem now. I don't want to try Savage. God damn it! Oh man, why is
it's
this
just gonna
thing?
be like as soon as it comes out, like, okay, it's still a problem. It's been 10 minutes. It's still a problem.
Why is this a thing? Why is waiting until Savage?
Well,
yes, I understand. Like we discussed earlier, they're bouncing from the top down.
Yeah. The thing is, this is a quality of life issue.
Yes,
which means it's not gonna matter. I mean, it could be soloing. They're still gonna have the problem. It could be soloing to friggin' 24-man Super Savage. It's still going to be a problem. They invented that.
Why would it be a problem for it to be too fast? And widen the gap between DPS and player even further. Like, okay, when you look at the DPS charts, right? Monk is not in the top 3. They're in the bottom 3. Out of all the DPS classes that we have. So
well, they're saying it wouldn't be twitch fast enough if we made it capable of going way faster than some players who were slower. It's the whole reason the GCD even exists in these games, which is why they put it in. It's this top bar, and that would raise the bar for Monk if it made it go way faster. So, and that would mean it'd be harder for other people to hit it. And that's what they mean by player skill and DPS. And the whole reason the GCD's in there.
I don't know, man. Like it's this whole thing was like try out Savage and see if it fixes. Like that doesn't. It has nothing to do with that, and I hate that they keep mentioning that. You know.
Well, yeah. There's like I said, it's a difference between, if it feels not fun, it's gonna stay there no matter what the content is. Yeah. But if we're talking about like DPS balance or defense and stuff like that, I can kind of see that because
completely
that's the top end.
Yeah.
But for like, I don't like this. This isn't fun for me. Well, wait till Savage. It's not going to change anything.
Exactly.
It's not going to be like way more fun in Savage. Like, oh my God, I love it now since the content is,
harder,
putting me on the floor. It's way fun now. I love it. I'm dead half the time.
Yeah. Like I guess whenever you're not playing because you're on the floor, you don't mind it now.
Yeah. Wait till you're not doing it half the fight, and then see if you still don't like it.
So let me explain like my grief with this whole Savage thing, right? As you just mentioned, Naylock, if it were like defense or like health pools or damage done within a time frame of a battle, those are all completely legitimate things to try and balance out with Savage, right? Because that's the top tier combat and or top tier content, and that's when you get to see the entirety of how the jobs are meshing together in a long period fight. That's all legitimate. That's fine. But when we have things like, hey, this feels slow. Oh, just play Savage. What? That doesn't fix the problem.
Slow and Savage.
Like, if it feels slow now, why would it feel any faster in Savage? Like, just with tenacity too, which is, I would say it's kind of, that's more relevant than anything. But same thing with tenacity. It's like, it feels held back. It's like, oh, wait till Savage. It won't feel held back. I was like, no, but it feels held back here where I am. It doesn't fix the problem where I am here.
That does seem, it's held back. So it's not going to be, it's like you're going to find it useful when you're going to need every damn bit of it. Yeah, it doesn't feel powerful now, but when you're in Savage getting splatted, you'll think it's best thing ever.
I'm sure. I won't even tell the difference. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on.
Okay. From patch 4.0, cards that you draw and your Aether Flow stacks aren't displayed on the party list anymore. Because of this, if the party has two astrologians or scholars, we cannot check each other's status, and this is very inconvenient. You have plans to revert this so the status can be checked through the party list.
So before you answer it, Shara, do you have a problem with this? Is it because I know you play Scholar? I'm starting Astrologian, but I've not done like an 8-player group, so I don't know if this is actually an issue or not.
Yeah, it's not a huge issue with Scholar. I mean, I guess if you're like doing Bleeding Edge, Savage.
Oh God.
Well, if you
because the Aetherflow locks is your stacks. The big thing is Lustrate.
Right.
Which no recast, cost an Aetherflow stack, instant cast, 600 potency heal. So like knowing that the other Scholar has access to that, I guess could maybe be important, but like not an issue. I have, however, heard it is a huge issue for Astrologian because of the balance card mostly.
Right.
Because you can't see what the other player is holding.
I was going to say, it seems like it's mainly an issue for if people aren't communicating. Like in the high end, it's probably not a problem because you're going to have people who are using Discord or whatever and say, yeah, this is what I got. It's like, oh, okay. And it's like, oh, I'm ready. I got the good card you can pull or something like that. So you can't check it at a glance with the game, which I think is the issue.
Sure. I mean, I've seen some astrologians make macros for every card that they get, so like, hey, balance is ready, or like, hey, the gourd is ready, or whatever it is, I don't forget, but go ahead and answer the question, Shara.
All right. So their answer was, I believe this is mainly an issue when matched using the duty finder. The difficulty is set so you don't have to be particular about the status. However, I've been told by someone who's particular with their job that they want to make sure that they aren't the same as their partner. We're looking at each of the jobs, and we're thinking of reverting it so that players can check the status of Scholar Aetherflow and which card Astrologians have drawn. However, we aren't able to make it in by patch 4.05, so it'll be 4.1. Please wait a bit longer for this. We're also looking into a situation where when there are two white mages in the party, they have trouble telling which confession stack is which.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, so it's basically, as you were saying, Neil, like most people use Discord or voice chat, and so, it's not a problem. But whenever you use Duty Finder to do a party match,
if it's a pickup, if you got a pickup, you're automatically at a disadvantage. Like, everyone join my Discord, like, man, I don't know you people, whatever.
I mean, I guess
I'm already in like 20 of them.
Yeah, man, come on.
I guess the thing is, like, it doesn't hurt to put it back in. It was there, just put it back in.
Yeah, it seems like, and he was like, I was informed that this is a problem, is what he kind of said there.
Right.
So they're like, well, I guess we'll put it back in if if it's a huge issue.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those like because it stopped being a buff and went into this like new fancy job gauge mechanic. They're like, look at this cool little hub thing we made. It shows your card, and everyone's like, I mean, that's cool and all, but now I can't see what the other scholar has or what the other Astro has. Like,
I imagine code wise, it's not even that different. They just moved it from the buff bar to your new gauge, and now they just have to like, we'll just hit the line that says show this in their buff bar as well.
Right. So why don't we move on to question 9?
Scholar went through many changes, having lost a DOT, the damage lost from AoE due to the Bane rework, and nerfs to the fairy healing. In comparison to the other healers, it feels that they have lost quite a bit. Are there any plans for adjustments?
Okay, before I go into the answer, White Mage lost the freaking most, okay? I don't want to talk about Scholar losing, because Scholar lost some stuff, but White Mage lost half their abilities. They became roll abilities. So I don't want to hear anything about Scholar losing crap. So you play as Scholar, Shara. I'm a little salty at you. Is this question fair? Like, legitimately, is it fair?
I mean, we didn't just like we lost things that like weren't just shifted into roll skill. Like, I mean, White Mage did too, like, Stone Skid, obviously.
Well, some other things as well. We lost Arrow 2, which was a DOT.
Yeah, like we lost our AoE filler, so like we don't, because Blizzard 2 isn't a healer cross skill anymore. We lost Arrow 1, which we usually took for more damage.
Oh yeah, the Arrow 1, that's the one I was talking about. Yeah.
We also lost Bio 1 because they made it so Bio 1 automatically upgrades into Bio 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of all that, they nerfed Bane, so that it scales all the way down to like 10% depending on how many targets get hit. So our AoE damage went way down. Meanwhile, White Mages got thin air and can just mash out Holy.
Well, wait, that's not necessarily fair in that regard. Like, sure, we still got to keep Holy, but no, I know. The thing is that with, as far as your healing capacity goes, like not your damage, but just your healing, we were hit way harder with White Mage, I feel, than Scholar was. But outside of that, with the damage thing, I feel like you guys were more of the, dot anyway. We were just trying to make do with whatever we could from Black Mage. We had like Blizzard and other things like that we were using, and a couple things like, Arrow and all that stuff, and all of that's just been gone away. So I guess I can read through this, and you can kind of give your opinions on the changes that they're making, and if you feel like it's going to have an impact or not. Okay. So the answer is, after balancing the 3 healing jobs, the fairy's healing was still too powerful. Look at that. See, look. Therefore, we decided to go in a direction of lowering the fairy's healing potencies. However, by reducing what they could do, their AoE damage also went down. We have made adjustments in 4.05. Here are the adjustment details. Scholar. The introduction of Miasma 2 as a job-specific skill. You used to have that, so it looks like they're bringing it back. Change the cooldown of emergency tactics to 20 seconds. Indomitability, stay tuned. they didn't go into what that actually is. Strengthening excognition. I don't know.
I just call it XCOG. I don't know.
Yeah, XCOG. Strengthening XCOG.
Excogitation.
I just said that exactly the same way.
I don't know.
Change the range of Fey Union to 15 Malms. Aether Pact has been changed to increase Fairy Gauge even when Aether Flow action does not inflict an effect on the target. Introduction of a trait reducing the cooldown of Aether Flow. So, healing was too powerful. They changed it, and then their AoE damage went down. So how do you feel about those changes?
So first off, I want to point out that whoever made this, so one of two things: either they made a typo, which is hilarious, or Fey Union now has a range of 15 miles because they said malms.
Yeah. And so this is copy and paste word for word from the official translation. Okay, so
yeah, no, I saw it on the board as well. I found that funny and had to point it out. Anyway, so Miasma 2 back. That's cool. Gives us another dot. Gives us something to do in AoE situations. Emergency tactics, not really a super useful skill most of the time. Like half the time it just sits not being used until like if I get a crit Adlo, I'll pop it because then you transfer, your really big buffed up shields because Adlo's like if you crit the shield, then it like doubles the shield strength again. So it's actually like 4 times healing.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Well, so here's the thing I just realized. Miasma 2 is coming in as a job-specific skill, which means Summoner is not going to get it.
Correct. Which is kind of weird.
That's a little weird. Now, is Miasma 2 going to replace Miasma 1 at a certain level? Or do you think it's going to be a separate skill?
I hope it's a separate skill, because if it's Miasma 2 as it used to exist, it's just like a point blank instant cast AoE.
Right.
So replacing Miasma 1 with that would be really weird.
Hey, look, they've been doing with Stormblood came a lot of weird changes. Okay, I'm never put it past.
You're not wrong. Let's see, what was Indomitability? That's the instant cast AoE on the 30-second recast with Aether Flow cost. I don't know what they're doing with that. It feels pretty good. It's probably my favorite button.
They're gonna nerf it.
Probably
adjustments.
Yeah.
One thing I would have liked to see is I would have liked them to see them reducing the mana cost of Adlo. It currently costs 4 times as much as a Physic for like plus 100 potency.
Jeez.
And half of that is in a shield. So
right.
I think that cost should come down a little bit. Like it should obviously cost more, but I think 4 times is a little bit excessive.
Well, we'll find out on Tuesday. I think our next episode we'll kind of go over some of the bullet points from the patch notes and everything like that, and see what all changes were and how we feel about them. But there are a couple other changes coming to the other healers as well. In the answer, they also talk about Astrologian, which is Arcana and Royal Road cards can now be discarded via an action. And then with White Mage, adjustments to the rate of healing, to the rate of which healing lilies are granted, and plenary indulgence. Plenary indulgence? We'll see some major adjustments. Okay. Right now, getting lilies is inconsistent. When you think you should get one, you don't, and that's what kind of dictates your potency and healing. So it's a little strange.
Yeah, it's like a proc of a proc, right?
Yeah, it's weird. I think it's broken, to be honest with you, but maybe they're fixing that with this.
I think the Astrologian change is actually just a fix because of the new gauge.
Right.
Because I'm pretty sure previously you could just right click the card and discard it that way.
Yeah, they're fixing things that are broken. So let's go on to question 10 here. Demi Bahamut is quite large. Do you have any plans to make adjustments to his size or transparency?
Okay, the answer is we'll make it so that you can change the size of Demi Bahamut using a text command. I'm sure there will be players who would like the size to remain as is, so we're making it so that players can adjust the scale on their own. However, we won't be able to make it by patch 4.05.
So, that's pretty cool. It's a local client-side size change to the size of the Demi Bahamut summon, that only lasts for 20 seconds.
Yeah,
it is a pain, though, dude. I was just at an EX,
gigantic.
and it was a big pain.
So that's cool. I mean, not much to say there.
I mean, they also
Thanks.
said in the unofficial translation, they actually went into a little more depth here. They talked about how they wanted to make him transparent, but it would add a lot of stress to the system if it collides with another transparent object. So side judgments incoming, as we said. He apologized a lot, and they were, at the very end here, they say there are still discussions going on regarding pets overall. So I'm wondering if we're going to be getting different summon designs for Summoner, because right now, that's one of my biggest problems with Summoner and Scholar is they don't feel unique. They come from the same base class, and the uniqueness just isn't there for me. And same thing with Bard or Barcher. Just split them out, make Bard an actual support job, and Archer its own thing. I don't know. There's a long way to go with making these things feel unique and interesting.
The next question was, sustain was very useful in some content. I would like to know why this was removed.
All right.
not
Their
wrong.
answer here.
Yeah. Well, it just seems very like, I'm going to punch you if you give me the wrong answer,
Yeah.
like very matter of fact. Why did you remove this?
All right, so their answer was, we had it set so that pets would take reduced damage from enemies, and we figured it wouldn't be an issue as long as players don't place the pets directly in front of the enemy. However, there are some players that used it quite a lot, so we'd like to discuss them more with the dev team.
Yeah, because when you're leveling up, you have to put it right in front of the freaking enemy. Here's the thing. It's like, oh man, that. Go ahead.
This dumb. All right, so first off, it's broken. My pet definitely does not take reduced damage from certain AoEs.
Yeah.
Like, I needed that sustain button because it was like a half-second cast, and I could go back to doing my job of keeping actual players alive instead of my stupid pet.
It automatically targeted your pet. See, for a lot of new players out there that are starting with Stormblood that have started out as Arcanist, you had a button specifically there called Sustain that would heal your pet only. You wouldn't have to look around, target or anything. That you just hit the Sustain button and it would heal your pet, no problem. Now you have new players sitting there trying to go through and click their damn pet and use physic on it to keep it alive during battles as they're trying to level up and do dungeons. And it's not fun. Like trying to do the job quests and stuff for Summoner and pretty much a Summoner, because Scholar can heal itself, but for Summoner, it's a pain. It's not fun because that sustain's not there. They're looking at it again, hey, in Savage, it won't be a problem, but they're not looking at everything, at the bottom. And that's kind of like a really big make or break, especially when you have so many new players coming in.
Yeah, I heard there was an issue with whenever you get miasma as an Arcanist, there's a quest teaching you how to use it that wasn't changed, because remember, miasma used to give a healing potency debuff,
right? And
it doesn't anymore.
And now
See where this is going?
Everybody that it does.
So this quest is has a bunch of healers, and you're supposed to put miasma on them and then shoot them a bunch with ruin to kill them. And if you don't do that, then they can just out heal your damage.
Right.
And they didn't change this.
Exactly.
So apparently the guy who was telling me about this, apparently he just had to keep dying to it until his echo stack got high enough that he could just brute force it.
Jeez.
Unfortunately.
What?
So yeah, why don't we move on to question 12?
This one is I feel related to the 11, which is Red Mage's Vercure is affected by the intelligence attribute. Would it be possible to change Summoner's physic so that the cure potency changes with intelligence?
Yeah, so it's a little strange because immediately you're like, why would Summoner need to heal? But they can raise, so why are you even asking me a question? If they can raise, they should be able to heal just like Red Mage does, right? There's nothing wrong with that. So here's the answer. Red Mage was born from both white and black magic. However, Summoner is different. Summoner can raise players, while black mages cannot. This is part of their role. If we made it so that all jobs can do everything, every job will just become the same, and I don't think that's how the game should be. Well, then why did you make Arcanist? Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Arcanist needs to go away.
Yes.
Like it just needs to be Summoner and Scholar. And I mean, it is the only job that like has multiple jobs out of the same class.
Yeah.
It is the only one, and it is the most broken as a result of it.
Yeah, because I mean, like you've leveled up Scholar to 70, but you're also a 70 Summoner now, and you've never played it, I bet.
Yeah, I played it like a level 35 or so.
Not literally never, but
I mean, like what they need to do, and I've said this so many times, is they need to have you log in one day and say, which one is your main, Summoner or Scholar? And you choose. And then it'd be like, okay, so this is yours. It is now at the level that you're currently at. And this other one's going to start at 30. Boom. Done.
Yeah.
You know, like it doesn't have to be this thing where, you know, and if they want people to start at level 1, that's fine. You know, but because you've already leveled up past a certain point, and you know it'll just be like, okay, this one, or to have it start at level 1, I don't care. But they have this tendency of having things start at 30 and 50, which that 50 is questionable in my opinion. They just didn't want to make a new starting area, and it's just I don't know what they're doing with the game, to be honest with you. I'm having fun. I love where it's at right now. They're going in a good direction with a lot of the changes, but it's just not. It's not where it should be, I don't think. All right. We also have, this wasn't so much a question as just like they just started saying apparently other job adjustments.
Also
Black
this.
Mage. What's that?
Just also this.
Yeah, also this. Black Mage. We made a couple adjustments with Black Mage players will understand. Also, when doing their skill rotations, there are moments where they lose all their MPs, so we're making some adjustments to the MP. MP cost for Foul has been removed. Recast time for Triple Cast has been reduced from 90 to 60 seconds. Recast time for Fire 4 and Blizzard 4 has been reduced from 3 to 2.8 seconds. I don't play Black Mage. I don't know anyone who actually does.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Black Mage.
Yeah, so good Black Mages. I guess that's good.
Yay!
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 Yay! Okay. Ninja, potency for Gut Slash will be reduced. The reason for this is because the players found a strong skill rotation than those the dev team was using while making adjustments. So why does that matter?
I'm like, confused at this. Like, I want to know what their rotation was because, like, what? Like, it's pretty obvious to, like, figure out your optimal rotation just by looking at the pretty numbers and doing some basic math.
So was the ability broken, or did they just, like, stack a combo on it?
They were playing wrong, and that's how they balanced it. That's literally what I just said. They weren't doing having the best rotation, and they balanced it based on that, and then someone found a better rotation. It's literally they didn't know how to play Ninja.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. All right, so we're moving. I mean, so that's good news, I guess, for Black Mages. And sorry, Ninjas, you learned how to play your job, and the devs didn't, and so you get punished. Question 14 here. Because Sprint no longer consumes TP, it is easier to use in combat. However, outside of combat, the increased cooldown is inconvenient. Would it be possible to make adjustments such as lowering the cooldown in cities?
All right, so they answered, we increased the effect duration of Sprint outside of combat, but it was not as effective as players run between NPCs during quests. We are considering adjustments, but it will take some time.
What's wrong with... Like,
why can't I just have permanent sprint in cities?
No, I don't want permanent sprint. They did that in EverQuest 2, and it was awful. But like, what's wrong with like putting mounts? You can have mounts in housing areas. Why can't you have them in cities?
I think that's partially a visual issue. They could make it so you have your mount, but no one sees it, and you run as fast as your mount does.
Sure.
Of course, that'd be permanent sprint, I guess.
That, but I mean, look at Idleshire or whatever the whatever reach in Stormblood, Idleshire 2.0.
But
you can have
not
mounts.
a city.
Yeah, but it was where the majority of people coalesced because of the tombstone vendor. So
Right.
like if it was an issue of like, if it was like a video issue, it should have like manifested there. But I didn't have any issues.
Yeah,
I don't know about you guys.
They didn't say anything about a visual issue. So my thing
I
is
just
like
think
they're talking
it's
about
aesthetic. Like it doesn't
Right.
look good if everyone's in town on their mounts, like you're
Sure.
standing on your quest giver or something.
the thing with like we're talking like Ulda, Gridania, Lemsa Lamensa, and Kugane. We're also talking about Ishgard, right? So having mounts in there doesn't make much sense. But you have the Aethernet system, which allows you to fast travel, and then you can sprint from there as needed. I don't think having an unlimited sprint is going to solve any problems with, just use the tools that are already there. Now, outside
It's going to
of
solve
that,
the problems of people not knowing how to travel inside the towns efficiently.
Exactly. So, like, I think that having sprint, being able to sprint more often outside of the cities, like, just out in the world and stuff like that, sure, that's fine. But you also have mounts that now have double the speed than what they did. Like with Stormblood, we had increased running speeds on mounts in lower, Realm Reborn areas. So the mounts go faster than they did previously. I think this is essentially, I'm saying this is a non-issue.
I don't know what they specifically said. Lower the cooldown in cities. Yeah, I guess they're like use the Ethernet.
Yeah. It's a non-issue. What do you think, Shara? Am I just blowing this off, or?
I mean, it's not as big of an issue as they make it out to be. But there are times like whenever you have to like run back and forth between like two NPCs that are like not necessarily like at different Ethernets from each other, but it's not really a big issue
for the 0.2% that you need to sprint just a little faster.
Yeah, like I mean, if they did it, I'd be happy with it, I guess. But I don't. That's time spent that could have been used on something useful.
Yeah. So with that said, let's go on to question 15.
All right. For PvP, would it be possible to change the system so that you can earn experience points for the job you entered with, rather than the job you finished the match with? I think this would help those who participate in the content for leveling purpose, so they can still change their jobs inside to meet the need of the party.
Go ahead and say the answer, Shar, and then I'll make a point on this.
Sure. So this idea was on the table when we were making PvP-related adjustments in patch 4.01. We discussed how it'll create a situation where the players are earning experience points for a job they didn't play, which goes against the entire point of earning the experience points. We want some more time to continue discussions regarding this.
Yeah, the way they write this stuff sometimes is pretty rough. And that's exactly the thing. Like you're going into PvP match, right? And the problem is when you get in, there's no party there's no like party requirement whenever you're jumping into the match. So for example, you go into a PvP match and then it's really the more higher tier one. What is it called? So you're going into Frontlines and they don't have pre-made party requirements. You could go in there and never have a healer, right? So before the match starts, you should be able to choose the job that you're going to be, and then when it starts, that's the experience that you get for it, right? But the thing is, if that's how you want to do it anyway, you should just queue for it, Like the reason you're queuing on your healer is so that you can bypass the queue times, But I mean, it's not even looking for a healer. It's just throwing you into the next available one. So I think that the thing that people are missing here is like, hey, I queued in on this one job, but I wanted to play this other one. It's like, well, just queue in on the one that you want to play because you'll get in anyway, especially for front lines.
Well, I think the argument is, like say you're leveling a ninja, some DPS job, dime a dozen, right? And you get in, and you have like 2 tanks and 6 DPS. Well, you have healer leveled, so it would be in the interest of the team if you were to switch to that healer. But if you do that, you now get experience points on your healer and not the thing you're actually trying to level.
Sure. But I mean,
I see it both ways because
tough shit. I don't know.
It leads to, like, on the one hand, it leads to worse PvP matches because no one's going to want to switch because they're like, if they're trying to level their ninja, they're going to stay on that ninja so they get their experience points.
Right.
Whereas if they got experience points based on what they queued in as opposed to what they ended the match as, they would be more willing to switch. But I definitely see, Yoshi P's point of, well, you weren't even playing the job. Why should you get experience points for it?
Yeah. Well, plus it seems like it's conflicting of, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to level up a class or are you trying to win at PvP?
Exactly.
Like, if you're in it to win it, then just queue in the thing that people are going to need, or just switch and say, well, too bad the other class doesn't get experience because I want to win. I'll do whatever. But it's like, no, I want to do anything it takes to win, but also level up whatever I want.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, as a counterpoint, we went into a PvP match. It was a frontline, and we had no healers. But you know what? We still won that damn match because we stuck with the jobs that we were on. Those were the jobs we wanted to level. We had really good coordination with our teams, and we went out and we busted it. It was awesome. And it's all about how you're going at it. Are you trying to get into PvP as front lines and just get the enormous amount of experience whether you win or lose? Is that what you're trying to do on the job? Right? Like, because that was a thing that people were doing, leveling from 60 to 70 on just PvP alone because they were giving tons of experience for matches whether you win or lose, which they have now adjusted. But the point is that, if he's PvPing that much, just stick with your job and stop complaining. Yeah. Like it
sounds like a backdoor way to, it's like, it's a fake reason. Like, hey, I should be able to switch and help the team more. It's like, no, what you really want to do
is power level.
Yeah, it's power level a class without having to play it. That's what you really want to do. But you're trying to, no, I'm trying to help everyone out. It's like, no, you're not. That's not your goal. You're lying to me right now.
All right. Let's go on to question 16.
All right. So question 16. Due to the large amount of job action changes in 4.0, some jobs may feel very different when level synced in dungeons level 50 and below. Concerning tanks in 4.01, it became easier to maintain aggro. Will other jobs see similar changes?
All right. Answer was adjusting each job skills according to each level synced low-level dungeon isn't very practical. Dungeons will be undergoing overall adjustments such as actions used at low levels and the HP of mobs in dungeons.
I don't know, man. Wouldn't it just be easier to scale down the potency of all of your abilities? Like this whole concept of we're taking abilities away from you for content, that you don't, we say like you're doing like a level 15 dungeon. Well, you had the job start at 50, so what is my overall usability below 50? Especially at level 15, like, what am I doing? I have, like, one attack and another skill. Like, what's the point? And the thing is, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I really dread doing lower level stuff now because they changed Bard so much twice that it's, like, no fun. Like, I'm doing anything below level 50. I'm like, I hate this. I don't want to be here right now. I hate being a bard in a sub-level 50 dungeon. Why can't I use all my new cool skill? They knowingly changed it to make it better, but you don't get to keep that if you lower level dungeons. So I'm literally playing it objectively worse when I go to these lower level dungeons.
We have to play a completely different play style. You know, what about you, Shara? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like Dragoon in low levels, like especially like the super low levels, you know, like Copper Bell and, you know, like around that level, your optimal rotation becomes impulse drive.
Right.
Like that's it. Just impulse drive. No other buttons. Because they take everything away from you.
Yeah.
And it maths out to be the highest potency per action if you do it that way. So you push one button for 45 minutes or however long it takes you, and it is super boring.
I mean, we've worked our butts off to level our jobs to the maximum level, and we've unlocked these new combos and play styles and everything like that. Why we're not able to take that into lower, dungeons is beyond me. You know, like if you're gonna take away all my skills, just take away all my damn equipment too, and put me in some crappy armor and just make me feel irrelevant again. You know, like if we're going to go to a fate and we have to level sync down, just bring me down on a percentage of potency. Let me keep all my stuff. I mean, that's the whole reason why we don't have a mentoring system where we can go into a party and level sync it down to our party members' level. You know, if they just scaled everything down, all the abilities that they have, it would be much easier to implement those things so that if you want to go level up, do some quests with the level 20 character and you're level 70, you could just level sync down to them, keep all your stuff, and the potency will just be crap.
The thing, I also think it would be like you think about leveling roulette, leveling roulette's the big one. You get these like level 70 characters in and they at least look cool because we have our fancy glamours and whatnot. But then they just like Dragoon, he's just sitting there using one move over and over. And that guy's like, man, Dragoon looks really boring to play.
Exactly.
Whereas if I had my full kit, at a reduced potency, you'd see me jumping around like blue dragons shooting everywhere, like, then it's like, man, Dragoon looks really fun, and then I'd be like, no, don't play it. Play Samurai instead.
Really spell effects, don't worry about it.
But it gets people excited for you, because especially with the leveling ones, as you said, we have so many new people in the game, and they're looking at our jobs, going, well, he looks cool, but he's not doing anything interesting. I mean, Neilak, you were going to say something.
I mean, I was thinking about this before. I mean, is it really that big of a issue? Like, what if they let you keep all your stuff and potency is like a percentage thing of your strength, and just keep, like, why would it be a problem if you still had that strength? Like, is it really a big issue if you steamrolled a level 40 dungeon?
Right.
Is that a big problem?
I mean, it should
let us keep our stuff. Don't worry about balancing it. Oh no, they killed it way too fast. Who cares?
I mean, dungeons are already getting steamrolled.
Yeah, it's just is that a huge issue? Or I guess I could see if it was setting a weird expectation for new players, like, wow, he blazed through that in 8 minutes. It was insane. I didn't even do anything. I guess that would be a problem. But I mean, then I don't know, up their HP or something up a little bit, or I don't know. I just don't see it's not that big of an issue. Yeah, even lower it, but not even that much. Just fine. Lower all the potency by 20% or something,
or like whatever the tier is. So if you're level 70 and you're going down to a level 20 dungeon, drop it 50% potency.
Have it be something just like a flat. And the thing is, again, if a balance issue, like, hey, they did this thing and now I do such and such class can out DPS me in the level 32 dungeon. Don't worry about it, dude.
Yeah,
it's not that big of a deal.
It doesn't matter. It's a lower level dungeon. Let's go on to question 17. We have a lot more to go through, and man, I keep drawing this out. So,
it's hard to get a group for Alliance raid content, such as the Crystal Tower. Do you have any plans to address this?
So, I mean, we all know that there's an Alliance raid roulette coming out. So, but here's the answer. Okay. We're currently working on an Alliance raid roulette aimed for patch 4.1. So not this next patch, but the one after that. Players will also be able to make alliance raid parties across other worlds as well. This will also be scheduled for patch 4.1. As for Labyrinth of the Ancients, we're making adjustments so the party structure will only require 1 tank rather than 2. However, we may not be able to make this adjustment in time. I mean, this all seems well and good. I don't really have any comments on it. Just, yay.
Thanks. Good stuff.
Yeah. Good job. You're doing something that I don't have to complain about. Yay. So here's question 18. I would like the rewards for Seal Rock achievements, but queues take a very long time to pop. Would it be possible to make it so these achievements would be progressible even in Shatter?
Their answer is, we're currently discussing Frontline overall. Currently, there are different game modes, and oftentimes it is difficult to be matched into the desired mode. We are considering changing the featured game mode every week. However, this means introducing a new rule to the servers, so more time is needed to make a decision.
I mean, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
It's just an update.
I mean,
I'm still just gonna spam Shatter because it's my favorite game mode.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
The thing with Frontline is Stormblood really made me get into PvP just because the experience was really good.
Yeah.
So I like it. It's really, really good. No one ever played it before Stormblood, to be honest with you. Like, I would always queue and it would be like 57 minutes waiting for a Frontline to pop, and no one ever did it.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
it's true. All right, go on, Naylock.
All right. As a Final Fantasy V fan, I was really excited to see how Omega Deltascape was recreated. I'm really curious to find out if there's any backstory for this. Could you please tell us anything?
Yeah, so I don't even know if this is relevant. I mean, Omega's the newest thing, but apparently in Final Fantasy V there was an Omega Deltascape battle, and so they recreated it. Like, that's what we're currently playing now. So go ahead, and Shara, you can provide the answer.
Yeah, so their answer to this was thank you. In Final Fantasy V, Omega's lore was set in a way where you didn't know where it came from. Therefore, people thought it came from the void. As for the bosses, they aren't the same bosses from that game, but we did some trial and error to make them fit into Final Fantasy XIV. Also, there's a rumor that there will be a V5.0, but there is no V5.0. We did mention that we'll prepare a difficulty for those who complete Savage Mode of 4.0. However, this isn't V5.0.
I don't know. So you've completed Omega, Naylock. I mean, I don't know anything about it. I mean, is it kind of spoilerish to even go into what they're talking about? I didn't play 5. I couldn't get into it.
I mean, it's I haven't played 5. From what I understand, it's just bosses from that game.
So it's like Crystal Tower. Yeah,
pretty much. I mean, it's just like a series of 4 bosses. There literally aren't even trash pulls or anything. It just drops you into an arena and you fight the boss, and that's each floor.
Well, I mean, with Crystal Tower, it was basically the same exact bosses from Crystal Tower and Final Fantasy III, but they were just kind of presented in a different way. So I guess this is what this is too. It's an homage to 5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like the rest of the floors, whenever we get, whatever we call the second wing, will probably be a different Final Fantasy game, because, I mean, we fight X-Death,
yeah.
Where do you go from there?
Or something like that, yeah. All right, question 20.
Anyway, the Blow Dart quests were very fun. Are there plans for the mechanic to return in future content?
So the answer is there were many comments regarding the amazing lung capacity that would be required, piercing the armor in machines and not being able to land headshots despite hitting the head. During side quest development, there were discussions to increase the variations of quest gameplay. It is very expensive to have a programmer create something from scratch, so we came up with the Blow Darts. We saw a very positive response regarding the new gameplay and available in these subquests. However, we do not have any plans to include them in battle content at this time. That'd be pretty cool to be doing a raid and you have things you need to blow dart from afar, or you have one raid group, or even an 8-player dungeon and 4 players go one way, 4 players go another way, and as one party is going through, they have the other party that's like blow darting a whole bunch of people and stuff, like just so they can sneak through. That'd be cool, but it's like, why even make that a mechanic if you just wanted to showcase it in a way that was like, oh, that's a neat, cool thing, and we'll never use it again.
Yeah, I personally want it as a mini game in Gold Saucer.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, like have like time trials and stuff. Like, I don't know.
So
I spent a lot of time on it.
Speaking of Gold Saucer, real quick, kind of a little tangent. So we all played 1.0, and I'm sure y'all remember the mining and the gathering from there with like the botanists and stuff. They have the same mechanics that they use for that as mini games in the Golden Saucer. It's in the Chocobo branch.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was not aware of this.
Yeah, I didn't even know either. So like, yeah, it's like, so with mining, it was a circle that expanded and closed, and you had to time it right, and you were given a message of like, hey, you're kind of close, and so you would just have to trial and error, like, oh, a little bit above, a little bit below. And so if you ever wanted to know what 1.0 mining was like, you could play that. And then with Botanist, you had like a weird Pac-Man mouth, and like this gauge would go up and down in the mouth, and you would just basically like choose the angle at which you're chopping, and it would say you're close or not, whatever. And so again, if you ever want to experience that, go to the Golden Saucer. They are mini games in the Golden Saucer. I thought that was really awesome. So what do you feel about the blow dart mechanic, Naylock?
I thought it was fun. I could see them using it for other content, or even just the what they programmed to use it differently. Like, it doesn't have to be a blow dart. Like, I don't know, maybe you're throwing a rock at somebody or something. They could change, you know, what kind of weapon.
Thing.
Yeah, something. Yeah, that'd be funny. You got to whip rocks at someone to get their attention or something. Yeah. I don't know.
That's what it was like starting a crafting class as your first one. And 1.0 is you only had rocks to defeat things. Okay, yeah. So going on to question 22. I really likes the performance. By the way, I'm reading this as is, okay?
I really likes it.
I'm reading this as is, okay?
Okay.
I really likes the performance from the last boss in the main scenario quest. Was this done to bring back the experience from the Super NES days where you lose your precious playtime from not saving? Whew. Okay.
All right. I lost a lot of my playtime in front of a save point in Final Fantasy V. The manager from the design team, Takai, also lost his precious playtime to this trap, and the debug team said we should make some adjustments to tone it down, referring to the tidal wave mechanic in the first phase of the battle. But Takai told them, I fell into this trap before as well and left it alone. For the overall battle itself, we were worried about the difficulty level, but since it's the last boss, we made it strong. We also talked about how we won't make anything stronger than that.
So, couple things here. First off, I don't understand how this is a callback to saving a game in Super NES days or something like that, or like I don't understand what they're talking about here. The question is, doesn't make any sense. Does this bring back SNES saving game days or losing precious time? The last fight, I did it. It wasn't that crazy. It was really, really fun, actually. And then it's disappointing that they're not going to make anything stronger than that.
I don't know what they mean by that, because they're definitely making fights harder.
I think they're referring to part of the, like, in the main story.
Oh, like the main story stuff will never be harder.
Right.
Yeah, I think
like they're not going to make anything more difficult than that, because it felt like, I mean, let's be honest, it felt like a Savage Raid, like what they used to do back in the day. You know, this was, which is fine. You know, I liked the challenge; it was a lot of fun. But that they're not going to make anything harder than this is kind of disappointing. You know, I don't know.
Well, it's for the main storyline, so they don't want to gate the story behind difficulty, I guess. And yeah, when I first did it, we killed it on the second pull because like half the group was going in blind.
Right.
But when I'm hearing stuff now, like people are finally getting to it. Apparently people are having really big problems with it.
Really?
Because the more casual people, like it's like, yeah, we just wiped like 6 times on this guy. They just can't get it. I'm like, are you kidding me? I don't know. I guess the people who are a little more casual and they're just getting around to it aren't very good at it. I don't want to be like, you suck at the game, but I guess it's difficult for some people.
I mean, it's definitely the first time they've thrown that much stuff at you at once, right? Like as far as like in the main story.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like it does have like a lot of mechanics, and none of them are like particularly difficult on their own. But it throws all of them at you at once. So I guess I could see it being a little bit overwhelming for, someone who doesn't play super often.
I can kind of see how the comparison to an old school console game fits here. I don't know about the whole playtime and not saving or whatever, but you have like platforming almost that you have to do, and like there's a lot of things that you have to look out for, and I don't know, it felt very action oriented, and it just felt like really fun. It felt like playing an old school, game, like in the vein of like a Castlevania or something like that, But why don't we go on to question number 23, Shar?
All right, so we have, I really liked the area where we had our showdown with the last boss, and I would like to visit again freely after the main scenario quests.
The answer, there were many requests regarding this, and the area is actually set up so it has collision and such. I love how they say a technical term in the middle of this. Anyway, however, the area is locked to always appear as evening. We have plans to return there one more time in the scenario. Oh. Spoilers. There are other areas such as the Archbishop's room that are only visited in an event, which are heavily requested to be available outside of quests. It will be considered as well. Why? I don't understand it. There's nothing there. It's just a set piece.
Yeah, it's just a room.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's a cool room.
Don't
get me wrong.
Okay,
maybe it's like for, maybe it's like the RPers requesting it.
Why? So they can go ERP in the garden? I don't,
I don't know. I don't RP, man.
ERP. Yeah. You go lay in the flowers and you.
Yeah. This next question is, please let us know if you finalize the number of slots that will be added in the second inventory and armory chest expansion.
Their answer is, unless we change from the current method, we do not think we can add any more slots. There are other factors to consider, such as managing inventory through the upcoming app, so this will take a little more time. It would be difficult to implement it by 4.1, but is not so far off.
Whoa, did they just announce that they're going to have an inventory
app? Yeah.
So, like, you could just manage your inventory and crap from your app. Like, I know they had one where they wanted to upgrade Libre, or like, what is it, Libra OS or not? I don't know. There's a Libra app now, and they wanted to add in in-game chatting functionality so you can chat on your character and stuff from the app. But managing your inventory, that's pretty dang cool. I mean, I could be doing that. That's like a mini game in itself, man. Like,
yeah.
My inventory is so crazy.
Going through all your stuff.
Yeah. Go through it all stuff like that. That'd be awesome.
I have an issue with how much stuff I hoard on my character.
Yeah.
It's always just like, I might use this in a glamour someday.
Yeah. My retainers have a lot of stuff too. This looks okay. I'm going to put it on a retainer, never see it again. Forget about it.
I still have dated equipment from 1.0.
I was going through that stuff too. I was like, what the hell? It's like, you run out of space. That was in my armory. It's you run out of space. And I'm looking there. It's dated. I was like, oh, geez. I don't think I'm going to use that.
So I think that's really cool. An app coming out. That's the only thing I really care about that question. So why don't we move on to question 25?
All right. The inventory and armor chest expansion has helped a lot. But would it be possible to increase retainers inventory as well? Jeez.
Yeah.
That was me. They're running out of space, I guess.
The number of items available has increased in patch 4.0. We're making sure that important data isn't lost and also so that it can't be exploited. So it's difficult to just simply add more slots. Currently, the disparity between those who use a lot of retainers and those who don't is quite large, and we're a bit worried about this. We would like to observe the amount of retainers being used post the launch of 4.0 before we make future adjustments.
So, yeah, either you use a lot of retainers or you don't. And the thing with retainers is when you buy an extra one, you get hooked. You're just like, oh, I can get 7, 8 total retainers? Yeah, I'm doing that. $2 a month. Yeah, no problem. So
done.
Yeah, so like I have 4 retainers right now.
Yeah, but for them to be full, they need more inventory on all their retainers.
Yeah. So that's the thing is that even to this day when I'm like, oh, I'm leveling crafting and stuff and I'm selling a bunch of just junk that I crafted that I know is not going to sell, it will sit there and pause for a moment and say, one moment, updating your inventory. Because I'm just selling so fast because I'm like right clicking. So it's just like it's pounding the servers to keep up with those every single slot because it's got to do a check like, hey, there was a slot there. Where did that item go? It was sent to the shop. Cool. Okay, it's no longer in the inventory. We didn't accidentally duplicate that item. We're good. That sort of thing. So it's always making that check. And this is reasonable what he's saying. So we probably won't see increases to retainer.
Yeah, they're probably just like, we really hope it doesn't keep going up because it's going to be a problem. So we're going to wait on that and hope it doesn't go up anymore.
So this next question is kind of spoilerish, so spoiler warning. But go ahead, Shara.
All right. So Estinian was really cool. Will there be an opportunity to meet him again?
Answer is perhaps there is a chance if everyone wishes for it. Personally speaking, I believe he is a member of the Scions, but he isn't the type to directly interact with them. My image of him is that he helps members in need from the shadows.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but it's like,
I mean, if he has a reason to come back and they can write him in, I guess I wouldn't be opposed. I mean, I'm mostly glad that he finally killed the plot point after
Oh my God! When that first happened in Heaven's Ward, I was yelling. It's like, you're not. What are you doing?
Oh yeah,
of course, it became a problem. And then he just like, nope, I'm gonna handle this right now. Boom.
Yeah. I was like, thank God that finally. But here's the thing with him is. Estinian, he was, I mean, it was almost like y'all were attached by the hip in Heaven's Ward, right? Like he was always there. The whole thing revolved around him almost. And at some point it's like, we did so much for him. We saved his life, all this stuff, whatever. I mean, it's kind of spoilers, like I said. But in Stormblood, for him to keep his distance like this, like he says, help members in need from the shadows. Why? That doesn't seem like Estinian to me. Estinian's never been like that. Estinian's always been out in the forefront and proud and not one to sneak in the shadows and not be grateful or show that, being grateful for something like that, It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it was really weird. And he's especially because he's pretty prominent through the 2.0 Dragoon quests.
Right.
His whole to the point where during Heaven's Ward, if you have gone through all of your 2.0 Dragoon quests,
the story changes.
There will be some slightly different cutscenes for you, which I thought was really cool.
I agree.
But this current version of him just seems nothing like either Estinian from 2.0 or 3.0, and I'm just kind of confused.
Yeah, he seems like a Doman almost. It's not even like he just randomly attacks something. I'm not going to go into details, but he just randomly acts without any sort of question or knowing, because he never talked to any of us. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't know what our plan was. He just did something, and we're all up in arms. We don't know what's going on. So it's just I don't understand. They're trying to make him mysterious, great, whatever. But that's not the way you want to do that. It's not that character. Make a different character to do that. It's not like he, and again, spoilers, it's not like he died and we didn't know he was, still alive. we know he's still alive. It just has to do with like this weird, I don't know. It's just a weird thing that I didn't really understand. And I hate that they kind of made it like that. Hey, if you guys want to see him again, then yeah, sure. But that means that they had no plans to make it happen.
Yeah.
Anyway. Sorry, I'm ranting today. Oh, man, it's been a long time since we've done a podcast. I have all this pent up rage. Okay, so we'll go on to question 27.
All right. The jumping challenge in Kugani was really fun. Could you please tell us how this was created?
Yeah, this is kind of a dumb question, but I don't know
how it was created. Can you?
Yeah, I mean, here's the answer for those that are curious. When I got the request to do the final check on Kugane, I discovered that the team made it so you could only get up about halfway. It wasn't that difficult to create a route to go up higher, but in order to make the stress load from the graphics as low as possible, we had to simplify some parts. We checked over to see whether or not any portions of the graphics were cut off, such as the ocean, and then extended it so you couldn't see this. The background team worked very hard to create this, and I believe it turned out really well. They let me know that players were posting clear videos, and we were surprised it was cleared in under 40 seconds the next day. I would like to add some more in future, and I would like to increase the number of jumping puzzle games in Gold Saucer as well. So I don't care about any of this.
I mean, it was cool. I mean, I think the town is really pretty and well designed, and it's pretty amusing. There's this little small speedrunning community for getting to the top of the tower now.
Sure. No, don't get me wrong. I like the jumping puzzle. I think that's really great. But we've been trying to do things like this we'll get on top of whatever we can. People just naturally want to do this. So this whole thing of how did you make this? It's cool that he had to go into detail about how the draw distance when you got up there would actually clip the ocean. So they made it so that in Kugane specifically, you would not see the ocean clipping. So I thought that was a neat detail. But aside from that, it's a jumping puzzle. Guild Wars 2 had these. Every single person tries to exploit and get on top of things and look fancy and cool and get places they shouldn't in any video game. So it's it is what it is. Naylock, have you tried it out yet?
No.
And do you have any plans to?
Maybe. It's not on the calendar or anything.
Well, they have multiple ones in there because one is goes up to the top of a tower. They have another one that goes over to a bathhouse thing, and it's just little rooftop running around and stuff like that. But let's go on to question 28.
All right. I'm a machinist main, but I'm concerned.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm concerned because despite the difficulty of the rotation and managing the heat gauge, my DPS is not very high.
Oh, you don't say. Is that right?
It's enjoyable, but in comparison to Bard, it feels lacking in support abilities as well as DPS. Please let us know if there are any adjustments planned.
I'm sorry. It's I didn't know people named machinists. I didn't know that. I thought that was okay. Anyway, so
they're not in a good spot.
It was Bard Light, that's anyway. So here's the answer to that question. Perspectives vary from player to player regarding what they would like to see done for machinist. Due to the current difficulty of heat management and how it is affected by fights, as well as the visible difference between machinist and Bard in content, we have made it easier to manage the heat gauge. In addition, we will be raising overall base damage. So here we go. Here are the general adjustments for machinist. Hot shot. Increased physical damage effect from 5% to a whopping 8%. 3%.
Oh boy.
There we go. Here we go. Increase to heat gauge reduced from 10, wait for it, to 5. All right. Remove the heat gauge reduction effect from quick load. Oh snap. Increased rook overload potency from 400 to 800. That's a pretty big change.
It's literally double.
Increased bishop overload potency from 300 to 600 and more. They don't go into detail what that and more is, but these are really good changes, I have to say. But it's not going to fix, you know what the problem with Machinist is? It's the same problem with Dragoon right now. They are a support DPS. And what that means in Square Enix's eyes is they suck.
Is that code for they suck?
Yeah.
Apparently.
I mean, just to get around it, there's support. So, yeah, everything's fine.
I mean, like,
that's why
Machinist,
they are the way they are.
Machinist is literally the worst DPS in the entire game by a large margin. I don't think they even come up anywhere. You know, like it's
they're
just,
glancing at FF logs. They're not good. They're not in a good spot.
no. And so, like, manning a Machinist, I've tried playing. I've really tried. I really wanted to like that job. Because it's, I mean, you're shooting guns. What's not cool about that, right? And you have turrets. What's not cool about that? You look all steampunky and stuff. It's freaking awesome. But they're just not fun to play. You know, their mechanics and rotations are like pointless. There's no real, function to it. I mean, granted, I'm only like 35 or something like that, but it's just not a fun class to play right now. So I don't know. Hopefully these changes are good for Machinists. I don't play one. I don't know someone who does, and I'm very sorry that you main one. But it is what it is. So, do y'all have any thoughts? Like Shara, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know anything about Machinists. I don't think I even have it unlocked. Like,
okay. Nailok, I know that you've dabbled in it a little bit because you were like, hey, there's guns, and you play Bard, and you just like that long range DPS. What are your thoughts?
Plus, it's literally all I needed to do is get him a weapon. It's the same exact equipment. I don't know. I haven't played it in Stormblood.
Okay.
But I know they were doing pretty good in Heaven's Ward, parse-wise, but now they aren't. So they are probably upset.
Well, yeah. The kind of the last couple patches in Heaven's Ward, they had fixed them a little bit, and now they're just trash again, unfortunately. They have a couple other little comments here in regards to Omega Delta Scape Savage. Since they now have 15 jobs, they've made it easier to obtain equipment. The presentations showcase some of the following new points. Upon completing each version once a week, gear will appear inside a chest. Everyone will obtain tokens that can be exchanged for equipment, parts which can be obtained through each version, and the amount required for exchange varies. Upon completing version 4.0 once a week, a new item will drop which can be used to obtain a weapon of your choice, and players will obtain the weapon for the job they are on when using the item. So, whenever you get this item, you basically bring it to any sort of city and use it, and that'll give you, on whatever job you want the weapon for. So if you go in as Paladin, for me, and I, just wanted to do that for the quick queue, and then I wanted to give it to my Dragoon. I want my Dragoon to have a best-in-slot weapon. Boom. Use the item on my Dragoon, and I now have the best lance I can get for that job. Good changes overall, I think.
Yeah.
Any comments on it, Shara?
Nah, it's pretty
nice.
Straightforward. I mean, good job.
Yeah, exactly. Anything for you, Nailok?
Thanks. This is good.
Yeah. All right. So the Lost Canals of Uznair, continuation to Aquapolis, and you can think of it as a level 70 version of Aquapolis with a Thavnarian theme. Thavnarian, sorry. This is written.
I'm glad you apologized.
All of this is
I was
great.
really offended just then.
Yeah. Materia 6s and other rewards have a chance to drop in the Lost Canals of Uznair. During the stream, they showed some screenshots of the interior, and they are planning the next update to arrive in patch 4.1, and they're going to have another live letter with that, and they'll go into more details with that. So, yeah, overall, man, so we've gone through not the entire letter. This is just the first part of the letter, but, overall, I think it's just meh. It's all right.
It's
hopefully
okay.
Yeah.
It has some ups. One of the things I wanted to see get answered.
Wait till Savage, then maybe it'll be better.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Dragoon will be good in Savage.
Yeah, without changing anything, it'll just be better.
They kind of addressed some of my issues. Like they at least touched on Scholar, they at least touched on Dragoon, but they didn't really. They pretty much just told me we'll see if it still sucks when Savage comes out, and then maybe we'll do something. I'm like, oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Apparently, I just need to like have warrior to have the like trifecta of I hate myself classes.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, exactly.
Just be completely depressed all the time.
How about you, Nalok?
I don't know. It feels like they threw in some fluff questions. I am skeptical if anyone actually asked. It's like, really? Did someone ask how the jump quest was made? I don't know.
They just wanted to talk about how they made it so that they could. We took a lot of time on this, so hope you like it. And Lord of Vermilion was a really good idea. And sorry.
Yeah, I'm just so.
So that was the first part of the live letter. We're about to go over the second part in community service.
I sentence you to community service.
So before we go on to the rest of the live letter, we wanted to go ahead and talk a little bit about the launch of Stormblood and the server issues that we had with that, and compare that with the launch of A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward and our experiences there. So I'll kind of just start off, and then I'll kind of get y'all's rebuttal. With A Realm Reborn, I saw a lot of the similar issues that we saw with Stormblood, like servers, there were super long queue times, everything was crashing, there were tons of errors, and like there was an error where, especially in beta, it kept thinking that your character was logged in, so you couldn't log in for like 3 days, something like that, until like you would have to make a post on the forums to say, hey, this is my character name, kick him off the server, and a GM would have to kick you off the server so you could log back in. I remember that being a thing in A Realm Reborn. Heaven's Ward, I don't remember any issues at all. And maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's a bad thing. Maybe Heaven's Ward wasn't as popular as they were hoping it was going to be. I don't know. But Stormblood brought back a lot of the community. They were trying to do the amusement park ride lines and stuff like that to try and, get into instances and stuff. But while that was all happening, they had a DDoS going on. So that is what it is. So, Shara, what were your kind of experiences and your comparisons with that?
Yeah, so A Realm Reborn, I also had a bunch of issues, like everyone did. Getting kicked from the server, getting an error trying to log back in because my character was already logged in. Not a super fun time, but also not the worst MMO. I mean, it was basically an MMO launch, and not the worst I've ever had.
And actually,
it definitely could have gone better, of course. But I at least got to play most of the time.
Yeah.
Heaven's Ward, I had zero issues though. So.
Yeah. I don't think it was nearly as popular. And by the way, speaking of coverage of an MMO launch, if you actually want to experience what that was like, episode 9 of Lodestone Radio, it's called Error of Terror, actually covers all of that in more detail. So Nalok, how was your experience?
I mean, it's about the same. Slight issues in Realm Reborn. Heaven's Ward was incident free from as far as I can remember, and with Stormblood, I kept saying they had a successful marketing push that they didn't expect, because it seems like they're like, yeah, we did this huge push to get people to come back and people in general to play, and it didn't seem like they were very prepared for it to actually work.
Like all the stuff that they had was completely non-compelling. I had like the physical collector's edition, like pre-ordered stuff like that, and then all the stuff that they were showing at all of the fan fests and stuff were just not interesting to me. I canceled it and I just went with the basic one. And when I finally got into the game, I was like, this is so much better than I thought it was going to be. So I don't know if it was their advertising or if it was a collaboration of the community saying how great it was and everything like that. Now, Shara, I think I cut you off before you talked about Stormblood experience. What was your Stormblood experience?
Raban Savage.
Yeah. and then his son after that. Man, that was a tough one too.
Pippin Extreme. The good 1-2 punch for you. No, so I actually managed to get through. So I'm gonna correct myself from earlier. I did manage to get through Raban during normal normal person hours. I think I literally sat at that NPC for like 4 or 5 hours, just right clicking, hitting escape, skip cutscene. I was in Discord, like our FC Discord, and I was not having a good time.
Yeah.
But eventually got through there. Was like, great, more quests, and then you go down like 10 more quests, and it's like, all right, time for another solo instance. Hope you're ready. And I just gave up for the night. I had friends over later that night anyway, so at like 5 a.m. after everyone had left, I was like, maybe I'll go try that instance when no one's around. And managed to get through, and then the rest of it was pretty smooth sailing. But yeah,
it's popular. Like we've said, new bunch of new players. Like I was not expecting that at all, and it's just bigger than they thought it was going to be. And now everything seems to be better. The DDoSes sure didn't help, anything, but everything seems to be working a lot better and going in the right direction.
I mean, I guess that's how we know we made it, though, right? Like when people start DDoSing our servers, that means we're successful MMO now, right?
Yeah.
Well, we've already been a successful MMO,
Pissed a lot of people off by being bad. That's the other option.
All right, so let's go on and finish up the rest of this live letter. So it was broken into 2 parts. The second part here is when the art director started jumping in. And we got a couple of details on something. I don't have every question here because a lot of them they weren't relevant to actual in-game stuff. So go ahead, Naylock, why don't you start us off?
All right. With the job gauge, we can better manage the buffs. However, we still need to check the buff and debuff section of any specific changes. For some jobs like bards, we need to pay attention to more sections now. It'll be possible to check the procs from the job gauges.
Yeah, so the answer for that, first off, do you have any issues with that, Naylock? Like, have you noticed a problem?
I mean, the new gauges, you really don't need to watch them that much. Like, the one just tells you how long it's going to be up, and it, like, blinks when it resets one of our, off cooldown abilities. I can't remember what the name of it is. And then the other one just tells you if you've gotten the procs or not. The only one you really have to look at is Wanderer's Minuet, which you want to save up the procs until you get 3 charges and then use it. But it also has a sound cue when it fills up. So, you got to kind of look at it, but it's not that big of a deal. I think more of it's an issue of they don't want to be looking. Since we have the job gauges now, they want to move all that stuff we were looking at before onto the job gauges as well.
Gotcha. Well, so here's the answer that they provided. We're currently looking into which stats the party members aren't able to see now. Also, we're working on a simplified version of the job gauge. I believe we should be able to announce the specific details for the adjustment soon. In addition to this, we're receiving comments where the current buff debuff status information is displayed in a single row, which can be difficult when deciding where to place this. In order to answer players' request to separate the buff and debuff and those that aren't related to battles, such as those only for FC, we're looking into splitting this into 3 parts. I guess this is in relation to the buff line. Like if you're looking at a mob and you see a line of beneficial buffs and a line of debuffs, and then like if you target a player, you're going to see beneficial buffs, then detrimental debuffs, and then FC buffs on them or something like that. Is that what am I reading this correctly?
You just see everything. And they're talking about splitting it up so it's not just a big pile. Because right now you can only see up to 18 buffs, something like that. Yeah. And some of them, most of them you don't care about. Like, oh no, they have, good thing they have their crit buff on themselves.
Right. It would be nice.
I've never gotten jumped. No one's ever yelled at me for that. If I ever forgot, hey buddy, use your straight shot. Get with it. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would be really nice if we could have like on the party list on the left, if the job specific stances were clearly visible into what stance they were in, because you have the buff bar to the right of them. Sure, that's helpful. But if we could just have like an icon there, like, hey, is that paladin and sword stance, or is he in shield stance? Is that Dark Knight in this stance or that stance? For healers, it doesn't matter so much anymore, but just to see what kind of stance they're in, or if they're if they have low leads, or which they're working on anyway. So I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Next question here. Please tell us implementation plans regarding the simplified version of the job gauges that Yoshida mentioned in the previous producer letter live.
So the first part of this is from the art director, I believe, which is I think we can implement this in 4.1. There are quite a lot of requests to adjust the transparency, so we are considering lowering opacity so the UI can be overlaid over characters. And Yoshida also chimed in and said, we are currently deciding what HUD elements to include in the job gauge. We will then start moving forward with the simplified version.
Okay, so no really big details on that.
Yeah.
All right.
We are working on it.
We're working on it. I mean, that's what I got.
Next question.
All right, so I would like filters in Party Finder that would allow me to narrow down results to groups that I can join and meet my requirements. Would this be possible to implement?
At the moment, we are not considering filters for desired requirements. Additionally, there have been comments regarding how locked content show up in search results. We are deciding whether we would like to hide such results or make them appear at the bottom by default.
So I think this wasn't just in regards to Party Finder. This was also in regards to Duty Finder, where if you are on a lower job, like lower level job, you still see all of the content you've unlocked. It just has a lock next to it because you can't do it. And so what they're saying is, instead of showing you all those locked content boxes, we're just going to hide them so you can just see what you can do. Which, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter either way, but sure, I guess that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
That's it? All right. Next question. Do you have plans to implement a feature where we can change the order of our link shells?
So when I read this question, I guess I'll just say the answer real quick, but and then I'll go on my little tangent thing. But okay, here the answer is we've had this request since 2.0, and back then we mentioned this would be very difficult to do. However, while working to expand the link shell feature to be cross-world, it looks like we may be able to make this adjustment. We understand we had this request for a long time, so please hang in there. So yeah, so we already know that the cross-world link shells and friends list are coming, but there's something that I really miss from 1.0 that I wish was in A Realm Reborn and, on forward to like the current Final Fantasy 14, and that is your emblem or like a colored link shell next to your name. Like that was something that I thought was really cool. You could put your free company emblem, next to your name, because back in 1.0 we didn't have free companies, we just had link shells and you could make your emblem there. But I miss having that kind of like colorful tag there, signifying what, free company I'm in or what link shell I'm in or whatever, right? So I kind of miss that. Reordering link shells, yeah, sure, I guess that's cool. I mean, all I did was just be like, hey, I need to reorder this. Invite me into the link shell in a minute. I would destroy it and then, ask for an invite, and then they would invite me back. So I don't know. Do you guys have any issues with this?
I mean, I'm only in 2 link shells, so it's really not a huge issue to me.
Yeah.
I can't really speak to something I don't have an issue with, I mean, I guess go for it.
Yeah. What about you, Nalok?
I don't object to it. Again, I only have 2 link shells as well. When I can't even imagine like why they would really need to be able to order it. Is that a huge issue?
I don't know.
Like the one I like the most isn't on top. It almost sounds like an OCD issue. Like they want it to be, they want to sort it to some random trait that they've decided is important. Like I want the hot one at the top, and I want my static one second, or I want my static first, and then I joined them in a different order. So I don't know. Otherwise, I don't know why that's an issue.
Well, what I think happens actually is if you say you have 6 link shells and you delete the 3rd and 4th one, they don't reallocate their numbers. So
it just doesn't move back up. They just stay 6th forever or whatever.
So you'll still have, it'll just stay 5 and it'll just stay 6. If I remember correctly, I can't.
If that's the case, I'm exactly right. It's OCD. There's a blank spot between my link shells. I don't like this.
Yeah, I don't remember if it's still doing that. It did that back in the day, but I only have 3 link shells. I'm not managing them much. I type in the L whatever number and I type in it. It's not that big of a deal for me. So cool. I mean, don't take away from other projects to work on this, but a cool feature, I guess. Let's see here. Next question is, in a previous live letter from the producer during the test broadcast, you mentioned about a feature which will display the chat log only when it has been updated, but has there been any update to this feature? So here's my, do you want to make the answer, Nalok?
Yeah. Answer, we haven't made any progress, but we will discuss once again with the person in charge.
Yeah, so this would annoy the crap out of me. Essentially, when there's nothing going on in your chat, it fades away. When something happens, it comes back.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know a lot of people that played like that in 11, and I thought they were crazy people, like having your text box just like continuously shrinking and growing as people talk in it would just bug me.
It blinks. There's so much activity going on in the chat, like it will never go away. I don't understand the reason for this.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they want more screen real estate when no one's talking to them. That's the thing. If they did that, they're just going to start getting annoyed. It keeps popping up.
Yeah.
Could you guys, and they're going to get those people like, could you guys stop talking or something like an FC? Like, what? It's the chat window. Well, you're spamming. It's like, well, just switch to a different tab or something.
Yeah.
Now they're going to be, you keep making my chat window pop up. And it's like, well, turn it off. Turn off the pop-up feature, or just, I don't know. I think you're going to hear people complain, I guarantee it.
No, exactly. Yeah, they always find something to complain about. All right, next question.
Do you have plans to implement a UI where we can see the inventory from all retainers at once?
It creates a lot of stress load on the server to access the data. If we were to download the retainer's data locally, then it may be possible. However, it won't be consistent when looking from a different client. It would be difficult to do more than what we have now. And then Yoshida also piped in with, however, we're planning to touch on Glamour in the future, and we're planning functions such as accessing Glamour history.
So essentially, just to kind of explain what they mean by this. So one way, and the best way really, I think, to look at your retainers inventory, and here's all we really want, I think, and then this is the question that they're asking, is can we just remotely look at retainers inventory? Can we download the data to our client that our retainer is currently holding, and then look at it from, like away from the retainer? Because we can right click an item and search all of our retainers to see if we have one. It's like, great, cool. Which one freaking has it? Just give me that information. That'll be fine too. But I think they just want easier access to actually get to the items. And really, I have 4 retainers. I don't think I have, on a 4K display, I don't think I have enough room to display 4 retainers worth of full inventory. I really don't think I do. So I don't think that's a really good idea. If you download the content, locally, that's fine. As far as the Glamour thing, apparently they're going to make it so that you can do Glamour history. So if you get new armor and you have a Glamour that you used to wear on that job, you could just wear it again. Like, just take all the things, just and then now your new look. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that'll be great, because it always feels bad when you're leveling from like 60 to 70 or 50 to 60 or whatever, and you're like, you have your Glamour all nice the way you like it, and then you go run your dungeons and it throws this new gear and it just like clashes with your Glamour, and you're like, do I go and spend the time to go get some prisms out of the company chest, or keep some on me?
I keep some on me, to be honest. So Nalok,
I usually do as well.
Yeah, Nalok, how do you? What's your idea of? So for any new listeners, Shara is a system administrator. I myself am a system administrator. I'm also a game developer. Naylock is a game developer. So Naylock and I we all have expertise to know what's going on wrong with the game whenever it's going wrong and how they're implementing these things. So there's a lot of experience here. So as far as, what would you say would be the best solution for accessing retainer UI? Like the inventories and stuff. I mean, I think the best way is what I had mentioned, but I'm sure you have some ideas as well.
I don't know. I mean, these people are talking about these massive amount of stuff they got on their retainers. Downloading it locally to check it. I don't know. They could. I don't know. Their issue is that it's hitting the servers too much, and that's why they don't want it to show everything and that massive amount of stuff. I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it because I don't see a need for it. I can't imagine needing to do that. It's like I want to look at everything my retainers have when I'm not by them. Like, I mean, the only issue I have is if I'm trying to find a thing, I have to go through each one because I'm not sure which one it's on.
Right.
That a way to differentiate that would be nice.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I think ultimately they want to be able to manage all of their retainers inventories at once, which just is not possible with the system.
Like have them all out.
Yeah, have them all out and then transfer items between them or take them out or whatever, and like that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, no. I don't know. They would need like a intermediary or something, but you're basically that's what your character is. So, it sounds like another OCD problem. I'll make sure all the weapons are on this one, all the armor on this one. I'm going to sort the inventory between all my retainers. Like, geez.
Yeah.
Like maybe they might be able to speed that up if it's like remove all weapons from retainer and it just puts all your stuff in your inventory, and then you can hit another button that says add all weapons to this retainer.
You know what?
Those shoot people all over to the other one.
Those people would have loved 1.0 and the market wards.
Oh my god.
But why don't we go on to the next question, Shara?
All right. So the next question here was, I would like to be able to preview equipment in a larger window. Will this be expandable in the future?
Please. What's the answer, Naylock?
It would require some dev cost, but I think it's possible. Until now, it was difficult to enlarge due to the specs of low-end machines, but we will consider this.
I don't even need the resolution to increase. I just want to make it bigger. I
want to blow it up. Digital zoom.
Yeah.
I don't care. Does it need to be?
I mean, I'm a Lalafell. Give me a freaking break. Everything's tiny on me. I need to see something. I just need to be able to look a little closer. What do you think, Shar? Are you excited about that potentially?
I mean, I play Mikote, so I don't have the Lalafell problem.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, I'll use it if they give it to me.
Yeah, there you go.
They're gonna protest it.
All right, and now our final question.
The map in 4.0 is very large, but please let us know what improvements or difficulties you had when creating the 2D map.
Yeah, so I guess people care about this because in 1.0...
I think that's a filler. I think that's like a humble brag on their part, like it's adding this question of how good we are at making the maps.
Well, because they redesigned all the maps for Stormblood, and which was way better because Limsa Lamentsa now is one map instead of like broken into like weird thing. Anyway, so for the 2D map, the new world map is about twice the width of the previous one, and we had a hard time creating it. For the standard area maps, the method for creating them is set, so it wasn't that difficult. For region maps, we expanded it so you can check to see where the maps connect. This was easy for 3.0 and 4.0 areas, but there are lots of unused space for the 2.0 areas, so it was difficult to line them up together. Yeah, it was difficult to line it up for 2.0 areas because they were taking a broken, failed game and trying to mush everything together into new zones when the old game was an open world game, you know?
Yeah.
It was, I like you said, I think it's a humble brag, like, hey, look what we've done with this work, right? Like, hey, we did some good stuff. So, Shar, what do you think of the new maps and stuff and the previous ones?
I mean, they're better, but it definitely feels like a humble brag of, you know,
Okay.
I don't think anyone would have actually asked this question.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Backdoor brag of these maps are much better because they're easier to do because the old ones were so much worse. Like,
all right. Well, that concludes the letter of the producer live in its entirety. So why don't we move on to meat and potatoes?
I think I'll have the meat and potatoes.
All right, so for this meat and potatoes, we're going to discuss Final Fantasy XI and compare it with Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to look at the core games, the expansion packs, and what each brought, and kind of our experiences with each one, and what we liked better. You know, like comparing the first expansion for 11 with the first expansion for 14, and how that all worked out and everything like that. So, I guess we'll kind of like start off with the base games and then go through each expansion pack and kind of comment on them. So does that sound good to y'all?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sure.
All right. So Final Fantasy XI, not a lot of people know this, but Final Fantasy XI did not come out with Rise of Zillar. Rise of Zillar was a American release. So the core game of Final Fantasy XI was just that. Very similar to Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. You know, a lot of people that are new to the game will think that, and even Square Enix themselves, they don't even consider 1.0 part of the actual anniversary anymore. It's the game's coming up on 70 years, and they're like, no, it's the 4-year anniversary. So, you know, Final Fantasy XI and Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, the core games, let's discuss it. So, in 11, I imported the game and I played a Japanese version. And they had summoners there. They did not have dragoons, they did not have samurais, and they did not have ninjas. But the summoners were so gimped. They didn't actually have any summons. They had elemental spirits. Now in 14, if you run around and you see those elemental spirits kind of running around and stuff, those were the summons that they had. And it was kind of just a little meh. You know, either of y'all play the Japanese 11?
No, I started Rise of Zillar. Did they have carbuncles at least, or like not even that? Summoner.
They did not have. Maybe they had. I think they did have a carbuncle, which is the same carbuncle that we have in 14.
Yeah, it is basically the same one.
It is exactly the same one. Actually,
radioactive rabbit.
Yeah. They did have carbuncle, and then they only had wind spirit, like those elemental spirits. But the game was very, very small. I mean, like you didn't have a lot of like Conscript Highlands and stuff I don't think that was there. Like there were weird things that you're used to now that they did not have before. In 14, 1.0, we have an entire episode, or entire 8 episodes where we are in 1.0 actively playing and talking about things. So if you want to hear what all that's like, listen to episodes 1 through 8 and get a good idea of what all that's about. But 1.0 was essentially 11 2.0, right? It was like 11.2 almost. It was very, very similar.
11-2.
Yeah. It was very similar to 11 in that, like, the pacing, the gameplay style, the combat, obviously the mechanics and how they had, like, the systems that they had underneath were very different, but it was very similar games, and it was, you would expect that because it was made by the same exact people. You still had the menu system that you had from 11. You had a ton of lag from graphical requirements and server requirements. It was just, there wasn't much there. There was no quest, no nothing. It was just leaves the whole time. The missions were really cool. I still think the cutscenes from 11 were some of the best. So, Shar, why don't you talk about your 11 experience since you didn't, your 14 experience since you didn't play 11 when it first came out?
Yeah, my 14 experience was hopping between like several different servers because of conflicts between real life friends and people that I started with. Like my unicorn buddies from Final Fantasy XI went to like Midia or something. We looked all this up the other day, and I've completely forgot it all. Anyway,
weird server. All the servers were different, by the way, back in the 14.1.0 days. I was on History or something like that, which doesn't exist anymore. Shara was on something else too.
Yeah, it's something with an M. But whenever I did finally get settled on, whatever server it was, I just, went and played, some Lancer type thing. And the combat was really, really slow, like even slower than 11's, I felt. And there's no auto attack. And everything just felt really clunky. So, I don't know how, if everything felt really clunky in, prior to Zillert in 11, because, it was JP only, and I didn't play it.
Right. So how about you, Naylock? What was your? Well, I was there. So, but why don't you kind of? So, because you had to make arrows. You had to craft arrows and stuff. So kind of go over your 1.0 experience and everything.
Oh man, the thing I really remember though, and it was probably related. It was related to everything. Was the amount of layers the UI had to do anything. You had to go through 3, 4, 5 menus before you got to a thing, and each layer was hitting the server. So if there's any sort of lag or anything, you're lagging just trying to get through menus. It was driving me nuts, and I couldn't stand it. Ugh.
Yeah, it was really bad. Yeah, especially when you have to craft every single one of your arrows and stuff like that. That's the rough part.
That was fun too. I have to. I don't know. That was driving me nuts. And that was slow, and it was not fun at all.
Yeah, exactly. So luckily we had A Realm Reborn come out and everything, and on the 11 side we have Rise of Zillart come out. So Rise of Zillart was again the US release. So Shara and Naylock should be able to speak to this a little bit more. So with Rise of Zillart, they added Dragoon, they added Samurai, they added Ninja, and they added Summons for Summoner. With The Realm Reborn, they added Arcanist, which added Summoner as well, and Scholar. And later on in future patches, we ended up getting Rogue and Ninja. So very kind of similar thing, they both added Summoner, they both added Ninja. Sam, obviously, we get later on, and then 14 already had Dragoon. So with Rise of Zillart, there were a ton of new additions, lots more story, lots of extra, additions and things like that. But Shara, what was your experience with Rise of Zillart?
Dying to rabbits.
Oh yeah.
The game was very unforgiving and brutal. I started as, I want to say, a thief, and then got that to 30.
Which is the worst starting job you can be.
Yeah, it was awful. Had some really nice people help me get my sub job items. Eventually, got to 30, and I was actually at a LAN party, and I just was bored and went and unlocked Dragoon. And just started leveling Dragoon, and was like, man, this class is really fun. Turns out it was the worst class in the game at the time. Our 2-hour ability was to call our Wyvern.
Yeah.
So those fun times.
How about you,
I have to embrace the Lol Dragoon memes in 14 as well.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Char. Didn't mean to cut you off. So how about you, Naylock?
Well, it was a release, and it was all my newbie experience. I remember. Oh man, I can't remember the zone. It's this beach sand zone.
Valkyrie Dunes.
Yes, dunes. Because I kept leveling up new classes, so almost 90% of my memories are there. And I remember stuff started leveling up a red mage, And then, of course, any group I tried to join, they're like, hey, you just heal us on your red mage. You just be the healer. And I'm like, all right. And that almost never went well because it just wasn't as powerful as an actual healer. And then I leveled up. I think the one I leveled up monk, and I used to annoy people because you had to. I used the chat for timers, so every time something was ready, I think it was boost. Was that what it was? You had to keep stacking boost.
Yeah.
And I'd have it show up in chat, and people just get mad at me.
Boost is ready every 10 seconds.
Yeah, boost is ready. Boost is ready. Because that's how I set up the macro. Like, oh my god, you need to stop doing that.
Yeah, so the starting classes actually, or starting jobs in 11 were warrior, thief, white mage, black mage, red mage, and summoner?
No. Monk, thief, warrior, and then the 3 mages.
Yeah. Monk, thief, warrior, white mage, red mage, black mage. And the thing is that the summoner and paladin, things like that, those were unlockable at level 30 after you did a job quest and stuff. And then they would start off at level 1, and they required some, if you were a paladin, you had to have warriors so you could taunt. There was weird little mixes like that. So yeah, I definitely remember Lethane, which was it was always raining, and they would always say the best way to pronounce Lethane, remember to, is the rain in Lethane stays mainly on the plain. That was the thing that's in the game that helps you pronounce Lethane correctly. And then when I first got to Valkyrie Dunes, and I told the story in another episode, but I was literally blinded by the brightness of the freaking sands. It was so white, and you spend so many times hunting that Valkyrie Emperor to get your sub job things. You're trading milling corn for a reputation. Hundreds and hundreds of milling corn. Just really good memories from 11, and unfortunately the game is closing at the end of the year, so we'll never see those again. And I think we've already talked about our Realm Reborn sort of beginnings. A lot of us carried over from 1.0, so it wasn't really something where we were starting over again. It was just kind of jumping back into this new kind of presentation and going from there. Would you guys agree, or do you have anything to add for Realm Reborn?
No, I mean, I guess, I would actually say, I really started in Realm Reborn. I played in 1.0 a little bit, but I quit.
Oh.
And then came back for Realm Reborn.
Gotcha.
And apparently used the same character because they offered me a free transfer. I just literally found out my character was a legacy character the other day.
Yeah.
It felt real silly. But leveled fake monk, and then leveled Arcanist. That's the base class name.
Right.
Into Scholar, etc.
Naylock, we know you just were Bard. And
I was Archer, then I was Bard.
Yeah. So for me, I guess because I haven't really talked about this aspect, and this actually is kind of a continuation of where I was at our last episode, but I was warrior for the whole of our Realm Reborn essentially, and it was quite tough because Paladin was the de facto tank. There was only 2 tanks at the time, Paladin and warrior, and no one wanted a freaking warrior, and it was the only thing I had really leveled up. So I'm sitting here trying to get equipment, trying to unlock, dungeons and stuff. You have to do dungeons to unlock future dungeons, but no one wanted to. If they saw me in a dungeon, they would want to boot me out. So I couldn't progress in the game. This is at a point where eye levels were just being introduced to the game, and the community had become kind of toxic at that point. So once they actually introduced eye levels, things became a little easier at that point. but because everybody was like, oh no, you need like full set of dark light and all this stuff to actually get into this dungeon. And I was like, that's some BS. I need to get this dungeon done so I can unlock dark light. You know, like this, that's stupid. What are you talking about? So, it was a very rough time for me at that point in the game. So I switched to White Mage kind of late in the Realm Reborn, and I really loved it. I love healing. And in Heaven's Ward, I kept continuing with White Mage. I ended up unlocking or leveling up Dragoon and Monk and a whole bunch of other jobs all the way up, and then Paladin. So, we'll actually get to Stormblood and all that stuff. So let's go into Chains of Promathia for 11. And Chains of Promathia added tons of areas and tons of story, and it was notoriously hard. Notoriously difficult. They later nerfed it, but they didn't add anything else really except for just story. So Shara, what was your experience with Chains of Promathia?
It was fun.
You liar.
Prometheans though, like if you claim that it took you less than triple digit numbers to get past Promes, I will call you a liar.
Yeah.
Like those,
absolutely.
It was brutal. But it had really good story. The new areas were really cool.
Look, the story was great if you could get to it. It was so difficult. You know, like it was. Nailak, what was your experience with it?
I don't know. That's around the time I started. I actually got a hold of. I think it is. I got a hold of Ranger.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, Ranger was already in the game.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. I just
gotcha.
started doing it, and I just remember doing that a lot, and people being like, "Hey, you're the Ranger, pull."
Oh yeah, yeah, you're the puller.
Like, oh my god! Then okay, I'll do it. You better provoke. I come back. What? I'm running in circles, dude. Want to taunt it in time? Let's go. I die. What the hell, man? I was like, I wasn't even trying to tank. All right. I started really getting sick of it around that time.
I remember Rangers having a the measurement for their accuracy versus distance was calculated like horribly. So if you were really close, your potency was way lower, but your accuracy was great. But if you were far away, your accuracy was really low and your potency was high, but you would just miss. It would just whiff every single time.
It was it's like, hey, I gotta stand just so, and don't move it.
Yeah. So the kind of mirror to Chains of Promathia would be Heaven's Ward, and Heaven's Ward added a lot of story. It was good story. It was like a daytime drama sort of thing. It was kind of cool. They also added in Dark Knight, which is a tank. Mechanist, I pronounce it Mechanist, but some people pronounce it Machinist. That's a ranged DPS. And they added Astrologian. And all of them started at level 30. They also added in areas where you could use flying mounts. So for me, Heaven's Ward I was so pumped for it. At the end of A Realm Reborn, man, there was some shit that went down. I was so excited to go to Heaven's Ward. I was like, oh my God, what's going to happen? Like, oh man, for those that are leveling up through it, I don't want to give any spoilers too much, but because there are a lot of new players. But it was just, you were so pumped to go into Heaven's Ward, and you get there and everything slows to a freaking halt. You're like, you're like, well, what about the other stuff that was, no, this is the thing you're doing now. Here's some bagpipes, enjoy. So it was Sandoria all over again. I don't know what the thing is with Square Enix and elves and bagpipes, but they like to put them together. Sandoria.
I hate that song.
Yeah, I know. Ishgard does the same exact thing. Like, it's just, oh my God, same thing, bagpipes. So, Shara, what was your experience with Heaven's Ward?
So I leveled Scholar first through it. And they made some of the dungeons really hard on healers. Like the vault, the final boss in the vault was obscenely difficult to heal at level, like with the gear you would have at that point. It just like dumped out damage nonstop, and you're like, I know I'm a scholar and have busted MP management, but come on, Square, cut me some slack here.
Right. You really had to be utilizing your macros.
But overall, it was a fun ride. Story was okay, but it definitely it builds up all this hype at the end of 2.55. And you're like, yeah, going to Ishgard, and then you get there, and it's like, okay, what about that stuff that just happened?
Yeah.
Remember? No? Okay, I guess I'll help you with your war.
How about you, Naylock?
I don't know. When that came out, I can't remember why, to be honest, but I wasn't into it. Like, I didn't even get to the new cap, and I don't know, I just kind of stopped. And then I came back way late into it, like after all the Savages were out. I know that. Like, I skipped a huge part. I wasn't playing for a huge part of it. But then I finally went to the storyline, and man, it was all right, but it seemed like a lot of plot holes. It really annoyed me. Like, why aren't you doing the thing? And it's no, I don't know. It seems like, and then we're worrying about different stuff all the time that wasn't relevant before, and I don't know. It seemed really disjointed.
Yeah, because the patching for the story was, so the big difference is with Chains of Promathia, all the story was just there. There weren't like extra patches to add to it. It was just, hey, here you go, story. The thing with Heaven's Word is like you got fed piecemeal story, right? So like you would go through the main chunk of the story, and then everything after that was like, okay, this week we're gonna give you this. Okay, now this next week we're gonna give you this, which is a continuation of a story from 3 weeks ago, and then like as if nothing happened in between then, So it was just like a continuation of like layered continuations, but they weren't cohesive, and it's like, hey, over here, guys, worry about this. Okay, next week. Okay, see this thing over here? We got to go do that. Okay, well, what about the thing we were just doing? Nah, that's like 2 weeks from now. So it was crazy disjointed. But let's move on to Treasures of Odd Urgon for Final Fantasy XI. This is the most sublime Final Fantasy XI had ever been. This expansion pack was so good. The music was so amazing. The leveling in the Whitegate area was perfect. Man, it was so good. This was also the debut of Final Fantasy XI on Xbox 360. They added in Puppet Master, which is amazing. They added Corsair, which is amazing. They added Blue Mage, which was amazing, and Dancer, which was underrated and amazing. Treasures of Odd Urgon really revitalized that game for me. The Astral Incandescence, protecting it in the city and everything, that was a lot of fun. Man, just so many great memories with Treasures of Odd Urgon, and then everything that came after it just was a disappointment. So, Shara, what was your experiences with Treasures of Odd Urgon?
Man, I love Treasures. It has my favorite end game event out of any MMO I've ever played in Salvage.
Yeah.
Salvage was fantastically designed. It was a lot of fun. They also added Einherjar. I'm sure I just completely murdered that pronunciation, but it's German, so they have to forgive me. That was also a lot of fun, although extremely difficult. You got to go fight Odin. You got to fight Alexander in there.
Yeah.
And then the new classes were super fun. I loved Dancer. Dancer was just a blast. And I was really let down that Dancer wasn't being added to 14 from that, fight between the Lady in Red and Warrior of Light.
Yeah, because it looked like a freaking dancer.
Yeah, I was like, oh, they're adding Dancer. I'm so excited. Oh, it's just Red Mage and Samurai.
Yeah.
I guess that's cool, but...
It's not Dancer.
So how about you, Naylock?
Oh man, I barely even was registering Final Fantasy 11 around that time. So.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
I like vaguely heard about the classes, and that's about it.
That's no problem. Here's the thing. I had gotten. I was super heavy into Puppet Master, like that. I don't know why. It was like a monk that has a pet. Signing me up, man. That was awesome. And then like I do benefits and buffs for everybody. Corsair is a lot like Astrologian, but DPS instead of healing. So think if for those who haven't played it, just think of that. You had random cards, stuff like that. It was very, very luck based. Blue Mage, you had to basically learn abilities by letting things hit you until they used it, and then you could steal it. That was pretty cool. And Dancer, of course. So the merit to that, obviously, is now what we're in with Stormblood. Stormblood added in Red Mage and Samurai. They added in a whole bunch of new areas and story. I mean, same thing with Treasures of Adargon. I mean, Treasures is probably the quintessential perfect expansion pack, I think, that I've ever seen for a game. Everything they added was just sublimely created and optimized. It was really good. Stormblood, again, that it's the same one as it's same in line with Treasures. I think they optimized the gameplay super, super well. The new areas are bigger, better. Everything's 64-bit now. They've really made the game feel super solid. The story was fantastic. There's no urgency now. For me anyway, but more things are coming, and I can't wait to see what comes next. I love the new classes and how they handle the new job systems and how they handle, and all the raids are awesome. All the trials are awesome. Everything was great. Best 14's ever been, I think. So Shara, what's your experience with Stormblood?
I like Stormblood, man. So I've been dabbling with Samurai. It's a lot of fun. It's really well made. Like you build up your little gauge thing, and then you like have this like 2-second long cast time where you just drop this like absolute nuke of damage on the boss, and it just feels real good. Red Mage is super complicated, and I don't understand how to play it, but it looks fun.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
The story was great. I will say that there's like kind of like this. There's kind of some pacing issues towards the end. Like you spend all this time in Doma, like gathering allies and blah blah blah, doing Doma things, and then you go back to Alamigo, and it just feels like it wraps up that part of the story like really quickly. But that's pretty much the only thing I can really say like as a downside about it. I still think it's fantastic.
You could kind of see it like, hey, we tried this out in Doma, it worked, so we'll just do that again. We know what to do now, quicker. They optimized it from previous experiences. Nailak, how about your experience with Stormblood?
Well, this is pretty much except for Realm Reborn, I guess. But I was like, it's the expansion I'm in on, because Heaven's Word I was way behind.
Right.
And so I'm like here for it coming out, and I'm staying on top of the curve, so I'm getting that experience.
You really are at the top of the curve, man. Like, you're way ahead of us.
And everything's great. I really have no complaints except for, I'm sure I could come up with lots of little stuff. Any stuff, there was lag and all that, but that was handled. That was more of a, that wasn't like a design issue. It was just they were getting hammered. And as for expansion itself, it's awesome. The only thing I found odd was on the storyline, it felt like they had two different storylines, and they kind of just decided to make them into one storyline.
Oh, I see.
Like they kind of interjected, like it was like you were dealing with the Empire, and then it's like, oh, we have to go to Doma. Like, what? Why are we like, okay? Yeah, and we do all that stuff, and then we come back, and it feels like they interjected all the stuff you did in Doma. Like they could have not have put that in there, and it wouldn't have made a difference. Like they just had these quick little scenes of like, oh, these guys from Doma are helping, so you got to handle this now. And then like cut scene where like they're helping attack stuff. Like they could have just removed all that, and it wouldn't have. Going there didn't seem to make it integral what you were doing with the Empire. So it felt really weird. It felt like the biggest side quest ever.
Yeah, I completely agree with that too. But actually, there were a couple other things that they added with Stormblood, and it was very controversial actually. And it was jump potions. They had they're available in their Mog Station, right? You can purchase story skips for A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Word story, and you can buy a single. It's limited to one per account, but you can purchase a single job to level it up to 60. There are no prerequisite requirements except do you have the money or not. That's it. So now, to be honest with you, Shara and I have tested this. You know, I figured, hey, we need to be able to see what the stuff does, right? So Shara used a jump potion on his Dark Knight, and I used it on my Paladin, who is now my main. And kind of like and we have no shame in that. You know, there's no shame in it. They offered it as a service. We used it. I've already leveled up a bunch of stuff to 70, you know, or 60 at that point. Sue me, you know, whatever. So I want you to talk about your experience in a moment, Shara, but just to kind of explain what it does. You essentially purchase it for your character, and you log in. You have to be in the city. You open the package. It logs you out. And then when you see your character again, you're wearing an entire set of Shire gear. You're level 60. All your quests have been done, everything like that. And then you come back in and you have to redo your hotbars and stuff, but everything's pretty much good. Like you're just at level 60 now, you know? So Shara, what was your experience with it? Did you like it? Would you recommend it? You know, that sort of thing. Do you think there should be any requirements for it?
I think there should be, I think it should force you to go through Hall of the Novice afterwards.
It suggests it, but it doesn't enforce it.
It does suggest it. Because I don't know. Because you don't really need to be particularly great. Like, you could still just play really poorly to get through Hall of the Novice and just still not actually know how to play your job. So I guess I'm kind of hit or miss on that. In my case, I boosted my Dark Knight. Spent about an hour and a half staring at bars and reading abilities and beating up the striking dummy outside the FC house to see how everything worked together. And then, I went and queued for some Palace because, that's real easy derpy content that it doesn't matter if I'm playing at the top of my game. And it was a good experience. I have a good handle on the class now, and skipped having to get it all the way to 60, I guess.
Yeah. My experience, it was a little different. So I was around level 30, I think it was. I was trying to level it up and I just could never bring myself to. And I boosted it to 60. I come in and I'm just like, wow, this is nifty. All right. So I start doing, I didn't do the Hall of the Novice, but before I go any further, I do want to say I wish it would be restricted to players who have already leveled a character to 60. If you have one character up to 60, on a job, then you should be able to unlock a job at 60. That's fine. But new players coming into the game, they shouldn't be able to just skip the story completely and level up a character to 60 and then feel like they know exactly what's going on, because they're not gonna have a fucking clue, So. Anyway, continuing. I started. I went into the duty roulette, and I just went through the first 3, Copper Bell Mines and Tempter Dewcroft, whatever, all those low ones, just to get because I hadn't tanked in a while, but I just wanted to get the feeling of tanking again in a party environment and dungeon environment. So from there, I just started leveling up through all the Stormblood content and. Yeah, I learned how to play my job, and I really like Paladin. So I don't know. Do you guys feel like those requirements I just kind of recommended, like you should have a job up to 60 first before you can purchase this. Do you think that would help anything, or do you think that's needed, or because obviously there's a concern of Nalek, I know you and I have seen a couple black mages that were power leveled up with this dang thing and didn't know what they were doing. So Nalek, what do you think?
I don't know. It's my feeling on the whole, either power leveling or jump or however, is people are just going to be either good or bad. I mean, if they're going to be good, they'll have like a week where maybe they're rusty or they're not really not sure what they're doing. But otherwise, they'll figure it out because they want to be good.
Right.
So I'm not really upset about that. And people bad, I mean, you can make them level. People always think, well, if they're forced to level up, they'll be way better. When that's not going to be the case. You're not going to force them into good habits or, min-maxing their character. You can get all the way to level cap and just be sandbagging it the whole time. Yeah. It doesn't matter. So if they want to let people to jump, and plus I'm sure that was the reason they did it is so people could play the new expansion right away. Like, new expansion came out and it's cool, but okay, so a new person comes by, it's like, yeah, but I got to do all the old stuff first. So I can see why they put it in. I don't ever have a problem with it, to be honest.
Okay.
And the whole requirements thing, I doubt that would really help.
Alrighty. What about you, Shara?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, I run into people at end game level 70 that just have no idea how to play their classes, and they've some of them have like multiple 70s, and like if it isn't going to, you're either going to learn your class or you aren't, because I mean, if you throw yourself at something enough, eventually you'll manage to get carried through it. So sure. I'm not sure adding any restrictions will really make it any better or worse. Like, I don't think it's really contributing to any problem that didn't already exist before.
Yeah, I would actually kind of agree with that as well. So, all right. So, with that discussion, Stormblood added Red Mage and Samurai, both DPS jobs, and now we're in major need of another tank and another healer. So, what do you think the next tank and healer would be, and how do you think they would implement them? So, Shara, I want to start with you.
I mean, the next tank is obviously going to be Samurai, right?
Yeah, I wish. That would have been fantastic. I wish that would have happened, but unfortunately, no. So what do you think it'll be?
I'm not sure exactly what it'll be. I think they're probably going to look at maybe like one of the tactics games or something. Because, I mean, we already have a Paladin, we have Warrior, we have Dark Knight. Like, the tank design space is, if you're like limiting yourself to just like Final Fantasy things, is already, there's not too much left there, Right. So I can't really think of like what you would put in there. And they already took Ninja, so they can't copy 11. Like, Ninja's already a DPS.
Well, they never meant to make Ninja a tank in 11. It just kind of happened.
They didn't, but...
The thing is, like, I mean, I do agree with you there. Like, we need some kind of agility tank, right? Like, we need some kind of tank that's not just a sword and shield, but one that kind of tanks in an alternate way to give it a different mechanic. Because right now, we have 3 essentially similar tanks. One is just a healing tank, one is a DPS tank, and one is a magic tank. We need an agility tank for sure.
Yeah, I don't know what job it would be. Like, I feel like there's probably something in one of those tactics games that would fit the bill. They have so many jobs that surely there's something in there.
So let's see here. What about you, Neil? Like, do you have any ideas for what you might want to see as far as healer or tank goes?
Yeah, I don't know. Like she's saying, if you're talking about Final Fantasy, it would gonna have to start going kind of deep, like some deep reach of classes that people probably aren't very familiar with. And yeah, I'm like looking them up right now. You got
okay. Well, before you say anything,
some of these are like spin-offs.
Before you say anything, here. So I had thought about this. Obviously, I wrote the notes, so I was already kind of thinking about what this would be. But my tank would be Beastmaster, okay, and my healer would be Chemist.
Okay, I could definitely see Chemist.
Yeah.
It would definitely be very different than the current 2 healer or 3 healers rather.
Right. And so having Beastmaster as a tank would also be very different as well. Or for the tank would be Blue Mage.
It'd be a weird tank.
Would it though? Like technically a Blue Mage should be able to fit any role, because they're taking abilities from mobs. Right, so they could be a tank, a healer, or a DPS. And maybe that would be what they could do. They could have like a flexible last job that could be like, yeah, I'm going to be a tank, right? Who knows? But I would like to see either a Beastmaster or Blue Mage tank and a Chemist as a healer. I know that sounds really weird. That's a really weird thing, but I want them to mix it up. I want it to feel unique, like having a Beastmaster tank, it wouldn't be like a sword and board tank. It'd be more like an agility tank, or like you're kind of like bouncing. You're controlling aggro between you and your pet with the boss or whatever it is you're fighting. It'd be a really cool mechanic.
Yeah,
Dancer
be the agility tank.
Yeah. I can see it.
I could see that too. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Or Puppet Master.
Just all parrying and repost. Just boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, Dancer, that would be a good one. Yeah. I could see that. All right, so Nailak, now that you've looked at the list, what do you think?
I don't know. Like I said, it would have to be some deep things. Dancer would be... I imagine they're going to put in Dancer at some point. Because the thing is, I bet somewhere they have this already planned out. Like, yeah, we already know what our next tank and healer is going to be to some extent.
Do you think they come in at a patch like Rogue and Ninja did?
I don't think they'll do that.
Like 4.3 or something?
Yeah, I don't think they'll probably save that type of stuff for an expansion, I think.
I don't think we can wait that long for another healer tank.
Well, the worst of it is over. That's the thing. That's what people are worried about, because they were just adding 2 DPS, and all the worst queues and everything basically happened because of the expansion release with the new classes. But once things start settling and people start figuring out if they want to be main samurai or red mage and all this other stuff, it'll probably even out a little more.
Have you seen queues go down for DPS?
Yeah, I have actually. Yeah, okay. I'm back down into. It's still a bit higher than Heaven's Ward, but I'm at like 25 minutes now instead of like the 50 plus I was at.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, well, that's nice to hear at least. It gives me some hope because I've been staying away from any DPS. I have limited time to play, so I do what I can with the time I'm afforded. But yeah, so like it's a little interesting discussion, but yeah, I think Dancer being a tank would be cool. Like I said, I kind of want to see a Beastmaster tank. I think that'd be pretty crazy. And for a healer, I'd like to see Chemist. I think that'd be pretty different and pretty cool. So yeah, I think that's gonna do it for our podcast today. We don't have any 5 stars of feedback, but if you would like to leave some on iTunes, you can rate us whatever you think this podcast is. Be honest. We do read all feedback and do take it to heart. If you do rate us 5 stars, though, we will read it on the show in this segment right here. We also have another segment called Facts or Facts, where you can ask us any question about the game or things in general. If you want to know more about us or anything like that, you can email ask@lodestoneradio.com. You can also check us out online at lodestoneradio.com. And again, we have a Discord channel. You can come and chat us up, say hi, all that stuff. But yeah, that's it for today's show. Be sure to listen and check us out on LodestoneRadio.com, and don't forget to review us on iTunes. This is Lodestone Radio for Shar and Naylock. Be sure to listen next episode. Take care.